Inside an elevator, the man slowly opened his eyes and stood up with difficulty after a moment. After checking his body and finding no major problems, the man looked at his surroundings with a somewhat surprised expression. The man's name was Lin Feng, a university student. Just now, as he was heading to the teaching building, the sky suddenly turned a strange red. Lin Feng lost consciousness and fell down after just a few more glances. When he woke up again, he found himself in an elevator. Lin Feng tried to press the door opening button, but it didn't work. At this moment, the LCD screen next to the button suddenly lit up. A strange voice came from the elevator announcement. Welcome, all lucky souls, to the world of elevator survival. At 12 o'clock, the elevator will go to a new floor. You can choose to go up to the floor and explore, or you can choose to stay in the safety of the elevator. The elevator will close after 1 hour, and survivors who have not entered the floor will stay on that floor forever. You may also enter the same floor as other survivors. The elevator is an absolutely safe area. All creatures on the floor will not enter the elevator. But please note that the elevator cannot withstand attacks from other survivors. Now the game begins. After the voice disappeared, Lin Feng gradually calmed down. It was obvious that he had not been kidnapped, but had accidentally traveled to another world. Moreover, the content of the voice just now meant that he was not the only one brought in. At this time, the screen had been loaded. The screen displayed a chat room. Next to Lin Feng's avatar and name was a capital 1, indicating his level. The materials needed to level up were also displayed. The chat room was bustling with activity, clearly showing quite a few people transported to this world. The elevator itself was also larger than a normal freight elevator. At this moment, a voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Beep, the host has been detected entering the world, and the prediction system has been bound. Beep, there is no danger on the floor the host is about to enter. There is a machete in the drawer of the desk, the cold voice sounded again. Lin Feng was not particularly surprised about the binding system, but he was still secretly happy in his heart, because it meant that he had more advantages than others. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on tight. The elevator announcement sounded, and Lin Feng felt a sense of weightlessness. A moment later, the elevator door opened automatically. This is actually a classroom, Lin Feng said as he looked at the clean classroom. Walking to the desk, Lin Feng found the machete in the drawer. Then, Lin Feng found the chocolate in one of the table holes. However, it was still early. Only 1 minute had passed, and the elevator would not close for another 59 minutes. Where the elevator should have displayed the floor number, it now displayed a countdown for the elevator door to close. 59:23, there was still plenty of time, so Lin Feng was not in a hurry. Lin Feng then continued to search the classroom. After searching through all the desks for several minutes, he only found a blank notebook. However, the wood needed to upgrade the elevator can be obtained by dismantling these desks, so Lin Feng decided to cut down all the desks. He swung the machete and tried it out, finding it very smooth to use and exceptionally sharp. Unfortunately, all the desks and chairs in the classroom, including the lectern, were made of wood, with no iron parts. It took Lin Feng over 50 minutes to dismantle 20 tables. If he didn't dismantle them, there wouldn't be much room in the elevator. Finally, he moved 6 chairs before returning to the elevator. Lin Feng returned just as the elevator doors closed. He looked back at the screen and saw that the materials needed for the upgrade had changed. Upgrade required 10 kilograms of wood, 100 kilograms of iron. This elevator also seemed to include chairs, as Lin Feng saw chairs in the details. After removing the chairs, the required wood increased by another 10 kilograms. Lin Feng brought the chairs back for his own rest. After placing the 6 chairs, Lin Feng lay down on them and tried them out. They were just big enough to lie down. However, there wasn't much space left in the elevator. Let's check out the chat room. Lin Feng stood up, walked to the screen, and opened the chat room. Have you all completed the first floor? Did you encounter any danger? I've finished exploring. My floor is unfinished. I found 2 shovels and a bucket. It seems the floors everyone entered aren't dangerous. I entered an abandoned factory and found 20 kilograms of scrap metal and half a bottle of mineral water. Come to think of it, I really didn't bring any water. Lin Feng touched his stomach. The only thing he could eat now was the bag of chocolate sandwiches, which could also be used in critical moments. He hoped that the next floor would bring him water. Then Lin Feng looked at the trading system again. At this time, some people had already started trying to sell items, exchanging them for what they needed. The wood in Lin Feng's hand was also in high demand at this time. After all, it was the material needed to upgrade the elevator. But Lin Feng did not sell the wood because he did not have enough to upgrade the elevator. Fortunately, he was not hungry now, so the food issue could be put on hold for the time being. In order to save energy, Lin Feng lay on the bed made of chairs. Lin Feng took off his coat and lay down with it under him for a while. This coat was the only thing he had since entering this world. After his strength recovered, Lin Feng continued to sort the wood. The elevator space was small, so every bit of space saved was a good thing. After all the wood was neatly stacked, the space seemed a little larger. System. Beep. Host, please speak. Is your function to predict the information of each floor? Beep. This system also issues mission rewards. The host's first task is to upgrade the elevator to level 2. The reward is a fine steel crossbow and 20 crossbow bolts. Lin Feng nodded after hearing this. The system was truly impressive. Let's see what everyone else is doing. Lin Feng pulled up a chair, sat in front of the screen, and opened the chat room. Brothers, who has water? I'll trade it for food. I have plenty of food, but no water. I'll do the trade, you call the shots. Holy crap, I started a fire. Lin Feng was a bit confused. Putting aside how he started the fire, the elevator was so stuffy, and he actually managed to start a fire. Wouldn't he choke to death? It's already 7 o'clock. Let's go to sleep first. We still have to explore the floor at 12 o'clock. Lin Feng said, and then he slept for a while on the chair. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is the forest floor. There is a wooden treasure chest in the center of the floor, which contains a bottle of clean drinking water, a 1L iron can, a gold coin, and 5 century-old pine trees. If you have a chainsaw, you can try to cut it off. Be careful, there is a poisonous snake in the treasure chest. If bitten, you will not survive for more than 3 seconds. The system's voice woke Lin Feng up from his sleep. The difficulty of this floor has increased, but it's just a poisonous snake. If Lin Feng didn't have a weapon, he might still be worried. Now that he knew the snake's location, he felt even less fearful. Ding dong. Elevator descending, please hold on tight. The elevator descended again. Lin Feng felt a sense of weightlessness. This time, the elevator took a full minute to slowly stop. Lin Feng decisively pressed the door open button and walked in, knife in hand. The biggest threat to him on this floor was the poisonous snake, so Lin Feng walked straight to the wooden treasure chest in the center of the floor. While carefully opening the wooden box, he had already grasped the machete in his right hand, ready to respond at any time. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and the venomous snake that was about to attack Lin Feng was immediately cut into 2 parts. Although the venomous snake was cut into 2 pieces, it was not dead and was still twisting desperately. Lin Feng killed the snake with 1 knife, and the venomous snake finally lost its threat completely. After taking the items out of the wooden box, Lin Feng looked around. Forget about chopping down those 5 pine trees. With the machete in his hand, it would probably take him a whole day. Is there a sound of water? Lin Feng took a few steps and actually heard the sound of running water. How was this floor built like this? Where did the water come from? Sure enough, Lin Feng saw the stream. It was a small stream, flowing along the edge of the building, but unfortunately, there were no fish in the water. Lin Feng took out the iron can, filled it with water, and then carried the wooden box back to the elevator. This wooden box was also made of wood and contained a little iron. Pulling it back would be perfect for upgrading the elevator. After throwing everything into the elevator, Lin Feng looked at the venomous snake he had chopped into 2 pieces. After some thought, he decided to pick it up. Lin Feng directly put it on the trading market, waiting for the right person. Lin Feng, does anyone need food? I just killed a snake. Just deal with it yourself. I want iron. I've already put it on the market. He priced the venomous snake at 5 kilograms of iron. At present, no one has bought the poisonous snake that Lin Feng listed on the exchange, but he is not in a hurry. Even if it is not popular, there will definitely be people who choose to eat it raw. The elevator upgrade still lacked 12 kilograms of wood and 98 kilograms of iron. Lin Feng looked down at the chocolate in his hand and couldn't help swallowing. He was already a little hungry. He had used up a lot of energy dismantling the desks in the classroom earlier, and now he hadn't eaten for such a long time. Let's drink some water first. Lin Feng took a few gulps of mineral water, and his stomach finally felt better. At this time, the elevator door also closed automatically. The next day, Lin Feng woke up hungry, with a feeling of emptiness in his stomach. Fortunately, it's 10 a.m., 2 hours until midnight. Beep. There are 5 weak zombies on the floor the host is about to enter. If you have a weapon, you can try to kill them. There's a food supply box in the center of the floor. After opening the supply box, you will get 3 bottles of clean water, 2 cans of beef, a special antibiotic, and a usable lighter in the pocket of one of the zombies. Ding. Triggering the selection task, please make your choice. Option 1. Enter the floor and kill 5 zombies. Reward. A P229 pistol and 3 spare magazines. Option 2. Hide in the elevator. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He didn't expect there would be a choice task. Choice 1 was undoubtedly the best, but could he really beat 5 zombies? He looked at the sharp machete in his hand, and then made up his mind to choose the first one. Lin Feng encouraged himself and then quietly waited for 12 o'clock. The food supply box was very important to him, not to mention that the task reward given by the system was a pistol. Lin Feng stretched his body while formulating a strategy. Ding dong. Elevator descending, please hold on tight. The elevator announcement rang out. To say he wasn't nervous would be a lie. After all, he had never been in a fight in his life. Lin Feng now had to face 5 bloodthirsty zombies. Why not go out? This thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, but he quickly rejected it. I've already bound myself to the system, so why should I continue to be so cowardly? Done. After the feeling of weightlessness disappeared, Lin Feng quickly pressed the button to open the door. Where are the zombies? Lin Feng looked around and found that the room in front of him was empty. Is there more than one room on this floor? Lin Feng continued to walk forward. The smell in the air made him feel a little uncomfortable. Soon he saw a deformed iron door. Gulp. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva, then stretched out his hand and pushed open the iron door. Roar! As soon as the door opened, a zombie rushed over. Fuck! Lin Feng was startled and swung the machete in his hand reflexively. With a whoosh sound, the machete had already chopped off the zombie's head. Black blood flowed down the machete onto Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng looked at the zombie that had fallen to the ground, still a little bit unbelieving. However, the other 4 zombies would not give him such an easy chance. These zombies roared and rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and ran back to the elevator without hesitation. After the 4 zombies walked through the iron gate, they stood there stupidly, as if they really couldn't see the elevator. Lin Feng's eyes turned, and he suddenly had an idea. He stepped out of the elevator with one leg. The zombies were immediately drawn in. Roar! When Lin Feng put his leg back into the elevator, the zombies stopped again. Then, Lin Feng began his ultimate monster-pulling maneuver. Finally, a few minutes later, 4 zombies stood in front of the elevator door. Lin Feng only needed to extend his arms slightly to blow their heads off. Soon, 1 zombie was shot in the head. The other 3 immediately roared in anger and were about to pounce on Lin Feng's arm, but Lin Feng quickly retreated. Roar! Bang! Another zombie was shot in the head. The remaining 2 zombies were also headshot by Lin Feng using the same method. That machete was truly amazing. Even after blasting 5 heads, it remained as sharp as new. Ding! The host has completed the mission and is distributing the rewards. As soon as the system's voice fell, Lin Feng's hands appeared with a small P229 pistol and 3 magazines. Lin Feng counted and found that there were 13 bullets in each magazine, but the pistol did not come with a magazine. At this time, with half an hour left, Lin Feng hurried to the center of the floor and found the food supply box. It's made of iron. Lin Feng was delighted and immediately picked up the box and ran back to the elevator. He then searched a few more zombie corpses. Admittedly, the smell was a bit disgusting, but for survival, Lin Feng had no choice but to do this. A lighter would definitely be useful. If he encountered raw food in the future, he could at least roast it over fire. Finally found it, and it's windproof. Lin Feng put the lighter into his pocket. Just as Lin Feng was about to return to the elevator, he suddenly remembered that the door was also made of iron. No, it can't be wasted. In order to upgrade quickly, Lin Feng decisively picked up the machete and walked towards the iron door. Fortunately, the iron door was not strong to begin with, so Lin Feng knocked on it a few times with the machete and successfully removed the rusty iron door. At this point, the elevator door still had a minute to close. Lin Feng wiped the zombie blood off his hands and smiled smugly. However, it was best to clean up the zombie blood as quickly as possible. If it accidentally got infected, it would be embarrassing. The only thing missing from the upgrade is 12 kilograms of wood and 75 kilograms of iron. At this moment, the problem Lin Feng faces is that the elevator space is full, and he has to make room for the 75 kilograms of iron. After some thought, Lin Feng decided to dismantle the 2 chairs, cut them into pieces, and pile them on the pile of wood to make room. Let's eat something first. Lin Feng took out a chocolate sandwich and finished it in a short while. Chocolate is high in calories, and after eating it, Lin Feng felt a little full. Then, Lin Feng turned on the screen to check whether the items he traded had been sold. Sure enough, they were sold. Lin Feng looked at the transaction records on the screen, feeling a little satisfied. After all, this is food, so someone will definitely need it. When he clicked to receive the item, a 5 kilograms weight suddenly appeared in front of him and crashed to the ground. Lin Feng quickly stepped back, but luckily he didn't get hit. At this point, the chat room also became lively. It turned out that 2 survivors had entered the same floor and were working together to move supplies in preparation for upgrading the elevator. Brothers, I've personally tested this, and it works. You can cooperate with others and enter their elevator. I'm with them and move my supplies over. I can almost upgrade to level 2. Lin Feng watched the conversation and felt something was amiss. How could two strangers trust each other completely in this situation? However, the others didn't seem to notice anything was amiss. After all, everyone still has some bottom line in their hearts and hasn't reached the point of killing anyone. I still have to be careful when I meet other survivors in the future. Lin Feng muttered to himself, touching his pistol. In another elevator, a reasonably good-looking woman was pinned against the elevator wall by a man who was the same person mentioned in the chat room. This wasn't cooperation, it was robbery. The man entered the building and saw the woman coming out. He had evil intentions. He used his great strength to knock the woman unconscious and threw her into his elevator. Then, he took away all the supplies in the elevator. Please let me go, the woman begged. The man chuckled. Let you go? From now on, you will be my plaything. Then something unspeakable happened. Time passed quickly. Lin Feng sold the half bottle of water he'd put up for sale at the exchange that afternoon, acquiring 5 kilograms of iron. This brought him a little closer to his goal. Hopefully I'll find a floor made entirely of iron, he thought as he lay down to rest. Ding! The host is about to enter the recycling center floor. There is no danger on the floor. There are a lot of recyclables such as scrap iron and waste paper. Lin Feng was awakened by the voice of the system and sat up immediately. No danger? Scrap metal? He was shocked. Could this floor help him upgrade the elevator directly? Ding dong. The elevator is going up. Please hold on firmly. Up. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, his heart full of questions. Regardless, the elevator arrived, and he opened the door and walked out. He saw a mountain of scrap before him, though fortunately, it had already been sorted and organized. Lin Feng found the metal section, and sure enough, he saw a lot of scrap metal. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to make a fortune now. With so much scrap metal, if I list it on the exchange, I'm sure I can make a fortune. He thought excitedly. At this moment, a sudden voice rang out. Lin Feng suddenly became nervous and quickly drew his pistol. It seemed that this place was not completely safe. There were other people. The man hadn't noticed him yet because there was a pile of scrap metal blocking his view. Lin Feng had 2 choices in mind. One was to kill him and steal the supplies, and the other was to live in peace. After all, there was a lot of scrap metal here, and even if the 2 of them took it together, they wouldn't be able to finish it all. But now that Lin Feng had a gun, he had absolute control. He turned off the safety of his gun and walked out, hunched over. The other man was facing away from him, holding a pile of scrap metal and whistling, preparing to return to the elevator. Stop, don't move. Lin Feng raised his gun and pointed it at the young man. The young man was startled and immediately raised his hands. Brother, don't shoot. Let's work together. Shall we? You're a survivor too, right? Lin Feng smiled slightly. Lin Feng replied. We can cooperate, but I want to see your sincerity. No problem. I'll move everything into your elevator right away. The young man responded quickly, turned around, and ran back to his elevator. However, when the young man got the blade in the elevator, he suddenly became malicious and decided to attack Lin Feng secretly. Don't shoot. I'll move the things over right away, the young man said as he walked towards Lin Feng, suddenly threw the box, and slashed the blade in his hand towards Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he reacted extremely quickly, raising his hand and firing a shot. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet accurately hit the young man's head. Lin Feng looked at this bloody scene and couldn't help but retching a few times. This scene was completely different from the feeling of facing zombies, and he inevitably felt a little uncomfortable. However, he quickly overcame this discomfort, walked into the elevator, and continued on with a heavy heart. Chapter 5. Upgrading the elevator. After Lin Feng finished moving the elevator supplies, he unexpectedly discovered a lot of wood and scrap metal, which was enough to upgrade his elevator. After moving them back, Lin Feng checked the time and found that less than 50 minutes had passed. Damn it, I need to hurry. He cursed inwardly, then quickened his pace. After 15 minutes of effort, he finally managed to get all the useful materials into the elevator. The rest of the time was spent sorting through the scrap metal in the junkyard. Finally, Lin Feng entered the elevator, barely able to stand inside the door. The hard work paid off, as the screen finally displayed the message, "Elevator can be upgraded." Lin Feng pressed the button without hesitation, and the elevator immediately vibrated violently, with the surrounding walls beginning to expand outward. A moment later, the elevator's space doubled, and a small water tank was added, thoughtfully labeled toilet. Thank you so much. Lin Feng complained helplessly, his eyes fixed on the screen. Upgrade materials: 100 kilograms of wood, 120 kilograms of iron, 5 gold coins. Remaining materials required: 60 kilograms of wood, 90 kilograms of iron, for gold coins. Luckily, The required materials are not many. It turns out that the gold coins are used to upgrade the elevator. I thought they were for trading. Lin Feng took out the exquisite gold coin and said. Then, he opened the chat room. Gold coins were obviously rare, otherwise only 5 would be needed. Currently, he was the only one who had upgraded the elevator to level 2. Just then, the system reward was issued. Ding! The host has completed the task, and the reward is being issued. Rewards have been issued. A fine steel hand crossbow and 20 crossbow bolts. As soon as the system finished speaking, a fine steel hand crossbow and quiver containing 20 crossbow bolts appeared in the elevator. Ting! New mission. Elevator upgrade to level 3. Rewards: a chainsaw and 100 liters of gasoline. Chainsaw. Lin Feng was stunned. Could he enter the forest floor and chop down trees directly? That way, there would be no need to worry about running out of wood. However, the most important thing right now was to upgrade the elevator quickly. In the chat room. Lin Feng, who has gold coins? I'm willing to trade them with iron and wood. 10 kilograms of iron or wood for 1 gold coin. If you're willing to trade, please contact me. 10 kilograms? Are gold coins so valuable? Boss, you reached level 2 so quickly? Did you collaborate with someone? What are gold coins good for? I have 1. Does that mean I can use them once the level 2 elevator is up? Of course it's useful. Gold coins are used to upgrade the elevator, and trading is definitely useful too. I didn't expect someone to upgrade their elevator to level 2 in just one day. I'm so envious. What does a level 2 elevator look like? Is the space bigger? I'm going crazy from being confined in this confined space. Lin Feng watched the chat room drift further and further away from the topic, feeling somewhat speechless. Never mind, let's go to bed. After Lin Feng hung 20 kilograms of wood and iron on the market, he closed the chat room. With the elevator space expanded, Lin Feng decided to officially build himself a bed. Lin Feng had previously removed the desks, but he had saved the tops, which he used as a bed. He joined 8 flat tabletops together to create a hard wooden bed, and then padded it with something soft. It was better than sleeping on an iron bed. As for the chairs, he only kept 2 and dismantled the rest to use as materials for upgrades. After doing all this, Lin Feng put his coat on the bed and lay down for a while. Not bad, quite comfortable. Then he stood up and started doing push-ups and squats, ready to start exercising today. In the current environment, a strong body is more important than anything else. Beep. The host is about to enter the red-clothed room. There is a red-clothed ghost on the bed, and there is an iron treasure chest under the bed. Inside are 2 gold coins, a ghost exorcising talisman, and a blanket. Tip. The red-clothed ghost will not directly kill humans who enter the room, but the ghost exorcising talisman can kill the ghost instantly. Ding. Triggering the selection task. Host, please make your choice. Option 1. Enter the floor and open the treasure chest. Reward. An induction cooker that does not require electricity. Option 2. Enter the floor, open the treasure chest, and kill the red-clothed ghost. Reward. A health pill. Taking it will improve your physical fitness. Choice 3. Don't enter the floor. Reward. A compressed biscuit. Lin Feng was awakened by the system's notification. System, can't you give me both the rewards for option 1 and option 2? Ding. Sorry. Host. No, you can only choose 1. Okay, then I'll choose 2. Lin Feng replied without hesitation. Chapter 6. Ghost Marriage. Red-cloaked ghost. The elevator announcement sounded again. Ding dong. Elevator going down. Please hold on. Lin Feng felt the familiar sensation again. A moment later, he pressed the door open button. Red-cloaked ghost. He wanted to see what she looked like. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of ghosts. It wasn't because he had any special skills, but because he was brave. Furthermore, the system had said that the red-robed ghost wouldn't kill people directly. It needed certain conditions. The elevator door slowly opened, revealing a wedding room. The walls were covered in wedding characters, but strangely, they were all white. The red-dressed ghost was dressed like a bride. Could this be a plot for a ghost marriage? Lin Feng pondered this as he entered the room. The red-dressed ghost on the bed didn't speak, but instead looked down at the ground. Lin Feng ignored her and looked around. The room was built in an ancient style, and the outside world was still invisible from the windows. Looking around, Lin Feng didn't find anything useful, so he walked to the bed and bent down to look under it. It was pitch black under the bed, and he couldn't see anything clearly, but since the system said there was a treasure chest under the bed, there must be one, so he reached out without hesitation. This wave of operations made the red-clothed ghost a little stunned. What's going on? He starts by feeling under the bed. Huh? What's this? It's cold. Lin Feng frowned and began to feel around carefully. Oh my god, there's someone under the bed. Lin Feng quickly withdrew his hand. Just now, he had actually interlocked his fingers with the person under the bed. That warmth, That stiffness, it must be a corpse. Could that be the body of the red-clothed ghost on the bed? Just as he was stunned, Lin Feng suddenly felt something staring at him from behind, and his breathing became heavy. A voice in his heart reminded him to turn back quickly, but the hairs on his back told him that he must not turn back. Lin Feng never doubted his sixth sense. He knew that if he turned back now, he might not be far from death. He could feel that the red-clothed ghost was staring at him. As long as he turned around, she would attack him. Sure enough, Lin Feng's guess was correct. The red-clothed ghost was floating in the air, her body almost touching Lin Feng's back. If Lin Feng turned around, he would definitely be frightened, and her killing condition was to scare the other person. Don't turn around, don't turn around. Lin Feng muttered to himself as he continued to reach under the bed. The treasure chest was right next to the head of the corpse. Well, nice figure. Lin Feng complained in his heart, while silently pulling out the treasure chest. When the red-clothed ghost heard this, the horrified expression on his face suddenly collapsed. Damn human! The red-clothed ghost, unable to bear it any longer, instantly appeared before Lin Feng, sporting what she considered the most terrifying expression. Its eyes flashed white, veins bulged, and blood streamed from all 7 orifices. Lin Feng stared at her expressionlessly, calmly saying, "That's it." He wasn't frightened by the red-clothed ghost's behavior. Instead, he felt a sense of boredom. Seeing Lin Feng show no fear, the red-clothed ghost froze. She began to wonder if she wasn't scary enough. Then, her expression changed, and she let out a pitiful cry. "Shut the fuck up. You're making so much noise." Lin Feng slapped her. Huh? This red-clothed evil ghost is a physical entity. Looking at the red-clothed evil ghost that was knocked to the ground by him, Lin Feng scratched his head. Forget it. Let's open the treasure chest first. Lin Feng took out a ghost exorcising talisman from the treasure chest and glanced at the red-clothed evil ghost. A ghost-chasing talisman is, of course, used to chase in ghosts, Lin Feng said calmly. The red-clothed ghost had just come to his senses and was stunned. How dare you bully a ghost? Lin Feng was bewildered. What was going on? He ignored her. After all, his time was precious. Lin Feng held up the ghost-chasing talisman in his hand. Do you recognize this? Looking at the beautiful red-clothed ghost in front of him, Lin Feng smiled and asked, I don't know her. The red-clothed ghost shook her head. In fact, she was a new ghost, having just become a ghost not long ago. The reason she became a ghost was because she had experienced a ghost marriage and had too much resentment after death. Haha, then I'll let you get to know it now. Lin Feng sneered, and then threw the ghost exorcising talisman directly out. Huh? Why is there no reaction? Lin Feng was stunned, and the talisman fell to the ground and did not work. Ding! The host needs to use the blood from his fingertips to activate the talisman, then shout the urgent order, and then throw it out. You said it earlier. Lin Feng understood immediately, picked up the talisman awkwardly, bit his fingertips, and smeared the blood on the talisman. After the exorcism talisman was activated, the red-clothed ghost immediately felt threatened and begged for mercy. Please give me a way out, immortal. I don't want to hurt anyone. Lin Feng ignored him and silently said, Hurry up and obey the order. Following his command, the exorcism talisman automatically flew towards the red-clothed ghost and locked onto her. After a loud bang, the red-robed ghost let out a miserable cry and disappeared into thin air. Ding! The host has completed the mission and the reward is being distributed. Reward distribution completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a health-enhancing pill. Health-enhancing pill. After taking, it can enhance physical fitness. After claiming the reward, Lin Feng carried the iron treasure chest back to the elevator. The iron chest wasn't light, estimated to be 20 to 30 kilograms, and thick enough to stop several bullets. After carrying the treasure chest back to the elevator, Lin Feng looked at the bed. It had a soft mattress, pillow, and quilt. He wondered if he could move them. Lin Feng looked at the size of the elevator, then at the bed. Damn, the elevator is a bit small. He sighed helplessly and had no choice but to take the mattress, pillow, and sheets away, not caring at all about the fact that these were items for a ghost marriage. Chapter 7. Oversized Cowhide Backpack. Ding! The host has triggered a random task. Please choose whether to complete the red ghost's last wish. Completion reward. An oversized cowhide backpack. It can actually trigger a random task. Lin Feng checked the elevator closing time, which was still 40 minutes, giving him plenty of time. He accepted the mission without hesitation. Ding! Random mission, Red Ghost's last wish. In 5 minutes, the man's family, who are planning a ghost marriage, will appear on this floor. Please kill them all and burn their bodies. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This mission was relatively simple, not complicated, and there were no ghosts. He decided to use his crossbow to avoid wasting bullets. So, Lin Feng hid under the bed, pulled the female corpse under the bed as well, and waited quietly for the mission to begin. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng saw two figures walk in, a man and a woman, holding the corpse of a man dressed in a groom's uniform. This was the target. Lin Feng quickly loaded his crossbow, took aim, and fired. At such close range, it would be surprising if a hand crossbow missed. The man was shot in the neck and collapsed, clutching his bleeding throat. The woman next to him was horrified and wanted to scream when Lin Feng's crossbow bolt flew in. The two targets were quickly taken care of, and Lin Feng relaxed. He no longer felt as disgusted as he had when he was shot in the head with a pistol before. After all, this scene was not as bloody. Next, he began to burn the body. The surrounding oil lamps blew up all over the room. Lin Feng knocked them over, spilling oil onto the body, and the flames quickly spread. Mission accomplished. Lin Feng clapped his hands and walked back to the elevator. However, the system still hadn't indicated the mission was complete. It seemed he had to wait until the body was completely burned. Even without the system reward, Lin Feng was satisfied with his haul, the exorcist talisman, 2 gold coins, and a blanket. He laid out the blanket and mattress, finally making a decent bed. Lying down, Lin Feng relaxed, closed his eyes, and waited for the mission to be completed. The elevator was about to close in 20 minutes. System, if the body isn't completely burned before the elevator closes, you're not going to withhold my reward. Are you? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. No, host. Please be patient. After hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly had a bold guess in his mind. Are these floors independent worlds? The sounds heard on the classroom floor seemed to confirm this. However, even if he knew, he still couldn't get out. He decided to take the health pill first, wondering if it could help improve his physical fitness. He picked up the black pill and swallowed it without hesitation. As soon as the pill went down his throat, Lin Feng's expression twisted. Ugh, it's so damn bitter. Why is it so astringent? Damn system, this pill is not made of shit. Although he wanted to vomit it out, Lin Feng resisted the urge to waste it. He quickly drank a few sips of water before finally swallowing the pill. Other people's pills melt in their mouths. They're not sweet, but they shouldn't be bitter at all. Why do mine taste like shit? Lin Feng couldn't help but dry heave, thinking that if there was no change, he would really have to find an account with the system. Ding, host, please be calm. This system will never cheat you. I feel relieved with your words. Lin Feng nodded and continued to wait. 10 minutes later. Ting, the host's mission has been completed. Reward, an oversized leather backpack. What about my body's changes? Why don't I feel any changes? Lin Feng clenched his fists, feeling that he was still as weak as before. Ting, please do some push-ups, and you'll notice the changes. I'll trust you this once, Lin Feng muttered to himself, putting down his leather backpack and starting to do push-ups. An hour later. Holy crap, am I that awesome? Lin Feng exclaimed. He'd already been quite good at doing a dozen standard push-ups before, but now he could actually do them for an hour straight without feeling tired at all. At this time, he touched his stomach and found it was hard. He was so excited that he quickly touched it, and tears streamed down his face. My 4-pack abs. It's finally back. Ding, please continue to exercise. The effect of the fitness pill will continue to take effect. Great stuff. System, you're not lying to me. After confirming he wasn't being taken advantage of, Lin Feng picked up the oversized leather backpack. It's not that big. What the hell? The moment Lin Feng touched the backpack, 5 grids appeared on his retina. Ding, this backpack is a space backpack. Each grid can store 1 item, and the weight of each item can be accumulated up to 200 kilograms. God-given equipment. This is simply God-given equipment. Lin Feng immediately stuffed the wood and scrap metal into the backpack. Back at the recycling center floor, he no longer had to worry about running out of iron. 5 full compartments, a full ton of scrap metal. After donning the cowhide backpack, Lin Feng didn't feel any weight at all, only the weight of the backpack itself. Baby, Lin Feng exclaimed, then put down the backpack and devoured the canned beef. The canned food tasted really good, neither too salty nor too bland. Lin Feng happily ate it, including the soup and meat. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Feng exercised for another 2 hours and didn't fall asleep until after 3 in the morning. He slept soundly that night and didn't wake up until 11:30 in the morning. Chapter 8 Prehistoric World. Perhaps it was a habit, but this time, before the system could remind him, Lin Feng had already woken up. Beep. The floor you are about to enter is the Jurassic world. Please proceed with caution. After exiting the elevator, walk 50 meters to the right, and you'll find a dragon's nest unguarded by dinosaurs. You can obtain a dinosaur egg that's about to hatch, as well as plenty of food and natural resources. Once again, please exercise discretion. The system's warning was clear. Jurassic World was undoubtedly fraught with danger. Lin Feng knew that with his current strength, he was unlikely to defeat a behemoth like a dinosaur. If he had traded his pistol for an assault rifle, he might still be able to try, but with just a pistol, he feared he wouldn't even be able to scratch a dinosaur. Since we're already here, let's go in and take a look. If things don't work, we can retreat back to the elevator, Lin Feng decided, gritting his teeth. Ding dong. Elevator descending, please hold on tight. As the elevator doors opened, the deafening roar of a dinosaur reached us. The scene Lin Feng saw was just like the Jurassic World in the movie. Towering trees, prehistoric creatures everywhere, pterosaurs soaring in the sky. Lin Feng was amazed, but he soon realized that this world is simply too big. If the world in front of him could move around freely, then the area of this floor would probably be tens of thousands of hectares. However, just from the deafening roar of the dinosaur, Lin Feng knew that he must not run around. Otherwise, he really didn't know how he would die. After exiting the elevator, walk 50 meters to the right. It's not far. Let's go for it. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and decided to leave the elevator, the only safe zone. His goal was clear, to obtain the dinosaur egg. The system said that after the dragon hatched, it would recognize him as its master. If he succeeded, he would have a powerful pet. 50 meters, 50 meters, 50 meters. Lin Feng muttered as he cautiously moved forward. Fortunately, no prehistoric creatures had yet noticed this tiny human. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the berry bushes ahead. Lin Feng immediately raised his pistol, looked warily at the overgrown grass, and slowly backed away, ready to flee at any moment. A moment later, an animal that looked like both a bird and a chicken leaped out from the bushes. Is this a dodo? Lin Feng was stunned. Quack! Upon seeing Lin Feng, the dodo didn't run away. Instead, it charged towards him aggressively, as if to beat him up. Bang! Bang! 2 shots fired, and the dodo fell to the ground. What the hell is this? It's really an idiot. Lin Feng muttered, putting the dodo's body into the cowhide backpack. It's actually quite heavy, almost 10 pounds. Lin Feng also conveniently placed the entire berry bush into his leather backpack. Whatever could fit in, he'd put it there. There was no need to hesitate. After walking a little further, Lin Feng finally saw the legendary dragon's nest. Beneath a large rock, 2 newly hatched dinosaurs were leisurely strolling around, while a dinosaur egg, roughly the size of Lin Feng's head, lay quietly nearby. There were many animal carcasses scattered around the dragon's nest, especially the carcasses of dodos, as well as some scraps of meat from who knows where. Small carnivorous dinosaurs? Lin Feng muttered. He saw that there were no large dinosaurs guarding the dragon's nest, but the 2 small dragons looked very impressive. Seeing Lin Feng enter their territory, the 2 dragons immediately assumed a defensive stance, letting out low growls. To obtain the eggs, Lin Feng decided not to waste time with them. He quickly emptied his crossbow, shot down a few dragons, and then rushed over to collect the intact dodo carcasses and some dinosaur carcasses into his backpack. He collected these carcasses to feed the hatchlings. Meanwhile, Lin Feng could try grilling some dinosaur meat on another floor, perhaps even trying something new. Roar! Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, he suddenly heard a loud roar that startled him. Looking back, it was the velociraptor. Seeing its children killed, it roared angrily at Lin Feng. To his horror, Lin Feng realized that the velociraptor ran faster than a cheetah, making it impossible to shake it off as easily as he had imagined. We must fight back. Lin Feng fiercely steadied himself, stopped, and emptied his magazine. 13 bullets were fired, but only 4 hit the velociraptor's hind legs. The velociraptor roared in pain and fell heavily to the ground, its hind legs clearly preventing it from running. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and quickly returned to the elevator. After entering the elevator, he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. He turned back and touched his back, only to find himself covered in cold sweat. It had been so dangerous just now. Fortunately, he had a pistol. The elevator still had 20 minutes before closing, but Lin Feng knew he wouldn't dare leave again. He placed the dinosaur egg on the bed and replaced the last magazine in his pistol. Then, heavy footsteps could be heard. The velociraptor from earlier was actually stumbling towards the elevator. Although its speed had slowed due to its injuries, Lin Feng knew it would definitely find this place. Fortunately, Lin Feng was already in the elevator, and the velociraptor didn't notice him. Watching it continue to roar outside the elevator, Lin Feng felt a sense of guilt. After all, he had killed its children and taken the last egg. If it were him, he would be furious too. Just then, a pterosaur flew from the sky and snatched the injured velociraptor away. This was the cruel prehistoric world. Lin Feng watched the pterosaur gradually disappear, his eyes casting a complicated glance at the dragon egg in his hand. Chapter 9. Finding someone to make a crossbow. The elevator door completely closed, and Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief as he listened to the dinosaur's roar gradually receding in the distance. Now, his only hope was that the dinosaur egg he had picked up would successfully hatch and recognize him as its master. That way, he'd have a powerful assistant when exploring the floors later. After wrapping the dinosaur eggs, Lin Feng continued with his training for the day. 3 hours later, he finished his last can of beef, drank some water, and then lay down to rest. However, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel that something wasn't right with him. He hadn't had a bowel movement since arriving in this world, and it seemed like something was wrong with him. Although he was a little worried, he decided to ignore it and wait until he could rest. Upon waking up, Lin Feng drowsily glanced at the screen and saw that it was already 11 o'clock. At this time, the chat room was already bustling with activity. Everyone was anticipating the upcoming 12 o'clock floor. Finally, someone bought the iron and wood that Lin Feng had been selling, and he also collected a total of 5 gold coins with the 2 gold coins he found on the ghost marriage floor. Brothers, it takes 5 gold coins to upgrade the level 2 elevator to level 3. Don't trade gold if you have any, a player on the level 2 elevator warned. This remark caused a tense atmosphere in the chat room. Everyone began to realize the preciousness of gold, and suddenly no one traded gold easily anymore. Lin Feng watched the discussion with a wave of frustration. He'd seen people cheat others, but he'd never seen anyone cheat themselves and still think they were smart. Fortunately, he'd already gathered all the gold coins. At the same time, Lin Feng realized that being one step ahead of others would allow him to gain more information. Perhaps something others looked down upon was exactly what he needed to upgrade his elevator. A message in the chat room caught Lin Feng's attention. Some bad news. While exploring the previous floor, I found an empty elevator with blood on the floor. It's opposite my elevator. Upstairs, you're saying someone's been murdered and robbed, right? Indeed, I want to remind everyone that not everyone is willing to cooperate. If you want to cooperate peacefully, you may encounter someone with bad intentions. Who knows how he will treat you and take away your resources? Lin Feng began to consider whether he should find someone to help make some crossbows. He could make wooden arrows, but wooden crossbow arrows could penetrate human flesh without having to be retrieved after each shot. So, Lin Feng decided to contact the bow maker to see if he could help him make some crossbow arrows. Lin Feng clicked on his profile picture. Lin Feng, hello. Yihua. Hello, what can I do for you? In the elevator, a handsome young man saw the two on Lin Feng's profile picture and instantly understood why Lin Feng was looking for him. He knew Lin Feng was here to discuss gold coins, but Yihua was already aware of their importance and wouldn't sell them casually. Yihua. Sorry, I don't sell gold coins. Lin Feng. No. I'm here to ask you to make crossbow arrows. Can you do it? I can provide food as payment. Yihua. Crossbow arrows? I can make them, but I only have 1 knife, so my efficiency is low. I can only make a few per day. Also, for wooden arrows, you need to provide the raw materials. Lin Feng. No problem, I'll pay you with food. Lin Feng happily agreed. He had no shortage of food. The berry bushes in his cowhide backpack were more than enough to fill his stomach. He also had a lot of meat in his backpack, and he wondered if it would spoil if left there for too long. System, will the food stored in the cowhide backpack spoil? Ding. No. Host, the time of the items in the cowhide backpack is still. That's good. The function of the cowhide backpack is similar to a space ring. The items in it will not rot. Lin Feng felt relieved and continued to wait for the transaction with Yihua to be completed. Chapter 10. Game floor. Lin Feng randomly pulled out a dinosaur carcass from his cowhide backpack and used a machete to cut up the meat. He didn't want anyone to know he had entered the Jurassic floor, so he deliberately didn't indicate the source of the meat, simply writing meat food. He decided to give Yihua a small piece of meat as a deposit, along with some wood. Yihua, raw meat. Lin Feng. Crocodile meat. Cook it yourself. Yihua. That. Well, it's better than nothing. Yihua took the raw meat and rubbed his stomach, thinking that he had to start a fire and cook quickly. After all, he hadn't eaten all day. Seeing that midnight was approaching, he had to get it done quickly. Meanwhile, Lin Feng also received a system notification. Beep, the host is about to enter the game floor. In addition to the host, there are 3 other survivors participating in the game. The game is a game of hide and seek. The survivors are responsible for hiding and can transform into any object. The native residents of the floor are hunters, responsible for finding the hiders. If they are found by the hunters, they will die immediately. After the game, they will receive rewards: 2 bottles of nutrient solution, 1 gold coin, and 100 kilograms of resources for any elevator upgrade. Beep, alerting the host. The search party will enter the floor in 1 minute. During this period, the host can freely choose a hiding place, but there is a 10% chance that the hunter will look up. Lin Feng smiled, understanding what the system meant. Do you mean for me to hide in a high place? Although he wanted to laugh, he was also a little worried. Besides himself, there were 3 other survivors. If they deliberately exposed their positions, Lin Feng would have no chance of retaliation. Furthermore, if someone died in the game, all the inheritance would go to the other person. This was the biggest reward on this floor. Ding dong. Elevator going down. Please hold on tight. The announcement sounded, and the elevator began to descend rapidly. After it stopped, Lin Feng took a deep breath and walked in. The layout of this floor looked like a deserted circus, with places to hide everywhere. Lin Feng found a high point, a circus tightrope walker's platform, though only one remained. Shortly after entering the building, he encountered 3 other survivors. They came from different directions, and upon seeing each other, their eyes were filled with hostility. Clearly, the chatter had taken its toll, leaving everyone wary of one another. The 4 of them remained silent as they met, maintaining their distance from one another. The atmosphere was tense. Then, a voice rang out from the elevator. Game begin. Hunters will enter in 1 minute. Please hide for the next 10 minutes. This announcement shocked the other 3. They had never encountered such a situation before. Most of the time, they were searching for supplies on the floors, not playing hide-and-seek like this. What fa? One of them turned into a cardboard box and shouted in surprise. Lin Feng also turned into an object, but the object he turned into was too conspicuous. It was actually a street lamp. This was not right. Why would there be a street lamp in a circus? The remaining 2 people, one turned into an iron gate, the other into a trash can. Compared to Lin Feng, their choice of items was clearly more understated. What should we do next? The person transformed into a cardboard box asked doubtfully, watching the others transform into objects. Will it be hide and seek? The person transformed into an iron gate whispered, the situation reminding him of a game of hide and seek he had played himself. The announcement just mentioned hiding. This must be hide and seek, right? Hi, Trashkin said. The hunters were about to enter the arena, but Lin Feng wasn't standing there like an idiot. He quickly climbed onto the platform, trusting the system without hesitation. Lin Feng tried to get back to the elevator, but he found that after turning into a streetlight, he couldn't enter the elevator. It seemed that he would have to wait 10 minutes. Damn, isn't this too conspicuous? He complained in his heart. Fortunately, he could control the streetlights, otherwise he would have been dead. At this moment, he stood on a platform several dozen meters high, while the other 3 were also looking for suitable hiding places. The hunters finally entered the scene, and Lin Feng saw 2 fully armed men walk in, holding shotguns. His heart suddenly tightened, thinking that it must be very painful to hit him. Bang, bang, bang. Without any nonsense, the hunter started shooting at everything in the circus. Lin Feng was shocked. This situation was completely different from the games he had played. Was there no penalty for mistakes? At this moment, a scream was heard. The survivor who had turned into a large iron gate was hit by the hunter. The hunter was obviously very happy to have killed the first hider. He casually threw the cigarette, but in his mouth into the trash can nearby. Oh my god, no way. The man who had become a trash can looked at the cigarette but that had fallen into his hair, panicking and praying that it would go out quickly. However, his wish was not fulfilled. After a few minutes, the cigarette but not only did not go out, but it began to singe his hair. Despite the intense pain in his scalp, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The sight of the survivor's body, transformed into an iron gate, served as a warning. If he exposed his position, he, too, would become a corpse. A few minutes later, the 2 hunters returned. When they saw the trash can emitting black smoke, one of them sneered, "Little mouse, so you are here." The trash can knew that it had been discovered, but moving now would definitely be a dead end. It could only hold on and hope that it could save its life. Bang! Luck did not come. After the gunshot, the disguise of the trash can disappeared and the body appeared in its place. At this time, there was only 1 minute left before the end of the game. Chapter 11 Trading Floor, People from Different Worlds? Lin Feng and the man who had been transformed into a cardboard box were both still alive. Their hearts raced, their nerves pounding. As the game drew to a close, the hunters grew increasingly frantic. They would shoot at anything they could see, seemingly running out of bullets. However, just as the system had predicted, the hunters never looked up. Had they done so, they would have surely noticed the street lamp, standing on a high platform, standing out from the rest of the crowd. Game over, prey wins. After the announcement, the 2 hunters exploded instantly. The bloody scene made even Lin Feng, a veteran of battle, feel uneasy. After the hunter's death, Lin Feng regained his human form. Meanwhile, his elevator also gained 2 bottles of nutrient solution, a gold coin, and 100 kilograms of iron. Hey, buddy, are we the only ones left? The young man, transformed into a cardboard box, looked at Lin Feng with ill intent. Well, it's just the 2 of us left. Lin Feng loaded his pistol and stared at the young man silently. After seeing the gun, the young man took a step back in fear, then turned around and tried to return to his elevator. Bye, Lin Feng said calmly. What? The young man turned around in confusion upon hearing this. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the young man fell to the ground. Lin Feng became the ultimate winner. It was then that Lin Feng realized the elevator door closing time had begun counting down, and he still had plenty of time. He smiled. This was a real win. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng saw that the reward had already appeared inside. At this point, he only needed 60 kilograms of wood to upgrade the elevator to level 3. And the 3 people's elevators must have more than that. Lin Feng worked for over 50 minutes, finally packing up the other 3 people's belongings in a cowhide backpack. If it weren't for this magical artifact, Lin Feng probably wouldn't have been able to finish packing them by the time came. Lin Feng also picked up the shotguns of the 2 hunters. 2 pump-action shotguns, each with 45 rounds of ammunition, should last him a while. After all, a shotgun is far more powerful than a pistol. After packing up everything, Lin Feng didn't have time to explore any more floors. The elevator would close in a minute. He returned to the elevator and began to take inventory of the items he had obtained. First, Lin Feng decided to upgrade the elevator. After clicking on the upgrade button, the required resources vanished. Then, the elevator underwent a noticeable change. The space became larger and the outer edge extended considerably. The cistern toilet had been replaced with a wooden one. Most importantly, a ventilation fan had been installed above the elevator, making the air less stuffy. Lin Feng took a few deep breaths, feeling much happier. Including the resources he'd obtained from the 3-person elevator, Lin Feng only needed 20 kilograms of wood, 20 kilograms of iron, and 10 gold coins to upgrade the elevator to level 4. Ding! The host's mission has been completed and the reward has been issued. Ding! An upgrade task is issued. Please upgrade the elevator to level 4. The reward is 2 universal medicine boxes. Damn! It takes so many gold coins. Lin Feng muttered helplessly. Gold coins are almost impossible to obtain through transactions now, which means he doesn't know how many floors he has to go through to collect these 10 gold coins. Of course, if you encounter other survivors, this matter will be easy. Gathering resources is still the fastest way to kill and rob. Lin Feng doesn't think there is anything wrong with this. After all, in this world of elevator survival, the law of the jungle is the norm. He took out the food from the 3 people's elevator and picked out a can of fruit and a can of beef to start eating. It wasn't much food, just 2 cans of beef, 1 can of fruit, 3 pieces of dry bread, and 6 bottles of water. But it was enough to keep Lin Feng going for a while. After dinner, Lin Feng worked out for 2 hours and was about to rest when he suddenly felt the urge to poop. Holy crap! After all these days, I'm finally going to poop? Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh at himself. Without further hesitation, he sat down on the toilet and started to relieve himself. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng comfortably closed the toilet lid. The toilet was well sealed, and there was no odor in the entire elevator. After using the toilet, he hugged the dinosaur egg and prepared to sleep. Beep! The floor you are about to enter is the trading floor. This floor is the peace floor. The elevator will be parked for 5 hours. You can trade with others on this floor. If a violent conflict occurs on the peace floor, guards will be stationed to control it. Please be aware. Trading floor? Trading with other survivors? That seems a bit redundant. Trading can be done directly on the screen in the elevator, and items can be instantly transported into the elevator. Soon, the elevator announcement sounded. Ding dong. Elevator going up, please hold on tight. The elevator began to slowly ascend, then stopped after a few seconds. The elevator door opened automatically. Unlike previous times, Lin Feng didn't press a button. It seemed the elevator was indeed unusual. Lin Feng strapped his pistol to his waist, slung his shotgun over his shoulder, and strapped his machete to his waist, arming himself as best he could. Although the system said this was a peaceful floor and that there were guards, Lin Feng trusted his own weapons more. So lively. Lin Feng looked at the group of people in various clothing, filled with curiosity. Some of these people were wearing modern clothes, some were wearing armor, some were wearing ancient costumes, and there was even a woman wearing an exoskeleton. This floor was quite interesting. Lin Feng was shocked. Could these people be from different worlds? At this time, a vendor approached him. The vendor was dressed in a black robe, like someone from the Republic of China era. Little brother, I think the gun you're carrying is quite interesting. Do you want to sell it? What are you talking about? Lin Feng asked, taking down the shotgun. Yeah, yeah, how about 2 gold coins? The vendor said, seeing Lin Feng look like a newbie. 2 gold coins. Lin Feng thought. This gun would cost more than 2 gold coins to other survivors, right? Was this vendor trying to trick him? Lin Feng was about to refuse when a woman in plate armor suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Hello, sir, can you sell me this gun? I'll give you 5 gold coins, and you name the price for the bullets, the woman said earnestly, appearing sincere. Chapter 12 The Importance of Gold Coins. The merchant looked at the woman in medieval attire and said with disdain, I say, bitch, do you understand the rules? You can't steal customers. In this world, the more backward a person is, the lower their status is, because their transactions usually require others to buy their things. I'm sorry, I really need this weapon. The woman apologized, her tone filled with urgency. The vendor sneered, little brother, better be careful. This woman is not simple. Don't get tricked. He pulled out a small fan from somewhere, crossed his legs, and fanned himself as he spoke. In his eyes, the shotgun in Lin Feng's hand wasn't worth 5 gold coins, at most 4. After all, his world could produce firearms, and he had never seen the shotgun on Lin Feng's back. But I know who's offering the higher price. Lin Feng glanced at the vendor and decided to trade with the woman. He had 2 shotguns, so trading 1 for 1 was no problem. As for 2 gold coins, Lin Feng couldn't accept that, but 5 was acceptable. Seeing that Lin Feng agreed to trade with her, the woman seemed very happy and took out 5 gold coins to buy the shotgun. Lin Feng was only willing to sell 5 bullets, as he didn't have many. Each 5 bullets was priced at 1 gold coin. Sir, I'm running low. Can I use leather or food to pay for the remaining gold coin? The woman asked sheepishly. Well, okay, let me see your food. Lin Feng agreed. The woman smiled even brighter and immediately took out the food she brought from her backpack. This is the bread I brought, she said. It's not very delicious, but it's quite hard. Lin Feng looked at the pancakes and thought that no one would eat them except the survivors. Give me 5 big pancakes. The pancakes were indeed large, almost 2 centimeters thick, and each one was as big as Lin Feng's head twice. 5 cakes seemed like a lot to Lin Feng, yet the woman agreed immediately. Lin Feng felt a little regretful. Damn, I should have asked for more. After the transaction was complete, Lin Feng stuffed the items into his leather backpack and continued to wander around the trading floor. Almost all transactions here were made with gold coins, with barter rarely taking place. Lin Feng strolled around but didn't buy anything. He had too few gold coins, so getting an elevator was the most important thing. And since he'd been able to visit the trading floor once, he was sure to come back. Lin Feng had originally thought he could sell some of his supplies, but no one else needed what he brought. He used the wood and iron himself, as well as the food and nutrient solution, so he couldn't sell them. Lin Feng kept the antibiotics as a precaution, so if he got sick, he'd have a way to survive. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Feng suddenly saw a stall with a pistol like his own on display. Seeing that his pistol had no bullets, Lin Feng thought that maybe this stall had the bullets he needed. The stall owner was wearing a black combat uniform and had a conspicuous scar on his face, which made people afraid to approach easily. Hello, boss. Lin Feng walked over and greeted him. Hello, what can I do for you? The boss asked coldly, putting down the grenade in his hand. Do you have bullets for this gun? Lin Feng asked, pointing at the pistol. Yes, 1 gold coin for 20 rounds, the boss replied. Lin Feng took out 2 gold coins. After accepting the coins, the boss gave Lin Feng 2 paper boxes filled with bullets, 20 rounds in each box. As Lin Feng put away the bullets and prepared to leave, the boss suddenly said, Kid, remember to bargain when buying things here. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the boss, who handed him a gold coin. Here's your change. Thanks for the reminder, Lin Feng said gratefully. But in his heart, he thought that the bullets he was selling seemed a bit expensive. 10 bullets cost 1 gold coin, and he actually bought 40 bullets for 1 gold coin. After thanking the boss, Lin Feng left the stall. There was only 1 hour left before the elevator closed. Lin Feng vanished from sight, a common occurrence here, and no one was surprised. Wow, this floor is truly amazing, Lin Feng exclaimed, taking a deep breath and realizing the value of the gold coin. If he had enough gold, he could even buy a complete exoskeleton. But for him right now, it was definitely beyond his means. Lin Feng opened the chat room to see if anyone else had discovered this trading floor like him. But he didn't see anyone mention this floor. Most people were still chatting, exchanging items, and sharing experiences. As more and more empty elevators were discovered, trust between survivors dwindled, and everyone could only communicate normally in the virtual space of the chat room. If they met in real life, they would probably draw their swords right away. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a red dot appear on Yihua's profile picture. Could it be that the crossbow arrows were finished? Yihua. Hello, I have made 5 crossbow arrows so far. How about you try them? Lin Feng. Okay, then I'll just put something up on the exchange, and you can trade it for crossbow bolts. Yihua. Okay. Lin Feng hung a small piece of wood on the exchange, and soon received 5 crossbow bolts. It had to be said that Yihua had done a good job. The crossbow arrows were almost as good as those provided by the system. Although the arrowheads were made of wood, they should be able to kill unprotected targets. Lin Feng tested the crossbow arrows and found that they were accurate, so he asked Yihua to make 30 more. Afterwards, he gave Yihua the wood and food. The food was still raw dinosaur meat, and the reward was 1 kilogram of raw meat. Lin Feng still had 70 kilograms of raw meat in his leather backpack, so he had no shortage of it. After exercising for a while, Lin Feng suddenly realized it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. Since he didn't plan to sleep, he ate something and continued his exercise. It had to be said that the fitness pills given by the system were really effective. Lin Feng, who hadn't exercised in a long time, suddenly had a body that had been trained for more than 10 years. Although it wasn't like the pills in novels that could instantly turn people into Supermen, Lin Feng was already very satisfied. Chapter 13: Unlimited Water Resources. This is the first time I felt so good about working out. Lin Feng put down the scrap metal in his hand that was used as a barbell and said, with the help of the fitness pills, Lin Feng's body became very strong after only a few days of exercise. Although he couldn't reach the point where he could kill a cow with 1 punch, Lin Feng believed that as long as he continued to practice like this, he would eventually become One-Punch Man. Beep. The floor you're about to enter is the glacier floor. You'll enter an extremely cold world. There's a mysterious treasure underwater. If you're not afraid of freezing into a popsicle, you can go down and take a look. There are several cute little animals on the floor. If you're very hungry, you can choose to eat them. Ding! Trigger the selection task. Option 1. Enter the water and obtain a mysterious treasure. You will be rewarded with a master key, a key that can open all locks in the world. Quest assistance item, a warm diving suit, which will automatically disappear after the mission is completed. Option 2. Wait in the elevator for the next floor, and you'll be rewarded with a crisp, sweet, and delicious apple. You have to choose one. Lin Feng said when he saw the option that seemed like a free-point question. Ding! Selection successful. Mission assistance items have been issued. Then the elevator announcement sounded. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on. After opening the door, Lin Feng changed into a warm diving suit and entered this floor. Hiss! It's so cold. Although he was wearing the warm diving suit provided by the system, the temperature of dozens of degrees below zero still made Lin Feng shiver. Is there really animals living in this damn place? Lin Feng walked inside and soon found a glacier. The thick layer of ice on the surface allows Lin Feng to walk on it freely, but the question is, how can he get down? The treasure is at the bottom of the river, and I don't have any explosives, so there is no way I can break the ice of the glacier. Just when Lin Feng was feeling annoyed by this, several snow-white deer ran out from the bushes. It might be a deer. It looks very similar. The only difference is that it has thick hair on its body to keep warm. But these deer looked as if they were frightened by something. Just as Lin Feng was stunned, the ground suddenly began to shake. What the hell? An earthquake? Lin Feng was shocked and quickly retreated into the elevator. Fortunately, the elevator was very safe. There is no threat of earthquake. It seems that this mission cannot be completed. Lin Feng sighed. Who knows when the earthquake will stop? Even if it stops within an hour, he probably won't be able to complete the task within the specified time. What Lin Feng never expected was that the earthquake seemed to serve him. After only a dozen minutes, the shaking of the floor stopped. The frozen river was also cracked by the short and strong earthquake just now. Clear river water appeared in the river again. After Lin Feng tried to walk in and finally confirmed that it was safe, he hurried to the river to check. The river was not deep, so Lin Feng saw the golden box at the bottom of the river at a glance. Mad, let's fight. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He was also a good swimmer, good at dog paddling. The water here is neither deep nor fast. Let's fight for the treasure chest. Plop. A splash of water started up, and Lin Feng jumped in directly. What the hell? Lin Feng got goosebumps instantly when he entered the water. Although the temperature underwater might be milder than on the ground, the feeling was completely different. Moreover, Lin Feng seriously suspected that the diving suit given to him by the system was just a decoration. What kind of thermal diving suit is this? It's not warm at all, and for some reason, Lin Feng's legs are still a little stiff. But he can't care about that now, so he decided to dive in quickly. Hold on, hold on. Lin Feng muttered to himself as he dived, and quickly opened the treasure chest after arriving. Ding dong. Congratulations. You've successfully obtained unlimited water resources. They've been placed in the elevator. Go check them out. The elevator announcement sounded, and Lin Feng, who was at the bottom of the water, heard the sound and floated up without saying a word. He also wanted to take the golden treasure chest with him, but the weight was really excessive, even exceeding the upper limit of the cowhide backpack. For the sake of his own safety, Lin Feng decided not to be greedy. Cough, 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 cough. After climbing up the shore with difficulty, Lin Feng began to cough violently. Damn, I'm going to die. Lin Feng shuddered and returned to the elevator, trembling all over. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You are rewarded with a master key. The diving suit will be collected in 1 minute. Please change clothes as soon as possible. No. Lin Feng looked at the master key. It was golden in color, but it did not have the grooves or protrusions like other keys. However, Lin Feng still believed in what the system gave him. After putting the master key away, Lin Feng quickly changed back into his clothes, and then looked at the unlimited water resources he had obtained. A 1 square meter pool appeared in the elevator, with a display screen next to it. Unlimited water resources. No matter how much water you use, it will be refilled the next day. There may also be a small surprise. Hint, trading liquids requires containers. Fuck, this is so awesome, it's worth sacrificing half my life for it. Lin Feng was shocked after reading the introduction. With this thing, wouldn't he no longer have to worry about water in the future? The depth of this pool is about 50 centimeters, which is enough for your own use. It is refreshed and refilled every day, so there is no need to worry about the water deteriorating. However, before Lin Feng could be happy for long, he started sneezing one after another. Then he felt a terrible headache. Damn, I'm not going to have a fever, am I? Lin Feng pressed his temples, then took out a large pancake from his backpack and started eating. You know what? Although this pancake is hard, it tastes good, but it is too demanding on the masseter muscles. After eating half a pancake with water, Lin Feng really had no appetite anymore. He felt that he really needed some sleep. At the moment, he was not only dizzy but also cold. When I touched my forehead, it was hot. It turns out that I have a fever. Lin Feng sighed in his heart that he actually had a high fever under such conditions. Without medicine, although he would not be able to see the king of hell, it would also affect his progress in exploring the floor. Wait, medicine? Lin Feng suddenly remembered the antibiotic he had obtained on the zombie floor. As mentioned earlier, this antibiotic was special and could cure most common illnesses. That thing should be useful. Lin Feng quickly found the disposable antibiotic and injected it into his arm, without saying a word. Hiss. I hope everything will be fine tomorrow. After Lin Feng threw away the syringe, he fainted on the bed. Chapter 14 Wasteland Floor. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is the desert floor. There is a small amount of food on the floor, but it is of low value. Ding dong. The elevator is going up, please hold on to it. However, Lin Feng did not wake up. He slept until 10 o'clock the next morning. If the baby velociraptor had not hatched and kept nudging him, Lin Feng probably wouldn't have woken up at noon. What the hell? Lin Feng opened his eyes drowsily and suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. But none of that mattered. He now wanted to know what was nudging his foot. Roar. The baby velociraptor bumped into Lin Feng's feet and let out a childish roar. Holy crap. It hatched so quickly. Lin Feng didn't care whether he had recovered from his illness or not. He picked up the little velociraptor and looked it up and down. The velociraptor held by Lin Feng did not show any aggressive behavior, and it was obvious that it regarded Lin Feng as its mother. There were some eggshell residues on the ground, and it looked like a lot of them had been eaten. Did it hatch last night? Lin Feng touched the velociraptor's head and thought. Yeah. Are you hungry? Lin Feng took out the corpse of some unknown dragon from his backpack, then cut off a piece of meat with a knife and threw it in front of the little velociraptor. Roar. The little velociraptor ate the meat in just a few bites. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately became interested and cut off another large piece of meat and threw it out. This time, the little velociraptor caught the piece of meat like a dog and then started to eat it with a smacking sound. After eating, he did not forget to lick the blood that dripped onto the floor. After eating about 2 kilograms of meat, the little velociraptor was finally full. Damn, this little thing is such a foodie. Lin Feng looked at the lively little velociraptor and suddenly felt a lot of pressure. It was so greedy at such a young age. What would it be like when it grew up? I'm afraid I won't be able to support this guy in the future. Looking at the velociraptor drinking water by the infinity pool, Lin Feng pulled it up. Next time I have to give it a whole trough to drink water from. Half of its body is stuck in the pool. Oh. The little velociraptor was very confused when he saw his mother picking him up. You are not allowed to drink water here anymore, understand? Well, this guy probably doesn't understand. After Lin Feng put the velociraptor down, he looked down and found that the little velociraptor was not drinking water, but eating the fish in the water. Is this just a little surprise? Lin Feng was very surprised when he saw the big fish swimming slowly in the water. There were 3 big carps in total, and each one looked to weigh at least 3 pounds. Lin Feng remembered it very clearly. There were no fish in the pond yesterday. Is it possible that my brain is fried? Lin Feng touched his forehead, and it wasn't hot anymore. Thanks to the antibiotics I took yesterday and my own physical condition, I recovered after one night. It was not until Lin Feng fished out the fish from the pond that he was sure that this thing was real and not an illusion. Wouldn't I never be short of food and water in the future? Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is the wasteland floor. There are 20 zombies on the floor. Please act according to your ability. There is a supply box in the center of the floor, which contains 5 cans of beef, 5 bottles of clean water, 3 packs of instant rice, and a bottle of antibiotics, 50 pills. Ding, triggering the selection task. Host, please make your choice. Option 1. Enter the floor and kill 20 zombies. Reward, super induction cooker, no energy required, with pot. Option 2. Do not enter the floor and wait in the elevator for the next floor. Reward, an MP-133 shotgun and 30 rounds of 12 by 70mm ammunition. I choose 1. The reason why Lin Feng chose 1 is not only because its reward is very useful to him, but also because the supply box on the floor is very useful to him. Especially that bottle of antibiotics. If it weren't for that bottle of antibiotics yesterday, I don't know how long I would have to lie in bed. And this time there were a lot of things in the box, including canned food, rice, and 50 pills of antibiotics. It's just too rich. So no matter what the reason, Lin Feng had to go to this floor. Now that I have 2 guns, wouldn't it be easy to deal with 20 zombies? Lin Feng checked the bullets in the pistol and shotgun, then waited quietly for the elevator announcement. The little velociraptor next to him noticed that his mother had become so serious, and he also sat down beside her with a serious face. Roar. Ha ha. Lin Feng stroked the little dinosaur's head and smiled. Others were petting dogs and cats, but he was petting the dinosaur directly. So he asked, who else was there? Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came again, and now Lin Feng has completely adapted to it. Soon we arrived at the floor. Lin Feng pressed the button to open the door and picked up the shotgun. This time, there are no other compartments on the zombie floor. It is just a large floor that looks like a shopping mall, but all the things inside are gone. It is estimated that they have been looted by the survivors of this world. There wasn't even a single piece of clothing left on the clothing shelf, leaving Lin Feng with no chance of finding a change of clothes. Roar. Go back. Lin Feng looked at the velociraptor that followed him out and quickly carried it back to the elevator. How could such a small thing have any combat power? And if it was infected with the zombie virus, wouldn't he be at a great loss? Stay here and don't come out. Lin Feng looked at the little dinosaur, and the little dinosaur looked at Lin Feng. Do you understand? Roar. Okay, I'll take it as you understand. Lin Feng picked up the shotgun again and walked out. Strange, where are the zombies? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he heard the sound of someone banging on the door. Roar. A swarm of zombies instantly broke through the glass door of the mall and rushed towards Lin Feng madly. Bang! Bang! After Lin Feng fired 2 shots in a row to kill several zombies, he quickly began to retreat. Fuck! How come these zombies run so fast? Lin Feng turned around and fired a few more shots, then ran directly into the elevator, intending to use the bug to clear out the zombies. I really underestimated these zombies. Even with a gun, it would still be difficult for me to face more than 20 zombies alone. Go to hell. Lin Feng fired 1 shot after another, and in order to kill the enemy with 1 shot, Lin Feng almost always shot at the head. The advantage of a shotgun is that it's powerful and doesn't require aiming. Chapter 15. Plane crash, savages, forest? 20 zombies are not too many, but not too few either. With Lin Feng's efforts, he finally cleared all the zombies after more than 10 minutes, but the elevator was also dirty by him. Fortunately, the zombies' blood did not splatter on the bed. The floor can be cleaned later. Now Lin Feng has to hurry to search the floors for useful things. Ding! The host's mission has been completed. The reward has been automatically sent to the elevator. Please check it. After taking the supply box, Lin Feng returned to the elevator. There was nothing useful in the entire supermarket floor. Most of them are empty shelves, not made of iron. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng put down the supply box casually. The box should be made of plastic and could not be used to upgrade the elevator, but it was still a good storage box. Alas, I still have to clean up the blood. Lin Feng sighed. But when he looked around, it seemed that there was nothing else that could be used as a rag except the clothes he was wearing. The clothes of the zombies outside were all stained with blood. If I had known this, I would have stripped the clothes of those people I had killed before. Lin Feng thought about it, and finally decided to trade a piece of clothing in the chat room. Lin Feng. A bottle of water in exchange for a piece of clothing. Anyone willing to trade? Damn, boss, are you here to give out benefits? Damn, whose hands are so quick? I was just about to trade when it was snatched away. It's just a bottle of water. Why are you getting so excited? Boss, I have a lot of clothes. Do you want some? Please, sir, sell me another bottle of water. I've been exploring the floors for the past few days and haven't found any water. I'm dying of thirst. Many people in the chat room who had not found water were very excited about the water that Lin Feng was trading. After all, with so many people, there would always be a few unlucky ones who couldn't find water. And now most people were unwilling to sell these life-sustaining items. So this situation naturally occurred. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to trade antibiotics, but based on his experience, antibiotics only appear in the wasteland floor, so they are still relatively precious, and it seems a bit of a luxury to use them to exchange for clothes. The transaction was completed quickly. Since it was just a piece of clothing, Lin Feng took it out without thinking. Only after he got it did he realize something was wrong. Who gave me her protective shield? Lin Feng pinched it and found some residual temperature on it. The original owner of the protective cover should be quite old. Never mind, just make do with it. Lin Feng threw the protective cover on the ground and then rubbed it hard. Due to limited conditions, I can only do it casually, as long as there is no blood. Soon, Lin Feng wiped the floor clean before the elevator door closed and threw the protective cover out. Roar. Hungry. Lin Feng saw that the little velociraptor was biting his trouser legs and guessed that it must be hungry. I have to say, although this little thing is so small, it eats a lot. Lin Feng had no choice but to take out a piece of meat from his backpack and throw it to the velociraptor. He fiddled with the induction cooker given to him by the system. I don't know what kind of black technology this is. It can generate heat without electricity or other energy. Lin Feng touched the bottom of the pot and found that the temperature was rising rapidly. After so many days, he could finally eat something hot. After heating up a can of food, Lin Feng continued to exercise, while the velociraptor beside him lay on the ground and fell asleep. We still need 20 kilograms of wood, 20 kilograms of iron, and 6 gold coins to upgrade the elevator. After exercising for a few hours, Lin Feng clicked on the upgrade requirements and took a look. If he can get 6 gold coins on the next floor, his elevator can be upgraded again. There are still 3 fish in the pond. If they are not dealt with quickly, they will probably be gone tomorrow. Anyway, I have other things to eat now, so I might as well sell all 3 fish. The trading item is naturally gold coins. 3 big fish are worth 2 gold coins each. If all of them are sold, it will be just enough for Lin Feng to upgrade the elevator. I believe there are still unlucky people who cannot solve the food problem. Although gold coins are important, they are not as important as life. The chat room was still very lively at this time, and it seemed that it had never cooled down. It was only then that Lin Feng noticed that there was a number at the top of the chat room interface. 358-526-2159. Is this the number of survivors participating in the elevator survival? With 3.5 billion people, it's no wonder the chat room messages never stop. I looked at the time and it was already 7 o'clock in the evening, so I decided to go to sleep. Beep. The floor you are about to enter is the forest floor. There is a crash plane on the floor. You may find something useful on it. There are also 5 cannibal savages and 2 goats. Please be careful. Ding. The bounty mission has been triggered. Enter the floor and kill the savages. Each one will be rewarded with 1 gold coin. Forest floor, crash plane? Sounds so familiar? Lin Feng remembered that he seemed to have seen this scene somewhere. After washing his face, Lin Feng waited quietly. Soon, the elevator started moving. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. After entering the floor, Lin Feng finally understood why he felt this scene was familiar. Isn't this the game's spawn point in the forest? It can be said that they are exactly the same. However, the body of the flight attendant on the plane was missing, and the fire axe was also missing. Based on his memories of playing games before, Lin Feng remembered that there were a lot of food and medicine on the plane. After searching around, he found quite a bit of food, but unfortunately, they were all moldy. In the end, only 2 cans looked intact. After searching around the plane, Lin Feng only found 1 unopened suitcase. The rest of the suitcases had all been knocked open and the contents had all been taken away. Is there anyone here? Lin Feng looked at the distance of the floor. The floor of this forest did not block his view, so Lin Feng was not sure how big this floor was. However, when he walked a certain distance in one direction, he would be blocked by a transparent wall. Vomit! Roar! Just when Lin Feng was puzzled, 5 naked savages suddenly appeared on the other side of the transparent wall. The velociraptor that had been following Lin Feng immediately showed strong aggressiveness. One of the savages roared at Lin Feng and then pounced on him. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already known that there were savages on the floor, and he had the shotgun in his hand ready. With a loud bang, the savage who jumped into the air was instantly blown away. He fell asleep peacefully all of a sudden. At the same time, deep in the forest, a man holding a lighter in one hand and a fire axe in the other looked in the direction of the loud noise. Chapter 16, Another World. I remember I was in single-player mode. Why are there gunshots? In another world, a young anchor sitting in front of the computer said doubtfully, "Host, this isn't an Easter egg from the production team, is it? That's unlikely. After all, the game Forest has just been released, and there are already a lot of bugs. So the gunshot just now might also be a bug. Streamer, go check it out." From the sound, it should be at the spawn point. Streamer, go check it out. Seeing that the comments in the live broadcast room were urging him to go to the place where the gunshots came from, Wang Lei had no choice but to agree. After all, he was also quite curious. I want to see whether it is a game Easter egg or some bug. Bang! Another gunshot was heard, and the comments were in an uproar. Everyone speculated that it must be an Easter egg buried by the game production team. Some also said that it was a rescue team that came to search for the crashed plane, and as long as they went over, they would complete the game. Fuck, aren't these savages afraid? Lin Feng was speechless as he watched the savages continue to approach him. He remembered that according to the game settings, savages were afraid of fire. This thing that is afraid of fire is not afraid of guns. There were still two savages at this time. The lower body of one of them had been blown away. Although he was still alive, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Lin Feng was not polite to the remaining two savages. After he shot each of them with a shotgun, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for killing all the savages on the floor. You will be rewarded with 5 gold coins. Brothers, the spawn point is just ahead. 2 more shots were fired just now. We can confirm that the gunshots came from this side. Wang Lei, controlling the game character, said excitedly that if he really found a shortcut to pass the game, his popularity would probably increase. After all, the game, The Forest, could be said to be the most popular game in the world. If Wang Lei's funds were not limited, he would definitely buy a game cabin to experience the virtual reality version of The Forest. At this moment, Lin Feng was lying cautiously in the grass, and 2 goats appeared about 10 meters in front of him. Hee, I finally found it. Lin Feng took out his pistol and aimed. The velociraptor's appetite will only get bigger and bigger, so you have to prepare for it. The shotgun is too slow. After the gunshot, the other goat will definitely run away. By then, the distance will be too far for the shotgun to hit it, and it will be too late to switch to a pistol. Of course, this is just because Lin Feng is a rookie. He didn't want to be careless and lose a goat. Bang! The first shot, because Lin Feng aimed for a long time, accurately hit the goat's head. The goat also fell to the ground. After the gunshot, the other goat saw its companion lying on the ground bleeding and ran away without even looking back. Lin Feng then fired several shots at the fleeing goat. Bang 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 bang. After 5 shots, only one hit the goat's hind leg, and the distance was no more than 20 meters. It can be seen that Lin Feng's marksmanship is really average. Fortunately, the goat's hind legs were injured and it could no longer exert force. Just as Lin Feng was happily preparing to give the goat the final blow, a wooden spear flew over and hit the goat's throat directly. What hair? Savage. Lin Feng quickly raised his pistol and aimed it at the bushes where the wooden spear flew out. Fuck, guys, I told you not to expose yourself. Now I'm being pointed at. If I go out, I'll be shot to pieces? Host, you're not afraid of a ghost. You can be resurrected anyway. At worst, you can just come over and pick up the equipment when the time comes. Yes, host, get out of here quickly. Don't hold any weapons. This person looks like a survivor from the plane. Could he be a friendly NPC? Wang Lei looked at the barrage and decisively controlled the character to walk out of the bushes. It's a pity that he was playing on PC. If he was playing the game cabin version, he could still talk and do many actions, but all these functions were castrated on the PC. At this time, Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the human coming out. This shape, this familiar fire axe, this familiar lighter. Holy shit, isn't this a character from the game? So, am I in a virtual world now? But why is everything so real? Seeing that this NPC had no ill will towards him, Wang Lei moved the goat he had stabbed to death and threw it in front of Lin Feng, to see if it would trigger any conversation or something. Lin Feng looked at the goat, and then at Wang Lei. Hello. Seeing that Lin Feng could actually speak, the audience in Wang Lei's live broadcast room became excited. It's an Easter egg indeed. Let's discuss it quickly. Maybe we can find another way to clear the level. All the comments were asking Wang Lei to continue communicating, but he was confused. How could he communicate when he couldn't even speak? There was no dialogue box option popping up. Could it be that the production team forgot? Can you speak? Lin Feng waved his hand. He was now basically certain that the person in front of him was the character controlled by the player. How could a normal person's eyes be so dull? And the movements are a bit stiff. It seems that the world of elevator survival is far from as simple as imagined. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the closing time of the elevator. He didn't have time to communicate with this guy now. He had to quickly pack up the goat, then cut some wood and assemble the iron belt to take back. Lin Feng walked under the tree, took out an electric saw and cut the tree directly, and then cut it into several pieces. After filling the cowhide backpack, Lin Feng prepared to leave. We'll meet again if we're lucky. As he said that, Lin Feng pulled the only unopened suitcase back into the elevator. Seeing Lin Feng disappear on the spot, Wang Lei was stunned. The live broadcast room was also noisy. Everyone was discussing whether Lin Feng was an Easter egg added by the production team. At the same time, Wang Lei quickly released the game video. Lin Feng returned to the elevator and cut the lock of the suitcase directly, then rummaged through the things inside. There were several shirts and jackets, all men's clothes, which fit Lin Feng perfectly. He finally had clothes to change into. In addition to these, there were also 3 bottles of medicine, a bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine, a bottle of heart pills, and a bottle of insect repellent spray. Apart from these, there was nothing useful, not even anything to eat. However, Lin Feng was already very satisfied, and he also learned more secrets about the elevator survival world. Chapter 17 Elevator Upgrade. Just as Lin Feng was sorting out the items, a message popped up on the screen, indicating that the transaction was successful. Lin Feng directly received 2 gold coins. There are enough materials for upgrading. Just now, when he was on the forest floor, Lin Feng filled the remaining space in the cowhide backpack with wood and iron. There are just enough materials to upgrade the elevator now. After taking out all the materials, Lin Feng clicked on Upgrade. Soon, all the materials disappeared out of thin air, and the elevator underwent earth-shaking changes. The changes in this upgrade were more drastic than the previous ones. The size increased by at least 2 times, and a table and a chair appeared. In addition to these, there is a new area, the stockpiling area. According to the introduction, this place is where the upgrade materials are stored. Put the materials needed for the upgrade in it. It will automatically disappear and increase the progress. When the progress is full, the elevator can be upgraded. But nothing else can be put in. However, being able to store upgrade materials is indeed good. After all, each upgrade consumes a lot of materials, and if they are all piled up in the elevator, it will take up too much space. After Lin Feng put all the remaining wood and iron in, he still needed 200 kilograms of wood, 150 kilograms of iron, 5 kilograms of gold, and 19 gold coins to upgrade to the level 5 elevator. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the upgrade task. The reward has been distributed. Beep! Triggering the upgrade task. Host, please upgrade the elevator to level 5. Reward, 5 overtime cards. This system is really awesome. Lin Feng smiled in his heart, and then checked the upgrade rewards. 2 universal first aid kits, which contain everything, even enough to perform a minor operation in the wild. And there is no need to worry about whether it can be used. According to the above introduction, once you choose to use it, your body will automatically operate. It's almost the same as using a health pack in the game. Lin Feng could guess something about the overtime card given after reaching level 5. After all, in this world, the only time limit was the time when the elevator closed after entering the floor. This overtime card should extend the elevator closing time. At this moment, 2 more messages popped up on the screen. The remaining 2 carp were also bought, and Lin Feng earned another 4 gold coins. But I still need 15 gold coins. It would be great if I could go to the trading floor again, so I can find a way to get some gold coins. By the way, let's see what's in the pool. The little velociraptor must have understood what Lin Feng said at that time. 5 freshwater shrimps appeared in the pool, but it didn't run over to catch them and eat them. Of course, it could also be because I ate too much. Each of these 5 shrimps is only as big as Lin Feng's index finger. To be honest, they are tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. Even if it is listed on the exchange, no one would be willing to use gold coins to buy this kind of thing that will not satisfy their hunger at this stage. So Lin Feng could only roast and eat these 5 shrimps. I forgot about you. Lin Feng stroked the velociraptor's head, then took out a piece of dinosaur meat and threw it over. Unexpectedly, the little velociraptor actually put the meat on the induction cooker. Fuck, you want to eat it cooked. Lin Feng took a sip of water and then started to grill the meat seriously with the little velociraptor. Although there is no oil, the dinosaur meat looks a bit fatty, so it shouldn't become mushy. After a while, a dinosaur steak that looked like it was medium rare came out of the oven. It was cooked on the top and bottom, and there was still a hint of blood in the middle. Lin Feng didn't dare to grill it anymore, as he was afraid that with his skills, it would be burnt. After throwing it to the velociraptor, it licked it with its tongue, but probably felt it was a little hot, so it didn't bite it. I have to say, this little thing has a pretty high IQ. Moreover, it grows quite fast. Lin Feng feels that if he feeds it well for another month, this velociraptor should be able to fight for him. The 5 shrimps that Lin Feng had just eaten were definitely not enough to fill him up. It should be because of the health-building pills. His appetite is getting bigger and bigger every day. In the past, 1 can of food could last him almost a whole day, but now, just a few hours after eating it, Lin Feng felt a little hungry. There should be some sheep fat in the goat's body. If you refine it yourself, you might be able to get some edible oil. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took out the 2 goats from the cowhide backpack. Roar! Don't eat! Lin Feng patted the velociraptor's head, and the velociraptor immediately understood and ran away with its steak in its mouth. Well, just eat your steak there. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, then took out a sharp machete and started cutting up the goat. The location of mutton fat is usually near the tail of the sheep. Although there should not be too much mutton fat in this goat, there should be some. Just when Lin Feng was about to strike with the knife, he suddenly remembered that they were in an elevator. This cut will definitely cause a lot of blood to flow, and then I'll have to clean the elevator, so I'd better forget it. After Lin Feng put the 2 sheep back into his backpack, he decided to go to the next floor to deal with the 2 sheep. As for food, he would continue to eat canned food. However, after eating canned food for so many days, Lin Feng was really fed up. After eating and drinking, Lin Feng heated up a large pot of water, and after it cooled down, he poured it into water bottles. Although the water in the infinity pool is very clean, Lin Feng still prefers to drink boiled water. After finishing my daily exercise, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Lin Feng was about to go to the next floor. I checked the pistol's magazines and found that all 3 were full, but the spare bullets were almost used up. The shotgun was also fully loaded with bullets, and I had 10 spare bullets. Soon Lin Feng was fully armed. Carrying a shotgun on his back, a machete on his chest, and a pistol in his hand, with just this set of equipment, he is probably the top one among all the survivors. At least until now, Lin Feng has not seen any survivor holding a gun. However, weapons like bows and crossbows should be available and sold in the exchange, but the prices are relatively high and most of them require gold coins to exchange. Nowadays, most survivors have upgraded the elevator to level 2, so the demand for gold coins is increasing. Beep! The floor the host is about to enter is a desert. There is no danger and no usable items. Ding! Triggering a random mission, Desert Oasis. Host, please place 2 bottles of water on the desert floor. Mission reward, 10 bottles of 1L drinking water. Well, this floor is perfect for handling goats. Lin Feng put down the shotgun and only kept the pistol and machete. The system said that there was no danger on the floor, so there was definitely no danger. Chapter 18 Special Floor. Ding dong. The elevator is going up, please hold on to it. Buzz. It must be because the elevator was upgraded to level 4. This time when the elevator was moving, Lin Feng did not feel any discomfort at all. Or maybe he's gotten used to it. After pressing the button to open the door, Lin Feng looked at the world full of yellow sand and slowly walked in. The first thing was to complete the task assigned by the system and bury 2 bottles of water in the yellow sand. Ding! The mission has been completed. The reward has been issued. Please check it. After completing the system task, Lin Feng took out the 2 sheep again. The little velociraptor that followed along was obviously visiting the desert for the first time. He looked around and ran around, and soon buried himself. Ouch! Ouch! Lin Feng. Stay still and don't run around. I'm busy. After pulling the little velociraptor out of the sand pile, Lin Feng continued to deal with the goat. To be honest, it was his first time dissecting a corpse and he had no idea where to start, but luckily he had seen the process of slaughtering a pig before. The first step is to bleed. Although sheep's blood is edible, he doesn't have a container big enough to hold it now, so he might as well just put it in. After the neck was cut open, blood immediately gushed out, and within a few minutes the sheep's blood slowly dried up. The next step was to cut open the belly and take out the internal organs. Lin Feng threw the messy intestines and stomach directly to the velociraptor. Fortunately, this creature was not picky about food. Although there was an indescribable taste, it still ate it with relish. After eating, he still looked at Lin Feng eagerly. Soon, Lin Feng found several fist-sized pieces of sheep fat near the sheep's internal organs. In addition to this, there were also internal organs such as the heart, liver, and lungs. These things could be eaten after being washed casually, so Lin Feng did not throw them all to the little velociraptor. After obtaining the sheep fat, Lin Feng divided the whole sheep into pieces, and that was the end. With the experience of the first sheep, Lin Feng handled the second sheep much faster. In the end, he had cut them all up and put them into a cowhide backpack with 5 minutes left before closing. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Now we can finally refine oil. Lin Feng quickly poured some water into the induction cooker and then put the chopped mutton fat in. Because there are no spices such as pepper and aniseed, the refined mutton fat will definitely have a stronger taste, but I can't care about that now. Half an hour later, the pot began to boil. Now just boil away the water. Lin Feng didn't know whether his operation was correct or not, but he had learned it from watching videos before. He doesn't have high requirements for this thing, as long as it is edible. Soon, a fragrance mixed with a hint of burnt smell filled the air. Fortunately, there was a ventilation hole in the elevator. If this was a first-level elevator, Lin Feng would probably have started coughing. After persisting for more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng felt that he could not endure it any longer. Strange, the steps are all correct. Why does it feel like it's all getting messed up? Lin Feng said with a puzzled look on his face, not realizing that he had already reached the highest gear. Beep, respected host. You can try to reduce the firepower to the minimum. Forehead. Lin Feng looked at the pointer at the maximum firepower and felt a little embarrassed. Then he turned down the fire and continued to simmer. Finally, after more than an hour, a large bowl of mutton fat came out freshly baked. Pour the mutton fat into the cans that have been cleaned in advance, and you're done. Now I can finally cook a proper meal. After a while, a bowl of pure natural fried lamb came out of the pot. Although it was all the taste of the ingredients themselves, Lin Feng still felt that it tasted much better than canned food. He ate it all up in no time. In addition to the mutton, Lin Feng also ate the last piece of bread. After going to the toilet, Lin Feng started exercising. This broken toilet has no water, so you have to flush it yourself, and you have to clean the wooden barrel below yourself when it is full. To be honest, Lin Feng feels it's pretty fucked up. Although there was no strange smell, every time Lin Feng ate, he felt nauseous when he thought of the bucket of rice next to him. I don't know when this elevator will have a separate toilet cubicle, or when it becomes large enough, it will have its own cubicle. At 6 o'clock in the evening, after replenishing some water, Lin Feng lay down on the bed on time to rest and prepare to welcome the new floor at 12 o'clock. Beep, the host is about to enter the challenge floor. The host will play the role of a robber and rob a bank with other accomplices and leave the bank alive. Please be prepared. Any items on this floor can be taken away. Ding, a random mission has been triggered. Host, please kill 5 enemies with headshots. The reward is firearms proficiency elementary. Lin Feng, who was sleeping, woke up suddenly. What the hell? Rob a bank? Lin Feng carefully considered the information revealed by the system. Any items on this floor can be taken away. The money in the bank would be useless to him. In addition to money, there was also a small amount of gold in the bank. You can take the gold away with you, and gold is needed to upgrade the elevator. I was just wondering where to get the gold, and now the problem is solved. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. It's almost 12 o'clock. The elevator also started running as usual. This time the elevator door opened automatically, and in front of Lin Feng was a still road. As soon as he walked in, the cars on the road started moving. Hey, put on your hood quickly. I don't want to be wanted by those guys at Fib because of you. Just when Lin Feng was stunned, a man in a gray suit put a black robber's hood on Lin Feng's head. Okay, let's talk about the plan. Lao Chui and Lin will go blow open the door to the underground vault, and Xiao Fu and I will control the hostages. After the alarm sounds, the hackers should be able to buy us 3 minutes. Combined with the speed of the cops, we should have 10 minutes to plunder the vault. Relax, this is just a small-town bank. It's easy to rob. Okay, guys, get out of the car. Snap. The man in the suit who was speaking pulled the bolt of his gun and then walked out of the car. There were 4 people in the car, and it was obvious that the man in the suit was the leader. After getting off the car, the 4 people slowly walked into the bank. When they approached the counter, they directly showed their weapons. Bang! Let me see your hands. At this time, a security guard came over with a gun in hand, but before he could open his mouth, he was shot in the head by the man in the suit. Stay with the plan. Chapter 19 Temperature Drop. Lin, go plant the bomb. As he spoke, the man named Lao Chui threw a remote-controlled sticky bomb to Lin Feng. The door of the vault in this small town was not very strong. After placing 3 sticky bombs, Lao Chui signaled Lin Feng to retreat. Boom. Oh, shit. Okay, if you don't want that greasy middle-aged man outside to be beaten to a pulp, act quickly. As he spoke, Lao Chui took out his travel bag and began to search the vault for cash. In addition to tens of millions in cash, there was also a pile of gold bars in the gold cave. Seeing this, Lin Feng put all of them into the cowhide backpack while Lao Chui was not paying attention. Fortunately, he brought the cowhide backpack, otherwise it would be difficult for him to carry the 100 pounds of gold. I don't know if Lin Feng has talent in this area, or what. He was able to deposit money even faster than Lao Chui, the old hand. Soon the two of them filled 4 large travel bags with cash. We can go now. Retreat, retreat, retreat. After throwing the travel bag out, Lin Feng shouted, "Damn, this is so exciting. It's the first time in my life that I've robbed a bank." Now Lin Feng feels that he has never been so energetic. Just as the man in the suit had guessed, the police did not come over, and Lin Feng only realized at this time that he could actually understand what they said. These people spoke English the whole time. I don't know how I understood them, and could even speak them. Woo. The damn fib is coming, Lin. Go ahead and smash their heads off. As he spoke, the man in a suit sitting in the passenger seat threw a big pineapple to Lin Feng. What the hell? Lin Feng suddenly became energized. He smashed the rear windshield and started shooting at the policeman following him. Although the accuracy was a bit poor, under this kind of firepower, Lin Feng still completed the system's task. Get 5 headshots. But the bad news is that the helicopter also arrived, and Xiaofu had no choice but to drive the car into the sewer. I've already parked the motorcycles here. Let's split up and meet up at the textile factory. After the man in the suit finished speaking, he rode away on his motorcycle first. After everyone left, the elevator suddenly appeared in the sewer. The countdown was only more than 10 minutes at this time. Even if Lin Feng wanted to do anything, it was too late, so he could only return to the elevator. As the elevator door slowly closed, this exciting journey finally came to an end. Although there is a risk of death at any time, Lin Feng is not afraid at all, and is even in an excited state now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been distributed. Soon, the basic knowledge of firearms proficiency appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Although it is only a beginner, there is still a big difference between it and a novice. For example, the shotgun in his hand. Lin Feng didn't recognize it before, but now he recognized at a glance that the shotgun was called MP-133. It can also be disassembled and assembled, as well as perform maintenance and simple repairs on firearms. In the end, Lin Feng felt that his marksmanship had improved a lot, but there was no way to verify it yet. When you go to the next floor, you can test your shooting skills. Afterwards, Lin Feng maintained several guns one by one. I know. Lin Feng stood up and took out a piece of dinosaur meat from his cowhide backpack. TSK, I wonder what this dinosaur meat tastes like. There were about 40 kilograms of dinosaur meat in the backpack, enough for the little velociraptor to eat for more than 10 days. Seeing the little velociraptor eating so happily, to be honest, Lin Feng also wanted to try it. It's been a long time since I last sold it to the guy who could make a crossbow, and he's still fine. This dinosaur meat should be non-toxic. Thinking of this, Lin Feng cut off a large piece of steak and put it in the induction cooker to cook. Nearly 2 hours later, Lin Feng poked the steak with a knife. This should be cooked. Lin Feng cut off a small piece and put it into his mouth with some uncertainty. Yeah, it's done. The taste is pretty good, very tender, and has a texture similar to bullfrog. It's a pity that it lacks some seasoning. If it were made spicy, it would be so delicious. After eating and drinking, Lin Feng looked at the infinity pool again. There were no surprises refreshed in it today. Okay, let's go to bed. Lin Feng touched the velociraptor's head and then fell into a deep sleep. Just when most of the survivors had finished the floors and were resting, the temperature in the elevator suddenly changed, from the initial 20 degrees to less than 10 degrees in an instant. Many people were woken up by the cold, and Lin Feng was no exception. Not long after the temperature dropped, he felt as if he had instantly gone from summer to winter. When he opened the chat room, he found that he was not the only one who had become like this. The temperature in the elevator for everyone had dropped to near 0 degrees. Lin Feng, who was only wearing a shirt, quickly moved the induction cooker to the bedside, added water, and turned it on to maximum power. This would also provide him with some warmth, and the blanket he had obtained earlier also came in handy. Lin Feng wrapped himself in a big circle inside and out. Ouch! I almost forgot about you. Lin Feng looked at the trembling velociraptor and picked it up. Now the little velociraptor can reach Lin Feng's thigh when it stands up. Soon, under the effect of the induction cooker, the temperature of the elevator warmed up a little, and Lin Feng also put down the blanket. And the others are out of luck. Except for those who live in cold areas all year round. The rest of the people basically all wear short sleeves or shirts. Don't even mention how much suffering I'm experiencing now. At the same time, heating supplies were also listed on the exchange at high prices. Even a blanket for heating was priced at 1 gold coin. Damn, I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to make a fire. Upstairs, are you trying to kill yourself? The third-level elevator has unlocked the ventilation vents, so it's not impossible to light a fire. Yes, you can try it if you are not afraid of suffocation. By the way, do you feel the temperature is still dropping? When I woke up, the water in the bottle was all frozen. Don't be ridiculous. If the temperature drops any lower, it will become uninhabitable. The temperature is really dropping. I found a thermometer on one floor, and it's 2 degrees Celsius in the elevator, down from 6 degrees Celsius not long ago. Dude, stop talking, I'm really scared. I came in wearing nothing but shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, and now I'm dying. Everyone in the chat room was discussing the sudden drop in temperature, and Lin Feng also felt that the temperature seemed to be even lower. An hour later, the temperature in the elevator warmed up, and Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. With this induction cooker, he no longer needed to worry about a sudden drop in temperature. P.S. The big pineapple was asked to be taken back after it was used up. Chapter 20 Failure of Salt Production. Although the temperature in the elevator had warmed up a little, Lin Feng couldn't fall asleep after all the tossing and turning. At this moment, his private chat box suddenly flashed. Yihua, big brother, are you here? The crossbow you requested is ready. Please inspect it. Lin Feng. Well, you don't have to do it for me for the time being. On the other side, Yihua, who was typing halfway, felt disappointed when he saw the message sent by Lin Feng. I was wondering if the other party had anything to keep warm, but I never expected that this big brother would not trade with me. What should I do now? The food I traded last time has been eaten. Yihua. Brother, we can still negotiate the price. Lin Feng. I don't have any use for crossbows now. Yihua. Well, okay, but I can also make other things. See if there's anything you need. Lin Feng. If there is anything I need, I will ask you. Yihua. Okay, big brother. Yihua sighed. Fortunately, there were several other people who bought the arrows he made, so he would not starve to death. After taking back the crossbow arrow, Lin Feng also closed the chat room. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is the raft survival floor. There is only one raft floating in the sea. There is a wooden box on the raft. Open it, and you will get a bottle of brandy, 2 gold coins, and a fishing rod. Ding, triggering the selection task. Host, please make your choice. Option 1. Enter the floor and kill the great white shark. Reward, basic close combat. Option 2. Stay in the elevator and don't enter the floor. Bonus, stamina boost. I'll choose 1. Lin Feng said decisively that although the reward for option 2 looked good, he could improve his endurance through exercise, but he couldn't practice fighting skills by himself. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. After Lin Feng opened the door, the salty sea breeze blew in his face. Although the weather was nice, Lin Feng felt inexplicably irritated as he looked at the endless ocean. But the mission was still important. After moving all the wooden boxes back to the elevator, Lin Feng took out his shotgun and looked for the great white shark. Buzz. Not long after, the great white shark that had been lurking on the seabed finally appeared, hiding and swaying underwater as if looking for an opportunity. Bang. Finally, the great white shark bit the raft and tried to bite the fragile raft into pieces. Lin Feng also shot the great white shark in the head without any hesitation. The great white shark that was shot did not die immediately. Seeing this, Lin Feng fired 2 more shots. However, because the great white shark hid in the water, the 2 shots had almost no penetration. Soon the area around the raft was stained red with blood, and it would probably attract other marine predators soon. And this seriously injured great white shark will probably be dismembered. I just don't know if it will be considered as the murder by me when the time comes. However, just when Lin Feng was worried about the failure of the mission, the great white shark surfaced again for some unknown reason. Lin Feng would not miss this good opportunity and fired several more shots at the great white shark. Now it was completely cold, and there was no good place on its body. Lin Feng also gave up the idea of eating its meat. Not to mention that it was covered with bullets. Even shark meat seemed like something that couldn't be eaten casually, right? It would be irrational to go down and fish it out now. There is blood all around, and it will probably attract other predators soon. Just as Lin Feng guessed, the blood quickly attracted a group of sharks. The great white shark's body was soon torn into pieces. Roar! The little velociraptor stood beside Lin Feng's legs and roared. It must have felt threatened by the group of sharks underwater. Originally, Lin Feng was thinking of packing some seawater to take back, but now it seems that is not possible. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. In an instant, a vast amount of fighting knowledge flooded into Lin Feng's mind. Soon, Lin Feng received all the information. Although his brain felt a little swollen and painful, he was still very happy. With his current strength, He could fight 10 people at once. Ordinary 3 or 5 thugs definitely can't get close to him. The group of sharks outside also left after eating the great white shark's body, but the blood mist in the water still did not dissipate. After the sharks left, Lin Feng returned to the raft again. The elevator will not close for another half an hour, and he needs to find a way to get some seawater in the remaining time. Then I tried to make salt, otherwise there would be no salt when grilling meat. After eating it for a long time, I really didn't want to eat it. After waiting for a while, the bloodstains in the sea water finally dissipated slowly. Lin Feng took out the water bottle and directly filled it with 5 bottles of seawater, a total of 5 liters. He should be able to refine some salt. I just don't know if it can be eaten after it is refined. Never mind, let's try it first. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng put the pot of the induction cooker on it, then poured in seawater, and now just waited for it to crystallize. I hope this plan will succeed. Lin Feng prayed in his heart. Fuck, why do I feel cold again? Looking at the thin ice on the pool, Lin Feng shivered. He felt that the temperature should have dropped to negative now. At this time, the person with the thermometer in the chat room also updated the latest temperature in real time. Brothers, the latest temperature here is -5 degrees Celsius. I think I might have a fever. Does anyone have any medicine? Stop talking. I can't sell it even if I have it. I feel like I'm sick, either with a cold or a fever. I'm so impressed. I can't even get enough to eat right now, and this is already too difficult. I really envy those of you who use the 3rd-level elevators. You can light a fire without worrying about choking to death. I just met a friend who died in the elevator. There was a fire next to him. I guess he choked to death from the smoke. Is it below 0 already? Lin Feng looked at the messages in the chat room and was not too worried. He had an induction cooker that did not require energy for heating, so he did not have to worry about freezing to death. As long as the temperature doesn't drop too much, it's fine. This temperature can still be maintained by an induction cooker. After more than 3 hours, the seawater in the pot finally reached the bottom, and some white crystals appeared. Is this thing really edible? Lin Feng said somewhat uncertainly. He remembered that there were a lot of impurities in the seawater, and simple evaporation was not enough to obtain edible salt. But under the current conditions, Lin Feng has no way to go any further. How about a taste? Lin Feng thought as he looked at the crystals in the pot. After it was completely dry, Lin Feng reached out and scraped a layer of crystals from the bottom of the pot. Then he stuck out his tongue and licked it. Suddenly, Lin Feng's taste buds seemed to be damaged. Fuck, what the hell is this smell? Lin Feng quickly drank some water and rinsed his mouth. How to describe it? It tastes salty with a hint of bitterness, bitter with astringency, and for some reason, it also has a hint of the taste of foot-washing water. Chapter 21, Honey Trap. Lin Feng was really disappointed that he had been busy for so long, but still had no success. At this time, he suddenly remembered his brother who was very good at handicrafts. Maybe he can make salt? Thinking of this, Lin Feng could only give it a try. Lin Feng, can you make salt? Yi Hua, who was promoting bows and arrows in the chat room, saw the message from Lin Feng and clicked on it immediately. Making salt? I really can do it, but the conditions here are too restricted. Forget it, let's just take it on for now and figure out a solution later. Thinking of this, Yi Hua decisively replied to Lin Feng. Yi Hua, brother, I know a little bit about it. I can give it a try. Do you have the raw materials? Lin Feng never expected that he actually knew how to do it. That was great. As for the raw materials, fortunately, he didn't use all the seawater because he was afraid of failure. There are still 2 bottles of seawater left at this time. Lin Feng, I've listed the seawater on the exchange. You can exchange it for anything. Yi Hua, okay, then, big brother, please wait a few days. Lin Feng, okay. Lin Feng, by the way, you don't have anything to keep warm, right? Yi Hua, yes, big brother, but I have a coat here, it should be able to withstand it. Lin Feng, I'll give you another blanket. If you freeze to death, who will make salt for me? Yi Hua, thank you, brother. Now that the problem of salt production is expected to be solved, Lin Feng's mood has improved a lot. This Yi Hua is really a talent. He actually knows so many things. The blanket he gave him was actually the one he took back from the wedding bed in the ghost marriage floor. Lin Feng had a hunch that this kid would achieve something great in the future. It wouldn't be a bad thing to make friends with him. After finishing the work, Lin Feng rummaged through his cowhide backpack. Finally, the berry bushes brought back from the prehistoric world were taken out. He has been a little constipated recently, which may be caused by unbalanced nutrition. I don't know whether this purple fruit tastes good or not. Lin Feng picked one and put it in his mouth. Purely sweet, without any other taste, delicious. You want one too? Don't you eat meat? Lin Feng looked at the little velociraptor coming over again and helplessly picked a few berries and threw them to it. I thought the little velociraptor just wanted to eat it out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, after eating these, it asked Lin Feng for more. Oh, could it be that you are an omnivore? Lin Feng picked another handful of berries and placed them in front of the little velociraptor. The other party continued to eat happily. After eating some berries and a can of food, Lin Feng went to rest. He had hardly slept last night because of the sudden drop in temperature. As soon as he lay down, Lin Feng fell asleep. Because of the induction cooker, the temperature inside the elevator is basically maintained above zero, and other people face the risk of freezing to death or getting sick at night. Beep. The host is about to enter the metal recycling yard. There are a lot of scrap iron, copper, aluminum, and other metal materials on the floor. There is no danger. Lin Feng, who was woken up by the system, obviously had not slept enough. He shook his head and put on his clothes and got ready. At the same time, he did not forget to clean up the cowhide backpack. Because of the existence of the stacking area, Lin Feng's cowhide backpack is now much more spacious. One compartment is for dinosaur meat, one compartment is for goat meat, and there are 3 empty compartments left, which is enough to put things in. Lin Feng, who had prepared everything, waited quietly for the time to come. The chat room was also very active at this time. Most of them were praying for a good floor. Unlike Lin Feng, they could not predict the information about the floor in advance, so sometimes their preparations were not comprehensive. Or they are unaware of the dangers on the floors, and when they discover the danger, it is too late to hide back in the elevator. I was so cold I couldn't sleep all night. I just hope the next floor is warmer, and I can get something to keep warm. Isn't there a way to build a chimney and connect it directly to the vent? As long as it is sealed well, you can light a stove underneath or build a fireplace for heating. Dude, don't just talk, do it. If you can make it, I'll definitely buy it. Yeah, among the billions of us, isn't there someone who can build a fireplace? The conditions were too poor. There were no bricks or materials to make a chimney. I think we should make full use of the information on the floors, like the forest floor. I wonder if any of you have ever been there? The mud there is a great building material. Fuck, now that you mention it, I suddenly remembered a time when I was at a construction site. There were a few bags of cement and a lot of bricks piled up in the corner. At the time, I was so focused on the iron and wood that I didn't even pay attention to the other useful things. The place upstairs is awesome. I want to take all the useful stuff, but the elevator can't fit it all. Therefore, the most important thing is to upgrade the elevator. Only when the elevator space is larger can we survive better. Lin Feng looked at the content in the chat room and felt that it made sense. He really didn't care much about things other than the materials needed for upgrading. Of course, the most important thing is that the elevator can accommodate all the materials. Now that there is a material storage area, a lot of space is saved. I have to pay more attention to other useful materials in the future. Ding dong. The elevator is going up, please hold on to it. Soon the elevator door opened. Although this was a safe floor, Lin Feng still brought a pistol and a shotgun. There might be other survivors on the same floor with him, so it was important to have weapons for self-defense. Fuck, there's so much scrap metal in this place. Looking at the piles of scrap metal, Lin Feng swallowed his saliva. All the scrap metal was crushed into iron plates and piled up. It looked very neat. He didn't know what kind of world this was. There was so much scrap metal stored there, and no one cared. At this time, on the other side of the scrap iron mountain, 2 people walked out of the elevator. Hello, beautiful. This place doesn't look dangerous. How about we just leave each other alone? But I can't move these things. Can you help me? Looking at the woman posing in front of him, the young man smiled in his heart. It seemed that this woman was not a good person either, so there was no point in pretending. Haha, give me a good time and I'll help you. Soon the 2 of them began to make love at the elevator door. You fucking bastard. The guy who was squinting his eyes suddenly felt a pain in his lower body, and the next moment, he lost 100 g of weight. Because of Kuen's severe pain, the young man couldn't even stand steadily, let alone resist. He saw the woman took out a dagger and stabbed him hard. Chapter 22 Yihua. Die? Die die. As the woman whispered, the knife in her hand had already stabbed back and forth 7 or 8 times, and the young man was already dead. After killing the guy, the woman smiled victoriously. This trick had worked for her many times. And with the help of her beauty, she has already moved the elevator up to level 3, not far from level 4. Lin Feng on the other side heard the scream and hurriedly trotted over to the sound. There is no doubt that there are survivors on this floor. You have to see for yourself what happened to know. Oh my god, is this woman so cruel? Lin Feng looked at the blood on the ground and the woman moving supplies and understood what had happened. Lin Feng walked over slowly with a gun in hand. Put your hands up. The woman who heard the sound turned around and saw that there was another survivor. She sneered in her heart, thinking that it seemed that the elevator could be upgraded to level 4 today. Brother, He just wanted to rape me. I was careless. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The woman spoke with a trembling voice. Her expression was even more pitiful, and her clothes began to fall down unconsciously. She doesn't believe there is a man who is not interested in her body. Little brother, you are so strong. Can you protect me? The woman stared at the pistol in Lin Feng's hand and thought, if I can get this gun, will I have to sacrifice my beauty in the future? Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything, the woman thought that he had been fascinated by her. After all, Lin Feng looked like a recent graduate, so it was normal for him to be easily fascinated by her. Haha, I really can't bear to do anything to such a handsome guy. The woman thought in her heart, while slowly walking towards Lin Feng. Bang! Seeing the woman approaching him, Lin Feng immediately became alert and then fired directly. The woman's head was instantly split in two, so there was no need to say that she died with her eyes open. Wanna charm me? Young. Lin Feng said this with disdain, then looked at the guy's dead face and suddenly felt a chill in his lower body. This woman is really no ordinary person. Afterwards, Lin Feng took away all the useful materials in the two elevators. After working for half an hour, Lin Feng began to collect scrap metal. There was nothing useful in their elevator, but picking up 10 gold coins was indeed a pleasant surprise. At this time, the materials needed for the upgrade are still 20 kilograms of wood, 80 kilograms of iron, and 3 gold coins. As for iron, there is no need to worry. Lin Feng plans to fill up the remaining compartments of the cowhide backpack. In the remaining half hour, Lin Feng successfully collected a total of 400 kilograms of scrap iron and 200 kilograms of scrap copper, and piled up a lot of scrap iron in the vacant space in the elevator, about dozens of kilograms. Although he didn't know whether copper was useful or not, Lin Feng thought it was necessary to take it. In fact, there were many other metals, but the remaining time was not enough. He should have a chance to come back in the future and take it next time. Now all we need to upgrade the elevator is 20 kilograms of wood and 3 gold coins. After counting the supplies of the two people, Lin Feng curled his lips. Apart from the supplies needed for upgrading, there was really nothing useful. 2 frozen loaves of bread, a wooden stick, a homemade bow, 3 packs of compressed biscuits, 5 bottles of water, and an iron axe. That's all there is in both elevators. So fucking poor. Lin Feng curled his lips, then threw 2 loaves of bread as hard as stones to the velociraptor. This guy ate it all without being picky. Lin Feng was a little surprised by what appeared in the infinite pool today. It turned out to be a water snake. A black water snake about 1 meter long. If I remember correctly, water snakes are not poisonous. Besides, Lin Feng couldn't eat this kind of thing, so he gave it to the little velociraptor. After getting Lin Feng's permission, the little velociraptor bit the head directly and started eating it with a crunch. Lin Feng, worried that the little velociraptor was not full, cut off another large piece of meat and threw it to it. As for why not let it eat human corpses? Lin Feng felt that he was not that perverted yet. No matter what, he would not let the little velociraptor eat people. The berries he ate yesterday were very effective. After eating, Lin Feng immediately felt it and began to bloom while sitting on the toilet. Yihua, brother, are you there? Do you have any fresh water? I don't have much drinkable water. If I don't use it to make salt, I won't have any to drink. Lin Feng, who had just finished squatting in the pit, happened to see the message sent by Yihua. Although he was puzzled why fresh water was needed to make salt, Lin Feng still filled a lot of water and sent it over. Anyway, I don't need this little fresh water. Lin Feng, I sent it. When will it be ready? Yihua, normally, I should use the sun, but there's no sun here, so I'll use the evaporation method. It's faster that way, and it should be ready by tomorrow. Lin Feng, evaporated? Did you start a fire in the elevator? Yihua, yes, I built a chimney with yellow mud and wood. Lin Feng, you still have this skill? By the way, won't the wood burn like this? Yihua, no, I covered the wood with yellow mud. It just serves as a support. If I had a suitable soft metal, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Yihua, besides, as a handicraft enthusiast, it's normal for me to know these things. Lin Feng had to admire Yihua. A talent like him would never lack food anywhere. However, I can't show too much enthusiasm to him now, otherwise I won't be able to take the initiative in the future. Lin Feng had already planned to have a long-term cooperation with this man named Yihua. Yihua on the other side was also very curious about Lin Feng. After a long period of observation, he found that Lin Feng always progressed faster than others. Now most people were still staying at the 2nd level of the elevator, and only a few were at the 3rd level. However, Lin Feng's level reached level 4. He planned to observe for a while, and if possible, he also wanted to cooperate with Lin Feng for a long time. In addition, his health has always been poor, so maybe he can trade for life-saving medicine through Lin Feng. Thinking of this, Yihua suddenly remembered that he had not taken his medicine for today. After pouring out a blue pill and swallowing it, he counted the remaining pills. Normally, it should be 2 tablets a day, but now he has reduced it to 1 tablet a day. Later, he wants to try 1 tablet every 2 days to see if it works. 29 pills. Can I still live for another month? Yihua thought unwillingly. Although this world is very dangerous, it also gives him hope of curing his illness. He doesn't want to die like this. He doesn't know why this medicine appeared in his pocket, but he found it after coming to this world, and it was very effective for his illness. Chapter 23 Elevator Announcement. The novice period is over. He has to find a way to prolong his life in the remaining month. Yihua muttered something, then stirred the salt water in the pot. When it has almost evaporated, it can be filtered. Yihua doesn't have any good filters at the moment, so he can only buy a pair of stockings at the exchange, wash them, and use them as a filter. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't believe the number of people online displayed in the chat room. He still remembered that the last time he looked at it, there were more than 3 billion people. Now, only a few days have passed, and it has dropped below 3 billion. Isn't this death rate a bit too high? If this continues, there will be no one left in less than 2 months. Not to mention that the temperature is still so low now, the probability of getting sick increases, and there is no medicine to treat it, so people who can't bear it will die again. Ding dong. Elevator announcement. Lucky souls, the beginner phase of elevator survival has ended. From now on, you will face a more brutal survival environment. After this announcement, the floors will become more difficult, and the time you can stay on a floor will increase to 2 hours. Also, upon entering a floor, the elevator door will close, and you will not be able to return. The elevator door will reopen only after all dangerous creatures have been cleared or the floor mission has been completed. Ding dong. Some floors that cannot be denied entry have appeared. It was impossible to make out what the elevator announcement was saying because it was a completely electronically synthesized voice and was a bit distorted. In the chat room. Are you kidding me? I was still in the novice stage before? Whose novice period has hundreds of millions of people died in less than a month? It's over, it's over. I was already afraid to go out, and now I'm even more afraid. I still have some food stored, so I should be able to hold on for a few days. Brothers, I'm starting to panic. Fuck it. I've been practicing martial arts for 2.5 years. I don't care what the hell it is. I'll just beat it to death with my random punches. Brother above, I hope your next floor is Sadako. There was a lot of wailing in the chat room. Even the novice period was so dangerous. How could they pass it if the difficulty increased in the future? I just hope the risk factor can be linked to the reward. Lin Feng sighed in his heart, then picked up the iron block and continued exercising. In fact, Lin Feng is not afraid as long as he doesn't encounter ghosts or gods. He is just afraid of encountering some existence that cannot be eliminated by physical means. After staying in the elevator world for so many days, Lin Feng adjusted his daily routine. After exercising and replenishing some energy, he went to sleep comfortably. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng woke up again. At this time, the induction cooker has been working continuously for 2 days. It is worthy of being a system product. If it were replaced with another brand, it would have burned out long ago. As a result, just as Lin Feng finished praising the system in his heart, he smelled a burnt smell the next moment. It was coming from the induction cooker, which scared him, and he quickly turned off the induction cooker. Fortunately, it was not damaged. Maybe the temperature is too high and needs to be cooled down. Anyway, I have to go to the floor world soon, so I can open it when I come back. After the induction cooker was turned off, the temperature in the elevator began to drop rapidly. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is the wasteland floor. There are 20 zombie dogs on this floor. The Dog King's stomach contains 2 zombie virus immune serums. There is a weapon supply box in the blue container. Open it to obtain an 416 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifle, 300 spare rounds of ammunition, 20 underslung grenades, 1 purple flare, 1 red flare, 1 yellow flare, and 2 broadsword mines. Ding, bounty mission triggered. Host, please kill all zombie dogs. Each one will be rewarded with 1 gold coin. It's the wasteland floor again. The difficulty has really increased. Lin Feng murmured, zombie dogs are definitely more powerful than zombies, and there are 20 of them. To be honest, Lin Feng didn't want to go in, but the reward was really good. Whether it is the weapon supply box on the floor or the task issued by the system, each one is very attractive to Lin Feng. However, the weapon in his hand was really not enough. The zombie dog was extremely fast, and he was not allowed to go back to the elevator and act like the 6th one. As soon as he entered the floor, the elevator door would close. Lin Feng seriously suspected that the existence that brought them to this world saw his extraordinary operation and then directly fixed the BUG. Damn it, let's fight. Lin Feng stroked the head of the velociraptor. Now this little guy has some fighting power. He will take it with him this time. At the same time, there is no need to worry about it being infected with the zombie virus. As long as he can kill all the zombie dogs, he can get the immune serum in the Dog King's stomach. When the time comes, they just need to get the injection. Most people in the chat room initially wanted to continue exploring the floor, but because of the announcement just now, most people decided to hide in the elevator and not leave. After all, once you leave the elevator, you can't go back. What if you encounter some dangerous creature? Wouldn't it be a waste? Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Brothers, I'm going to explore the way first, if I can come back alive. Take care upstairs. I'll wait a few days and see how things go. I'm leaving too. Opportunities are hard-earned. What if I get something amazing this time and take off? Laugh. The elevator slowly stopped. Lin Feng pressed the door open button and raised his shotgun to observe vigilantly. This floor should be in an abandoned factory. There were several half-eaten zombie corpses on the ground. Roar! Just as Lin Feng stepped out of the elevator, a zombie dog suddenly jumped down from the iron frame on the top. Fortunately, Lin Feng mastered fighting skills and reacted very quickly. He used the butt of the gun to knock the zombie dog in the air away and then shot it directly in the head. Seeing the zombie dog's head explode like a watermelon, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that it is not as difficult as I imagined. However, the next moment, from the dark corner of the factory, zombie dogs slowly walked out one after another. Woof, 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 woof. Roar. The little velociraptor stood beside Lin Feng's legs and roared back without fear. You know what? This little thing has a pretty loud voice. Those zombie dogs had never heard the roar of a dinosaur before, and they stood there in a daze for a while before they found the source of the sound. No, I can't fight. Lin Feng seemed to see a playful look in the eyes of a zombie dog. It was obvious that this zombie dog with only IQ was the Dog King. They haven't attacked directly yet, probably waiting for the Dog King's order. If so many zombie dogs were to charge at me, my chances of survival would be practically zero, so I had to find a high spot. Chapter 24 Difficulty Increase. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly remembered the zombie dog that jumped down from above when he just came in. He looked up and saw that there was indeed an operating table above that required a ladder to climb up. The ladder is right next to it. Lin Feng looked at the pack of zombie dogs, and without saying a word, he rushed towards the ladder, holding the little velociraptor. Woof! At the command of the Dog King, the remaining zombie dogs rushed forward, and their speed was definitely much faster than Lin Feng's. Fortunately, Lin Feng climbed onto the operating table in time and kicked the ladder down. It was at this time that Lin Feng discovered that this operating table was used to control the large saw blade below. If it's still useful, maybe it can help me. Lin Feng looked at the operating lever and found that it was rusty, and he couldn't understand it at all, so he simply operated all the buttons and operating levers. Buzz. Holy crap. It actually works. Is the quality so good? Lin Feng was a little surprised when he saw the rapidly rotating saw blade, and then began to look for the rod to operate the saw blade. This saw blade can only move left and right, and Lin Feng quickly found the operating lever. Afterwards, Lin Feng moved the saw blade to the bottom of the operating table to prevent the zombie dogs from jumping up from below. After all, the height was not high. With the intelligence of the Dog King, he could easily jump up by just setting up a ladder or pushing a box over. Now with this big chainsaw, the zombie dogs below can only watch. But Lin Feng did not let down his guard. After all, who knew how long this machine could run? The operating lever was rusted, and it was obvious that no one had been here for a long time. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng fired several shots at the dog barking below. After several zombie dogs died in succession, the Dog King realized that he could not fight on. He roared a few times at the surviving zombie dogs in front of him and then disappeared. Soon, all the zombie dogs surrounding the operating table disappeared. Just as they were running, Lin Feng shot and killed 5 more. There are only 10 surviving zombie dogs now. If nothing unexpected happens, these zombie dogs are going to wait for me to go down by myself or for the chainsaw to stop. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief temporarily and then began to look for the blue container. Found it. Lin Feng was delighted because the container containing the weapons supply box was not far from him, about 20 meters away. There was a damaged truck towing the blue container. Now that the zombie dogs have left, should I take the risk and go down to get the gun from the weapon supply box, so that I don't have to be afraid of just a few zombie dogs? At this moment, the electric saw below suddenly made a clicking sound. After a while, it stopped. Well, there's no need to go down now. Those zombie dogs will probably be here soon. As Lin Feng expected, after the chainsaw stopped, the remaining zombie dogs immediately rushed over. Roar! Woof, woof, woof. The Dog King jumped onto the stopped chainsaw first, and then tried to use the force to jump onto the operating table. Lin Feng reacted quickly and fired a shot at the Dog King, but he never expected that the other party was prepared and changed his body shape in the air in an instant, dodging most of the bullets. He only suffered a minor injury, which did not affect his combat effectiveness at all. Roar! Roar! Just as the Dog King was about to pounce on Lin Feng, the little velociraptor bit his neck tightly. Roar! Just as the velociraptor was fighting the Dog King, the remaining 9 zombie dogs also jumped over from the chainsaw. These zombie dogs had no intelligence, so naturally they couldn't dodge in the air. Lin Feng shot them one by one. After emptying the bullets in his gun, Lin Feng quickly threw it on the ground and replaced it with a pistol. However, in just a short while, the remaining 3 zombie dogs jumped up. Lin Feng first knocked one away with a punch, then stepped on the other one and fired several shots at its head. But there was still one that I didn't have time to take care of. Roar! After the little velociraptor dealt with the Dog King, it rushed over and successfully stopped the zombie dog that wanted to sneak attack Lin Feng and easily bit off its neck. Soon the last zombie dog was also dealt with by Lin Feng. Sure, Xialonglong. Lin Feng stroked the velociraptor's head. The Dog King's death was horrific. He was torn into several pieces by the little velociraptor. However, the little velociraptor also suffered a lot of injuries. Fortunately, no key parts were injured. Lin Feng quickly dug out 2 sealed syringes from a pile of rotten intestines in the Dog King's stomach. This should be the serum. Don't move. Lin Feng calmed the velociraptor down and then injected it directly. Okay, it's okay. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The little velociraptor had rolled its eyes just now, and it was obvious that it was infected with the zombie virus. Fortunately, this immune serum is very powerful and takes effect immediately after one injection. In an instant, the little velociraptor returned to normal. I have to say, this time it was really dangerous. Fortunately, the little velociraptor helped. I didn't expect this little thing to be so ferocious. It really is a prehistoric creature. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and the reward is 20 gold coins. Finally done. Lin Feng smiled in his heart, and then came to the blue container. A wooden box covered with a moisture-proof tarpaulin was placed inside. Lin Feng picked up the wooden box without saying a word. I have to say, it's quite heavy, at least 60 or 70 kilograms. Lin Feng was having a hard time holding it. After finally returning to the elevator, Lin Feng took out all the guns and bullets inside. One 416 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifle, 300 spare bullets, 20 underslung grenades, 1 purple flare, 1 red flare, 1 yellow flare, and 2 broadsword mines. The rifle has been modified and not only has underslung grenades, but also an optical sight and a laser pointer. There are 3 magazines, each holding 30 rounds of ammunition. The grenade is 20 millimeters, and the flare is also launched through a grenade launcher. However, Lin Feng should not need these 3 types of flares. After fiddling with the rifle in his hand, Lin Feng aimed outside and fired 2 bullets to test his accuracy. Now with his marksmanship and this automatic rifle, his combat effectiveness is not just doubled. Let's upgrade the elevator. Lin Feng came to the screen and found that tens of millions of people had died just now. It can be seen how great the impact of increased difficulty is on others. I actually made it back alive. Upstairs, I didn't dare go out. Seeing so many people die, I know it's not simple. Can you briefly talk about what you went through? The floor I entered was a prison, but it wasn't filled with prisoners, but zombies. Luckily, those zombies were locked in iron cages, with only a few outside. Luckily, I've used a bow before, so I easily shot those zombies down with my bow and arrow. Most importantly, I also found a pistol on the floor. I'm a gun owner now. With a gun, won't clearing floors be easy? I'm so envious. I didn't dare go out either. If I had known earlier, I would have gone out to take a look. I will definitely go out next time. Chapter 25 Death Game 1. After looking at the content in the chat room for a while, Lin Feng pressed the upgrade elevator button. After a while of shaking, the elevator rose to level 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. Extra time card. Can extend the elevator closing time of this floor for 1 hour. Beep. Host, please complete the upgrade task and upgrade the elevator to level 6. I will reward you with an opportunity to upgrade your oversized cowhide backpack. The upgrade is still 77% away, which means 10 gold coins, 200 kilograms of wood, and 232 kilograms of iron are needed. The ventilation holes of the level 5 elevator are a little bigger, the range has more than doubled, and there is an additional workbench. This workbench is not like the one in the game, where you just throw in the raw materials and click away to make what you want. This workbench only provides you with some tools, but you still have to operate it yourself. What's even worse is that these tools cannot be taken away, can only be used on a workbench. Lin Feng fiddled with it for a while and immediately lost interest. It seemed that his handicraft skills were still retained from the handicraft class in elementary school. Asking him to use these things to make a big sword or zhuge crossbow is pure nonsense. At this time, Yihua's refined salt was also successful. Yihua, brother, the salt you requested has been successfully refined. I've listed it on the exchange and will trade it with food. Lin Feng, yes, okay. Lin Feng clicked on Yihua's profile picture and found the transaction information he posted. Any food exchange. Not bad. This kid is not greedy. Lin Feng came to the front of the pool, where a fat grass carp was swimming. It looked like it weighed at least 2 kilograms. Just give this to him. Lin Feng caught the fish and traded it to Yihua. The amount of salt traded was not much. After all, the seawater Lin Feng provided him was not much. This salt should be enough for Lin Feng to eat for a day or two. The taste was salty and a bit bitter, but Lin Feng was already very satisfied. After so many days in this world, he finally got to eat his first flavorful barbecue. Looking at the barbecue sprinkled with salt in front of him, Lin Feng wiped his saliva and started to eat with relish. The little velociraptor next to it didn't know why Mom was eating so happily today, but he loved it too. After eating and exercising for a while, Lin Feng took a rest. Soon it was midnight, and the system prompt sound came as expected. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is a death game. The floor will not end until the host and other survivors play 3 games together. This floor must be entered. After completing 3 death games, you will be rewarded with 20 gold coins and 500 kilograms of upgrade materials. Ding! This floor's reminder. Survivors who participate in the death game must play this game. When playing the death game, survivors cannot kill each other through means other than the game. Hidden mechanism. Survivors who fail the game can get a chance to re-enter the game by committing suicide before death, 3 times per person. Death game? Is it similar to the hide-and-seek floor last time? Lin Feng was wondering in his heart, but now he knew one piece of information. That is, there must be a lot of survivors on the next floor. Doesn't that mean he is going to get rich again? Maybe the elevator can be raised to level 6 in one go. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Soon the elevator announcement came. Lin Feng took a deep breath and walked out after the elevator stopped. Just after stepping onto the floor, the elevator announcement sounded again from the top of the floor. Welcome to play Death Billiards. Each ball represents a part of your body. If you pocket a billiard ball, you will be judged as losing it. The person who finally pockets the black ball is the winner. After the game is over, the winner will not deduct the organs that were hit, and the loser will deduct all the organs that were hit into the bag. Game begins. After the broadcast ended, a girl with a nervous face appeared in front of Lin Feng. Hello, shall we start the game? Hello, brother. I'm not very good at playing. Lin Feng looked at the nervous girl in front of him and did not let his guard down, because he felt that this was all an act. The system has previously reminded that anyone who can enter the game floor will play all the death games on that floor. Lin Feng once participated in the City Billiards Club and was ranked 2nd in the club, which was considered quite impressive. The girl in front of me is definitely not as simple as she seems. I will start by checking her foundation from the tee shot. Ladies first. How about you tee off first? Lin Feng smiled slightly, then took a step back. The billiard balls have been set up, and they are not the numbers as before, but human tissues one by one, such as eyes, nose, heart, kidneys, stomach, brain, etc. How about you, brother? Kick off the game. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it well. I don't have enough strength. Oh, brother, my name isn't Ching. What's your name? Haha, my name is Guchun. You should kick off the match first. There are advantages to kicking off first. Lin Feng gave a fake name and then pretended to be fascinated by Ching. He was slowly moving forward, and just when he was about to reach out and touch her face, Ching dodged him. Okay, I'll kick off then. Ching rolled up her sleeves, revealing an arm as white as jade, and Lin Feng naturally followed her lead. Wasn't she doing this just to seduce herself? Sure enough, Ching was looking at herself out of the corner of her eyes at this moment. I smiled proudly in my heart. Another man was won over by my beauty. Brother, stop looking at me. I'm a little nervous. Okay, I won't look at you anymore. Then you can tee off. Lin Feng sneered in his heart, and then started playing with the club. He had just observed the way Ching gripped the club. She should have played it before, but her skills should be very weak, otherwise she wouldn't pretend to be a green tea. Lin Feng used to be a part-time coach in the billiard club, so he saw through Ching's disguise at a glance. Bang! A crisp sound was heard, and 2 balls went into the pocket, one for Lin Feng's eye and the other for her ear. I'm sorry, brother Guchun. I didn't mean to do that. I shouldn't have used so much force. I was just afraid that I couldn't break them up, so I used a little more force. I'm sorry. And Qingqing looked at Lin Feng with tears in her eyes and a face full of self-blame. I have to say, the acting was really good. It's okay. After all, goals scored from kickoffs are random. I don't blame you. Lin Feng said indifferently. Okay, brother. And Qingqing bent down and looked again, and she couldn't hit any of these balls. So he hit it casually, and naturally no ball went in the end. However, the discerning Lin Feng could tell at once that Qingqing was aiming for the whole shot. In a few more rounds, Qingqing's balls will probably be in good positions, and he won't be able to win even if he wants to. Chapter 26 Death Game 2. Then it was Lin Feng's turn to hit the ball. Just as he bent down to prepare to hit the ball, Qingqing suddenly spoke. Brother, can you let me go? I can. The girl's fragrance lingered around Lin Feng's nostrils. However, this game is a matter of life and death. No one would really risk their life for the sake of happiness, right? Don't worry, I will definitely give in to you. I can't bear to see such a lovely sister like you die in this place. Remember to live for me. Lin Feng looked at Qingqing with deep affection and unconsciously reached out and touched Qingqing's delicate face. Next, Lin Feng didn't plan to act anymore. It was a bit boring, so he decided to end it quickly. However, it must be said that Qingqing's appearance is indeed very attractive. She probably uses the tactic of seduction often, otherwise she would not be so proficient in it. When Qingqing saw Lin Feng's reaction, she felt even more proud. It turned out that he was just a virgin who had never seen a woman. After being hooked by me like this, I don't even want to live anymore. Ha ha. Brother Guchen, please don't do this. Let's just play normally. Don't let me. I don't know if you believe it or not, but it's love at first sight. One of us may die today, but I hope that person who dies is me and not you. After a while of puwa, Qingqing came up with a decisive move and gently tapped Lin Feng's face. After hearing all these words and such a brief remark, almost no man can bear it. But as a top straight man, Lin Feng only felt disgusted in his heart. Damn, this woman doesn't have any infectious disease, does she? She won't infect me by kissing me like that. Lin Feng gave Qingqing an inexplicable smile and began to aim seriously again. Bang! 2 balls in one shot. They are in Qingqing's heart and lungs respectively. Although Qingqing was very annoyed inside when she saw this scene, she looked very happy on the surface. Yeah, my brother scored a goal. Lin Feng sneered in his heart as he looked at Qingqing, who was still pretending. I want to see how long you can laugh. Then Lin Feng continued to hit the ball. Goal, this time with the brain. At this time, Qingqing's face was obviously a little ugly. While celebrating Lin Feng's goal, she said it was very hot and took off her coat. She is wearing a loose vest inside, and I have to say, it is really revealing. Come on, brother. Bang. It was another ball, but this time it didn't go in. It wasn't intentional on Lin Feng's part. This ball was easy to hit, just a straight ball, but Lin Feng hadn't hit it for a long time, so he made a mistake. But it's not a big problem. Qingqing looked at Lin Feng, who couldn't even score such a simple goal, and showed a frustrated expression. Brother, please don't give in to me, okay? Qingqing can't bear to see you die here. As Qingqing spoke, she pulled the shoulder strap that she had deliberately rubbed down. He is so skilled in using this whole set of combos. Then he lay on the pool table with his butt sticking up, as if he was going to feed it. Lin Feng sat aside and drank water calmly. The water on the table is provided by the floor and should be drinkable. He just looked and saw that Qingqing should be able to score 2 goals. Each person has a total of 7 goals, which means 8 goals if the black 8 is included. So Lin Feng is not panicking now. What surprised Lin Feng was that Qingqing didn't even score the first goal. This was definitely not an act. It was probably a mistake. When Lin Feng looked over, he found that Qingqing wanted to score 2 balls in one shot, but she made a mistake and ended up not scoring a single ball. It's so funny. Even if I give you a chance, you can't do anything about it. Qingqing, with a look of disappointment on her face, was ready to continue interfering with Lin Feng's play. This time she was really disappointed. She actually failed, but fortunately, this guy had been deceived by her. She's such a jerk that she's captivated by just a little bit of sex appeal. What a piece of trash. Qingqing sneered in her heart, and then watched Lin Feng give out another wave of benefits. Bang! Lin Feng calmed down and hit the ball again, scoring the goal. Qingqing has been teasing him intentionally or unintentionally. To be honest, any man would not be able to stand it. In addition, Qingqing's figure and appearance are indeed at the level of a school beauty. So it is normal for Lin Feng to be a little agitated. What a vixen. Lin Feng sighed in his heart. If the venue was not unsuitable, he would probably teach Qingqing what it meant to invite trouble. Bang! Another goal was scored. Now Lin Feng has scored a total of 5 goals, and only needs the last 3. Glancing at Ching, her expression looked a little ugly. Ching noticed Lin Feng was looking at her and quickly said, "Come on, brother." Then when Lin Feng bent down, she slowly leaned over. That's right, she was ready to cheat. Lin Feng naturally noticed her little movements. Thinking that Ching would accidentally bump into him when he hit the ball, Lin Feng deliberately adjusted the angle. Just as he was hitting the ball, Ching suddenly bumped into Lin Feng with a cry of ouch. Lin Feng leaned forward, and the white ball was instantly hit out with great force. "I'm sorry, brother. I accidentally tripped. I'm sorry," Ching said with a look of panic, while secretly glancing at the pool table out of the corner of her eye. Bang, bang, bang. The white ball hits several other balls in succession. Ching's eyes gradually became bigger and bigger because a ball representing her actually rolled to the mouth of the pocket. "Don't come in, don't come in, don't come in." Ching kept praying in her heart, but the prayers were ineffective. The ball representing the duodenum finally rolled in. Click. Ching felt a chill in her heart. Now there are only 2 balls left. Lin Feng looked at the last organ and the position of black 8 and immediately felt confident of victory. "I'm not going to play with Ching anymore. Let's quickly finish the game and start the next one." "Brother, am I going to die?" Ching said weakly. She originally thought that the answer she would get would be something like, "You won't die. I give up." As a result, Lin Feng actually nodded at her. "Yeah, you're dying." "Brother, are you kidding me? Didn't you say you didn't want me to die?" Lin Feng said with an innocent look. But. Ching was suddenly incoherent. Couldn't this guy hear that she was speaking sarcastically? "Brother Guchen, I'm only 18 years old. I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die in this place. Can you let me go? I haven't had a boyfriend yet." As she spoke, Ching actually took off her vest and approached Lin Feng while taking off her last line of defense. Chapter 27 Death Game 3. No. Please, don't kill me. Ching took off all her clothes and begged. At the same time, there is a blade hidden between his fingers. None of the survivors who can survive to this day are simple. They all have some means to save their lives. Ching pretended to beg as she slowly approached Lin Feng, with the blade hidden very well between her fingers. "Go to hell." Ching roared in her heart, and then slashed directly at Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng had basic fighting skills, and his body reacted subconsciously, easily pinning Ching down on the pool table. "Wanna kill me?" Lin Feng chuckled. At this time, a masked man came over. The masked man grabbed Ching and tied her to a pool table. Survivor Ching intended to violate the rules and will be limited to 2 strikes. Survivor Lin Feng gets 2 free kicks. Lin Feng. Ching looked at Lin Feng and was shocked. It turned out that this man had been deceiving her from the very beginning. "I thought I hit it so well." 2 free kicks, only 2 goals left. Although Ching wanted to say something, her mouth was full and she could only stammer. Bang. Lin Feng placed the white ball casually and then scored it easily. Now there was only 1 black 8 left, and it's at the mouth of the bag. It's the kind that anyone can score. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't waste any more time and scored the last goal. Along with Ching's desperate screams, the body tissue that had just been injected began to separate from Ching's body. After floating in the air, it exploded directly. A moment later, Ching was left with only her skin submerged in a pool of blood. "It's bloody." Lin Feng covered his nose in disgust, then walked towards a big door. The door says it leads to the next death game. When I opened the door, an old man was already waiting for me inside. Such a fast speed. It seems this person is extraordinary. Lin Feng did not look down on him just because he was an old man with white hair. Again, it's not easy for anyone to enter this floor. "Hello, young man. My name is Bai Shang." "Hello, my name is Gu Chun." Lin Feng stretched out his hand and shook hands with Bai Shang, and the 2 of them got to know each other. Of course, if the other party did not take the initiative to speak, Lin Feng really did not intend to talk to his competitors. Someone will die soon anyway, so what's the point of talking so much? Lin Feng didn't know what this game was about. There was only 1 table on the entire floor. But the next moment, the elevator announcement sounded. "Please assemble the gun and shoot the person in front of you. The one who survives is the winner." The next moment, 2 piles of parts suddenly appeared on the table. After Lin Feng and the old man looked at each other, they rushed over and began to look through the parts. Game begins. Fuck, these are parts of several guns. Lin Feng, who is proficient in firearms, can tell at a glance that these parts are not from just 1 gun, but from at least a dozen guns. But this didn't bother him. After all, in the eyes of Lin Feng, who is proficient in firearms, these parts are already marked with his own names and labels. Lin Feng could tell at a glance the purpose of these parts. He could tell at a glance which ones were useful and which ones were not. It was obvious that the old man was not simple either. Although he looks to be in his 60s, his hands are not slow at all. He keeps comparing parts and has already assembled the prototypes of 3 pistols. Young man, you are still too young to handle guns. The old man looked at the motionless Lin Feng and smiled. It was normal for him to feel at a loss as to where to start. After all, he was a little confused when he saw such a large pile of parts. Haha, everything you assembled is wrong. Lin Feng said calmly. He was not lying. The prototypes of the 3 guns that the old man was assembling were all wrong. In the end, you will find that a part is missing and the gun cannot be fired. Afterwards, Lin Feng also started to operate quickly. I accurately found the corresponding parts among a pile of parts. Since I had already found the parts before, I could just assemble them directly. Lin Feng looked at the old man's progress and then quickly assembled it. The old man ignored what Lin Feng had just said. In his opinion, Lin Feng was just disturbing him. 1 minute later, Lin Feng assembled the pistol and installed the only bullet. The old man felt the cold thing on his forehead and put down the semi-finished product in his hand. Ha ha ha, shoot, I actually lost, ha ha ha. Bang. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't waste any words. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to himself. Lin Feng didn't care about the old man's identity. For him, the most important thing was to survive and find a way to return to Blue Star. After the old man died, another door appeared in front of Lin Feng. Please proceed to the next game. After pushing open the door, there was no one inside, but there were 4 chairs. Lin Feng just sat down and waited quietly. More than 10 minutes later, a woman in a short skirt appeared, but the elevator announcement did not sound, which meant that the game had not started yet. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a strong man covered in blood came over. Next was a middle-aged man with a big belly, and finally a young man with muscular body. The game begins. It's called Grab the Stool. Only one person can survive. After the broadcast sounded, Lin Feng couldn't help but stand up. Please ask players to stand in a circle around the stool. Several people did as they were told. They had all played the game of musical chairs before. One person was eliminated in each round, and there would only be one winner in the end. In other words, out of the 5 of them, only one could survive. The muscular man and the strong man were not worried at all. After all, they were strong and could just rob the things. Game begins. Drip, 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 drip. Drip, drip, drip. The knocking sound became faster and faster. Suddenly, the knocking sound from the radio stopped. Several people who knew the rules of the game quickly began to scramble for seats. Li Tian is eliminated. The middle-aged man with a big belly looked around in horror. No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I haven't found my wife and child yet. Don't kill me. Bang. The middle-aged man with a big belly exploded on the spot. I say, if you have to be so bloody, could you please tell me in advance next time? Lin Feng pulled out the intestines that were bursting onto his face and shouted. His clothes were now ruined. Vomit. The beautiful woman in a short skirt vomited when she saw the heart hanging on her leg. Although the strong man and the muscular man looked a little ugly, fortunately, they did not vomit. Chapter 28 Death Game, End. Just when they looked grim, an invisible force pushed them away, and at the same time one of the 4 chairs disappeared. The game continues. Drip, 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 drip. Drip, 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 drip. The voice stopped again, and the muscular man sat down on the stool first, followed by Lin Feng. The burly man pushed the woman away and sat on the chair. No, please let me live. When the woman saw that she didn't get a seat, she screamed in a state of mental breakdown, her eyes even bloodshot, looking extremely scary. Let you live? Then I die? Idiot. The strong man spat and cursed. Tang Miao is eliminated. Vomit. The woman suddenly covered her mouth and blood continued to flow out from between her fingers. Vomit. No, I don't want to die. The woman kept picking up the organs she vomited and putting them into her mouth as if this would prevent her from dying. However, after more than 10 seconds, the woman died. It can be said that he died a miserable death and even experienced dozens of seconds of painful torture. The middle-aged man just now at least died instantly, without any pain. The woman was crying out and vomiting blood and internal organs. It was painful to watch. The following process was the same as before. A force pushed the 3 people away, and 1 chair was missing, leaving only 2. The game continues. Drip, 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 drip. Drip, 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 drip. The 3 of them were all very nervous. In the quiet floor, apart from the beeping sound of the radio, the only sounds were the 3 people's heartbeats. Although Lin Feng has basic fighting skills and outstanding reaction ability, it is useless if he has bad luck. This game requires not only reaction and strength, but also luck. If you stop in the wrong position, no matter how fast your reaction is, it will be useless. The knocking stopped. Lin Feng sat down quickly. The muscular man failed to snatch the ball from the strong man and was directly pushed away by him. That body of muscular muscle is just for show. Now it was the tendon man's turn to be frightened. I'll die, who's afraid of who? Let me die easily. Lin Jiahan was eliminated. Ha ha ha, kill me. This damn place. Even if I die, I'll be free. After the muscular man vented loudly for a few words, he suddenly stood still. His eyes were as big as bells, as if there was something terrifying in front of him. Ah! With a scream, the muscular man fell to the ground stiffly. His eyes were still wide open. It was obvious that he was scared to death by seeing something. Nowadays, each way of dying is more painful than the last. The strong man suddenly began to envy the first middle-aged man who died, because his death was easier. The two were pushed away again, and only one chair was left. The game continues. The burly man looked at Lin Feng and found that Lin Feng was also looking at him. The knocking sound rang out again. Drip, 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 drip. Drip, 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 drip. The two kept observing each other, their steps getting faster and faster. But the broadcast was like a jam, and the knocking sound didn't stop for 5 minutes. The two people's moods were up and down, and they were tortured by the knocking sounds. Even the rhythm of his breathing followed the increasingly rapid tapping. Looking at the cold sweat on the burly man's forehead, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He was so nervous, but he won the game. Although Lin Feng was also nervous, the strong man was obviously scared. Suddenly, the knocking finally stopped. The strong man was probably too nervous and was stunned for a few tenths of a second. As a result, because of these few tenths of a second, the stool was snatched away by Lin Feng. At this moment, the strong man knew that he was going to die, and he just hoped that he could die easily and directly. A sudden death is the best. Li Long is eliminated. After hearing the sound, the strong man collapsed on the ground and waited quietly for death to come. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Li Long looked at his stomach and touched it with his hand, but found that he couldn't even feel his ribs. He stared at Lin Feng blankly and then fell to the ground. In the previous moment, all the organs and bones in Li Long's body were shattered. Although it was painful for a few seconds at the end, it was better than the previous two. The final winner of the death game, Lin Feng. Rewards are being distributed. Reward, 20 gold coins, 500 kilograms of iron. Game over. After the elevator announcement ended, everything on the floor disappeared, leaving only 7 elevators. One of them belongs to Lin Feng, and the remaining 6 are the 6 people who lost to Lin Feng. There were only 10 minutes left before the elevator closed. Lin Feng decisively used an overtime card and then began to search for useful things in several elevators. The first thing is naturally the supplies needed for the upgrade. There are 6 elevators, and the supplies seem to be quite a lot, but they are very messy. After you sort them out, you will find that there are actually not many. These people haven't reached level 4 yet, so there's no material storage area. If there was a material storage area, Lin Feng might not be able to obtain a large amount of upgrade materials in this way. After transporting all the materials to the material storage area of his elevator via a cowhide backpack, Lin Feng began to search carefully in each elevator one by one. Anyway, there is an overtime card, so why rush? After finally taking all the useful things from the 6 elevators, Lin Feng made a brief summary. 8 sets of clean clothes, 3 very sharp knives, 4 bows, a spear, 5 loaves of bread, 18 bottles of water, 10 cans of beef, and some rags. Apart from these, the rest is useless. In fact, it would be useless for him to take the bow and spear. After all, I only play with guns and crossbows. However, these things should be able to be traded. Things that you may not think highly of may be good things in the eyes of others. These were all the things that the 6 people had that were useful to him, and it wasn't much. This was normal. After all, it was difficult to store things under such conditions. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng looked at the little velociraptor curled up in the corner, and his heart skipped a beat. Damn, it's so cold. Won't you freeze to death? Lin Feng quickly turned on the induction cooker and then touched the little velociraptor. Roar. I just fell asleep. Lin Feng felt relieved when he saw the lively little velociraptor. Chapter 29, Meeting an Old Friend. After confirming that the little velociraptor was fine, Lin Feng clicked a few times on the screen to check the upgrade progress and found that it was ready to upgrade. So Lin Feng directly clicked to upgrade the elevator. Soon, the elevator began to shake violently, more violently than the previous times. New items that appear after the elevator is upgraded also appear on the screen. Elevator upgrade completed. Newly added, comfortable bed, simple fireplace, expanded by 20 square meters. To put it simply, the comfortable bed is just a propped-up wooden bed, not much different from the one Lin Feng had before. But at least it is a proper bed, and Lin Feng can finally find a good place to sleep. The fireplace does not occupy the ventilation hole, but has a separate ventilation outlet. Now you don't need an induction cooker to keep warm. It seems that the owner of this elevator world is not determined to kill all humans. Although the temperature has dropped, there is a fireplace. As long as we hold on, there is still a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng chopped the wood into small pieces and put them into the fireplace. Then he found some paper to ignite it and finally lit the fireplace. The temperature in the elevator was also rising rapidly. That's not right, system. Why didn't you give me any rewards for this upgrade? Ding, the upgrade mission has been completed. I was rewarded with an opportunity to upgrade my oversized cowhide backpack. It has been used automatically. The oversized cowhide backpack has increased by 3 slots. Well, alright. Lin Feng nodded. Then start preparing food for the day. The temperature is so low now, so it's not a good idea to eat cold canned food. But since we have a fireplace, we can heat up the canned beef. The little velociraptor's food is 3 big turtles. They are all refreshed from the infinite pool. The little velociraptor, who was eating a turtle for the first time, actually bit it head-on and almost broke his teeth. Later, Lin Feng used a machete to kill the turtle and took out the meat. But just 3 turtles are definitely not enough to fill the little velociraptor's stomach. Lin Feng could only take out some dinosaur meat from his cowhide backpack to feed the velociraptor. The meat brought from the prehistoric world during this period has almost been eaten up by the little velociraptors. But there was still meat from 2 sheep, some berries and miscellaneous food, plus an infinity pool. Even if you can't get food temporarily, you can still hold on for a while. After the little velociraptor had eaten and drunk its fill, it ran to the corner with the turtle shell in its mouth to grind its teeth. I never expected that this turtle shell would have this function. It's really a pleasant surprise. After a few hours of daily exercise, Lin Feng went to rest. I slept until the evening before getting up. After waking up, Lin Feng first washed himself briefly with the water in the sink, then sat in front of the screen, eating berries and browsing messages. Most people are awake at this time. The messages in the chat room are nothing more than information about buying and selling, daily bragging, looking down on each other, etc. The new Royal Club has opened. We meet by chance. For a price, you can experience the feeling of flying. We have a variety of beauties for you to choose from, including Lolita, Queen, MILF, and mature women. The new Royal Club will make you feel at home. Wow, there are advertisements in this place. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, and when he looked carefully, he found that it was sent by a man named Qinan. Qinan? Oh my god, isn't this my great son? Lin Feng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Although it was possible that they had the same name and surname, Lin Feng remembered this guy's face clearly. Qinan and Lin Feng are from the same school, and like Lin Feng, he is not used to living in the dormitory. So the two of them rented a house together. Because of Lin Feng's background, Qinan has always taken great care of Lin Feng. He even paid the extra water and electricity bills for renting a house. After a long time, the relationship between the two became very good. After spending a long time together, Qinan and Lin Feng always addressed each other as father and son. Either you are the father or I am the father. I didn't expect this thing to be brought into this world. There are actually 4 levels of elevators. It seems that Qinan is lucky, but what the hell is this advertisement? In order to find out what Qinan was doing, Lin Feng started a private chat. Lin Feng, big boy, how the hell did you end up here? Qinan, who was posting an advertisement, thought that business had come to him after seeing the message, so he quickly clicked on it to reply. However, when he saw the content, he was stunned. Holy shit, isn't this that kid Lin Feng? Qinan, what the hell? Why are you here? Lin Feng, it's all because of you. You didn't set the alarm for 8 a.m., which caused us to be late. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't have arrived in this world. Qinan, climb, 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 what does this have to do with me? Lin Feng, haha, by the way, I want to ask, what does this advertisement mean? Have you changed your career to become a pimp? Qinan, fuck you, I'm also hired by someone. I was all over the chat room a few days ago. Didn't you see it? Lin Feng, I don't really pay attention to chat rooms. Qinan, it's okay. Let me tell you. It's similar to a water army. He provides food, and I help with advertising. I heard that this new Royal Club specializes in mobile services and has several prostitutes. Qinan, you'd say he has a good business sense. I was able to earn some food by flooding his screen with ads, and that helped me get through a difficult time. Lin Feng, I see. Then how much food did he give you? Qinan, a piece of black bread, which will keep him on the screen for 7 days. Lin Feng, fuck, you black slave. So cheap. Qinan, What can I do? I was unlucky before and couldn't find anything to eat, so I had to do this to avoid starving to death. But the good news is that I don't have to worry about food anymore. In a few days, I won't have to spam him anymore. This is such a shitty chat room, and it requires real names. It's really shameful. Chinan, by the way, are you hungry? How about calling daddy and giving you something to eat? Lin Feng, silly dog, you are unworthy. Chinan, ha 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 ha, I never thought we would meet again in this world. I thought I would end up living alone. Lin Feng, you idiot. By the way, didn't your girlfriend come to this world? Chinan, Xiaoran, so far I haven't found anything. I also hope she doesn't come to this world. It would be best if she forgets me and finds a man who treats her well again. Chinan's affectionate and warm tone left Lin Feng speechless. This guy is a pure Aquaman, hanging out with women all the time, and his average girlfriend lasts no more than 3 months. Lin Feng was speechless when someone said such words. Chapter 30. Back to the forest floor again. Lin Feng. Okay. I know you're a big romantic, okay? Chinan. Hey. Alright, I'm going to continue posting flyers. If I ever meet you, I'll make sure you call me daddy. Lin Feng. Go away. Chinan. Wait. How come you're on the 6th level elevator? Lin Feng. Call me daddy and I'll tell you how it's done. Chinan. Dad. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Where is your moral integrity? Chinan, who was talking just now. Seeing Chinan's expression, Lin Feng wanted to laugh. He then told Chinan the upgrade materials needed for the level 5 and level 6 elevators, as well as what new things would be added to the elevators after the upgrade. As for how to upgrade, Lin Feng only typed 4 words, kill and rob. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to give Chinan some weapon support, but this guy refused to accept it and insisted that he had a gun in his hand. Lin Feng had no choice but to believe this bragging behavior. After turning his eyes away from the chat room, Lin Feng smiled. He didn't have many good friends, and Chinan was one of them, perhaps the only one. It seems like it's not a bad idea to reunite with good brothers. Chinan, who was in another elevator, wiped the Glock pistol in his hand and smiled. Silly dog Lin Feng, you probably don't know your father's true identity. You must survive. Lin Feng laughed a few times as he watched Chinan, who was flooding the chat room with advertisements. Ha ha ha, this guy is still as sexy as ever. I really hope to meet him sooner. Of course, Lin Feng hopes to meet Chinan on the peaceful floor. He doesn't want to meet Chinan in the death game. Lin Feng thought about it in his heart, then ate something and started exercising. Now the muscle lines on his body are very obvious, and he has developed 8 abdominal muscles. Now he only needs 1 more to complete the whole process. Because he took the fitness pills, he achieved twice the result with half the effort every time he exercised, which is why he achieved such good results in such a short time. Ding! Triggering the upgrade mission. Please upgrade the elevator to level 7. The host will be rewarded with Wilderness Survival Skills Expert level. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is the cannibal camp, which contains 25 cannibals and a cannibal chief. There is a golden treasure chest in the cannibal camp. Open it and you will receive 5 gold coins, a universal detoxification pill, a rhino horn bow, and 20 arrows. Ting. Triggering the annihilation mission. Each cannibal killed will be rewarded with 1 gold coin. 25 cannibals. Lin Feng was not at all flustered and directly changed into the 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle he had obtained in the zombie dog floor before. No matter how many savages there are, I can kill them all with just 1 magazine. If that doesn't work, there are still grenades hanging below to let them see the fireworks. This floor rewards a lot of gold coins. After this floor is finished, you should have enough gold coins to upgrade to the level 7 elevator. At this time, Lin Feng still needs 80 kilograms of wood, 20 kilograms of iron, 30 gold coins, and 100 kilograms of copper to upgrade to the level 7 elevator. The gold obtained from robbing a bank last time has not been used up yet, but unfortunately, there is no way to make gold coins from it. Lin Feng remembered that he once saw someone in the chat room say that this gold coin was not pure gold, and there were some other impurities in it. Maybe it is to prevent people from counterfeiting gold coins. Soon, the elevator announcement sounded, and Lin Feng also rechecked the equipment he carried. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Soon, the elevator door opened, and Lin Feng walked in with a gun in hand. What came towards us was a group of simple houses built with wood and hay. This should be the house where the cannibal tribe lives. But what about cannibals? Lin Feng looked at the thatched house closest to him and found no trace of wild men inside. The same goes for the other straw houses. But the system would not lie to him. Just when Lin Feng was feeling puzzled, several savages holding wooden sticks crawled out of a hidden underground cave. Roar! When those dark-skinned savages saw Lin Feng, they roared and rushed over. Lin Feng, who had been waiting for the savages for a long time, naturally would not show mercy. He raised his gun and shot them in one go. A few bursts of shots killed all the savages that crawled out. Because the gun had no silencer, even the savages outside the camp were attracted by the gunshot. At the same time, more and more wild men crawled out of the underground caves. On the other side, Wang Lei, who was controlling the game character, also heard gunshots. Ever since he discovered Lin Feng as the game Easter egg last time, the popularity of his live broadcast has skyrocketed. After all, in his world, the game Forest is ranked #1 in the global ranking of virtual reality games. Although Wang Lei didn't know how he triggered the Easter egg, he still had some brains and relied on deception and procrastination to maintain his popularity. The game company also took the opportunity to add Lin Feng's model into the game. He is set as a rescue team that comes to search for survivors. If you follow him, you will unlock an achievement. I have to say that this move by the game company was really a great move, and the popularity of the game has increased significantly again. At the same time, the game company also rewarded Wang Lei with a deluxe version of the game cabin. Now Wang Lei is lying in the game cabin and broadcasting live. Relying on the popularity of Easter eggs, Wang Lei keeps making fun of the game. Coupled with his own funny attributes, his fans have increased from tens of thousands to more than 1 million. Brothers, did you hear that? There are gunshots again. It seems to come from the savage camp. Let's go over and take a look. Could it be another rescue team? As Wang Lei spoke, he controlled the game character to run towards the savage camp. Brother Lei, if there is an NPC, try to see if you can kill him, haha. That's fine. Maybe killing an NPC can unlock new achievements, such as destroying life. You guys are wasting your talents by not being game planners, streamer. They have guns, so you should just forget about it. What's wrong with having a gun? A gun is faster than a gun at 7 steps away, but a knife is faster than a knife at 7 steps away. The anchor is just doing it. And he can even seize a gun and use it. You're wrong. From 7 steps away, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is fast and accurate, without even aiming. Also, someone managed to kill a rescue team member not long ago, but they didn't drop their gun. I really hope there will be a development system where you can build up your favorability with this NPC. Once your favorability is high, they will listen to you and do whatever you ask them to do. Oh, in that case, I'd like a female NPC. What do you want to do? The comments were filled with joy, and Wang Lei was also very excited. He knew in his heart that the Easter egg released by the game company was different from the one he encountered last time. Chapter 31: Communication between different worlds. After the last live broadcast, Wang Lei thought about it carefully. He believed that the person who was an Easter egg in the eyes of the public was not a simple person. His eyes are not dull like those of other game characters, but are full of wisdom. This cannot be changed even with current gaming technology. So he had a bold guess in his mind. Could this so-called Easter egg character be a human trapped in the game? Wang Lei ran all the way to the savage camp and, as before, hid in the bushes and observed in a very despicable manner. Brothers, let's vote. Should we go out right away or wait until this NPC finishes killing the savages before going out? Streamer, please vote on whether to kill this NPC. I suggest killing him. This equipment is too good. Let's play the next game downstairs. The official Easter egg rescue team member won't drop weapons after killing him. This is called the most realistic game. Rely on the defense. After a while, the comments in the live broadcast room changed, and various chains of contempt emerged one after another. Wang Lei was speechless as he watched the barrage of comments start arguing again, so he had to contact the housing management again to kick out the ringleaders. As for killing this so-called NPC, Wang Lei couldn't do it. He had a feeling that this was really not an NPC. The last time I met him, he seemed to want to talk to me. Unfortunately, I was using a PC at that time, which didn't have a speaking function. The virtual game cabin did have a voice function, but it was useless. After all, the wild guys in the game were all programs, and they couldn't understand what I was saying. Soon, with Lin Feng's precise shooting skills, all the savages in the entire savage camp were killed. When Lin Feng was killing the savages, he counted them specifically and found that there were more than 25 savages, as the system said. Maybe some of them were attracted by the gunshots? The savage leader Lin Feng was also found. He was wearing a necklace made of many human bones, and the weapon in his hand was also a human skull. He also had 3 legs and 4 arms. It must be said that this guy was really tough. Lin Feng shot him 5 or 6 times before killing him. It's a pity that he has nothing useful on him. The only useful thing in the entire savage tribe is probably the golden treasure chest. The difficulty of the floors increased a lot, just as the broadcast said. If Lin Feng didn't have an automatic rifle, he probably wouldn't be so arrogant. not to mention the other survivors who only had weapons like bows and arrows. Once surrounded by the savages, they could only wait for death. Let's go find the box first. Lin Feng took a look at the closing time of the elevator and found that there was still time, so he began to look for the gold box seriously. He had not found the gold box in several straw houses before. Now there is only one place left, and that is the hole where the savages crawled out. Looking at the narrow and damp cave entrance, Lin Feng got goosebumps all over his body. Do you really want to go down? It makes me feel claustrophobic after watching this. At this moment, Wang Lei slowly walked out of the bushes under the encouragement of the audience in the live broadcast room. In order to avoid being beaten into a sieve by this NPC, Wang Lei gave a greeting in advance. The streamer is such an idiot. Why even say hello? It's just an NPC. I guess the official setting for this NPC is a friendly NPC who won't attack you no matter what you do. That makes sense, but the host might be immersed in the virtual reality scene. To be honest, when I play VR games, I sometimes treat NPCs as people. Ha ha ha, being a human is so real. It's like when I was playing Morality and the Rule of Law 10 with the game console, I felt embarrassed to kill people. At this time, Wang Lei was not looking at the barrage, but was always ready to turn off the live broadcast, because he was going to ask some rather stupid questions later. He was afraid that he would be directly criticized by marketing accounts as a game-playing obsessed anchor tomorrow. It is hard to tell whether the anchor is from the virtual world or the real world. Brothers, I just received a notification that the power will be out in about 5 minutes, so I will suddenly stop broadcasting. Don't ask why. I will start broadcasting when the power comes back. Power outage? Okay. Host, are you trying to slack off? I don't believe there's a power outage in this day and age. The anchor must be looking for an excuse to take a day off. I'll send you a rocket. Don't let the power go out. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng looked at the player who was slowly approaching him with some confusion. Why was this guy not playing his game properly, but coming to mess with him? Etc. Could it be that you think of yourself as an NPC in the game? Judging from the nature of the players, that is very possible. Hello. Wang Lei said cautiously. Hello. Oh my god. The host is interacting with the NPC. Could this be some kind of official game testing? Maybe players using the game console will be able to chat with NPCs through the in-game chat function. That makes sense. After all, since the game cabin has a talking function, it must be useful. Streamer, please continue the conversation and see what you can learn. Click. The host has ended the broadcast. Please follow us so you don't get lost. Faced with the sudden end of the broadcast, the discussion among the viewers in the live broadcast room became more intense. Although Wang Lei had just made an excuse that there would be a power outage, in this era of advanced technology, the reason of power outage is indeed a bit ridiculous. So no one believed this reason. Instead, they were discussing that the anchor had accessed a function in the game's beta test and was contacted by the game officials to stop the broadcast. But none of this mattered to Wang Lei anymore. He was now very sure that the person in front of him was not an NPC in the game, but a living human being. Because according to his understanding, the game developers of Forest did not develop a function for interacting with NPCs, and the speaking function in the game was also prepared for online use. Hello, are you human? Wang Lei's words left Lin Feng speechless. Is it possible that I look very different from humans? Or maybe this guy doesn't consider himself an NPC. It's obvious that I'm human. What I mean is, are you a human trapped in a game? This forest is a game in my eyes. I can't really be considered a human trapped in this game. In another hour and a half I'll be gone from this world. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Lei was so excited that he almost flew up. I didn't expect that I would actually encounter such a mysterious situation. So who are you? I should be considered a poor creature traveling between various worlds. Lin Feng thought for a while and said that this was indeed his current situation. Every day was a different floor, and each floor was a different world. Now, it was discovered by a player in a game world. Soon, these two people from different worlds and civilizations started chatting. Chapter 32 Wang Lei dead. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Wang Lei, and I'm from the blue planet, Dragon Country. Wang Lei controlled the game character and stretched out his hand. Hello, my name is Lin Feng, from Blue Star, Xia Country. Lin Feng smiled and then held his hand. You mean, you were taken to another dimension by some mysterious energy, and then have to go to different worlds every day to plunder resources for survival? That's right. This world is quite useful to me. By the way, can you do me a favor? Whatever favor you need, just ask. I'm just a game character, so I can do anything. Help me go to that cave and see if there is a golden treasure chest. If there is, please help me get it out. Okay, I'm going down there too. I've heard there are a lot of useful things in the underground caves of the savage camp, but there are too many savages here, so I can't get in now. Thanks to you. As Wang Lei spoke, he took out the all-purpose lighter. This lighter is really awesome. It can ignite in any state and has unlimited energy. It's simply too powerful. There seems to be water down there. Wait for me up there. I'll be right up. After Wang Lei finished speaking, he jumped down. At this moment, he was extremely excited. He actually communicated with humans from other worlds. If I leak this information out, those experts who spend all day studying the location of other civilizations in the universe will probably tie me up. So this matter must be kept as a secret and cannot be disclosed. Even future live broadcasts must be conducted with caution. The video of my conversation with Lin Feng before I went off the air has probably been posted on the short video platform. I guess the official will take this opportunity to make another Easter egg. The amazing thing is that the official has no doubts at all. They themselves know best whether they have added Easter eggs to the game they made. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Lei finally reached the bottom of the cave. There was indeed a small stream below. As Wang Lei walked forward, he could see some organ tissues hanging on the stone wall. I heard that it was the savages' coming-of-age ceremony. I have to say, it's really weird. No wonder the number of savages has always been small. There are only more than 30 of them in a tribal camp. After walking in the underground cave for a while, Wang Lei soon found a golden treasure chest. However, next to the golden treasure chest stood a strange creature with 4 legs and 4 arms. Roar! Fuck! Why is there a mutant savage here? Wang Lei cursed loudly, and then ran back quickly. I only have a bow and a fire axe. How can we fight this mutant savage? I'll fucking shoot you to death. Wang Lei took out his bow and arrow and shot an arrow with a whoosh. At this time, Lin Feng on the ground had no idea what was happening below. He is cosplaying as Baldy Wong while holding a chainsaw. Cut down a few more trees and throw them all into the stockpile. I'll be rich, ha ha ha. Lin Feng held up the chainsaw and laughed loudly towards the sky. There were already 2 large trees in front of him that had been cut in half. The next step is to divide it into sections and then stuff it into the material storage area. Although the material storage area can only store upgrade materials, the space seems to be unlimited. Anyway, it doesn't seem to be slow even if so many things are stuffed in it. There is not even a capacity display. Ouch! The little velociraptor ran out of the elevator at some point. Looking at the corpse of the savage on the ground, the little velociraptor felt a little greedy, but still called out and asked Lin Feng for instructions. It only dared to eat after Lin Feng asked it to. Eat, eat. Ouch. Damn, this little dragon can really understand what humans say? Could it be that because he has been following me and listening to me since he was born, he gradually understood what I said? Lin Feng thought about it and felt that this was the reason. The little velociraptor was happily eating the savage, while Lin Feng was working hard to cut wood. Only Wang Lei in the underground cave was running for his life. Oh my god. There's no more blood. After Wang Lei shot another arrow, he looked at his health bar and found that it was almost empty. Before he died, he took out the only Molotov cocktail. Let's die together, Wang Lei shouted, then stood in place and threw the Molotov cocktail at the mutant savage. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and Wang Lei's mentality instantly exploded. Surprisingly, it was thrown crookedly. The mutant savage grabbed him and killed him with one claw. Soon, Wang Lei, naked, resurrected at home. He quickly found some clean clothes and put them on, then took a wooden spear. Damn it, even if I have to grind you down today, I'm going to grind you to death. Wang Lei roared, and then strode towards the savage camp. Why is this damn weather so hot? Suddenly the low temperature in the elevator seems pretty good. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, I'm not particularly tired, but it's really hot. Roar. Suddenly, the little velociraptor put down the meat in its mouth and roared softly towards the front. What's wrong? Lin Feng shouted as he looked at the little velociraptor that was behaving abnormally. The little velociraptor turned its head and barked a few times, then continued to stare at the quiet grass in front. You idiot. I'm here again, Wang Lei shouted, and then jumped out of the bushes. Roar. Wang Lei dead. Forehead. Lin Feng was a little confused when he saw Wang Lei being killed instantly by the little velociraptor. Didn't this guy go down to the cave? How come he appeared from here? Could it be that there were wild men under the cave? The little velociraptor was a little confused as he watched the slowly disappearing corpse. After calling out to Lin Feng a few times, he actually hid behind Lin Feng. Ha ha. Okay, next time you see this person, don't attack him, dear. Ouch. Resurrection point. Wang Lei woke up naked again. Damn, what was that just now? Wang Lei only remembered that he heard the roar of a wild beast, and the next second a black shadow jumped on him. And then his health bar was instantly reduced to 0. Could it be some new monster? Wang Lei thought about it, and immediately felt that it was very possible. Then he picked up the wooden spear again. As for clothes, he had none left for the time being, so he could only set off in shorts. A new monster has appeared in the savage camp, and its lethality is so high. Will the human from the other world be in danger? Wang Lei was still a little worried. I can resurrect myself at will, but that person can't. Thinking of this, Wang Lei immediately quickened his pace. After approaching the savage camp this time, Wang Lei became much more cautious. He groped his way forward cautiously. Chapter 33, Rhino Horn Bow, shooting through the willows at 100 steps. Just as Wang Lei was groping forward cautiously, the grass suddenly moved. What the hell? Wang Lei took a few steps back in fright at the sudden appearance of the velociraptor. Ouch! I'm sorry, my pet thought you were an enemy just now. Lin Feng said with an apologetic look on his face. It's okay. I can be resurrected anyway. Is this dinosaur your pet? Wang Lei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Yes, it's a velociraptor. Can I touch it? Of course. Lin Feng nodded, and then Wang Lei controlled the game character to walk forward a few steps and carefully placed his hand on the dragon head. The little velociraptor no longer had any hostility towards him, so naturally it wouldn't bite him. Although I couldn't touch Wang Lei in real life, I was very excited to see him in the game and even took a screenshot. Because in their world, there is very little information left about dinosaurs, and there are also very few fossils related to dinosaurs. So most of the appearances of dinosaurs are imagined by humans. Now that he has seen a real dinosaur, Wang Lei is extremely excited. I took several screenshots before stopping. I never thought I could see dinosaurs here. Ha ha. Oh, by the way, there's a mutant savage down there. He's a little hard to deal with, but it's not a big deal. If I die a few more times, I should be able to trade 1-for-1 with him. As he spoke, Wang Lei picked up the dropped equipment and rushed towards the cave again. Hey, wait a minute, take this. Lin Feng threw the shotgun over. Well, with this thing, it should be fine. Wang Lei nodded at Lin Feng, then jumped down. Wang Lei was originally worried that he wouldn't be able to operate the shotgun, but he didn't expect that the game actually allowed the use of guns. This means that the official is planning to add guns later, and now they are just adding the function of allowing characters to use guns. Humph, let's see who can beat whom now. Wang Lei sneered in his heart, then took small steps towards the mutant savage. Roar! When Wang Lei entered the mutant savage's detection range, the mutant savage immediately locked onto Wang Lei. After a roar, he rushed forward with arrogant steps. Bang! 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 After Wang Lei fired 3 shots in a row, the mutant savage fell to the ground. Tisk rubbish. Wang Lei looked at the mutant savage's strength with disdain, and then pulled out some useful parts from it. For example, teeth can upgrade the sharpness of weapons. The head can be taken back to be made into a jingguan to scare away the approaching wild men. Oh right, it should be this golden treasure chest. Wang Lei looked at the golden treasure chest in front of him, and then stuffed it directly into the character's personal backpack. Yes, that's right. I stuffed the gold box weighing more than 20 kilograms directly into the backpack, and it didn't feel heavy at all. Soon, Wang Lei crawled out of the cave. Brother, I found it for you. As he spoke, Wang Lei directly threw out the golden treasure chest from the inventory. Then he returned the shotgun to Lin Feng. Thank you very much. By the way, you can take this crossbow. I won't be able to use it anymore. Steel crossbow. Damn, isn't this much more useful than a bow? Are you really going to give it to me? Here you go. Lin Feng smiled, then looked at the elevator time. There was still time, so he could cut down some more trees. By the way, I just need to chop down a few trees. Do you want to join me? Cut down trees? Brother, are you short of wood? It's okay, but for me, the more the better. Hey, why didn't you tell me earlier? How much can you get by chopping now? Wait. With that, Wang Lei trotted away. 10 minutes later, he came over dragging a huge frame, which was neatly filled with chopped wood. Lin Feng estimated that it should weigh over 1,000 pounds. Are all the characters in this game superhuman? Brother, these are all for you. How can this be so embarrassing? It's okay, just take it. If it weren't for you, I'd probably still be a little-known anchor in real life. Wang Lei smiled. He was indeed very grateful to Lin Feng in his heart, and he believed that he and Lin Feng were really destined to be together. Among so many anchors who were broadcasting the game forest, there were no humans from other worlds. I was the only one who showed up, and I encountered it twice. If this isn't fate, then what is? Then I will respectfully obey your command. Lin Feng smiled and stuffed all the wood into the cowhide backpack, and then carried it back to the material storage area. Now, he really won't be short of wood in the short term. Finally, Lin Feng chopped some small firewood to keep warm. After doing all this, there are only 10 minutes left before the elevator closes. Okay, I'm leaving now. We'll meet again sometime. Lin Feng put the chopped firewood into his backpack and said, Okay, by the way, brother, take these medicines. Anyway, the refresh points of these medicines here will refresh from time to time. You should be able to use them. Basically, there are all kinds of medicines. Thank you. I'll return the favor next time we meet. Time is running out right now. It's okay, bye. Bye-bye. The little velociraptor also greeted him immediately, but it was still very curious about this creature, wondering why the body disappeared after he died. And it can be resurrected. Long was so shocked. Soon, the elevator door closed. Lin Feng exhaled and added some wood to the fireplace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the annihilation mission. A total of 30 savages were killed. The reward is 30 gold coins. The reward has been distributed. Sure enough, there are more than 25 savages. Lin Feng nodded. There were indeed only 25 savages in the camp, but later a few more ran in from outside. He didn't expect the system to count those as well. After opening the golden treasure chest, Lin Feng obtained another 5 gold coins. Then there is a universal detoxification pill and a rhino horn bow. Originally, Lin Feng didn't care much about the rhino horn bow. After all, he already had several guns, so there was no need to continue using cold weapons. Otherwise, the crossbow would not have been sent out. However, when Lin Feng touched the rhino horn bow, a string of small words appeared on the rhino horn bow. 100 steps to hit the target. The user can hit the target with every shot within a 400-meter range. What does this string of words mean? Lin Feng thought he had seen it wrong. After picking up the machete, he found that there were no words on it. Looking at the rhino horn bow again, there are indeed words on it. Now Lin Feng was sure that this was what came with the rhino horn bow. Based on Lin Feng's experience, this should be similar to the attributes in the game. In other words, as long as I hold this bow, I will be a master who can shoot accurately from 100 paces away. Chapter 34 Qin and People Are Numb. This bow is quite interesting, and judging from the appearance, it has a range of 400 meters, which is much longer than that of a normal bow, at least twice as much. However, Lin Feng still had no use for it, so it seemed that he could only leave the bow to gather dust, or give this bow to Qin so that he can have some means to save his life. Speaking of Cao Cao, Liu Bei appeared. Qin's profile picture just lit up. Qin, have you exited the elevator? I have something very important to tell you. Lin Feng, what's wrong? Lin Feng replied in confusion. Qin, if you ever enter a floor with a succubus, don't get close to that succubus. Lin Feng, a succubus? Holy crap, you're so lucky. So, you mean you got drained by the succubus on the previous floor? Qin, what? Anyway, if you ever enter a room with a top-tier succubus, don't think about enjoying yourself, no matter how much the succubus seduces you. Lin Feng, what happened? Qin, it's hard for me to describe it, but just remember what I said. Lin Feng, okay. Although Lin Feng was confused, he also took note of this matter. In another elevator, Qin collapsed on the bed, tears in his eyes. Just as Lin Feng had guessed, he did it. But the good news was that the two of them ended in a draw. Although Qin felt like he was about to die at that time, fortunately, he managed to preserve his dignity as a man in the end. Qin didn't even know how he got back. I just wanted to relax for a while, but I was forced to relax several times. Finally, the succubus said that she was very satisfied with him and gave him a ring as a reward. As for what it was used for, Qin didn't look at it carefully at that time. Now after lying down, Qin picked up the ring again. Suddenly, I discovered that a string of words appeared on the ring. Charm. The wearer will increase his charm. Qin, I wasted half my life just to get this thing? What do I, a grown man, need charm for? To seduce your good brother? Forget it. After all, I paid half my life for it, so I'll just wear it. After putting the ring on his index finger, Qin got up with difficulty and found some nutritious food. If he didn't replenish his nutrition, he might not be able to go to the floor at noon. After eating 2 cans of beef and drinking a large bottle of water, Qin checked the spare bullets in his pistol. His real identity was actually a mercenary. Later he retired and became a bodyguard. His employer arranged for him to work in the university to protect a rich second generation. Later, I gradually became familiar with Lin Feng. Despite his rich experience, he is actually only 1 year older than Lin Feng. After 1 year of high school, he was expelled for committing a crime. At that time, he happened to be a little addicted to a mercenary novel, so he made up his mind and ran away to a war-torn place abroad without telling his family, and became a cannon fodder. But this guy is very tough. I've been around for several years and have never been injured. He even formed his own mercenary group. What happened next was that he retired and returned to China to work as a bodyguard. We only have 7 bullets left. Use them sparingly. This should be enough to get through 2 floors. Lin Feng's life was very comfortable. He was enjoying the grilled meat comfortably and taking a look at the pile of miscellaneous medicines Wang Lei had given him. Although it's all in English, the drug instructions included in the packaging box are actually in Chinese. In the end, Lin Feng concluded that one of the bottles was Viagra, a bottle of heart-saving pills, 2 bottles of blood pressure-lowering medicine, a box of anti-inflammatory medicine, 3 boxes of antipyretic medicine, and a bottle of painkillers. Any one of these drugs would cause a rush if placed in the exchange. After thinking about it, Lin Feng took 2 fever-reducing pills and posted them on the exchange. Each box of antipyretic medicine contains 18 pills, which is quite a lot. Lin Feng wanted to use these 2 pills to exchange for the things needed to upgrade the elevator. Now he still needs 100 kilograms of copper and 20 kilograms of iron. Although it is unlikely that anyone will have copper in hand at this stage, but with so many people around, what if? 2 antipyretic pills in exchange for 100 kilograms of copper and 20 kilograms of iron. Doesn't that sound ridiculous? But after the temperature dropped, many people became ill due to the cold. It is no exaggeration to say that these 2 fever-reducing pills are life-saving elixirs. In the chat room, Lin Feng, I've got 2 fever-reducing pills. If you need them, come buy them as soon as possible. There are only 2 left. Once they're gone, they're gone. Holy crap, a level 6 boss has appeared. This guy is probably the only one in the level 6 elevator right now, right? As expected of a level 6 elevator boss, he even has medicine for sale. I need to buy some. Don't look at it anymore. The boss wants 100 kilograms of copper. Where can we get it? I guess we'll need copper to upgrade the elevator to level 7, so everyone should stock up in advance. Boss, please don't take it down. I'll go collect copper next. The new Royal Club has opened. We meet by chance. For a price, you can experience the feeling of flying. We have a variety of beauties for you to choose from, including Lolita, Queen, MILF, and mature women. The new Royal Club will make you feel at home. Here comes another small advertisement. By the way, has anyone come across this club? Is it really fun? I've encountered this before, so I have the final say. I used 2 gold coins to try it out, and it was very nice. 2 gold coins. That's expensive. Are you a shill? Soon, the chat room's tone was diverted by the sudden appearance of an advertisement for the new Royal Club. Lin Feng took a look and found that the person who posted the advertisement was not his good brother. It seemed that Qin and had finished posting the advertisement. However, Lin Feng was able to confirm it by looking at the reactions of this group of people. Nowadays, most people are not making as much progress as I am, and many people are short of medicine. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at the private messages that kept flashing. As for price cuts? Sorry, he won't lower the price. When he put the medicine up for sale just now, he took a special look at the exchange and found that no one was selling the medicine. There wasn't even any disinfectant alcohol. This shows how precious the medicine is. At this time, there are more than 100,000 people who have collected Lin Feng's transaction information. It looks like it will continue to rise. Lin Feng just didn't believe that with so many people, no one could pick up copper. Chapter 35 Treasure Chest Floor. In the blink of an eye, the morning passed. The system also gave a prompt again. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is the treasure chest floor. There are 2 black gold treasure chests in total. The host needs to defeat the monsters in the treasure chest floor before he can open the treasure chest. Ding. There are 10 monsters in the treasure chest floor. 4 slimes, 2 orcs, and 4 mindless knights. Ding. The treasure hunter mission has been triggered. The host will receive double the reward after killing all monsters and opening the treasure chest. So awesome. Lin Feng armed himself without saying a word. Checking the ammunition, he also loaded grenades this time. Because he had never encountered these monsters before, he was not sure about their attack power. To be on the safe side, he decided to bring all his best weapons with him. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Soon, Lin Feng opened the elevator door. As soon as he walked out, 4 skeletons, brainless knights, rushed towards him. Fuck. Open the door and kill them, right? Lin Feng quickly rolled to the side, and the little velociraptor directly knocked down a skeleton, pressed it to the ground, and started biting it. These skeletons are not just skeletons. Their brains are still there, but they are exposed. Lin Feng didn't know how this was done. However, it does not delay his murder. After several shots piercing their brains, these monsters finally died. This should be the brainless knight. Orcs and slimes are relatively easy to distinguish. At first, Lin Feng was curious about what this brainless knight was. Turns out it was just this, really brainless enough. Snap! Snap! Lin Feng looked in the direction of the sound and found that 4 slimes had surrounded him. The 2 orcs also surrounded him, but were temporarily held back by the velociraptors. Boom! Because the slime did not move very fast, Lin Feng easily kept a safe distance from it and then fired a grenade at it. The 4 slimes instantly exploded into 8. The snapping sound is very disgusting. Lin Feng quickly changed the grenade and fired another one. This time, the slime directly split into 16 pieces and moved much faster. Fuck. Still dividing. Lin Feng cursed angrily. Then he caught a glimpse of the little velociraptor that was unable to hold on, and quickly fired several shots at the orc that was about to attack the little velociraptor. The original 4 large slimes split into 16 small ones at a much faster speed. Lin Feng didn't pay attention, and the slimes came closer. Helplessly, Lin Feng could only raise his gun and shoot at them randomly. After fighting and retreating for a while, and after emptying a magazine, these slimes finally stopped moving. Now only one orc is left. The little velociraptor was very powerful, and it bit the orc to death in just a few bites. As for the little velociraptor, it was hit a few times, but seeing how lively it was, it shouldn't be in any serious trouble. Great, this is a reward for you. Lin Feng took out a piece of smoked mutton jerky from his backpack and threw it to the little velociraptor. After killing several monsters, 2 black treasure chests suddenly jumped out from the floor. This should be the black gold treasure chest. Lin Feng thought about it in his heart, then went over and opened the black gold treasure chest. The contents of the 2 treasure chests are 10 gold coins, a piece of chainmail, a blood bottle with a note on it, which is a recovery blood bottle. Drinking it can heal injuries. Finally, there is a ring with 2 words engraved on it. Lucky. Is this a matter of luck? Lin Feng scratched his head and immediately felt that it was very likely. At this time, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. All items in the treasure chest will be doubled. The next moment, each item was refreshed and appeared next to the treasure chest. The items that came out of the treasure chest were 20 gold coins, 2 pieces of chainmail, 2 blood recovery bottles, and 2 lucky rings. Lin Feng first put the 2 rings on his fingers, and then put away all the remaining things. Don't wear the chainmail for now. You can wear it next time you go to a new floor. Lin Feng originally wanted to throw the 2 black gold treasure chests into the material storage area, but the material storage area did not accept them. After he threw them in, they were thrown out again. Since you don't even want the material storage area, then, Lin Feng said he didn't mind, and put it in a corner, then opened the chat room, ready to see if there was anyone who wanted to trade things with him. After opening it, there were still a lot of private chat messages. After clicking to filter all, Lin Feng looked at the exchange. No one changed. The number of collectors has increased quite a bit. Maybe it's because I came back too quickly. Most people haven't finished their floors yet. Afterwards, Lin Feng ate something and continued exercising. 2 hours later, Lin Feng drank a bottle of water and looked at the screen again. Fuck, someone actually changed it. After seeing the red dot on the exchange, Lin Feng quickly opened it and found that the 2 antipyretic pills had been replaced. All the items obtained from the transaction were also extracted. 100 kilograms of copper plus 20 kilograms of iron. After stuffing all the things into the material storage area, Lin Feng clicked on the upgraded elevator. After a while, the elevator was upgraded successfully. As usual, the elevator's range was expanded and the ventilation holes were also upgraded. The workbench has also changed, with an additional grinder. In addition, there was something new at the elevator door. Trigger-type poison needle trap. It can be activated once after each floor. It can automatically identify enemy and friendly targets. When a hostile target passes by, it will automatically fire a poison needle, and the hostile target will be poisoned and die after 1 second. This thing is awesome. Lin Feng took a look and decisively clicked to start. There was also a setting next to it to join the friendly list. All he had to do was perform facial recognition. The facial recognition device could also be unplugged, which was very user-friendly. Lin Feng's own data is already on it. But there are no velociraptors. Xiaolong, come here. Oh. After hearing the shout, the little velociraptor hurried over from the side of the pond with a fish still in its mouth. Come on, human face, no, dragon face authentication. As he spoke, Lin Feng picked up the little velociraptor and placed its face towards the device that recognized people's faces. The next moment, 4 big words, added successfully, appeared on the screen. Okay, go play. After Lin Feng put down the little velociraptor, he no longer cared about him. There are probably a few more fish in the pond. Let it eat whatever it wants. It would be best if it grows up quickly. It would be better to fight with me. His fighting ability is so strong even though he is not yet an adult. What will it be like when he grows up? Chapter 36. Luxury Cruise Ship Robbery. After the elevator upgrade was completed, the system immediately sounded a prompt. Ding! The host upgrade mission has been completed, and the Wilderness Survival Expert level reward has been issued. Please pay attention to receive it. Ding! Triggering the upgrade task. Host, please upgrade the elevator to level 8. You will be rewarded with the qualification to query your physical data. Soon, a large number of wilderness survival skills appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Half an hour later, Lin Feng finally received all of them. But I have to say his head really hurt. But these wilderness survival skills are still very useful. Wilderness survival skills cover a wide range. Now Lin Feng can make many tools and traps by himself, and has also learned the technique of drilling wood to make fire. However, these seemingly useful skills are no longer of any use to Lin Feng. The most useful information is about animals and plants. Lin Feng now knows most of the animals and plants on Blue Planet, and can even recognize the types of insects and whether they are poisonous. As for traps, they are actually some trigger traps that catch animals and are of no use to humans. By the way, let's see how many resources we need to upgrade the elevator. Lin Feng rubbed his temples and then came to the screen. To upgrade the elevator to level 8, you will need 400 kilograms of iron, 100 kilograms of copper or 20 kilograms of aluminum, 10 kilograms of gold, and 19 gold coins. This is what Lin Feng currently lacks after throwing all the supplies into the material storage area. Aluminum? Damn, why are you using all this crap? While complaining, Lin Feng hung 2 more pills at the exchange. This time, Lin Feng hung painkillers. The selling price is also relatively cheap, requiring only 100 kilograms of iron ore. After saying that in the world chat room, the transaction link disappeared instantly. Seeing that it was selling so well, Lin Feng put up another 6 pieces. After selling these, it would be enough to upgrade the iron for the elevator. Soon this transaction link was also successfully sold. Now the only materials Lin Feng needs to upgrade the elevator are copper or aluminum, gold, and gold coins. If you're lucky, searching a few more floors should be enough. Speaking of luck, Lin Feng looked at the 2 lucky rings he was wearing. So this thing really increases luck? Lin Feng scratched his head. This point still needs to be verified, but something as mysterious as luck is really hard to define. After sorting out the items he had obtained, Lin Feng opened the fireplace and took out the lamb chops that had been hung inside in advance. He controlled the fire in the fireplace to be very low, so the lamb chops would not be burnt. Now they are roasted to the perfect temperature, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. After sprinkling some salt on it, Lin Feng took a bite. Suddenly, the gravy burst in my mouth and the aroma of lamb chops filled the entire elevator. The little velociraptor was obviously not satisfied after eating the fish in the pond. When it smelled the aroma of the lamb leg in Lin Feng's hand, it immediately became excited. Damn, you're not full yet. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. He couldn't imagine how much this guy would eat in the future. He could now understand why there was so much meat stored in the dragon's nest. However, Lin Feng still cut a piece of grilled lamb chops for the little velociraptor. It can be considered as satisfying its craving. After swallowing the lamb chop in one gulp, the little velociraptor was very sensible and did not ask for more. She just lay quietly beside Lin Feng and fell asleep. After dinner, Lin Feng continued exercising. Now he has made fitness a habit, and he even feels uncomfortable if he doesn't spend a few hours every day. The situation in Qin is similar. He exercises whenever he has free time every day. At first, when he had no food, he naturally would not do such a wasteful thing. Now that he has some food stored, he cannot stop improving his physical fitness. Once you slack off even a little, your physical condition will deteriorate rapidly. In this world, the body is the best support. After resting, it was already 11:30 in the evening. After Lin Feng put on the chain armor, he waited quietly for the system's prompt. Beep. The floor you are about to enter is the luxury cruise ship robbery. This floor requires the host to cooperate with teammates to rob the luxury cruise ship and evacuate safely. The luxury cruise ship is protected by a total of 100 armed security personnel. Ding! A bounty mission has been triggered. Host, please kill more than 50 enemies. Upon completion of the mission, you will be rewarded with intermediate firearms proficiency. It's another robbery. Lin Feng frowned, because he couldn't actually get anything useful on a floor like this. If he was lucky, he could get some gold, and he definitely couldn't wear his chainmail. Lin Feng didn't even plan to take a gun, because if he didn't have a gun, his teammates would definitely give him one. But who puts gold on a cruise ship? Ding dong. The elevator is descending, please hold on tight. The elevator descended quickly, and after stopping, the elevator door opened automatically. In front of Lin Feng was a golden beach, and time was still paused. Once you step outside, time begins to move. Lin, go rent 4 motorboats. This is the funding for the operation. A middle-aged man with a stubble on his face handed a stack of US dollars to Lin Feng. Why does this look so familiar? Lin Feng looked at the man in front of him who was in a midlife crisis. and felt that he seemed to have seen this man somewhere. Wait, didn't I follow him when I robbed a bank last time? What's wrong? Hurry up, Lao Chui and the others are waiting anxiously. After saying this, the middle-aged man left. Lin Feng had no choice but to do as he was told. At this time, the elevator door has disappeared. It should be the same as last time and will only appear after it is over. The little velociraptor in the elevator woke up and found that Lin Feng was missing. It kept pulling at the button with its 2 claws, trying to open the elevator, but the elevator door didn't move at all. Roar! The little velociraptor roared, then sat quietly on the ground. On the other side, Lin Feng came to the shop that rents motorboats. Boss, I want to rent 4 motorboats for a day. Okay, each car requires a $500 deposit, and the rental fee is $100 per car. Lin Feng nodded, and after paying the money, the boss handed him 4 keys and pointed to the location of the motorboat. Thank you. Lin Feng waved his hand and then left the shop. The boss was going to lose a lot of money. These 4 motorboats would definitely not be returned. But that's none of his business. He just needs to finish this floor as soon as possible. One advantage of this type of floor is that there is no time limit, so you have plenty of time to collect useful things. Thinking of this, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the small food cart selling hot dogs and hamburgers on the beach. Shouldn't we stock up on some goods? Lin Feng smiled and then walked towards the dining car. Anyway, the middle-aged man gave me so much money, so I'll see what I can buy. Chapter 37 Harvest Time. Hello, what can I get? A beautiful blonde asked from the dining car. Lin Feng looked at the menu hanging on the food truck. It was all in English, but with pictures for reference, Lin Feng could roughly recognize it. It was almost the same as the food in fast food restaurants. Beautiful lady, I want all the hamburgers and hot dogs you have. I also want all the Coke. You don't have to make anything. Just give me all the condiments. Oh. The woman looked at Lin Feng in confusion. It was the first time she saw someone buying things in this way. Hurry, I'm in a hurry. This should be enough money. No need to change. Lin Feng casually threw out a handful of US dollars and said, these should be worth more than 2,000 US dollars. Are you serious about this, sir? Seriously, are you going to sell it or not? Sell. Of course. Where should I put these for you? The woman said doubtfully. Lin Feng ran to the dining car without saying a word and took away everything in it. In fact, there were not many things. Lin Feng only took a box of semi-finished fried chicken, 3 barrels of oil, 2 boxes of bread, 2 boxes of frozen steaks, and 3 kinds of seasonings, salad dressing, ketchup, and black pepper. These things took up a total of 7 compartments of Lin Feng's cowhide backpack. Lin Feng specially left 1 compartment to store other useful things. The woman looked at Lin Feng's cowhide backpack with her mouth slightly opened. Shill. Actually, I'm an alien. Don't tell anyone. Lin Feng put his finger on the woman's lips and whispered, then took away a few hot dogs that had been prepared on the table. Good. The woman nodded blankly. Why do aliens want my burgers and fried chicken? They like them too? Soon, Lin Feng came to the motorboat and threw the key to the other 3 people. Sure enough, they were the same main teammates as the last time they robbed the bank, 1 black man and 2 white people. Well, don't tell me you took so long to come back just to buy a few hot dogs. The middle-aged man spread his hands and asked. Try it, it tastes pretty good. Lin Feng distributed the hot dogs to several people and said, Ha ha ha, so this is our last meal, Mike? That's enough, stop saying these discouraging words. Let's get moving after we finish eating. I've already prepared the weapons and diving suits. Mike said as he took a bite of his hot dog. It tastes really good. Lin has good taste. After a while, several people rode the motorboat to a bridge. Generally, no one comes here, so the weapons were hidden here. There were 4 submachine guns, 5 spare magazines for each gun, and 4 diving suits. Alright guys, let's get going. After we finish this job, we can relax for a while. After Mike finished speaking, he set off first. Following them were Lao Chui, Xiao Fu, and Lin Feng at the end. The reason is that his driving skills are too poor. After all, it was my first time riding a jet ski, and I couldn't control it well at all. It was good enough that I could move around without falling over. Mike had previously suggested that Lin Feng sit behind Xiao Fu, but Lin Feng refused Mike's suggestion. After all, I will have to ride this thing away soon. If I sit behind someone else, won't I be blocking bullets for them? Buzz. Lin Feng suddenly turned the accelerator and the motorboat rushed out instantly. I lost it. Fortunately, Lin Feng was wearing non-slip gloves, otherwise the impact might have thrown him out. After getting used to it, it's pretty easy to operate. Lin Feng's speed can almost keep up with the speed of several people. More than 20 minutes later, a cruise ship appeared in everyone's view. That cruise ship in front. According to reports, there's 20 million illegally obtained US dollars on board ready to be shipped out. Hide your guns, and we'll go over quietly. The cruise ship was not moving, and it seemed like there was a party going on it, with the music blasting very loudly. Even the security guards on the cruise ship were not patrolling the area, probably because they thought no one would be crazy enough to rob a heavily guarded cruise ship. Soon, the four of them arrived under the cruise ship and successfully climbed up. Listen, let's pretend we're tourists on a cruise ship walking up here. Relax, Mike said, straightening his suit, then slowly walked up. They placed the diving suits on the motorboat, preparing them just in case. If I can't escape on a jet ski, it's good to have another way to escape. Soon, the four of them walked onto the deck. There was indeed a party going on here, and several sexy girls in bikinis were pole dancing right on the deck. Surrounding them was a group of men holding wine bottles and making a fuss. See that beautiful woman sitting by the pool? I really want to F. As Lao Chui spoke, he made actions that would kill someone socially. But Mike quickly stopped him. Then several people split up according to the clues and went to look for the US dollars that were hidden separately. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't go looking for it honestly. He came to a table where cakes were placed, picked up a stack of cream cakes, and started eating them happily. It tastes really good. The sweet taste immediately made Lin Feng squint his eyes in enjoyment. It had been a long time since he had felt the joy of eating sweets. After eating 2 small cakes, Lin Feng went to look for the hidden US dollars. The location Mike gave him was in the warehouse on the 2nd floor. After Lin Feng walked to the 2nd floor, he looked around before he found the place with the warehouse sign. However, there was an armed security guard outside who looked difficult to deal with. And he couldn't reveal his position, otherwise the operation would probably fail. However, Lin Feng is still quite confident in his fighting skills. If it is a sneak attack, he should be able to kill with one blow. Thinking of this, Lin Feng walked over with a glass of wine. Hello, where's the restroom? The security guard thought Lin Feng was a tourist on the cruise ship, so he kindly pointed out the direction to the toilet. When Lin Feng thanked him and turned around to leave, he suddenly turned back and threw the cup on the security guard's head, and then hit him on the temple with an elbow. The security guard lost consciousness instantly. Lin Feng squatted down and checked his breath and found that he was dead. He nodded with satisfaction, then dragged the security guard's body into the warehouse and stuffed the pistol on the security guard's body directly into his waistband. Fuck, this warehouse is so big, where am I going to find it? Lin Feng said speechlessly. At the same time, he paid attention to the things in the warehouse. With so many good things, who the hell still wants hamburgers or something? Thinking of this, Lin Feng emptied his cowhide backpack. He didn't expect that there would be such a good thing as a bumper harvest. All the food, drinks, and daily necessities on the entire cruise ship were taken out from the warehouse. You can imagine how lavish this warehouse is. Chapter 38 Exposed. More than 20 minutes later, Lin Feng filled the cowhide backpack. A total of 400 kilograms of semi-finished steaks, 400 kilograms of juice, 100 kilograms of chicken legs, and some medical medicines were packed in it. The 8 boxes are just full. Lin Feng is really liking this cowhide backpack more and more now. If I didn't have this cowhide backpack, wouldn't I be so angry that I wouldn't be able to carry so many things? Now it's time to look for the stolen money hidden in the warehouse. When Lin Feng was packing things just now, he searched everywhere but couldn't find the money. The money must not be in plain sight. Lin Feng strolled around the warehouse and suddenly felt that the sound of the wooden boards under his feet seemed to be a little wrong. Empty. Lin Feng stomped his feet and then kicked directly. Bang. Sure enough, the space under the wooden board was empty, with only 2 travel bags wrapped in waterproof cloth neatly placed underneath. That should be it. Just as Lin Feng bent down to take out the 2 travel bags full of money, voices suddenly came from outside. Lin Feng quickly straightened up and walked out with a calm expression. Hey, hello, do you have any extra beer? Let me get it. The person who was speaking was a black man with a marijuana cigarette in his mouth. Beer? There should be some left. I'll go find it for you. Lin Feng smiled, then turned around to look for beer. He didn't want to fight if he could avoid it, and hoped that this black guy would be more sensible. How about I help you find it? You look unfamiliar. Where's that Anderson guy? The black man, smoking marijuana, walked into the warehouse while talking. When he turned around, he saw Anderson lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. Shit, who are you? Fuck. Lin Feng cursed inwardly, then turned around and quickly subdued the black man. Fuck, do you know whose cruise ship this is? Bang. As soon as he cursed, Lin Feng grabbed his dreadlocks and smashed him against the iron frame, again and again, until the black man stopped breathing. It must be said that black men are really resistant to beatings. They are so tough that even the solid iron frame was bent before he died. After throwing the bodies of the black man and the security guard into the secret compartment of the cash box, he staggered out with 2 travel bags. Old Mac, I found the bag of money. It's too big to be in. I don't know where to put it. Okay, Go to the west fence. There are no tourists there, but there are 3 security guards patrolling. Xiaofu is waiting for you down there on a motorboat. Throw the money to him, and then you find a chance to get away. Mike's reply came quickly from the intercom. It seemed that he and Lao Chui were still looking for the stolen money. After figuring out the direction, Lin Feng calmly walked towards the western fence, carrying 2 travel bags. Although occasionally a few passing tourists would see Lin Feng's strange behavior, they didn't care. After all, it was none of their business. In this way, Lin Feng walked all the way to the west deck safely. The 3 armed security guards were smoking and chatting, with no sense of crisis at all. After Lin Feng put down his travel bag, he walked over slowly. Brothers, where is the restaurant? The 3 security guards who were chatting were obviously unhappy after being disturbed by Lin Feng, but they still pointed Lin Feng in the direction. Thank you. Lin Feng smiled, then grabbed the security guard closest to him and threw him down. Seeing this, the other 2 security guards were about to draw their guns, but they were disarmed one by Lin Feng. Okay, don't move, just lie down in front of the fence. Lin Feng pointed his gun at the 2 of them and said. The 2 security guards naturally would not risk their lives to watch a joke, so they immediately put their hands on their heads and lay down on the fence, waiting obediently for their punishment. Who would work so hard for just a few $1,000s a month? Go! Lin Feng kicked both security guards down one by one. What the? Xiaofu, who was riding a motorboat below, looked at the scene in confusion. He came here to collect the money. Why did 3 people fall down? Hey! Lin Feng shouted at Xiaofu, then threw the 2 travel bags down one by one. Xiaofu was really ruthless. He managed to catch a travel bag weighing dozens of kilograms with his hands when it was thrown from such a high place. I just don't know what happened to his arm. After completing his own task, Lin Feng still did not forget the task issued by the system. Kill 50 people, and you will be rewarded with firearms proficiency. If they are enemies, then everyone on the cruise ship is considered an enemy, right? I have only killed 5 people so far. Oh, by the way, after Lin Feng threw the 3 security guards down, they couldn't swim and they must have drowned in a short while. There are still 45 people missing. Where can I kill them all by myself? Lin Feng thought about it with a headache. You can't just expose yourself directly. Bang! Just then a gunshot was heard in the distance. The security guards who heard the noise ran over with guns in hand. But the party continued, and the loud music from the party made it impossible for people to hear the sounds outside. Damn it! Lin, you and Xiaofu need to find a way to get out of here. We're exposed. Bang 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 bang. Mike's voice and loud gunshots were heard over the intercom. Hold on. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He was just thinking about how to get so many heads, and now the opportunity has come. However, the risk is indeed quite high, as Lin Feng only has a submachine gun and a pistol. If you have a rocket launcher or something and fire a few shots, would you still worry about not being able to complete the mission? Xiaofu is a loyal man. When he heard that Lao Chui and Lao Mai were in danger, he returned to the boat without saying a word and prepared to discuss the plan with Lin Feng. Lin, I have a plan. Do you want to hear it? Tell me about it. The 2 of them leaned against the wall like tourists, drinking and basking in the sun. We can control these tourists directly and use them to exchange for Mike and Lao Chui. What do you think? That's not very realistic. There are too many tourists here. We can't control them. There are at least 100 security guards on this cruise ship. We'd be committing suicide if we did that. We should take advantage of our identities and directly attack the security guards surrounding them. After rescuing them, we can evacuate. Lin Feng drew a simple route map with his hands. This might not be the best way, but it was definitely better than what Xiaofu suggested. After taking a look, Xiaofu felt that what Lin Feng said was correct, so he agreed to Lin Feng's plan, and the 2 began to check the weapons. Then he walked towards the place where Mike and the others were surrounded, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 39, I hope you really represent luck. Soon several security guards discovered them. You 2, get out of here. There are robbers ahead. The 2 security guards walked towards Lin Feng while talking. Bang! What a great shot. Xiaofu praised Lin Feng after seeing him hit 2 headshots with just 2 shots. All right, hurry up and put on their bulletproof vests. They might save their lives in a critical moment. As he spoke, Lin Feng quickly stripped the bulletproof vest off a corpse and put it on himself. At this time, because of Lin Feng's gunshot, more than a dozen security guards were sent over. People are coming. They're wearing bulletproof vests. Try to shoot at the exposed areas. Lin Feng said this while hiding behind an iron gate, then stretched out his hand and fired a few random shots. The security guards who arrived were startled and hid quickly. Although this cruise ship has 100 security guards, it is also very large, and there are nearly 40 security guards arranged to protect tourists at the party alone. All the tourists who can board this private cruise ship basically have some background. Therefore, a lot of security protection was arranged at the place where the party was held after the gunfight started. But the party isn't over yet. Only 4 robbers have been found so far and have been locked down, so the tourists who were partying were not alarmed. Shoot, shoot. There are only 2 of them. Suppressive fire. After hearing the order, the security guards who were besieging Xiaofu and Lin Feng moved forward a distance perfunctorily. However, when Lin Feng shot and injured one of them, the others immediately found cover and retreated. Ha! Lin, these idiots are like cowards. Xiaofu shouted excitedly, then leaned out and fired several shots, killing a security guard directly. Now the dozen or so security guards were even more afraid to move forward. No matter how the security captain urged them, they refused to move. What professionalism is all bullshit. No one else is rushing forward. So why should I be the only one to rush forward? The security captain saw that it was useless to talk, so he did not force it and picked up the walkie-talkie to call for help again. As for calling the police, they hadn't thought about it, because the cruise ship was carrying a large amount of stolen money. If they called the police, the cruise ship would definitely be searched by the FIB after the incident. Therefore, in order to avoid exposing the stolen money, you must never call the police. The gunfight on Mike's side was still going on, but the pressure was not as great as before. Mike also noticed something was wrong. Could it be that Lin and Xiaofu didn't leave? After telling Lao Chui about his doubts, the other party was obviously very excited. He shouted that he wanted to rush out and become sworn brothers with Xiaofu and Lin. He stood up and emptied a magazine, killing 4 security guards in an instant. Fuck! Are you fucking crazy? Mike shouted from behind cover, then followed suit and moved forward. Lao Chui's shooting skills are very accurate, and he also has some mental problems, making him easily irritable and excited. Under the addition of these debuffs, a magical chemical reaction occurred. Become extraordinarily brave. To put it simply, it means not caring about life or death and just fighting if you don't agree. After running out of bullets, he threw away the submachine gun, picked up the shotgun on the ground, and continued shooting, killing his way through like a god of death. Ha! A bunch of bitches. Run. Lao Chui looked at the security guards who were scared away and mocked them while hiding behind the cover. Alright, let's go rescue Lin and Xiaofu. We can't stay on this cruise ship anymore. Mike said as he picked up a gun. Let's go? I admire those 2 guys for not abandoning their teammates and running away. They're much better than someone. Mike naturally knew that the someone Lao Chui was talking about was himself, but he really couldn't say anything back. After all, it was really his fault. Lin Feng's battle situation is currently very advantageous. However, the other party was so shameless that they directly used a grenade launcher. This forced Lin Feng and Xiaofu to hide. Boom. With the help of the grenade launcher, the security guards advanced quickly and soon surrounded Lin Feng and Xiaofu in a corner. Just as he was about to be killed by a grenade, gunshots were heard behind the security guards. After hearing the gunshots, Lin Feng stuck his head out and took a look and found that it was Mike and the others. Most of the security guards were attracted by the sound. So Lin Feng and Xiaofu took this opportunity to rush out and shoot indiscriminately at the crowd. Soon, the security guards were trapped from both sides and were killed or injured. Lin, Xiaofu, are you okay? It's okay. We have to leave quickly. I just saw them withdraw all the security from the party. They must be coming to attack us. Xiaofu, have you hidden the money? Okay, don't worry. Okay, let's retreat. After Mike finished speaking, he evacuated. Because of such a big commotion, the party was naturally cancelled and all the tourists returned to their rooms. Lin, I'll give you a big one. Lao Chui picked up the grenade launcher on the ground and threw it to Lin Feng. This is a revolver type, and there are 5 grenades inside. Now Lin Feng still needs to kill more than 30 people to complete the task. Next up is the grenade launcher. If used properly, it should get the job done. Soon, several people ran to the stairs going down, and their motorboat was parked below. You guys run first, and I'll cover you, otherwise we'll be caught up. Lin Feng told a few people that he did this simply to complete the system's task. Although it was okay not to complete it, he really wanted to achieve intermediate level of firearms proficiency. Wouter, are you crazy? There are at least 40 of them. Xiaofu was the first to object, and then wanted to pull Lin Feng away. That's enough, just leave now, and when the money is more, you can give me some. Lin Feng pushed Xiaofu away and said, then looked at Lao Chui and Lao Mai. Both of them were veterans and knew very well that now was not the time to be pretentious. They patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and pulled Xiaofu away. I hope you really represent luck. Lin Feng looked at the 2 lucky rings and said. Soon, the remaining security guards all caught up. Lin Feng fired a grenade without saying a word. The explosion instantly blew away several people. The pursuers also temporarily stopped chasing and shouted at Lin Feng to come out and surrender, But Lin Feng naturally would not give in. He stuck his head out and fired another shot at the crowded area. Mad, we can't delay any longer. Lin Feng thought to himself that the other party must have heavy weapons, so he had to quickly fire the grenade and then run away. As for whether the task can be completed, Lin Feng didn't dare to guarantee it, so he could only leave it to fate. After firing the remaining 3 grenades in succession, Lin Feng took advantage of the security guards hiding and ran away. After hearing 5 explosions, Lin Feng was a little confused. Lin Feng didn't see the situation clearly just now, but it seemed that 2 people were about to throw grenades but were blown away by him, and then the 2 grenades rolled to the place where there were the most people. Chapter 40: The End of the Luxury Cruise Ship Robbery. After successfully getting on the motorboat, Lin Feng quickly ran away. The security guards chasing behind had no motorboat, so they could only stand on the deck and shoot randomly. Quick, go get the motorboat. The security captain shouted that there were several motorboats on the cruise ship, but they were all placed in the warehouse. Seeing Lin Feng running farther and farther away, the security captain fired a few shots in anger, but it was of no use. Lin, are you still alive? After Lin Feng escaped from danger, Mike's voice suddenly came from the intercom. Then Mike told Lin Feng the safe evacuation location. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, and I'll reward you with intermediate firearms proficiency. After hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng knew that this floor should be almost over. Sure enough, after Lin Feng rode for a while, an elevator appeared in front of him. As for the motorboat, forget it. It's useless and takes up space. After Lin Feng returned to the elevator, he found a few bottles and filled them all with seawater. Naturally, this seawater will be used to make salt. There is such a big warehouse on the cruise ship, but Lin Feng couldn't find the seasoning. Maybe there is more than one warehouse. But it's not bad to get so many semi-finished foods. He doesn't have much mutton fat left now, so these foods definitely can't be fried, but they can be roasted. After opening Yi Hua's chat box, Lin Feng made his request. Lin Feng, continue to make salt for me. The seawater has been sent over. What do you need this time? Yi Hua. Hey, big brother, I need 2 painkillers. Do you have any? If not, just give me food. Lin Feng didn't expect Yi Hua to reply immediately. Could it be that he didn't go to explore the floor? But aren't 2 painkillers a bit expensive? Lin Feng, I can only give you 1 pill at most. You know, medicine is very precious these days. Yi Hua. Okay, thank you, big brother. Now he really has no shortage of medical supplies. The medicines he got from the cruise ship's warehouse were enough for him to use for a lifetime. And there are many types, covering almost all common diseases. Moreover, the cowhide backpack actually classified all of these into one category, medicine, so these types of medicine can all be stacked, otherwise Lin Feng would not be able to get back so many types of medicine. Ah! Seeing the little velociraptor constantly biting his trouser legs, Lin Feng helplessly pulled its head aside. Alright, let's go see if there's anything delicious in the pool. Ouch! The velociraptor let out a cry, then ran excitedly to the edge of the pool. After a while, the entire faucet was inserted. Ah, this dragon, why is it the same as Era? Lin Feng could only shake his head when he saw this, but he was now worried that the little velociraptor would defecate in the elevator. Before, the little velociraptor would find a place to relieve itself after entering the floor. This time, the guy couldn't go to the toilet at night, and Lin Feng was really worried that he would poop in the elevator. But the little velociraptor is so smart, so that shouldn't be the case, right? Lin Feng looked at the little velociraptor that was catching fish to eat, and suddenly felt that he should talk to the little velociraptor or teach it how to use the toilet. I love roast chicken. After explaining to the little velociraptor the rule of not urinating or defecating anywhere, Lin Feng hummed a tune while taking out a half-finished fried chicken from his cowhide backpack. The so-called semi-finished product means that the chicken has been marinated and does not need to be added with anything else. It can be directly thrown into the oil pan and fried, and it will be cooked quickly. However, Lin Feng's conditions are limited now. He doesn't have enough cooking oil, and frying chicken is too luxurious, so he can only roast it, which saves more oil. If you get the timing right, the final result will be similar. It is worth mentioning that the knowledge of wilderness survival includes a lot of knowledge about cooking in the wild. So Lin Feng doesn't have to worry about it being burnt. Soon, the elevator was filled with the aroma of Orlin's fried chicken. Even the velociraptors that were catching fish in the pond came running over following the smell. Looking at the little velociraptor who kept acting cute, Lin Feng had no choice but to tear off a chicken leg, blow on it, and throw it to the little velociraptor. Eat slowly, be careful of the heat. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he tore off another chicken leg and started eating. Yeah, my cooking skills are second to none. Lin Feng said happily, and then thought that he had such delicious food, he had to share it with his good brothers. Lin Feng, are you there, big boy? Call daddy, and I'll give you a roast chicken. Qinan, roasted chicken? Really, godfather? Seeing Qin and shameless look, Lin Feng could already imagine his playful expression. Lin Feng, then hang up something useless, and I'll give you the roast chicken in exchange. Qinan, okay, godfather. Qinan quickly found a branch and hung it on the exchange. Soon, the half chicken that Lin Feng gave him was sent over. Qinan, oh my god, it tastes like Orleans. How awesome is that? Lin Feng, ha, that must be awesome. Don't you even look at who I am. Lin Feng smiled, then ate and chatted with Qinan. An hour later, they each went about their own business. They had to move on to a new floor tomorrow, so they had to rest early. The temperature in the elevator is still very low, and the fire in the fireplace cannot be extinguished at all. Once it is stopped, the temperature of the elevator will drop rapidly. Those who have not lit the fire yet are probably all frozen to death. Fortunately, he didn't need to wake up to fill the wood while he was asleep, because the little velociraptor had already learned how to fill the wood. Lin Feng didn't have to worry about it at all. After exercising and before going to bed, Lin Feng put all the items needed for upgrading on the exchange. For common items such as iron, copper, and aluminum, Lin Feng used food to trade and gold coins for medicine. 10 gold coins for a pill of antipyretic or anti-inflammatory medicine. The price is reasonable. After posting all the demands to the exchange, Lin Feng sent a purchase message in the chat room and then went to bed. Now he has finally realized how tiring it is to find resources on his own. He now has a large amount of rare medicinal resources, so why does he still need to find resources to upgrade the elevator? Why not just sell it at a high price and let someone else find it? The next day, around 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng woke up, took a glass of water from the sink to rinse his mouth, and then came to the screen. No need to look, there are no snacks in the pool today. Lin Feng saw the little velociraptor running to the pool again and yawned and said, ouch. Okay, I'll get you some food later. Let me see if I sold anything yesterday. As he spoke, Lin Feng clicked on the exchange. Chapter 41 Normandy, Hell Difficulty. After he posted the transaction news yesterday, many people who remembered Lin Feng quickly clicked on it. So Lin Feng's harvest last night was pretty good. He exchanged some canned food and bread that he was tired of eating for 400 kilograms of iron, 100 kilograms of copper, and 10 kilograms of gold. Ever since Lin Feng purchased copper last time, some people guessed that copper might be a resource needed for future upgrades, so they collected it after seeing it. Now all that's left for upgrading is aluminum and gold coins. If nothing goes wrong, we should be able to get everything together today. After taking out all the things, Lin Feng stuffed them into the material storage area in one breath. Soon the system prompt sounded. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is the war floor. The host needs to survive for one day on this floor. The host will play the role of a squad leader and lead soldiers into battle. After the floor is over, rewards will be calculated based on the number of kills. This floor is extremely dangerous. Entry cannot be denied, please be aware. Ding. Triggering the legendary mission. Host, please kill more than 500 people to be rewarded with the Eagle Eye ability. Wait, a war floor? What the hell? Lin Feng suddenly felt inexplicably nervous, as this time he had to survive for a whole day on this floor. It can be seen that this is definitely not an ordinary battlefield. Ding dong. The elevator is going down, please hold on to it. Buzz. The elevator began to descend rapidly, and after a full minute, it slowly stopped. Ding dong, requesting the living to survive on this floor for 24 hours. Upon completion, you will receive a generous reward. After the elevator made a brief announcement, the door opened. The little velociraptor seemed to feel uneasy and kept barking at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not plan to bring it in. On the battlefield, bringing the little velociraptor would probably be of no use. It would be better to let it stay in the elevator. Anyway, the pool would refresh food and water every day, so Lin Feng was not worried about it being hungry. This time, Lin Feng couldn't see the scene outside the elevator clearly, as it was all covered by a white light. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to bring his equipment in, but when he approached the white light curtain, all his equipment fell off, and it seemed as if a force was forcing him to walk into the light curtain. In the end, the only things that walked out of the elevator with Lin Feng were the lucky ring on his finger and the clothes on his body. After walking out of the elevator, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, which had been closed because the white light was too dazzling. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions, tinnitus, and loud shouting made Lin Feng feel dizzy for a moment. Squad leader, squad leader. At this moment, a soldier in dark green military uniform kept shaking Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't know what language was spoken, but strangely, Lin Feng could understand it. What happens? Squad leader, our bunker was bombarded by naval gunfire just now, and you were knocked unconscious. The soldier said hurriedly, helped Lin Feng to a chair nearby, and left with his gun. Bolt gun? What the hell? Lin Feng was even more confused. Only then did he realize that the uniform of the soldier just now was somewhat similar to the uniform of the soldiers of the Third Reich. Looking at myself again, dark officer uniform, black leather boots. I just mentioned naval guns again. Holy shit. Could this floor be the Third Reich's battlefield in Europe? Lin Feng shook his buzzing head. He finally understood why the system said it was extremely dangerous here. In this kind of battlefield, the mortality rate is very high, but it is not clear what kind of battlefield this is. If it is in the early or middle stage, then the probability of completing the task is relatively high. After taking a deep breath, Lin Feng slowly stood up from the chair. His gun was placed in the corner. Lin Feng, who had intermediate proficiency in firearms, recognized the weapon at a glance. G43 semi-automatic rifle. After picking up the gun, Lin Feng walked out of the lounge that belonged to him alone. Outside the lounge were 3 soldiers operating machine guns. When they saw Lin Feng, they all called him squad leader. Now Lin Feng didn't know what was going on, so he could only nod and then look outside. A scorched earth, with destroyed anti-tank checkpoints and barbed wire. Not far below, Lin Feng could see the ocean and the ships that were continuously bombing. Buzz. Hidden. The soldier who had just greeted Lin Feng hurriedly squatted down, holding Lin Feng. The next moment, a violent explosion sounded. Fortunately, this fortress was very strong and nothing serious happened. Cough, cough, cough. I was a little confused just now. Where's this place? Lin Feng grabbed the soldier in front of him and asked. Report, this is Normandy. The Allies are trying to cross the English Channel and land here. We have been ordered to stop the Allied forces here. Normandy. Holy shit. It's Normandy. Lin Feng was stunned. It was already the end of World War II, and the Third Reich was also at the end of its strength. How the hell is he going to survive? Hell difficulty? Fortunately, Lin Feng only has to survive in this ghost place for 1 day, so it shouldn't be a problem if he does some harm. Squad leader, would you like a cigarette? You seem to be in a bad state. Thanks. After Lin Feng took the cigarette, he habitually prepared to take out his lighter to light it, but in the end, he only took out a box of matches. Yeah, much more relaxed. Although Lin Feng couldn't stand the smell of the cigarette, he felt much more relaxed. He then learned through further investigation that the Allied attack had just been repelled, and they were now using firepower to cover the enemy's territory and try to eliminate all the bunkers and fortresses. The squad led by Lin Feng was responsible for garrisoning this bunker. There were 10 of them in total, and they fought for a week without a single death. They also repelled more than a dozen Allied attacks. They are now in a very relaxed mood, because the fortress here is so strong that even several 100 millimeters of naval guns cannot break it. Their daily task is to operate the fixed heavy machine gun and then pull the trigger. After learning about the current situation, Lin Feng became more relaxed. It seemed that the advantage was in his hands. When I returned to my lounge and looked through my belongings, I found that I still had special cigars, chewing gum, and instant coffee. Is the treatment of a mere squad leader so luxurious? By the way, this is my first time smoking a cigar. Lin Feng took out a cigar, looked at it, then bit off the cap, lit it, and started smoking. Oh shit, that's so strong. Lin Feng took a few puffs and instantly lost interest. He walked out, patted the soldier who was chatting with him, and handed it to him. It's for you. Chapter 42. Incendiary bombing. After taking the cigar handed to him by Lin Feng, the soldier thanked him and then did not forget to share it with the people around him, because ordinary soldiers like them would not be issued cigars, and even tobacco leaves were very scarce. Soon, it was time for resupply. Several logistics personnel pushing carts put down the food and various guns and ammunition supplies and left. Lin Feng looked at the dark sky outside through the narrow shooting hole and for some reason felt an inexplicable sense of suffocation. Hey, monitor, do you want to play Monopoly? The Allied troops are now in rest time and will not launch an attack. This is the only time of the day they can relax. Poker is their only form of entertainment. Lin Feng had happened to have played the game Monopoly before, so he got the hang of it quickly. Happy times are always short. An hour and a half later, the Allied forces launched another attack. The soldiers in Lin Feng's class immediately returned to their positions, and countless tongues of fire shot out from the bunker. Boatloads of newly landed Allied soldiers were instantly riddled with bullets. The heavy howitzers on the beachhead also began to bombard the Allied amphibious tanks that had landed. Because Lin Feng also had a task assigned by the system, he also controlled the machine gun. However, the distance was too far. Even if Lin Feng was proficient in firearms, it was impossible for him to hit the target every time. Soon, the barrel overheated. The assisting loader quickly replaced the barrel to ensure uninterrupted fire. Just as Lin Feng was suppressing the crowd with firepower, he suddenly felt a pain on his cheek. He reached out and touched it and found that it was a little wet. Fuck, this was hit. Lin Feng touched the wound on his face, feeling helpless. It should be a stray bullet that scratched him. Fortunately, it was better than being shot in the head. You continue to control the machine gun. I'll take care of the wound. Lin Feng pointed at the soldier and said. After arriving at his own lounge, Lin Feng looked at the mirror where he was tidying up his appearance. Fortunately, although the wound was deep, it was not particularly long, and at least there was no disfigurement. He took out sulfa powder from his medicine box and sprinkled it on the wound, then simply wrapped it with a bandage. Even the way he wrapped bandages was a skill that came with wilderness survival. After simple treatment to prevent the wound from infection, Lin Feng came to the shooting hole again. However, this time he did not choose to use a machine gun, but instead used his own G43 semi-automatic rifle. After several hours of fierce fighting, the Allied attack was defeated again. However, the Allies were not without results. After a long period of uninterrupted bombing, the bombers finally destroyed 2 exposed bunkers. This news also made the Imperial soldiers, who originally felt that they had won, feel fear. 2 of the indestructible bunkers were blown to pieces. At this time, ships and planes were still bombing the fortresses in Normandy. The shells fell down as if they were free. However, this has nothing to do with Lin Feng, who is hiding in the bunker. It is relatively safe here for now. Apart from some vibrations and tinnitus, there is nothing bad about it. Just as the soldiers in the bunker were resting, bombers loaded with incendiary bombs dropped countless bombs with red markings on the marked bunker location against the dense air defense network. Boom! More than a dozen huge bombs exploded above the bunker where Lin Feng was, and the next moment, a raging fire broke out on the bunker. Although it cannot directly harm enemies in the bunker. But after a while, the bunker will become as hot as a steamer, making it completely unsuitable for human beings. Lin Feng, who was eating canned food in the bunker, also felt that the temperature inside the bunker seemed to be rising rapidly. Squad leader, our bunker was hit by 2 incendiary bombs. Headquarters told us to hold on, but if this continues, our brothers will be boiled to death. Fuck, what are you waiting for? Run out now. Lin Feng threw the can down. No wonder the temperature was getting higher and higher. Now Lin Feng was sweating profusely, and the shirt he was wearing was already soaked. But squad leader, headquarters told us to continue holding on. Do you want to die? Lin Feng looked at the soldier, who was a little bit crazy, and asked. The soldier just shook his head. Let's go. Anyone who wants to die can stay here. We don't need this bunker anymore. We'll go garrison somewhere else immediately. But, squad leader, if we are discovered by the military police, we will be severely punished. Don't worry, I have a way. Lin Feng patted the soldier on the shoulder and said. He then quickly left the bunker with the rest of the soldiers. The entrance of the bunker was also covered by flames, but fortunately the fire was not big. The Empire will definitely lose this battle, and from now on, the Empire will suffer defeat after defeat, so the worry mentioned by this soldier no longer exists. After all, it is still unknown whether these soldiers can survive until then. Lin Feng, who was leaving the bunker with this squad of soldiers, felt a little dizzy when he saw the chaotic scene outside for the first time, but he still ran quickly to the nearest bunker, which seemed relatively safe. At least it had not been specially affected by the incendiary bombs. He had already prepared his speech. Just as everyone was approaching the fortress, a mortar shell landed not far behind Lin Feng. The 2 soldiers following him were instantly blown into pieces. Lin Feng felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach when he saw it, but he still ran quickly into the fortress. Hey, are you guys here as reinforcements? Lin Feng never expected that before he even opened his mouth, the officer stationed in the fortress had already found an excuse for him. Lin Feng naturally agreed directly, and the other party did not doubt it. After introducing each other, Lin Feng asked his soldiers to go and replace the other party's soldiers. I didn't expect reinforcements to arrive so soon after I requested them. I thought my request for help would be thrown aside. After all, the current situation in the Empire is not ideal. The other party was also a talkative person, different from the traditional Third Reich soldiers. Lin Feng felt that the person in front of him seemed a little too smooth. Moreover, Lin Feng could not clearly feel the military aura from him. Conrad, where are you from? Oh, I'm from Hamburg. I enlisted in the army 3 years ago, and now I've finally made it to the position of a junior officer, huh? Conrad said without hesitation. What Lin Feng didn't notice was that Conrad's back was already covered in sweat. I see. I'm pretty much the same as you, but I joined the army from a small village. You probably haven't heard of the name of that village, but it's very beautiful. Oh, And I have a fiancé, you see. Chapter 43 Normandy ends. Vacation? Lin Feng was not making this up. The person he possessed actually carried a photo with him, and the woman in the photo was smiling brightly. Lin Feng guessed that this should be a character like his fiancé. Oh my god, then you must come back alive. After the war is over, you plan to get married? The war is over? Haha, I don't know if I can live to see it end. Don't worry, we can do it. Conrad patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said. Lin Feng also smiled back. He only has 14 hours to leave this damn place, and what he says now is just acting. However, the bunker where Lin Feng is now is still very dangerous. After all, it is exposed to the outside and is an important target for the fleet and bombers. Just now, the Allied bombers bombed the Third Reich's positions despite the anti-aircraft fire network. To be honest, their casualties were also very heavy. Therefore, it is unknown when the second low-altitude bombing will be organized. Actually, it's quite good here. Look, the view is wide, there's plenty of space, and most importantly, it's very sturdy. Even a 500mm naval gun wouldn't be able to penetrate it. It would just be like an earthquake. Conrad made a cup of coffee for Lin Feng, and then put 2 sugar cubes in Lin Feng's cup. Wake up. You might not be able to rest tonight. According to reliable intelligence, the Allies will organize a night attack. Cheers. Lin Feng, standing behind the shooting hole and observing the coastline, sighed. It seemed that there was no way to complete this mission. He was supposed to kill 500 people, but now he has probably only killed about 100. Although he can still give it a try now, compared to the system's rewards, Lin Feng still values his own life more. So he didn't want to try to kill himself by shooting through the hole again. He touched his cheek and found that the bandage was soaked with sweat. This won't work. If the wound gets infected, it could be even more troublesome. Soon, Lin Feng replaced the bandage. Boom. At this moment, a new round of bombing by the Allies began again. Lin Feng was instantly knocked to the ground, but fortunately the ship's guns did not penetrate the fortress. I fucked up. Lin Feng cursed angrily, then crawled up from the ground in a mess. Less than 20 hours later, Lin Feng realized how insignificant human beings are in war. If they are not careful, they will be blown to pieces. The Allied offensive was still tightly restricted to the coastline. Facing the impenetrable bunker positions, the Allied forces were almost in despair. 10 hours later, Lin Feng slowly stood up. The time has finally come. What time? Conrad, who was sitting next to Lin Feng, said. It's okay. By the way, you're not a real Imperial soldier, right? What do you mean? Conrad said nervously. He couldn't believe that his disguise was so good that it could be seen through. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Jewish. Lin Feng didn't say much after that, because Conrad's expression was enough to prove that his guess was true. In fact, Lin Feng had no other intentions. It's just to satisfy my own evil taste. Conrad stood up excitedly and was about to say something when Lin Feng felt a white light enveloping him. The next moment, a familiar voice sounded in my ears. Ding dong. The floor has ended. Congratulations, survivor. You've fully completed the mission, rated A, and awarded plus 10 days of vacation time. Although the elevator broadcast was still cold, Lin Feng felt that it was too familiar. He couldn't stay in that shabby place of Normandy for even a second. The military uniform on his body has also been replaced with his old clothes. Only the bandage and wound on his face were still there. He was also dirty all over. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You will be rewarded with the skill Eagle Eye. What the hell? This can actually complete the mission. Ding. Reminding the host. The enemies killed by your men will also be counted in your name. You should have told me earlier. I wouldn't have nearly gone to see the King of Hell. Lin Feng said speechlessly, then touched the wound on his face. Hiss. It really hurts. But there is no need to be afraid now, as Hawkeye's abilities are very powerful. As mentioned above, it can magnify 16 times and can also automatically adjust the magnification. So, now Lin Feng has a human 16x scope, but he almost risked his life to get only this reward, and an incomprehensible 10-day extension of his vacation time. What the hell is this vacation time? Ouch! Just when Lin Feng was confused, the little velociraptor was stunned for a while when he saw Lin Feng suddenly appearing, then rushed over and kept scratching Lin Feng with its claws. Now the little velociraptor is half the height of Lin Feng. If it hits Lin Feng again, it will probably knock Lin Feng down. Okay, are you hungry? I'll find you something to eat. Lin Feng touched the little velociraptor's head, then opened the cowhide backpack and found some meat from it. Eat it. The little velociraptor barked happily, then launched a fierce attack on the meal in front of it. By the way, let's see if we can find any materials to upgrade the elevator. When Lin Feng came to the screen, he found that Qinan had sent him several messages. Qinan, Hey, big boy, I'm back. What's going on over there? Are you still alive? Chinan. Damn, you don't even reply to my messages immediately now, right? Chinan. No, it's been an hour already. What do you mean? Chinan. Lin Feng? Lin Feng, are you seriously going to do this? Chinan. Fuck, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. I'll find you down there and continue to be your dad. This was the last message Chinan sent. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw it. Could this idiot really have thought he was dead and committed suicide too? Lin Feng, I'm not dead. Chinan. Oh my god, you scared your dad to death, you know that? By the way, where have you been? Were you injured and unconscious? Seeing Chinan reply to his message immediately, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and then told him his experience. Unexpectedly, Chinan seemed very excited, which made Lin Feng very confused. If Lin Feng knew what Chinan did before, he probably wouldn't think so. After chatting with Chinan for a while, Lin Feng discovered that Yi Hua had also sent him a message saying that the salt refining was completed. After opening the exchange, Lin Feng found that all the trading materials he had listed had been completed. In other words, Lin Feng can now upgrade the elevator. After taking out the salt and materials needed to upgrade the elevator, I clicked on Upgrade Elevator. The elevator instantly rose to the 8th level, but there was no change. Just when Lin Feng was puzzled, the elevator announcement sounded. It has been detected that the survivor Lin Feng's elevator has reached level 8. He is granted a 5-day holiday. Holiday. Chapter 44 Return to Blue Star. What is vacation? Just when Lin Feng was confused, the elevator announcement immediately gave a response. Ding dong. Holiday begins. Elevator goes up. Holiday lasts 15 days. The elevator began to move upward rapidly. Lin Feng held on to the handrail on the wall tightly. This time the elevator was moving faster than ever before. He didn't know what was going on. After a moment, the elevator stopped. The elevator door slowly opened. A familiar white light curtain appeared in front of Lin Feng. The strange thing is that the system did not give any corresponding prompts this time. This made Lin Feng a little undecided. Ding dong. Requesting the living to exit the elevator and enjoy their vacation. Any items obtained in the elevator world cannot be taken out. Your elevator time will be paused, and any items obtained in the original world cannot be brought into the elevator. Original world? What does this mean? Is the real world just outside this light curtain? Lin Feng looked at the little velociraptor. If the elevator time was paused, it should not be hungry, so he felt relieved. After walking out of the light curtain, Lin Feng felt lighter all over and found himself in another elevator. However, there is no screen in this elevator, and the adjacent floors are clickable. Lin Feng tried to click on the first floor, and the elevator began to descend slowly. Through the mirror embedded in the elevator wall, Lin Feng discovered that his clothes had changed and were replaced with casual clothes. I touched my pocket and found my cell phone. What the hell is going on? When Lin Feng was puzzled, the elevator door opened. Only then did Lin Feng realize that this was actually a shopping mall. However, the employees are basically middle-aged people, and there don't seem to be many young people. Maybe they are all doing better jobs. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly found that this shopping mall looked familiar. Isn't this the shopping mall he used to go to? Even the placement of all the counters is exactly the same. I touched the wound on my face, and it still hurt. It wasn't a dream. Lin Feng suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. Could he have returned to Blue Star? In fact, it is very simple to verify this idea. More than 3 billion people suddenly disappeared from his world, so there would be no way there wouldn't be news. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and immediately searched for the latest news on Baidu. As expected, the top news was about the recent large-scale disappearance of the population. The news was released a month ago. It was claimed that there was a very thick fog all over the world that day. After the fog dissipated, it was discovered that more than half of the human population in the world was missing. The national government also quickly took corresponding emergency measures, etc., and the situation changed from a previous labor overflow to a labor shortage. In order to avoid the outbreak of war, all major powers signed non-aggression treaties. I actually returned to Blue Star, Lin Feng said excitedly. Thanks to the huge population base of Xia State, even if so many people disappeared out of thin air, Xia State society was still relatively stable. Just when Lin Feng was about to turn off his phone, he suddenly caught sight of another piece of news. The private cruise ship of wealthy businessman Ford of Lighthouse Country was hijacked. The identity of the hijackers has not yet been confirmed, but they are suspected to be pirates. No tourists on the cruise ship were injured or killed. Ford stated that he would thoroughly investigate the matter. This shouldn't be the case. Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. This must be a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. However, later when Lin Feng was convincing himself that these were all coincidences, a text message came. Mike. No, that's not the case. Lin Feng said with a slightly trembling voice. Hey, Lin, how's life going in Xia country? The money from the cruise ship robbery has been divided up, and your share will be deposited into your bank account soon. Rest assured, the channel is legitimate. The transfer I initiated in the name of Lao Chui's International Trading Company should be deposited into your bank card in 3 batches within 6 months. Soon, Lin Feng received another text message from the bank, saying that he had a transfer from overseas, a total of 60 million renminbi. For real. Lin Feng almost vomited blood. The next moment, the bank called him. However, the call was not to ask about the origin of the transfer, but to ask whether Lin Feng needed to upgrade his bank membership level. This transfer has been processed completely legally, so no one will trace it back to Lin Feng. As for the bank, Lin Feng naturally chose to upgrade. There was no loss anyway, and he couldn't stay here for too long. 15 days later, it's time to return to the elevator world. At this time, Lin Feng wanted to see if there were any familiar events happening in the real world. Young man, can you please move aside for a moment? I need to mop the floor. Just as Lin Feng was standing there looking at his phone, an old lady spoke from behind. Oh, okay, sorry Andy. Lin Feng nodded quickly and then made way. Standing in the middle of a mall looking at your phone does seem a bit silly. Lin Feng hurriedly left the mall and then took a taxi to the house he rented. I should not have been listed as a missing person yet, as can be seen from the bank's reaction. If I were listed as a missing person and suddenly reappeared, I'm afraid the police would have come looking for me by now. In the future, when someone upgrades the elevator to level 8, they will also be given a holiday. I will let them explain this to the government then. I don't want to be arrested and interrogated continuously until the end of the holiday. After returning to his room, the instant noodles Qin and had left over from that morning were still on the table. After throwing the bucket of instant noodles away with a look of disgust, Lin Feng took out his mobile phone again to browse the news. Aeroflot Flight Su-207 disappeared over the Pacific Ocean. The crash site has not yet been found. There were 375 passengers on board. Will housing prices plummet after a significant reduction in the world's population? Today, governments around the world announced that they will begin distributing childcare funds. Most of the messy news were written by self-media. Lin Feng knew there was nothing interesting when he saw the title. The title was purely used to attract attention. The only thing of some value is the disappearance of the Russian airliner, but it has nothing to do with Lin Feng. However, is there really no connection at all? On an unknown island far away in the Pacific Ocean, a human holding a fire axe and a lighter is struggling to kill the savage who wants to eat him. P.S. Returning to Blue Star is the biggest foreshadowing. You can guess what it is, I won't tell you. Chapter 45 Vacation. Lin Feng felt so comfortable back in his familiar little house. After turning on the TV and tuning to a random channel, he lay on the sofa and ordered takeout. Damn, the delivery fee is so high. Lin Feng was speechless when he saw the delivery fee of 8 yuan, but when he thought about it, it was normal. People's consumption level now is definitely several times higher than before. The salary may be 2 or 3 times what it was before. While waiting for the takeaway to be delivered, Lin Feng discovered that there was an app called Elevator Survival on his mobile phone. After clicking it, I found that this software was the elevator chat room. But this software can only be used for chatting, not trading. Half an hour later. Bang, bang, bang. Hello, takeout. It's pretty fast. Lin Feng stretched, then opened the door and brought in the takeaway. Lin Feng hadn't felt so comfortable for a long time, eating takeout and watching a movie. Now that I have finally returned to Blue Star, and there are tens of millions in my bank card, shouldn't I go out and have some fun? After dinner, Lin Feng took a taxi to the shopping mall where he had just appeared. After buying a set of designer clothes in the clothing area, Lin Feng originally wanted to take a taxi to the 4S store to pick up the car, but he received an international call just after leaving the mall. Hey Lin. Mike? What's wrong? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. Could it be that they have some new robbery plan? But according to normal procedures, shouldn't they all be hiding from the public now? We've rented a cruise ship and are planning to go out and relax. Do you want to come along? By the way, all the guests invited to the cruise ship are beautiful women. Of course, I'm going to take a plane to the lighthouse country right now. No, we're going to Xia country soon. You can go directly to Wizanko port in Xia country's magic city and wait for me. I'll be there the day after tomorrow. Okay. Lin Feng was originally thinking about where to go for entertainment next, and now he has a place to play. Wait, how can I speak English? And it said so well. I failed CET 4 and CET 6 so badly, but I can speak English so fluently? Lin Feng could only attribute this credit to the elevator world. It's really good to master one more language. So next, Lin Feng was going to Shanghai. He looked at the ticket and found that it would arrive the day after tomorrow, so he might as well take the high-speed rail. There was a train in 3 hours. After Lin Feng booked a sleeper berth, he took a taxi to the train station. After passing security and waiting for a few hours, Lin Feng finally boarded the high-speed train. After arriving at his own box, Lin Feng lay down directly on the sofa. He was the only one in the entire box, and there was a private bathroom, so he didn't have to worry about being disturbed by others. So, there is a reason why something is expensive. Lin Feng didn't call the attendant, and no one came to disturb him along the way. He would eat when it was time for dinner, sleep when he was tired, play with his mobile phone when he was bored, and check the chat room of the elevator world. In the blink of an eye, the high-speed train arrived at the station. The arrival time is 2 a.m. Because half of the population has disappeared, the exit is not as crowded as before. Even the ant holding a sign asking if you want to take a taxi or rent a house is gone. After leaving the train station, Lin Feng found a hotel and went to sleep. The next morning, Mike called again and said they would be arriving at the port soon. The hotel provides breakfast in the morning, which are all some of Shanghai's specialties. After having a quick meal, Lin Feng took a taxi to Wizanka Port. There was no traffic jam on the road now, so we arrived quickly. Mike had been waiting for Lin Feng outside in advance. When he saw Lin Feng get off the car, he walked over. "Lin, long time no see." As soon as Mike came up, he gave Lin Feng a bear hug. Everyone saw how Lin Feng delayed the team's evacuation time during the last cruise ship robbery. Finally, after negotiation, Lin Feng's dividend was increased by 10%, and Mike, Lao Chui, and Xiao Fu also regarded Lin Feng as a true brother, not a robbery gang. Otherwise, they would not have invited Lin Feng to the cruise this time. "Come on, brother. There are a lot of beauties waiting for you on the boat. Look at your muscles. Those women will definitely eat you up when the time comes." "Haha, I was just thinking about where to go after returning home, but I didn't expect you to come to me directly on a cruise ship." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Mike and his team really spent a lot of money and rented a cruise ship just like that. Wait, if I remember correctly, Mike, Trevor, and Rich should be game characters." Only then did Lin Feng react. "Aren't they the protagonists of the game GTA 5? Lin Feng quickly took out his cell phone and searched for it. It was discovered that this game did not exist in the world, and GTA had only been released to 4. According to data, the game company completely gave up on this game because the sales of GTA 4 were too poor. However, in Lin Feng's impression, GTA is a very popular game. So, is this Blue Planet? Or has the elevator world directly changed the history of Blue Planet? Lin? Oh. After hearing Mike's call, Lin Feng quickly came back to his senses. "What's wrong?" "It's okay, just a reminder that we're here." Mike pointed to the cruise ship in front of him and said that his second favorite thing to do was to take a cruise on the ocean, fishing, and enjoying the scenery. "My favorite thing to do is naturally to be a director." After Lin Feng got on the cruise ship, he found that all the people there were beauties. Apart from the security guards, there were only a few men, but there were dozens of women. "Good man, if I get on this ship, I really won't be squeezed dry?" There are more than 100 security guards, and each of them is armed. "Hey, Lin." When Trevor saw Lin Feng, he gave him a bear hug, just like Mike. However, Lin Feng knew that this girl was also interested in men, so he quickly pushed her away. Xiao Fu was not as exaggerated as the other two. He just gave Lin Feng a gentle hug. Soon the cruise ship left the port. "Lin, don't you want to go out and have some fun? See that swimming pool? Let's go." After changing into beach pants, Trevor pulled Lin Feng to the front of the swimming pool. Several girls in sexy swimsuits in the swimming pool kept waving at Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally would not be scared. He took off his clothes and jumped directly into the group of women. Suddenly, there were bursts of cheers. Lin Feng also had a good experience of what facial cleanser is. Mike was leaning against the guardrail, whistling a tune while fishing, while Xiaofu and Lao Chui were playing cards with some girls. Lin Feng was enjoying godlike service in the swimming pool. Chapter 46. The holiday is over. After a crazy whole day on the cruise ship, Lin Feng no longer cared whether this was his original world. It's a vacation anyway, so it doesn't matter where you go. "Old Mac, how was the harvest?" In the evening, Lin Feng looked at Mike carrying the water tank and asked. "This guy is really patient. He fished on the deck for a whole day." "Haha, we'll have grilled fish tonight." Mike raised the water tank in his hand proudly. It looks like he had a good day today. After setting up the barbecue grill on the deck, Mike played music and started the immersive fish grilling. Although there is a restaurant on the cruise ship, Mike still prefers this kind of life. "Old Mac, give me some fish to try." Lin Feng walked over with his arms around a blonde girl. "Here, remember to give me a good review, otherwise Mike's grilled fish restaurant will blacklist you." Old Mike handed the grilled fish to Lin Feng and said, "Oh, that's not necessarily true. Old Mike's service attitude is a bit poor." Lin Feng also joked, and after taking a bite, He gave a thumbs up. Good. Try it too. Lin Feng brought the grilled fish to the girl's mouth. Thank you, Boss Lin. The blonde girl spoke in clumsy Chinese and then took a small bite. We were planning to have a wild party that night, but the captain said there might be wind and waves tonight and suggested that everyone go back to their rooms. The waves on the sea were no joke, so the evening party was canceled. The blonde girl that Lin Feng was hugging obviously wanted something to happen between her and Lin Feng at night. You're already at the door and you don't plan to leave. I have to say that foreign girls are really open-minded. The blonde girl is also very beautiful, even prettier than in Qingqing, who seduced Lin Feng in the game floor before. Maybe it's because of my fair skin. A few drinks with me tonight? Lin Feng asked as he looked at the blonde girl who was almost sticking to him. It's my great honor. Needless to say, there was no need to say much in the evening. After a few drinks, they started to get down to business. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that this blonde girl was still a virgin. He thought she must be an experienced person since she was so open-minded. After dawn, Lin Feng woke up slowly. He hadn't slept until he woke up naturally for a long time, and his daily routine in the elevator world was messed up. I was able to fall asleep last night purely because I was tired. Working from 7 in the evening to 2 in the morning, even Superman couldn't handle it. The exhausted blonde girl hadn't woken up yet. Lin Feng put on his clothes and went to the restaurant to get 2 breakfasts, where he happened to see Mike. Old Mac, give me some cash. Lin Feng patted Mike, who was picking up the food. Ha ha, looks like you managed it last night. Mike immediately showed an expression that every man understood, and then took out a stack of US dollars from his wallet. Actually, there's no need to pay her. After all, they're on this ship just to curry favor with us. Mike said, shrugging. He had just posted a video of a luxury cruise ship on his social media account, and hundreds of women sent him private messages asking if he wanted to travel with them. That's why he took this opportunity to get so many girls on board. To put it bluntly, these women just want to curry favor with rich men. Thanks. I'll transfer the money to you later. I'm leaving now. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, Go to hell. You still have to transfer this little money to me. Mike cursed with a smile, then continued making his sandwich. After returning to the room, the blonde girl was still asleep. Lin Feng put the sandwich and milk on the bedside table and took out the stack of US dollars. There are probably about 4,000 or 5,000 of these. After placing the money under the milk cup, Lin Feng left the room. It feels good to be rich. Lin Feng leaned on the fence and looked at the sea in the distance. And without realizing it, he used the ability of eagle eyes and took in the scenery in the distance. At this time, the cruise ship has sailed to the high seas area. Apart from a few ships that can be seen occasionally in the distance, there is nothing else to see. This time the route is from the lighthouse country to the Xia country, then to Siam, and finally back the same way. After finishing this round of fun, Lin Feng didn't have much time left in his vacation. Forest. After hearing the shout, Lin Feng looked back. Are you awake? What does this mean? The blonde girl waved the money in her hand. Well, I can't be responsible for you, so this money can be regarded as compensation for you. The blonde girl also expressed her understanding of Lin Feng's words. After all, in her eyes, Lin Feng was a man worth tens of millions of US dollars, so it was naturally impossible for him to keep her with him all the time. Thanks. The blonde girl walked up to Lin Feng and kissed him, then stayed quietly by his side. A few days later, the cruise ship arrived in Siam. The group also plans to travel in Bangkok for a while to experience the local customs and culture. When Lao Chui heard that there were many transsexuals here, he felt like he had taken stimulants. I really want to study the structure of transsexuals. No one stopped him. In the next 2 days, Lin Feng tried the local pickled food and experienced Thai massage. This journey to Siam ends here. Time flies, and soon it is the day when the holiday ends. At this time, Lin Feng is in the lighthouse country. Lin Feng was dancing in the bar with Mike and the others. After looking at the countdown he sighed. Guys, I need to go to the bathroom. Lin Feng patted a few people and said, Okay. When I arrived at the bar's bathroom, there was still 1 minute left in the countdown. I simply washed my hands and wiped my face, and then I heard a familiar yet unfamiliar voice. Ding dong. The holiday is over. The elevator also appeared in a compartment instantly. Good boy, you really know how to find a place. Lin Feng opened the toilet door and then walked into the white light of the elevator door. Ouch! The roar of the little velociraptor reached Lin Feng's ears. It's like a dream, Lin Feng said with some emotion. It really was like a dream. I looked at the time in the chat room and found that it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Does that mean I have to enter a new floor? People in the chat room are still sharing their experiences on various levels. Beep, triggering the upgrade task. Host, please upgrade the elevator to level 9. and you will be rewarded with +5 free attribute points. By the way, can't you check your physical attributes after reaching level 8? Where can I find them? Ding, please ask the host. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 15. Speed, 12. Agility, 18. Intelligence, 10. Luck, 2. All attributes except luck attribute. Other attributes are human average value 10. Luck is 0. Skills, intermediate firearms proficiency, elementary combat, wilderness survival expert, eagle eye. Chapter 47 Attribute Panel. From this point of view, my attributes seem to be pretty good. Lin Feng glanced through the attribute column and nodded with satisfaction. Those 2 rings really do add luck. A normal person's luck is 0, while Lin Feng's luck is 2. Although he doesn't know how big the gap between the 2 is, Lin Feng is already very satisfied. At this moment, the elevator is still short of 500 kilograms of iron, 30 gold coins, 50 kilograms of gold, and 100 kilograms of copper and aluminum to be upgraded to level 9. The upgrade materials are not difficult to obtain, and Lin Feng can get some of them through trading. Just like before, Lin Feng used food and medicine to exchange for the supplies needed for upgrading, but Lin Feng did not trade too much. After all, things are valuable because they are rare. He had just traded not long ago. If he used medicine for large-scale transactions again, there might be a devaluation. Therefore, we still need to control the number of transactions. Beep. The floor you are about to enter is the Wasteland World floor. There is a mutant named Tyrant on this floor. Please kill it. After killing it, you will receive the floor reward. Ding. Random quest triggered. Monster Hunter. Host. Please kill the Tyrant. Reward strength attribute +2. Soon, the elevator announcement sounded. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. After a moment, the elevator stopped steadily. After equipping himself with chainmail and an HK assault rifle, Lin Feng pressed the button to open the door. After stepping out of the elevator, I was hit by the stench of blood and feces. Lin Feng took a quick look with a flashlight and found that this should be a sewer. No wonder it smelled so bad. Even the little velociraptor had a look of disgust on its face and covered its nose with one of its front paws. Wait for me at the elevator. Lin Feng rubbed the little velociraptor's head. The tyrant would probably be very powerful soon, so it would be useless even if he called the little velociraptor. Ouch! The little velociraptor turned its head and decisively refused, then continued to follow Lin Feng to explore forward. Suddenly, a white light appeared in the dark passage ahead, which was particularly dazzling in the pitch-black sewer. The owner of the white light should have also seen Lin Feng, and it flashed as if asking for a response. Lin Feng naturally flashed the flashlight a few times. Soon, the other party flashed a few more times. Then he ran towards Lin Feng, getting closer and closer. Because he didn't know what the other party was, Lin Feng carefully set up his gun. If the thing that comes running towards me is a glowing monster and I am not prepared, wouldn't that be very embarrassing? Hello? Is anyone there? Just then, shouts came from the direction of the white light. Human. Lin Feng was confused and gripped the gun tighter in his hand. No matter whether they are the natives of this world or other survivors trying to survive in the elevator, Lin Feng cannot let his guard down. Sometimes, the most dangerous people are often your own kind. Are you human? Lin Feng asked back. I'm human. I'm human. What the hell is this place? Ugh. Judging from their reaction, they must be the other survivors in the elevator. But, could it be that the other party thinks of himself as an indigenous person? Put your hands up right now, so I can make sure you're not a threat. When Lin Feng saw the man shouting, he immediately shone the flashlight on his face. I raise my hands, I surrender. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. When the man saw the spear in Lin Feng's hand, he quickly threw the crossbow and dagger on his body to the ground, shouting for mercy as he did so. After Lin Feng confirmed that he posed no threat, he lowered the gun. Why are you here? I don't know either. I lost my memory, and when I woke up, I appeared in this place. The man had no idea what kind of world this was, so he just made up a universal excuse for his amnesia. Lin Feng nodded, seemingly believing the guy's reason for fooling around. But he had other plans in mind. This person just ran all the way over there and was not eaten by the tyrant, which means there is no tyrant in that direction. So the tyrant can only be in the back direction. It would be perfect to let this person serve as bait to attract the tyrant. Seeing how cowardly he is, if I force him with a gun from behind, he will definitely obey. How about this? I'll send you out first. You go forward, and I'll protect you from behind. Lin Feng walked up and pulled the man up, motioning him to move forward. Go forward. That's right, I'll protect you. What are you afraid of? Go quickly, it's not advisable to stay here for long. Lin Feng raised the gun in his hand, and there was a hint of threat in his tone. Okay. The man could only muster up his courage and move forward. He was really afraid that he would disobey and be shot. Fortunately, I had a flashlight, so I could see the situation ahead clearly and felt better. In this way, Lin Feng walked a few meters behind the man for more than 10 minutes. Go faster. The sewer is dangerous. We have to leave quickly. Lin Feng said impatiently that this guy walked like an old lady in her 70s or 80s. It was very slow, and it took more than 10 minutes to walk a few hundred meters. If this goes on, all the time on the floor will be wasted. Big brother, how far is the exit? Right away, just walk faster. I'm behind you. If anything happens, I'll shoot immediately. Well, then, big brother, please be more accurate. The man said with a broken mind, and suddenly he regretted running over. Who would have thought that a gun would be pointed at my head? If he could do it again, he would definitely not come running over here. After more than 10 minutes, the man suddenly saw a dark shadow flash in front of him and was immediately startled. Ghost! Ghost! Brother, hurry up and shoot. Can't you see it? What the hell? Where is it? Lin Feng asked immediately and took a few steps back. He had a hunch that what the man had just seen should be the tyrant. He was right in front of me. He flashed by, and now I don't even know where he is. The man said as he stepped back. Lin Feng used his eagle eye skill to carefully investigate, but found nothing. Brother, why are you so far away from me? The man looked back and found that Lin Feng was at least 10 meters away from him. It didn't look like he was going to protect him. Stop talking nonsense and keep moving forward. Lin Feng stopped pretending and aimed the red laser directly at the man's head. Yes, you don't shoot. The man swallowed hard, then continued walking forward in the dark. Chapter 48, Killing the Tyrant. At this moment, the man already knew that he was being used as bait, but if he continued to move forward, there might still be a glimmer of hope. If I turned around, the native behind me might have shot me. In a dark corner where the flashlight could not reach, a mutant chimpanzee, the so-called tyrant, was staring at the man walking in front. The breathing sound became heavier and heavier, and suddenly, the mutant chimpanzee seemed to have found the opportunity and jumped directly from the abandoned sewer pipe. Roar! The man was instantly pinned down by the mutant chimpanzee and let out a painful wail. The next moment, the sound stopped abruptly. The tyrant actually pulled off the man's head. After opening the skull, he greedily sucked the brains inside. Lin Feng naturally would not stand idly by when he saw the tyrant suddenly appear, but everything happened too quickly. Just as Lin Feng was about to shoot, the man was shot in the head. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Feng immediately fired several shots at the tyrant's head. However, when the bullet hit the tyrant's head, sparks appeared and all the bullets were bounced away. My goodness, what a monster is this? Lin Feng swallowed and began to retreat. Roar! The little velociraptor also felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, and the whole dragon curled up. It was not because of fear, but because it was ready for a fight to the death. Xiaolong, retreat. After Lin Feng scolded it, the little velociraptor quickly and obediently retreated. The tyrant had also finished eating the brains at this time, and turned his target to Lin Feng. Roar! Roar! Bang! Lin Feng decisively fired a grenade at the tyrant, and the grenade landed accurately at the tyrant's feet. After the explosion, countless tiny fragments hit the tyrant's lower body, but the effect was very general. It was just a little bleeding. Even this small wound recovered quickly. Oh my god, you're kidding me. Lin Feng didn't know what to say when he saw such an outrageous scene. The good news is that grenades can cause damage to the tyrant. The bad news is that the tyrant can also recover health. You can't just take it head on. You have to use the kite-flying approach. After being blown up, the tyrant seemed very angry. He roared and rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly loaded the grenade and fired another one. Boom. The grenade injured the tyrant's leg again, which significantly reduced its speed. Lin Feng also discovered that after the grenade exploded, the tyrant subconsciously protected his eyes with his arms. You know, any creature will subconsciously protect its weaknesses when encountering danger. Lin Feng speculated that the tyrant's current behavior was due to its eyes being its weakness. Lin Feng quickly replaced the magazine and then began to fire continuously at the tyrant's eyes. Because his weak points were constantly being attacked, the tyrant could only use his arms to protect his eyes, which caused him to lose his sight, and he could only stand there and take the beating. However, Lin Feng's magazine only has 30 bullets, so even if he fires in bursts, they will soon be empty. After the fire suppression stopped, the tyrant immediately lowered his arms and rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng chuckled. He was indeed brainless and fell for the trick just by a little trick. There were only 10 bullets left in his gun. If all these 10 bullets hit his eyes, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. With the 16-fold magnification of Eagle Eye and the intermediate-level firearms proficiency, Lin Feng quickly locked onto the tyrant's soybean-sized eyeballs. Bang, 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 bang. 10 consecutive bullets all hit the tyrant's eyes. The tyrant had no time to duck to block the bullet and fell to the ground after being hit. After waiting for a while, the system prompt sound did not sound. It seems that the tyrant is not dead. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly fired a grenade at the tyrant's head. After a moment's pause, the grenade exploded beneath the tyrant's head. Boom! Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and a pile of brain matter was sprayed everywhere. Even Lin Feng, who was far away, was affected. After shaking off the brain matter on his clothes, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, the tyrant should be dead. Soon, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, Monster Hunter. The reward has been issued, Strength Attribute +2. Lin Feng immediately felt that the power in his body had become stronger. I walked up to the tyrant's body and took a look, but found nothing valuable. I feel like I've lost out after all this effort. Lin Feng kicked the tyrant's body and said with some annoyance. Fortunately, the man is also a survivor, and his elevator should be nearby. I hope there are some fun things in his elevator, but seeing that he has no fighting power at all, Lin Feng doesn't want to hold out any hope. Walking forward, Lin Feng soon found an elevator with its door open. The elevator level is actually level 5, and the material storage area has already appeared. After Lin Feng walked into the elevator, he first checked the material storage area. I found that the things inside could actually be taken out. Now I feel comfortable. Originally, Lin Feng was worried that he wouldn't be able to withdraw the money. What does that mean? After Lin Feng clicked on the takeout button in the material storage area, an option popped up on the screen. Whether to transfer the supplies in this elevator directly to the survivor, Lin Feng's elevator. How can it be so convenient? Lin Feng clicked yes doubtfully. Soon, the original materials in the stockpile area began to disappear rapidly. Lin Feng didn't care about it anymore. He would go back to the elevator and find out. There was some food in this person's elevator, but it was just biscuits and canned food. Although Lin Feng didn't like to eat it, he still packed it all up and took it back to sell. In addition to these, a foam box wrapped in film placed in the middle of the elevator caught Lin Feng's attention. He stretched out his hand and scratched the inside of the film, and the water droplets immediately fell down, allowing Lin Feng to see clearly what was underneath. What is this? A plant. Lin Feng scratched his head. This guy, isn't he farming? Holy crap, this is awesome. Lin Feng thought about it and decided to move the foam box back. Maybe vegetables would really grow there in the future, and he could change his taste. Lin Feng was not very interested in the rest of the things. He took a few pieces of clothes and returned to his elevator. There were still more than 30 minutes before closing time. Looking at the little velociraptor trying hard to defecate outside, Lin Feng was no longer in a hurry to call it. There should be no danger in the sewer now. After putting down the heavy foam box, Lin Feng went to the material stacking area to check it out. There are indeed more upgrade supplies. I still need 300 kilograms of iron, 20 gold coins, and 100 kilograms of copper and aluminum to upgrade the elevator. I don't know where this guy got so much gold. Lin Feng took a closer look and found that it weighed a full 100 kilograms. Chapter 49, The Lucky Ring. Just as Lin Feng was about to continue trading for the materials needed for the upgrade, Qin En's avatar suddenly flashed. Qin, Fengzi, where did you get so many drug deals? That's too irrational, isn't it? Lin Feng, how did you know? I was just about to put it on the shelves, Prophet. Qin, bah, you know, your name is now famous in the chat room, and many people are waiting to buy the medicine you sell. I just happened to see someone discussing you the other day, so I learned a little bit about it. Lin Feng, is that so? Then do you need medical support? Qin, Fengzi, I suggest you use them sparingly. Medicines are so precious. I don't know where you got so many of them, but I suggest you stop trading them. Lin Feng, don't worry, I know my limits. By the way, if you get sick, remember to ask me for medicine. Qin, I understand. Be careful too. After exiting the chat, Lin Feng clicked cancel on the drugs that were about to be put on the shelves. It was not because of Qin En's advice, but because Lin Feng realized one thing. Things are valuable because they are rare. As the person who holds the most medicines, he naturally has to control the quantity sold and raise the price. After all, no matter how many medicines he has, it is not enough to satisfy billions of people. As for Qin En's advice, if he knew how many medicines Lin Feng had, he probably wouldn't say that. Ouch! Don't touch it, Lin Feng said as he looked at the little velociraptor who was quite interested in the foam box. Ouch! The little velociraptor cried out in confusion, but still retreated obediently. Since he was not allowed to touch the foam box, he decided to go play in the water. The little velociraptor came to the pool with a happy face and took a look. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Oh, this guy. Is he in his rebellious phase? He's been doing so many little things. Lin Feng also discovered that the little velociraptor has become more and more active recently. He is also very naughty. Lin Feng seriously suspects that this guy has reached the rebellious stage of adolescence. What are you doing? Lin Feng pulled the little velociraptor's head out of the water, looked at the pool, and then looked at the little velociraptor. There was nothing in the pond except 2 fat freshwater fish, which made Lin Feng want to eat them. How about grilling some fish today? Lin Feng thought about it for a while, then fished out 2 fish whose names he didn't know. Just keep playing. Ouch! The little velociraptor cried out happily, then dove headfirst into the puddle and continued gurgling. Oh, you guy? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, the water in the pool would refresh automatically and was cleaned every day. If it likes to play, let it play. Lin Feng processed the 2 fish and then simply washed them in the pool. Then he strung them together with branches and placed them next to the fireplace. After more than 20 minutes, the grilled fish gave off a fragrant aroma. My cooking skills are really good. Lin Feng took a bite and found that it tasted good, not worse than the one Mike grilled. It was just sprinkled with some salt. If it had some chili and pepper, it would definitely be delicious. As a qualified foodie dragon, the little velociraptor naturally would not miss any meal, not to mention that every time Lin Feng cooked a meal, it would come over to eat and drink. Lin Feng had already reserved 2 big fish heads from the grilled fish for the little velociraptor. Absolutely brain-boosting. The little velociraptor was not picky about food at all. He held the 2 fish heads in his mouth and ate them all bit by bit while shaking his tail. Eating only these things is naturally not enough. Lin Feng found some scraps of raw meat and threw them to it. After eating about 5 pounds of meat, the little velociraptor was finally full. Now I have enough food, but the little velociraptor has nothing to eat. Only half of the goat meat is left. I hope the next floor I get will have more animals. Lin Feng threw the branches used for grilling fish into the fireplace and said. When he said this, the lucky ring on his fingers suddenly flashed brightly, but Lin Feng did not notice this subtle change. Eat well, drink enough, and keep exercising. As can be determined from the personal dashboard, exercise is indeed very useful. His previous level was definitely lower than the average level of normal people, but it was only through exercise and bodybuilding pills that he improved several points. Seeing that Lin Feng was doing some strange actions again, the little velociraptor did not continue to play with Lin Feng, but lay obediently by the pool. It seems that it has made the area next to the pool its own nest. After exercising for a while, Lin Feng went to bed. The next day, Lin Feng was still sleeping soundly when the system suddenly sounded a reminder. Beep. The floor you are about to enter is the grassland floor. This floor is less dangerous for you, so don't worry. There are many kinds of wild animals and a tribe of indigenous people on this floor. Be careful. The indigenous people are hostile to all outsiders entering the grassland. Wow, there really is a floor full of animals? This is such good luck. Lin Feng subconsciously looked at the lucky ring he was wearing. Could it really be the work of this lucky ring? Find an opportunity to try it. As for the indigenous people, they probably don't have much fighting power. If you meet them, just kill them directly. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. After the announcement, the elevator began to descend rapidly, and after a moment, it stopped. Lin Feng finally checked the weapons he had on him and walked out. After leaving the elevator, the first thing that hit me was the billowing hot air. The huge temperature difference between inside and outside the elevator made Lin Feng sneeze. Not far from Lin Feng, there was indeed a group of bison drinking water. Oh my god, so many cows, I'm going to get rich. Xiaolong, sneak over there, and after I shoot, jump out and catch as many as you can. Ouch! The little velociraptor nodded immediately, then bent its body and hid itself in the grass. Just as the little velociraptor was running forward cautiously, it suddenly found that there seemed to be something in front of it. I saw a skinny lion crawling in the grass, staring at the cattle drinking water. It was looking for the weak ones in the herd, but the calves and old cows were protected by the strong bison. It is not easy to launch a sneak attack, so the lion has waited until now. However, all its energy was focused on the cattle, and it didn't even notice that there was a velociraptor behind it that was countless times more terrifying than it. Roar! With a low roar from the little velociraptor, its sharp teeth instantly hooked into the lion's flesh. When the lion heard the sound, it wanted to turn around and resist, but the little velociraptor exerted a little force with its mouth, and the lion's throat broke. Soon he lost the ability to resist and turned into a corpse. Chapter 50 Aboriginal People. The incident with the velociraptor ended quickly without alarming the herd. Lin Feng turned his head to look at the position of the velociraptor, held his breath, and pulled the trigger directly at the herd of cattle not far away. After the gunshots rang out, the cattle were immediately frightened and scattered in an instant. Lin Feng quickly emptied a magazine of bullets. The harvest was pretty good. 2 bison fell to the ground and several others were shot, but they managed to escape with the herd thanks to their strong vitality. The little velociraptor was hiding in the grass and waiting for an opportunity to grab a wounded bison and bite it. The bison let out a painful cry, trying to get the herd to come back and rescue it, but unfortunately the herd was so frightened that they didn't pay any attention to it and ran away. After changing the magazine, Lin Feng fired a few more shots, but he didn't get anything, so he had to give up. Anyway, 3 bison are enough for him and the velociraptors to eat for a while. However, these 3 bison were really big. Each of them probably weighed over 1,000 pounds, and it was a bit of a stretch to put them in the cowhide backpack. The upper limit of each grid of the cowhide backpack is 200 kilograms, so it is definitely impossible to carry these cows away directly. So Lin Feng planned to dismantle these cows and only pack the meat. Before getting out of the elevator, Lin Feng had already cleared 2 compartments in his cowhide backpack. All the medicines and non-perishable food were piled in the corner of the elevator. The elevator now has a lot of space, so even if you take out all the things in the cowhide backpack, it can still accommodate them. Soon, Lin Feng gathered the corpses of the 3 cows together. With the movement of his knife, he soon gutted the first bison. The little velociraptor just lay there and ate the internal organs and bones that Lin Feng threw out. Lin Feng didn't plan to pack the internal organs and stuff like that. He would focus on the meat. Dismembering a cow is quite time-consuming. Lin Feng looked at the remaining time on the floor. 1:20. It will take more than an hour. If that doesn't work, you can use the overtime card to extend your life. However, just as Lin Feng was concentrating on cutting the beef, shouts suddenly came from a distance. Lin Feng looked up and saw several black men with paint on their upper bodies running towards him. But they didn't have any decent weapons, only cold weapons. It seems that the person came with bad intentions. Lin Feng immediately raised his gun and started shooting without hesitation. The system said that the natives of this floor are hostile to all outsiders. So he definitely didn't come to chat with me. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out, and several natives were shot and fell to the ground instantly. After hearing the gunshots, the remaining dozen or so natives fell to the ground. He was shouting something in a language that Lin Feng couldn't understand. At the same time, he threw the weapon out directly. You surrender now? Lin Feng scratched his head in confusion. If he knew what era he was in, he probably wouldn't be so confused. Looking at the corpse of the bison in front of him, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea. Why not let these natives deal with it for him? They would definitely be faster than him. Then, Lin Feng fired a few shots into the air and waved to the surrendered natives. The natives also ran over very obediently, with no trace of the ferocious look in their eyes. Come here and take care of these buffalo. As Lin Feng spoke, he pointed to the bison's carcass and the beef he had processed beside it. It was such a simple idea that the natives immediately knew what to do. They quickly moved the remaining 2 bison away and cut out all the meat. Lin Feng stood aside and guarded them with a gun. Now the work efficiency is much faster. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. In less than half an hour, all the beef was divided. After stuffing all the beef into the cowhide backpack, Lin Feng also took away the ribs and internal organs that he could take away. He could go back and roast and eat them directly. The temperature in the elevator was low, so they would not go bad in 3 or 4 days. Seeing that the natives were still following him, Lin Feng was a little confused. Did they think of him as their master? What a weird tribe this is. Lin Feng was speechless and then waved at the natives. Go back. Ouch. The little velociraptor also bared its teeth at the natives. Then he followed Lin Feng back to the elevator. The few natives standing there were so frightened when they saw Lin Feng disappear that they instantly knelt on the ground. After Lin Feng left, a group of nobles in gorgeous clothes came over on war horses. They were also attracted by the gunshots just now. Looking at the row of natives kneeling on the ground, the leading officer laughed. He didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. With a wave of his hand, several soldiers stepped forward and tied up these natives. In the elevator, Lin Feng hung all the ribs at the entrance of the fireplace, preparing to dry the meat so that it would be easier to store. Of course, we didn't forget the little velociraptor's share. I gave the little velociraptor 2 whole ribs and 2 beef hearts, which were almost enough for it to eat. Lin Feng still has to deal with the remaining meat and internal organs. Lin Feng would roast all of these things and then store them to eat slowly. It took Lin Feng the entire afternoon to finish all this. It's all finally done. Lin Feng stretched out and lay on the bed. Just as he was about to go to sleep, he suddenly remembered the supplies he had posted on the exchange. He decided to go and see how much he had earned. Hang another batch before going to bed. Coming to the front and back of the screen, Lin Feng opened the exchange. There were quite a lot of people buying things, but unfortunately they all exchanged for basic materials. Wood and iron, and very little else. Lin Feng directly canceled the use of wood exchange. He still had enough wood now. The wood from the last forest floor had not been used up yet, and he got another 200 kilograms through the transaction. The rest of the supplies included 100 kilograms of iron, 1 gold coin, 10 kilograms of gold, and no copper or aluminum at all. This may also be because Lin Feng's sales do not include medicines. If you put some medicine on the shelves and specify that it can only be purchased with gold coins, I guess some people will buy it immediately. After restocking the shelves with some food and water that he had found in other people's elevators, Lin Feng went to sleep. By the way, this ring. Lin Feng lay on the bed and took the ring off his finger. More luck? I casually said yesterday that it would be nice if I could go to a floor with more animals, and today it came true. Although he felt that his inner thoughts were a bit absurd, Lin Feng felt that there should be nothing impossible in this world, right? Besides, the system's attribute panel shows that these 2 rings increase luck. Chapter 51 Battle Royale 1. Anyway, making a wish won't make you lose any weight. Lin Feng thought to himself, then looked at the ring and said, I hope my next floor will have a lot of resources for upgrading the elevator. There was no change in the ring this time. After making a wish, Lin Feng went to sleep peacefully, waiting to wake up at 12 o'clock to see the result. Ding! The floor the host is about to enter is the Battle Royale floor. 100 survivors will enter the world together and appear randomly at any location in the world. Weapons and equipment will be randomly distributed throughout the Battle Royale floor. Ding! We've detected that the host is about to enter a large-scale PvP world. This system is providing 3 resurrection coins. After death, you can choose a new location to resurrect. After the floor ends, any unused resurrection coins will be cleared. Oh my god, system. You really are worthy of being called a system. Lin Feng looked at the resurrection coins given by the system in shock. I'm not that nervous about the upcoming Battle Royale. Others had no chance to make mistakes, but Lin Feng had 3. What's there to be afraid of? Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. The elevator began to descend rapidly. After it stopped, the elevator door opened and Lin Feng was slowly pushed out by a mysterious force. The elevator door also disappeared, and the little velociraptor was still inside. It seemed that this was another floor that had to be forced into. Ding dong. This floor is a Battle Royale floor with a total of 100 survivors. You can be enemies or allies, but only one person can survive. The survivor will leave the floor safely and receive the rewards of the survivors you directly killed. Ding dong. The game begins. All survivors will be teleported to a random location. Their equipment will be left in their personal elevator. The initial equipment is an electronic map that can be used to view the location of the safe zone. Many survivors now feel dizzy before they can figure out the situation. The next moment, he appeared in another place. Lin Feng appeared in a desolate village. This village must have experienced some war. All the houses were bombed. Lin Feng naturally knew about the Battle Royale game mode, so the most important thing now was to find weapons and vehicles. Weapons are used for self-defense, and vehicles are naturally used to escape from poison. Lin Feng just didn't believe that there would be no poisonous circle on this ghost floor. Can a game without a poison circle still be called a Battle Royale? That's definitely not possible. Lin Feng quickly ran to the nearest house. There was a corpse at the door that had been dead for who knows how long. Although it was covered with maggots, the gun in the corpse's hand was still very useful. A P-2000 pistol and 3 magazines. Then there was nothing valuable left on the body. Judging from his attire, he looks like a commoner. I guess he was caught in the disaster. After checking the safety of the pistol, Lin Feng continued searching forward. Suddenly, he saw a figure running past. Lin Feng left, raised his pistol, and jogged after him. The figure was a girl, and no weapon was found on her. She had just run into a small bungalow. The bungalow didn't look big, so Lin Feng didn't choose to go in to look for it. Instead, he chose to squat at the door and wait, which was the typical behavior of a fool. I give up. Why is there nothing here? Aren't there always supplies everywhere in the PUBG game? The girl with the high ponytail curled her lips and prepared to leave the bungalow, but as soon as she stepped out of the door, a bullet was shot at her. Bang! It was Lin Feng. The final reward on this floor was linked to the number of people he killed. That's why Lin Feng would never have any thoughts of being gentle with women. He fired a shot the moment the girl ran out, but the power of the P-2000 pistol was limited, and Lin Feng did not shoot her in the head, so the girl with the high ponytail did not die immediately. Don't kill me. The girl looked helplessly at Lin Feng with a cold gaze, and blood continued to flow out of the wound on her abdomen. Sorry, there can only be one winner on this floor. Lin Feng slowly walked up to the girl, and this time he took aim. Bang! A shot to the head ended her suffering. After simply touching the corpse and not finding anything useful, Lin Feng hurried to search other houses. In the end, Lin Feng only found 3 bandages, a box of used painkillers with only 4 pills left, 2 bottles of energy drinks, a bolt-action shotgun, and 10 spare bullets in this small village. In addition to these, there is also a vehicle, a mountain bike. Although it is a bicycle, it is much better than Lin Feng's hiking. Ding dong. The radiation zone will shrink in 5 minutes. Please proceed to a safe area. The sound of an elevator suddenly rang out, and Lin Feng hurriedly looked at the electronic map on his wrist, only to find that he was actually at the edge of the map, which meant that he could be affected by the first poison circle at this position. At present, Lin Feng is still 2 kilometers away from the safe zone. Shit. Bicycle. 2 kilometers. 5 minutes. Lin Feng started pedaling his bike quickly without saying a word. The poison circle will shrink after 5 minutes, but the speed should not be fast, so even if you can't run to the safe zone within 5 minutes, it won't be a big problem. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng finally arrived at the safe zone. The journey was relatively safe, and he did not encounter any other survivors. Otherwise, with my current weapons, I would not be able to hit at long distances. After parking his only vehicle, the bicycle, Lin Feng looked at the town in front of him. This town looks bigger, and I should be able to find more good things here. Thinking of this, Lin Feng ran into the nearest 2-story building. Inside, we found a few energy bars, 2 bottles of water, and a very sharp machete, but unfortunately no gun. Bang 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 bang. At this moment, gunshots suddenly rang out near Lin Feng. After hearing the gunshots, Lin Feng subconsciously hid behind the cover, but soon realized that the gunshots were not directed at him. Bang 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 bang. Gunshots rang out again. That's weird. This doesn't look like a shooting match, it looks more like target practice. Lin Feng looked towards the source of the sound curiously, thought for a moment, and ran over. Anyway, I have resurrection coins, so I can spend them as I like. A few minutes later, Lin Feng ran to the roof of a 3-story building. During these few minutes, gunshots were heard again in this place. Fire. Bang 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 bang. Oh my god, what the hell? Lin Feng looked at the situation on the street across the street and muttered. Lin Feng, who had his own 16x human scope, could still see the situation over there clearly. I saw rows of civilians kneeling on the ground with their heads down, waiting to be shot, and the people who shot them were a group of bandits wearing turbans. Among these civilians, Lin Feng also found a few people wearing special clothes. These were probably the unlucky survivors, right? Being caught and shot is really tragic. Chapter 52 Battle Royale 2. Fire. As the desert-colored leader shouted, gunshots rang out again, and another row of civilians were shot. It seems that this is not a simple battle royale. Lin Feng was amazed in his heart. His current position was relatively safe. He could hide here for a while and wait for the group of bandits to leave. As for a clash with that group of bandits, Lin Feng doesn't have that much courage. Even if he has resurrection coins, there is no need to run up and give them for free. Those bandits were not only numerous, but each of them was armed with a spear. How could Lin Feng fight them? So, it's better to just be a salted fish. Out of sight, out of mind, Lin Feng lay down on his back. The roof was a little hot from the scorching sun, but it was okay. More than 10 minutes later, the gunshots stopped. Lin Feng got up and saw that the bandits had left, leaving only corpses on the ground. Looking at the tragic scene, Lin Feng could only sigh, then ran downstairs to continue searching for supplies in the town. Soon Lin Feng found a convenience store. The owner of the convenience store had been beaten to a pulp, but Lin Feng found a Mosin Nagant under the counter. It should be used by the boss for self-defense. 15 rounds left. Although there is no scope, with the Hawkeye's 16x magnification, it can be used as a sniper without any problem. Just then, Lin Feng heard footsteps coming from outside. He quickly hid behind the shelf and observed through the gap. He thought it was the group of bandits who had returned, but it turned out to be a survivor. Just as Lin Feng was about to kill the survivor, a gunshot rang out from a distance. The survivor running in the middle of the road also fell to the ground. But he didn't die. The bullet only penetrated his thigh. Shit. Damn it. I saw him moving his body with difficulty, and at the same time taking out a bandage and wrapping it around the wound on his leg. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Bang. Another gunshot rang out, and the man was hit directly in the heart and soon became a corpse. The people who killed him quickly came over and prepared to lick the body. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Sister, I'm sorry. Lin Feng sneered, then slowly extended the muzzle of his gun. Bang, bang, bang. After firing 3 shots in succession, Lin Feng stood up and walked out. These 2 people are foreigners. No wonder they are so good at using guns. Lin Feng did not choose to search for equipment on the street, but dragged the 2 back to the convenience store before starting to lick the corpses. The man only had a pistol, and the bullet model was different from Lin Feng's, so Lin Feng didn't take it. But the woman's gun was quite good, an AK-47, and I don't know where she got it from. He was actually carrying a magazine rack on his back and had 4 spare magazines of bullets. Lin Feng decisively threw away the shotgun and replaced it with the AK. As for the pistol, he directly inserted it into the magazine. After finishing all these, Lin Feng felt a little thirsty and drank a bottle of energy drink. Ding dong. The radiation zone is shrinking. Please go to the safe zone. I had just replenished some energy when the elevator announcement sounded again. I opened the map and found myself outside the circle again. How could I be so unlucky? Lin Feng could only get on his bicycle again and rush to the safe area with great difficulty. In order to avoid being discovered by the bandits or other survivors, Lin Feng took a mountain road this time. Although it was a bit tiring, it was safer. Call out. Just as Lin Feng was about to reach the safe zone, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Lin Feng, who was proficient in firearms, immediately realized that it was a gunshot, and the gun used by the other party had a silencer. Fuck, I'm being squatted. Lin Feng cursed inwardly, then rolled off the bicycle. After rolling several times, he successfully hid behind the slope, and the bullets could not hit him. However, Lin Feng was still unable to judge the opponent's position at the moment. Seeing that Lin Feng did not appear again, the opponent did not continue to shoot and expose his position. So the situation came to a stalemate, but the other party's lack of anxiety didn't mean that Lin Feng wasn't anxious either. The poisonous circle behind is slowly approaching. When that time comes, Lin Feng will have no choice but to get out, so the other party has already made up his mind to take advantage of him. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle was heard behind Lin Feng. A cloud of sand was raised and a man riding a mountain motorcycle appeared from behind. Call out. Another gunshot rang out, and the bullet hit the motorcycle with a crisp sound. The man on the motorcycle could only brake suddenly and then hide behind the slope like Lin Feng. Brother, don't shoot. The man looked at Lin Feng, who was pointing the gun at him, and quickly threw away all the weapons on his body. Seeing this, Lin Feng did not relax his vigilance. Who knows if the other party might have hidden a gun in some hidden place. Brother, we have to work together to knock out the sniper in front of us. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape when the radiation zone comes. After we take care of the sniper, we can go our separate ways. How about that? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Now they really needed to cooperate to get rid of the sniper. If 2 people got the message, one would act as bait while the other would find someone. That would be just right. Haha, I see you have a gun. How about this? I'll be the bait and you shoot. By the way, my name is Song Fei. What about you? Lin Feng. Lin Feng? What the hell? God, Lin. Song Fei said with an incredible look on his face. What's the meaning? Boss, are you the god Lin who has the highest elevator level today and always sells medicine? Forehead. Am I so famous now? Lin Shen, how's your shooting? Song Fei asked with his head down. It's okay. Okay. Song Fei made an okay gesture, then quickly raised his head, and then quickly lowered it again. However, the other party did not react and did not shoot. Damn, they're not even shooting. Song Fei cursed inwardly, then raised his head again and lowered it. This time, gunshots rang out. Lin Feng finally figured out the approximate location. While the other party was aiming at Song Fei, Lin Feng quickly set up the Mosin Nagant. Found it. Lin Feng looked at the bright light on the mountain and sneered. After magnifying the light, Lin Feng raised the muzzle of the gun slightly and then decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed in the air, and Lao Lu in the distance was instantly shot in the head. Oomph, you dare to bully Master Lin. You're courting death. Lin Shen, is it done? Nailed it. Lin Feng was actually not sure if there were any more enemies. So they planned to let Song Fei go first. If he went out and everything was fine, it would mean that Lao Lu was no longer there. Song Fei nodded and then raised his head tentatively. Finding that no bullet had passed over his head, he stood up with relief. Chapter 53 Battle Royale 3. Lin Shen, I'm leaving first. Don't shoot. We'll meet again if we're lucky. After Song Fei finished speaking, he rode away on his motorcycle. Lin Feng looked at Song Fei's back and slowly raised his gun. Forget it. Lin Feng sighed, then got on his bike and sped into the safe zone. Lin Feng did not plan to lick the corpse of the survivor who had a sniper rifle. One reason was that the distance was a bit far, and the other was that the sniper rifle was of no use to Lin Feng. He used a 16x scope as a human. A Mosin Nagant was enough, and the scope on the sniper rifle would easily expose his position. Soon Lin Feng arrived at the safe zone, and in front of him was a factory area, which seemed to have quite a lot of useful things. After parking the bicycle, Lin Feng walked in through the broken iron fence. There was no one inside. This factory area must have been bombed. Those who could escape had all escaped, and those who couldn't were all buried here. Woof, 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 woof. Oh my God, there's still a dog alive. Lin Feng said in surprise as he looked at the wolf dog tied with an iron chain. The wolf dog's den had been blown into ruins. God knows how this guy survived. Woof. Do you bite people? Lin Feng tentatively took out a wooden stick and probed forward, and found that the wolf dog was not aggressive at all. It was obviously frightened by the previous bombing. After being poked by Lin Feng, the whole body of the wolf dog began to tremble. At the same time, he made a very pitiful whimpering sound. Just don't bite me. Wait, I'll let you out. Lin Feng walked forward slowly and untied the chain. The wolfhound, having successfully broken free from its restraints, dashed out in an instant. After a moment, it stopped in front of Lin Feng again. Wanna follow me? Then follow me. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. It's not bad to have a loyal helper. Although Lin Feng had just met this big wolf dog, he was still more willing to trust this dog than a human he had just met. Soon, Lin Feng and the big wolfhound came to the field. The wolfhound ran to a pool and drank water in big gulps. This should be the factory's cooling pool. Although the water in it was not clean, it was drinkable. Judging from its appearance, it probably hasn't eaten or drunk for a long time. Lin Feng took out an energy bar, tore open the package, and threw it to the big wolf dog. Energy bars are made by compressing various nuts such as peanuts and walnuts with sugar. Dogs can still eat them. Suck, suck, go on. After Lin Feng threw the energy bar out, the wolfhound quickly jumped up to catch it, and then began to chew it in big mouthfuls. Seeing the wolfhound eating so happily, Lin Feng also felt a little hungry. He opened one and tasted it. Apart from being a little sweet, the taste was pretty good, and very filling. After eating and drinking, Lin Feng continued to explore the factory area. As a native of the factory area, this wolf dog is very familiar with this place, and helped Lin Feng find a lot of things. Finally, after touring the entire factory, Lin Feng obtained 3 remote-controlled bombs. He didn't know why these things were in the factory. In addition to the 3 remote-controlled bombs, a complete set of bulletproof vests and bulletproof helmets, as well as 2 FAMAs were found in the guard room. Lin Feng only took one of them, but it was fully loaded with bullets. Finally, we found an SUV that was still drivable and had a full tank of gas in the factory director's parking garage in the factory office area. Now we finally have a vehicle. There is nothing else except these. After all, the entire factory was bombed into ruins, so it is already good enough to find these things. Get in the car, dog. Lin Feng opened the passenger door and said. The big wolf dog jumped in without saying a word. After closing the car door, Lin Feng quickly sat in the driver's seat. As a bookworm, he had never driven a car, let alone an off-road vehicle, since he graduated from driving school. So Lin Feng was not sure whether he could control this desert beast. Oh my God, this is an automatic transmission? Lin Feng scratched his head, but after fiddling with it for a while, he actually let him drive away. As a result, not long after walking, Lin Feng heard a series of gunshots. Bang! A bullet hit the glass of the main driver's seat directly, but the bullet did not penetrate. In such a place, it is normal that the car driven by the leader is bulletproof. Lin Feng immediately turned the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. There was no need to fight with him here. The enemy was in the dark, and we were in the light. There is no benefit for Lin Feng to go find this Lao Lu. Fuck, this coward. A man lying on a hillside watched Lin Feng's car speeding away and cursed inwardly. I thought Lin Feng would fight him head-on, and then I would have the car to drive away. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle came from behind the man. Bang! A shot to the head. The man fell to the ground. Soon, the scope of the safe zone was reduced to half of its original size. After Lin Feng stopped the car in front of a gas station, he looked at the map on his wrist. His current location was in the center of the safe zone, which was relatively safe. The most intense fighting was at the edge of the safe zone, and many people would choose to surround anyone entering the safe zone there. At this time, there were still 57 survivors shown on the map. It seems there are still quite a few people here, so I have to be careful. However, we didn't see any more bandits along the way, and we didn't know where they had gone. Just then, the sound of the elevator suddenly rang out. Ding dong, random airdrop has appeared. Oh my God, there really is an airdrop. Lin Feng exclaimed suddenly, then looked up at the sky. I saw a transport plane flying slowly from a distance. Soon a bunch of white fireworks floated out from the tail of the plane, and the last airdrop supply box with red smoke slowly fell down. Airdrop to the face. Lin Feng quickly swallowed the water in his mouth, then ran into the car and set off. He picked up another bucket of oil and threw it into the car. Originally, Lin Feng stopped here to rest and refuel. As a result, I was hit in the face by an airdrop. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng rushed all the way to the landing point of the airdrop. Soon the airdrop fell, and Lin Feng hurriedly opened the airdrop and started searching. Damn, there's not even a gun, but all it has is food and medicine. Lin Feng thought he could pick up some powerful weapons, such as a Gatling gun, a rocket launcher, a rogue warrior suit, and the like. I never expected it to be a food supply box. There were many kinds of medicines. Lin Feng, adhering to the principle that he had come here for nothing, loaded all the medicines he could into the car. Other survivors would surely come soon. So after Lin Feng packed his things, he ambushed on a hillside not far away. Everyone hated Lao Lu, and everyone wanted to be Lao Lu. Chapter 54 Battle Royale 4. After lying in the grass for more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng finally found the first victim. Looking at the car coming from a distance, Lin Feng curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile. Ha ha, I didn't expect that I would be the first one to lick the airdrop. Seeing that there was no one near the airdrop, Wang Wu excitedly parked his car nearby. After Wang Wu got out of the car, Lin Feng did not shoot directly, not because he suddenly became a saint. Instead, there were two groups of people driving towards the airdrop in the distance. There seemed to be two people sitting in another car. Could they be a team? Although teaming up will make you stronger, only one person can survive in the end, so you need to always be on guard against sudden backstabbing from your teammates. Without a team protection mechanism, it's better not to form a team. Wang Wu was very angry when he saw the airdrop box that was obviously overturned. Someone had gotten ahead of him. However, just as he was about to leave, he was bumped into by that team member. A gunfight broke out instantly. However, it was obvious that neither side knew how to use guns, and after a burst of fighting, nothing happened to either side. At this time, another person also came over after hearing the news. After hearing the gunshots coming from the airdrop, he, like Lin Feng, did not directly join the battle, but hid the car and watched from a distance. An airdrop would naturally not attract only these few people, but some people who were rushing from a distance heard the gunshots and decisively turned around and left. Let's not be scared, the two of us. Fuck. Go out and draw the gun line. Watch me shoot you in the head. Just you? Do you think this is a game? Just as the two were discussing who would go out and pull the trigger, the other side's gunfire suddenly stopped. No bullets left. Wang Wu hurriedly changed the magazine in a panic. After the other two did not hear the gunshot, they immediately realized that the other party had run out of bullets. They stood up from the bunker and fired at Wang Wu's position. Soon Wang Wu was shot to death. Ah, go pick up the airdrops, I'll keep watch, and we'll split the stuff up. The two happily ran to the airdrop and first looked at the equipment on Wang Wu, and then began to search for the airdrop. Did you finish the fight? The man who came up from behind sneered, then leaned out from behind the tree and skillfully adjusted the gun to single-shot mode. You can tell at first glance that he is an old hand with guns. The man searching for the airdrop instantly became a target. Bang! A shot to the head. The teammate on guard was startled when he heard the gunshots. Although he hid behind the car immediately due to his inexperience, he could not tell the direction of the gunshots, resulting in half of his body being exposed. Bang! Bang! The target has been eliminated. The man observed for a while and made sure it was safe before walking out with a swagger. Bang! After the gunshot, the man was shot instantly. He said 2 words in disbelief and then fell to the ground. What? As the ultimate winner, Lin Feng selected the bodies of several people and loaded all the weapons into the car, as well as some bandages, disinfectants, hemostatics, and other medicines. Lin Feng did not dislike them at all and accepted them all. Anyway, there is plenty of space in the car, so you can put whatever you want in it. Good, you didn't bark. You're very good. This is a reward for you. Eat it. Lin Feng rubbed the big wolf dog's furry head and said. There was an opened can of pork on the ground, which was opened from the airdrop box. Just now he was worried that the wolfhound would be frightened by the gunshot and would bark and expose its position, but he never expected that it was not afraid at all. Maybe gunfights often broke out in this ghost place. The big wolf dog said that he was used to it. Ding dong. The radiation zone is shrinking. Please go to the safe zone. Hearing the sound of the elevator, Lin Feng hurriedly looked at the map. After confirming that he was in the safe zone, he drove slowly to another urban area, which was also the largest urban area that appeared first on the map. Call out. Boom. What the hell? What's going on? Lin Feng was a little confused looking at the explosion not far away. Could this be the legendary bombing area? Boom. Another explosion. However, Lin Feng was lucky and was not hit by the explosion. There was no mark on this area on the map, so Lin Feng could only escape from the bombing zone by feeling. More than 10 minutes later, seeing that there was still heavy artillery fire behind him, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He was so lucky that he stayed in the bombing area for more than 10 minutes without any damage. Soon Lin Feng saw the largest city, Tao City. The city also did not escape the fate of being bombed. Moreover, it seemed to be more serious than the villages and towns we had encountered before. All the buildings had collapsed, and there was not a single intact place in the shops and streets. The roads in this city are even worse than mountain roads. Even if Lin Feng was driving an off-road vehicle, it would be difficult to drive on such a road full of potholes. Damn, this road is broken. Lin Feng cursed inwardly, looked at the situation in the safe zone on the map, and guessed that this Tao City would be the place for the final decisive battle. Then I might as well hide the car somewhere. After making up his mind, Lin Feng parked the car behind a house and hid in the half-collapsed house, quietly waiting for the arrival of the final. There was no need to look for anything for his equipment now. Medicine, food, drinks, bulletproof vest, bulletproof helmet, and several guns. The most important thing is that he can be resurrected 3 times. With so many things around, instead of going out and looking for people to kill, it's better to stay alive until the final decisive battle. Nothing to do today. Listen to music in the brothel. Lin Feng lay on the tattered sofa and looked at the sky leisurely. The occasional gunshots in the distance seemed to have nothing to do with him. There were 2 announcements from the elevator at the back, and after the radiation zone shrank twice, the scope of the safe zone was indeed set to Tao City. Buzz. Suddenly the sound of an engine sounded beside Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng, who was dozing off, slowly opened his eyes. Finally, I'm alive. The ruins where he was hiding could not be discovered unless he exposed himself or someone came to search. The person who drove past obviously also found that this place was not suitable for driving. Even the off-road vehicle driven by Lin Feng was defeated on this kind of road. Damn it! How many times has this damn place been bombed? Looking at the car that suddenly stalled, the man angrily hammered the steering wheel, then got out of the car with a gun in hand. Dog, go and take care of him. Woo! The big wolf dog made a low sound, and then walked out openly. Lin Feng didn't want to reveal his position yet, so he left this person to the wolf dog. Lin Feng still believed in its fighting ability. After all, it was almost as tall as him when standing up. Chapter 55 Battle Royale 5. Ah! Hey, why is there a dog here? When the man saw the wolfhound crawling out of the ruins in a panic, he didn't feel any vigilance, and even reached out his hand to call the wolfhound. The wolfhound also walked over very obediently, and was limping. I have to say, his acting skills were really great. TSK, 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 good dog, let me give you some sausage. The man put down the gun, then took out a sausage from his pocket, tore open the package, and tempted the wolfhound. Woof! The big wolf dog barked cautiously, then bit the sausage. Suddenly, the wolf dog's weak eyes became extremely fierce, its mouth suddenly opened wide, and then it bit the man's hand. Fuck! Ah! You beast! Let go of me! Ah! The man felt pain immediately, and just as he was about to draw his gun with his other hand, the wolfhound suddenly let go and pounced on the man, pressing hard on him. Lin Feng slowly walked out of the ruins, playing with a dagger in his hand. Woof! When the wolfhound saw Lin Feng, it obediently climbed down from the man. Good dog. Lin Feng rubbed the dog's head, then pressed his knee against the man's throat. You're eliminated. Humble. Phew. The man died instantly with his eyes open after being stabbed in the throat. After throwing the body into a shell crater, Lin Feng returned to the ruins. What is this? On the way back, Lin Feng suddenly saw a newspaper pressed under a stone. There are some pictures and some English on it. What surprised Lin Feng is that some of the sections on it even have Chinese translations. After taking a look, Lin Feng roughly understood what happened in this place. A military coup took place in this country, and the country was split into 2 major camps, the Revolutionary Army and the Government Army. With the help of foreign forces, the Revolutionary Army obtained sufficient weapons and equipment, and even biological and chemical weapons. Judging from this torn newspaper, the Revolutionary Army should be the villains, and the pictures on it are mostly pictures of the Revolutionary Army shooting civilians. The city of Tao, where Lin Feng is now, is the capital of the Government Army. After the Revolutionary Army failed to capture the city after a long siege, they used biological and chemical weapons and carried out a long-term bombing of the capital. I see. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Could it be that this radiation zone is the so-called biological weapon? No wonder those bandits suddenly disappeared. It turned out that they knew in advance that this area would be covered by the radiation zone, so they ran away directly. After figuring it out, Lin Feng also figured out where the airdrops and bombings came from. The airdrops were probably delivered by the government forces to the civilians who might still be alive in the area. No wonder they were all food and medicine. The bombings were probably done by the Revolutionary Army. The location was very close to the airdrop site, and they were probably intended to bomb the civilians who went to get supplies. These revolutionaries are really crazy. Didn't they launch the military coup just to seize state power? But how can they win the support of the people with their current actions? It would be strange if it succeeded. Lin Feng complained in his heart and threw the newspaper away. At this time, most of the remaining survivors also came to Tal City. The map shows that there are still 18 survivors. It is very easy to hide 18 people in such a big city, so the poison circle must be shrunk. Lin Feng's position is in the center of the safe zone, so there is no need to worry. However, most people had the same idea as Lin Feng. Soon, the sounds of cars shouting, gunshots, and explosions were heard from Lin Feng's side. Most people had the same idea: run to the center of the safe zone, then occupy a favorable position and ambush others. Bang 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 bang. Very regular bursts of gunfire came from beside Lin Feng. Through the gap in the wall, Lin Feng saw a man in combat pants walking and shooting like a god of war. Several people in front who were using cars as cover to fight were killed by him with headshots one after another. Oh my god, could this be a mercenary? Lin Feng was even more surprised when he saw the other party's skillful one-handed reloading. I dare not leave this kind of person behind. It turns out that it is more comfortable to be the sixth one. Lin Feng aimed at the man squatting behind the car through the gap. At this moment, his entire back was exposed to Lin Feng's eyes. Bang bang bang. 3 bullets fired from the AK-47 hit the man accurately. Lin Feng's position was also exposed, and he had to find a hidden place to hide again. Ding dong. The radiation zone is shrinking. Please go to the safe zone. This time the safe zone became very small, covering only 4 houses. It seemed to be the final circle. There were still 8 survivors at this time. As the safe zone shrank, the gunfire in the city never stopped. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt as if a strong man had punched him on the back, and he almost fell to the ground. Hiss. Fortunately, I have a bulletproof vest. Lin Feng quickly found a wall to hide behind. He touched his back and saw that it was covered in blood. However, it seemed that the bullet did not penetrate the flesh completely, but was stuck halfway in the bulletproof vest. The man who attacked Lin Feng was a little surprised to see that Lin Feng was not killed by one shot, and then continued to shoot at the wall where Lin Feng was hiding, trying to kill Lin Feng by penetrating the wall. After a moment, the gunshot stopped. It was not because the man gave up the opportunity to kill Lin Feng, but because he was discovered by another person. After the gunfire stopped, Lin Feng left the broken wall without hesitation and found another place. Bang 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 bang. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and killed another unlucky guy who wanted to cross the street to avoid the radiation zone. Fortunately, no heavy weapons have been found so far. If a grenade is launched at this time, the bunker will be useless. There were still 5 people survivors, and the radiation zone shrank again. In the end, the safe zone only covered the building where Lin Feng was. The other 4 people rushed over from all directions in a hurry. Lin Feng squatted by the window and killed a man first, then ran to the only staircase leading to the second floor. Bang 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 bang. After a burst of gunfire, only 2 people were left alive. One was Lin Feng, and the other was the person who had worked with Lin Feng before. Yes, Lord Lin. Song Fei shouted loudly while leaning against the wall on the first floor. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Feng was a little surprised. How could this guy still be alive? Roar. Be good, don't move. Lin Feng touched the wolfhound's head and said, Seinfeld. Lin Shun. Haha, I knew you could survive to the end. Come on, let's have a showdown. Song Fei laughed a few times and then took out a grenade. Lin Feng, haha, I want to see how many good things are in your elevator. Song Fei looked at the grenade and whispered. Then he pulled the ring, waited for 2 seconds, and threw it directly to the second floor. The second floor of this house is a small attic, and the killing range of the grenade can completely cover the entire attic. Lin Feng's pupils shrank slightly after seeing the grenade, and the next moment, a black shadow passed by him. Woof! The big wolf dog suddenly picked up the grenade, but as soon as it rushed to the window, the grenade exploded instantly. Boom. Chapter 56. The Battle Royale ends. As the explosion sounded, a cloud of blood mist appeared. The wolfhound had disappeared without a trace. Fuck, stupid dog. You're already working so hard after just knowing each other for a day. After Lin Feng wiped off the blood and flesh that sprayed on his face, he slowly stood up. Most of the grenade fragments were blocked by the wolfhound. Some of the fragments that penetrated the wolfhound's body hit Lin Feng, but fortunately, they did not hit the vital parts, and at most affected his ability to move. Song Fei, who had just thrown the grenade, thought that Lin Feng had been killed by him. But why was this floor not over yet? Song Fei was confused, so he carefully went up the stairs. Logically speaking, the grenade just now could not have failed to kill Lin Feng. The entire attic was within the range of the explosion. Even if Lin Feng was not dead, he must be dying now. That's right, Lin Feng must be seriously injured now and can't even get up. Song Fei became more determined in his thoughts and quickened his pace slightly. When he saw the bloodstains on the stairs and attic ceiling, he became more convinced of his idea. Haha, now I will become the strongest in the elevator world. Just when Song Fei was feeling proud, Lin Feng slowly pointed his gun at the stairs. Bang 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 bang. After Lin Feng madly fired an entire magazine of bullets at Song Fei's body, the elevator announcement sounded. Ding dong. Congratulations, you're the last survivor. You'll get all the supplies from the 8 people you killed. Lin Feng ignored the elevator's sound and asked the system. System, can I still use my resurrection coins? Ding, as long as it's on this floor, it can be used. That's good. Lin Feng exhaled, then took out a pistol and pointed it at his temple. Bang. After the gunshot, Lin Feng fell to the ground. The next moment, Lin Feng's body disappeared and reappeared in the attic. Refresh the status, it's much better. What a pity, alas. Lin Feng sighed as he looked at the wolfdog's corpse. It was a pity that the resurrection coins could only be used by himself. After regaining his spirits, Lin Feng returned to the elevator. Let me see how much supplies this group has. Lin Feng said as he looked at the virtual screen that appeared in front of him. The supplies of the 8 people are summarized here. Even guns and medicines picked up on the Battle Royale floors are included. Lin Feng would naturally not waste any of the guns, ammunition, and supplies for upgrading the elevator. All the materials needed to upgrade the elevator were automatically transported into Lin Feng's material storage area. Guns and ammunition appeared in the empty space in Lin Feng's elevator. All that's left is to pick and choose some supplies. First of all, there was food and water. You could never have too much of these things. Although Lin Feng had enough water, he lacked a container to hold the water, so he took them all away. Then Lin Feng picked out a dozen new pieces of clothes and a few machetes. The one he had been using was a bit blunt, so it was time to replace it. Hey, there are medicines. Lin Feng smiled and took away both bottles of anti-inflammatory drugs. After taking out these things, Lin Feng took the remaining miscellaneous items, including 3 leather buckets, a whip. Lin Feng didn't know why he took these things, and 3 books, which were martial arts novels that could be used to relieve boredom on weekdays. The most important thing is that Lin Feng found 10 rolls of toilet paper. Before, when he went to the toilet, most of the things he used were leaves, but this time he finally had paper. After picking up all the things, Lin Feng returned to his elevator. After pressing the close button, this floor is finally over. Ouch! The little velociraptor still nudged Lin Feng very affectionately. After playing with it for a while, Lin Feng came to the material storage area to check if he could upgrade. As expected, there were enough upgrade materials, and even a lot of them overflowed. There were more than 1,000 kilograms of wood and more than 1,000 kilograms of iron. Copper and aluminum only increased by less than 5 kilograms. There were 150 kilograms more gold and 40 more gold coins. Upgrade elevator. After pressing the button on the screen, the elevator began to vibrate and the space doubled again. This time, the internal layout of the elevator changed, and the toilet and bed were separated. The elevator door has become double-layered, and the inner door is specially marked as explosion-proof and anti-toxic. There are 2 more stinger traps on the elevator door, and finally, there are changes to the workbench. At first, this thing was always a useless thing to Lin Feng. After the elevator reached the 9th level, an electronic screen appeared next to the workbench, which recorded the production methods of many items, referred to as the synthesis table. However, you still have to do the specific operations yourself, so you still need to have a certain level of manual skills. Fortunately, Lin Feng's wilderness survival skills also include handicraft skills. Lin Feng's craftsmanship is now acceptable. Damn, he can even repair guns. Lin Feng stared at the unremarkable workbench in front of him in amazement. With the 8 people he killed and the guns he picked up in the Battle Royale, Lin Feng now has a total of 17 guns and various types of ammunition. The workbench can be used to repair firearms, which is very useful to Lin Feng. As long as you make a gun repair kit on the workbench, you can maintain and repair guns. This workbench can even make bullets, provided you have the raw materials. The synthesis method of bullets is shown on the synthesis table. Just as Lin Feng was browsing the synthesis table, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the elevator to level 9. 5 free attribute points as a reward. Beep, triggering the upgrade task. Host, please upgrade the elevator to level 10. Reward, unlock an additional synthesis table. All items rewarded by the system can be synthesized on the workbench. Oh my god. When Lin Feng heard the reward for the new elevator upgrade task, his eyes lit up instantly. The first thing he thought of was a cowhide backpack. Synthetic cowhide backpacks, the more the better. Then go crazy with nesting dolls. A cowhide backpack inside a cowhide backpack. The most important thing is that you won't feel too heavy even if the cowhide backpack is fully filled. I really underestimated this workbench. Lin Feng touched the tools on the workbench and made a clicking sound. Now he has to quickly upgrade the elevator to level 10. At this point, the elevator upgrade only required 10 gold coins and 120 kilograms of copper and aluminum each. Suddenly, the elevator announcement sounded. Chapter 57, New Succubus. Ding dong. Congratulations, survivor. Your elevator is about to reach level 10. You need to pass 4 floors perfectly before the elevator can reach level 10. Completed all 4 floors perfectly? What are you doing? Lin Feng scratched his head. He had been planning to obtain the remaining supplies through the exchange and then directly upgrade to level 10. Unexpectedly, this dog elevator would use this trick. At this time, a new condition appeared in the upgrade column on the screen of the material storage area. Perfectly pass 4 floors. The specific meaning of the explanation below is that you must pass through the 4 floors without any damage and with maximum benefits. This means that Lin Feng will need at least 2 days to upgrade. Never mind. You are the boss. You have the final say. Lin Feng yawned and looked at the time. 10 o'clock in the morning. Forget it. I won't sleep. After eating something with the little velociraptor, Lin Feng exercised for a while, and then the system prompt came. Beep. There's a top-grade succubus on the floor the host is about to enter. Satisfy her, and she'll give you a magical reward. This floor is safe. This system reminds you. This succubus is new and easy to deal with. Succubus? Lin Feng's Adam's apple couldn't help but move. For the magical reward that the system mentioned, Lin Feng had to reluctantly sacrifice his looks. Ding dong. The elevator is going up. Please hold on to it. Soon, the elevator slowly stopped. After the door opened, a room with ambiguous lighting appeared in front of Lin Feng. There was a hazy figure on the bed, and it seemed to have a pair of small wings. Wipe. Lin Feng sighed, and then walked into the floor. As soon as Lin Feng walked out, the elevator disappeared instantly. It seemed that the elevator would not reappear until he completed this floor. Lin Feng walked forward slowly and saw a succubus with a pair of small black wings and a heart-shaped tail sitting beside the bed. The clothes on his body are almost useless, and he also has standard tattoos. Hello, human, my name is Lilith. An extremely charming voice sounded in Lin Feng's ears, and Lin Feng instantly felt his body tingling. Oh my god, she is worthy of being a top succubus. Her voice alone is so exciting. Lilith looked up and down at Lin Feng in front of her. He was very handsome and seemed strong. She liked him. This human. Am I beautiful? After seeing Lin Feng's figure, Lilith couldn't wait to get down to business. She was actually a junior succubus, and this was her first time seducing a human. However, the succubus clan had a talent in this area. Soon, Lin Feng approached. Omit 100,000 words. More than 10 hours later, Lilith snuggled in Lin Feng's arms and kept drawing circles with her fingers. It's hard to imagine what just happened. Fortunately, Lin Feng completed the task and even exceeded the target. This is your reward, powerful human. Lilith put a necklace around Lin Feng's neck. I hope this necklace can bring you good luck. After Lilith finished speaking, she gently kissed Lin Feng on the mouth. At this time, the elevator reappeared. Ms. Lilith, I'm leaving now. Lin Feng quickly pushed Lilith away and then quickly returned to the elevator. That kid Qin and was definitely overdrawn at that time. After Lin Feng returned to the elevator, he lay directly on the bed. He was lucky that he met a newbie succubus. If he had met those experienced ones, he would probably have had to crawl back. The nutrient solution obtained from the wasteland floor before came in handy. This nutrient solution was more fully supplemented with nutrients. After drinking 2 bags, Lin Feng smacked his lips. It's sticky and tasteless, but it should be effective. After lying in bed to recover his strength, Lin Feng got up and prepared something to eat. Barbecue. It has to be barbecue. Ouch. At this time, the little velociraptor suddenly called out a few times towards the pool and then picked up a turtle with its mouth. Oh no, it's a turtle. This was probably the first time the little velociraptor saw this thing, so it started playing with it on the floor. I remember turtles seem to be good for the kidneys, right? Lin Feng scratched his head and said, never mind, just stew it first. I walked to the edge of the pool and found that there were 4 turtles in it. After taking them all out and cleaning them briefly, Lin Feng put them all into the pot. It's a pity that there is no spicy seasoning, otherwise the spicy soft-shelled turtle must be delicious. After stewing the soft-shelled turtle, Lin Feng came to the chat room and posted the remaining supplies needed to upgrade the elevator in the chat room. This time, Lin Feng made the transaction using medicine, food, and water. Nowadays, most people have started to stockpile copper and aluminum, so Lin Feng's copper and aluminum transaction order was sold out instantly. After clicking to complete the transaction, 120 kilograms of copper and aluminum each appeared in the stockpile area. 10 gold coins would be a bit slow, but since he had already traded 5, Lin Feng was no longer in a hurry. At this time, Qin En's avatar lit up again. Qin En. Fengzi. Qin En. I discovered the hidden rules of the elevator. Lin Feng. Unspoken rules? What unspoken rules? Qin En. When the elevator goes down, it means the next floor is dangerous, and the faster it goes down, the higher the risk. When the elevator goes up, it means the next floor is safe. I figured this out myself. I can't say it's 100% accurate, but it's definitely over 90%. You can try it yourself and see for yourself. Lin Feng. Now that you mentioned it, I think back carefully, and it seems to be true. Lin Feng recalled that he had not paid much attention to the elevator going up and down before, and just thought it was random. Now it seems that it is not that simple. Qin En, I'll tell you what I'm saying. Oh, and I have something else to tell you. Gold coins are incredibly important. I just entered a place called the trading floor, and it's absolutely amazing. As long as you have gold coins, you can buy anything, even mechas. Lin Feng, you truly are worthy of being my good eldest son. Thinking of you this way makes me very happy. Qin En. Qin En, don't let me touch you, or else, Lin Feng. After chatting with Qin En for a while and getting to know each other's situation, the two of them went about their own business. Lin Feng sat in front of the fireplace and looked at the necklace Lilith gave him. I saw that there were 2 more points of luck on his attribute panel, and Lin Feng had put all the 5 free attributes into intelligence. If he could point to luck, Lin Feng would have done so, but unfortunately he couldn't. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 17. Speed, 12. Agility, 18. Intelligence, 15. Luck, 4. All attributes except luck attribute. Other attributes are human average value 10. Luck is 0. Skills, intermediate firearms proficiency, elementary combat, wilderness survival expert, eagle eye. Chapter 58. Back to the classroom. The turtle soup tasted rather ordinary, but it was still edible. After finishing the meal, Lin Feng went to rest. Maybe because he was too tired, Lin Feng slept until 11 o'clock in the evening. The system's prompt woke Lin Feng up like an alarm clock. Ding! The floor you are about to enter is the classroom floor. You cannot be refused entry. You must attend class seriously and actively answer the teacher's questions. After class, you can leave the floor. The reward for this floor is 2 gold coins for each question you answer. Attention! All students and teachers you see on this floor are monsters. If you answer a question incorrectly, an organ will be removed. Ding! A mission has been issued. Host, please answer at least 5 questions correctly. After successfully leaving this floor, the host will be rewarded with the title of Little Genius. After wearing it, the host will gain intelligence plus 5 and unlock a new attribute, sanity. The sanity attribute is 10% of the intelligence attribute and cannot be increased. Monster classroom? Lin Feng suddenly felt a little scared. He didn't really want to go to a floor like this, but this thing was irresistible and he had to enter. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Boom. This time the elevator plummeted downwards as if out of control and only stopped a minute later with a loud bang. The elevator door opened automatically and Lin Feng was slowly pushed out. Lin Feng felt a little relieved after touching the gun he was carrying, but who knew whether these weapons would cause harm to ghosts, so he had to attend class honestly. After entering the classroom, Lin Feng suddenly felt that this classroom seemed familiar. Isn't this the floor I first entered? Lin Feng's mind was suddenly a little confused. There were no students in the classroom yet, and on the wall were the course schedule and class times, as well as the old-fashioned study hard and make progress every day. As can be seen from the clock, it is now 9:30 in the morning, and the next class starts at 9:45. The next class, which was the 3rd class in the morning, was not the Chinese, math, and English that Lin Feng was familiar with, but a class on how to blend in with human social theory. Hiss! Looking at the schedule, Lin Feng took a breath of cold air. Looking again, he found that there were only 2 subjects on the schedule, Chinese and mathematics. Other courses seemed extremely strange. Human law class imitating humans, human living habits, how to eliminate humans. This monster school is studying humans? Lin Feng walked to the desk and looked around, but didn't find any useful clues. The desk was also empty. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea and pulled out the drawer of the desk. Sure enough, there was a machete inside, exactly the same as the one he had picked up before. Ding dong. This floor requires survivors to attend class attentively and answer questions actively. Each correct answer will earn you 2 gold coins. Incorrect answers will result in the loss of 1 random organ. Class is about to begin. Survivors are requested to return to their seats. When class is over, you can return to the elevator. At this moment, the elevator announcement sounded, and Lin Feng's seat appeared out of thin air at the back of the classroom. It was only a few minutes before class started, but it was very quiet outside the classroom. Don't these monster students have to arrive in the classroom early? Just when Lin Feng was confused, the shrill bell for class suddenly rang. The bell rang very quickly, which made Lin Feng a little upset and even felt a little short of breath. Swish. The moment the bell stopped, the originally quiet corridor suddenly became noisy, and soon, many strange-looking students walked into the classroom. Lin Feng's deskmate was a little girl with no eyeballs and a cut-off nose. There is no need to think. This gloomy appearance must be a ghost. Gulp. Lin Feng looked at the little girl beside him and swallowed hard. Just as he was about to turn his head, the little girl suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Feng with a bright smile. Hello, new deskmate. My name is Lin Ku. Hello, my name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng suppressed his discomfort and looked at Lin Ku's empty eyes and said, Stand up. Suddenly, a student sitting in the front shouted, Hello, teacher. Everyone, please take a seat. The teacher standing on the podium didn't look like a monster, but like a living woman, a queen-like one at that. In this class, we're learning how to blend into human society. First, you need to have a human appearance. The boy behind did a great job. Not only did he transform into a normal person, he even brought his props. However, firearms are forbidden for civilians in human society, so this student should be careful in the future. The person being pointed at was Lin Feng. In an instant, dozens of eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. Teacher, he looks like a human. I really want to eat him. This just proves that this student is a very good disguiser. We should all learn from him. Okay, now let me see how your disguise skills are going. I'll give you 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I'll check each of you one by one. As the royal sister teacher spoke, she walked around on the podium. The sound of her high heels echoed throughout the classroom, and the other students hurriedly disguised themselves. Lin Feng looked at his deskmate, who was wrapped in a black air. After a moment, his face returned to normal, his facial features reappeared, and the blood on his face disappeared. His complexion became rosy, and his hairstyle changed from loose hair to 2 ponytails. No matter how you look at her, she looks like a normal little girl. Classmate Lin, how's my disguise? Lin Ke looked at Lin Feng and smiled slightly. Even his smile became like that of a human. Lin Feng nodded with difficulty in affirmation. This is outrageous. If these monsters enter human society, how can we distinguish them? Soon the 5 minutes were up and the teacher began to check one by one. Lin Feng finally knew what the machete was used for. It was actually used to chop students. Anyone who doesn't disguise well will be severely chopped. But after all, they are all monsters and can recover quickly. This also shows that physical attacks will not cause any damage to these monsters. After a while, the teacher came to Lin Feng. Student, can the teacher touch your face? Yes, it's okay. Lin Feng looked at the beautiful lady in front of him and said, This is definitely not her real appearance. Her real face probably has to be mosaicked. Soon, Lin Feng felt a pair of cold hands pinching his face. Very good. You look like you can blend into the human world now. At this time, the teacher looked at Lin Ku again. Puff. Suddenly, the royal sister raised her knife and chopped off Lin Ku's head. Chapter 59. The Contemplative Dragon on the Toilet. Your yin energy is leaking out. You've failed. I'll call your parents tomorrow. Teacher, don't call my parents. I was wrong. Although Lin Ku's head rolled onto the desk, he was still begging for mercy pitifully. As he spoke, he reached out and pressed the head back onto the desk. No room for negotiation. Okay, students, let's ask some questions in class. As the royal sister teacher spoke, she took out a piece of chalk and started writing on the blackboard. 7 years ago, the mother's age was 6 times that of her son. The son is now 12 years old, and the mother is years old. Who will answer this question? Lin Feng originally thought this was a very difficult problem, but isn't it just an elementary school math problem? Then I looked around and found that no student raised their hand. They all kept their heads down, afraid that their names would be called. This was too real, right? In order to get gold coins, Lin Feng raised his hand without saying a word. Okay, student, you answer. The royal sister looked at Lin Feng with admiration. 37. Very good. Please take a seat. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he thought the same as he did. This was not a brain teaser. The question was that simple. Soon the second question was written out. If you wrap a rope around a tree 3 times, the remainder is 30 centimeters. If you wrap it around the tree 4 times, the remainder is 40 centimeters. The circumference of the tree is cm, and the length of the rope is cm. Lin Feng did a quick mental calculation and raised his hand decisively. This time, no one raised their hand, so Lin Feng was naturally chosen. Girth of the tree, 70 centimeters. Length of the rope, 240 centimeters. Very good, please take a seat. 2 more gold coins in hand. This is too easy, right? Then, the third question was quickly written on the blackboard. How to kill more humans more efficiently. There's no fixed answer to this question. If you have an idea, please raise your hand, and I'll determine the best approach. I'll go. How did the taste of this question suddenly rise so much? Soon, a student raised his hand. You can sneak into human society, find a place with a lot of people, and eat them all. After the talking monster finished speaking, it turned back into its original form, a werewolf, showing its sharp fangs as it spoke. It's a good method, but it's a one-time method. It's too rough. Next student. Pretend to be a normal human being, and then slowly kill the people around you through supernatural means. Too inefficient. Next one. At this time, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a method. Recording a cursed videotape would definitely work. Isn't this the trick used by Sister Sadako? Find someone to record it, make several copies, and then spread it on the internet. Then give a reward to induce others to click, such as giving a few dollars as a reward for watching the entire video. There will definitely be many people who will click on it out of curiosity. How efficient. When it was Lin Feng's turn to answer, he naturally answered whatever he thought of. As expected, he was praised. Even the royal sister teacher was amazed by this method and rewarded Lin Feng with a little red flower. After all this time, this is just elementary school, right? The following questions are mostly about people's living habits. Lin Feng is originally a human being, so he can answer these questions with ease. Soon, the number of gold coins Lin Feng obtained reached 16. At this time, the questioning was over, and 3 small red flowers appeared on Lin Feng's forehead. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart was, damn it. Fortunately, there are still 15 minutes before the get out of class ends, and this floor will be over if he holds on for a while longer. Originally, Lin Feng was a little scared when he heard that this floor was full of monsters, but he didn't expect that these monster students didn't realize that he was a human being. Of course, it was this class that saved Lin Feng. It happened to be a class on disguising oneself as a human. If it had been any other class, Lin Feng would probably have died right from the start. The humans in this world are so pathetic that a group of monsters actually set up a school to study humans. TSK. I guess there are a lot of monsters hidden in human society. There must be some supernatural events. It's so scary. The rest of the time is the time for the royal sister teacher to teach, and what she teaches is nothing more than some ways to harm humans. It's useless for Lin Feng to learn it. Finally, he made it to the end of get out of class. The shrill bell rang again. The teacher did not keep the class after class. After saying the end of get out of class, he left immediately. Other students also left one after another. Soon, the whole classroom became empty. Lin Feng didn't know what they were going to do, but he knew that he could finally leave this place. The elevator reappeared in the classroom. Lin Feng hurried in and pressed the door closing button. The reward given by the elevator also appeared in Lin Feng's material storage area. Now I have enough materials to reach level 10, and all I need is to pass 2 floors perfectly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You are rewarded with the title of Little Genius, which has been automatically worn. The sanity attribute is unlocked. The current intelligence is 20 and the sanity is 2. In an instant, Lin Feng's personal attribute panel changed, and 3 words, Little Genius, appeared next to his name. As for sanity, according to the above introduction, it means your ability to resist mental attacks and the probability of remaining calm in extreme danger. This reward is pretty good. If I encounter a ghost in the future, I will still have the ability to defend myself. Aren't ghosts attacks mental attacks? Ouch! Suddenly, the little velociraptor cried out and then jumped onto the toilet. Lin Feng looked at the little velociraptor's operation with a puzzled look on his face. This guy, when did he learn to use the toilet? A meditator on the toilet? Looking at the little velociraptor with its eyes slightly closed and practicing its skills, a word appeared in Lin Feng's mind to describe it. However, it's a good thing that this thing can use the toilet. At least we don't have to worry about it peeing and defecating everywhere. After going to the toilet, the little velociraptor was very sensible and held a tin can filled with water in his mouth and staggered to flush the toilet. Seeing that the little velociraptor was so easy to take care of, Lin Feng ignored it and started to prepare a midnight snack. After eating, I went straight to bed and slept until the next day. Although the lights in the elevator are on 24 hours a day, Lin Feng can still fall asleep quickly. This is the most relaxing time for him. Beep. The floor you are about to enter is the trading floor. This floor is a peace floor. The elevator will be parked for 5 hours. You can trade with others on this floor. If a violent conflict occurs on a peace floor, guards will be stationed to control it. Please pay attention, host. Ding dong. The elevator is going up. Please hold on to it. After moving steadily upwards for a while, the elevator slowly stopped. The elevator door opened, and Lin Feng saw the familiar trading floor again. Chapter 60, Get Rich. The little velociraptor also poked its head out and looked out with curiosity. Come out with me, and don't bite anyone. Lin Feng rubbed the velociraptor's head and said, Ouch. Lin Feng nodded, then took out 6 gold coins from the pile of materials. These gold coins are redundant, and Lin Feng doesn't plan to buy anything. It's enough to restock his gun with bullets. The trading floor still had the same layout as last time, and Lin Feng relied on his memory to come to the stall where he bought bullets last time. Boss, do you have bullets for this gun? Lin Feng placed the 416 Hong Kong dollars on the wooden box in front of him and asked. HK, yes. What type do you want? Armor-piercing or regular? Armor-piercing bullets are more expensive, but they are very effective in penetrating bulletproof vests. The scar-faced boss picked up the gun, looked at it, and asked, How much is the armor-piercing one? After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng wanted to take a look at armor-piercing bullets. If the price was right, he could get some. M995, 1 gold coin, 10 rounds. Holy crap, so expensive. Even if Lin Feng bought all 6 gold coins, he could only buy 60 rounds. How about this? Buy 30 rounds of armor-piercing bullets, and use the remaining gold coins to buy regular bullets. Okay, ordinary bullets, 30 rounds for 1 gold coin. This type of bullet has no penetrating power. After hitting the target, the bullet will shatter inside the body. It is usually used for hunting. Soon, the boss took out 4 packs of bullets. Just as Lin Feng was about to play yo-yo, he suddenly discovered that there was a sign asking for purchase on the boss's stall. A large sum of money is needed to purchase drugs to treat ALS. Boss, did you put this there? This is someone's request for help. If you need anything, you can go check it out. It's at stall number 33 across the street. Okay, thanks, boss. Lin Feng said gratefully, and then returned to the elevator. When the little velociraptor saw Lin Feng leaving, it also followed him happily, wagging its tail. Strange, where did this guy get the dinosaur? The scar-faced boss lit a cigarette and said in confusion. After Lin Feng returned to the elevator, he put on his cowhide backpack. He saw an opportunity to make a fortune. System, can this universal medicine box cure any disease or injury? Yes, host. Okay, then I feel relieved. Lin Feng smiled slightly, then quickly walked to stall number 33. Huh, why are there so many people stuck in traffic ahead? Lin Feng looked at the crowd in front of him in confusion. Is there something to eat? Fortunately, Lin Feng was quite tall and could see it by just standing on tiptoe. I saw several people fighting over something, and one person was even hacked to death. TSK, you dare to cause trouble here. You must be new here. At this time, a man in a Zhongshan suit next to Lin Feng's side. Hey, brother, what will happen if we cause trouble in this place? A fine of 100 gold coins. What if you can't hand it over? Can't hand it over? Then I'll kill him. Lin Feng nodded, thanked him, and left. Lin Feng looked at those people and found that their clothes were somewhat similar to those of other survivors. I don't have the habit of watching shows, so it's more important to quickly go to stall number 33 to earn the reward. After going around in a circle, Lin Feng finally arrived at stall number 33. Hello, I'm here to sell medication for ALS. Lin Feng said as he looked at the man sitting in the stall. Where's the medicine? Let me take a look first. The man said calmly that since he put up his purchase request, many people have come in the past few days, but their medicines were ineffective. There is no hope for men these days. Seeing the universal medicine box that Lin Feng took out, he smiled helplessly. Forget it, come over and give it a try. If you can make him return to normal, the price is negotiable. What if I cure you, but you don't pay me? Lin Feng is trying to cure it in one go. What if he cures it, and the other person just runs away? Wouldn't that be very embarrassing? Can you cure this all at once? Certainly. Lin Feng nodded. Seeing Lin Feng so confident, the man became interested and took out a stack of gold coins. Here are 200 gold coins, the deposit. If you can cure me, I'll give you another 300 gold coins. This is all my wealth. I'll leave the gold coins here. You can take them anytime. If I don't give them to you, the guards here will arrest me directly. Looking at so many gold coins, Lin Feng shouted that he had made a fortune. It turned out to be a good idea to come and take a look myself, Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to pick up these 500 gold coins. Then I'll start. Lin Feng took the all-purpose medicine box and came to the man lying in the wheelchair at the back, whose life or death was unknown. Soon, an option appeared in front of him that only he could see. Treat. After clicking, Lin Feng's hands began to move on their own. The feeling was very wonderful, as if someone could control his body. Of course, Lin Feng could also cancel the treatment at any time, and his body would stop immediately. There is a treatment progress bar next to it, and it will be done in about 10 minutes. After more than 10 minutes, the treatment progress reached 100%. Okay. The universal medicine box disappears immediately after use. The man was not particularly surprised after seeing this scene. In this place, no matter how magical the things were, they were all normal. What he is doubting now is whether Lin Feng can really cure him in such a short time. At this moment, the man slowly woke up. It seems. General, you can speak now? How do you feel? My legs seem. As the man spoke, he slowly stood up from the wheelchair. Now he is no different from a normal person. After walking a few steps, the man was completely relieved. Brother, these are your rewards, thank you. The man said very sincerely that there had been high-tech civilizations here before, but they said that the condition could only be treated with a medical cabin. Unexpectedly, the young man in front of him was cured in just over 10 minutes. You're welcome. Lin Feng nodded without saying anything else. After putting the gold coins into his cowhide backpack, he left the stall. I originally just wanted to replenish my bullets on this floor, but now I have unexpectedly become rich. Then he has to spend some money. The little velociraptor followed Lin Feng the whole time and was very well behaved. Although it was curious about everything around it, it didn't make a sound and just looked at the new environment honestly. Some people were also very curious about Lin Feng's velociraptor, and some wanted to buy it, even offering a price of 50 gold coins, but they were all rejected by Lin Feng. Chapter 61, Charged Pistol. Soon, Lin Feng returned to the scar-faced boss. Load me with 180 more rounds of armor-piercing bullets. Hey, you made a lot of money. After the boss arranged the boxes of bullets, he looked at Lin Feng with some curiosity. Just now, this young man couldn't afford armor-piercing bullets, so why did he come back and buy so many after a while? I just have some savings, and I thought it wouldn't hurt to buy some extra good bullets as a backup. Lin Feng did not say that he cured the man's ALS and earned a huge amount of money. He still understands the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Boss, do you have any matching grenades? We have them, fragmentation and high explosive. They're both the same price. How much do you want? 20 high explosive grenades. The killing range of fragmentation grenades is farther than that of high explosive grenades, but the lethality is much lower, so Lin Feng decisively chose high explosive grenades. Grenades are relatively expensive, 2 grenades for 1 gold coin. At this time, Lin Feng noticed the weapons placed on the gun display cabinet behind the boss. But he has no shortage of guns now. He got a lot of guns from the last battle royale waiting for him to use. That's it. 28 gold coins in total. Here you go. Lin Feng put the gold coins on the wooden box and left. The trading floor is very large, and it can be said that everything is sold there. Lin Feng then spent 15 gold coins to buy a lot of condiments and a 25-kilogram barrel of cooking oil. The price is quite acceptable. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to experience some awesome high-tech weapons, but those high-tech laser guns, exoskeleton mechas, etc. were ridiculously expensive, costing hundreds of gold coins at a time. Lin Feng suddenly felt that his current equipment was pretty good, and the laser gun was completely redundant. It's definitely not that he can't afford it. He didn't spend the remaining gold coins recklessly. He had plenty of food, water, medicine, guns, and ammunition. Almost done, Zilonglong. Get ready to go back. Ouch. The velociraptor turned its head and barked, then followed Lin Feng. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng closed the door directly. Although other people couldn't see the elevator, he still felt a little awkward being in it. Does this floor count? Currently, I am only 1 floor away from completing the whole level. Lin Feng thought this floor didn't count. After putting all the seasonings and cooking oil in place, Lin Feng turned on the induction cooker and prepared a sumptuous meal. For hours later, Lin Feng slumped in the chair, touching his stomach. I'm full. After eating and drinking and relaxing for a while, Lin Feng began to exercise. Now, simply increasing strength through exercise was a bit slow for Lin Feng. Even if Lin Feng added weights, the improvement was still slow. So he works out every day just to maintain a good habit. You have to train too. Lie down and do squats every day after you eat. Otherwise, you'll be so fat that you won't be able to run. Lin Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead and then pulled the little velociraptor up. Ouch! Although the little velociraptor really wanted to lie down, it still had to listen to Lin Feng's words, and did squats one by one according to Lin Feng's instructions. Late at night, Lin Feng woke up from his sleep and looked at the time. It was almost time. After adding some firewood into the fireplace, Lin Feng sat at the workbench and started tinkering with it with great interest. Iron sword, axe, torch. Try making a torch. After looking around, Lin Feng found that torches were the easiest to make. Wooden sticks, cloth, alcohol/oil. It was that simple, and Lin Feng made it in just a few minutes. He can make this thing without even a workbench. Wait until level 10, then make the things given by the system. Lin Feng put down the hammer in his hand and yawned. Ding! The floor the host is about to enter is Ice Apocalypse. There are 30 snow monsters and 10 pillagers on this floor. The pillagers are humans and are powerfully armed. There is a locked box in the house marked B on the floor. Once opened, you will get a charged pistol. It is recommended that the host bring a broadsword mine. Ding! The mission has been triggered. Host, please kill all the predators. You will be rewarded with a piece of memory metal, the main raw material for making the master key. The Ice Age Doomsday floor. Lin Feng quickly put on some more clothes and also put one on the little velociraptor. No need to think, it's absolutely freezing outside. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. After a moment, Lin Feng opened the elevator door. As soon as I walked out, a cold wind blew towards me. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. The sound of gunfire not far away attracted Lin Feng's attention. He stood up and ran over to take a look and found that the source of the gunfire was his target, which was marked as B's house. Using the eagle eye skill, one can clearly see that a group of huge snow-white monsters are attacking the house, and the predators in the house should be the ones that the system has instructed one to kill. Unexpectedly, the snow monster started fighting with the plunderer right away. It looks like the Yeti can't beat the predators. Wait until all the Yeti are killed before attacking the predators. Lin Feng thought in his heart, and then slowly approached from the blind spot of the predator's sight. It took the man and the dragon more than 10 minutes to successfully reach a small house next to Room B. There were only 10 plunderers, and all their attention was focused on the snow monsters, so naturally no one noticed Lin Feng. Room B is a large one-story bungalow with 2 exits. However, Lin Feng's snowmobile is parked here, so the group of raiders should come out from this door. So this is where the broadsword mines are used. Lin Feng chuckled, and then inserted the broadsword mine at the door and covered it with snow to ensure it was concealed. After a few minutes, the gunshots gradually stopped. All 30 snow monsters were killed. 10 fully armed looters came out of the house, talking and laughing. Boom! The broadsword mine exploded instantly. Countless steel balls shot towards the person in front. The 3 looters died at the scene. As the saying goes, strike while the sick is at it. Lin Feng fired a grenade directly at the door. Boom! Another explosion took away 3 more predators. The remaining 4 raiders climbed over the window and tried to surround Lin Feng, but Lin Feng's marksmanship was excellent, and he took care of all the remaining raiders with just a few shots. That's it. The equipment of this group of raiders does seem to be good, but their combat capabilities are too poor. After collecting all the bulletproof vests and guns together, Lin Feng came to the house. The chest is underneath the body of a pillager. Their target should be this box. Oh my god, why is it a fingerprint lock? Lin Feng looked at the master key he had prepared in advance with some embarrassment. However, when he placed the master key in the fingerprint verification area, something magical happened. The lock was actually opened. Snap! It is worthy of being a master key. It can even open fingerprint locks. The master key will disappear automatically after being used once, but the system's reward in a while will be the main material for making the master key. After upgrading the elevator, you can just make one on the workbench. Lin Feng excitedly took the rechargeable pistol in his hand. There is also an instruction manual attached. Charge pistol. Press and hold the trigger to automatically absorb energy from the air. Release the trigger to fire. The power depends on the charging time. This weapon is experimental and extremely powerful, so use with caution. Chapter 62 Elevator reaches level 10. The rechargeable pistol has a very compact appearance and an energy bar on the rear sight. This should be the energy bar showing the charge. Lin Feng retreated a distance, then pressed the trigger at the house in front of him. The energy bar at the rear sight is also charging rapidly. After more than 10 seconds, the energy bar was full and the charging pistol began to vibrate slightly. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly released the trigger. With a bang, Lin Feng was flung out and hit the electric pole behind him. The house in front of him was directly shot through, and no one knew where the energy bomb flew to. Lin Feng stood up with a confused look on his face, holding on to the telephone pole. What just happened? It sent me flying. Recoil? The house in front of him had 2 neatly cut holes. No wonder the reminder was given to use it with caution. Lin Feng rubbed his wrist and then switched to the other hand. Then he started from charging for 1 second and increased the charging time little by little and finally found the maximum charging time within his tolerable range. 5 seconds. The power of the energy bomb launched is actually quite powerful. Just like an RPG. 5 seconds of real manliness. After locking the trigger of the energy pistol, Lin Feng came to the snowmobile and took a look. It was useless to take such a big thing by himself, so Lin Feng simply took apart all the parts that could be taken apart. Ended up keeping a snowmobile and riding it back to the lift. The countdown for the elevator was almost over. Then, Lin Feng took out the bulletproof vests worn by the plunderers and their thermal suits. The bulletproof vests of those poor guys who were killed in the explosion are useless, but if we put them in the exchange for supplies to upgrade the elevator, someone should buy them. There was only one intact thermal suit, and Lin Feng wanted to keep it for himself. The rest basically had several bullet holes and were stained with blood. Lin Feng naturally sold these damaged ones to the exchange. A lot of people definitely bought thermal suits. The temperature in the elevator is still very low, and many people haven't unlocked the fireplace, so they have to rely on the fire to survive. Let's use all of it to exchange for supplies to upgrade the elevator. After finishing all this, Lin Feng clicked to upgrade the elevator. Soon, the elevator upgrade was completed. Apart from the expansion of the elevator range, there were no other superficial changes. However, Lin Feng discovered that the exchange had also been upgraded. Exchanges now allow items for sale to be stored in the exchange itself, rather than being piled up in elevators. In the past, after you put the items you wanted to sell on the exchange, the items would still be in the elevator and would disappear only after the sale was successful. This function can save a lot of space, but the exchange can only store them for you for up to 7 days. In addition, Lin Feng also thought of a cool idea. If there are too many things to store in the future, he can use the exchange as a temporary warehouse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward has been issued. Please check it yourself. Lin Feng thought it was a reward for the upgrade mission, but it turned out to be a reward for killing the plunderer, a piece of memory metal. This memory metal is not the kind that has been researched by current technology. Soon, the rewards for upgrading the elevator were also distributed. Now Lin Feng's workbench has been modified by the system. The items previously rewarded by the system also appeared in the synthesis table. For example, fitness pills, leather backpacks, crossbows, electric saws, master keys. Lin Feng directly checked the materials needed for the cowhide backpack. For cowhides plus 1 super cowhide. Lin Feng could understand the 4 pieces of bullshit, but what the hell was this super bullshit? Is this the skin peeled off from Super Bowl? Forget it. Let's see how to make the master key first. If nothing unexpected happens, the system will distribute it as a reward in the future. Haha, I have seen through the system's routine. The production of a master key requires a small piece of aluminum, just a few dozen grams, and then a piece of memory metal. These 2 things can be combined to form a master key. Lin Feng picked up the pliers on the workbench, cut off a small piece of aluminum, and then took out the memory metal given to him by the system. Memory metal is very light to start with, and like a non-Newtonian fluid, if you squeeze it hard, it will be as hard as steel, but if you squeeze it gently, it will become like plasticine. After placing the 2 items on the workbench, a few words appeared in front of Lin Feng. Make a master key. After clicking, Lin Feng's hands moved on their own. A moment later, a brand new master key came out. How does this work? If Lin Feng saw it correctly, he just used a hammer to hit it and a pliers to twist it. So how could he knock out a master key so easily? If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the power of the system. After attributing this ability to the system, Lin Feng no longer synthesized anything. Just as he was about to cook, the little velociraptor suddenly yelled a few times at the pool. A moment later, water splashed everywhere, and the little velociraptor bit the creatures in the pool. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly picked up the shotgun and walked over. What's wrong? Lin Feng walked over and took a look and was immediately shocked. He saw a crocodile more than 1 meter long in the pool. The pool is a little small for crocodiles. The crocodile could not fully display its fighting power and was covered with wounds from the bites of the little velociraptor. Lin Feng walked forward and fired 2 shots at the crocodile's head, killing it, and then the place calmed down. Crocodile meat. Lin Feng caught the crocodile weighing 60 or 70 kilograms. Forget it. If we deal with it in the elevator, there will be blood everywhere. Lin Feng thought about it, walked to the screen, and put the crocodile on the exchange. Ouch! When the little velociraptor saw that the crocodile was suddenly transformed by Lin Feng, it immediately circled around Lin Feng like a curious baby. Okay, I'll go prepare food. Lin Feng turned on the induction cooker, took out some beef, and prepared to fry it. As for the little velociraptor, Lin Feng threw it a beef bone and a large piece of meat, and it began to chew it happily. Ting, triggering the upgrade task. Host, please upgrade the elevator to level 11. Reward. The weight of each compartment of the cowhide backpack can be stored plus 300 kilograms. I haven't checked how much supplies are needed to upgrade the elevator yet. After exercising, Lin Feng wiped the sweat off his face and came to the material stacking area. There is no shortage of wood, iron, gold coins, and gold. The only thing missing is copper and aluminum, 150 kilograms each. In addition, a new thing has appeared, the upgrade set. Although only one is needed, Lin Feng has never seen it in the floor world. Is it possible that it will appear in the future? At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly remembered the lucky ring on his hand. Last time, I seemed to have made a wish that there would be a lot of supplies for upgrading the elevator on the next floor. And then I reached the Battle Royale floor, and later I did get a lot of supplies. Chapter 63. What does it mean to hit the target every time within 400 meters? Could it be that this ring really worked? Lin Feng stroked the words engraved on the ring. Well, I hope I get an upgraded suit on my next floor. After saying this, Lin Feng felt a little funny, but he was still quite looking forward to it in his heart. After making a wish to the ring, Lin Feng covered himself with the quilt and went to sleep. When it was almost noon, the system reminders sounded on time. Beep. The floor you are about to enter is the grassland floor. There are 5 cows, 30 natives, and 20 colonial soldiers on this floor. This floor is not dangerous for you, so don't worry. Ding. The challenge mission is triggered. Host, please use cold weapons to kill all enemies on this floor. Reward. Cold Weapon Master, proficient in the use of all cold weapons. It's this floor again, but it seems the wish didn't come true. I remember that he seemed to have come to this floor once not long ago. At that time, he captured a lot of natives and asked them to process beef for him. Could it be that it was the same group of people this time? As for killing with cold weapons, Lin Feng picked up the rhino horn bow that was almost covered in dust in the corner. Let's use this thing. I want to see if it really can hit the target from 100 paces away. Then Lin Feng bought another 100 iron-headed bows and arrows at the exchange. The price is a bit expensive, and it took 10 kilograms of beef to buy it. Lin Feng naturally couldn't just take a rhino horn bow. He also took a rechargeable pistol and an HK assault rifle, and put on a bulletproof vest and a bulletproof helmet. It's better to be prepared. The colonial soldiers might have guns. Although they are probably some rubbish muskets, Lin Feng still has to be careful. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. The elevator began to descend slowly and stopped after just over 10 seconds. After walking out of the elevator, what caught Lin Feng's eyes was a grassland. Not far away, there were several thatched houses in a circle. In the middle of the houses were a group of indigenous people and the 5 cows. Lin Feng could see all this information clearly after turning on his eagle eyes. However, Lin Feng had not walked far when he was discovered by a vigilant native. He shouted a few times, and then 30 natives rushed out of their tribe with machetes, spears, bows and arrows and other weapons. They rushed towards Lin Feng with murderous intent. Just like last time, this group of natives were still full of hostility towards any outsiders. I'm counting on you to shoot the arrow through the air from 100 paces away. Lin Feng smiled evilly, then grabbed a handful of arrows and put them on the bowstring. That's right, there are probably about 10 of them. Now those natives are about 200 meters away from Lin Feng. According to the description of this rhino horn bow, it can hit the target within 400 meters, but it doesn't say that you can only shoot one at a time. System. Whoosh. Lin Feng used all his strength to pull a full moon and launched it directly. Suddenly, 10 arrows were shot out in a crooked manner. Such an outrageous operation was impossible to achieve. However, this is a rhino horn bow that can hit the target within 400 meters. The arrows that were about to fall to the ground suddenly straightened up and shot towards the running natives like tracking missiles. Puff, 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 puff. More than a dozen natives fell asleep peacefully in an instant. Seeing that it was effective, Lin Feng drew his bow again and shot out more than a dozen arrows. Then, just like last time, he flew after the running natives. This arrow can even drift. Lin Feng shook his sore arms and said, "It's really tiring to do this. Natives, cheating. This guy is cheating." The last few surviving black people decisively gave up resistance, threw away their weapons, and skillfully lay on the ground. Lin Feng spared the lives of these natives. They would be useful later. According to the system's prompts, there are colonial soldiers. Why can't I see them? Just when Lin Feng was puzzled, the sound of horse hooves came from afar. Hey, it's alive. The colonial soldiers heading this way were targeting the indigenous people of this tribe. 30 natives will fetch a good price. I'll treat you all to a drink at the tavern tonight. Haha, This place is just like heaven. It seems like we can never catch all these natives. Look, sky attack. Swish, swish, swish. 10 arrows fell vertically from the sky, killing 10 people in an instant. The enemy is over there, shoot. Bang, bang, bang. After a burst of gunfire, Lin Feng was fine. I have to say that the accuracy of the muskets of this era was really poor, not to mention that this group of people were shooting while riding horses. Switch the sword. This guy is alone. Charge. Ah. The officer thought that with the speed of his warhorse, the arrow just now would never hit him. As a result, he didn't expect that he met a person who was cheating. At this time, they were still about 100 meters away from Lin Feng. Lin Feng calmly placed the 10 arrows, said goodbye, and let go. Whoosh. The last 10 soldiers were shot off their horses in an instant. The horses lost control and scattered, quickly running away. I have to say, this bow is quite useful. If it had an explosive arrowhead. Lin Feng chuckled, then put the rhino horn bow on his back and came to the indigenous tribe. The only thing in the entire tribe that was useful to Lin Feng was the 5 cows. They were tied together, so Lin Feng naturally would not let go of the beef, and he also needed 4 synthetic cowhide backpacks. After killing the 5 cows, Lin Feng gestured to the surviving natives. He signaled them to dismember the 5 cows. The 5 natives immediately understood what was going on and started processing the beef with knives. There is still an hour before the elevator closes, so there is no rush. Xiaolong, look at them. Ouch. The little velociraptor immediately raised its head and walked around a few natives. The natives were so frightened that they moved their hands faster. Lin Feng went to collect useful things from the colonial soldiers. 20 muskets and 20 bags of shot. Great, take it and list it all on the exchange. After rummaging through his pockets, Lin Feng found some small accessories and a few pocket watches. As for pocket watches, they are of little use, but they are quite collectible. Lin Feng picked the most exquisite one and put it in his pocket. Then he went back to the elevator and temporarily moved the things out of the cowhide backpack. Ding! The host's mission has been completed and the reward has been distributed. Is that it? Lin Feng was surprised. Did the remaining natives just let go of their hostility towards him? Isn't this too spineless? After returning to the tribe, the natives were still working hard to decompose the 5 cows. This cow can produce about 200 kilograms of meat, which is just enough to fit into a cowhide backpack. There are 3 extra grids for the meat from 5 cows. One compartment is used to hold cowhide, and the rest is used to hold bones. After more than half an hour, the work was finally done and Lin Feng returned to the elevator with a full load. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng took the opportunity to organize his backpack. In the end, there were only 2 boxes of beef, 2 boxes of steak, 1 box of fried chicken, 1 box of medicine, and 1 box of cowhide left in the backpack, leaving 1 empty box. Lin Feng put the rest of the things that would not be damaged in the elevator. Lin Feng put all the extra beef, beef bones, and some juice on the exchange for sale, which could be purchased with gold coins or materials for elevator upgrades. Chapter 64 Corruption Slaughterhouse. At this time, Lin Feng's name was already flooding the elevator chat room. Boss Lin, what's going on? Why are you suddenly selling so much food? Fuck. I suddenly want to know what level Boss Lin went through. By the way, have you noticed that Lin Feng's level has reached level 10? Hiss. This is too terrifying. This is definitely the highest level person currently. I worked with a level 7 expert to complete an escape for the day before yesterday. I thought that person was already the highest level person. By the way, do you have any good ways to get gold coins? The amount of gold needed to upgrade the elevator later is simply insane. Upstairs, I went to a peaceful floor a while ago. The elevator announcement said this was the trading floor. There were many merchants from other worlds there, and they all traded with gold coins. Should I be able to earn gold coins this way? The trading floor? Hey, I was there yesterday too. I saw a few people fighting and then being dragged away by some soldiers. So what can we sell? They won't take scrap metal, right? They're not a junk dealer, after all. I found a healing potion on a floor before. I wonder if it's worth a few gold coins. I also picked up some zombie virus serum. Do you think there are any merchants from the zombie world? This serum can definitely be sold for a good price. Come on, it's probably not even a virus. Lin Feng also saw the information in the chat room and learned about the progress of other survivors. After searching for a long time, I found that apart from him, the highest level was only level 7, and the others were generally level 5 or 6. So many level 7 survivors. Lin Feng smiled. When they reach level 8 and get their vacation, he wondered if Blue Star would be in chaos. Among these people, there are definitely some smart people who directly call the police for help. However, Lin Feng couldn't do anything about these things. He opened the exchange and found that only 1/3 of the beef and beef bones had been sold. Originally, Lin Feng thought that they would be sold out instantly, but the damaged bulletproof vests, winter clothes, and 20 muskets were all sold. The fact that food is selling so slowly can only mean one thing. Food and water are no longer the most scarce supplies. After screening the orders on the exchange, I found that there were indeed many orders for food. Most of them are canned food, bread, compressed biscuits, and instant rice, and they can be purchased with materials for upgrading elevators or medicines. Moreover, their prices are lower than one another. It really can be rolled up anywhere. After Lin Feng closed the exchange, he picked up his homemade dumbbells and continued exercising. 2 hours later, just as Lin Feng was about to go to bed, he suddenly found the message Qinan sent him. Qinan, Fengzi, my elevator has reached level 8. The announcement just now said that if I go one more floor, I can get a vacation. What does vacation mean? Did this happen when you reached level 8? Huh. Qinan is pretty fast. He's already level 8. Lin Feng. A vacation is just a way for you to go back to Blue Star and play for a few days, nothing else. Qinan. What? Back to Blue Star? Lin Feng. Calm down, I'm going to bed. You should also pack up your equipment. Your next floor should be quite difficult. Qinan. Okay. After Qinan replied, he sat on the bed excitedly, and at the same time did not forget to prepare his best equipment. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is the corrupted slaughterhouse. There are 3 other survivors and a butcher on this floor. The survivors need to find the key to open the door and evacuate the slaughterhouse before the elevator closes. Each key can evacuate one person, and there are only 3 keys. Ding. Host, please note, the butcher on this floor is not invincible. The dead survivors' supplies will be divided up. Survivors can harm each other. One survivor can find all the keys and escape, thereby indirectly killing the rest of the survivors. Survivors cannot bring any items into this floor. What kind of game is this? Lin Feng scratched his head. It seems that the only way to get out of this floor is to escape, but Lin Feng is now more concerned about the relationship between the survivors. Is it a partnership or? According to the system's prompts, the relationship between the survivors seems to be more hostile. For people, 3 keys, and one of them must die in the end. If someone is greedy and wants the other's supplies, they can take all the keys and leave. Ding, triggering the mission, another road. Please kill the butcher when there is only one person left on the floor. After the butcher dies, you can leave the floor directly. The tool to kill the butcher is the farmer's hunting rifle. After entering the floor, the location will be marked for the host. Mission reward, static invisibility. Once activated, remaining motionless for 2 seconds will cause you to enter the invisible state, and moving again will cause you to exit the invisible state. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Buzz. The elevator fell rapidly, and the strong feeling of weightlessness forced Lin Feng to grab the handrail next to him. Ouch! The little velociraptor hugged Lin Feng's thighs tightly. Fortunately, this roller coaster-like experience did not last too long, and soon the speed of the elevator stabilized. After the elevator stops, the elevator door opens automatically. The elevator announcement sounded again. Ding dong. Requesting the living to avoid the butcher, find the key, and escape the slaughterhouse before the elevator closes. Each key can escape one person, and there are only 3 keys. Those who fail to escape will have their supplies divided equally among the others. The initial equipment is an electronic map that can be used to view the location of the escape door. The key location is refreshed every 10 seconds. The butcher is invincible. After the announcement ended, Lin Feng was slowly pushed out of the elevator by a force. Then the elevator disappeared, and the other 3 people appeared in front of Lin Feng. A black woman, a gentle man with glasses, and the last one was a man with an afro. The 4 of them looked at each other, their eyes full of vigilance. Just then, a flock of crows flew by, making a hoarse and unpleasant sound. A burly figure slowly walked over from the distance, accompanied by the sound of a chainsaw. As expected, this is the butcher. Lin Feng raised his wrist and looked at the map above. There was a gun icon on it. This should be the prop that the system said could kill the butcher. Lin Feng now has to go over and get the hunting rifle. Chapter 65, Unlucky Qinan. The other 3 also left separately. There are only 3 keys, and only those who find them first can leave here. According to the electronic map, Lin Feng came to a house full of carcasses of cattle and sheep. The extremely foul smell in the air forced Lin Feng to hold his breath, and at the same time, he had to keep driving away the flies that were flying towards him. Fuck, where's the shotgun? Lin Feng was looking around while complaining in his heart. At the same time, I am still looking for other useful things. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken a lot. The sound of a chainsaw could also be heard outside the house. Why did the butcher with the chainsaw come straight to me? Lin Feng cursed loudly, and then quickly left the room. As a result, he ran into the butcher head-on. Fortunately, Lin Feng reacted quickly and dodged the butcher's chainsaw by turning sideways, then kicked the butcher. As a result, Lin Feng kicked the other party so hard that his foot was hurt, but the other party was not hurt at all. Lin Feng looked at the butcher somewhat awkwardly, then ran away without looking back. The butcher followed closely behind. This butcher is so damn ugly. His facial features look like they were sewn on. Lin Feng complained as he turned back to check the butcher's location. Who knew that these words were heard by the butcher, who suddenly pulled the chainsaw and rushed towards Lin Feng. Fuck you. This guy has super hearing. He can hear everything. After running for a while, Lin Feng looked back and found that the butcher was gone. At this time, he had run to a place where hay was piled up, and there was a broken tractor next to it. Huh, where did that guy go? Lin Feng exhaled and then looked around and found a high-intensity flashlight. There was a note next to the high-intensity flashlight. Can blind the butcher, but seems to be running out of power. Good stuff. Take it, take it. The butcher was chasing another person at this time. As long as someone finds the key, the butcher will lock onto the person carrying the key and hunt him down. The first person to find the key was the gentle man with glasses, but he seemed to have poor physical strength. After a while, he started breathing heavily. Buzz. No, no, don't come over here. While coughing, the man picked up a leg of lamb full of maggots and threw it at the butcher, trying to delay the butcher's speed. As a result, the butcher directly sawed off the lamb leg in midair and rushed towards the man without slowing down at all. Buzz! The chainsaw instantly severed the man's arm. Blood gushed out. The man with glasses looked at his sawed-off right arm and was so horrified that he couldn't utter a word. He watched helplessly as the butcher grabbed him, pierced his throat with an iron hook, and then hung him in the room where the carcasses of cattle and sheep were hung. After the man with glasses let out his last roar, he gradually became silent. The key to escape was still in the pocket of the man with glasses. There are 3 people left at this time. If they choose to cooperate and go out together, this floor will be over. However, the black girl and the guy with the afro seemed to want to devour everyone's supplies. The greedy look was fully displayed at this moment. At this time, Lin Feng returned to the house where the corpses of cattle and sheep were hung. The electronic map on his wrist showed that the key was with the man with glasses, but Lin Feng didn't plan to take it. The man with glasses was probably chased by the butcher after he found the key. I have other ways to escape anyway, so there is no need to do this kind of monster luring operation. The other 2 also found a key each. There was only one door to escape, and the butcher was waiting there. Fuck, how do we get through this? The man with the afro looked at the butcher blocking the door and looked left and right. They already knew about the death of the man with glasses, and there was a key on him, so he speculated that the butcher would track down the person carrying the key. Now he and the black girl each had a key, so the butcher chose to block the door. The guy with the afro looked at the black girl who was running from behind and also wanted to escape, and he had a plan in mind. After holding the key in his hand, the man with afro slowly approached the black girl. Hey, don't be nervous. How about we work together? There are only 3 of us left now, and we don't know where the other guy is. We both have the key now, so why don't we escape together? There's only one person left, and he definitely won't be able to escape the butcher's pursuit. Then we can split the supplies equally between the 2 of us. It's fair. Heimei thought what he said made sense and nodded. The guy with the afro laughed, then patted the black girl on the shoulder, and the key in his hand slipped into her hood. Then he claimed that he wanted to lure the butcher away and ran to the side. Now, among all the people, only Heimei has the key, so the butcher naturally would not guard the door anymore and rushed straight towards Heimei. Fuck. Heimei cursed angrily, then turned and ran away. She didn't know why the butcher who was guarding the gate just now suddenly stared at her. However, the butcher's physical strength seemed to be endless, and soon, the black girl's speed slowed down. The man with the afro had already come to the body of the man with glasses. He looked at the electronic map on his wrist and sneered in his heart. At this time, the butcher had already moved away from the gate. If he ran over at full speed, he would definitely be able to escape from here. Lin Feng finally found the hunting rifle in a cow's corpse. When I pulled the bolt, I saw that the gun was still full of bullets, 10 in total. On the other side, Heimei was finally caught up by the butcher. After the butcher sawed Heimei in half, he turned around and ran towards the house where Lin Feng and the guy with the afro were. Hey bro, how about we work together? The guy with the afro smiled and slowly approached Lin Feng, mainly because he was a little afraid of the hunting rifle in Lin Feng's hand. Otherwise, he would have just taken the key and left. Bang! With a gunshot, the guy with the afro fell to the ground with his eyes open. He never expected that Lin Feng would shoot at him directly. In fact, if he had taken the key and ran away, Lin Feng would not have shot him. But this guy insisted on making things more dramatic for himself. Now, Lin Feng was the only one left. He came to an open area and waited leisurely for the butcher to arrive. The butcher was very fast and appeared in front of Lin Feng in a short while. But when the butcher saw the hunting rifle in Lin Feng's hand, he was so scared that he stopped. Bang! Lin Feng raised his hand and fired a shot, accurately hitting the butcher's head. Ding! Mission completed, rewards distributed. The system's voice sounded after the butcher fell to the ground, and the hunting rifle in Lin Feng's hand disappeared. After the butcher died, Lin Feng left the floor instantly, and the next moment, he returned to the elevator. The elevator screen displayed the supplies of the other 3 people. You still need to take all the materials for upgrading the elevator. They will eventually appear in the material storage area anyway and will not take up space. Lin Feng picked and chose some of the remaining things, including 20 cans of meat, 15 bottles of water, 5 loaves of bread, 3 apples, more than 10 pounds of dried meat, 12 anti-inflammatory pills, a bottle of disinfectant alcohol, a packet of hemostatic powder, and a few broken guns with few bullets left. Let's see how our newfound abilities work. After Lin Feng turned on the static invisibility, he stood motionless. 2 seconds later, Lin Feng became invisible, and even the clothes he was wearing became invisible. Ouch! When the little velociraptor saw Lin Feng suddenly disappear from its sight, it immediately stood up and kept sniffing. Haha, this thing is pretty good. It would be even better if it could move. Lin Feng smiled and turned off the static invisibility. Another world. Qinan held onto his helmet and lay in the hole created by the shell, not daring to move. All around him were the bodies of allied soldiers. Damn it! Why am I encountering a World War II floor? Swish, swish, swish. Several more bullets flew past his ears, scaring Qinan so much that he buried his head again. It would be fine if it was just the Battle of World War II, but it had to be the Battle of Normandy. It would be fine if it was just the Battle of Normandy, but he had to be a cannon fodder for the Allied forces. What are you doing? Now all he wanted was to spend the day safely among the dead. Chapter 66 Gold Game. Lin Feng didn't know about Qinan and situation, otherwise he would have been very proud of it. He was the squad leader at the time, and he was hiding in a bunker. As long as he didn't do anything wrong, nothing would happen. In the elevator, Lin Feng was sitting in front of the screen, crunching on an apple. I have to say, the apple was crisp and delicious, and tasted really good. Just when Lin Feng had his midnight snack and was about to go to bed, a strange noise suddenly came from the infinity pool, and the little velociraptor sleeping beside the infinity pool immediately got up. Seeing the water splashing in the pool, Lin Feng also picked up the shotgun and walked over. It might be the same as the crocodile last time. Roar! The little velociraptor roared at the creature in the pool, then opened its mouth and bit it. The next moment, a fish about 50 centimeters long was caught. Lin Feng, who had mastered wilderness survival skills, also recognized this ferocious-looking fish. African tiger fish, a giant piranha, the largest of which can be 1 meter long. The piranha that was bitten by the little velociraptor was still shaking its body. At the same time, there were 3 piranhas in the pool swimming violently. Just as these fish were about to jump up and bite the little velociraptor, Lin Feng fired several shots into the pool. A moment later, the entire pool was dyed red with blood. The little velociraptor bit the piranha in its mouth in half and ate it in big mouthfuls. Fuck, this infinite pool doesn't refresh creatures on time. Lin Feng looked at the time. It was already past 3 in the morning. These piranhas must have just spawned, otherwise the little velociraptor would have discovered them long ago. After being disturbed twice by this infinity pool, Lin Feng felt that he needed to take some protective measures for the infinity pool. Crocodiles and piranhas were fine, but if some highly venomous creature appeared one day and he and the little velociraptor didn't discover it, wouldn't they be dead in their sleep? Lin Feng sighed helplessly as he looked at the water all over the floor, then began to clean up. He didn't need to worry about the piranha corpses in the pool, as they would be automatically cleared away tomorrow. After wiping the floor dry, Lin Feng found an iron plate and covered the sink directly. Simple and crude. There was another big iron block on top of it. Next time, even if a merman comes out, he will have to lie down before me. After finishing all these, Lin Feng went to rest yawning. Noon. Lin Feng yawned and got up from the bed. After looking at the chat room, Qinan did not send him a message. According to Lin Feng's understanding of this guy, he would definitely tell him after he returned to Blue Star. Now, he may still be trying to pass the level on a certain floor. Lin Feng suddenly remembered the floor he had been on. Normandy. Very unpleasant experience. Hopefully, this thing won't go there. At this time, Qinan, who was still lying in the shell pit, was hungry and thirsty. Above his head were several corpses, all of which he had pulled over to block the bullets. The individual rations they were equipped with had long been soaked by seawater and were completely inedible. However, his position is still very tricky. He was fine after lying there for so long. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is the survival gold game. There are 18 survivors and 40 native residents on this floor. You need to find an evacuation point and leave safely before the elevator closes. You can bring any equipment you have, and any items you obtain on this floor can be brought back to the elevator. Ding. Start selecting tasks. Option 1. The host enters the floor and kills 10 natives. Reward. A piece of super cowhide. Task assistance. The location of all natives will be displayed on the electronic map. Option 2. Do not enter the floor. Reward. A beef ham as thick as an arm. A survival gold game? You can even bring your own gear. I'd definitely choose that. Super awesome. Lin Feng quickly took out all the things in the cowhide backpack. The temperature was so low that it shouldn't go bad if they were left in the elevator for a while. After emptying the cowhide backpack, Lin Feng picked up the HK assault rifle and the rechargeable pistol. After checking the ammunition, Lin Feng quietly waited for the time to come. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Buzz. The elevator stopped quickly, and then the elevator announcement sounded again. Ding dong. Welcome to the gold grab game. Please find the evacuation point according to the electronic map and leave the floor before the elevator closes. Any items you obtain on this floor can be brought back to the elevator. Everyone you meet on this floor is an enemy. At this time, the elevator door did not open automatically, which shows that you can choose whether to enter or not. However, Lin Feng must go in. After opening the elevator door, Lin Feng stopped the little velociraptor who wanted to follow out. Just wait patiently. I'll take you out to play next time. After patting the velociraptor's head, Lin Feng left the elevator. Coming out of the elevator, Lin Feng looked around. He seemed to be in a forest. He raised his wrist to look at his watch and found that there seemed to be an evacuation area not far away. In addition to marking the evacuation points, the electronic map also marked the names of some areas. For example, 100 meters in front of Lin Feng was a police station, diagonally across from the police station was a gas station, and 500 meters to the right and back was a weather station. There were only 5 enemies near him in the police station. Let's go take a look first. Lin Feng raised his gun and trotted towards the police station. A dozen seconds later, a road appeared in front of Lin Feng, and across the road was a police station with barbed wire. Most of the vehicles on the road were destroyed. So, have I come to a war-torn place again? Lin Feng thought in his heart, then lay on a big rock and entered invisible state. According to the electronic map, there were 2 people right in front of him. Soon, Lin Feng discovered the 2 people standing behind the police station booth smoking. They are not dressed like police officers, but like terrorists. They must be indigenous people. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the man standing outside was instantly shot in the head. Sniper! After the other man shouted, he quickly put the cigarette in his mouth and then squatted behind the guard post, thinking that he was safe. However, Lin Feng smiled evilly and then took out a rechargeable pistol. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Buzz. Boom. The sentry box was blown up in an instant, and the people hiding behind it were naturally turned into pieces. RPG. The army is coming. Lin Feng looked at the constantly moving red dots on the electronic map and roughly guessed the locations of the remaining 3 people. They were all in the police station, right? After firing 2 more energy bombs, the remaining 3 people were all killed. After confirming that it was safe, Lin Feng came to the police station. Chapter 67 Big News on Blue Star. He had blown up a wall of the police station, and no one knew where the bodies of those people were blown away, and their equipment was probably damaged. There was nothing on the first floor, but Lin Feng found a few packs of cigarettes in the drawer, which looked pretty good. Coming to the second floor, Lin Feng found 2 unlocked safes, and found 10 gold coins and a vase that looked very valuable inside. As for the vase, Lin Feng also stuffed it into the cowhide backpack. There was enough space anyway, so he could just throw it away when he didn't need it anymore. Afterwards, Lin Feng looked at the electronic map and found that the place with the largest number of indigenous people was in a nursing home 2 kilometers away from him, which also happened to have an evacuation point. There were basically no indigenous people in other places, so Lin Feng had no choice but to run all the way there. He looked at the cars parked on the road and found that most of them were undrivable. But 2 kilometers is not very far, and it can be run in just over 10 minutes. It's strange, why didn't I encounter any survivors? 10 minutes later, Lin Feng said with some confusion. He was very safe along the way and even killed 2 indigenous people who were taking a walk. We found 2 broken AKs and some food on them. Now he only needed 3 natives to complete his mission. There are at least 20 Aboriginal people in this entire nursing home. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. As soon as he approached the outer wall of the nursing home, Lin Feng heard gunshots coming from the building. The fight was intense. Lin Feng took a look at the map and broke the window and climbed in. The sanatorium was divided into 3 buildings: east, west, and central. Most people were currently attracted by the gunfight in the west building. Lin Feng's side can be said to be quite safe. There is not a single indigenous person. So I have to go to the west building to complete the task. But first, let's take a look at what's in these rooms. After searching for a while, Lin Feng found some accessories from several weapon boxes that could be installed on the 416 Hong Kong dollars, as well as several smoke bombs and flash bombs. Huh? Another safe. Lin Feng squatted down and twisted it gently. Click. The safe opened. Okay, safes aren't locked, right? After opening the safe, a suitcase appeared inside with 4 big words written on it. Upgrade set. Upgraded suit. Lin Feng took it out in surprise. After opening it, there were some simple tools inside. Lin Feng was a little unsure for a moment whether this thing could be used to upgrade the elevator. Never mind, just take it. After a brief search, Lin Feng came to the west building through a corridor. He was not familiar with this place, so he just walked there by listening to the gunshots and looking at the map. I hit him. I hit him. Ha ha ha. Guys, I'm out of bullets. He's already cold, huh? The gunshots gradually stopped, and Lin Feng hurriedly slowed down his pace, preparing to go to the 3rd floor. The fight upstairs was so intense just now that no one could hear the sound of his footsteps on the stairs. Now that it has become quiet, Lin Feng naturally has to try not to make any noise. The electronic map showed that there were more than 10 indigenous people there, and there was no one guarding the stairs. Lin Feng took out the rechargeable pistol as he walked. Buzz. Boom. In an instant, the entire corridor was filled with blood and flesh flying everywhere, and the natives who were searching for spoils turned into a bloody mist. This gun is really powerful. After sighing, Lin Feng couldn't stay in this place anymore. The map showed that all the surrounding indigenous people had come running over, and it would be difficult for him to escape. Just run away. The evacuation point is on the basement floor of the east building. Lin Feng ran over quickly and killed a few natives on the way. This time, he didn't even run into a single survivor. Could it be that no one else had come in besides him? After arriving at the basement floor of the building, Lin Feng looked at the dark passage in front of him in confusion. This place, isn't there a ghost? Fortunately, he didn't have to wait too long. 5 seconds later, the elevator appeared in front of Lin Feng. Ding! Mission accomplished, and the reward is a super awesome piece of leather. Although he didn't gain much this time, the super awesome rewards from the system and the upgraded set found in the safe have made Lin Feng very satisfied. By the way, is this thing an upgraded suit? Lin Feng scratched his head, went to the material storage area, and put the suitcase in. Holy crap, it's true, Lin Feng exclaimed immediately, then clicked to upgrade the elevator. The elevator successfully reached the 11th level. This time the space doubled, and then, nothing happened. The space just expanded, but it was pretty good. Blue Star. Cheenan was sitting in a beef noodle restaurant eating noodles with a disheveled look on his face. The owner of the noodle shop frowned at Cheenan. Hey young man, this is your 3rd bowl of noodles. How about we take a break? Auntie, it's okay, it's so delicious. Whoa, it's so delicious. Cheenan sighed as he sucked on the noodles. He finally got a 7-day vacation, and after crossing the light curtain and returning to Blue Star, he appeared in a public toilet. After being hungry for a day and a night, he smelled a fragrance in the toilet. After walking out, he found that the fragrance came from the noodle shop, and then the scene just now happened. Cheenan, who had eaten 3 bowls of ramen in a row, leaned back comfortably in his chair and burped. How much is it, Annie? 36, young man. Okay. Cheenan took out his mobile phone and was about to pay, but found that his account was frozen. Damn it. Cheenan looked at his aunt awkwardly. Auntie, okay, Annie knows your difficulties. Just wash those dishes and leave. The aunt just sighed. Seeing Cheenan's dusty appearance and the scene of him eating 3 bowls of noodles in a row, the aunt had already imagined a tragic story in her mind. Cheenan, who was walking alone on the busy street, slowly sat down on the first step. Oh, it feels like a lot has changed. Cheenan looked at the busy street, when suddenly, a woman in a windbreaker stopped in front of him. Just when Cheenan was puzzled, the woman took out a red banknote, put it on the ground, and then left? Cheenan. Do I really look like a beggar? However, his account was frozen and he really needed money. After taking the money, Cheenan returned to the house he shared with Lin Feng. Cheenan, lying on the bed, turned on his cell phone to see if anything big had happened on Blue Star. Sadako's videotape is real. Has the mysterious video caused the deaths of thousands of people? Police deny the rumor. Suspected serial murder case. They are tracking down clues. A military coup has occurred in a small African country. The Revolutionary Army has deployed biological and chemical weapons, and the government forces are being defeated. Our country has completed the evacuation of our citizens, with no casualties. The largest farm in Lighthouse Country, Cold Wind Farm, failed to be sold at auction. Upon investigation, all the livestock on the farm died, and the owner is missing. Another Aeroflot plane crashes here. Is this a new restricted area? Are there animals that look like zombies in Australia? Experts respond. These are not zombies, but a disease that cannot be transmitted to humans. Chapter 68 Forest Floor. Ding! The elevator upgrade task has been completed, and the rewards have been distributed. The maximum storage weight of each compartment of the cowhide backpack has been increased by 300 kilograms. Beep, triggering the upgrade task. Host, please upgrade the elevator to level 12. Reward, all attributes +1. We are still 2 upgrade sets short of the materials to upgrade the elevator. Now that Lin Feng knows what the upgraded suit looks like, he can pay more attention when exploring floors in the future. At this moment, Lin Feng found that Qin had sent him several messages. Qin, Fengzi, I'm now on Blue Star. I never thought I could even connect to the elevator chat room using my phone. Qin, by the way, did you leave any money or anything when you came back last time? The government seems to have listed me as missing. I'm so poor now that I can't even afford to eat. Lin Feng, there should be a few $100s in cash under my mattress. Take it and use it. By the way, has anything happened on Blue Star recently? Lin Feng suddenly thought of what he had learned after returning to Blue Star. So I typed and asked. Qin on the other side also responded quickly. Qin, nothing much, but there are some interesting news items. Wait, I'll copy and paste them. Soon Qin sent over the news. At the same time, they also laughed at how outrageous the current marketing accounts are, even bringing up Sadako's name. Lin Feng looked at the content Qin sent him with a serious expression. A link to a horror video? Wasn't that the advice I gave in that classroom? A military coup occurred in a small African country. Isn't this a battle royale floor? I just happened to see that newspaper at the time. The news about the farm in the Lighthouse Country failing to be sold reminded Lin Feng of the scene in the corrupt slaughterhouse. The description in the news was exactly the same as what he had seen. Lin Feng didn't know much about the remaining pieces of news. However, what Lin Feng can be sure of now is that some of the floors he has experienced seem to affect the real world. If 1 or 2 can be said to be coincidence, how to explain so many? Lin Feng slowly sat on the bed and began to think. Then he bought a pen and a notebook at the exchange, preparing to record all the floors he had been through. Now most of the floors he has experienced have been realized on Blue Star. Lin Feng recalled the floors he had explored before, and finally went down to 2 floors that were more likely to occur. The forest floor, the gold-winning floor we just experienced. The forest floor is the floor where he encountered the game players. There is no news about this yet, so Lin Feng is not particularly clear about it, and can only investigate it later. As for the gold-winning floor, the information Lin Feng had was that there was a large amount of Russian text in the gold-winning floor, and the background was a city destroyed by war. Those indigenous people might be gold diggers in the city. After recording this information, Lin Feng no longer cared about it. I got up and sat down by the fireplace, quietly warming myself by the fire. He touched his pocket and found the cigarettes he had found on the gold-winning floor. Huh. Lin Feng lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. After resting for a while, Lin Feng came to the workbench and made a cowhide backpack. Then, his ideas can be put into practice. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that such an outrageous operation of putting a cowhide backpack into a cowhide backpack could actually be achieved. That means he now has 15 grids of space, and if he gets a cowhide backpack in the future, he can continue to stack them. Then you can achieve package within package within package. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is the forest floor. There are 20 savages and 5 mutant savages on this floor. After killing all the hostile creatures, you can leave the floor. Ding, triggering the mission, the entrance to the truth. Please find the entrance to the underground laboratory and kill all the savages at the entrance. Mission reward, 50 poisoned arrows. Any creature shot will be paralyzed for 30 seconds. Sanity, +1. Lin Feng had some impression of this. Isn't this the end of the game? Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. The elevator announcement sounded again. After Lin Feng had organized his weapons, the elevator just stopped. Ouch. The little velociraptor barked at Lin Feng as if asking if it could go in. Lin Feng thought about it and let it follow. It's just a matter of finding the entrance. If you want to enter the laboratory, you definitely can't bring the little velociraptor with you. After all, you will need to dive. After opening the elevator door, there was a forest in front of Lin Feng. The little velociraptor made an attacking gesture as soon as it walked out of the elevator, indicating that there must be some dangerous creatures nearby. Sure enough, there was a rustling sound behind a patch of grass, and a burly savage ran out from it with a wooden stick in his hand. Roar! The little velociraptor roared at the savage and rushed over. Return! Lin Feng shouted, then shot the savage in the head. Judging from its size, it should not be an ordinary savage. It has weapons in its hands. If the little velociraptor rushes up to fight it, it may not gain any advantage. I don't know if Wang Lei is nearby. Lin Feng thought to himself that Wang Lei, as a game player, had a map. Although Lin Feng has played this game before, he really can't find the sinkhole here. At this time, not far away, Wang Lei, who had just received a respirator, heard the gunshots and immediately thought of Lin Feng. It was not time for him to start broadcasting at that time, so Wang Lei controlled the game character and went over without saying a word. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng, who was searching for the savage's corpse, smiled after hearing the shouting. He didn't expect that this guy was actually nearby. Here, Lin Feng shouted, and Wang Lei quickly came over. After the two talked for a while, Lin Feng asked Wang Lei about the location of the sinkhole. Wang Lei was just making preparations before passing the level. He also found the location of the Tianqing and took Lin Feng directly there. There are too many wild people down there. I haven't gone down yet. I plan to go down and kill myself during the live broadcast tonight. Maybe it will add some effect to the show. Wang Leixiao smiled and said that he had already put down the ropes. Lin Feng nodded, then walked to the edge of the sinkhole, raised his gun, and started shooting. Bang, 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 bang. Soon a magazine of bullets was emptied, and only a few mutant savages were left alive in the sinkhole. They seemed to have relatively high IQs, and after being attacked, they hid behind the rocks. Wang Lei stared blankly at Lin Feng's actions. Could it be that these savages had a grudge against him? Is this rope strong? Lin Feng looked at Wang Lei and asked, "Fuck, what are you doing? Are you going to go down?" "Well, I can't leave here unless I kill those mutant savages down there." "Is that so? Leave it to me then. They're just a few octopuses. Without those little monsters to bother you, I can easily take care of them." Wang Lei said this with confidence, and then slid down the rope. Chapter 69 Nuclear Lighter. In fact, Lin Feng was originally planning to take out his charged pistol and blow up the place below, but since someone was willing to do it for him, he didn't bother. Wang Lei came to the bottom of the sinkhole with confidence and pulled out his bow and arrow. As a result, after he had taken 2 steps, a hunchbacked savage suddenly jumped in front of him. Roar! Wang Lei was unable to dodge and was hit by the savage, losing half of his blood. Grass! Wang Lei cursed angrily, then changed his weapon to a samurai sword and chopped off the savage's head with one blow. Before he could be happy for long, another savage jumped up and killed him instantly. A moment later, Wang Lei, who had recovered with full health, took his spare equipment and ran to the Tianqing again. Oh! The little velociraptor looked down at the sinkhole, then looked at Wang Lei and tilted its head curiously. Ahem. Well, it's common for me to make mistakes, but I won't do that this time. Wang Lei patted his chest again with a solemn oath, then slid down. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Lei ran over from behind Lin Feng again. Her equipment was getting worse and worse. This time, she even wore a stewardess uniform. Lin Feng made a sound of disgust and covered his eyes. He also covered the eyes of the little velociraptor. It was fine if this guy wore a stewardess uniform, but why the hell were you wearing black stockings? It's too eye-catching. Brother Lin, this time it's absolutely foolproof. Wang Lei jumped down the sinkhole with confidence. Just when Lin Feng thought that this guy was going to be given away for free again, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward has been issued. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The job was finally done. Those 50 poisoned arrows should have appeared in his elevator. Soon, Wang Lei climbed up from below. There shouldn't be any wildlings down there. Wang Lei said with a smile. Well, by the way, I'll give you this gun. Lin Feng threw a bolt-action shotgun called TOZ-106 and a dozen magazines to Wang Lei as a thank you for helping him clear the monsters. Lin Feng searched for this shotgun from the natives of the gold floor. It looked like a sniper, but it was actually a shotgun. Its power was not very impressive, but it was completely sufficient to fight against wildlings at close range. The main reason why Lin Feng gave him this gun was that it had a lot of bullets. Holy crap! Godfather, are you really going to give me this gun? Certainly. Lin Feng nodded. Wang Lei immediately danced with excitement. As a return gift, Wang Lei gave Lin Feng the nuclear-powered lighter he had been holding. The two of them then collected a lot of wood together, which was readily available at Wang Lei's camp, and eventually loaded more than 6,000 kilograms of wood. Only then did Lin Feng prepare to say goodbye to Wang Lei. By the way, do you know the ending of this game? Lin Feng asked curiously. I know. I read the guide before. The ending is to shoot down a passenger plane and then resurrect my son. Wang Lei spread his hands and said, Well, I'll be leaving first. Lin Feng waved his hand thoughtfully. Brother Lin, see you again if we're lucky. See you again if we're lucky. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. Wang Lei couldn't see the elevator, so from his perspective, Lin Feng disappeared out of thin air. Lin Feng returned to the elevator, looked at the lighter in his hand, and smiled. This thing is really outrageous in the game. Not only does it have unlimited energy, it's also waterproof. However, I don't think I have this feature, right? Bang. Lin Feng placed the lighter in the water and pressed it. I saw a flame slowly burning in the water. Lin Feng. The scene before him directly caused Lin Feng's worldview of more than 20 years to collapse. How the hell did they do this? Lin Feng stretched out his finger and touched it carefully, but it was still hot. Baby. Although it has no practical use, Lin Feng must keep this thing that subverts cognition. Lin Feng, who was preparing to go to bed after exercising, was suddenly attracted by the foam box in the corner. Wipe. Forget about this stuff. Lin Feng hurried forward and tore off the film. This was a plant he had found in a survivor's elevator before. He had been planning to take good care of it and eat it as fresh vegetables. Now when I opened it, a rotten smell came out. Well, it's all fucked up. Without sunlight, plants cannot grow at all. Forget it. If it can't grow longer, then it can't grow longer. Lin Feng covered the film again to block out the smell of rotten plants and went to sleep. Blue star. Qianan was lying on the bed like a salted fish, scrolling through his phone. He really wanted to stay in this kind of life where he didn't have to worry about his life. But the vacation would be over in a few days, and then he would be sent back to the cramped elevator. Late night mini theater, online teaching by well-known teachers, www._____.com. Click the link to watch immediately. Wotefa. Are short video ads so rampant now? Qianan said in surprise as he looked at the advertising link that suddenly popped up. Just when he wanted to close the ad, he found that the close button was very close to the link. Qianan was speechless. Such a rubbish trick was used. Just when he was closing it, he was still hit. The edge of my finger accidentally touched the link. The next moment, the phone screen went black. Qianan pressed the power button and found it didn't work. He thought the phone was infected with a virus, cursed in his heart, and then forced it to restart. A minute later, Qianan breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the lit screen of his phone. He has been relying on his mobile phone for entertainment these days. If it breaks, where will he get the money to buy a new one? However, after turning on the phone, a video automatically started playing. The video shows a TV with a snowy screen. Suddenly, the snow screen flashed, and a woman in white clothes with loose hair appeared on the TV. Qianan couldn't see the face because it was blocked by the hair. He felt that the video was a little weird, so he wanted to turn off the screen of his phone, but no matter how many times he pressed the power button, the screen wouldn't turn off. Fuck. What the hell is this? Qianan watched the woman on the phone screen getting closer and closer, and felt cold sweat all over his body, and his heartbeat quickened. There was even difficulty breathing. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the news he saw in the morning, the news about the horror videotape coming true. This can't be true. Qianan quickly opened the door and threw the phone out. The strange sound also disappeared. Qianan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately felt that all the symptoms he had just experienced were gone. Could it be a mental illness? Qianan said doubtfully. The woman with the shawl in the video did not crawl out of the phone in the end. She just let out a shrill scream, and the video disappeared. Chapter 70 Doomsday City. After the shrill screams ended, Qianan slowly opened the door. Seeing that his phone screen had gone black, he walked over and turned it back on. After restarting the phone, it returned to normal. Qianan breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the house, thinking that the video was just a prank. Otherwise, how could he still be alive? Horror videos are very popular nowadays, so it is normal for people to make prank videos to scare others. But after such a commotion, Qianan no longer had the heart to play with his phone. He put his phone on the table and went to sleep. A few hours later, Lin Feng was awakened by the system's prompt sound. Beep. The floor you are about to enter is Doomsday City. This floor is infested with zombies and mutants. You must play the role of a soldier and survive for 2 hours. You can then leave the floor. After successfully leaving the floor, you will receive an upgrade set and an obsidian treasure chest. Note, this floor is very dangerous and you cannot bring any equipment with you. Please proceed with caution. Beep. A challenge mission has been triggered. Host, please severely injure a special mutant. Reward, self-healing. This floor is too difficult. A mission assisting item is being issued. Host may choose one item to bring into this floor. After listening to the system's prompts, Lin Feng slowly lit a cigarette. Is the difficulty too high? But the rewards are really rich. There is also an obsidian treasure chest that I have never seen before. Moreover, the system asked me to choose an equipment to bring in, so why shouldn't I enter this floor? The equipment I chose to bring in was naturally the rechargeable pistol. Lin Feng also has the ability to remain invisible. If he really encounters danger, he can just find a place to hide and remain invisible for 2 hours. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Buzz. The elevator began to descend rapidly. After dozens of seconds, it slowly stopped. Lin Feng pressed the door opening button and then walked out. After leaving the elevator, his clothes also changed, turning into a black combat uniform. In his hand was an 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle. The rechargeable pistol was indeed retained and was inserted in the magazine. He seems to be in a base now. There were many soldiers wearing the same clothes as him around him, as well as 2 tanks and several attack helicopters. This equipment configuration is pretty good. Aren't they just some zombies? Why does the system say this floor is very dangerous? Lin Feng scratched his head in confusion. At this time, a whistle sounded and the surrounding soldiers gathered together. Seeing this, Lin Feng followed. Gentlemen, the Marines have discovered a special mutant in Central Park and are requesting our assistance. Pack your equipment, get in the car, and set off. The officer standing on the tank briefly explained the mission and then returned to the tank. The 3 armed helicopters also headed to Central Park first. Brother, where's your gas mask? Wear it. Central Park is a heavily infected area. A soldier beside Lin Feng reminded him. Thank you, Lin Feng said after putting on the gas mask. Don't be nervous. That special mutant is very cunning. Seeing so many of us, it will probably just flee. The soldier patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said. Afterwards, the convoy began to move forward. After leaving the military base, Lin Feng discovered that there seemed to be no doomsday scene outside. Cars are driving normally on the road, and there are many people walking their dogs on the pedestrian street. This doesn't look like a doomsday scene at all. However, after the convoy had been driving for 30 minutes, Lin Feng saw the doomsday city he had imagined. There were wrecked cars and bodies everywhere. Even the sky here turned dark red. After a while, the convoy was surrounded by zombies, but there were 2 tanks escorting it, and the soldiers on the trucks were well equipped, so these zombies did not have any impact on the convoy's movement. Lin Feng also fired a full magazine of bullets to join in the fun. He found that these soldiers' shooting skills were very accurate. Hitting a zombie is almost a headshot, and a zombie can be killed with at most 2 bullets. This was while he was shooting while standing on a truck, but his shooting skills were already comparable to Lin Feng's current shooting skills. With such powerful force, he is still afraid of that special mutant. Could it be that the mutant is the Hulk? As he went deeper, Lin Feng also found that things were becoming less simple. The cracks on the ground, the abandoned tanks on the road, and the wreckage of the crashed helicopter made Lin Feng feel a sense of crisis. Suddenly, the convoy stopped. It turned out that Central Park was in front of them. 2 tanks set off first, and the soldiers followed behind. We arrived at Central Park without any major incidents along the way. At this time, a group of soldiers in camouflage uniforms appeared in front. The soldiers trotted over and saluted Lin Feng and the others. It seems that the rank of my military branch is higher than these soldiers. The officer who had spoken earlier poked his head out of the tank, looked at the surviving Marines, and asked, "Where are the special mutants?" Reporting to the commander, after the hunting team arrived, the special mutant ran away, and the hunting team has caught up with it. The hunting team consists of the 3 armed helicopters, and they are specifically responsible for hunting down special mutants. The officer nodded coldly, then took out the walkie-talkie and spoke. Stay alert, search for 20 minutes, and evacuate. They came out this time to kill the special mutant. If they did not receive a reply from the hunting team or did not find the special mutant after 20 minutes, they could return to the base. Although there were zombies running around all the time, they were basically killed the moment they appeared. However, just when Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, a skinless monster suddenly jumped down from the sky. The monster was almost as big as a tank. It jumped down and slapped the tank. Fortunately, the tank only tilted slightly, and the people inside were not injured. Fighters, it's fighters. Shoot, shoot. Bang, 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 bang. The soldier carrying the guided rocket locked the laser on the fighter. Beep, 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 beep. Boom. 2 rockets sent the fighter flying. The other tank also found a good opportunity to open fire. 1 shot blew the fighter into pieces. The side armor of the tank that was initially hit by the fighters was severely dented, so they had to retreat to the base. The rest of the people were still searching for traces of the special mutant near Central Park. Chapter 71, Abnormal Special Mutant. On the other side, the hunting team briefly reported after losing the trace of the special mutant and returned. The hunting team has lost their target. The little mouse must have hidden somewhere. Let's evacuate. The commander's voice sounded in Lin Feng's headphones. After getting rid of several zombies in front of him, Lin Feng prepared to return to the team with other members. This time the floors don't seem as difficult as I imagined. Lin Feng thought about it in his heart, and then walked back with his teammates beside him, talking and laughing. At this moment, fierce gunfire was heard from the team gathered in front. Lin Feng looked closely and found that they were actually shooting at their own people. No, that's not right. The soldier who was beaten didn't seem to be a human being. Who is this good guy who is still full of energy after being shot by a volley of bullets and can jump several meters high? Oh no, it's a special mutant. The soldier next to Lin Feng shouted, then quickly picked up the rocket launcher and tried to lock onto the special mutant that was killing people indiscriminately in the crowd. Swish! Suddenly a whip pierced into his body, and the next moment his body was pulled away. Fuck! Lin Feng was shocked and then quickly ran to the side. Fortunately, this particular mutant had no interest in him. After killing several soldiers carrying rocket launchers, the special mutant set its sights on the tank. Boom! Boom! The whip that the special mutant had just used suddenly disappeared and turned into two big fists. With one punch, the tank's gun barrel was directly knocked crooked. At this time, Lin Feng had already turned on the stealth mode and was squatting on the side watching in a daze. Is this person a human being? Looking at the special mutant that looks like a human and occasionally breathes out a sweet smell, Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. No wonder the system said this floor is difficult. Standing and shooting at a tank can be difficult, but at this time, the sound of helicopters came from the air. They were the 3 armed helicopters. They must have received the distress message and rushed over. The Vulcan cannons on the 3 helicopters fired at full force, and in an instant, more than a dozen bullets hit the mutants. However, he was not hurt at all. After knocking the tank turret crooked with one punch, he lifted the tank turret up with both hands. Just when Lin Feng was wondering what he was going to do, a breathtaking operation happened. He raised the turret, took aim, and then threw it directly at the helicopter in the air. Boom! One helicopter was shot down directly. Seeing this, the other 2 planes quickly increased their altitude, but this still could not prevent them from being destroyed. Looking up, I saw that Special Mutant jumped on the spot and instantly jumped to a height of more than 10 meters in the air. Then, his hands turned into whips again and successfully penetrated a helicopter, accompanied by the beeping beep sound of the helicopter alarm. Only the last helicopter was left in the air. After the 2 drivers looked at each other, they decisively chose to retreat. The Special Mutant did not pursue them anymore, but came to the scrap tank and pulled out the unconscious officer. At this time, Lin Feng was the only survivor in the entire Central Park. If he continued to remain invisible like this, he would be able to leave safely in another hour. However, he also wants the task rewards issued by the system. To severely damage the Special Mutant, the target should be the man in front of him. The other party seemed to be very interested in the officer, so he grabbed him and punched him in the head. Then the officer's body slowly merged into the body of the Special Mutant. Lin Feng knew that this was a good opportunity, so he took out his energy pistol and pulled the trigger. Although the invisibility state was lifted, the Special Mutant was covering its head at this time and did not notice Lin Feng not far away. After witnessing his powerful defensive ability, Lin Feng directly filled up the energy bar of the rechargeable pistol this time. Boom! The ground cracked instantly where the energy ball passed, and Lin Feng was blown away again by the recoil. This time there was nothing blocking him, and he flew 5 meters away. Fortunately, the energy ball was very powerful, and it knocked the man to death. No, it can't be said that it's gone. The man still has a head left. Ouch, it hurts so much, Lin Feng said, rubbing his wrist with a grin. This guy should be dead, right? Lin Feng slowly approached with a gun in hand. Seeing that there was indeed only a head left, he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't believe that he could survive like this. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. Please check it in the property panel. Lin Feng smiled slightly, then sat quietly on the chair next to him and waited for the time to come. However, what he didn't notice was that the eyes of the Special Mutant slowly opened, and at the same time, the blood on the ground was constantly being absorbed by it. Soon, the goal of surviving for 2 hours was achieved. The elevator instantly appeared in front of Lin Feng, and with a ding sound, the elevator door opened. After entering the elevator, Lin Feng's clothes changed back to the same ones he had before. What surprised Lin Feng was that this time he was given the black combat uniform and the gun. It's in the elevator. The clothes and gas mask were also brand new, and there was no bloodstain on them. Lin Feng came to the screen and checked the upgrade progress. Currently, only one upgrade set was left. By the way, what is that self-healing ability for? Lin Feng opened the attribute panel and saw that there was an additional self-healing skill. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 17. Speed, 12. Agility, 18. Intelligence, 20. Luck, 4. Sanity, 3. Except for the lucky attribute, the average value of other attributes is 10, and luck is 0. Skills, Cold Weapon Master, Intermediate Firearms Proficiency, Elementary Combat, Wilderness Survival Expert, Eagle Eye, Self-Healing. The recovery speed after injury is greatly accelerated, and the energy consumed by the body is doubled. This ability seems a bit tasteless. Lin Feng took out the dagger and looked at his arm. I'd like to see if this self-healing method works. Swish! With one cut, a small wound appeared on the arm, and dense blood beads appeared on the wound. Because the dagger was very fast, Lin Feng did not feel any pain. Normally, such a small scratch would scab over in about a day or two. About 20 minutes passed. The wound slowly healed under Lin Feng's gaze. There was no sign of injury at all, and even the scabbing process was skipped. This skill can save lives at critical moments, especially when there are no medicines. But Lin Feng originally thought that he would be able to heal instantly after being injured like Deadpool. Except for the wound on his arm, the pain in his wrist also disappeared. Chapter 72, Abnormal Floor. After verifying the effect of self-healing, Lin Feng suddenly felt a little hungry, so he found a can of food to fill his stomach. Seeing Qin En's avatar light up again, Lin Feng walked over while eating canned food. What Qin En posted was about the horror video he encountered. Listening to Qin En's description, Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Now it seemed that it was 100% his idea in that classroom. They are really good at performing a late-night theater, but why didn't the female ghost attack Qin En later? Is it true that if I just throw my phone somewhere else and wait for the video to finish playing, nothing will happen? Lin Feng took another bite of the soft braised beef and typed a reply to Qin En. He couldn't help much and could only ask this guy to be careful. However, this guy is lucky and nothing should happen to him. Speaking of which, Qin En is really unlucky. He finally gets to relax for a few days, but he encounters something like this. Looking at the greasy soup in the can, Lin Feng poured it directly to the little velociraptor. Anyway, it is not picky about food, and the seasoning in the can is not very strong. Looking back to the beginning, I was reluctant to waste even a mouthful of soup. After opening the exchange, Lin Feng searched for some fruits and found that quite a few people were selling them. However, the prices of fresh fruits were quite expensive, and there were also quite a few canned fruits. Lin Feng finally bought 5 kilograms of apples with 5 kilograms of beef. Now that we have the conditions, we naturally need to pay attention to a balanced diet and take in more vitamins to avoid constipation. Lin Feng eats meat every day, and when he farts, the whole elevator is filled with a mysterious fragrance. Xiaolong, open your mouth. Lin Feng threw an apple into the air, and Xiaolong jumped up and bit it. Woo! Looking at the body of the little velociraptor, Lin Feng touched his chin. He thought it was time to make a suit of armor for the little velociraptor. With its physique, it definitely won't be able to wear custom-made armor, as it might affect its sensitivity. But it's still possible to give it a full set of leather armor. Leather armor provides some protection and is definitely better than wearing nothing. Thinking of this, Lin Feng opened the exchange and bought a piece of cowhide. Xiaolong, come here, let me see if this cowhide is enough. Lin Feng called the little velociraptor over, then took a look at the cowhide and dug out the holes in its front paws and hind legs. Then he cut the cowhide and put the rope on it. It took more than an hour to finish the work. In the end, it fits the little velociraptor very well and does not affect its activities. Although it does look a bit ugly, Lin Feng is still very satisfied with his craftsmanship. Not bad. It fits perfectly. Because it was the first time for the little velociraptor to wear clothes, it walked a little funny, but it seemed that it liked it very much. It was jumping and dancing in the elevator. Seeing how much it enjoyed it, Lin Feng smiled happily. It's not bad that my craftsmanship is recognized by my pet. Xiaolong, go see if there's anything delicious in the pool. Lin Feng pointed at the pool and said, Ouch! The little velociraptor cried out, then ran to the pool and dragged down the iron plate in which two big black fish were swimming. After the fish was grilled, the man and the dragon leaned together to eat it. At this time, something someone said in the chat group caught Lin Feng's attention. What is this place? Where am I? I'm a citizen of the Empire. Let me out. Excluding all possibilities, this person is most likely a new member. But where did the Empire on Blue Star come from? Look at this person's level again, level 1. In addition to Lin Feng, many people also became interested in this suspected new member. Return to Empire, buddy, are you dreaming? By the way, why is your elevator only on the first floor? Are you really new here? Oh my god, I just realized his elevator is only level 1. Wait, I want to know if the difficulty of the floors he faces and the temperature of the elevator are the same as ours. After a round of questioning and explanation from the crowd, the man who claimed to be an imperial citizen finally answered their questions. The temperature in his elevator was just right, and he had just entered the elevator. As for the Empire he mentioned, no information was obtained at all. The elevator has a new member. Although there is only one, there will definitely be more to come. So what does this actually mean? After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng gave up thinking. It seemed that this had little to do with him, right? After opening the obsidian treasure chest that was awarded before, Lin Feng found a blue fruit called Wisdom Fruit and a red injection potion inside. There was no label on it what it was, only the effect was written. After the injection, you will gain abilities beyond human beings. The negative effect is sanity minus 99. Wouldn't you become a madman after taking this injection? Lin Feng would definitely not inject this potion. The name of the blue fruit told him that it would increase wisdom. After Lin Feng took a bite, he found that it tasted good, so he ate it all. Then he checked his attribute panel and found that his intelligence had indeed increased by 2 points and was currently 22 points. After exercising for a while and looking at the time, Lin Feng went to rest. Beep. The floor you're about to enter is not a normal floor. Please stay calm and look for an exit. You may encounter aggressive creatures, but as long as you stay calm, nothing serious will happen. Every time you find an exit, you can choose whether to return to the elevator. The more exits you find, the richer the reward. You cannot refuse entry to this floor, and you cannot bring any items into it. Beep. Issuing a mission. Narrow escape. Successfully escape from an entity's pursuit. Upon completion, your sanity will increase by 5. Before Lin Feng could understand what the next floor meant, the elevator announcement sounded. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Buzz. After the elevator reached its location, it opened automatically and Lin Feng was pushed out again by a force. When he left the elevator, it disappeared directly. The yellowed and damp carpet gave off a musty smell, and the monotonous and strange yellow color filled the entire space. There was a neat row of glaring fluorescent lights on the ceiling, which constantly emitted an irritating buzzing sound. Lin Feng looked at the space in front of him, and for some reason, he felt depressed. However, for now, we still need to find a way out as soon as possible. Lin Feng thought to himself, but the layout here looks like a maze, and it may not be an easy task to find the exit. Lin Feng thought in his heart, and then walked in one direction. However, after he walked for more than an hour, there was still a yellow wall in front of him, which made Lin Feng even more irritated. Listening to the noise of fluorescent lights for a long time even caused some tinnitus in his ears. Chapter 73, please follow the arrow, and you will leave here. Sad face. What the hell is this place? Lin Feng punched the wall beside him, and his fist became wet. Even the walls were very damp. Looking at the wet fist, Lin Feng couldn't help licking his dry lips. However, he was not crazy enough to lick the unknown liquid on the walls and floor. Lin Feng patted his face and quickly calmed down. He seemed to be stuck in a vicious circle. Although the surrounding layout has never been repeated, Lin Feng always has a sense of déjà vu. Swish! Lin Feng tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes and placed it on the ground as a mark, then walked forward again. This time he still walked straight forward. However, more than 10 minutes later, Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the black cloth in front of him. He was absolutely sure that he was walking in a straight line, but why did he hit the mark he had put down? After checking the fabric, Lin Feng was very sure that this was the one he had torn from his clothes. So, after walking for such a long time, could it be that I have been walking in the same place all the time? This time, Lin Feng changed direction and no longer walked in a straight line. Watching the cloth disappear from his sight, Lin Feng thought that he would not be able to return the same way this time. Another 10 minutes passed, and Lin Feng was in despair. He actually saw the mark again. He really wanted to curse now, but he also knew that if he lost his mind now, he would be trapped here forever and die of dehydration. Now, he could only keep moving forward. After Lin Feng took a few steps, he suddenly found a line of words on the wall. Strange, there wasn't any just now. Lin Feng was a little confused, and the words on the wall were, "If you're trapped here, please follow, it will take you out." There's an arrow drawn in front of the wall where these words are written. When Lin Feng followed the arrow, he found 2 more strings of words appeared under the arrow. Please don't follow the arrow, it's deceiving you. Please continue to follow the arrow, and you'll find the exit. Lin Feng looked at the 2 paragraphs of text with completely different meanings and didn't know which one to believe for a moment. But if I follow the arrow, there's a 50% chance of finding the exit. If I don't follow the arrow, I'm afraid I will never find the way out. So, Lin Feng was ready to take a gamble. Follow the arrows and find the exit. Next, Lin Feng followed the arrow. The text below the arrows is also becoming increasingly divergent. On the way, Lin Feng also saw a red balloon floating in the air, but with a cautious attitude, Lin Feng did not look at it for long, but continued to follow the arrow. More than an hour passed. Lin Feng's clothes were already soaked at this time. In such a humid, stuffy, and monotonous environment, people are very likely to become irritated, but Lin Feng's eyes are still clear at this time. This may be due to 3 reasons why he is rational. Although he has not found the exit yet, the good news is that he has not seen the cloth he dropped again, which proves that he is not going in circles, and this is enough. However, Lin Feng was still a little tired after walking for so long, and his lips became drier and drier due to excessive sweating. But fortunately, this is all within an acceptable range. How long will it take before I can get out? Another hour later, Lin Feng was panting, looking at the seemingly endless space in front of him. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Feng continued to walk along the arrow while coughing. After a few minutes, he finally perked up after looking at the text under the arrow. Follow the arrow and walk another 100 meters, and you will successfully leave here. Don't go any further. You'll die here. When you see the red balloon, go over and it will take you away from here. Don't go near the red balloon. These words seem to have been written by 2 opposing creatures. As for whether it was a human or not, Lin Feng didn't know. I believed in the arrow for so long, and now there is no way back. If he couldn't get out any further, he wouldn't have enough strength. So Lin Feng walked forward again. A minute later, a wooden door appeared in front of Lin Feng. Open the door, walk out, and you can leave this level. Are you sure you want to go out? It's very dangerous outside. Go find a red balloon. It can take you out of this hellhole. Smiley face. Looking at the 2 paragraphs of words on the wooden door, Lin Feng opened the door without hesitation. The other side of the wooden door is a place similar to a warehouse. Seeing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was not wrong. There was finally a different color on the other side of the door. After walking out the door, Lin Feng's elevator appeared in front of him. There was a 60-second countdown on the elevator, allowing him to choose whether to go back or not. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng chose to return to the elevator. This floor is a little too weird. He couldn't guarantee whether he could find a new way out. It's the system's task, so don't complete it. There's no punishment anyway, and your life is more important. Huh. Lin Feng lay on the floor of the elevator and breathed in deep gulps of fresh air. The rotten and damp air on that floor just now made him feel a little short of oxygen. After resting for a while, Lin Feng sat up. The little velociraptor sat quietly beside Lin Feng, holding a suitcase in its mouth. It remembered that Lin Feng had taken this suitcase before, so when the suitcase suddenly appeared in the elevator, it picked it up and was ready to present it to Lin Feng. Upgraded suit? Could this be the reward from the previous floor? Lin Feng took the upgrade suit from Xiaolong's mouth and said doubtfully, I just found an exit, and the reward is so good. If I find a few more, won't the reward be even better? Lin Feng shook his head. He really didn't want to go through that floor again. If I hadn't chosen to follow the arrow, I would probably never have been able to get out. At this time, Qinan sent a message again. Qinan, Fengzi, your dad is back. The vacation time flew by so quickly, and I'm back to this shabby place again. Isn't Qin An's vacation 7 days long? Why is he back on just the first day? Lin Feng, your vacation is not 7 days? Qinan, yes, I've been here for 7 days. Lin Feng, but it's only been less than 3 days since you left. Qinan, what? Qinan, could it be that the speed of time in the elevator space is different from that on Blue Planet? Lin Feng, this is the only possibility. I just came out of a very strange floor. I need to go and relax first. I am exhausted. Chinan, oh, what floor made you tired? Lin Feng, where the hell did you get such a lewd expression? Chapter 74, Elevator reaches level 12. After arguing with Chinan for a while, Lin Feng opened a bottle of mineral water and drank it all in one breath. Comfortable. Lin Feng made a comfortable sound and then lay down on the cold floor. The cool feeling made Lin Feng feel much more comfortable. The feeling of oppression that floor just now gave him was too heavy. The little velociraptor was a little worried when he saw Lin Feng acting so abnormally. He came forward and bumped Lin Feng with his head. Ah, hungry. Lin Feng reached out and touched the faucet. Then he stood up and took out a large piece of beef from his cowhide backpack to feed the velociraptor, and also made a meal for himself. I've been walking for so long and have consumed a lot of energy. Stir-fried beef with an apple. Perfect. After eating and drinking, Lin Feng came to the material storage area. Raised the elevator to level 12. After the elevator reached the 12th level, it expanded again and also had a TV. The TV is hanging in the corner, and the angle is just right for watching it while lying on the bed. If you have a TV, you naturally have a remote control. But this remote control is coin-operated. There is no button to change channels, only a string of words. 1 gold coin can be used to watch 1 day's worth of TV programs, with programs played randomly. Is this even possible? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. But I have plenty of gold coins now, so why not spend a day watching it for entertainment? After putting a gold coin in, the TV lights up. Pleasant goat, beautiful goat, lazy goat, boiling goat, slow goat, soft and soft, red wolf, and big bad wolf. Lin Feng. Forget it, I've already spent the money, so it's not bad to watch some cartoons. The little velociraptor was very interested in seeing the animation on TV for the first time. He sat next to the pool and stared at the animation on TV. I don't know if he can understand it. Ding. The host's mission has been completed, and the rewards have been issued. All attribute points +1. Ding. Upgrade mission released. Host, please upgrade the elevator to level 13. Reward. 1 resurrection coin. Usable on yourself or other creatures. Seeing that the system's rewards have been distributed, Lin Feng quickly opened the attribute panel to check. He wanted to know whether this addition of 1 to all attributes would increase luck and rationality. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 18. Speed, 13. Agility, 19. Intelligence, 23. Luck, 5. Sanity, 1/10 of intelligence 2, +2. The protagonist did not complete the mission of narrow escape, so did not gain +5 sanity. Except for luck and sanity, the average value for all other attributes is 10. Luck is 0, and sanity is determined by intelligence. Skills, cold weapon master, intermediate firearms proficiency, elementary combat, wilderness survival expert, eagle eye. Self-healing. After injury, the speed of wound recovery is greatly accelerated, and the body's energy consumption is doubled. Luck has increased to 5, and sanity has increased to 4. This is right. This is called adding points to all attributes. Then Lin Feng checked again and found the remaining materials needed for the upgrade. Most of it is enough, and I still need 3 upgrade sets and 100 kilograms of obsidian. Obsidian? Lin Feng suddenly remembered the obsidian treasure chest he obtained on the Doomsday City floor. Fortunately, I didn't throw it away directly. Lin Feng picked up the obsidian treasure chest and threw it directly in. It shows that there is still a shortage of 45 kilograms of obsidian. Lin Feng was not in a hurry to trade the remaining obsidian. The upgrade set is not complete yet. According to Lin Feng's experience, it is still somewhat difficult to obtain this upgraded set. At this moment, the little velociraptor suddenly yelled at the TV. Lin Feng looked closely and found that the TV had changed the program. This time the show is about the animal world. No wonder the little velociraptor is excited. Almost everything that appears on the screen is in its recipe. Saliva. Saliva is flowing, you foodie dragon. Lin Feng held his forehead and said speechlessly, "This dragon just ate and is greedy again. What a foodie." Ouch. The little velociraptor cried out in protest. "Haha, you guy." Lin Feng smiled helplessly, then lay down and started watching. Although this animal world was a bit boring, it was better than staring at the ceiling in a daze. I don't know how long I watched, but Lin Feng fell asleep unknowingly. When he woke up again, it was the system that woke him up. Beep, the floor the host is about to enter is a grassland. It's safe, but there are some herbivores. There's a freshwater lake in the center of the floor. Safe floor. Lin Feng yawned, then stood up and picked up the rhino hornbow. I just killed a few animals and stored some meat. Now I have an extra cowhide backpack, so I can store more. Ding dong. The elevator is going up. Please hold on to it. After walking out of the elevator, Lin Feng felt the breeze blowing on his face, and the wind was filled with the scent of grass. It's so comfortable. After taking a few deep breaths, Lin Feng looked at the animals around him. The little velociraptor was already eager to hunt and was just waiting for Lin Feng's order. Go ahead and have fun. Ouch! The little velociraptor shouted happily, then rushed out like an arrow. The two hares saw the little velociraptor rushing towards them and jumped up in fright. Lin Feng put 3 arrows on the bow and aimed at the 3 sheep. Whoosh! He hit the target every time and shot 3 sheep in the head. My buddy's archery skills are awesome. Lin Feng said proudly. Rhino Hornbow, I'm embarrassed to say that to you. Do you have any shame? On the other side, the little velociraptor also had a harvest and caught the 2 hares. But seeing that it looked very happy, Lin Feng also smiled. Apart from these, there is nothing else. There seem to be some fish in the lake, but Lin Feng is not very interested. They are too small and difficult to catch. After spending an hour dealing with the 3 sheep, Lin Feng went to the lake to wash his hands. Looking at his reflection in the lake, Lin Feng touched his stubble on his face. It seems like I haven't taken a shower since I came to the elevator world. Thinking of this, Lin Feng jumped into the lake and washed himself thoroughly. When the little velociraptor saw Lin Feng jumping into the lake, it also jumped in. Fortunately, the lake was not deep, and the little velociraptor could stick its head out. After taking a shower, he used the remaining time to wash his clothes. After going ashore and changing into clean clothes, Lin Feng immediately felt a lot more comfortable. The little velociraptor also ran up with 3 fish in its mouth. This foodie really eats wherever he runs. Still very handsome. After cleaning his beard with a dagger and showing off for a while, Lin Feng called the little velociraptor back to the elevator. Chapter 75, Cooperation and Confrontation, Meeting Chinen. Back in the elevator, Lin Feng checked the chat room specifically. I watched for a long time, but didn't see anyone in the first elevator talking. I asked in the chat room and found out that the person who claimed to be an imperial citizen yesterday suddenly stopped replying while we were chatting. Some people speculated that the person might be a survivor from another elevator world, but the chat room was disconnected. Some people also speculated that this person was just being mysterious or was dead. Or someone sees an empty elevator, walks in, and uses the elevator screen to speak to deceive people. Suddenly, someone who hadn't been in contact for a long time sent a message to Lin Feng. Yihua, Brother Lin, do you have any heart-saving pills? Or any other medicine for heart disease? Yihua, I'll buy 1 bottle for 50 gold coins. During this period, Yihua discovered that Lin Feng occasionally sold various medicines at the exchange. So he guessed that Lin Feng must have a large number of medicines in his hands, and there must be many types. It just so happened that his medicine was about to run out, and if he didn't get any more, he wouldn't live long. He also knew that gold coins were a precious commodity. You can only pick up 5 or 6 on one floor, and not on every floor. So, Yihua took out all the gold coins he had saved. Most of these gold coins were earned through trading. After all, he had a skill. 50 gold coins? Lin Feng was a little surprised. If he could buy a bottle of heart-saving pills with 50 gold coins, why didn't he buy it on the trading floor? If he has not entered the trading floor once so far, Lin Feng can only say that this guy is really unlucky. Lin Feng rummaged through the box where the medicines were stored. 3 drugs were found to treat heart disease. Quick-acting heart-saving pills, nitroglycerin, and metoprolol. There just happened to be the heart-saving pills that Yihua wanted. I have a total of 10 boxes, 2 bottles in each box, so I might as well sell 3 boxes to this guy. I had a very pleasant transaction with him before. Lin Feng. 3 boxes, totaling 6 bottles of quick-acting heart pills, 40 pills per bottle, are on the exchange. Yihua. Brother Lin, I only have 50 gold coins. Lin Feng. Yes, 50 pieces. Yihua. Thank you, Brother Lin. If you have anything to ask from now on, just let me know. I will do my best to do it. Yihua didn't expect Lin Feng to be so generous, and his gratitude towards him flowed like a river. There are actually not many people who need the heart pill, but there are more than 2 billion survivors after all. The moment Lin Feng posted it on the exchange, dozens of messages requesting transactions appeared. Yihua's transaction information was ranked at the top because he offered the highest bid. After Yihua's transaction, There were 50 more gold coins in Lin Feng's material storage area. Yihua also had 3 more boxes of quick-acting heart pills. As for asking Yihua for help, Lin Feng went to the workbench and took a look. He found that there was nothing he needed for the time being. However, Yihua's handicraft skills were so amazing that they would definitely be useful in the future. It would not be bad to let him owe him a favor. Suddenly, Lin Feng caught a glimpse of the synthetic formula of the fitness pill. Thinking of the strange taste of the fitness pill, Lin Feng checked it out of curiosity. Health-enhancing pills, 50 grams of Ganzheng Wang, 100-year-old ginseng, and 1 red, Ganoderma lucidum. Lin Feng stroked his chin and looked at the unfamiliar Ganzheng Wang. He seemed to have some impression of this thing. It seemed to be a herb. What was it? System, what is this Ganzheng Wang? Dear host, the main ingredient of Ganzheng Wang is licorice. Oh, licorice. Lin Feng nodded in sudden realization. These herbs were all quite normal, so why did the taste of the health-enhancing pills they made from them be so indescribable? By the way, system, will the fitness pill still be effective if I take it again? Ding, respected host, it's still effective. For every physical enhancement pill you take, your strength, speed, and agility will increase by 1 each. Okay, got it. Lin Feng nodded, then started watching TV while lifting dumbbells. It hasn't been 24 hours yet. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is a team versus team game. There are 10 survivors on this floor, divided into 2 teams, the police and the bandits, with 5 survivors on each team. The game lasts 5 rounds, and the losing team will be completely wiped out. No items are allowed on this floor, so the host is advised not to enter. Ding. The rules of the game. The police camp must stop the bandit camp from planting the bomb. The bandit camp must detonate the bomb within the specified time. The dead/injured will recover in the next round. Weapons and equipment can be purchased during the preparation time. There are no team casualties. After the game, the rewards will be settled through a lottery. The survivors entering this floor all have battlefield experience, so please be careful. Isn't this CS? Lin Feng said sleepily. Originally, when he heard about this kind of game, he thought that he should be able to kill people indiscriminately with his proficiency in firearms. However, the system's last sentence made him stop underestimating the enemy. It would be funny if he failed because he underestimated his enemy. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Ding dong. This floor is a team competition floor. There are 10 survivors in total. Each team consists of 5. The following explanation is not much different from the system one. After the elevator stopped, Lin Feng walked out. As for the little velociraptor, Lin Feng asked it to stay in the elevator. This guy is of no help when facing hot weapons. The other 4 people also appeared, 3 men and 1 woman. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt that someone was looking at him. He turned around and his eyes widened. Qinan? Holy shit. Fengzi, is it really you? Qinan felt that Lin Feng's back looked familiar just now, but he didn't expect that it was really Lin Feng. Qinan walked forward excitedly and gave Lin Feng a bear hug. There's only 1 minute left to prepare for the game. Should we introduce ourselves first? After all, we're teammates now. Our survival depends on everyone's efforts. At this time, the only woman in the team spoke. Her voice was cold and gave off a feeling of keeping strangers away. Oh yes, sorry everyone, I got a little excited. Qinan laughed and then said his name. Lin Feng also revealed his name. The other 2 men, the one with tattoos all over his face was named Li Dao, and the sturdy man with a strong physique was named Dong Yu. The woman with short hair is named Zhang Shuang. Ding dong. The game has begun. Assigning factions. You are the bandit faction. 5 minutes to prepare. Soon, Lin Feng's eyes turned white, and the next moment, they appeared in a place full of yellow sand. Fuck. Shatu. Qinan and Lin Feng said in unison. Chapter 76, Sand 2. What's Sand 2? Zhang Shuang asked doubtfully, and the other 2 also looked confused. It was obvious that the 3 of them rarely played FPS games. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so confused. This is a classic map for shooting games. We play it so often that we know it by heart. Lin Feng said lightly, and then found a screen on his wrist, which was a shopping mall. In that case, how about letting you be the captain? Zhang Shuang said without hesitation. After all, having someone who is familiar with this place as captain would benefit everyone. I have no objection. Qinan spread his hands. Well, I hope you can lead us to victory. Dong Yu smiled heartily and agreed to let Lin Feng be the captain. Now they were in the same boat, and he believed that Lin Feng would not do anything to let his teammates down. Li Dao, the last remaining soldier, hesitated for a moment before saying, "Being familiar with the map is indeed important, but actual combat experience is even more crucial. I used to be the leader of a mercenary group in Middle East, so I have ample actual combat experience. Let me be the deputy captain. You draw the map, and we'll analyze it." Can. Several people had no objection. Qin did not choose to reveal his true identity to grab the position of deputy captain. At this time, there are still 3 minutes before the official start time. Lin Feng did not waste any time. He drew a simple map of the entire Sand 2 on the sand with his fingers and mentioned some commonly used locations. All of them had battlefield experience and could quickly understand this simple map. If you want to buy equipment, just buy a bulletproof vest. Qin, buy a flash grenade and blast it. We'll rush out directly from, "Hey, deputy captain, take them and attack from A. Let's steal their ass." "Ugh." Qin nodded and then bought a flash bomb. As for Lin Feng's marksmanship, seeing that the guy was so confident, Qin also chose to believe him. If Lin Feng's marksmanship was not good, then he still had him, and the other few people did not look like pushovers either. By the way, where did Fengzi get all his battlefield experience? Round begins. Lin Feng rushed towards Gate A with a small pistol. Qin followed Lin Feng and threw a flash bomb. Bang! The flash bomb exploded in the air, and a policeman who was crouching at Gate A was instantly blinded by the flash and turned around and ran backwards. Lin Feng just rushed out and fired several shots after seeing his back. However, the power of the Glock was indeed a bit weak, and the opponent was wearing a bulletproof vest, so Lin Feng fired 4 or 5 shots at the man's back before he successfully killed him. Hurry! There are so many A-levels, so many A-levels. The police officer standing on platform A saw his teammate die tragically, and he quickly pressed the intercom and shouted. Then the ninja guarding platform A and another police officer guarding platform B went back to defend. Li Dao, Zhang Shuang, and Dong Yu successfully entered the unguarded A area. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng stretched out his pistol and fired randomly, not caring whether he could hit anyone or not. The main purpose was to create chaos. "Qin, where the hell did you get all this battlefield experience?" Lin Feng shouted in confusion. "Fuck, I didn't want to tell you, but I used to be a mercenary." "What?" Lin Feng was stunned. He never expected that Qin had such an identity. "What about you? Where did you get your battlefield experience?" Qin also stretched out his hand and fired a few random shots and shouted, "I've been on a battle royale floor before, in the Normandy battle." Normandy. Qin once again recalled the fear of being machine-gunned. "Are you an ally? How is that possible?" "I was playing the role of a squad leader in the Third Reich. I was served coffee and cigars. There was no danger at all." Qin, and he now wants to know, was it not his good brother who was shooting at him with a machine gun? In the end, Qin did not tell anyone about his experience as cannon fodder in Normandy. At this time, the gunshots on the platform gradually weakened. Li Dao and his 2 companions successfully carried out the sneak attack. They succeeded. "Let's go too and take over the blue car." Bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots, the round was won and no one died. Only Li Dao and Zhang Shuang were shot. But in the second round, both of their injuries recovered. After buying a full set of armor, the wallets of several people were bulging this round, so they also picked up spears and props. The strategy for this game is still to attack A. But this time it's from A. Lin Feng jumped into the secret passage and threw a cigarette towards the middle door, blocking it completely. Li Dao still led Zhang Shuang and Dong Yu up from A, and Qin followed. Lin Feng was responsible for watching the back. The people defending Area B will definitely return to Area A from here. When the police officer who was watching found that the middle door was blocked by smoke, he immediately thought of beating Xiao, so he quickly asked the people at A to keep an eye on Xiao A through the intercom. Bang, 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 bang. A fierce gunfight suddenly broke out in a small school. A CT holding a bison squatting in a ninja position received the message to hit a small, so he aimed at a small in advance. The other 2 people, one was watching a big on the blue car, and the other was watching a small on our box. Li Dao, who was leading the charge, was hit by dozens of bullets in an instant. He died on the spot. After seeing this, Zhang Shuang and Dong Yu killed the ninjas and quickly retreated. "I have a flashbang, and there's a guy on the platform." Zhang Shuang took out a flash bomb and said, "Understand." Dong Yu nodded, then switched the AR in his hand to single-shot mode. Bang! When the flash bomb exploded, Dong Yu quickly turned half his body to the side and fired a few bullets at the person on the platform who was flashed, successfully shooting him in the head, but he was also shot in the head by the enemy in the blue car. Zhang Shuang quickly rolled over and pulled out, then suppressed the blue car with firepower. The enemy in the blue car was pinned down behind the car, unable to even lift their heads. This was probably because the material of the blue car was special and the body of the car could not be penetrated at all. Qin quickly pulled the grenade and threw it at the blue car. Boom! The enemies on the blue car were instantly blown to pieces. Zhang Shuang, go plant the bomb. I'll go stand guard. Fengzi, is there any movement over there? I haven't seen them yet. The remaining two opponents should be in B. You and Zhang Shuang should keep an eye on Adaha Jingjia, and I'll watch B1. Got it. The bomb was quickly planted. The other two policemen finally appeared in the middle. The last two people were running towards the police's house. Zhang Shuang pressed the intercom button and then fired several shots at the two running people, eventually injuring one of them. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng decisively jumped down from an elementary school. He was going to steal the butt from the middle door. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets flew towards Lin Feng. It was not known whether the other party did it on purpose or because of poor shooting skills, but all the bullets hit Lin Feng's limbs. This guy was in so much pain from Lin Feng that he was grimacing. Seeing that he failed to kill Lin Feng, the other party was about to catch up and shoot him again, but because he exposed too much of his body, he was killed by Zhang Shuang. There's one more. Chapter 77, Rush B. The last person hid in the police house with a police gun, thinking of killing as many people as possible, but the next moment, a grenade slowly rolled over. This grenade was bought by his teammate. Boom! The man was killed instantly, and the second round ended. After Lin Feng was revived with full health, he thought about it and realized that he had already played it twice in a row. The opponent would definitely focus their defense on Area A this time, so they had to change their tactics and rush to Area B. Rush B, Vice Captain, you should take the two of them and go from B1 to the middle to attack B. Qin and I will directly push B through. No problem. A few people nodded, put on their equipment, and the round began. Qin and Lin Feng bought all the props directly. After arriving at B2, Lin Feng first blocked B with smoke and then threw a fire to the sniper position. Qin just threw out the flash. Just when the plan was being executed normally, problems arose with B1. A Xiaojie used a Nejif to kill Li Dao and his two companions. The situation suddenly fell into a disadvantage. However, the good news is that Lin Feng and Qin also rushed into Area B. The sixth person in the white car was shot in the head, and there was no one in the sniper position. Put down the package. Put down the package. Qin shouted, then threw a fireball into the dog hole and ran to the white car to set up the B door. Bang, bang, bang. 3 flash bombs were thrown in succession. Qin, who was standing directly in front of the white car, was blinded and then beaten into a sieve by the people who rushed out. In the end, Lin Feng was outnumbered and was shot to death after a one-on-one exchange. It really hurts. After resurrection, Lin Feng rubbed the place where he was shot. I'm sorry, everyone. I made a mistake in my command. I didn't expect the enemy to set up a machine gun over there. As Lin Feng spoke, he picked up a sniper rifle and a full set of armor. It's okay. It's a bit embarrassing that the 3 of us could be killed by one person. Li Dao waved his hand, and no one blamed anyone. Don't let me catch you, that guy. Li Dao clenched his fists and sneered. This time, I'll set up a snipe in the dark passage, and you guys can shoot A. Play freely. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned over and jumped into the secret passage, then set up his sniper rifle and observed quietly. At this moment, a figure suddenly ran out from the middle door. Lin Feng smiled slightly. You still dare to press forward? Bang! After a shot to the head, Lin Feng quickly pulled the bolt and continued to aim at the gap in the middle door. Bang! Another shot, and a survivor who wanted to run through the middle door was hit directly in the stomach. In the game, the bird sniper cannot kill the target below the head. However, this is not a game. After being shot in the abdomen, the man did not die, but he lost the ability to move due to the pain. It probably won't be long before he bleeds to death. Deputy Captain, I've crippled the guy who was shooting at you with a machine gun. He's in the sand, so he's probably not dead yet. You can go and finish him off later. Roger that, Captain. Li Dao sneered and was ready to give that man a good beating. At this time, they had successfully arrived at University A and had blocked the entire avenue with smoke. The 3 of them broke through in an orderly manner. The 3 people on platform A did not give up the opportunity to counterattack, and Lin Feng trotted to platform A with a sniper rifle. At this time, there was a survivor on the oil barrel side, holding a gun and aiming at position A. Lin Feng also expected that someone would definitely frame Xiao, so he did not go out directly. Instead, he stretched out his arm and gave a middle finger. Bang, 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 bang. The man holding the gun was already in a state of nervous tension. When he saw Lin Feng stretching out his hand, he subconsciously pulled the trigger. After confirming the location of the shooter, Lin Feng did not act rashly. Now, there were at least 2 people aiming at him. You guys should just go up from University A. They have at least 2 people watching me now. At this moment, the entire avenue was covered by smoke, and the 4 of them were hiding behind the smoke. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the 4 of them quickly rushed out of the smoke. Qin killed 2 people with a few bursts of shots, and the remaining one was shot in the head by Lin Feng. But the game is not over yet. There is still a guy lying half dead on the sand. Please place the order first. You can still get an extra 300 yuan. Lin Feng smiled and then looked at Li Dao. Go and give him a quick death. Remember to use a knife. Give him an extra 1,500. Haha. Li Dao smiled, then rolled over and jumped down. The man on the sand had turned pale due to excessive blood loss. Li Dao drew out his dagger and walked over slowly. Just as the other party was about to draw his pistol to shoot, Li Dao threw the dagger out. A precise hit to the arm. Ah, damn. If you want to kill me, just do it. Hurry up and do the next round. Stop being so long-winded. The man immediately started cursing and bleeding more and more. Haha, that will satisfy you. Li Dao pulled out the dagger and stabbed it into his wound again. Ah, you him. The round ends. Now, if Lin Feng and his team win 2 more rounds, this level will be over. The richest person now is Li Dao. He decisively bought a sniper rifle and full armor. Lin Feng still used the bird sniper. He found that this gun was particularly easy to use. Now that the momentum has been built up, Lin Feng did not arrange any tactics anymore. They just rushed to it together to quickly end the game. The police family chose the defense strategy of 4A and 1B. However, Area A cannot be defended at all. Under the blockade of smoke bombs, nothing can be seen standing on the platform. Lao Lu, who was standing at the blue station, was also forced out by the incendiary bomb. Hit them directly, they must be in the smoke. The 2 Nejifs on the platform instantly opened fire. At this moment, a grenade drew a graceful arc and rolled to the feet of 2 people holding Nejif. Grenade! Boom! The 2 were blown away directly. The strafing they did just now was not useless. Dong Yu was shot to death, and Zhang Shuang was seriously injured and lost his ability to fight. The remaining 2 people at Pointer retreated and hid behind the boxes. One of them even threw a grenade onto the slope. However, Qin, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, threw it back directly. Boom! 1 thunder, 2 bangs. I guess his teammates have already started cursing at this time. The last survivor was now in despair. He just ran to the police house, and you told me that it was lost? Now, he can be said to be in a dilemma. It's definitely impossible to fight 1 against 5, so it's better to leave the gun behind. Thinking of this, he left decisively. After installing the C4, seeing that no one came to dismantle it, Lin Feng guessed what the man was going to do. After waiting for a while, C4 exploded, and this round ended, with only the last round left. Chapter 78 Game Over, Primitive Era. In the last round, everyone thought about it and decided to rush to Point B again. The 5 of them were all rich at this time, so they had the best equipment. 2 sniper rifles, 2 AKs, and 1 SG-553. The props are also the best. This time, there is no strategy at all when attacking B. All we need is a fierce charge. 3 long rifles lead the charge, and 2 sniper rifles watch the rear. He threw cigarettes to put out the fire, then jumped out and started shooting. Originally, Lin Feng thought that cigarettes could not put out the fire on this floor, but he did not expect that this characteristic was inherited from the other floor. Although he might die instantly if he rushed forward like this, Qin didn't care anymore since he had already built up his momentum. He took the lead and rushed out directly. He held the AK and fired randomly at several Tibetans and then reloaded the bullet. It can be said that he performed the role of a gangster to the extreme. Area B safe. This time, the police actually placed 3 people at B, and 1 was watching the middle road. There were also casualties on Lin Feng's side. Qin, who rushed the fastest, was killed after firing a magazine. Li Dao and Dong Yu were injured. Only Lin Feng and Zhang Shuang, who were holding sniper rifles, were safe. Dong Yu, Give me your gun. Lin Feng replaced the sniper rifle with SG and then moved on to the white frame rifle. Zhang Shuang was watching Bi Tong from the sniper position. On the other side, the two surviving survivors were extremely nervous at this time, because if they lost this time, they would really die. Damn, they have such a huge advantage, yet they're still defending. A survivor hid behind a box and occasionally poked his head out and cursed. The man next to him was relatively calm. They definitely aren't fully staffed right now. I don't believe they didn't kill any of the three brothers in Area B. Do you have any grenades? Have. Give it to me. Let's go through B. The man pulled a mask off his face. Wah. There are only 3 minutes left before the C4 explodes. The two of them also quickly came from B1 to B2. There's a sniper platoon on the other side, so there's probably someone at the sniper position. You throw the smoke at the B channel, and I'll throw the fire and grenade. Okowo. Boom. Their plan was proceeding normally. Seeing the grenade flying towards him, Zhang Shuang had to leave his sniper position. Although Li Dao and Dong Yu were seriously injured, they were still able to shoot. They leaned against the wall and pointed their guns at Bi Tong. Brother, let's go. We're running out of time. Yeah, let's go. Bang, 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 bang. After a gunshot, both men were killed. The elevator announcement sounded. Ding dong. The game is over. The bandit faction has won. The elevator supplies of 5 other survivors will be randomly drawn as rewards. Ding dong. Survivor Lin Feng obtained the elevator supplies from Survivor Jin Sheng. The other 4 also received their own rewards, and all returned to their own elevators. Lin Feng felt a headache when he saw all these messy things in the elevator. Fortunately, the upgrade materials have been automatically placed in the material storage area. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have to spend a long time sorting them out. This guy named Jin Sheng is really messy. Ouch! The little velociraptor suddenly screamed and then jumped out from a pile of debris. What's wrong? Lin Feng looked at it curiously, then burst out laughing. Why does this guy have a bitter tea seed on his head? And it's pink. A grown man collects pink bitter tea seeds. What's his hobby? The blinded little velociraptor stumbled towards Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh and took the bitter tea from the head of the little velociraptor. Then he threw it directly into the fireplace and burned it. I guess no one would want this thing, even if it was put in the exchange. After spending more than an hour sorting out all the debris, Lin Feng took a quick look. A box of soap, a large jar of sugar, a pile of clothes, 4 wooden boxes, a revolver, a shotgun, a musket, a lot of bullets, 3 grenades, a box of beer, several quilts, 5 plastic buckets, a few knives, some food, and more than 10 bottles of water, and finally a dozen pills. Lin Feng looked at his newly added gold coins. This guy actually had 30 gold coins. It had to be said that this was not a small number. Huh, I still have enough obsidian. Lin Feng was surprised as he looked at the obsidian, which was already enough. This guy actually stored obsidian. Maybe you stayed because you thought it looked nice? In addition, the last set of equipment that everyone picked up also appeared in the elevator. Lin Feng's was a bulletproof vest, a bulletproof helmet, a G3SG-1L sniper rifle, and a Desert Eagle pistol. The sniper rifle has 5 magazines with 20 rounds each, and the Desert Eagle has 7 magazines with 7 rounds each. These things were unexpected gains, so Lin Feng did not sell them, but kept them for his own use. As for guns, Lin Feng only sold the musket. TSK, it seems that I sold this musket. Lin Feng shook his head and put on the exchange. There were not many people selling guns now, and the prices were relatively high. So after Lin Feng's musket was put on the shelf, someone quickly bought it. After clicking to confirm the sale, the musket was sold to the first person who bought it. At this time, Qinan sent a message. Qinan, Fengzi, are you short of food? I found a pile of food in that person's elevator. Lin Feng, no problem, keep it for yourself. Qinan, all right, when did you become level 12? Lin Feng, lucky he. Oh, and remember to save the obsidian and upgrade kit if you see any. You'll need them for the upgrade later. Qinan, okay. Lin Feng just mentioned the upgrade suit casually. If you haven't reached that level, you probably won't encounter this thing. It is very simple to verify this. Lin Feng found a bottle of antibiotics, 50 pills, and directly put it on the exchange. The trading item is the upgrade set. If someone has the upgrade set, they will definitely be tempted to buy it. Those survivors who had been waiting at the exchange were also shocked when they saw Lin Feng selling a whole bottle of antibiotics. As for what is the upgrade set, they didn't know either, so they could only ask around like headless flies. Lin Feng looked at the exchange, which had not responded for a long time, and smiled. Looking back at my own private messages, they exploded again. A bunch of people asked Lin Feng what the upgrade set was and whether it could be purchased with other things. It turned out to be just as I guessed. Lin Feng looked at these private messages and ignored them. He stretched himself, turned on the TV, and then lay on the bed like a lazy fish. Wake up. A new day has come. But what wakes Lin Feng up is not the warm sunshine, but the cold voice of the system. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is the primitive era. There's a primitive tribe on this floor. They are less threatening and more friendly. There are also a large number of wild animals. Ding. Quest issued. Host, please help this tribe store food for the winter. Reward, intelligence +5. Chapter 79, This Dragon Was Not Raised in Vain. Ding. Releasing a mission-assisting item, a language translator. It can automatically convert all human languages. Once the mission is completed, this item will be preserved forever. Holy crap. The reward for this quest is so good. First, the intelligence was increased by 5, and then a human language translator came. The most important thing is that this floor doesn't seem to be a dangerous floor. Just as Lin Feng was thinking, the elevator announcement sounded. Ding dong. The elevator is going up. Please hold on to it. It is indeed a safe floor. Hearing the sound of the elevator going up, Lin Feng thought to himself. Then he took the cowhide backpack and weapons and prepared to set off. Soon the elevator stopped. Lin Feng and the little velociraptor walked out. Because this is a safe floor, the elevator door is not closed and Lin Feng can return to the elevator at any time. Cough, 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 cough. Damn, what's going on? Lin Feng walked out of the elevator and wanted to breathe some fresh air, but he started coughing violently as soon as he took a deep breath. It felt like there was some irritating gas in the air, but when I smelled it carefully, apart from the smell of plants, there seemed to be nothing else. Ouch! When the little velociraptor saw the woods outside, it became excited again and jumped and danced around Lin Feng like a child. It looks like winter has arrived here. There is snow on the ground, and the temperature is very low. The task given to me by the system is to help the primitive tribe on this floor store food for the winter, but now I don't know where to find that tribe. At this moment, the little velociraptor suddenly stopped playing and looked at the distance with sharp eyes, revealing its sharp teeth. Seeing the expression on the little velociraptor's face, Lin Feng also raised his gun. The little velociraptor has always been very alert. The fact that it showed such an expression could only mean one thing. That is, there was something dangerous in the woods ahead. Roar! The little velociraptor roared in a low voice and stood in front of Lin Feng. Seeing the little velociraptor's behavior, Lin Feng was still a little moved. This dragon, not a single bite of meat, is eaten in vain. Roar! Just as Lin Feng was moved, a heart-shaking roar came from the forest. The next moment, a creature that looked like a tiger but had a pair of canine teeth shaped like curved swords on its upper jaw rushed out. This is a saber-toothed tiger. Roar! The little velociraptor roared back without fear, but with its physique, it was definitely no match for the saber-toothed tiger. Bang, 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 bang. After a burst of gunfire, the saber-toothed tiger fell to the ground with a thud. Even though it was still breathing, it was impossible for it to get up. Seeing this, Lin Feng fired a few more shots and only walked over after confirming that the saber-toothed tiger was completely dead. At this time, a disheveled human was squatting on a huge tree. When he saw Lin Feng easily kill the saber-toothed tiger, his eyes widened in disbelief, and then he climbed down the tree nimbly and ran back to the tribe. Chief, what's wrong, guy? You look so flustered. There's a strange man out there who can shoot flames and kill saber-toothed tigers. Guy gestured with his hands as he spoke, trying his best to show what he saw, but the chief still looked confused. Okay, Guy, let's go check it out. Then the chief selected several warriors from the tribe and set off with wooden sticks and stone spears. After all, this was their tribe's sphere of influence. Now that a strange person appeared, it was normal for them to go over with weapons to take a look. On the other side, Lin Feng had already dissected the saber-toothed tiger and was preparing to cut it into large pieces and put them into a cowhide backpack to give them to the primitive tribe after he met them. What kind of beast is this? Why doesn't it even have hair to keep warm? The chief looked at the busy Lin Feng in confusion and then saw the velociraptor hovering around Lin Feng. They had never seen this creature before, but it looked like it was not easy to deal with. Ouch! The little velociraptor bumped into Lin Feng, then roared in the direction where the chief was hiding. Lin Feng immediately understood and raised his gun to be alert. Seeing that Lin Feng seemed to have discovered him, The chief simply walked out. Their tribe loved peace and generally would not attack others. Lin Feng blinked in surprise when he saw several people coming out. Is this the primitive man? There are definitely some differences in appearance compared to modern people, but at first glance the difference is not particularly big. They were all wearing animal skins to keep warm, but Lin Feng's decoration was more unique. Hello. Lin Feng looked at the silent primitive man and said tentatively. Unexpectedly, they were very surprised to see that Lin Feng could speak. After all, according to Guy's previous description of Lin Feng was not from any of the nearby tribes at all. Now that Lin Feng can speak their language, it proves that Lin Feng is the same as them. So the chief let down his guard. We are from the Sun and Moon tribe, and this is also their hunting territory. Are you from the Stone tribe? I don't have a tribe. I'm a traveler. After thinking about it, Lin Feng revealed an identity. What is a traveler? The chief asked curiously. It's just people who wander around. Oh, then you must be very brave. Why don't you come to our tribe and rest for a while? The chief nodded slightly, but he thought it was too dangerous to wander outside alone. Even the best warriors in their tribe did not dare to act alone away from the tribe. But thinking of Guy's description of the strange man in front of him, the chief felt that it was still very likely. Moreover, the saber-toothed tiger's corpse was right next to them, so it was impossible to fake it. Of course you can, but can you take this saber-toothed tiger's body back? It would be a waste, and I can't carry it all by myself. I might as well send you here for the winter. Send it to us? The chief looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. With the arrival of winter, many animals migrated away, and food became very important. However, the man in front of him was willing to give them the prey he had hunted. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded slightly, and then followed the chief back to their tribe. The little velociraptor did not sense any hostility from them, and followed Lin Feng obediently along the way. The Sun and Moon tribe lived in a natural cave. There are several fires in the cave that serve as lighting and heating. The women of the tribe seemed to be processing animal skins for the winter, and the tools in their hands were all made of stone. Stone Age? Chapter 80 Hunting Mammoths. By the way, I don't know your name yet. The chief who was leading Lin Feng suddenly said. Lin Feng. Lin Feng? What a strange name. The chief thought doubtfully, then took Lin Feng into the cave. The cave was not damp, and there was a lot of hay to keep warm. Overall, it's not bad. This cave is also very big. There are also some thatched houses on the platform outside the cave. Although the thatched houses may not be as warm as in the cave, they can shelter from wind and rain. Lin Feng took a quick look and found that there were about 70 or 80 people in the Sun and Moon tribe. Most of them were adults, with only 5 or 6 children. The chief first placed Lin Feng next to a soft haystack, and then ran to talk to a woman. He came back a few minutes later, sat next to Lin Feng, and started chatting with him. The chief still firmly believed in Lin Feng's ability to spit fire. Otherwise, how did the saber-toothed tiger die? Even if their tribe sent out 2 strong warriors to fight against the saber-toothed tiger, they might not be able to hunt it successfully. They hunted large animals mostly by making traps and then throwing spears to hunt them. It is because of Lin Feng's strength and generosity that the chief respects him so much. Feng, how do you hunt saber-toothed tigers? We want to learn. What the chief actually meant was that he wanted Lin Feng to teach them how to breathe fire. This would not only make hunting animals much easier in the future, but there would also be no need to store fire. Use this. Lin Feng raised the 416 Hong Kong dollars in his hand. What kind of weapon is this? The chief touched the gun body of 416 Hong Kong dollars curiously, and the cold touch made him a little curious. Let me go out and demonstrate it to you. Lin Feng said with a smile. At this time, several men came over carrying 2 stone containers and dried meat. Feng, let's not rush. Let's eat some food first, the chief said with a smile. Lin Feng thought about the time and nodded. The stone container contained some liquid. It smells a bit like fruit, so it should be a drink like fruit wine, right? Lin Feng took a sip and found that the taste was quite good, so he drank a big gulp. Ah! The little velociraptor cried out and looked at the fruit wine in the container curiously. The taste made it want to drink it. Lin Feng didn't know if anything would happen to the little velociraptor if it drank the fruit wine. Adhering to the principle of safety first, Lin Feng didn't give it any drink, but threw it a piece of dried meat. After eating and drinking with the chief for a while, the chief brought more than 10 warriors from their tribe and followed Lin Feng out of the cave. See that big tree? Lin Feng pointed to a huge tree 100 meters away and said. Then he raised his gun and fired several shots at the big tree. The bullet was deeply embedded in the tree. The gunshots even scared many people in the tribe. A warrior who went to check looked at the bullet hole in shock. He ran back excitedly, roaring. The chief knew from the man's appearance that his power was definitely not small. Moreover, the weapon in his hand does emit flames when fired. Could it be a magical weapon? The Sun Moon tribe believes that the Great Fire was brought by Geu, a fire god they worship. Even the tribal totem is Geu, but its appearance is just imagined. Now the weapon in Lin Feng's hand can not only emit flames, but also has such great power. So the chief naturally regards the gun in Lin Feng's hand as a divine weapon given to him by Geu. Suddenly the words became more respectful. By the way, does your tribe have enough food for the winter? Hearing Lin Feng's words, the chief shook his head. That saber-toothed tiger was just a drop in the bucket. Come on, take me to where there are the most animals. Lin Feng calculated the time and prepared to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, the overtime card would be wasted. Most of the animals have migrated to warmer climes now, but there should still be some. Guy, take Feng with you. Yes, chief. Soon, Guy brought Lin Feng to the outside of the woods, where there was a vast grassland. Although the grassland was covered with white snow, there were indeed some animals looking for food in the snow. Feng, those mammoths haven't left. They're just too big and they're in groups. We can't hunt them. I see. Lin Feng looked at the size of the mammoths and thought that killing a few of them would be enough for the tribe to survive the winter. In addition to mammoths, some bears also had to leave the forest and come to the grassland to find food. However, Lin Feng's target was still those large mammoths. I guess one of them weighs about 10 tons, right? The crowd continued to approach until they were more than 100 meters away from the elephant herd and stopped. Lin Feng held his breath and focused his attention on a mammoth that was looking for food. Bang, 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 bang. In order to ensure a fatal blow, Lin Feng fired several shots directly at the mammoth's head. Boom! After being shot, the mammoth fell to the ground very quickly, twitched a few times, and then became motionless. The attacked elephants immediately searched for the creature that attacked them. Given the size of the mammoth, it can really be said that it is not afraid of anyone. However, any carbon-based creature should not be able to withstand bullets, right? Bang, 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 bang. Lin Feng shot another mammoth with a burst of shots. The elephants were frightened at this time. After howling a few times, they left in groups. In the end, Lin Feng used the remaining bullets in the magazine to kill another mammoth. Seeing that Lin Feng easily hunted 3 mammoths at such a long distance, the tribal warriors who followed him knelt down one after another, and even Guy presented his weapons to Lin Feng. A knife made of ivory. It looks very beautiful, and is definitely not as sharp and hard as Lin Feng's dagger. However, Lin Feng still accepted it with great pleasure. The gunshots directly scared away the animals on the grassland, making it easier for the Sun and Moon tribe to cut up the mammoth meat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been distributed. The mission is finally completed. Lin Feng exhaled and said, the time for the elevator to close is almost here. Lin Feng asked the chief to bring some people to follow him to the elevator. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng bought more than a dozen bows and a lot of arrows at the exchange. Finally, he took out some machetes and long swords stored in the elevator. On the other side, the chief who saw Lin Feng suddenly disappear and then suddenly appear had already regarded Lin Feng as the incarnation of their tribal totem. Otherwise, why would he suddenly appear and help them solve the food problem? Chapter 81 Chenin. What the hell? I'm still alive? These weapons are given to you. These knives are very sharp. This is called a bow. I will teach you how to use it. This is not a rhino horn bow. As he spoke, Lin Feng picked up his rhino horn bow, put an arrow on it, and shot it out. And because of his 100% accuracy, the arrow actually flew directly into the air and shot down a bird. Lin Feng, damn, you're so dedicated. Seeing such powerful weapons, the chief and other warriors knelt down in front of Lin Feng again. At this time, they had completely regarded Lin Feng as a totem god. They not only gave them food, but also gave them powerful weapons. Okay, I'm leaving now. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he put down his things and returned to the elevator with the velociraptor. Looking at Lin Feng, who disappeared again, the chief and others bowed again. After returning, he changed the totem's appearance to Lin Feng's. Later, a full-body statue of Lin Feng was even made. The artifact in his hand was also vividly engraved. Lin Feng, who returned to the elevator, had no idea what he had become in the minds of those primitive people. He took out a notebook and slowly wrote down 4 words: Stone Age. He also recorded all the floors he had experienced before. If there is a chance to return a blue star, he must investigate thoroughly. After recording, Lin Feng took out the meat from his cowhide backpack and prepared to cook. Lin Feng hung the bone knife that Guy gave him on the wall of the elevator as a decoration. After stewing the meat, Lin Feng opened the exchange again and found that no one had exchanged the upgraded set for his antibiotics. So Lin Feng withdrew the antibiotics. Then he searched the exchange for materials to make bodybuilding pills. Ganzhong Huang, Centennial Ginseng, and Red Ganoderma lucidum. Oh my god, someone actually found 100-year-old ginseng. Lin Feng scratched his head, very surprised, and what this person wanted was 5 gold coins. Lin Feng decisively bought the 100-year-old ginseng. Just one plant, and he didn't know how many health-enhancing pills he could make from it. Since someone can pick up a 100-year-old ginseng, maybe someone can also pick up Ganoderma lucidum and Ganzhong Huang. Lin Feng simply posted the trading information of Ganzhong Huang and Red Ganoderma on the exchange. The trading items are medicine or gold coins. At this moment, Qinan sent him a series of messages. Qinan, Fengzi, I feel like I'm poisoned. Lin Feng, what's going on? Qinan, shit, I was tricked by a survivor. He smeared snake venom on my arrow. I'm having trouble breathing now. I don't think I'll be alive much longer. You must survive. Lin Feng looked at the message sent by Qin and hurriedly rummaged through the box. He remembered that he had obtained a universal detoxification pill before. Damn, I finally found it. Lin Feng quickly put the detoxification pills on the exchange. The trading items were arbitrary, and then he sent a message to Qinan. Lin Feng stood in the elevator waiting anxiously. In an instant, hundreds of pieces of transaction information about him appeared, and soon, Lin Feng found Qian's name. After confirming that everything is correct, click Confirm Transaction. Qinan, who was in another elevator, had turned purple in the face and even had small red spots all over his body, looking particularly scary. When he got the detoxification pill, he ate it without hesitation. After a moment, he spat out a mouthful of black blood and fell unconscious in the elevator. Lin Feng looked at Qinan, who had not replied to his message for a long time. Although he felt a little impatient, he still had confidence in the efficacy of the universal detoxification pill. Maybe Qinan is still in the process of detoxification. An hour later, Qinan woke up staggering. What the hell? I'm still alive. Chapter 82, Red Moon, Restaurant 1. The first thing Qinan did when he woke up was to report to Lin Feng that he was safe. On the other side, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief after receiving Qian's message. It's good that this guy is not dead. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, the little velociraptor suddenly nudged him and pointed at the pot. Almost forgot. Lin Feng quickly stopped the induction cooker. Fortunately, the pot was not burnt. I took out a piece of meat and tasted it. It tasted okay. I just watched TV and had a simple meal. The program playing on TV was a horror movie. Lin Feng didn't know the title, but it was not scary enough. The ghosts inside looked like normal people except for the white spots. But the plot is still realistic. Watching a human being shot in the head by a ghost, Lin Feng quickly put a few pieces of meat into his mouth. This drama is perfect for eating. After eating and exercising for a few hours, Lin Feng went to bed, ready to face the next unknown floor. Ding! The floor the host is about to enter is the Red Moon Restaurant. This floor is a strange world. The way to leave is to work in the restaurant for 7 days. After 7 days, the host will receive a reward based on their performance. The risk factor of this floor is average. As long as you follow the restaurant's employee regulations, you will be fine. In addition to the host, 3 other survivors will enter this floor. Ding! Trigger the selection task. Option 1. Enter the floor and become the best employee of the week at Red Moon Restaurant. Reward: 30 bullets of any model blessed by the Buddha. Option 2. Do not enter the floor and survive in the elevator. Reward: Sanity +2. Option 3. Enter the floor and successfully slack off for 7 days. Reward: Fishing in troubled waters. Activate to conceal your aura and reduce your presence. Looking at the 3 choices given by the system, to be honest, Lin Feng was a little troubled this time, because each of these 3 options is great. Choosing 2 is not only safe, but also adds 2 to your sanity. It's easy to tell that a consecrated bullet is used to fight ghosts, but I don't know how powerful it is. And after choosing this, you can make blessed bullets by hand on the workbench in the future. The skill of fishing in troubled waters that you choose is also very good. It can conceal your own breath and reduce your presence. Combined with your own static invisibility skill, when you want to be invisible, no creature can find you. Lin Feng rubbed his chin habitually again. Now he has decided to go in, but he is hesitant between option 1 and option 3. Should he use up all his bullets, or should he take advantage of the situation and become a complete loser from now on? I choose 3. Lin Feng said in a firm tone that he preferred to slack off rather than work hard. After all, he was an old hand at slacking off when he worked during the summer vacation. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Xiaolong, please stay in the elevator and wait for me this time. Lin Feng touched the little velociraptor's head, then took out 7 days' worth of meat for it from his backpack. Occasionally, fish would appear in the pond, so there was no need to worry about the little velociraptor starving. In addition, this time the system did not tell him that weapons were not allowed on this floor. So Lin Feng took the cowhide backpack with him, which contained a bunch of weapons and food. After shaking his backpack, Lin Feng stepped out of the elevator. Ding dong. All survivors, please work on this floor for 7 days. After 7 days, you can leave this floor. Rewards will be given based on your work effort. Please abide by the employee rules. After the elevator announcement disappeared, Lin Feng appeared in a staff dormitory. This dormitory has a total of 4 beds, and the facilities are quite good, including air conditioning, a private bathroom, and a medicine box. However, there are no windows. There's an employee code of conduct posted next to the dormitory door. Just as Lin Feng was about to look at the contents of the rules, 3 more people appeared in the room. They're the other 3 survivors. They are all men. One of them is Asian like Lin Feng, but he looks like he is from Japan. The other 2 are 1 black and 1 white. At this time, everyone looked very alert, holding their own weapons in their hands. Everyone who is alive today has blood on their hands to a greater or lesser extent. So naturally, they won't be friendly to other survivors right away. Lin Feng looked at the 3 of them, then slowly walked to the employee rules. Employee Code of Conduct. 1. Human employees are prohibited from leaving the human activity area during non-working hours. 2. Employees should get along harmoniously with each other. 3. Customers are the most important, and you should greet all customers with a smile. 4. Human employees are prohibited from leaving the dormitory after 9 p.m. 5. Human employees are required to wear their uniforms in the employee locker room before work. Any consequences of taking them off without permission will be at their own risk. 6. Work actively and avoid serious slacking. 7. Morning working hours are 9 o'clock, and end time is 1 o'clock. Afternoon working hours are 3 o'clock, and end time is 7 o'clock. Please do not be late. 8. Violation of employee rules will result in punishment. There are 8 rules in total, and they don't seem very serious. However, one of the rules stipulates that human employees need to live in harmony with each other, which means that these survivors should coexist peacefully during this period. No one can guarantee that the punishment for violating the regulations will be death. After reading the Employee Code of Conduct, Lin Feng yawned and chose a lower bunk to sit down. The other 3 also came over and read the rules carefully. Looking at the clock on the wall, it's 11 o'clock in the morning. It's past working hours. I'll go to work in the afternoon. After reading the rules, the other people began to choose beds. The lower bunk was definitely more convenient, but Lin Feng occupied one, and another white person also occupied one. The Japanese man climbed onto the upper bunk very consciously. However, the black thing looked at the white one, then looked at Lin Feng, and walked towards Lin Feng staggeringly. Seeing this, Lin Feng sneered in his heart. Well, you think I'm easy to bully, right? Hey, yellow monkey, get up there. Hearing the black kobold in front of him addressing him, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Then he slowly stood up. He thought he had scared Lin Feng, and just as he was feeling proud, he saw Lin Feng reaching out his hand to him. Hello, my name is Lin Feng, what's yours? Seeing Lin Feng's malicious smile, he stretched out his hand with disdain. Yellow skin on. Fuck. Ah. Lin Feng looked at the black kobold in front of him who was speaking rudely with a smile on his face, and the black man's hand had been deformed by Lin Feng's pinching. However, no matter how he struggled, Lin Feng's hand was like a pair of pliers, and he couldn't get free. Keep your mouth clean next time. P.S. Many people may not like to watch this type of show. The main reason I wrote this is to enrich the setting of the real world. The monster world where the Red Moon restaurant is located is connected to the real world. If you don't like it, you can skip it directly. It will not affect the subsequent plot. Chapter 83, Red Moon Restaurant 2. The black man covered his broken hand and wailed continuously. If the rules didn't state that employees should live in harmony, Lin Feng would have drawn his gun long ago. By the way, what's your name? Lin Feng said as he looked at the wailing black man in front of him. Bang. Talk on your knees. After he said the first word, Lin Feng kicked Elbier to his knees. Elb? That's a shitty name. Get lost. Elbier stood up quickly. Lin Feng did this on the one hand to punish the rude chimpanzee, and on the other hand to establish his prestige here. Although the rules say that they should live in harmony, who would know if someone bullied you in the dormitory? However, at this moment, the dormitory door was opened. A man in a suit walked in, but he didn't look human at all. You must be the new human employees, right? I'm Yang Wei, your manager. Here are the keys to your lockers in a locker room. Keep them safe. Several people got out of bed and went to get the keys. When they arrived at Elbier, Yang Wei noticed the wound on his hand and asked, "What happened to your hand?" Upon hearing this, Elbier decisively pointed at Lin Feng. "Manager, I just wanted to switch beds with him, but he broke my hand. This is a violation of employee rules." Elbier said with tears in his eyes, looking like a vulnerable person. Very good. Yang Wei smiled sleepily. This was the first time he had seen someone violate the employee code of conduct on the first day here. Come out with me. Elbier looked at Lin Feng, who was called out, and sneered a few times, then silently said those 4 words, "Yellow monkey." Lin Feng did not take action this time. If he had, he would probably have fallen into his trap. At that time, the punishment will definitely be more severe, and I don't know what the punishment will be, but for such a small matter, it shouldn't be fatal, right? After leaving the dormitory, Lin Feng asked, "Manager Yang, what is the punishment?" Yang Wei stopped and turned his head 180 degrees. If 2 fingers are cut off, they will be turned into food. After saying this, he turned his head back again. Hiss. Cut off your fingers? Lin Feng took a breath of cold air. There are ghosts everywhere here, and there is no way I can deal with them. Is there really no choice but to accept defeat? Or just run away? Or become invisible on the spot? Thinking of this, Lin Feng shook his head, thinking that Guy would definitely be able to discover him. Walk faster. Yang Wei turned his head and looked at Lin Feng expressionlessly. Okay, Manager Yang. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly and said. Then he quickly quickened his pace to catch up with Yang Wei. Although he was still thinking about the opportunity to escape, he couldn't think of any good way. If he rashly angered Guy, he didn't know what would happen to him. Is there no chance at all? After walking for about 10 minutes, Lin Feng left the area where humans were active, and it seemed that he would soon reach the place where he would be punished. Just when Lin Feng was about to give up resistance, a woman's voice suddenly called him. Classmate Lin. Lin looked at Lin Feng and called out curiously. Yang Wei actually showed great respect after seeing Lin Ku and bowed slightly. Ms. Lin, do you know this human? He was my desk mate at school, my friend. Okay, I understand. Yang Wei nodded slightly, not daring to ask any more questions. He turned around and bowed to Lin Feng to apologize. After receiving Lin Feng's forgiveness, he left. He was now very curious. Why would his young lady make friends with a human? I didn't expect you to be a human. Since you were my desk mate for one class, no matter what you do in my restaurant, you can mention my name if you have any questions. Lin Ku came to Lin Feng and looked him up and down. As he spoke, Lin Ku stuck out his tongue, which continued to grow longer until it licked Lin Feng's face. The barbs on his tongue scratched Lin Feng's cheeks painfully, but he did not dare to act rashly. After all, this is the only chance to escape, and I don't know what the hell this female ghost wants to do. Soon, the pain disappeared and Lin Ku retracted his tongue. Some small wounds appeared on Lin Feng's face, which was licked, and blood was oozing out. It smells so good. Your meat is completely different from those humans who smell like death, classmate Lin. After leaving these words, Lin Ku left. Lin Feng had never thought that his desk mate actually had such an identity, but now in the Red Moon restaurant, his life's safety was at least guaranteed. On the other side, Lin Ku, who was leaving, licked his lips with an unsatisfied look. She wanted to eat Lin Feng, but not now. Delicious food needs to be paired with high-end ingredients and the best chefs. So she had to keep Lin Feng first, and then eat him after all these things were gathered. Lin Feng looked at the ghosts around him. They did not attack Lin Feng because it was working hours and the rules stated that they were not allowed to leave the area where human activities occurred during non-working hours. But it seems like it's almost time to get off work, so I should hurry back to the dormitory. Thinking of this, Lin Feng trotted back to his dormitory. After opening the door, Lin Feng looked at the black man with a sneer. At this time, the black man was lying leisurely on his bed. The people in the dormitory were very surprised to see Lin Feng returning safe and sound. After taking a closer look at Lin Feng, he discovered that not even a single hair had fallen off. Elbier quickly stood up from the bed. Hey, stop. I think we should follow the rules, right? Lin Feng sneered, then took out a dagger from his cowhide backpack, grabbed Elbier's hand, and chopped off his little finger and ring finger on the wall. This is your punishment, chimpanzee. Lin Feng stuffed his chopped-off finger into Elbier's mouth and said, but he didn't go too far. If he killed Elbier, Lin wouldn't be able to protect him, which would be embarrassing. Elbier, who had 2 fingers chopped off, didn't dare to complain anymore. He opened a medicine box and started using the medicine inside. Hey, use less of that, fuck. The white man lying on the bed got angry when he saw Elbier pour out half a bottle of disinfectant alcohol, and he picked up his shoe and threw it at him. There are only so many medicines in total, and the fact that they appear in the dormitory means they must be useful. And Elbier's behavior was obviously intentional. The college entrance exam is the day after tomorrow, right? Best wishes to all the students in advance. Chapter 84, Red Moon Restaurant 3. Sorry. Elbier quickly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. He didn't dare to be arrogant now, but he still wanted to know why Lin Feng was not punished. Doesn't this kind of minor quarrel count? Now that I have 2 fingers chopped off, I can just let it go, right? Thinking of this, Elbier decided to find an opportunity to sue Lin Feng again next time. He demanded equal treatment. After bandaging his broken finger, Elbier was about to climb onto the bed to rest when he was hit by the white man's shoe again. Give me my shoes. Nico. During the break, Lin Feng also chatted with the other 2. The white man's name is John. He used to sell laundry detergent. No wonder he looks so fierce. The Japanese man is named Meichuan Pants and used to be a corporate slave. As for Elbier, his current state is no different from being isolated. Who made him look for trouble right from the start and end up being the first to complain? Soon, it was time to go to work, and the originally quiet corridor outside became noisy. Lin Feng also took the key and followed the crowd to the locker room. The humans here all had cold expressions like machines. Lin Feng originally wanted to talk to them and ask about the situation here, but no one wanted to pay attention to him, and the eyes they looked at him were full of pity. That's really weird. Seeing that this group of people were unwilling to talk, Lin Feng did not continue to get close to them. He found his locker and took out the clothes inside. The clothes are in black and white, the pants are pure black, and there is also a hat. After putting on his clothes, Lin Feng followed the crowd into a luxurious restaurant. This should be where they work. Just then, a man with an expressionless face walked over. Are you Lin Feng? His voice was extremely unpleasant, as if his voice had been chewed by an old lady. Yes. Lin Feng nodded slightly and looked at the man in front of him. His clothes were different from those of the employees here. You should be a foreman. I'm your foreman. My last name is Wu. Come with me, and I'll assign you a work area. Okowo. After a while, Lin Feng was taken to the kitchen by Wu Hua. You are in charge of dining area 13. When the chef serves the dishes, he will tell you which dining area they are from. Don't get it wrong. The table number will be on the plate. After Wu Hua finished speaking expressionlessly, he took Lin Feng to dining area number 13. There aren't many customers here now, but Wu Hua said that in about an hour there will be more and more customers. Because the Red Moon restaurant is the most famous restaurant nearby, many monsters come to eat at meal times. You are responsible for serving the dishes. This is your job. Don't worry about anything else. After bringing Lin Feng back to the kitchen, Wu Hua left. During the long time he was communicating with Lin Feng, he didn't show any expression at all, which made Lin Feng think that he had facial paralysis. Watching Wu Hua leave, Lin Feng sat down on a chair beside him. All he could think about now was how to slack off. It seems that the supervision of employees here is not very strict. Lin Feng looked around and found that there was not even a camera. If that's the case, I wonder if it would work if I just turn invisible and crouch there. No, although people cannot see that they are invisible, these ghosts should be able to see it. So you should just fish in the toilet. Dining area 13. Here I come. Lin Feng responded, then stood up and walked over. The chef has already put the dishes on the table. Stir-fried octopus, send it over. The chef's upper body looked like a human, but his lower body was a large, bulging part, but it was covered by the chef's uniform, so Lin Feng didn't know what his lower body was. What the hell, octopus feet? Just as Lin Feng picked up the plate, an octopus leg emerged from under the chef. Lin Feng suddenly shouted in his heart, "Oh shit! Could this stir-fried octopus be cut from your body?" However, Lin Feng quickly put the dishes on a tray. The table number on it is table 7. After picking up the plate, Lin Feng quickly came to dining area number 13. There was only one table of guests here, so Lin Feng didn't need to look for them. "Hello, this is stir-fried octopus." Lin Feng put the dish down and said with a smile. The fat man in front of him stretched out a thing like a vacuum cleaner from his belly and quickly sucked up the octopus. The efficiency is really fast. After seeing such an amazing way of eating, Lin Feng did not stop and turned back to the kitchen. However, he walked as slowly as possible on the road and also took a walk around the area. Finally, he saw the toilet, but there was someone guarding outside the toilet. After inquiry, we learned that employees are required to register when going to the toilet during work, and the limit is no more than 3 times a day, and each time cannot exceed 10 minutes regardless of the length of the visit. No wonder all the human employees he saw looked like they were about to die. He even had to control their going to the toilet. You can imagine what else happened. The staff in this restaurant seemed to be mostly human. Lin Feng guessed that these humans might have been captured here and forced to work. Lin Feng still needs to understand this in depth. When Lin Feng returned to the kitchen, there were already more than a dozen human employees gathered there. They did the same job as Lin Feng, serving food. Lin Feng didn't see the other 3 survivors. They might have been assigned to do other work. There are more than a dozen chefs in the kitchen, but these chefs are not humans, but some strange creatures. But from their conversation, Lin Feng learned that the octopus chef was actually the head chef. So if I want to slack off next time, don't I have to get along well with him? Lin Feng was very clear that the head chef was in charge of the entire kitchen. So if he wanted to spend the next 7 days here comfortably, he had to establish a good relationship with the head chef. As for Lin Ke's name, Lin Feng would try not to use it if possible. Lin Feng always felt that the female ghost had bad intentions towards him. Thinking of this, Lin Feng prepared to go back and sit down. Strange, with so many people here, why is no one sitting on the chairs? Lin Feng scratched his head and sat down. The people around him looked at him with sympathy. Soon a strong man came over. "Brother, are you new here? This is my seat. Please move aside." The burly man said with a smile on his face, but the smell of sweat hit Lin Feng in the face, and he couldn't help but frown. "I was here first. This is my seat. There's a stool over there." "Haha, that's the only way." The burly man smiled again and said, then he looked at Lin Feng and left. Chapter 85, Red Moon Restaurant 4. Lin Feng looked at the strong man's back thoughtfully as he left. Considering the way other people looked at him just now, Lin Feng guessed that this burly man should be the bully among them, the waiters, similar to the warden in a prison. I didn't expect that a leader could emerge among just a dozen people. I guess he was afraid that taking action here would violate the rules, so he just left. Dining Area 13. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about how to deal with him after get off work, the chef shouted again. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng stood up and walked over. There was another man walking over with Lin Feng. Apparently, he was also in charge of dining area number 13. "You go ahead." The man looked at Lin Feng and spoke in a commanding tone. Brother, I really want to go, but my stomach, maybe it's because I didn't sleep well last night. I'm going to the bathroom first. You go first this time, and I'll do it next time." Lin Feng quickly covered his stomach and said with a painful look on his face. Then he left directly. Before leaving, he secretly took a tray and prepared to use it as a prop for slacking off. Dining Area 13. "Here I come." Seeing that Lin Feng was so brave, the man had no choice but to agree. As for going to the toilet, that's definitely impossible. Lin Feng found a secluded corner and turned on the static invisibility mode. Then he sat down against the wall and squinted his eyes. Start slacking off. 2 hours later, Lin Feng slowly stood up and then staggered back to the kitchen. At this time, the chair was already occupied by the man, but Lin Feng was not going to ask for it back. "Where have you been?" At this time, the waiter who was in charge of dining area number 13 together with Lin Feng looked at Lin Feng and asked. During the time when Lin Feng was away, the number of customers in dining area number 13 increased dramatically, and he had to do the work of 2 people alone. This guy kept him busy. He almost never stopped, and only squatted here to rest after he had finally delivered all the dishes. "Me? I just came back from delivering the food. Didn't you see I was holding a tray?" Lin Feng said speechlessly. "But you, why haven't I seen you before? Are you slacking off?" Lin Feng rubbed his legs, looking extremely tired. In fact, it was because he had been sitting for too long and his legs were a little numb. You. Oh, okay, I won't tell on you. After all, we're all good brothers. I need to go to the bathroom. Do you want to go? Lin Feng said this with a magnanimous look on his face, and then patted the man in front of him on the shoulder. Xiaobai had never seen such a shameless person, but after being submissive for a long time, he had forgotten how to resist and could only swallow his anger. It just so happened that he had some free time and wanted to go to the bathroom, so Xiaobai agreed to Lin Feng's invitation. The two chatted casually, and Lin Feng also found out that the young man in front of him was named Xiaobai. Although his hair is a little messy, he is still very handsome, probably 1/3 as handsome as the reader. Please sign in to use the restroom, the director said, standing at the door of the toilet. Xiaobai wrote down his name and the time of entry with ease. Lin Feng also wrote it down, but he didn't write his name, but his nickname, Gu Chun. Gu Chun? This name sounds unfamiliar. Are you new here? Yeah. I just got here today. Lin Feng said with a smile. His smile was so brilliant. Well, go in. The director who was in charge of the toilet nodded and said, the layout of the toilet is no different from a public toilet. Even the smell is the same. You really don't fear death. If you give a false name and it is discovered, you will be punished. Xiaobai said this calmly, then stood in front of the urinal and began his revolution. It's okay. By the way, do you want to smoke? Lin Feng said as he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. In addition to food and weapons, his cowhide backpack also contained some miscellaneous items, including the cigarettes he had touched in the gold-grabbing game. He locked the cowhide backpack in the locker. As for cigarettes, he thought he would smoke them while slacking off in the toilet. He didn't expect that in this crappy place, going to the toilet was limited in time. When Xiaobai saw the cigarette, his expression became very obvious. His throat moved, and then he took the cigarette handed to him by Lin Feng with trembling hands. Where are you from? Don't worry about it. We're all brothers, so we should give him a beating, Lin Feng said with a smile and lit a cigarette for Xiaobai himself. Ahem. Xiaobai coughed for a while after taking a puff, but his expression was very relaxed. Thinking that Lin Feng was new, he spoke. In a human living area, cigarettes and alcohol are the most expensive goods. These things that can paralyze the nerves are very popular. If you smoke a lot, all the employees in the human living area will listen to you. Also, if you want to survive here, you have to change your mental state. You have to become decadent, lose hope in life, and become as dead as ashes. Lin Feng looked at Xiaobai in confusion. Call. Xiaobai slowly exhaled smoke. This is the experience summed up by many people. Those two in there. They're almost out of time. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Why are you urging me to go to the toilet? Lin Feng held it in his mouth and said. Then he took a deep puff and threw the cigarette, but away. Xiaobai also hurriedly took a few deep breaths and left the bathroom with Lin Feng in a daze. When they passed by the toilet guardian, he happened to smell the smell of cigarette smoke on them. After Lin Feng and Xiaobai left, he rushed into the bathroom, took a deep breath of the smell of cigarettes in the air, and then picked up the cigarette butts thrown away by the two. Even these 2 cigarette butts were bought. At this time, in the staff manager's office of Hanwei Restaurant, Yang Wei saw every move of Lin Feng since he came here. This was Lin Ke's order. Otherwise, he would have nothing to do but monitor a human employee. Miss, his actions have seriously violated Article 1 of the Employee Code of Conduct. Okay, I said, Lin Feng is my friend. Don't worry about what he does. Lin Ke waved his hand to interrupt Yang Wei. Looking at Lin Feng's mental state, Lin Ke was very satisfied. You must maintain this state, otherwise the meat quality will be bad. Yes, miss. Yang Wei bowed slightly, then continued to monitor Lin Feng. He became even more curious about Lin Feng's identity. The one who can make the lady pay so much attention to him is definitely not an ordinary friend. Could it be? On the other side, Lin Feng returned to the kitchen and continued to talk to Xiaobai about the situation here, or to be more precise, the situation in this world. It turns out that this world is a place where the monster world and the human world coexist. And this is the world of monsters. Some of these humans entered the monster world by accident, and some are captured. There are only 2 outcomes for humans after they come in: becoming food or becoming cheap labor. The latter is like Lin Feng, who is better off, at least he will not die for a while. The former is really miserable. He was chopped into pieces and then sold in the vegetable market. Chapter 86 end. Soon it was time to get off work, and Lin Feng followed the crowd to a cafeteria. This canteen is located in the human living area, and the chefs there are also humans. but the food is definitely not that good. After dinner, Lin Feng came to the kitchen of the human cafeteria with a cigarette. He had already asked about the chef's appearance in advance. It's past dinner time, the head chef said with a cold expression. Hey, I'm not here to eat. My friend gave me a pack of cigarettes, but I don't smoke, so I thought I'd let you taste them. Lin Feng handed over a box of cigarettes with a smile. There was no one in the kitchen at that time. The chef was very straightforward and took the cigarette and lit one. Tell me, what do I want to do? Lin Feng's eyes turned when he heard this, and he suddenly thought of a better way to slack off. Chef, are you still short of people? Why, you want to come over? Lin Feng nodded repeatedly and said that the job of a waiter was too tiring and he could hardly bear it. The head chef believed Lin Feng's words. He also knew what the waiters did. Not only were they tired, but they also faced life-threatening dangers. Sure, I'll tell your foreman which dining area you'll be in charge of, and then you can come to the kitchen to do odd jobs. Okay, Lin Feng said again, my health is not very good, so there may be some problems with my work. Is this okay? The chef then realized Lin Feng's plan. It turned out that he didn't want to do any work at all. Looking at the cigarette in his hand, the chef simply agreed. You can choose not to work, but this pack of cigarettes is a little too little, isn't it? I'll give you another pack in 7 days. Lin Feng quickly painted a big picture. That's more like it. The head chef smiled with satisfaction, and then Lin Feng returned to the dormitory. Hey Lin, I have good news for you. That nigger isn't coming back. John said happily. Oh, what's wrong? Lin Feng handed over a cigarette and asked. Seeing that Lin Feng still had cigarettes, John started talking. He immediately told Elbier's story. It turned out that when he was serving the dishes, he looked so ugly that it affected the customers' dining, and he was complained about. The rule of the Red Moon restaurant is that customers are the most important, so one can imagine what happened to Elbier. I guess it has been divided into several pieces now. By the way, why didn't that islander come back? Lin Feng looked at the 2 empty upper bunks and was very confused. Well, I don't know. I don't work with him. John shrugged. Well, that guy might be in danger. After flicking the cigarette but away, Lin Feng lay on the bed. Unexpectedly, 2 survivors died on the first day. Soon, the next day arrived. Lin Feng walked all the way to the back kitchen of the human cafeteria. The head chef also acted like he had a good relationship with Lin Feng, so that Lin Feng could act so badly with a clear conscience. Others were angry but dare not speak out. It's much more comfortable to hang out in the human living area than in the restaurant. Monsters generally don't come here. I was bored lying there, so I decided to learn some cooking skills from a chef. When it was time for dinner, they were all busy getting food, while Lin Feng started cooking for himself. The few stir-fries that went with the rice tasted so delicious. In this way, I spent 7 days peacefully, and there was only 1 hour left before leaving this world. John is lucky enough that he has not died yet, but because he made a mistake, 2 of his fingers were cut off. The burly man who had competed with Lin Feng for a seat last time also came to cause trouble for Lin Feng later, but when he heard that Lin Feng had a relationship with the head chef, he did not act rashly. After saying a few harsh words, he never came again. On the other side, Lin Ke's ingredients and chef were finally ready. She looked at the food she raised and wiped her saliva. Bring him here. Yes, miss. Lin Feng, who was lying in the dormitory counting the minutes, had no idea that a disaster was about to happen to him. There are only 10 minutes left in the countdown. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Lin Feng saw Yang Wei after opening the door. Manager Yang, what's going on? Lin Feng asked in confusion. It was break time now. Why was he looking for him? Could it be that he had been slacking off for the past few days and was discovered? Miss Lin wants to see you. Miss Lin? That female ghost? Lin Feng was thinking in his mind. He felt that this would not be a good thing. Last time, the female ghost licked him and showed an expression of enjoying the food. This time, she called him over. Could it be that she wanted to eat him? But why did it take so long for you to want to eat yourself? Lin Feng was very confused about this, but there were only 5 minutes left until the end. Can you wait a moment? Lin Feng wanted to delay time, but he didn't expect that this time Yang Wei would grab him without any negotiation and try to drag Lin Feng away. Seeing this, Lin Feng became even more certain that he would definitely be caught and eaten this time. I mean, you guys are going to keep me for a few days before eating me? Yang Wei didn't dare to hurt Lin Feng. After all, the young lady liked new things. If she got hurt, he would probably be punished. Otherwise, he could just kill Lin Feng and carry him over, which would be so easy. Lin Feng took off his clothes with one hand, and then took out an energy gun from his cowhide backpack. Human weapons are ineffective against me. Yang Wei said with disdain. Boom! A burst of energy bombs blew Yang Wei into pieces. The penetrating energy bomb blew up the corridor outside. Yang Wei, who was blown to pieces, was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Another shot was fired, and Yang Wei was blown to pieces again. While this won't kill him, it will prevent him from recovering. Lin Feng's requirements were not high. Just delaying for 5 minutes would be enough. Yang Wei, who had been blown to pieces several times, also got angry. A burst of energy burst out from his body and directly bounced Lin Feng away. Then he recovered quickly. You little bastard, you actually dared to resist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been distributed. As soon as the system finished speaking, Lin Feng and John were teleported away. They came to a white space where 4 elevators were parked. Lin Feng and John looked at each other, quickly pulled out their guns, and confronted each other. About a minute later, John said, Lin, there are 2 empty elevators here. How about we each take one? I'll count to 3, and then we can all put down our weapons together. Can. 3, 2, 1. Bang, bang. The 2 men fired at the same time. Lin Feng was shot in the shoulder, while John was shot directly in the head. Fuck you, little Karami, you're trying to play that on me. Lin Feng covered his shoulder. The bullet did not penetrate his body, and he would have to remove the bullet later. P.S. Many people don't seem to like reading this part, so I sped up the plot. The main reason for writing this is that I want to explain the relationship between the monster world and the real world. I won't say more, otherwise someone will say that I'm spoiling the plot. Chapter 87 Difficulty Change, Floor Merchant. After returning to his own elevator and bandaging himself briefly, Lin Feng hurriedly searched for supplies in the other 3 elevators. Lin Feng came to an elevator and was about to go in when he suddenly noticed something seemed to light up under the elevator door. Could it be a trap? Lin Feng was a little unsure, and he suddenly remembered the trap he had unlocked. This trap was triggered by laser line and camera scanning. Lin Feng thought about it, then went back to the elevator to find a wooden stick. After testing it with a wooden stick, a tiny poison needle shot out from somewhere. Fortunately, he was not standing in front of the elevator, otherwise he would have been hit directly. Lin Feng tried again and walked in only after confirming that it was safe. Now most people's elevators are at a higher level, so you'd better be careful when entering someone else's elevator in the future. Lin Feng thought about it and went to the elevator screen of this person to check it out. This is the Islander's elevator. His elevator rating is 9. I have to say, the speed is already very fast. There aren't many supplies in the storage area, and it looks like it has just been upgraded to level 9. There are a lot of other things. A pile of dried meat hung by the fireplace. There are also 2 wooden boxes. There are also some daily necessities inside. The weapons were placed outside in a convenient location. After emptying the supplies in the elevator of the Islander, Lin Feng went to search the elevators of the other 2 people. The first thing he did when he entered the room was to test whether there were any traps and then go in after confirming that it was safe. In the end, it took Lin Feng more than an hour to sort out all the items. There were a number of upgrading materials, 30 canned foods, compressed biscuits, more than 10 packages of dry bread, about 50 pounds of various dried meats, more than 40 bottles of bottled water, and a rather mixed bag of weapons, including 4 guns, a dozen knives, an axe, a compound bow, 3 grenades, and 10 Molotov cocktails. Ding dong. Floor completed. Survivor Lin Feng's rating is D. Because the survivor ignored multiple rules, his rating has been upgraded to A. Reward. Upgraded set 2. Damn, there's such a good thing. Originally, Lin Feng had given up hope for the reward on this floor. After all, slacking off for 7 days had nothing to do with working seriously. Unexpectedly, I unlocked the hidden road, and the rating went directly from D to A. After closing the elevator door, Lin Feng opened Qin and chat interface. Qin was reminded of the poison needle. He had forgotten about the trap. If he hadn't been lucky today, he would have fallen into it. Having a higher luck value does have its advantages. Qin also quickly replied to Lin Feng's message, and by the way, showed off to Lin Feng the lucky ring he had just obtained. The same style as Lin Feng's. After finishing the conversation, Lin Feng took off the gauze on his shoulder. With the help of his self-healing ability, the bleeding had stopped. However, the bullet is still inside, so Lin Feng needs to cut it open again and then take the bullet out. The little velociraptor was wandering around Lin Feng a little uneasily. It was obvious that it was very nervous when it saw Lin Feng injured. Let's do it. Let's fight. Lin Feng gritted his teeth picked up the sterilized dagger and stabbed it into the wound. With excruciating pain, he successfully opened the wound again. The bullet didn't get lodged in the bone, which was good news. Grasp! Lin Feng roared angrily and took out the bullet with a determined heart. Then he wrapped the bandage around his neck, took some anti-inflammatory and painkillers, and then lay back in bed. After resting for a while, Lin Feng came to the screen and checked the supplies needed for the upgrade. An upgrade suit and 20 kilograms of obsidian. Lin Feng found an obsidian box in John's elevator. It was smaller than his and weighed only 25 kilograms. Just then, the elevator announcement sounded. Ding dong. The survival difficulty has changed. The temperature has increased. The floor exploration time has been extended to 5 hours. The elevator return restriction has been removed, and floor merchants will appear on some floors. You can trade with them using gold coins, or you can rob them, provided you have sufficient strength. After robbing a merchant, you will not be able to encounter other merchants for a short period of time. After the elevator announcement sounded, the temperature inside the elevator began to gradually rise. At this time, everyone thought that the controller of the elevator world had shown mercy. Not only did the temperature rise, but the restrictions on returning to the elevator were also lifted. This could be said to increase the possibility of survival for everyone while exploring the floors. In the chat room, I think it's better not to be happy too soon. After all, according to the routine of this broken elevator, after the extreme cold, there may be high temperatures. Oh my God, if the temperature in this elevator gets too high, it'll really turn into a sauna. Even in extremely cold weather, there are fireplaces. If it's hot, there should be air conditioning, right? Air conditioning? Upstairs. You think you're on vacation. By the way, does anyone have an upgrade set? I'm stuck at a certain level. I can buy it for a high price using gold coins. Upgraded set? I remember seeing someone buying one at the exchange before, and it was a large bottle of antibiotics. Too bad I don't even know what that is. In the elevator, Lin Feng looked at what the person in the chat room said, and a sense of tension came over him. He took a look at the man's level 11, only one level away from catching up with Lin Feng. Fuck, this guy is cheating, right? When did he show up? Lin Feng's face was filled with surprise. He hadn't checked the chat room in a while, so how could such a monster appear? There were only two possibilities for this guy to level up so quickly. The first was that he was really lucky and had everything he wanted. The second was that he was so powerful that he just killed people and robbed them. The elevator level of 11 is already the best among everyone, and at this time he's been praised by other onlookers. After Lin Feng looked for a while and got to know the information of most people, he closed the chat room, took a submachine gun, and put it on the exchange, and the exchange item was obsidian. Then start preparing dinner. Seeing Lin Feng take out beef from his backpack, the velociraptor rushed over. The saliva in my mouth is almost stringy. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Lin Feng smiled helplessly, then cut off a large piece of meat and threw it to the velociraptor. An hour later, Lin Feng put down the iron can, sweating profusely. Because of the energy consumed by the wound healing, Lin Feng ate 5 kilograms of beef for dinner. At this time, he found that the temperature seemed to be getting higher and higher. How high is this fucking temperature? Lin Feng came to the pool and kept pouring water on himself, which made him feel more comfortable. The wound on his shoulder had healed, but it was still a little painful. It should be fine after a good sleep. With the temperature so high, Lin Feng was too lazy to exercise. After drying his body, he lay on the bed and watched TV. Although the temperature is high now, it is not life-threatening. However, if it lasts for a long time, heat stroke is still very likely. After a sleepless night, Lin Feng finally fell asleep at around 7 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 88 Return to the Prehistoric World. Beep, the floor the host is about to enter, is the prehistoric world. This floor has a large number of creatures and is quite dangerous. Some obsidian can be found under the volcano on this floor. In a daze, Lin Feng heard the voice of the system, then sat up and shook his head. So fast. Lin Feng yawned, then put on all his equipment. This time he brought an HK assault rifle, a rechargeable pistol, a rhino horn bow, and poison arrows. He was definitely going to explore deeper this time, and he might encounter some large creatures. If the situation is urgent and there is no time to recharge the energy gun, you can also use poison arrows to delay time. After all, the system says that any creature hit by this poison arrow will enter a short state of paralysis. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. I can finally go out and get some fresh air. Lin Feng opened the elevator door with great anticipation. The prehistoric world outside the elevator was beautiful, and the roars of dinosaurs resounded throughout the entire floor. Hearing the dinosaurs roar, the little velociraptor stood up suddenly. Roar! Lin Feng looked at the little velociraptor's reaction and brought it out. After all, this is the world where it originally lived. However, he was really reluctant to let Lin Feng leave the little velociraptor here. After living together for so long, he would feel a little lonely without the company of the little velociraptor. Looking at the velociraptor having fun everywhere, Lin Feng smiled and let it play. I was planning to walk to the foot of the mountain not far away, and I would have to pass through a forest on the way. Looking at the smoke on the top of the mountain, this mountain should be the volcano mentioned by the system. When the little velociraptor saw Lin Feng leaving, it hurriedly followed behind Lin Feng. The prehistoric world is full of dangers, not to mention that Lin Feng is now in the woods. Listening to the roars around him, Lin Feng silently replaced the HK magazine with a magazine filled with armor-piercing bullets. This thing should be able to cause damage to large dinosaurs, right? At this moment, a huge python appeared in front of Lin Feng. The head of this giant python is as big as Lin Feng, and its length is at least 20 meters. At this time, the giant python was also looking at Lin Feng. It was obvious that it was a little curious about Lin Feng, a creature it had never seen before. I'm curious whether Lin Feng is poisonous and whether I'll die if I eat it. After all, humans are not yet on its menu. However, the little velociraptor next to Lin Feng attracted its attention. It has eaten this thing before. Although there is little meat, it tastes good. Whoosh! A poison arrow hit the giant python directly in the eye. The next moment, the giant python twitched, then collapsed to the ground, trembling slightly like a drugged girl. Lin Feng raised his charging pistol. He was worried that he would not be able to kill the giant python after charging for 5 seconds, so he simply extended the charge to 10 seconds. Boom! The giant python was pierced through in an instant. Its head turned into a bloody mist, and its body was broken into 2 halves. The energy ball that was blasted out only dissipated into the air after it blew down several tall trees. The giant python that was blown into several pieces was still twitching. It seemed that it was not dead yet, but its head was blown off, so it posed no threat to Lin Feng. Lin Feng directly put these body parts in his cowhide backpack. These few things took up 2 spaces. It weighs nearly a ton. The explosion just now made the originally quiet forest noisy. All the creatures living in the treetops fled in all directions. All the other small herbivores also fled from here. The little velociraptor was attracted by a rat as big as a wolf dog. After shouting at the mouse a few times, it rushed over and started biting the mouse. Lin Feng did not intervene. This must have aroused the little velociraptor's desire to hunt. After all, he is a ferocious hunter. The blood and some minced meat produced after the python's death attracted many birds and insects. At this time, they were happily sharing the scraps of meat that Lin Feng had not put away. Soon, the battle on the little velociraptor's side also ended. Except for the leather armor that was bitten, there were no other injuries on its body. The mouse was in a more miserable state, with multiple bite wounds on its body, the fatal wound being on its neck. After the little velociraptor took a few bites of the meat, it dragged the corpse in front of Lin Feng and motioned Lin Feng to take it. After collecting the giant rat's corpse, Lin Feng and the velociraptor continued to move forward, while also having to be careful of the mosquitoes flying in the bushes. Who knows what viruses are in the bodies of these mosquitoes that lived tens of millions of years ago? If I had known earlier, I would have put on a gas mask. To be honest, the air here is not comfortable for Lin Feng to breathe. It's not far from the elevator now. Lin Feng decided to go back and put on his gas mask. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng, who returned, had already put on a gas mask. Although it blocked his vision a little, it was not so uncomfortable for him to breathe. Chapter 89, Floor Black Business. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Palm-sized mosquitoes hovered around Lin Feng, their huge mouth parts having evolved specifically for these thick-skinned dinosaurs. A few mosquitoes circled around Lin Feng for a while, and then left, probably because the smell on Lin Feng's body was covered by his clothes. Bang, 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 bang. After a few gunshots, all the mosquitoes circling in the air exploded. This desert eagle is quite useful. After walking forward for a distance again, Lin Feng found that it was becoming increasingly difficult to walk. The grass in front was taller than Lin Feng. There was a road there that was made by dinosaurs. This place may be too close to the volcano, so no dinosaurs come here to move around. Fortunately, Lin Feng had a way to deal with it. He directly charged his pistol to clear the way, and with one shot, a straight road appeared in an instant. After walking for more than 20 minutes, Lin Feng finally arrived at the foot of the volcano. Here he also found the obsidian he had been longing for, and there was a lot of it. After all, obsidian is formed by the rapid cooling of magma flowing from volcanic lava. But it's not easy to find some small pieces. Most of them are in whole pieces. I can't even pick it off. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's ears. It looks like you need a pickaxe. I have a pickaxe that can dig out obsidian. Do you need it? The sudden sound made Lin Feng tense up instantly. He turned around and was about to shoot at the source of the sound. Oh, don't shoot. I'm a floor merchant. Looking at the short man in front of him wearing a black cloak and carrying a backpack, Lin Feng scratched his head. Is this the floor merchant? I was lucky enough to meet him just after he appeared. How about this pickaxe? It only costs 50 gold coins. The businessman on the floor took out a black pickaxe from a backpack behind him and said, 50 gold coins? Why don't you just go and rob? 20 gold coins at most. Make a deal, the floor merchant said with a grin. Lin Feng, I told you I'm not good at bargaining. But he didn't need the pickaxe, he just said it casually. What I need your pickaxe for? As he spoke, Lin Feng took out his rechargeable pistol, charged it fully, and fired a shot at the obsidian pile not far away. Boom! In an instant, a big pit appeared in that place, and the pit was full of broken obsidian. After Lin Feng stood up from the ground, he happily went in to pick up obsidian. The floor merchant who saw this scene silently put the pickaxe back into his backpack and hurriedly caught up with Lin Feng. Human, wait a minute. Do you want to see what else I have here? The floor merchant took out another bottle of yellow potion from his backpack and shouted. Lin Feng, who was picking up obsidian fragments, asked, What is this? Strength potion. Drink it to increase your strength. It only costs 10 gold coins. How many of these do you have? Lin Feng clapped his hands and walked over. The merchant on the floor was immediately overjoyed and then took out several bottles of strength potions from his backpack. I brought 3 strength potions and 2 agility potions. If you want them all, it'll only cost you 45 gold coins. How about that? Oh, it's not that expensive. Lin Feng nodded in agreement and then prepared to pull out his gun to rob. However, at this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding, reminder to the host. Trading with the floor merchant will gain his favorability. The higher the favorability, the better the items sold by the floor merchant, and there will also be some discounts. The timely prompt from the system made Lin Feng give up the idea of robbing the seemingly weak businessman on the floor in front of him. How about a cheaper price, 10 gold coins? Lin Feng thought, since bargaining is his disadvantage, why not just lower the price to the lowest? Upon hearing Lin Feng's shocking offer, the businessman on the floor almost vomited blood. 40 gold coins, the lowest. 25, I'll buy it if you agree. Make a deal. Damn, you said it was too high again. I have to say, this floor businessman is really shady. It used to be 10 yuan a bottle, but now it's only 5 yuan a bottle, and it looks like he's making a profit. You have to wait a moment. I don't have any gold coins with me. How about I collect all these obsidians and then go back to get the gold coins for you? Sure. The floor merchant agreed immediately. 3 hours later, Lin Feng had used a charged pistol to blow up all the obsidian in this area. Although there was still obsidian on it, the temperature was also a bit high. He took out his pocket watch to check the time. It's time to go back. On the way back, Lin Feng encountered another herbivorous dinosaur with a very long neck. Lin Feng did not waste it and sent it away with an energy ball. After dismembering the dinosaur, Lin Feng put the parts into a cowhide backpack. There is still some meat that cannot be put in, but I could put all the obsidian into the material storage area and come back to get it later. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng first put the obsidian into the material pile area and then took some gold coins to continue trading with the merchant on the floor to see if there was anything useful. What else do you have? Lin Feng asked as he looked at the hooded creature in front of him. It looked like a human, but was only about 1 meter tall. Lin Feng couldn't see the face under the hood. Soon, the floor merchant took out everything in his backpack. Is this red Ganoderma? Yes, red Ganoderma lucidum. Just this one, 5 gold coins. 2 gold coins. 4 gold coins. 3 gold coins. Okay, it's a deal. The floor merchant said with an expression that I have suffered a great loss. Including the money for the potion, Lin Feng spent a total of 28 gold coins. He was not interested in the rest of the things the merchant had. Most of it is food, water, some medicine, and some tools. It's of no use to Lin Feng. After the transaction was completed, the floor merchant left quickly and no one knew where he went. The elevator will close in an hour. Lin Feng emptied his cowhide backpack and returned to the dinosaur corpse. He cut up the remaining meat and packed it all away. It took up about 5 grids. After doing all this, the elevator would close in 5 minutes. Although Lin Feng wanted to cut down some more trees, it was too late. There's no telling when we'll be able to eat all that dinosaur meat. The prehistoric world was still rich in resources, and this time it was relatively safe, and we didn't encounter too many aggressive creatures. At this time, Lin Feng's 2 cowhide backpacks were almost full of meat, about 10 tons. There are 3 free spaces left. Throwing the 2 leather backpacks aside, Lin Feng stood up and stroked the velociraptor. Chapter 90 Water Shortage. He could see that the velociraptors liked this place very much. After all, such a large prehistoric world was definitely more comfortable than staying in a small broken elevator. If the little velociraptor wanted to stay here, he was unwilling to force it to return to the elevator. So Lin Feng wanted to see what the velociraptor thought. Do you want to come back with me? Or stay here? Lin Feng went back to the elevator and looked at the velociraptor standing outside the elevator. After spending so much time together, Lin Feng was very sure that the little velociraptor could understand what he said. Even if it couldn't understand everything, it would definitely know the general meaning. The little velociraptor looked at the jungle outside, then ran back to the elevator without hesitation. Haha, good dragon. Lin Feng rubbed the little velociraptor's head in surprise. He loved its unhesitating look just now. At this time, the elevator door just closed, and Lin Feng picked up the potion he bought from the merchant and shook it. Then he drank it all, and soon subtle changes occurred in his body. Lin Feng also quickly opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 21. Speed, 13. Agility, 21. Intelligence, 28. Luck, 5. Sanity, 2.8, plus 2. All attributes except luck attribute. Other attributes are human average value 10. Luck is 0. Skills, fishing in troubled waters, static invisibility, cold weapon master, intermediate firearms mastery, elementary combat, wilderness survival expert, eagle eye. Self-healing. After injury, the speed of wound recovery is greatly accelerated, and the body's energy consumption is doubled. Judging from increased attributes, these potions should add 1 per bottle. The reward from the Red Moon restaurant have already been distributed. Could it be that they were distributed while I was asleep? By the way, remind Qin, and otherwise, with his personality, he will probably rob the merchants on the floor directly. Lin Feng quickly opened Qin and's private chat panel. Lin Feng. Anzi, if you see a merchant on the floor, don't rob him. Trading with him will increase your favorability, and the things he sells to you will get better and better. On the other side, Qin looked at the backpack he had snatched from the merchant on the floor, and then looked at the message sent by Lin Feng. Forehead. Qin, I can say that I have already robbed it. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Then don't rob people next time. By the way, do you need a gun? I have too many. There were indeed too many guns in Lin Feng's elevator. There were at least 30 guns of various types, and a lot of bullets as well. Qin, if you have a lot of them, please sell me an assault rifle. The gun I got on the CSGO floor is broken. Lin Feng. Broken? The workbench can be repaired. Qin, without the materials, what kind of gun do you have? Give me a gun with better performance. Lin Feng rummaged through the pile of weapons and found an AK-47. Lin Feng. AK is okay. Qin, sure, how much is it? Lin Feng. Fuck you, just give me your broken gun and I'll see if I can fix it for you. After exchanging Qin's damaged gun, Lin Feng contacted Yihua again. Coincidentally, Yihua happened to have a gun repair kit. When Yihua heard that Lin Feng's gun was broken, he directly said that he could repair it for Lin Feng for free. Lin Feng naturally would not refuse and put the broken gun on the exchange. Lin Feng discovered that there were many orders for water trading in the exchange, and most of them were for ice water. Yes, the temperature is so high now, and the daily water demand should be 1 or 2 times more than before. When I opened the chat room, there were people discussing something. Some people with thermometers were updating the temperature every few hours. Current temperature, 35 degrees Celsius, still rising slowly. 35 degrees Celsius. This would be fine outside, but in this elevator, I'm practically suffocating. Now I'm actually looking forward to going out and exploring the floors. I really want to eat ice cream. I drank 3 days worth of water in 1 day. so I just had to buy a large bucket of water with my gold coins. I just ran into a floor merchant on the doomsday floor. I spent some gold coins on an ice maker. It makes ice by adding water. After buying it, I realized it actually uses electricity. The CPU above is probably too hot to spin up. Seeing that these people were so short of water, Lin Feng suddenly felt that a business opportunity had come. Before, everyone basically had no shortage of water, which could be seen from the exchange, so even if Lin Feng had unlimited water, he would not be able to make much profit. Now that the temperature has suddenly risen so much, the shortage of drinking water has suddenly opened up. Lin Feng now has a lot of containers, so he can take this opportunity to make a fortune. But these plastic water bottles are still a bit small. Thinking of this, Lin Feng opened Yihua's chat box again. Lin Feng, can you make a wooden barrel? Yihua, sure, big brother, how much do you want? Lin Feng, make as many as you can. I'll provide the raw materials. Just tell me what tools you need. Yihua, the tools on the workbench are enough. Lin Feng, okay, then I'll put the items on the exchange, and you can just trade with anything. Then Lin Feng took out some wood from the pile area and hung them all on the exchange. After working for a long time, Yihua also said that he would finish it for Lin Feng as soon as possible. Lin Feng naturally would not let Yihua work in vain, and the reward was some food and some water. After simply wiping his body with the cold water in the sink, Lin Feng lay comfortably on the bed. The temperature in the elevator was so high, but the water in the pool was still ice cold. Then it could be sold as ice water. Really good. A few hours later, the system prompt sounded again. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is the wasteland floor. There are thousands of zombies active within this floor, along with a small number of mutant zombies. This floor has a lot of supplies. There is an unopened airdrop supply box on Hudong Road. There is a mutant creature lying in wait in the ruins of the building next to the airdrop. Please be careful. Why do the system prompts seem to be becoming more and more vague? Lin Feng scratched his head. The system's prompts used to be very detailed. It would even tell you what was in the box and how many steps you had to take to find it. Now it seemed to have become much rougher. Soon, the elevator announcement sounded. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Lin Feng still needs to go out and take a look at this floor. At least he has to open the airdrop. Hoping to find an upgraded suit in the airdrop supply box, Lin Feng put on his cowhide backpack, picked up his weapon, and walked out. He cleared out 6 empty spaces in the cowhide backpack and sold all the meat that originally occupied the space on the exchange at a high price. It would be best if someone buys it. If no one buys it, I could just take it back when the time comes. Chapter 91, Corpse Horde. After walking out of the elevator, Lin Feng felt that this floor looked very familiar. Isn't this the first wasteland floor I entered? There were 5 zombies with their heads shot on the ground, and the empty door frame not far away was also done by himself. There used to be an iron door there to block zombies. By the way, if I follow the system's instructions, I should be able to go down. Thinking of this, Lin Feng hurried to the window beside him. The streets below were littered with corpses, car wreckage, and even a crashed helicopter. Using the Eagle Eye skill, Lin Feng discovered the airdrop box not far away. It seems that there are not many zombies below, and there are only dozens of zombies wandering on the streets. After observing for a while, Lin Feng quickly left the unfinished building. The little velociraptor followed Lin Feng happily. There are still some zombies in the unfinished building. These zombies may be the homeless people who used to live here. However, Lin Feng is not afraid of zombies at all now. After taking out the zombies, blocking his way with a few shots, Lin Feng successfully reached the exit on the first floor. The gunshots just now attracted a lot of zombies. However, they were all blown away by Lin Feng using a charged pistol. That's weird. Didn't the system say there were thousands of zombies on this floor? The zombies attracted by the gunshots just now only numbered about 100 or 80. Although he was very confused, Lin Feng still walked quickly towards the location of the airdrop supply box. According to the system's prompts, Lin Feng used an energy pistol to take care of the surrounding building ruins. After his strength attribute was enhanced, Lin Feng was now able to withstand the recoil of 7 seconds of energy storage. Under Lin Feng's indiscriminate bombardment, a tall mutant creature soon jumped out of the ruins. Hey, isn't this the tyrant? Lin Feng was delighted. He didn't expect to meet the tyrant here. It took him some effort to kill it. Now a charged pistol can kill it instantly. The tyrant who appeared naturally would not stand there stupidly. He picked up a stone and threw it at Lin Feng, but Lin Feng dodged it easily. The little velociraptor also knew that now was not the time to make trouble, so he ran to the back of a broken car and hid. On the other side, after dodging the boulder, Lin Feng found the right opportunity and released the trigger of the energy pistol. Boom! The energy bullets fired from the charging pistol are extremely fast. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, the tyrant tried to block it with his arms. However, it underestimated the power of the charged pistol and was blown away, its life or death unknown. Worried that the tyrant was pretending to be dead, Lin Feng fired another shot at its huge body. This time the tyrant was blown directly into two halves. Ouch! At this moment, the little velociraptor suddenly screamed. Lin Feng looked back and found that a large number of zombies had gathered behind him at some point and were slowly moving towards him. Oh my god, where did all these zombies come from? Lin Feng quickly called the little velociraptor over and then fired an energy ball at the group of zombies. Of course, Lin Feng did not forget the airdrop supply box. When he got closer, he found that the airdrop box could be stuffed directly into the cowhide backpack, which saved him a lot of trouble. After stuffing the airdrop supply box in, Lin Feng hurried into a house that looked relatively intact. The horde of zombies outside has blocked the way forward, but there is no need to worry. There is still time. Lin Feng can use his energy pistol to slowly clear out the zombies outside. After walking around the house, Lin Feng discovered that humans had lived here before. It seemed that this place should have been a shelter for several survivors. However, the things blocking the zombies at the door had been destroyed. Lin Feng simply blocked the door and took out the airdrop box. Chapter 92 Elevator Upgrade. Huge changes. After opening the supply box, what comes into view is a small black box. Yes, this is the upgrade set. Could it be that the wish I made has come true again? Lin Feng confirmed again that this thing was the upgraded set. Damn, I finally got everything I need to upgrade the elevator. There's still some food, medicine, and a silenced pistol in the supply box, but the food has all spoiled and the medicine is probably expired. I don't know if it is still effective. I don't know how long this airdrop box has been here. After stuffing the airdrop box in his backpack, Lin Feng leaned out and looked outside. The zombies were still approaching, but without the attraction of sound, they were gradually moving around. Maybe if I wait a little longer, I can just run back to the elevator. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on a mattress and thought. An hour later, I looked down and saw only a few zombies left. A few zombies should have rushed in from the stairs outside. Lin Feng took out the silenced pistol from the airdrop supply box, pushed away the obstacles, and prepared to leave. Puff, puff, puff. The silencer effect of this pistol is really good, and the zombies in the distance were not attracted. After safely clearing out the zombies downstairs, Lin Feng ran back to the unfinished building. On the way, he also picked up 2 scrap cars, the kind with only the car shells left. They were all made of iron and could be used to upgrade the elevator. After returning to the elevator safely, Lin Feng immediately added all the items into the stockpile area and then clicked on the upgrade. With a vibration, the elevator upgrade was completed. The changes after this upgrade were very big. The space of the elevator was expanded by more than 3 times, and the original simple bed was turned into a clean, tidy, and comfortable sofa bed. The toilet and bed were separated separately. What's even more amazing is that there is a human-powered generator in the corner of the elevator, the kind used for bicycles, and it has all kinds of plugs. The iron walls surrounding the elevator also turned into a glass-like material. Lin Feng rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he looked at the scenery outside with birds singing and flowers blooming. But when I reached out and touched it, I realized it was just a display. After some exploration, Lin Feng discovered that he could also use the screen next to the elevator door to change the scenery. He could see whatever he wanted, and he could also turn on the sound. There was also a temperature prompt next to his personal avatar on the screen. The current temperature was 39.6 degrees Celsius. Just when Lin Feng thought that these were the only changes, the elevator announcement suddenly sounded. Ding dong. Survivor Lin Feng has successfully reached level 13. After completing a survival floor, he can return to Blue Star for 7 days. Can I return to Blue Star again? After learning that the flow of time on Blue Star was different from that in the elevator world, Lin Feng was no longer worried about being surpassed. Moreover, after returning to Blue Star, he could also start investigating the relationship between the floors he had experienced in Blue Star. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. 1 resurrection coin. Beep! Triggering the upgrade task. Host, please upgrade the elevator to level 14. I will reward you with 300 rounds of any type of consecrated bullets. Ding! A silver coin fell to the ground. Lin Feng quickly picked it up. This is what a resurrection coin looks like. By the way, the workbench should also be able to make resurrection coins, right? Thinking of this, Lin Feng hurried to the workbench. After searching, Lin Feng indeed found a way to synthesize the resurrection coins. Resurrection coin, soul heart plus silver coin with runes. It only takes two things to synthesize a resurrection coin, but unfortunately, Lin Feng has never heard of these two things. Forget it. Maybe I'll run into him in the future if I'm lucky. But as long as it can be synthesized, there is still hope. After lying down comfortably on the sofa bed, Lin Feng recalled the sound of the elevator announcement. Survival floor? Is it a special floor? A survival mission similar to Normandy? Although he had many doubts in his mind, Lin Feng was not too worried. With the existence of the predictive system, he would know what the next floor would be. After making some food to fill his stomach, Lin Feng asked Yi Hua about the progress of making the wooden barrel. After learning that one had been made, Lin Feng hurriedly asked Yi Hua to come over through the exchange. Soon, a wooden barrel several dozen centimeters high appeared at Lin Feng's feet. This wooden barrel is the same as the barrels used to draw water in the past. It is made of wooden boards. If it is simply made of wooden boards, it will definitely leak. So Yi Hua used 3 animal tendons to wrap them 3 times, reducing the gap between the wooden boards to the limit. After filling a bucket of water and letting it run for a while to confirm that there would be no leakage, Lin Feng felt relieved. Some water leakage was normal. After all, the conditions were limited. After the wooden barrel was hung on the exchange, the water was indeed marked as ice water by the exchange, and the item for exchange was naturally gold coins. While there is such a shortage of water now, Lin Feng must take the opportunity to make a fortune. After finishing all this, Lin Feng went to the human-powered generator and fiddled with it. He currently has no access to electricity, but there is a battery under this human-powered generator. He can charge it in advance and treat it as today's exercise. After riding a bicycle for 2 hours, Lin Feng came to the pool sweating all over. After wiping his body, Lin Feng fell asleep on the bed. Beep! The floor the host is about to enter is the deserted island floor. Conditions for leaving. Do not bring any items in and prove that you can survive on the deserted island. A brief prompt from the system woke Lin Feng up. Is this the survival floor? Lin Feng put on his clothes, left some food for the little velociraptor, and went out. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. When the door opened, there was a beach shaded by coconut trees outside. After walking out, Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill in his lower body. After reaching out and feeling around for a while, Lin Feng's face was suddenly filled with question marks. Where are my clothes? Ding dong. Requesting the living to prove they can survive here long-term without any belongings. Requirements: safe shelter, a stable source of food, a stable source of fresh water, a fire source, and the ability to simply manage illnesses. So this is why you took all my clothes off. But fortunately, a bitter tea seed was left for Lin Feng. Otherwise, he would have no sense of security at all. After calming down for a while, Lin Feng looked at the surrounding environment. In fact, it is relatively easy to survive on an island like this. The biggest problem is the fresh water resource. In order to understand the situation of the island, Lin Feng first walked around the island and found a lot of useful things. A pair of flip-flops washed ashore. Finally, I don't have to walk barefoot anymore. A few glass bottles, a dozen or so plastic bottles, a few nails, a tin can, a pack of fishing line, a box of pins, and some rags of clothing. The island was not big, and Lin Feng successfully circled it in about an hour. Chapter 93: Survival on a Deserted Island. In addition to these, Lin Feng also found a patch of coconut trees. In the end, Lin Feng also decided to settle down next to the coconut trees. Of course, he definitely wouldn't settle on a beach. The pattern of high tide here is still unclear, so it is best to find a higher place. There is a high ground behind the coconut grove where Lin Feng can temporarily stay. After packing up all the things, Lin Feng climbed up. After finding a place to live, the next step is to find food, and coconuts become the best choice. It was really lucky to encounter coconut trees while surviving on a deserted island. Lin Feng stood on a high place and counted that there were more than 10 coconut trees. In this way, the problems of food and water were all solved in a short period of time. But it is definitely not a good idea to eat coconut for a long time. You have to find something else to eat. Lin Feng walked to the interior of the island. There was a forest here, and there were many birds. Lin Feng had not found any other creatures for the time being. Damn, I'm so lucky. After walking a few steps, Lin Feng found a reddish stone. If he was lucky, he could get a sharp stone knife by smashing the stone. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng decisively picked up the reddish stone and smashed it against another stone several times. Soon the stone shattered into pieces. Lin Feng then picked out a piece that looked sharp and used it as his tool. He came to the woods with two purposes. One was to find a stick to hook the coconut, and the other was to find some dry grass and firewood to make a fire. Lin Feng, who has wilderness survival skills, has more than 10 ways to make fire in his mind. The glass bottle you obtained earlier can be used as a magnifying glass to make fire. This is also the most convenient way. While the sun is scorching, Lin Feng needs to act quickly. In the wild, a night without a fire can be deadly. Soon, Lin Feng found a slender little tree, hit it with a stone knife for a few minutes, and then successfully broke it off. A wooden stick about 4 or 5 meters long was obtained. After transporting the sticks back to the camp, Lin Feng found some drier wood and grass in the woods. It took Lin Feng nearly 2 hours to bring all these things back to the camp, but he still had more than half of his physical strength at this time. After a short rest, Lin Feng took a wooden stick and came under the coconut tree. It is said that you cannot stand under a coconut tree when the wind is strong. Now Lin Feng knows why. He almost got hit just now. But this also shows that it is not difficult to get these coconuts down. After knocking down 5 coconuts in a row, Lin Feng sat on the soft beach and drank coconut water happily. After bringing these coconuts back to the camp, Lin Feng began to prepare to make a fire. It should be around 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun was at its hottest. After putting a nail with the pointed end facing down into the glass bottle, Lin Feng tilted the bottle and began to shake it up and down. This is done to create a thicker bottom portion of the jar. This part is perfect for using as a convex lens. More than 10 minutes later, with a snap, Lin Feng obtained a round convex lens. Under his control, the bottom of the bottle was cut very neatly. After arranging the hay, Lin Feng successfully focused the sunlight and tested the temperature with his hand. Ouch! Soon, a burning pain came from the back of my hand. Not bad. A few minutes later, Lin Feng successfully ignited the hay. Looking at the hay ball that continued to emit smoke, Lin Feng quickly picked it up and blew a few breaths on it. Soon, the flame started. After laughing a few times towards the sky, he quickly added some dry twigs to the flames to help them burn. Only when the fire grew bigger did Lin Feng add thicker wood. Now that there's a fire, food and water are temporarily solved, and Lin Feng can rely on coconuts to survive for a day or two. As for the residence, it is somewhat useless, but Lin Feng will definitely work on it later. Now he's going to the beach to turn over rocks and find some seafood. The energy he can replenish by eating coconuts alone is far from enough for him to consume in a day. After putting a few pieces of wood in the fire, Lin Feng sharpened a wooden stick with a stone knife and then ran towards the distant reef. According to his experience, there must be a large number of crabs, shellfish, etc. living there. If you're lucky, you can catch a fish. Just as Lin Feng thought, there were quite a few conchs on the rocks here. Although they were very small and had little meat, a fly leg is still meat. It's quite a lot to get together. Pick up enough for one meal. 2 hours later, Lin Feng picked up dozens of conchs and caught 2 small crabs from the cracks in the rocks. There were also some fish here, but Lin Feng couldn't catch them at all. However, Lin Feng has decided to set up a few small fishing traps here. After returning to the camp, Lin Feng quickly added a few pieces of wood to the fire. Fortunately, I came back in time, otherwise I would have to light the fire again. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the fire burning again. He then took out a stone knife and cut 4 plastic water bottles, put conch meat and stones in them respectively, and then inserted the bottle mouths in. For simple fish traps did the trick. Although we can only catch small fish, there are no big fish on the rocky beach. After setting the trap, Lin Feng returned to the camp happily and began to plan for tomorrow. It was already evening, and he had no idea if there were any other wild animals on the island, so it was best not to go out and explore. I must go out and look for fresh water tomorrow. Although coconut can quench your thirst, drinking too much can also cause diarrhea. By then, dehydration will be useless. After eating 2 more coconuts, Lin Feng put all the conchs and small crabs he picked up into coconut shells and cooked a seafood meal with coconut water. The taste is average, but after eating it, it gives my stomach something to do. After a night, Lin Feng woke up rubbing his head. He slept very poorly last night and had to get up in the middle of the night to add firewood. Fortunately, there were no mosquitoes bothering him. Watching the sun slowly rising from the horizon, Lin Feng smiled. The scenery was quite nice. Today's plan: check traps, find water, and make myself a bed. Lin Feng slept directly on a rock last night, and when he woke up this morning, he felt sore all over. After opening and eating the last coconut, Lin Feng picked up a long wooden stick and took advantage of the cool wind to hook down several more coconuts. After transporting everything back to the camp, Lin Feng came to the place where he set the trap yesterday. There were 4 traps, and each trap had a harvest. A total of 6 small fish were caught, which was enough for breakfast. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of something black. When I fished it out, I found it was a creature similar to a sea cucumber. Phew, and what the hell is this? Lin Feng looked at the thing in his hand that looked like a sea cucumber and spit out a bunch of white liquid, feeling disgusted. This should be its weapon to defend against predators, similar to the ink spitted by octopuses. It shouldn't be poisonous. Take it back and figure out how to eat it. No matter how much he dislikes it, this thing has a lot of meat. One of it is equivalent to the 6 fish caught by Lin Feng. Chapter 94: Finding Fresh Water. After returning to the camp with a prey, Lin Feng began to cook today's breakfast. A soup made of 6 small fish, stewed in coconut water, and then grilled with an unknown creature. After breakfast, Lin Feng picked up a sharpened wooden stick and walked into the jungle. He was going to look for fresh water. Lin Feng didn't believe that such a big island had no fresh water resources. Some of the rain must have been stored. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much vegetation here. Lin Feng, who had been wandering in the jungle for a whole morning, did not find any fresh water, but he did dig up a dozen potatoes and some chewable plant roots. These plant roots contained a lot of liquid and could also replenish some water. Then Lin Feng returned to the camp and twisted more than a dozen ropes with coconut fiber. The chirping of birds in the woods made him a little greedy, so he wanted to try making some bird traps. What Lin Feng wanted to make was a very simple trigger trap, which required 5 wooden sticks about 20 centimeters long and a rope. The dozen or so short ropes that Lin Feng had just twisted out were just long enough when connected together. After briefly processing the wooden stick, Lin Feng returned to the woods with the bait. The bait is conch meat. Conch meat should be in the diet of these birds, right? After finding a relatively elastic branch, Lin Feng tied the rope to it. Then make 2 loops in the lower middle of the rope to form a double loop, and tie a small branch in the double loop. After the remaining 5 wooden sticks are assembled, place the small branches under the stick that serves as the batten, and then place the trigger rod on it. Finally, place the loop at the end of the rope onto the trigger rod. Put snail meat in the live ring, and a simple bird trap is done. However, whether you can catch the bird depends purely on luck. Lin Feng doesn't have much hope for this. After returning to the camp and chewing some plant roots, Lin Feng looked at the position of the sun and estimated the approximate time. It should be around 11 o'clock now. The food for lunch was the potatoes we found. Although they were a little small, potatoes were good for filling your stomach. After roasting a dozen potatoes, Lin Feng ate them all happily. After resting for a while, Lin Feng went to pick coconuts again. There's still a lot of coconuts, so he won't have to worry about them for at least 7 or 8 days. But the problem is that if Lin Feng continues drinking like this, he will really have diarrhea. Therefore, it is very important to find fresh water now. After replenishing water, Lin Feng set off again. The vegetation in the woods is dense, so you don't have to worry about being dried out by the sun. The only thing you have to worry about are various flying insects and mosquitoes. After walking for a distance, Lin Feng found a small green snake hidden well on a branch. Based on the knowledge in his mind, Lin Feng learned that this was a green snake, non-venomous, and looked very similar to the bamboo green snake. The difference was that it was greener and larger in size than the bamboo green snake. This green snake should be hunting now. Its favorite food is earthworms, frogs, and various insects. Hey, you can have an extra meal today. Lin Feng chuckled, then gently picked up the green snake with a wooden stick. The snake was as long as Lin Feng's arm and as thick as his thumb. The meat he pulled out was enough for a meal. Hiss! The captured green snake stuck out its tongue and bared its fangs, trying to make itself look more terrifying. However, these things are non-toxic, so Lin Feng is naturally not afraid. After knocking it to death with a stone knife, Lin Feng put it directly into his pocket. The clothes he was wearing were those he had found among the garbage earlier. It's not a big deal to wear bitter tea all the time. As he continued to go deeper, Lin Feng caught some fat grasshoppers. These things are high in protein, and they will be so delicious if he takes them back and roasts them. However, Lin Feng still hasn't found water. Strange, There's no way there's a lack of water for so many plants here. Lin Feng said this in confusion, then squatted down and dug the soil under his feet with his hands. It's moist, so keep looking. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng looked at the small puddle in front of him and was very excited. I said it. How could there be no water? After taking a sip, Lin Feng felt relieved. This thing was indeed fresh water. After some searching, Lin Feng discovered that the water in this small puddle came from a crack in a rock. The water flow is okay. Soon, Lin Feng filled 5 bottles of water. This was all he brought with him. After memorizing the location of the puddle, Lin Feng returned to the camp. On the way, he also looked at his bird trap, but no birds were caught. It took about 40 minutes to get back to the camp, and getting water was still a bit troublesome afterwards. But Lin Feng would not move the camp, as it was easier to get food on the beach. If we move into the woods, daily food supply becomes a big problem. There are also a lot of mosquitoes in the woods, and I probably won't be able to sleep well at night. After returning to the camp, Lin Feng first fixed the strung grasshoppers next to the fire. There were 3 strung grasshoppers in total. Then the green snake was cleaned up. He did not waste the snake skin. After cleaning, it can be used as a container for water. He continued to stew the snake meat in coconut water. This will preserve the little fat in the snake meat to the greatest extent possible. It would definitely taste better if you grill it over a fire, but that would waste a lot of energy. After hanging the snake meat, Lin Feng picked up the roasted grasshopper, blew on it briefly, and took a bite. The unique aroma of protein explodes in your mouth. It's crispy, tender, and juicy when you take a bite. Tasty. After eating 3 skewers of roasted grasshoppers in a row, Lin Feng licked his tongue with a feeling of being unsatisfied. Looking at the snake meat, it was not cooked yet. Lin Feng was not in a hurry and just stewed it slowly. Now, I have a stable source of fresh water, and food is almost enough. I just need to set up a few more traps. So next, Lin Feng is going to build a house that can shelter from wind and rain. Lin Feng now has a plan. Just cut down a few thin trees, tie them together, and place them directly against the rock wall. When you are done, just cover it with a few layers of coconut leaves. But with the stone knife in my hand, I'm afraid I'll be exhausted to death. But there is no better choice. When he arrived at the beach, Lin Feng carefully cleaned the snake's skin and picked up some small conchs and a few crabs. To his surprise, he actually found kelp, and a lot of it. This way we also have green vegetables. Kelp can also add some salt. There is still a lot of kelp on the rocky beach, and it will continue to grow. It can be said that Lin Feng has found another source of food that can provide long-term food. After cutting off some kelp, Lin Feng checked his trap again and found that he had caught a total of 4 finger-long fish. After finding a new place to set the trap, Lin Feng returned to the camp. At this time, the snake meat was ready. The soup is rich and fragrant. Well, this is all Lin Feng's imagination. It actually has no taste. After finishing the snake meat, Lin Feng grilled the fish and set it aside for dinner, and also hung up the kelp. Chapter 95, Fishing. It should be around 3 o'clock in the afternoon now. Lin Feng thought about it, and decided to collect some more firewood and look for suitable trees to see how many he could cut down. Try to complete the tasks on this floor as soon as possible. The afternoon passed in a flash, and when Lin Feng returned to the camp again, the sun was about to set. It should be around 7 o'clock. This time he filled all his bottles with fresh water, collected a pile of dry firewood, and a lot of hay to make his bed. On top of that, he cut down 2 trees, the kind with thick arms. Lin Feng didn't have any requirements for the house. As long as he could get through it and cover the fire, it would be fine. At this rate, chopping off 15 or 16 more would be enough. But I'm really tired. Having consumed so much energy, the food I ate at night cannot replenish it at all, but there is no other way at the moment. After a simple meal and some water, Lin Feng went to sleep. The next day, Lin Feng woke up leisurely. He had a good sleep last night, thanks to the soft hay. After waking up, the feeling of hunger comes with it. He now has a strong desire to eat meat. After drinking a few sips of boiled water, Lin Feng came to the reef beach again to check the trap. This time he was a little surprised that he caught 10 fish, each as long as a thumb. But this amount of stuff is definitely not enough for Lin Feng to eat. Lin Feng can now only place his hope on the bird trap. After cutting some kelp, Lin Feng quickly walked to the location of the bird trap. What the hell? When Lin Feng saw the trap being triggered from afar, he ran over excitedly. I saw a colorful pheasant hanged to death. It might have been hanged last night. But Lin Feng didn't care about that anymore. He rushed over, took the pheasant down, and shouted excitedly. Then rearranged the trap. With this pheasant, he can have a full meal. But it's only for this one meal. There's not much meat on the pheasant, maybe only about 2 or 3 pounds including meat and bones. After returning to the camp, Lin Feng cleaned the pheasant inside and out with great skill, leaving no internal organs or skin to waste, and cooked all that was edible. Even the bones that could be chewed were eaten up. This hard-earned meat made Lin Feng feel much more energized. At the same time, he decided to set up a few more traps. So I spent another 2 or 3 hours twisting the rope. This guy rubbed his hands until they bled, but fortunately, his hands had self-healing properties and the wounds healed quickly. The price he paid was that his energy was consumed a little faster. The ropes we twist should be enough to make 5 traps. Taking the stick and rope, Lin Feng returned to the woods and set traps in several locations. After doing this, Lin Feng returned to the camp, ate something, and then continued to cut trees. I was busy until the evening before returning. A total of 6 trees were cut down this time. Basically, they just chop the tree and then hold it, breaking it with their own weight. So it is more efficient. Feeling my hungry stomach, I realized that the only food for dinner was a few fish, some conchs, kelp, and a few strings of grasshoppers. There seems to be a lot of variety, but I can't eat enough. This won't do. The fat stored in his body has been almost consumed. He has to put the tree-cutting work on hold tomorrow and get some food first. Lin Feng turned his attention to the fishing line he picked up. The pin can be used as a fish hook. Add the wooden stick that Lin Feng used to hook coconuts, and it will become a fishing rod, right? The bait is still conch meat. After making the fishing rod, Lin Feng went to bed. So far, Lin Feng has not found animals such as goats and wild boars on the island, so he can only turn his attention to the ocean. I hope I can catch some big fish and have a good meal tomorrow. Lin Feng thought about this and slowly fell asleep. He had a dream. In the dream, he caught a big fish, a very big fish. When he was about to kill the fish, it suddenly turned into a mermaid. It was not the beautiful mermaid he had imagined, but an ugly mermaid with scales, fangs, and tentacles. Fuck. Lin Feng woke up instantly, then rubbed his temples and face. It was already dawn. The trap didn't catch any fish this morning, so Lin Feng's food was conch meat and coconut. After breakfast, Lin Feng came to the rocky beach with water, stand on a larger reef, and start fishing. This is an uninhabited area, so the fish living here are easier to catch, and they're probably very hungry. After a while, Lin Feng caught a fish as long as his palm. A braided fish. The meat of this fish is firm and shaped like garlic cloves and tastes very delicious. Most importantly, this fish is easy to catch, and there are a lot of them. Basically, it will eat anything that has meat, as if its IQ is not high enough. Lin Feng was greatly encouraged by the fact that he had a successful start so quickly. After putting the fish into the tin can, Lin Feng swung the rod again. Half an hour later, another braided fish was caught. Oh my God, are there so many fish like this here? Lin Feng scratched his head and then decided to continue fishing here this morning. Let the fish dry out in the sun. Now that he has found fresh water, he is not afraid of dehydration. After a morning, Lin Feng harvested more than a dozen palm-sized braided fish, 2 full fish, and 4 fist-sized crabs. They're all the kind with more meat. With these fish, they can continue chopping trees in the afternoon. After returning to the camp and cooking, Lin Feng began to enjoy his seafood feast. Kelp soup, steamed crab, grilled fish. Finally, drink a coconut. After resting for a while, Lin Feng returned to the woods to continue chopping trees. Lin Feng returned to the camp around 4 or 5 in the evening. He had almost chopped down enough trees, and the trap had also caught 2 greedy birds. Although there was very little meat, less than half of the pheasants, Lin Feng was already very satisfied. He had planned to go fishing in the morning and gather materials for building a house and look for other kinds of food in the woods in the afternoon. Dinner was some plant roots, berries, insects, kelp, conch, a few small fish, and 2 small birds. Thanks to the big lunch, although I didn't eat much at night, I wasn't very hungry. After dinner, Lin Feng spent 3 or 4 hours tying all the cut trees together. After making sure they were firm, he moved them and leaned them against the rock wall. Successfully built a small home. Fortunately, his strength attribute is very high. Otherwise, I really can't move this thing. Now all that's left is to lay out the leaves. I'll get some broad leaves tomorrow. Lin Feng originally planned to use coconut leaves, but he found better ones in the woods. The next day, Lin Feng went fishing again in the morning and collected leaves in the afternoon. It only took him one afternoon to collect enough leaves. Chapter 96. Deer Hunting. The survival mission ends. At night, Lin Feng simply wove the leaves together, tore up 2 remaining cotton clothes to make a rope, and then went to sleep. The bird trap caught nothing today, and the fish trap also brought little profit, so Lin Feng is now sleeping on an empty stomach. Early the next morning, Lin Feng went to the beach to continue fishing. After having grilled fish for breakfast, Lin Feng tied all the leaves to the wood. It took 3 hours, but it's all worth it. His house was finally finished. Even if it rains now, Lin Feng doesn't worry about getting soaked. The food problem should not be solved yet. Just make more traps, go fishing every day, and pick up some conches. There's still plenty of food in the woods. Thinking of this, Lin Feng stood up and set up many traps in the woods again. Just as he was about to return to the beach to fish, he suddenly noticed something moving in the grass not far away. And it looks quite big. Lin Feng immediately raised a wooden stick and slowly approached. Deer? Lin Feng was a little shocked when he looked at the animal in front of him, which was nearly 1 meter long. Why didn't I notice it before? A deer this big contains quite a bit of meat. Lin Feng decisively picked up the wooden stick and threw it over. The head of this wooden stick has been sharpened by him, so it can be used as a wooden spear. In addition, Lin Feng has the skills of a master of cold weapons, so the hit rate of throwing the spear is still very high. Whoosh! The wooden spear was thrown out and hit the target successfully with a scream. The deer with a wooden spear stuck in its body wanted to escape, but was soon caught up by Lin Feng. After more than 10 minutes, the deer stopped moving. Lin Feng knelt on the deer and laughed out loud. With so much venison, I can make it into jerky and live for a long time. Besides, there must be more than 1 deer on this island, so I can raise them in the future. This way there will be no shortage of food sources. Soon, Lin Feng carried the deer back to the camp while singing. After a simple preparation at the beach, Lin Feng picked up a deer leg and started roasting it. The blood floating on the ocean also successfully attracted a large number of fish here, making it easier for Lin Feng to catch fish in the future. Ding dong! Congratulations to the survivor for completing the survival mission. The long-lost sound of the elevator rang out. His elevator appeared in front of the camp in an instant. Shit, I just started grilling. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, then took all the venison back to the elevator. This can't be wasted. The other stuff is useless. Back in the elevator, the little velociraptor looked at Lin Feng, who had become several shades darker, and was a little confused. Who is this? The smell is wrong. Why, don't you recognize me? Lin Feng looked at the confused velociraptor and spoke. Ouch! The little velociraptor reacted immediately, then ran to Lin Feng's legs and rubbed against them. Ha ha ha! Lin Feng smiled, and then cleaned his body with water. So many days have passed. Yihua's wooden barrels have also been completed. A total of 5 were made for Lin Feng. That's enough. After the water was full, all of them were put on the exchange for sale. 2 gold coins per bucket of water. Someone also bought the water that was put up for sale earlier. After clicking to confirm the transaction, 2 gold coins fell into Lin Feng's hands. After a big meal, Lin Feng lay down on the bed and suddenly remembered that the style of the walls of his elevator could be changed. It's still black now. Lin Feng came to the main screen and turned on the play option on the elevator wall screen. The things that can be played are basically some scenery. Besides the scenery, there are also characters. I won't go into details about the character. Lin Feng directly picked a video of a girl dancing from the character options. It's a half-hour video that plays on a loop. It's meaningless, but the girl has a really good figure, and those 2 buns are about to pop out. After watching for a while, Lin Feng switched back to the scenery video. This time he chose one of the underwater world. Ouch! Bang! When the little velociraptor saw the fish appear on the screen, it rushed over and then crashed into the wall miserably. Haha! You silly dragon. Lin Feng felt gloating when he saw the miserable appearance of the little velociraptor. Beep. The host will return to Blue Star in 2 hours. The time limit is 7 days. You cannot bring any items into Blue Star, nor can you bring any items back to the elevator for Blue Star. After leaving the elevator, your elevator will pause. Chapter 97 Return to Blue Star. The 2 hours passed quickly. After Lin Feng dealt with the items on the exchange, he passed through the light curtain and left the elevator. The next second, Lin Feng appeared in the toilet. There was extremely loud music coming from outside. A bar. Lin Feng listened to the sounds of revelry outside, then walked out of the bathroom. Looking at the men and women partying on the dance floor, Lin Feng was a little dazed. But he still didn't like this environment very much, so he turned around and left. However, As soon as he went out, he ran into a drunk. "Come here. Damn it, bitch." The drunk held the bottle in one hand and took out a few US dollar bills with the other. It was obvious that he thought the bar lady was trying to curry favor with him. The drunkard looked at Lin Feng in a daze, and then tried to touch Lin Feng. The result is predictable. The next second, the drunkard was kicked several meters away. Lin Feng's kick woke him up directly. He was almost molested as soon as he returned to Blue Star, and he was a grown man. It was so unlucky. Lin Feng respected the law by not kicking him to death. "Damn it, you dare to hit me. Were you just watching? Take him down for me." The drunk stood up, holding his stomach, and shouted at the two security guards at the bar door. It was obvious that this drunkard had some connection with the bar, and the two security guards immediately approached Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng sneered and looked at the two security guards as if they were dead people. The two security guards who were stared at by Lin Feng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. They felt like they were facing a murderous executioner. The steps towards Lin Feng were also forced to stop. "Roll." Lin Feng looked at the two security guards in front of him who were frightened by him and calmly uttered a word. The two security guards immediately crawled back to the bar. "Fuck. Trash. Bitch. Fuck." Seeing the security guard run away, the drunk cursed a few words, and when he saw Lin Feng approaching him, he quickly moved back. "My brother is a high-ranking member of a motorcycle gang. What do you want to do?" The drunkard looked at the murderous Lin Feng with horror, and all his drunkenness disappeared in an instant. He thought Lin Feng would be scared if he mentioned the name of the motorcycle gang, but he didn't expect Lin Feng to say a word and keep approaching him. Lin Feng said that he had never heard of what a motorcycle gang was. "Don't be nervous. I won't kill you." Lin Feng smiled slightly, then picked up the drunkard with one hand and dragged him to a dark corner. "You, what are you going to do?" Bang! With a muffled sound, the drunkard suddenly lost consciousness and passed out. Lin Feng robbed his wallet and threw it here. There are some fire pits not far from the bar, which is a gathering place for homeless people and drug addicts. They often come to the nearby bar to pick up corpses. Of course, I believe men don't mind. This guy is quite rich. Lin Feng felt the thickness of the US dollar bills in his pocket and smiled. There should be about 4,000 or 5,000. Now he was going to the weapons store to buy a self-defense weapon. This was the lighthouse country, a place where guns were legal. Even if Lin Feng's martial arts were superb, he would be in vain facing guns. Lin Feng remembered that the last time he returned to the elevator was from this bar. So was that why he appeared here? I took out my phone and checked the time. It was 11 o'clock in the evening. There are no cars on the streets anymore. But Lin Feng was lucky and quickly got a taxi. "Go to the nearest gun shop." "Okay, fasten your seatbelts, please." Soon, Lin Feng arrived at his destination. After paying the fare, Lin Feng walked into the weapons shop. Inside sat a middle-aged man wearing a bulletproof vest. "Hey man, need something?" the boss said enthusiastically. "Hello, I want to buy a pistol. How about this one? A 1911, a very good pistol." Lin Feng took a look and found that there was nothing wrong with it, so he prepared to buy it. However, he only had a temporary residence ID, so he couldn't buy a gun through formal channels. But as the saying goes, money makes the world go round. The price of this gun is 300 US dollars. Lin Feng directly took out 1,000 US dollars and explained his difficulties. The boss was also very thoughtful and found an identical gun from another box. This kind of gun is black goods. Although the price is about 20% higher than regular weapons, no matter who you are, you can buy it as long as you have money. Seeing that Lin Feng was so generous, the boss gave him some more bullets and a silencer. After buying the weapons for self-defense, Lin Feng left the gun store. Now, find a hotel with internet access, preferably one that provides a computer. Hotel check-in also requires proof of identity, but a temporary residence permit is sufficient. Lin Feng stayed in a 3-star hotel, which cost 400 US dollars a day. Lin Feng paid some extra money and asked the hotel to provide him with a laptop for office use. After receiving the computer, Lin Feng started browsing some short video platforms and tweets on Little Bluebird. The Little Bluebird platform is very well informed and has basically no restrictions. Soon Lin Feng learned a major piece of news. Just a few days ago, the Bear Country had an armed conflict with its brothers. There is not much information shown on this matter. After all, things have just begun. Lin Feng thought of the gold-winning floor he had experienced. Most of the words he saw in that world were in Russian. It is also a place with a war-torn background. Could it be related to this? Lin Feng scratched his head and continued to check. Swiping down, a short video caught Lin Feng's interest. A large number of Stone Age artifacts have been unearthed in the Xia Kingdom, including bows, iron swords, and statues shaped like rifles. The comment section of this video is also very interesting. It turns out that humans invented firearms in the Stone Age. So has human technology really been disrupted? The statues might be the imagination of primitive people. I hadn't imagined that there would be bows and iron swords in the Stone Age. According to expert analysis, this stone statue is likely the totem of this tribe. The gun-like shape is likely due to wear and tear over time. It may not have been like this originally, so it can be considered a coincidence. So, how do we explain the copper bullet casings found at the scene? This statue has flames carved into its base. What does it represent? The god of fire? As mentioned above, I think it's very likely. After all, primitive people tended to worship natural phenomena, and fire changed their lives, so worshiping the god of fire is also very likely. Didn't you expect it to be realized so soon? Lin Feng rubbed his chin, a little surprised. There were some high-definition pictures in the comment section that some talented people got from somewhere, which made Lin Feng even more certain that the sculpture was himself. I didn't expect that those primitive people at that time actually built a sculpture for themselves. You don't really think of yourself as a god, do you? If all the floors I have experienced will come true, then wouldn't the Doomsday floor in Monster World also come true? There's also the yellow maze that still scares Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng searched for a long time, but could not find any news about the zombie virus. All he found were some movies and the like. Come to think of it, even if it happened in reality, it should be easily contained. However, Lin Feng found some clues in the supernatural case. It's similar to the one Sheen and copied for him last time. It must be a good thing I did. I glanced at the time on the computer, and it was already 3 in the morning. After taking a shower, Lin Feng rested. The next day, at 11 a.m., Lin Feng woke up leisurely, opened the curtains, and let the warm sunlight shine into the room. After eating something at the restaurant, Lin Feng took a taxi to the bank. This bank was opened by Xiahua, so Lin Feng's bank card can also be used here. After simply withdrawing some cash, Lin Feng was about to find a place to relax, but he found 2 news vehicles and several police cars speeding past on the road. It is indeed a free country. There is news every day. Lin Feng touched the pistol at his waist. This thing made him feel more at ease. After buying an ice cream at a roadside ice cream stand, Lin Feng took a car to the beach. After meeting a few blonde girls in the afternoon, Lin Feng returned to the hotel comfortably. As soon as he opened his mobile phone, a news pop-up window attracted him. A murder occurred in the back alley of the EXO bar. The victim was suspected to have been mauled by a wild animal, with multiple injuries to his body. EXO bar? Isn't this the bar I showed up at yesterday? After Lin Feng clicked on it, there was a web page with pictures and texts. After looking at the mosaic pictures, Lin Feng immediately recognized the victim. Isn't this the drunk guy from yesterday? So the news trucks and police we saw today were heading to this incident. Lin Feng threw him into the back alley of the bar because he thought that the guy would be picked up by Funan tongs. I didn't expect it to be eaten. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. How could there be wild beasts roaming in the city now? Could it be related to that monster world? At night, Lin Feng came to the back alley of the bar. The cordon had been removed, and the body had been moved away. Only the barely noticeable blood on the ground proved that someone had died here. Lin Feng wanted to come and see if he could find any clues, but in the end he found nothing. At this moment, cold sweat broke out on Lin Feng's back. Through the light, Lin Feng saw an elongated shadow, and behind him, there was something. This shadow is definitely not a human shadow. It happened so quickly that at the moment the unknown creature pounced on him from behind, Lin Feng rolled to the side. At this time, Lin Feng finally saw clearly what this thing was. A dog-headed man. The body is human, but it has claws, a tail, and a dog's head. Roar! The dog-headed man's expression looked a little ferocious, as if he was very unhappy because his sneak attack had not been successful. He growled at Lin Feng and pounced on him again. Although it was very fast, Lin Feng had an agility of 21 points, so he still managed to dodge it this time. Lin Feng, who had taken some time off, quickly pulled out his pistol and emptied the magazine at the dog-headed man. The dog-headed man quickly dodged, but was still hit by several bullets. Feeling the pain, the dog-headed man looked at Lin Feng viciously and then quickly climbed over the wall and ran away. Lin Feng also hurriedly chased after him. But after climbing over the wall, the kobolds disappeared without a trace. Even the bloodstains left on the ground were directly cut off in one place. Lin Feng squatted down and touched the bloodstain, which was still wet. The fact that it was directly disconnected here could only mean one thing. From here, the kobold returned to the monster world. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly left this place of trouble. If that ogre brings people back to find me, I won't be able to resist him. I'm afraid that going back to Blue Star will not be a vacation anymore. It will only become more and more dangerous as time goes by. Just as Lin Feng was about to return to the hotel, a man who looked like he was high on flour staggered towards Lin Feng. It also keeps making strange noises. Lin Feng didn't care about this, as long as this guy didn't bother him. When passing by that person, he did not pay any attention to Lin Feng. Instead, he kept shaking his head and walking in an uncoordinated manner. He was mumbling something in his mouth. He must have been hallucinating. After smelling the smell in the air, Lin Feng couldn't help but cover his nose. It has been a long time since this guy took a shower. There was a foul smell after passing Lin Feng. After returning to the hotel, Lin Feng packed up his things and prepared to return to Xia country. He had almost finished investigating everything that needed to be investigated. He also had many inconveniences in the lighthouse country, so it would be better to return to Xia country, which was safer. A day later, Lin Feng walked out of the Magic City airport. At the airport, Lin Feng discovered a QR code for a website called Missing People Statistics. This QR code was posted in the most conspicuous place at the airport. Because there are so many people missing in the fog, the number has not been counted yet. In order to speed up the process, this website was created. Lin Feng looked up his name and ID number and found that they were not included in statistics. This may be related to the money he received from Mike and his recent spending. These data can prove that he did not disappear, but Qin was listed as a missing person. Although Lin Feng didn't know Qin An's ID number, he could find it by searching his name. There were more than a dozen people with the same name, and Lin Feng quickly found Qin An's photo. Ha ha ha, this guy is so unlucky. Lin Feng smiled with glee, then booked a suite on his phone. He planned to have some fun in a Magic City for the rest of the days. However, on the hotel booking page, a pop-up window suddenly appeared on the mobile phone screen. Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to truly live? Visit www.____.com. Click the link, and you will be given new life. After seeing this pop-up window, Lin Feng was about to click on X, but suddenly paused. Could this be a link to a horror video? To be on the safe side, Lin Feng forced his phone to shut down and then restarted it. After restarting, the pop-up window disappeared. Lin Feng clicked a few times and made sure nothing strange happened before rebooking the room. Arriving at the suite he had booked, Lin Feng lay on the bed and started watching Douyin, while thinking about where to go for the next few days. Just then, Lin Feng saw a video that interested him very much about outdoor adventure. This blogger took on the challenge of crossing an uninhabited desert area. As a result, he was trapped in the desert and claimed that if he had not found 2 bottles of water in the sand, he would not have survived until rescue arrived. Although he repeatedly emphasized that the 2 bottles of water were really picked up from the desert, no one believed him, and most netizens thought he was hyping it up. After all, according to records, the uninhabited area that this blogger traveled through has never been entered by anyone. Lin Feng looked at the 2 plastic water bottles in the video and felt that they looked familiar. But I didn't care and continued to the next video after watching it. Chapter 99 End of Vacation. Lin Feng spent the rest of the days safely. He also took out a large sum of money and a pistol and buried them in a place. When Qin came next time, at least he would have money to spend. Ding dong. Vacation is over, coming back soon. The elevator appeared in Lin Feng's suite. Lin Feng took a deep breath and walked straight in. Shortly after Lin Feng left Blue Star, Manhattan in the lighthouse country was blocked, all flights were canceled, all bridges leading to the outside world were blown up, and even ships were sent to blockade the sea area. However, the lighthouse country has blocked the news in this regard very well, and there is not a single piece of information on the internet. Only a small number of people living in Manhattan knew that something had happened. At the same time, a mysterious organization called the Different World Research Institute appeared in Xia country. Lin Feng, who returned to the elevator, suddenly felt a stuffy heat. When I looked at the temperature, it suddenly jumped from 39 degrees Celsius to 40 degrees Celsius. If it goes any higher, it will be so hot that people will die. Lin Feng fanned himself. It was hot. After fetching a bucket of water, Lin Feng buried his head in it. After enjoying a moment of coolness, Lin Feng's head became clearer. The little velociraptor also followed suit and put its head into the bucket. I looked at the time, and it was 9 o'clock in the evening. Most of the survivors should be resting at this time, but Lin Feng still clicked on Yihua's avatar. Lin Feng, can you make a bigger barrel? One that can fit one person? Yihua also replied quickly. Lin Feng didn't expect that this guy would reply so quickly. Yihua, brother Lin, you're looking for a bathtub, right? I found an iron bathtub a while ago. It's more than enough for one person to lie down in. How about giving it to you? Lin Feng, well, this is it. I'll give you another box of the medicine I gave you last time. Yihua, okay, thank you, big brother. Soon, a bathtub appeared in front of Lin Feng. The bathtub was quite clean. It seemed that Yihua had already cleaned it. If you don't need to lie down straight, the length of this bathtub is more than enough. Lin Feng directly added water to the bathtub and then lay down in it. It's so comfortable to lie in cold water in such hot weather. Before he knew it, Lin Feng fell asleep. When I woke up again, I was woken up by the system prompt. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is a challenge floor. Please complete the robbery mission. You can take away any items on this floor. Note, the floor has a high difficulty coefficient, and you do not need to enter. Ding. Trigger the selection task. Option 1. Enter the floor and complete the robbery mission. Reward title. Bounty Hunter, 50% chance of getting a gold coin for each hostile creature killed. Mission item. God-level driving skills, which will be retained permanently after completion. Option 2. Do not enter the floor. Reward. Coward. Speed plus 30 when escaping. Originally, Lin Feng was not planning to enter this floor. After all, his behavior would affect reality. He knew with just a thought that Mike and the others were planning to do something weird again. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I got involved and was listed as an internationally wanted criminal? But he didn't like the title the system gave him as a reward for option 2. What do you mean by a coward? This is called weighing the pros and cons. Do you understand? Do you understand? Choose one. As the saying goes, it's better to fight for your dignity than for the bread. A man should have backbone. How could I be humiliated by the system? After putting his weapons in his cowhide backpack and putting it on his back, Lin Feng waited quietly for the elevator announcement. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. The elevator slowly stopped. After walking out of the elevator, Lin Feng appeared in an arcade. Just when Lin Feng was confused, Mike called. Hey, old Mac, what's wrong? Lin, I'd like to ask you for a favor. I know you retired after robbing the luxury cruise ship, but one of my plans went awry. The gunman was caught snorting flour, so I'd like you to come over and act as the gunman. Don't worry about the pay. I'll definitely not treat you unfairly. Mike's tone was very anxious. It was obvious that they had everything ready. Just when they were about to start a big fight, something happened to one of the team members. It's like on Valentine's Day. You took your girlfriend out for a day, and after watching a movie in the evening, you checked into a room. Just when you were about to make your move, your girlfriend suddenly said she had her period and her tonsils were inflamed. What's the plan? Where have you got your eyes on? Listen, I'm going to move the Federal Reserve Bank's gold. There's a full 4 tons. With this, we won't have to struggle for the rest of our lives. Now everything is ready, except you. Do you want to come? Mike's tone later on clearly seemed to be begging Lin Feng. After all, logically speaking, Lin Feng has already retired and can spend the rest of his life squandering his time. But as his brother, he wants to drag him into this again. It's indeed a bit unfair. Federal Savings Bank. You guys are crazy. Never mind. We're brothers after all, so add me in. Lin Feng took a breath when he heard the name of the bank. This trio is really not afraid of death. Okay, I'll pick you up now. Where are you? Goose attitude. 10 minutes to go. More than 10 minutes later, a black Audi stopped in front of Lin Feng. Hey, Lin. Mike came over with a smile on his face and hugged Lin Feng. If you want a fencing, go find Lao Chui. I'm not into it. Ha 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 ha. It's been a while since I last saw you, and I miss you. Old Mai turned around and opened the car door for Lin Feng himself. Let me tell you about the plan. Inside the car, Lama was driving while talking. Our plan is quite bold. You and I'll go straight into the bank and rob it. However, our real target is not the cash, but the gold underground. So the two of us will be responsible for attracting the police. Xiao Fu and another gunman are responsible for breaking into the vault in the underground tunnel. We have prepared a drilling machine there in advance. After they successfully take out the gold, Lao Chui and his men will fly a helicopter to take it out. We don't have to worry about anything else. The two of us are only responsible for making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Once we succeed, we will rush from the building to the underground parking lot and then escape in a modified riot control vehicle. You're crazy. Lin Feng felt helpless as he looked at Mike with excitement. He didn't know why this middle-aged man, who was almost 50 years old, was so crazy. Ha! If you don't act recklessly when you're young, why would you complain about the chill of autumn when you're old? But you are old. Oh, I'm experiencing youth. Mike sped all the way, and soon they arrived at the textile factory. Chapter 100. Action begins. When he arrived at the textile factory, Lin Feng also saw several other team members and finally met the legendary Lester. A little fat guy with bad legs, wearing glasses and looking a bit wretched. Don't be fooled by his appearance, but he is very powerful. If Lester hadn't helped the trio clean up the mess, they would have been arrested long ago. Mike, are the teammates you found temporarily reliable? This is no joke. Don't worry. Lin has participated in 2 plans with me. He's very capable and very loyal. Well, let's get dressed and go, each doing their part. 3 cars left the textile factory separately, and soon Lin Feng and Mike arrived at the Federal Savings Bank. Are you ready for a big fight? Mike said as he put on his hood, then patted the heavy bulletproof vest on his chest. Hopefully this thing can stop a few bullets for us. A heavy bulletproof vest worth tens of thousands of dollars would be a joke if it couldn't stop bullets. Lin Feng also put on a hood and a heavy bulletproof vest. Both of them were armed with military assault rifles and were also equipped with grenades, smoke bombs, sticky bombs, and other items. But Lin Feng couldn't understand why their uniforms were always suits during operations. To show off? The 2 men hid the guns in their clothes and then entered the bank. You've been robbed. Put your hands up, Mike shouted directly after entering the bank. At the same time, several shots were fired at the ceiling. Hurry up and sound the alarm, Mike shouted, pointing his gun at the teller. The teller stopped just as he was about to put the money in. Sound the alarm? He was serious? Hurry up, or I'll blow your head off. Yes, don't shoot, sir. The teller quickly pressed the alarm under the counter. The police station then received the information, and when they saw it was the Federal Savings Bank, they were completely stunned. Who had the nerve to rob the Federal Reserve Bank? Seeing that their goal had been achieved, Mike and Lin Feng locked the bank door and tied up all the hostages. Then the 2 of them hid themselves. All they have to do is delay. On the other side, Xiao Fu had already started the drilling machine in the construction tunnel under the vault. With a loud bang, the vault was directly broken open. Then he placed a bomb on the iron door of the vault, and with a bang, the iron door was instantly shattered. 2 carts of gold were placed inside. Fuck, the cops are coming. Hurry up and load the car. I'll go stop them. Xiao Fu heard the sound outside the tunnel and cursed, then ran over with a gun. The gunman hurriedly pushed the gold into the truck and waited for Lao Chui to come and take it away. Lin Feng was soon besieged by a large number of National Security Bureau members, and he and Mike were forced to run upstairs. Finally, we arrived at the top floor. Fortunately, there was a staircase leading down, but now the place was already full of National Security Bureau soldiers. The 2 had no choice but to continue killing. Old Mac, is it enjoyable? Ha, that feels so good. I feel like I'm 20 years younger. Mike shouted, and then took the time to ask about Xiao Fu and Lao Chui's progress. After learning that they had already transported the gold away, Mike asked Xiao Fu to find a chance to escape later, and he and Lin Feng would attract most of the police force. At this moment, the sound of a helicopter was heard in the air, along with the standard calls for surrender. This is the IAA, National Security Agency. You are surrounded. Drop your weapons. I repeat, drop your weapons. Fuck you. Those IA bastards stole more gold than us. Mike stood up angrily and shot at the helicopter wildly. The helicopter pilot was unlucky and was shot to death. The helicopter also crashed with a series of beeping sounds. Lin Feng stood up and shot several soldiers who ran up, then quickly pulled Mike behind the cover. How do we get down now? Run. The escape car is in the parking lot. As long as we get in it, we'll be safe. Mike shouted loudly, then leaned sideways again and shot a few cops, then trotted to the next cover. Hurry, hurry. In an hour, the whole city will be locked down, and we won't be able to escape. More and more police officers came upstairs, and even a few helicopters flew over from a distance. Fortunately, no armed helicopter was dispatched. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not be able to escape even if he had 9 lives. The 2 men cooperated tacitly and killed the police who ran up to them, and successfully went down to the first floor. However, when the 2 men just went down, a helicopter was already waiting there and a hail of bullets swept over them. Lin Feng was shot twice in the chest on the spot. Mike was shot in the shoulder, but it was not serious as it was blocked by his bulletproof vest. The two of them quickly retreated. Lin, are you okay? It's okay. The bulletproof vest saved my life. Lin Feng looked at Mike and found that he was also shot and immediately burst into laughter. But wasting time like this is not a solution, as there are pursuers behind us. I'll throw 2 smoke bombs, and we'll just rush out, Mike said as he threw 2 smoke bombs toward the stairs. After the smoke cleared, the fobbers who were blocking the 2 men outside began to shoot crazily. Go ahead. If you're unlucky, you'll just lie here. After Mike finished speaking, he rushed out, and Lin Feng followed closely behind him. The 2 men successfully arrived behind an air conditioner outdoor unit under the hail of bullets. The air conditioner outdoor unit is very large, so the 2 of them are safe hiding here for the time being. I'll shoot the plane down, and we'll keep running. After saying this, Mike started shooting at the helicopter with his gun. The glass of the helicopter was not bulletproof, and Mike successfully took it away by shooting. The 2 of them hurried downstairs before the helicopter behind them arrived. 20 minutes later, Lin Feng and Mike successfully reached the first floor and now headed to the parking lot. The entrance to the parking lot is across the street. The 2 men did not stop and continued fighting while running. At this time, there were 5 or 6 bullet holes on the 2 men's bulletproof vests. It's worthy of being a bulletproof vest worth tens of thousands of dollars. It's really strong. The bullet only caused a sting, nothing serious. Shit, I'm shot. AA. Just after the 2 entered the parking lot, Mike suddenly cried out in pain and covered his thigh, bright red blood constantly flowing out from between his fingers. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurried forward and lifted it up. Where's the car? Lin Feng asked while shooting with one hand. Here are the keys to the white SUV. This off-road vehicle has been completely modified to be bulletproof and very fast. As soon as Lin Feng put Mike in the car, several police cars rushed into the parking lot. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly opened the door and got into the car. The moment he closed the door, more than 10 bullets flew towards him, but the bullets only created cracks on the glass. Woohoo! It's safe now. Where should we retreat to? Drive out first. Mike covered his leg with his hands, grimacing, then took out his walkie-talkie to ask about the situation of the other people. Chapter 101 Escape. The situation on Lao Chui's side is not optimistic because they are being targeted by Merryweather's people, a military security company. Damn, where did these guys get this information from? Mike cursed angrily, but he couldn't help now, so he could only ask Lao Chui and others to be careful. Now what he and Lin Feng have to consider is how to escape. Hold on to the handle. At this moment, Lin Feng shouted, and then the car shook violently. 2 police cars blocking the road were knocked away in an instant. The tire breaker on the ground was of no use at all. Old Mac, this car you modified is comparable to an armored vehicle. Ha ha ha, it's more than enough to get rid of those cops, Mike said while covering the wound on his leg. It has been bandaged, and there will be no bleeding for the time being. Where's Phobel's helicopter? Why is it gone? It was at this moment that Lin Feng discovered that there was no helicopter chasing them in the air. This is so abnormal. Maybe some of them went to search for Lao Chui and the others. Plus, we shot down so many helicopters, so it's normal that there aren't enough of them. This way we can get away. As soon as Mike finished speaking, Lin Feng glanced at the rearview mirror and found that the police car was still chasing him. Mike, sit tight. The old driver is about to start racing. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he pulled the handbrake and then turned the steering wheel sharply. The car he was driving turned around on the spot and rushed in the opposite direction. The police cars that were chasing them didn't have time to brake and all rushed past. Fuck, Lin, were you a race car driver before? Mike's face was filled with shock as he watched Lin Feng's miraculous operation. Lin Feng's drift and U-turn successfully left the police car behind, but there were still cameras on the street tracking them, so if he wanted to run, he had to get rid of these cameras. Lin Feng tilted his head slightly to look at the rearview mirror, and after confirming that the police car had not caught up with him, he began to shuttle through the streets and alleys. All the car owners he passed by started cursing at him. Soon, Lin Feng discovered the railway. Mike, let's hide in the railway tunnel. There are no cameras there. Fuck, you're even crazier than me, damn it. Soon, Lin Feng drove along the railway. After seeing the tunnel, I went straight in. At this time, a train was coming towards them. Seeing this, Lin Feng slightly turned the steering wheel and drove to the middle gap. After stopping the car, Lin Feng smiled and said, I think we can escape by train later. Well, that's a good idea. I have to say, Lin, you are a criminal genius. I'll take it as a compliment. That's what it is. Mike shrugged then pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Try it. It's my favorite cigarette. Mike wiped his bloody hands, took out a cigarette from the cigarette box, and handed it to Lin Feng. The two of them just sat in the car and smoked. After resting for a while, Lin Feng and Mike got out of the car. Now, they were deep in the tunnel, and those phobos would never have thought that they would actually run here. After getting out of the car, Mike took out 2 sticky bombs from the trunk and activated them. What are you doing? Leave no traces. Otherwise, with the abilities of Foberl and his men, they will definitely be able to investigate our identities through the information in the car. Yeah, that makes sense. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Just then, another freight train slowly came over. Lin Feng and Mike quickly made preparations. Is your leg okay? It's okay, just bear with it, Mike said, holding back the pain. Then he lit another cigarette, hoping to use nicotine to relieve the pain. Here I come. The train was not moving fast, so Lin Feng easily jumped onto an empty carriage. Mike took a deep breath and jumped up as well. But his wound started bleeding again. You can't go on like this. Lin Feng frowned. At this time, Mike's face was a little pale due to excessive blood loss. The two men opened a container and then sat in it. Lin Feng frowned as he looked at Mike's wound. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to think of something and quickly took out his cowhide backpack to search. Finally, he successfully found a packet of hemostatic agents and painkillers from inside. He thought that this floor was a bit difficult, so he brought some hemostatic drugs when he loaded the weapons. These can come in handy. What's this? Mike asked when he saw the purple injection pen Lin Feng took out. To stop the bleeding. As he spoke, Lin Feng unscrewed the injection pen and finally inserted it directly into Mike's arm and quickly pushed out the liquid inside. This hemostatic agent can temporarily stop bleeding and increase resistance, but it has the side effect of dehydration. After the injection, Mike tore off the rag. Although it was still bleeding, it was not as exaggerated as at the beginning. It's okay. Take some painkillers first, although it may not be very effective. Lin Feng looked at Mike, who was gasping for breath, and poured out 2 painkillers. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng opened the door of the container again. At this time, the two of them had already arrived in the suburbs, and the people in Fabel certainly didn't know that they were here. Looks like we've gotten away. Let's go. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he jumped down. Mike followed closely behind. After getting off the train, Mike looked for the road signs and then called Xiao Fu to pick them up. At this time, Xiao Fu, Lao Chui, and others had all escaped, and the gold was successfully transported away. The profit of this trip is at least $200 million. Lin, I'm going to tell you a secret. You must never tell anyone. At this time, Mike suddenly looked at Lin Feng with a serious face. Don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped. Lin Feng originally thought that Mike was going to talk about Lao Chui, but he didn't expect that what Mike said had nothing to do with Lao Chui. A friend of mine who works at Forbo told me that Manhattan has been completely blocked. Even the bridges leading to the outside world have been blown up. Many elite troops have been transferred to Manhattan. What does this mean? I heard there's a virus with a high mortality rate over there. Who knows, I plan to grab this gold because I'm worried the virus will spread. After I get the dividends, I plan to buy an island and a cruise ship and live a secluded retirement life on the island. Even if the virus is real, it won't affect me. And I've wanted to do this for a long time. Mike said with a sigh that if the virus was real, his friends in Foberl would definitely be able to inform him in advance, and then he could just run away with his family. However, it is said that life in Manhattan is still normal so far, so this virus is likely just fabricated by politicians. Who knows? These guys always manage to make some money out of some outrageous things. Chapter 102. Are you an alien? Well, thanks for the reminder. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Soon Xiaofu drove to their location. New clothes were also prepared for them. Old Mai's leg injury could not be delayed, and he had to be sent to a private hospital for treatment as soon as possible. At this moment, the system voice and the elevator announcement sounded at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. Ding dong! The floor mission has been completed. Survivor Lin Feng can choose to leave the floor at any location within 5 hours. When Lin Feng heard the elevator announcement, his eyes lit up. This way he would have time to collect some useful supplies and bring them back to the elevator. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a weight on his wrist. When he opened his clothes, he found a watch on his wrist. There is no pointer above, only one option: return. Soon, Xiaofu drove Mike to a small private hospital to treat his injuries. Old Mac, do you have any money? Lend me some first. I didn't bring any money with me when I came out. Here you go, Lin. You don't have to return it. Mike took out the cash on him and said that. Xiaofu also took out his wallet and took out all the cash inside. He said that he didn't need to return it. After all, the gold that several people robbed was worth hundreds of millions of US dollars, so a few $1,000s would not make a difference. I'll be leaving first then. See you later. See you later. By the way, keep a low profile recently. Mike reminded. Rest assured. Then Lin Feng took a taxi to the department store and started shopping. There were cameras everywhere in the supermarket, so it was not easy for him to just put in a leather backpack and take it away. Besides, Lao Mai and Xiao Fu gave him a lot of money, which was more than enough. You are an alien? Just as Lin Feng was selecting items, a sudden voice interrupted him. Lin Feng turned his head with a puzzled look on his face. Who are you? This woman seems familiar. Oh, I remember now. I bought a hot dog from you, right? Lin Feng said with sudden enlightenment. Your hot dog tastes pretty good. Well, I have something to do, so I'll leave now. Lin Feng didn't quite understand why she called him an alien. It was really strange. After saying that, Lin Feng left. The blonde girl was left bewildered. Aliens actually love hot dogs. Should I change the name of my stall to Alien Hot Dogs when I get back? The next step was to keep purchasing goods, and the supermarket also specially arranged 5 staff members for Lin Feng to help move things. I bought quite a lot of things this time. 10 boxes of self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice, 30 boxes in each box, 10 boxes of hot pot base, 10 boxes of high-calorie chocolate sandwiches, 10 boxes of compound seasonings, 2 boxes each of bananas, watermelons, cantaloupes, apples, and grapes, as well as an ice maker and an air conditioning fan. After buying these, when Lin Feng left the supermarket, he saw a Chinese medicine pharmacy run by a Chinese next to it. So I thought about going in to see if I could buy materials to make bodybuilding pills. Finally, after some inquiries, Lin Feng only bought some Ganzheng Wang, while the 100-year-old ginseng and red Ganoderma lucidum were not available for sale. After all the items were loaded onto the truck, the supermarket staff wanted to help Lin Feng deliver it. But Lin Feng was already ready to yo-yo, so how could he let them catch up? After paying the remaining money to the supermarket as a deposit, Lin Feng drove away directly. After telling them the address, asked the supermarket to pick up the car later. A great harvest! Lin Feng sighed after putting all his things into the cowhide backpack. The cowhide backpack was already full. After clicking to return to the elevator instantly appeared in front of Lin Feng. As soon as I got back to the elevator, the little velociraptor jumped over happily. Lin Feng comforted the little velociraptor and then took out the ice maker and air conditioning fan. The air conditioning fan only needs to add ice water or ice cubes to blow out refreshing cold air. Finally, I don't have to suffer these hardships anymore. Lin Feng stretched, then turned on the air conditioner and added ice water from the pool into it. After plugging in the battery, the air conditioner fan starts working. A cool breeze blew out. The battery still has the power I charged at the time, so it should be able to last for a while. Lin Feng also thought about buying a diesel generator or a fully charged battery, but time was limited and the department store didn't sell them. I can only give up. Ouch! The little velociraptor was very excited when he felt the cool air from the air conditioning fan. He lay down next to the fan with his mouth open and a look of enjoyment on his face. Lin Feng sat on the chair and looked at the velociraptor, which was much bigger than before. Not bad. You can almost ride it. Ouch! Lin Feng walked over and patted the little velociraptor on the back. It's not the right time yet, as the little velociraptor is only about 1 meter tall. Although it can also be a dragon knight, it will be more difficult for the little velociraptor. When the baby velociraptor is old enough to ride, its greatest use will be realized. The little velociraptor didn't understand what Lin Feng said at all. It thought it was blocking the cold wind, so it quickly moved its body to the side and pointed at the empty space next to it with its head, indicating that Lin Feng should sit here and enjoy the wind with it. Lin Feng smiled and rubbed the velociraptor's head, then sat on the ground next to the little velociraptor and turned on the TV. The man and the dragon watched the TV program for an hour. Until the fan stopped and the power ran out, the air started to get hot again. Looking at the time, it was only 7 o'clock in the morning. Lin Feng was not sleepy at all, so he simply continued to pedal his bicycle to generate electricity. As he began to pedal, the generator started to run and the air conditioning fan blew out cold air again. When the water inside is no longer frozen, take it to the exchange and get a new bucket. Now Lin Feng only needs 10 kilograms of gold and 5 upgrade sets to upgrade the elevator. At the same time, after so many days of training, his strength and speed attributes have also increased a little. Strength is 22 and speed is 14. When he checked the upgrade progress, he found that the gold coins are being consumed too quickly. Now it takes 80 gold coins to upgrade a level. Fortunately, he is a big spender, otherwise he would be stuck with these gold coins. After riding a bicycle for more than 2 hours, Lin Feng felt a little tired. He lay on the bed and felt the cool wind blowing on him, which was very comfortable. Time passes quickly. Not long after lying down, the system prompt sounded. Beep. The floor you're about to enter is the forest floor. There are a large number of savages and mutant savages on this floor. Please be careful and explore the laboratory. After making the final choice, you can leave the floor and receive rewards based on your final choice. There are 2 final options, and the rewards are: Option 1, Reincarnation. Destroy the plane with electromagnetic weapons. Reward, Power Stone. Increase strength by 5 points. Option 2, In it, stop here, give up destroying the plane. Reward, Stone of Wisdom. Increase intelligence by 5 points. Ding, trigger the selection task. Choice 1, destroy the plane. Reward, cold-blooded creature. After activation, the body will no longer emit heat. Option 2, stop here. Reward, peacemaker. After activation, sanity plus 5. Lin Feng will not consider the choice reward given by the elevator for the time being, but he needs to think carefully about the choice reward given by the system. After all, both of them look good, but rationality is a shortcoming. So which one to choose? P.S. You can comment here to choose which one to choose, or which one has more. Chapter 103, Reincarnation. Thanks to the Deputy Minister of Expression Department for the great health care. The results of the previous chapter are Option 141, Option 226. Then let me talk about the ability of Cold-Blooded Creature. It is a skill, and I see many people misinterpret it as a passive ability. It is activated and can be turned off when not in use, just like static invisibility. After pondering for a long time, Lin Feng finally chose the one that was most beneficial to him. I choose 1. Lin Feng spoke slowly. No matter what, skills are definitely valuable. If you miss it this time, you don't know when you will come across it again. There are many ways to improve sanity, such as the newly appeared floor merchant, who must sell related potions. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Ding dong. This floor requires the living to explore the underground laboratory and make a final choice. The rewards for choosing are. At this moment, the elevator announcement sounded suddenly, and Lin Feng quickly packed up his equipment. Soon, the elevator began to descend. However, when the elevator door opened, it turned out that there was not a forest outside, but an extremely modern passage. Was it teleported directly to the Underground Research Institute this time? Lin Feng walked out with a gun, and the little velociraptor followed closely behind Lin Feng. There's glass on both sides of this passage, and through the glass you can see a large red, unidentified object, which might be a piece of meat, but this thing is still slowly wriggling. Lin Feng had never noticed this thing when he was playing games before. Soon, the man and the dragon passed through the passage and came to the area that should be the office. However, all the experimenters who had worked here had died, and even their heads had been chopped off and placed on the table. The scene was extremely bloody. Lin Feng could only rely on his memory to find the door out. On the way, several strong savages came to attack Lin Feng, but they were all easily shot and killed by Lin Feng, and he obtained several gold coins through bounty hunters. As Lin Feng went deeper, there were more and more corpses on the ground. Occasionally, there were a few dead babies hidden among the piles of corpses, which would jump out and attack him when Lin Feng passed by. However, all these jumping corpse babies were intercepted by the little velociraptors, so Lin Feng didn't have to worry about them at all. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 gunshots attracted Lin Feng's attention. Winglei, Lin Feng asked in confusion, then trotted over with the little velociraptor. Is it such a coincidence every time? 10 minutes later, Lin Feng came to a spacious hall. In the middle of the hall sat a little girl playing with toys. However, this scene seems very strange no matter how you look at it. Just as Lin Feng was about to go over, another door opened and a man jumped in. It was Wang Lei. This is his second time playing the game, and this time he's ready to try a different storyline. This time he also did not start a live broadcast, but recorded a video to be released. Old Wang Lei, who was controlling the character to speed up his movement by jumping continuously, suddenly stopped. Brother Lin, what the hell? Is this such a coincidence? Wang Lei quickly jumped in front of Lin Feng. The strange little girl seemed not to hear what they were saying and continued to sit alone on the ground playing with the plastic airplane. Brother Lin, have you also been to the plot? Wang Lei was obviously very excited. For various reasons, he had become the spokesperson for the game forest in his world. Of course, the biggest credit goes to Lin Feng. Over the plot? Yeah, this is the location of the final boss. I'll go over there, and the plot will be triggered. As Wang Lei said that, he walked towards the little girl. Lin Feng naturally knew the plot. The little girl would then turn into a monster that looked like a spider. After Wang Lei approached the little girl, the plane in her hand fell to the ground. She pinched her neck with a look of pain on her face, and then lay on the ground and trembled continuously. Suddenly, a black arm stretched out from the little girl's mouth. One after another, soon there were 6 legs, and the monster stood in front of Wang Lei like a big spider. Bang, 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 bang. Wang Lei, who already had experience in clearing levels, fired 4 shots at the giant spider and then quickly retreated, while not forgetting to change the magazine. After being shot 4 times in a row, the big spider was obviously unable to withstand it. After all, its combat effectiveness in the game is indeed average. Lin Feng raised his hand and fired a few shots, and the big spider fell to the ground with a bang. After shaking for a few times, it exploded on the spot, and the little girl fell to the ground. Brother Lin, leave the rest of the process to me. After Wang Lei finished speaking, he picked up the little girl, then ran to the life conversion device and put the little girl in it. The next step is to activate the device, save his son, then fail, obtain the access card, and finally use the access card to reach the electromagnetic weapon control room. Although Lin Feng didn't know the way, with the help of Wang Lei, the two of them arrived at the control room in just over 10 minutes. Looking at Wang Lei's skillful operation, Lin Feng said, "Old Wang, can you let me choose the ending later?" "Sure," Wang Lei said indifferently. Soon, Wang Lei adjusted the 2 computers. After all, for him, it was just playing games, and he only needed to press a key. If Lin Feng was asked to do it, he would probably be confused. "Brother Lin, it's done. You can choose." Lin Feng walked slowly to the console, looked at the 2 options on the screen, and decisively pressed the launch button. The electromagnetic weapon was activated just when Lin Feng thought that a plane full of passengers was about to crash. The imagined scene did not happen. Why isn't there a CG cut in this ending? And there's no plane crash. Wang Lei scratched his head. He seemed to have found another bug. Only Lin Feng looked pensive. He recalled the news that he had not paid any attention to before. 2 planes crashed in quick succession in the same area. A new restricted area has emerged. So, that's it, right? Ding dong. The survivor has chosen one. The reward has been placed in the elevator. Ding. The host has completed the task, and the reward is being distributed. Phew. The rewards are still given according to choice 1. That's good. The elevator appeared in front of Lin Feng in an instant. Although there were still more than 3 hours in the countdown, Lin Feng didn't need anything in this place. All the biological testing equipment had been destroyed, and the food and medicine had all been contaminated. After looking around, Lin Feng went straight back to the elevator. Wang Lei scratched his head as he watched Lin Feng disappear in an instant. Gone in an instant? This ability to travel through time and space was truly amazing. Then, unconvinced, he went to the control console and pressed the launch button again. Chapter 104, Refining the Bodybuilding Pill. Returning to the elevator, the familiar feeling of stuffiness came over me. The power stone from the floor reward is on the table. After picking it up, Lin Feng scratched his head. How do I use this thing? Lin Feng held the stone of power in his hand and squeezed it hard. Click! With a crisp sound, the stone of power was crushed directly. Streams of pure liquid flowed out from it. And just when Lin Feng was considering whether to lick it a few times, all the liquid was absorbed into the skin. At the same time, Lin Feng also felt a powerful force emerging from his body. Properties panel. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 27. Speed, 14. Agility, 21. Intelligence, 28. Luck, 5. Sanity, 1/10 of intelligence, 2.8, plus 2. All attributes except luck attribute. Other attributes are human average value 10. Luck is 0. Skills, cold-blooded creature, bounty hunter, god-level driving skills, fishing in troubled waters, instant invisibility, cold weapon master, intermediate firearms mastery, elementary combat, wilderness survival expert, eagle eye. After activating the cold-blooded creature, Lin Feng touched his skin, and it was a little cold, but not very cold. At the same time, the body temperature remains constant. After maintaining this state for more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng did not have any adverse reactions, and everything was the same as before. This skill is quite awesome. Afterwards, Lin Feng activated the static invisibility and fish in troubled water skills. Now he has completely disappeared. When the little velociraptor saw Lin Feng suddenly disappear, he thought that Lin Feng had gone out again without him. After barking a few times to show his protest, he lay down obediently and watched TV. Seeing the little velociraptor's reaction, Lin Feng also wanted to laugh. This little dragon has quite a lot of inner drama. After canceling its invisibility, the little velociraptor's nose moved, and then it turned its head with a look of surprise. Then he rubbed against Lin Feng again. Because the temperature was too high, Lin Feng simply ate a box of self-heating hot pot. He was too lazy to cook. As soon as he started cooking, the temperature in the elevator became even higher. He just looked at the temperature displayed on the screen. 38 degrees Celsius, 2 degrees lower than before. However, because the elevator only had ventilation holes at the top, it was still stuffy. After fishing out the fish refreshed in the pool, Lin Feng fetched a few more buckets of water and put them in exchange to sell. His ice water is still very popular. Even if they have to use gold coins to buy, there are still many people who can't help but trade. It's a pity that the infinite pool is a bit small. Now Lin Feng can earn 5 gold coins steadily every day through ice water, 1 gold coin per bucket of water. It is very popular. If it is bigger, he can get rich by selling ice water. At the same time, he did not forget his good brother Qin and worried that he would die from the heat. Lin Feng gave him a bucket of ice water every day to cool him down. After pointing the air conditioning fan at the little velociraptor, Lin Feng began his daily exercise. Soon, thanks to Lin Feng's efforts, the air conditioning fan started to work. Gusts of cool breeze blew out. It was so pleasant. After exercising, Lin Feng came to the workbench to prepare to make fitness pills. All the materials are ready, but I don't know how much I can refine from such a big ginseng and red Ganoderma lucidum. Ganzhong Huang Lin Feng also has a lot of them, so it can't be that he can only refine one, right? With a nervous mood, Lin Feng placed all the materials on the workbench and clicked to make the fitness pill. Immediately, his hands began to operate automatically. After a while, 5 fitness pills were quietly placed on the workbench. The fitness pills refined by Lin Feng were pitch black all over, and there was no strange smell when you smell them up close. Because this thing works best the first time you take it, Lin Feng sent a private message to Qin. Lin Feng, do you want a pill that can enhance your physical fitness? Qin, what? Is this the legendary skin poop pill? Lin Feng, it's pretty close, but not as awesome. Qin, why are you giving me such a good thing? Can't you eat it yourself? I don't want it. Lin Feng, I picked up 2 in total. I've already eaten 1. If you don't want it, I'll feed it to my pet. Qin, then you should give it to me, but I won't take it for nothing. On the other side, Qin took out 35 gold coins, which were the extra coins needed to upgrade the elevator. Originally, he planned to buy some equipment on the trading floor, but Lin Feng gave him such an awesome elixir and asked him to get it for free, which he couldn't do. After posting the 35 gold coins on the exchange, Qin explained it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng also knew Qin's temper. He could take advantage of his brother's small benefits, but if the value was too high, he would never get it for free. So, Lin Feng directly traded the fitness pills. Qin, Fengzi, why is this thing of yours so black? Could be a clay ball you made? Lin Feng, fuck, you can eat it or not. Qin, hey, just kidding. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. I'll eat it right away. Seeing Qin's reply, Lin Feng chuckled. He really wanted to know his expression after taking the pill. In the elevator, Qin pinched the fitness pill and then swallowed it in one gulp. Like Lin Feng, he chewed it subconsciously. The next moment, Qin's facial expression twisted. Shit. Qin retched for a while and quickly drank a large bottle of water to wash it down. He now seriously suspected that Lin Feng had tricked him. Just as he was about to find Lin Feng to argue, he suddenly felt that his body seemed to have become much lighter. As a martial arts practitioner, he immediately felt the changes in his body. His physical strength limit has definitely improved a lot now. This can be experimented with later. Looking at the message Lin Feng sent him later, Qin smiled and replied immediately. Qin, this pill is really powerful. I thought it would taste terrible, but it tastes just like sugar beans. You're truly my good brother. Fengzi. Lin Feng looked at Qin's reply with some confusion. Could it be that the fitness pills I made myself taste better? He took out one and put it in his mouth. Then Lin Feng showed a mask of pain, but he could already bear the taste. Still as unpalatable as ever. Oh, the little velociraptor looked at Lin Feng, whose face was distorted, and came closer with some curiosity. Hey, don't even think about running away. As he spoke, Lin Feng picked up the little velociraptor, pried open its mouth, and stuffed a fitness pill into it. Ouch! The little velociraptor screamed, and then produced a mask of pain. It now seriously suspects that its mother is feeding it its own excrement. Okay, didn't you see I ate it too? This stuff is good for your health. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out another bodybuilding pill. The little velociraptor retreated repeatedly, looking terrified. Chapter 105. Mountain Village. Thanks to Lu Kai Wong from the 5 Inca Nation for the gift of Shior. Look at you bear. Lin Feng's face was full of disdain. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and stuffed the remaining 2 fitness pills into his mouth. Including the one I just took, there are 3 fitness pills in total. My strength, speed, and agility attributes have also been increased to 30, 17, and 24 respectively. I don't know when I'll be able to kill a cow with one punch. A dozen hours later, the new floor arrived. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is a mountain village. The villagers in this village are neutral towards outsiders. Every night, terrifying monsters appear and attack the village. Ding, I suggest the host gain the favor of this village. Tongzi's hint this time was still brief, but very useful. This village shouldn't be a very difficult level. Ding dong. The elevator is going down, please hold on to it. The announcement ended and the elevator began to slowly descend. Soon the elevator door opened, and in front of Lin Feng was a row of houses in medieval architectural style. Walking on the muddy road, the little velociraptor followed Lin Feng like a curious baby. Passers-by looked at Lin Feng's out-of-place outfit with strange eyes. Hello, are you selling the pet behind you? I'll give you 30 silver coins. Suddenly, a burly man wearing a fur coat and a beard stopped Lin Feng, looking at the little velociraptor behind him with an eager face. The bearded man looked at the little velociraptor carefully again. Sharp and neat teeth, strong muscles, and ferocious appearance. This is exactly the image of a hunter's pet in his mind. Not for sale. Is the price too low? I can offer 60 silver coins. That's all I have. The hunter said anxiously, but Lin Feng still rejected him. Sorry, it's my mate and I won't sell it. The little velociraptor tilted his head. I am so valuable. Oh, that's such a shame. By the way, my name is Park Chong. Judging from your strange outfit, you must be an adventurer, right? Seeing Lin Feng's firm attitude, Pu Chong gave up the idea of buying the little velociraptor and started introducing himself instead. Lin Feng directly accepted the title of adventurer and then said his own name. Lin Feng, haha, your name is really nice. Your name is, well, not bad. Lin Feng couldn't help laughing when he heard his name. Pu Changza scratched his head naively and then suggested that Lin Feng go to his house for a visit. Lin Feng didn't want to go at first, but this guy was really enthusiastic, so Lin Feng had to follow him. However, he was cautious. He took off the safety of the pistol hanging on his leg, and at the same time took out a dagger from the cowhide backpack and hid it in his sleeve. If this seemingly honest, strong man suddenly attacks, Lin Feng is also capable of killing him instantly. Here we are. This is my home, Park Chong said, pointing to the wooden house in front of him. Park Chong, how was your harvest today? It's okay. I caught 2 rabbits. You should buy a hunting dog right away. It's hard to catch a big one by yourself. Park Chang's neighbor was an old man over 50 years old. He looked at the stubborn Park Chong and shook his head. Pu Chong smiled at the old man, then opened the door for Lin Feng, and the two walked in together. The cabin was simply furnished with a large bed covered with animal skins, a fireplace, a wooden table, 2 chairs, hunting bows hanging on the wall, and some animal bones. Seeing Lin Feng looking around his room, Pu Chong introduced their origins to Lin Feng. These bones include those of black bears, goats, tigers, deer, wild boars, and other animals. Finally, Park Chong took down a pair of horns. This is a bison I hunted myself. The animals I just introduced to you were all hunted by my father. As for me, this is the only one. Park Chong wiped the horn and hung it back on the wall. Then he poured Lin Feng a glass of water and brought out a pot of stewed rabbit meat. Try it. This is the rabbit I hunted this morning. Pu Chong picked up a rabbit leg and gnawed on it while talking. Then he found a large piece of meat from somewhere. Can I feed your mate? Sure. Lin Feng nodded slightly. He also realized that Park Chong had no ill intentions. He might just be a bit more enthusiastic. After getting Lin Feng's permission, Pu Chong happily handed the piece of meat to the little velociraptor's mouth. The little velociraptor sniffed it to make sure it was safe, then swallowed it in one gulp. Ha ha ha, can I touch you? Park Chong tried to put his hand on the little velociraptor's head and slowly touched it. So cool. He had never seen such a creature before. It was a natural hunter. Seeing that Pu Chong was so fascinated by the little velociraptor, Lin Feng finally understood why this guy invited him to his home. It seemed that he had taken a fancy to his dragon. Forget it, just let him touch it. He has no ill will towards the little velociraptor anyway. Just as Lin Feng was about to put the dagger in his sleeve, his hand accidentally slipped. Down. The dagger with a cold glow fell to the ground. Lin Feng looked at Pu Chong awkwardly, but the other party didn't care. Adventurers carry many weapons and don't trust others easily. I understand. No, actually this is a gift I prepared for you. After all, I can't eat your rabbit for free. Lin Feng picked up the dagger and gave it to Pu Chong. Only then did Park Chong notice the exquisiteness of the dagger. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful dagger. Is this really for me? Take it, it's not something valuable. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. What a sharp knife. Park Chong looked at the dagger in his hand with shining eyes. Lin Feng ate the rabbit meat slowly and leisurely. He had to admit that it tasted really good. Just then, there was a knock on the door. A short man in a black cloak walked in. Brother Park Chong, I'm here to buy leather again. Do you have any more? Oh, it's Cora. We're having dinner right now. Do you want to join us? And I'm Park Chong, not a whore. Oh, there's no difference. What are you eating? Rabbit. Haha. Your noses are really useful. I'll get you some chopsticks. Park Chong stood up and said. Lin Feng looked at the floor merchant in front of him in shock. Yes, this dwarf was dressed exactly like the floor merchant he met last time. It seems that this businessman has a special relationship with Park Chong. You have a friendly aura. Have you made a deal with us? The businessman on the floor felt Lin Feng's gaze and asked. Well, I have indeed done business with merchants dressed like you before. Haha, that should belong to our tribe. Do you want to buy some stuff? I have a lot of things here that you might need. I'll give you a 9.8% discount. When Lin Feng heard this discount, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. You really have the nerve to say that. Chapter 106 Village Hero. But you still have to watch it. It's really lucky to meet a floor merchant. Soon, the merchant on the floor took out the contents of his backpack. Park Chong also looked at what Cora was selling with curiosity. 2 bottles of speed potions, a bottle of strength potion, a blue fruit, a sharp dagger, a silver coin engraved with runes, and a talisman. I brought less things this time. These are all I have. The businessman on the floor scratched his head and then introduced Lin Feng. The blue fruit increases intelligence. The dagger is made of obsidian. The runes engraved on the silver coin are about life, and the talisman is a soul-destroying talisman that can cause damage to all incorporeal creatures. Pu Chong looked at these things with envy, but he couldn't afford them. After all, they would cost several gold coins, and the savings he had accumulated for more than a year were only more than 100 silver coins, which was 1 gold coin. I want all these potions, as well as this fruit, the talisman, and the silver coins. Lin Feng thought for a while, and said that he felt that this silver coin should be the silver coin needed to make the resurrection coin. Just now, the black marketeer also said that the runes above are related to life. Oh, my distinguished guest, you are so rich. Please wait a moment while I calculate the total amount. Just give me 30 gold coins for 3 bottles of potion. Stop. You know I've traded with other merchants before. Last time, I got this potion for 3 gold coins, but you're only charging 10 gold coins? Is this how you do business? Lin Feng interrupted Cora directly. Last time, he cut the price of the potion from 10 gold coins to 5 gold coins, and the other party actually made a profit. This time, he directly quoted 3 gold coins, which must be the lowest price. Cora just gave a wry smile. Well, okay, then I'll give you 3 gold coins for this fruit, 5 gold coins for the talisman, and this silver coin with the rune engraved on it. It's a bit expensive, it costs 98 gold coins. A total of 115 gold coins. Puff. This silver coin is so expensive. That's right, since this thing can be used to make resurrection coins, how can it not be expensive? After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng said, give me a 0. How about 100 gold coins? Cora was embarrassed. This was the first time she had seen someone bargain like this. If it was 100 gold coins, then except for the silver coins, everything else would be no different from giving it away for free. However, it would be better to get rid of this silver coin as soon as possible. He got this silver coin from an old man. At that time, he thought that this silver coin engraved with the rune of life could definitely be sold for a good price, so he bought it back at a high price. As a result, the price dropped from the original 500 gold coins to the current 98, and he only made a profit of 8 gold coins. No one bought it, and it was not easy to find someone who was willing to buy it. This could not be missed. So Cora nodded with difficulty. This was definitely the transaction that made the least money in his life. Okay, I'll go get the gold coins. You wait here for me. After saying that, Lin Feng trotted back to the elevator and took out 100 gold coins from the pile of materials. Excluding the gold coins for upgrading and these 100 gold coins, Lin Feng only had 236 gold coins left to use. After returning to Park Chang's home, the transaction was completed. When Park Chang saw Lin Feng directly take out 100 gold coins, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. How many animal skins would I have to sell to get this? One good animal skin costs 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins costs 1 gold coin. Park Chang felt a little dizzy. Is this the world of the rich? Then Cora bought a few more animal skins from Pu Chang and left. It was already evening, and Lin Feng learned from Pu Chang that their village had a friendly and cooperative relationship with the floor merchants, and that the floor merchants would occasionally rest in the village. No wonder the system asked me to establish good relations with this village. Dong dong dong. Just then, the bell rang, and Park Chang quickly picked up the hunting bow hanging on the wall. Lin Feng, hide here with me. The monsters are coming. I'm going out to resist their attack. After Park Chang finished speaking, he ran away in a hurry. The other young and middle-aged men in the village also picked up their weapons and ran to the wall. The wall of this village is built with wood. Those who can use the bow shoot arrows on the wall, while those who can't stand on the side to protect the archers. Monsters attacking? Isn't this the best time to increase your favorability? Lin Feng picked up the gun and ran out with the crowd. Climbing up the city wall, Lin Feng also saw those monsters in the moonlight. Lin Feng, why are you here too? Pu Chang asked after seeing Lin Feng. Of course I'm here to help. What are those things? Undead creatures. They come out of dark caves every night. Their numbers vary, but today they seem to be a bit too numerous. Lin Feng nodded slightly, then raised the HK assault rifle. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out one after another, and soon Lin Feng emptied a magazine. Lin Feng also killed more than 20 of the undead creatures. This scene stunned the other villagers. What weapon is this? Such a long range and such great power. Lin Feng continued shooting as if no one was around, because there was only more than an hour left before the elevator door closed. Soon, the village archers also started shooting arrows. It turned out that some undead creatures also used bows and arrows, but the accuracy of both sides was average. After emptying another magazine, Lin Feng changed his weapon to a rechargeable pistol. Heats, bang. An energy ball directly blew dozens of undead creatures into oblivion. More than 10 minutes later, with the help of Lin Feng, the undead creatures attacking the village were completely wiped out. All the villagers also knew this awesome adventurer. Because of Lin Feng's presence, the village did not suffer any losses tonight, and no villagers even died. So the village chief met with Lin Feng specially. After hearing that Lin Feng had done business with the floor merchants, he specially gave Lin Feng a badge. This is the Village Hero's badge. From now on, you'll be treated well in any village you visit, and the cloak merchant will also give you great discounts. The cloak merchants that the village chief mentioned are floor merchants. They are called cloak merchants because they all wear the same cloak. No one has ever seen their appearance. Floor merchants will cover all parts of their body with clothes. Even the hands are wrapped with cloth strips. Lin Feng took the badge directly, looked at the time when the elevator would close, and said goodbye to the villagers. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng hurriedly took a look at the workbench and confirmed that this silver coin was indeed needed to make the resurrection coin. Lin Feng felt relieved. After all, the resurrection coin was a life-saving thing, so the more the better. Even if he doesn't need it, he can sell it to people from other worlds on the trading floor, and he will definitely get a good price. The harvest from this exploration floor was quite rich, including 3 bottles of potions, a fruit that increases intelligence, silver coins, talismans to fight against mysterious creatures, and discounted badges. After taking all the potions and fruits, Lin Feng's strength reached 31, speed 19, and intelligence 30. Chapter 107 Yang Li. Thanks to Mo Mao for the update, and thanks to the character summon of Haitian of the Sky Blasting Gang. After clenching his fists, Lin Feng felt that his strength seemed to have increased to a higher level. Strange, it only increased a little bit of strength. Lin Feng looked at his strength attribute and found that it was indeed only a little more. At this time, Qin suddenly sent him a message. Qin, Fengzi, the pill you gave me is incredibly powerful, isn't it? Could it be a powerful pill? Lin Feng, how do you say that? Qin, after taking the pill yesterday, I felt a burning sensation all over my body. After 4 consecutive showers, I still had the energy to explore the floor. Isn't that awesome? Lin Feng. Charge. Lin Feng. No, what happened after you took the pill? Are you feeling hot all over? Qin. Yeah, just like Nima-chan. Lin Feng. Okay, I understand. I didn't expect Qin to have this reaction after taking the pill, but why am I fine? Lin Feng closed the private chat and was very confused. Does this thing's effectiveness vary from person to person? I'm looking for an upgrade set at a high price. Anyone want to sell? I'll give you 50 gold coins. Oh shit, it's that level 11 boss again. 50 gold coins? How can I find an upgrade for the suit? Holy shit, I saw a brand new assault rifle on the trading floor for only 10 gold coins. By the way, has anyone updated the temperature? It feels so much hotter now. The temperature is 39 degrees Celsius now and hasn't changed for several hours. Does anyone have any medicine to relieve the heat? I have a bit of heat stroke. I poured ice water over my head, but it didn't help. There were still many people in the chat room looking for something that could lower the temperature, and Lin Feng also locked his eyes on the name of the level 11 survivor. The avatar has an ordinary face, and the name is also ordinary, Yongli. Lin Feng took note of this person. He would have to be careful if he met him in the future. He upgraded so quickly, so he must be no good. After completing the exercise and drinking ice water, Lin Feng rested. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter has 2 monsters and 2 friendly units. 2 upgrade sets can be found on this floor. Beep. A mission is being issued. Host, please kill a monster through close combat. You can wield weapons, but only cold weapons. Mission rewards. 1 upgrade set, cold weapon upgrade gun. Any cold weapon can be upgraded to its future form. Damn, why is this system getting more and more lazy? Lin Feng picked his nose and dug out a treasure from a dark cave. Now I just hope this floor is not too big. If it is too big, I don't know where to find these 2 upgrade sets. After looking at the task, Lin Feng silently put on the rhino horn bow and poison arrows. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. After the elevator door opened, there was a dark path in front of Lin Feng, which looked like it was in the suburbs. After replacing HK's bullets with armor-piercing bullets, Lin Feng walked out vigilantly. He did not let the velociraptor follow him out. He had a hunch that this monster should be similar to the dog-headed man he encountered when he returned to Blue Star. The moon in the sky seemed to be covered by clouds, and there were no lights on this path, so Lin Feng had to walk step by step in the dark. At this moment, a pair of red eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness ahead. After seeing those eyes, Lin Feng raised his gun and shot without hesitation. A barrage of bullets hit the monster. Ouch! Wolf! Lin Feng was shocked, and then he saw the red eyes getting closer and closer to him. Lin Feng quickly rolled to the side. However, the werewolf was not as easy to get rid of as the dog-headed man. After seeing Lin Feng dodge his attack, he quickly changed the direction of his attack. Although Lin Feng tried his best to dodge this time, he was still grabbed on the back. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. With the effectiveness of its self-healing ability, the wound was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, I began to feel hungry. Seeing that this werewolf was so difficult to deal with, Lin Feng decisively entered invisible mode. Static invisibility, cold-blooded creatures, and fishing in troubled waters are all enabled. Lin Feng disappeared on the spot without even leaving any trace. Seeing this, the werewolf moved his nose hard, but still could not smell Lin Feng's scent. Just as it was wondering, a flare suddenly streaked across the sky, and the originally dark path instantly became as bright as day. An SUV stopped at the other end of the road, and 2 people wearing masks and hoods got out of the car. One of them is tall, the other short, but judging by their build, they are both men. Lin Feng continued to hide silently and did not expose himself. If the 2 of them could lure the werewolf away and create an opportunity for themselves, then they would be able to kill the werewolf. Sure enough, after losing Lin Feng as his target, the werewolf turned its attention to the 2 humans. After letting out a roar, it rushed over quickly. Lin Feng quickly took out the rhino horn bow and at the same time, he felt that he was a little stupid just now. When he came in, he just shot it with poison arrows, and the werewolf would be at his mercy. It was obvious that the two men were not ordinary people. Facing the werewolf's attack, they did not panic, but raised the tranquilizer gun in their hands and shot out. Puff, 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 puff. The werewolf, who was shot several times in a row, sneered. Stupid mans. Roar. The two men, who were as steady as a rock, just now saw that the werewolf was immune to the anesthetic needle, and their expressions under the masks changed. Hurry and ask for help from headquarters. As soon as the man finished speaking, he was laid down by the werewolf. At this moment, a poisonous arrow accurately hit the werewolf's anus. Ouch! It was Lin Feng who shot it. After he aimed the arrow at the werewolf, the arrow fired from the rhino horn bow automatically locked onto the werewolf. The werewolf, who was immune to tranquilizer bullets just now, let out a cry and collapsed to the ground, rolling his eyes and twitching continuously. The man who was knocked down by the werewolf struggled to crawl out from under the werewolf. The two were very surprised that Lin Feng appeared out of nowhere, and were even more surprised by the poison arrow in his hand. They are agents of the Otherworld Research Institute, specializing in investigating the causes of large-scale population disappearances and dealing with strange creatures that occasionally appear in the city, such as the werewolf in front of them. Hello, little brother. Are you interested in joining the Otherworld Research Institute? Lin Feng ignored the man's question and took out a dagger and stabbed it directly into the werewolf's eye socket. The control time of the poison arrow was limited, so he had to deal with it quickly. Black blood spurted out instantly. After inserting the dagger completely, Lin Feng stirred it vigorously again until the system prompt sounded and then pulled it out. Ding! The host's mission has been completed, and the reward has been distributed in the elevator. This task is so simple. Lin Feng curled his lips. This seemed to be the easiest task he had ever done. Right? Little brother? Are you interested in joining? Not interested. I'm very busy. Lin Feng waved his hand, then searched the werewolf's body, but did not find the upgraded suit. P.S. I wanted to update today, but I have a fever and feel a little dizzy. I will update it tomorrow. Chapter 108 Technological Rhino Hornbow. After sighing, Lin Feng immediately stood up and went to other places to look for an upgraded set. Seeing that Lin Feng was unwilling to join the research institute, the man did not ask any more questions, but quickly pulled out the poison arrow stuck in the werewolf's anus. This thing is good. He will go back and study and put the anesthetic ingredients in it into the anesthetic bullet. It will be much easier to carry out the containment mission in the future. Then the two of them silently moved the body to the car. Lin Feng did not retrieve the poison arrow because it was useless after it took effect once. What was the use of him having an ordinary arrow? Buzz. The sound of the car faded away. Lin Feng was looking for the upgrade set while thinking about this so-called research institute in another world. It looks like it is specially used to house these strange creatures. They are all shot with anesthetic bullets. They should be prepared to be taken back for living research. Suddenly, Lin Feng was tripped by something. When he bent down to take a look, his brows immediately lit up with joy. It was the upgraded set. The two suitcases were piled together and almost tripped Lin Feng just now. After packing the suitcase, Lin Feng suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a dark shadow on the green tree in front. I guess I'm not seeing things. Lin Feng didn't care about anything else and just drew his bow and shot the arrow. Anyway, the rhino horn bow never misses, so let it find the enemy on its own. The birdman standing on the tree, ready to attack Lin Feng, was a little confused when he saw the two arrows shot by Lin Feng. How did this human find me? It was so dark. Seeing the poisonous arrows getting closer and closer, the birdman no longer cared about hiding and flew directly into the sky. However, the rhino hornbow's passive skill of never missing a single shot was activated instantly. The poison arrow also hit its wings accurately. The black shadow in the air fell, and Lin Feng ran over and smashed the birdman's head into a sieve. Hey, this birdman even gave me a gold coin. Lin Feng picked up the blood-stained gold coin. It was still early for the elevator to close, so Lin Feng planned to cut down the surrounding green trees and put them in the material storage area. He also let the little velociraptor run out to get some fresh air and do whatever it needed to do on the spot if it wanted to defecate. The scope of this floor is not large, and it seems that there is only this small path. Soon, after Lin Feng cut down 2 trees, he reached the boundary. It was as if there was an invisible wall blocking my steps. Forget it. Let's get some fresh air and get ready to go back. Lin Feng turned his head and saw the little velociraptor trying hard to poop. Then he leaned against the wall and started to stare blankly. Buzz. Buzz. At this time, a mosquito began to circle around Lin Feng. Bang! Accurate hit. The mosquito that was about to suck Lin Feng's blood was immediately beaten into a mosquito cake by Lin Feng. Suddenly Lin Feng felt a chill in his palm. When he opened it, he saw a gold coin lying in his palm. Fuck! Gold coins! Lin Feng stared with his big eyes, falling into a daze. Etc. He remembered that the bounty hunter skill had a 50% chance of dropping a gold coin every time a hostile creature was killed. So, no matter how big this hostile creature is, these mosquitoes want to suck Lin Feng's blood, so they are naturally hostile creatures. After taking a shit, Xiaolong was also annoyed to death by mosquitoes. It has no hair on its body, so it becomes the main target of mosquitoes. When Lin Feng saw this, his eyes suddenly lit up with golden light. This is all money. Don't move, Xiaolong Long. Bang. Ouch. Bang. Ouch. After fighting for an hour and a half, it seemed that all the mosquitoes around were killed, and Lin Feng obtained 30 gold coins. I have to say, there are too many mosquitoes here, which may be related to the grass on both sides of the road. Hearing the weak voice of the little velociraptor, Lin Feng stroked its head hard. All right, you're thick-skinned. How can it hurt that much? Stop pretending. I'll give you something delicious to eat and some cool air when we get home. Ouch! The little velociraptor stood up suddenly, swaying its tail from side to side, and followed Lin Feng. After the man and the dragon returned to the elevator, Lin Feng cooked a box of self-heating hot pot, and at the same time did not forget to promise the delicious food to the little velociraptor. He took out 2 pieces of beef, fried them in a pan for a while, and after the surface changed color slightly, Lin Feng sprinkled a little salt on them, and then threw them to the little velociraptor. After taking care of the little dragon, Lin Feng began to cook for himself. He had just been scratched by a werewolf. Although the wound was almost healed due to its self-healing ability, Lin Feng also felt a strong sense of hunger. So he picked up the cooked hot pot and started eating while the steak was frying in the pan. Now he didn't even have time to check the system's rewards. All he could think about was eating. After more than 2 hours, Lin Feng finally burped and immediately put down the dagger he was using to cut meat. TNND, I'm finally full. Lin Feng took the cold weapon upgrade gun that the system rewarded him with in his hand. It's a weapon like a water gun. Lin Feng thought for a moment, and then picked up the rhino horn bow. This bow is easy to use, and it has the top feature of never missing a shot. After Lin Feng aimed the water gun at the rhino horn bow and pressed the trigger, a beam of blue light shot out and quickly covered the entire rhino horn bow. 1 minute later, the rhino horn bow was upgraded under a blue light curtain. Reference image. After the light curtain disappeared, the upgraded rhino horn bow appeared in front of Lin Feng. The whole bow is pitch black. In the middle of the bow, there is something similar to an energy battery, and there's also a small screen on it. Lin Feng took a quick look and found that the function of this screen was to switch the firing form of the rhino horn bow, and there was also an introduction to the bow. The upgraded rhino horn bow does not even need arrows. It can fire laser arrows by consuming the energy in the battery. There are many ways to charge the battery. It can be directly removed and charged with electricity, or it can be charged by absorbing solar energy. The battery has a total of 100 energies, and there are 3 different forms. Armor-piercing mode. The laser arrow fired can penetrate 20 centimeters of steel plate, and each arrow consumes 2 points of energy. Continuous shooting mode. Continuously fires laser arrows, up to 200 per minute, with reduced power and consuming 10 energy points per minute. Ultimate form. Consumes all energy to fire a giant laser arrow that can destroy a building more than 10 meters high. In addition to these, the upgraded technological rhino horn bow can be used like a traditional bow and arrow and has a laser-assisted sight. But this thing is of no use to Lin Feng. Anyway, the entry about him never missing a shot is still there. In order to test its power, Lin Feng dug out an iron lump from the pile of materials. After arranging it, he chose the armor-piercing form, pulled the bowstring, and a blue translucent arrow appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The laser arrow instantly penetrated the iron lump and disappeared after being stuck in the wall of the elevator. The wall of the elevator returned to its original state after a few seconds. The place where the iron lump was shot even had molten iron due to the high temperature. With such a great bow, guns should be retired completely. However, Lin Feng was quite curious about which one was stronger, the rechargeable pistol or the technological rhino horn bow. Chapter 109 Variety Show. Normally speaking, Lin Feng still feels that the technological rhino horn bow is better. After all, it has an entry that allows it to hit the target every time. After putting away the high-tech rhino horn bow, Lin Feng turned on the TV and prepared to watch TV while riding his bicycle to entertain himself. The program playing on TV at this time was a foreign variety show. Dear viewers, hello everyone. We're the father and son who survived on the deserted island. I was specially invited to come to the program team to tell you about my experience during my time on the island. The man on TV began to slowly tell his story. Lin Feng was a little confused listening to what the man said. Isn't this the forest floor? However, this man deliberately avoided the existence of wild men and did not reveal the underground laboratory. Lin Feng looked at the man's face and felt more and more familiar. This seemed to be the game character controlled by Wang Lei, but now he looked more vivid and more like a real human being. He then shared some wilderness survival tips, and the program team suggested that the host compete with him in tree-cutting speed. The man naturally agreed. After letting go of his son's hand, he picked up the axe next to the wooden stake. As the countdown ended, the two men began to swing their iron axes. Bang, bang, bang. Listening to the sound of chopping trees, the little boy's face gradually became distorted. Suddenly, the man's son fell to the ground with a look of pain on his face. Then his body began to tremble violently. The man looked at this familiar scene with an expression of disbelief on his face. Faced with the emergency, the program team directly cut off the broadcast. The TV screen went black. Lin Feng also stopped riding his bicycle. Judging from the time, even if son Lin and his son could return to their country later, it would not be now. Or perhaps the programs played on this TV have the ability to predict the future. Swish! The TV lit up again, this time playing a war movie. Two soldiers fought in an abandoned city. Although the plot was a bit outrageous, the fighting scenes were still very exciting. After watching the movie, Lin Feng went to rest. With the air conditioning fan, the temperature inside his elevator was not particularly high. So Lin Feng fell asleep quickly, but after the battery ran out of power, the hot feeling in the air came again, and Lin Feng was woken up by the heat. He went to the screen and looked at the time. There was still 5 hours before entering the next floor. However, he was too hot to sleep and the sheets were soaked with sweat. After drinking a bottle of water to replenish water, Lin Feng checked the current temperature. 45 degrees Celsius. Wow, it has increased so much secretly. After filling the bathtub with water, Lin Feng lay down in it with a comfortable look on his face. His physical condition was much better now, so he didn't have to worry about catching a cold or anything like that. After getting Lin Feng's permission, the little velociraptor also lay in the pool. No strange things appear in the pool today. A few hours later, the system prompt sounded, but Lin Feng was not sleeping this time. After all, not everyone could fall asleep in such a hot temperature. Beep! The floor you are about to enter is the Doomsday City. Please survive on this floor for 1 hour. There are a large number of zombie mutants on this floor. Please note that you can return to the elevator after 1 hour, and you will be rewarded with 30 gold coins. Beep! Mission triggered. Provocation. Host, please slap the special mutant twice. Reward. Danger sense. Can sense the presence of danger in advance. Doomsday City. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the special mutant who could dismantle a tank with his bare hands. I couldn't help but shiver. Looking at this task of the system, it seems that I didn't kill him completely last time, or is it that a new special mutant has appeared and asked me to slap him twice? Before Lin Feng could think any more, the elevator announcement sounded. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Ding dong. Requesting the survivors to survive on this floor for 1 hour. After 1 hour, they can return to the elevator to receive a reward of 30 gold coins. After hearing the sound, Lin Feng quickly put on his backpack, the rechargeable pistol and the high-tech rhino horn bow, and put on the black military uniform he brought back last time. As for the gun, he stuffed it directly into his backpack without planning to use it. Given the horror of that special mutant, ordinary firearms are completely useless. When the time comes, I can just shoot him with a poison arrow. Buzz. The elevator door opens. Lin Feng walked out with the high-tech rhino horn bow. Depend on. Lin Feng looked at the environment outside and started cursing. It seemed that this time his identity was just a civilian. Due to the special nature of the floor, the elevator door is temporarily closed and will reopen in 1 hour. Lin Feng looked up at the sky, which was dark red. It was indeed the same floor he had experienced last time. Woof! Woof! Suddenly, a few dog barkings were heard from not far away. Lin Feng turned his head and found that there were a few zombie dogs. Their stomachs were almost hollowed out, even their ribs were exposed, but they were still full of energy. Swish, swish, swish. For laser arrows were shot out, and the zombie dogs were killed instantly. Only then did Lin Feng realize that the speed of the laser arrows was no slower than that of bullets, and was even faster. It seems that this place is quite safe. No zombies have come to find him so far. In fact, it is not bad to stay here, but Lin Feng still has to complete the mission. Although that special mutant was terrifying, Lin Feng always had poison arrows ready in his hands, so he was not particularly afraid of him. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Feng came to another street. There were more zombies on this street. Soon, Lin Feng used the rechargeable pistol to obtain more than 60 gold coins. Only then did Lin Feng realize that this doomsday world was so cool. Isn't this a perfect floor for earning gold coins? With one shot from the charged pistol, a dozen zombies were killed directly, and Lin Feng could also get at least 5 gold coins. Moreover, these zombies move very slowly and pose no threat to Lin Feng at all. Just when Lin Feng was happily earning gold coins, the sound of a helicopter was heard in the sky. Lin Feng looked up and saw 3 armed helicopters flying towards him. Is this a hunting team? The last time they came to this floor, they were in the military. Lin Feng remembered that this hunting team, composed of 3 armed helicopters, was specifically used to hunt down special mutants. The pilot of the armed helicopter in the air did not notice Lin Feng on the ground and whizzed past Lin Feng's head. Just as Lin Feng was about to continue earning gold coins, an explosion sounded. Boom! An armed helicopter exploded instantly in midair. Chapter 110. It feels so good to slap someone in the face. Looking at the wreckage of the plane streaking through the air, Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. No way. It just exploded like this? Bang, 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 bang. Intensive gunfire rang out, and 2 helicopters formed a powerful firepower network and shot at the special mutant on the roof. The arms of the special mutant suddenly turned into 2 large shields, and the bullets from the Vulcan cannon were directly bounced away. Seeing this, the armed helicopter also directly launched rockets. The rocket pods of the 2 helicopters were emptied in an instant. More than 30 rockets with tail flames flew towards the special mutant. Boom, streepje, streepje. The violent explosion directly turned the building where the special mutant was located into ruins. However, the next moment, a black shadow jumped out from the ruins. Seeing this, the helicopter pilot showed a look of horror. This one is not dead. The special mutant jumped dozens of meters high, and its hands turned into whip-like weapons and lashed towards the attack helicopter in the air. The remaining 2 armed helicopters quickly gained altitude and were ready to evacuate. However, the special mutant did not intend to let them go. The whip was firmly stuck into the attack helicopter, and the special mutant successfully jumped onto the plane by taking advantage of the momentum in the air. He pulled the helicopter pilot down and took control of the helicopter himself. Boom! Under the control of the special mutant, the 2 armed helicopters collided and turned into 2 balls of fire in the air. Finally, they crashed to the ground safely, and the ground was cracked. Lin Feng had already found a comfortable position and turned on stealth mode. Otherwise, this special mutant would have come to find him long ago. Damn it, this is too perverted. Lin Feng swallowed and said in his heart. Just then, ground troops arrived late. 2 trucks of soldiers plus 2 infantry fighting vehicles. The special mutant seemed to have known this for a long time. It leaped high into the air with all its might, and then its hands changed shape again, this time turning into a big knife. Ah! In the sky. The pathogen is in the sky. Shoot! Bang, 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 bang. Seeing the special mutant getting closer and closer, the soldiers on the 2 trucks jumped down in panic. The next moment, a special mutant fell from the sky and split a truck in half, and soon it caught fire. Boom! The truck exploded instantly, and the fragments killed 3 soldiers on the spot. The other truck was also not spared. He actually lifted it up and then smashed it hard into the infantry fighting vehicle that was firing nonstop on the side. The special mutant roared angrily, then chopped down the soldiers besieging him. More than 20 soldiers were killed by him, like cutting melons and vegetables. There wasn't even a complete body of these soldiers. The special pathogen was naturally seriously injured after being hit by so many bullets, but while killing, he was also constantly absorbing the flesh and blood on the ground. All the flesh and blood could enable him to quickly recover from his injuries. Just as he was absorbing the flesh and blood, 2 rockets flew over and directly knocked the special mutant away. Boom! The special mutant that exploded in the air fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Dead? Lin Feng looked at the special mutant who didn't know whether to live or die and felt confused. I blew his head off last time, but this guy was still alive. How could he die after being hit by only 2 rockets? So Lin Feng did not act rashly. The 2 infantry fighting vehicles obviously didn't know whether the special mutant was dead or not, but they still fired a few more machine gun rounds at it. Hey, Cheetah, pay attention. Those scientists want the whole body. I don't want to play with my life against such a powerful mutant. It's better to shoot him a few more times. Stop. I'll go down and take a look. In the 2 infantry fighting vehicles, the commander communicated via walkie-talkie, and the infantry fighting vehicle called Cheetah stopped shooting, and the commander of the other infantry fighting vehicle climbed out of the infantry fighting vehicle. Although the gun in your hand is useless, it can give you courage. He slowly walked towards the body of the special mutant, shot him twice in the head, and then breathed a sigh of relief. You should be dead, guys. We won. Suddenly, the driver's expression froze, and the walkie-talkie in his hand fell to the ground. He saw the special mutant looking at him with a teasing look. The next moment, the driver was divided into 3 pieces by the claws, and a large amount of flesh and blood merged into the body of the special mutant. After absorbing the commander, the special mutant's eyes lit up, and a large number of tank driving skills appeared in his mind. Damn it, he's not dead, shoot. The commander of another infantry fighting vehicle quickly took command. However, it was too late. The special mutant did a side flip and jumped directly onto an infantry fighting vehicle, then tore open the hatch and got in. After a few screams, the infantry fighting vehicle stopped, and a large amount of blood flowed out of the vehicle. The special mutant directly controlled the entire infantry fighting vehicle, and under his control, rockets were fired one after another at another infantry fighting vehicle. In the end, the 2 infantry fighting vehicles exploded together, but the special mutant was still fine. He dusted himself off and transformed himself into the driver from before. Lin Feng had already replaced the poison arrows while they were fighting fiercely. In order to ensure that there would be no mistakes, he took the risk this time and put 5 poison arrows on them. Whoosh! 5 poisonous arrows were quickly shot towards the special mutant. The special mutant also felt the coming of danger. He sneered under the gas mask, did a somersault and dodged past, then was ready to deal with Lin Feng, the fish that had fallen into the net. He thought it was a survivor among the soldiers just now. However, at this moment, a warning of danger came from behind him. The special mutant decisively transformed into a shield form, and its body returned to its original appearance. Those 5 poisonous arrows were also unreasonable. They stopped suddenly in the air, then turned a corner and shot down from the sky. The 5 arrows accurately hit the head of the special mutant. The special mutant that was hit felt weak all over, with an expression of disbelief in its eyes, and then fell to the ground. However, his consciousness still existed, but he just couldn't move. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the special mutant fall to the ground. Now he could do whatever he wanted. Lin Feng just smiled and ran over with his hands rubbed. He pulled the special mutant up and pulled off his hood. Under the hood was a very pale face, and the scars on the face made it look scary, but Lin Feng didn't care about that. He raised his hand and slapped the man twice. Then, as if he felt unsatisfied, he slapped the special mutant a few more times under his shocked gaze. It turns out that slapping someone in the face feels so good. Lin Feng shook his hands. This was his first time slapping someone in the face. It felt really good. Chapter 111 True Braised Beef Noodles. Thanks to the great certification sent by username 618288619. The anesthetized special mutant was also confused. Where was I? What was he doing? Ding! Congratulations to the host. The mission has been completed and the reward has been issued. As long as the mission is completed, looking at this special mutant, Lin Feng directly threw him to the ground and then took out a rechargeable pistol. This time he is determined to wipe out the entire issue. I don't believe you won't die this time. Lin Feng pressed the trigger hard. Heats, bang, heats, bang. After 2 consecutive shots, the special mutant couldn't even find a whole piece of meat. He should be dead now. Lin Feng clapped his hands, very confident, and then continued to kill the zombies around him. Although the previous battle killed many zombies, Lin Feng still successfully obtained hundreds of gold coins. I really chose the right skill at the beginning. Just on this one floor, I actually got more than 200 gold coins. There were no more zombies appearing at the moment. Only a few scattered zombies were left. Lin Feng no longer wasted time and prepared to return to the elevator. Back in the elevator, the little velociraptor was still lying in the pool, and Lin Feng didn't let it out. After all, the gas outside was toxic. It would be funny if it went out for a walk and came back infected with the virus. Lin Feng was not sure whether the virus serum he had injected before was useful. After closing the elevator, Lin Feng prepared food while playing a little tune. The temperature in the elevator has dropped again. It is now 36 degrees Celsius, which is much more comfortable. At least it is a normal temperature. Before, the temperature was often over 40 degrees Celsius. Who could stand it? Today's food is still beef. To be honest, Lin Feng is a little tired of it, so he plans to try something new. Braised beef noodles. There is still a lot of instant noodles for sale at the exchange. Lin Feng waved his hand and directly exchanged them with dinosaur meat. He still had a lot of dinosaur meat in his backpack, and he didn't know when he would be able to eat it all. Soon, 5 packets of instant noodles appeared in the elevator. The beef was cut into pieces and stewed with seasonings. The noodles were then made with the beef stew soup, and the beef was added and simmered again. Soon, the aroma of instant noodles came, and the real braised beef noodles were out of the oven. Lin Feng started to drool when he smelled the scent. As expected, instant noodles taste especially good when you suddenly have a pack after not having them for a long time. Lin Feng's appetite has become particularly large now. After eating 5 packets of instant noodles and more than a pound of beef, he was only 70% full. But it's okay. The aroma of instant noodles also attracted the little velociraptor, but the instant noodles had too much seasoning. So Lin Feng just poured the remaining stewed beef to the little velociraptor and then cut a large piece of dinosaur meat for it to eat. After dinner, Lin Feng continued to pedal his bicycle. By the time he was sweating all over, the battery was half charged, which was enough to allow the air conditioner to blow for about 2.5 hours. At this time, the cold water in the pool was refreshed. Lin Feng lifted the iron sheet and took a look. After confirming that nothing strange was refreshed, he began to fill the wooden bucket with water and pour it into the bathtub. After taking a bath, Lin Feng sat comfortably on the bed with the air conditioning fan on. After thinking about it, he went to the screen and changed the random scenery around the elevator into a lush green prairie. Lin Feng looked at the grassland and muttered, "I really want to go to the grassland to feel the breeze. It'd be even better if I could get the last upgrade set, by the way." After complaining, Lin Feng yawned and took advantage of the cool breeze to go to sleep. When Lin Feng fell asleep, the lucky necklace on his neck flashed. Chapter 112, Exoskeleton Mecha. Thanks to Nanjio, who likes King Xiangmu, for the gift of the king. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is a grassland. There is a herd of cattle and an injured human. An upgrade suit can be found at the bottom of the lake. After hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng sat up in a daze. Did he actually get to the grassland floor? So his wish came true again? Ding dong. The elevator is going up. Please hold on to it. The elevator went up quickly. Since it was a peaceful floor, Lin Feng didn't bring anything with him. He just took the high-tech rhino horn bow and walked out of the elevator. The scenery outside did not look like a blue planet. The sky was very clear. There were many flowers and plants on the grassland that Lin Feng had never seen before. There were also many colorful flying creatures circling in the air. Although he didn't know where this place was, it was very comfortable here. Looking at the little velociraptor having fun, Lin Feng smiled, then walked forward for a distance. A huge lake appeared in front of him, and the water was blue. It seemed like something was twinkling, but when I held the water in my hands, the sparkling thing disappeared. Lin Feng took a deep breath and jumped in. Soon, he saw the upgrade suit at the bottom of the lake. It took him a few minutes to fish it out. After getting ashore, Lin Feng lay on the grass, gasping for breath. "Hey, hello, want to go shopping?" At this moment, a sharp voice came from beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned his head and saw that it was the businessman on the floor. "Oh, it's the village hero. Everything is 50% off. Want to see if there's anything you want?" The merchant on the floor looked surprised when he saw Lin Feng got the badge, and then he poured out all his things. This is a repair potion used to heal injuries. This is a sanity gem, which can increase sanity when crushed. This is a soul heart used to heal soul trauma. The floor merchant introduced their effects and prices to Lin Feng while talking. But except for the first three, the rest are of no use to Lin Feng. Repair potions are 8 gold coins after discount. Sanity gems are 7 gold coins, and soul hearts are 99 gold coins. There are 114 gold coins in total. Lin Feng originally wanted to continue to use the method of rounding off to 0 and directly cut off 14 gold coins. However, it turned out that there was really no profit at this time. The merchant on the floor refused to lower the price no matter what. In the end, Lin Feng bought the 3 items with 110 gold coins. After the transaction was completed, the floor merchant bowed to Lin Feng very politely and then quickly disappeared from Lin Feng's sight. After a while, he disappeared without a trace. These guys definitely have some kind of teleportation device. Lin Feng looked at the direction where the merchants on the floor left and said in his heart, they would suddenly disappear after every transaction. Ouch! Just then, the little velociraptor screamed. Lin Feng thought something had happened and quickly ran over following the sound. What's wrong? As Lin Feng spoke, he glanced at the herd of cattle that were scared away by the little velociraptor's roar. However, he was not going to kill any more cattle. These cattle looked a little strange, with several eyes and scales on their bodies. Who knew if they were edible? Ouch! Ouch! The little velociraptor screamed again. When Lin Feng got closer, he found that there was a human wearing an exoskeleton armor lying in the grass. Damn! Is this the injured human? Lin Feng said in surprise, his eyes almost tearing as he looked at the exoskeleton mecha. Reference image. This mecha seems to look similar to those advanced civilizations that I saw on the trading floor. Lin Feng was just about to reach out and touch it when the head of the mecha suddenly lit up. This scared Lin Feng, and he stopped moving his hands. Soon, the helmet opened automatically, and a cold and beautiful face appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Help! Save me! The woman spoke with cracked lips, and Lin Feng only then noticed that there were some damages on this exoskeleton mecha. Want some water? Lin Feng took out a bottle of water from his cowhide backpack and asked. Seeing the woman blink, he put the water into her mouth. While feeding water, Lin Feng was thinking about how to get this mecha. Although this mecha looks damaged, it is still a great improvement to myself, and there is even a chance to repair the mecha. It seems that this girl doesn't have any weapons, but Lin Feng still has to be cautious. Are you interested in the armor on me? The woman felt more energetic after drinking some water. Without waiting for Lin Feng to speak, she spoke again. This suit of armor has been bound to my biometric information. If anyone else uses it, it will self-destruct. But if you can heal my injuries, I will unbind it and give you this suit of armor. What the hell? Really? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He was just thinking about how to get this mecha. Fortunately, he didn't rob it. Otherwise, it would explode directly after he wore it, which would be embarrassing. What injuries have you sustained? It was just a few hits. I'll put the armor away. You can take a look. As the woman spoke, she put away the exoskeleton. How many shots? Soon, under Lin Feng's shocked gaze, the entire set of armor quickly shrank and was finally retracted into the backpack behind the woman. The woman's appearance was also fully revealed, with silver-white hair and a cold and beautiful face. What a white-haired queen. Especially those 2 headlights. Won't you feel suffocated in this armor? But Lin Feng didn't care about these. Although the white-haired queen had some things, the exoskeleton mecha was still the best. Moreover, it was so convenient and could be put away freely. The woman was injured in the abdomen and had lost an unknown amount of blood. Her silver-gray tights were stained with blood. It's okay, it's not serious. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then took out the repair potion he had just bought from the merchant on the floor. Just drink this and you should be fine. Okay, thanks. After thanking Lin Feng, the woman took the medicine bottle and took a deep breath. Seeing that the woman trusted him so much, Lin Feng was very happy in his heart. It seemed that his buddy was still very kind. Soon, the woman's wound began to itch, and soon she was sweating profusely. After more than 10 minutes, the wound recovered as before. Thank you. Now I will fulfill my promise. As she spoke, the woman opened her backpack, and after some manipulation, she released the binding from the armor. She was not very surprised by the potion. After all, their empire also had similar first aid devices. It's yours now. Once you put it on, it will be bound to you. You can figure out how to use it yourself. And, is there anything to eat? Lin Feng, who was holding his armor and smiling foolishly, heard the woman asking for food, so he ran back to the elevator and brought out the induction cooker. Wait, the steak will be ready soon. It was so comfortable to eat fried steak on such a prairie. The elevator would not close for a long time, so Lin Feng was not in a hurry. Chapter 113 Elevator Upgrade, Opening Bullet. After eating a few pieces of beef, the woman regained her strength, and her injuries were completely healed. Thank you again. If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to hold on until help arrived. I sent out the distress signal a day ago, and they might have arrived in another day. It's okay. I always like to help others. The main reason is that the armor is too good. Lin Feng added in his heart. After eating the last piece of meat, Lin Feng couldn't wait to put on his backpack and then activated the armor under the woman's instructions. Soon, the gray-white armor emerged from the backpack and gradually covered Lin Feng's whole body. Finally, the helmet. What shocked Lin Feng was that the armor fit him perfectly. The Type 01 armor will automatically match the most suitable size based on the wearer's body shape. The armor's voice assistant will prompt you how to bind the armor. The woman explained. Then, the screen of the helmet lit up. Through the screen, Lin Feng could clearly see the information from the outside world. There were also various parameters on the screen, such as distance, wind speed, air quality, degree of damage to the armor, etc. Hello, sir, what's your name? Suddenly, a male voice sounded in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng. Okay, Mr. Lin Feng, would you like to bind the Type 01 armor and make it your strongest weapon? Fine. Binding. Soon, Lin Feng felt a pain in his finger, as if someone had pricked him with a needle. His physical data was instantly displayed on the screen. After the reading progress reached 100%, the 4 big words, binding successful, were displayed on the screen. Is that all? Lin Feng asked. Oh, by the way, the most important thing about a battle armor is the energy core. It's in the backpack. It provides energy to the battle armor, and it can be replenished through many means, such as solar energy, electricity, etc. Also, you can see that the abdomen of this suit of armor is severely damaged, so the protection in this area may not be as strong. If you have any questions, you can call the voice assistant. Its name is Dahe. Okay, I understand. Lin Feng nodded. He had seen from the data on the helmet screen that the durability of other parts was above 80, while the durability of the abdomen was only 32, and the original weapon system was also destroyed. However, the name of this voice assistant is really so out of place. Dahe, how can I help you, Mr. Lin? Tell me about the functions of this armor. Okowo. Type 01 battle armor is the Empire's most advanced individual combat armor. It can adapt to combat in all environments and has the ability to fly for short periods of time and sprint quickly. After 5 or 6 minutes, Dahe finished speaking, and Lin Feng's eyes became brighter and brighter as he listened. It's a pity that the weapon system is gone. The most amazing thing about this set of armor is its weapon system. Never mind. Lin Feng was already surprised to be able to obtain the armor. Then Lin Feng tried flying. It can fly about 10 meters high, but it consumes energy very quickly. If you sprint quickly, you can sprint 100 meters in 3 seconds. After playing for a while, Lin Feng put the mecha back and glanced at the elevator time from a distance. It will be closed in more than 30 minutes. Xiaolong. He's back. Lin Feng shouted towards the distance, and the little velociraptor hurried back. Is this your pet? Yeah, that's cute, isn't it? Ha, amazing. This is the first time I've seen someone tame a dinosaur. Lin Feng smiled slightly, and after the little velociraptor came back, he took out a few boxes of self-heating hot pot and a few bottles of water. You can keep these for yourself. I'm leaving now. After Lin Feng left his things behind, he returned to the elevator. Looking at Lin Feng, who disappeared in the distance in an instant, the woman rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Teleportation? In the elevator, Lin Feng put down his armor and then came to the material storage area. At this point, all the upgrade materials have been gathered. After clicking on the upgrade button, the elevator reaches level 14. This time the space has not become larger, but there are more vents on the top. A new function has also appeared, emergency avoidance, which can teleport the survivors directly back to the elevator, ignoring any rules. However, each level can only be used once and can be stored. Then a prompt appeared on the screen. Whether to change the bicycle generator to a treadmill generator, the power generation efficiency remains unchanged after the change. Lin Feng scratched his head and looked at the little velociraptor again. Now little dragon comes in handy. Xia Long Long. Why does mom look at me with such a funny expression? After clicking on the upgrade, the bicycle generator instantly turns into a treadmill. Now Lin Feng can feel a little more relaxed. The little velociraptor also loves to run, so let it run. Stand on it and try running a few steps. Lin Feng pointed at the treadmill and took the little velociraptor on it. Soon, under Lin Feng's instructions, the little velociraptor began to run happily, and the battery was constantly charging. After turning on the air conditioning fan, Lin Feng also deliberately aimed it at the little velociraptor. Looking at the running little velociraptor, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. How efficient it was, consuming only one piece of meat per kilometer. Next, Lin Feng checked the resources needed to upgrade the elevator to level 15. 500 kilograms of iron, 10 kilograms of gold, 50 kilograms of copper and aluminum, and 6 upgrade sets. Fortunately, other than the upgrade set, other resources can be easily obtained in the exchange. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward has been issued. Please select the bullet caliber. System, I think grenades should also be bullets, right? Ding! Please don't get stuck in a bug. Can you give me a glimpse of the bullets fired from the rechargeable pistol? Beep! Host, please make your choice as soon as possible. There is 1 minute left. Lin Feng, 5.56 by 45 maybe. Ding! The reward has been distributed. 3 yellow boxes suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng, filled with activated bullets, 100 rounds in each box. Lin Feng picked up the box and looked at the bullet model and signature marked on it. Consecrator, Taoist Baoshu. Open the box, and inside are rows of yellow bullets. The bullet looks no different from an ordinary bullet, and its power is unknown. After loading 2 magazines of bullets, Lin Feng put the remaining bullets aside. Ding! Triggering the upgrade task. Host, please upgrade the elevator to level 15. The reward is a universal hammer. Knock whatever is broken. Knock where it's broken? Lin Feng looked at the exoskeleton mecha. I don't know if it's what I understood, but I fixed it by just knocking on it. Chapter 114 My rules are the rules. Ouch! At this moment, the little velociraptor cried out and then slowly stopped. That little look kept hinting at Lin Feng. After all, this dragon was raised by himself. So, Lin Feng knew what it was going to fart as soon as it raised its butt. Hungry. Ouch. Well, the steak I just ate on the grassland was wasted. Lin Feng stroked the little velociraptor's head, then took out a large piece of dinosaur meat from his backpack and threw it to it. Go eat. The little velociraptor cried out happily, then started eating the piece of meat by the pool. The air conditioner fan is still running. I looked at the remaining power, and it should last for another half an hour to an hour. It's so cool, go to sleep. After running for more than an hour, Lin Feng exhaled, then lay on the bed and closed his eyes. That's right. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and made a wish. I hope the next floor will give me a few upgrade sets. The more the better, and the ones that aren't dangerous. After saying that, Lin Feng closed his eyes. Make it happen for me. Ding! The floor the host is about to enter is the wooden man floor. The rules of the game are that you can move freely when the wooden man is facing away, but you are prohibited from moving when he is turned around. If you move, you will be shot dead. Players need to run to a safe area within the specified time to return to the elevator. Tip: there are 20 armed men on this floor. Killing all of them will help you complete the floor quickly. You cannot bring any items to this floor. Tick. Quest triggered. My rules are rules. Kill all enemies on this floor and end the floor immediately. Reward: Rule Terminator, Sanity +5. Quest item: the host can bring any item into the floor. After listening to the task introduction, Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. System, it still has to be you. It still has to be you who is so good at playing. Well, this is a good opportunity to try out the exoskeleton armor. After putting on the armor, Lin Feng also put on the high-tech rhino horn bow. Lin Feng stuffed all the remaining useful things into a cowhide backpack and carried it in. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. After a while, the elevator door opened. Lin Feng walked out like an alien. At the same time, hundreds of survivors appeared outside. The elevator announcement also briefly explained the rules of the game. At this time, Lin Feng's exaggerated look successfully attracted everyone's attention, and they were all talking about which big boss was under the armor. Lin Feng's mouth corners under the helmet were almost crooked to his ears. Dahe, help me lock down all the people with weapons. Yes, sir. 20 red frames soon appeared on the screen. These red frames were the 20 armed men. At this time, they were standing on a high platform and watching the people below. If anyone made a mistake, they would be sniped directly. Just then, the announcement sounded. Ding dong. The game begins. Please go to the safe zone within 30 minutes. The safety zone is about 1 kilometer away from the starting point. If you run normally, there will definitely be enough time. 1, 2, 3, wooden man. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Feng didn't waste any words. Why waste time talking when he could pass quickly? Why not just go back and lie down? After turning on the continuous shooting mode of the technological rhino horn bow, he aimed directly at the armed personnel on the platform and fired. It was totally unreasonable. The 20 armed men were killed one after another in a dazed state. Several of them fired several shots at Lin Feng, but he didn't feel anything when the bullets hit his armor. All the other survivors on the field focused their eyes on Lin Feng. Can you still play like this? The elevator announcement sounded again. The floor ends. With a flash of white light, everyone instantly returned to their elevator. Except for Lin Feng, the other survivors were all confused. Where am I? What am I doing? The survivors who returned to the elevator immediately shared what they saw and heard in the chat room. Brothers, has anyone just returned from the wooden floor? Holy crap, I just came back from the wooden floor. Did you see that guy in a mecha who looks like a futuristic warrior? I see it. I see it. I still want to know how he managed to get his gear in there. Mine was all taken off on the way out. I don't know. Could it be that he has gained some ability to disregard the rules? If I really had this ability, wouldn't I be able to walk sideways? I still want to know where that mecha you're talking about came from. Who knows? Anyway, it's awesome. No problem, that crappy floor didn't even offer any rewards, and it was easy to die. Thanks to that brother for helping out. Lin Feng looked at the content in the chat room and chuckled, then put away his armor backpack and ignored the content in the chat room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward: Rule Terminator, Sanity +5. Chapter 115 Ice Beer plus Ice Watermelon. The discussion about the mecha in the chat room continued, and as more and more people returned to the elevator, the discussion became more and more heated. Of course, this is simply because they have nothing to do. Now that I finally have something to chat about, I have to use it to relieve my boredom. Lin Feng didn't pay any more attention to it, but took out the gem of sanity he bought from the merchant on the floor and crushed it directly. Click! The sticky liquid flowed out of the gem and was all absorbed into Lin Feng's body. Opening the attribute panel, the sanity became 12 points, the title added 5 points, and the sanity gem added 2 points. Now Lin Feng is no longer afraid of encountering any mysterious creatures. In addition to his increased rationality, he also has a trump card to fight against the mysterious creatures, the soul-killing talisman, and the enlightenment bullet. The next step is to make resurrection coins. Soul heart plus a silver coin engraved with runes. I'm so lucky that I collected enough so quickly. It may have something to do with my luck value of 5 points. Coming to the workbench, Lin Feng placed the soul heart and silver coins on it. The soul heart is a blue peach heart, which feels soft and elastic. After picking out the method of making the resurrection coin, Lin Feng clicked on the production. Soon, with some operations, the soul heart was integrated into the silver coin. A new resurrection coin was produced, exactly the same as the one rewarded by the system. Now Lin Feng has a total of 2 resurrection coins, which makes his trump card even bigger. Because the previous floor was finished quickly, Lin Feng now has a lot of time. Since he is free anyway, Lin Feng starts to sort out his supplies and puts all the things that he doesn't need or has too many on the shelf for sale in exchange for upgrade materials. However, the most popular things now are still things that can relieve the heat. Some people have already said that they have suffered heat stroke and can hardly bear it. Fortunately, the temperature inside the elevator has been decreasing recently, so if possible, there is still a chance that it will return to normal temperature. To be honest, Lin Feng was also very hot, but fortunately there was an air conditioner and cold water to cool down. The little velociraptor now seemed to know something. That is, as long as you run on the treadmill, the air conditioning fan will blow cool air. So now this guy doesn't need Lin Feng's instructions. When he gets hot, he just runs on it for a while. After all, the little velociraptor is now at its peak of energy, and its power generation efficiency is much higher than Lin Feng's. Looking at the battery that was more than half charged, Lin Feng took out the ice maker, plugged it in, and started making ice. Soon, a large box of ice cubes came out. When Lin Feng was stocking up at the department store before, he bought several boxes of fruit, which came in handy now. Among them is watermelon, a fruit that is easy to juice. Take out a large watermelon from the backpack, cut it in half, and mash the flesh inside with a knife to make the watermelon juice. Add some ice cubes, and it's so refreshing. Xia Long Long, don't run away. I'll give you something delicious to eat. Lin Feng put the other half of the watermelon on the ground and called out to the little velociraptor. Ouch! When the little velociraptor heard that there was something delicious, he ran over. In fact, there are also people selling fruits in the exchange. After all, there's so many people there, so there will always be someone who picks them up. It's just that the price is a bit expensive, and they're not very fresh. Not everyone has a space backpack. In such a hot environment, it is good if the fruit can be kept for 2 days. They have not reached the level where they can temporarily store items in the exchange. By the way, how can we forget about Hayadair when eating watermelon? Lin Feng slapped his head, then took out a watermelon and hung it on the exchange together with the ice. The trading items were arbitrary, and Qin could even trade his shit, of course, provided that he dared to do so. Lin Feng, good son, I'll give you a watermelon as a reward. It's so cool and refreshing. Qin, watermelon? Really, Godfather? Good man. How come this guy has no bottom line anymore? Lin Feng, really? Just bring anything over here to trade. Soon, Lin Feng found Qin's transaction information from among the numerous transaction information. A bottle of beer, a big green stick, icy cold, probably put in ice water in advance. Seeing this, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Where did this guy get the beer? Qin, I just picked up a beer from the floor above and put in ice water to cool it down. Let's have a drink. Looking at the message sent by Qin, Lin Feng smiled. Lin Feng, let's do it. After saying that, Lin Feng drank half the bottle in one breath. He smacked his lips after drinking. He actually didn't drink much, but he could hold his liquor quite well. After drinking a bottle of cold beer and half an ice watermelon, Lin Feng felt full. Of course, he just drank enough water. After a burp, Lin Feng was about to close the chat channel, but he found that Qin had sent him another message. Qin, I ran into a floor merchant again on the previous floor and bought a gold digger pocket for 60 gold coins. I don't know if it's worth it. Lin Feng, detailed. Qin, how should I put it? This pocket looks a lot like the space ring in fantasy novels, but not quite. It has 2 compartments, each holding 100 kilograms of stuff. Damn, after buying it, I felt like I'd gotten a bit of a loss. On the other side, Lin Feng scratched his head as he looked at the message sent by Qin. To be honest, it was not a loss. This was just a castrated version of a cowhide backpack. Lin Feng, this thing is quite useful. Think about it, time stands still inside it. You can definitely store food in it. Qin, oh my god, that makes sense. After closing the chat room, Lin Feng went to the treadmill and started jogging to help digest the food. More than 5 hours later, Lin Feng was suddenly awakened from his sleep by a strong urge to urinate. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he woke up. Fortunately, he didn't look for a toilet in his dream. I got up and went to the toilet and started to pee. Next time I won't eat melon before going to bed. Lin Feng yawned and thought to himself. The air conditioner fan was still on and the temperature in the elevator was very comfortable. After Lin Feng finished using the elevator, he continued to sleep. Ding! The host is about to enter the bloodthirsty express floor. This floor requires the host to deliver 3 express deliveries. Upon completion, the host will receive a random elevator upgrade resource supply box. Note, this floor is populated by ghosts and monsters. Please carefully choose your equipment before entering. Ding! Triggering the mission. Kind courier, please get 2 or more 5-star reviews. Reward. Luck +1. A floor full of ghostly creatures. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he directly picked up the HK assault rifle and loaded the remaining magazines with bullets. He even brought the soul-destroying talisman with him. 5-star reviews? I'll put a gun to your head and see if you give me a 5-star review. It's a good opportunity to try out the power of this special bullet. Chapter 116, Nuclear Courier. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Ding dong. Requesting the living to complete the delivery and receive at least 1 positive review. Completion reward. 1 elevator upgrade supply box. This floor should be finished soon. It's just delivering 3 express packages. After letting the little velociraptor stay at home to generate electricity, Lin Feng took his equipment and walked out. He carried an energy pistol in his magazine, an HK assault rifle on his back, and a high-tech rhino horn bow in his cowhide backpack. This time Lin Feng did not wear the exoskeleton, and the exoskeleton had only half of its power left. However, Lin Feng took a look and found that this thing could be charged wirelessly. After turning it on, Lin Feng placed it next to the battery. After being fully armed, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. This is what a courier looks like. After leaving the elevator, he appeared in a world filled with red light. The oppression in the air seemed to turn into an entity and swallow him up. After looking around, Lin Feng found an electric tricycle. This should be his delivery truck. There are exactly 3 express deliveries in it, No more, no less. Originally, Lin Feng was worried about what to do if he couldn't find the location, but he didn't expect that there was a mobile phone on the three-wheeled vehicle, which contained navigation and a number of good reviews received. Looking at the strange creatures walking around on the street, Lin Feng activated the techniques of fish in troubled waters and cold-blooded creatures in order not to attract attention. Now all his breath could not be sensed. Soon, Lin Feng rushed all the way to the first express delivery location. Knock, knock, knock. Express delivery. Bang. The door in front of Lin Feng was kicked open. Give me. A hoarse voice was heard, accompanied by a foul smell, and an arm thicker than Lin Feng's thigh stretched out. Give it a 5-star rating, thank you. Good. Seeing that the other party agreed so readily, Lin Feng did not hesitate, handed over the express and left. When I returned to the tricycle, a notification popped up on my phone, giving me a 1-star bad review. Lin Feng. Damn it. How dare you play tricks on me? Click. Lin Feng pulled the bolt of his gun and returned to the front of the house. Bang! With a loud bang, the wooden door was kicked away by Lin Feng. Lin Feng also saw the true face of the courier owner. It was a mountain of meat with several layers stacked on top of each other in the belly, like a 1,000-layer pancake. The tiny head looks ridiculous on top of the huge body. Seeing the courier kicking the door open, Raoshen was obviously very unhappy. Boy, you're looking for death. Just as the meat mountain was about to curse Lin Feng, he heard 2 gunshots. 2 bullets emitting golden light shot into the meat mountain's body, and a large amount of rotten flesh flowed out of his stomach. At the same time, he also felt a different kind of power from the bullet, which seemed to be constantly eroding his body. Change the review to 5 stars for me. Lin Feng took 2 steps forward, this time pointing the gun directly at the head of the meat mountain. Okay. Raoshen covered the wound from which rotten flesh was constantly oozing with one hand, and with the other hand, he quickly took out his mobile phone and began to modify the score, fearing that Lin Feng would shoot him twice more. It has been corrected, my lord. Lin Feng picked up his phone and confirmed that the changes had been made, then nodded with satisfaction. Okay, send it to me by express. Raoshen was confused, but under the threat of a gun, he still timidly handed the express to Lin Feng. Yeah, good, let's go. Lin Feng waved his hand while holding the express delivery and left without looking back. The confused meat mountain looked at Lin Feng, who was walking away, feeling indescribable in his heart. Just as I was about to take out my phone to give him a bad review, I suddenly felt a piercing pain in the wound. The wounds caused by the 2 bullet holes grew bigger and bigger, and after a few minutes, the mountain of meat turned into a pool of blood. But Lin Feng didn't know about these. After testing the power of the Enlightenment bullet, Lin Feng expressed his satisfaction. He then shook the express delivery containing the meat mountain. It was his sudden impulse to rob the express delivery. Otherwise, I always feel a little bit at a disadvantage. After opening it, there was a square box inside. The contents of the box surprised Lin Feng. It turned out to be a pillow of a beautiful girl. Grass. After confirming that this pillow had no special effects, Lin Feng casually put it into the cargo bed of the tricycle. He doesn't want this thing. Damn. He thought he would get something awesome. Soon Lin Feng delivered the second express. After the second express successfully received 5-star praise, Lin Feng still had a friendly communication with it and took the express in his hands. Now that the task has been completed, Lin Feng was too lazy to even deliver the remaining express package, so he simply opened them all. The second express delivery was a doll, but this doll was not meant to be moved, and there was an instruction manual next to it. Substitute doll. Carry it with you. It can protect you from fatal attack. The third express delivery was a bag of food. After opening it, there was a bloody smell, so Lin Feng threw it away. In summary, it's not bad to get a free amulet this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of the kind courier. The reward has been distributed. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Lucky 6 o'clock, that's pretty good. After delivering the express, Lin Feng rode his tricycle back the same way. Logically speaking, this floor should not be completed so quickly, but who told him not to play by the rules? Directly and violently deliver the express. Not giving a 5-star review? Believe it or not, I'll treat you to a purple egg for breakfast. After returning to the elevator reward was also distributed. A large black box was placed in the elevator. According to the broadcast instructions, this thing is a random upgrade material supply box. I don't know what I can get from it. Lin Feng rubbed his hands and walked forward to open the box. There were only 3 suitcases quietly placed inside. WCCC. Did you get 3 upgrade sets directly? After taking out the upgrade set, the black box disappeared out of thin air. Open the exchange and take back all the traded items. All the upgrade materials are available, except for 3 upgrade sets. At this moment, a transaction information suddenly popped up. 1 upgrade set can be exchanged for 50 gold coins. When Lin Feng saw the transaction information, his eyes lit up and he quickly submitted the transaction application. At the same time, I looked at the level of the person who placed the transaction. It's only level 9. That's strange. Where did this guy get the upgrade set? Just as Lin Feng was waiting for the transaction to be completed, another transaction information popped up. Certify for Youngly beat 60 gold joints. When Lin Feng saw this name, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then, the price was raised again, directly up to 70 gold coins. Soon, Yang Li caught up again, and this time he directly gave 100 gold coins. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't plan to follow anymore. It would not be worth it if he continued. P.S. I have something to do today. I will continue with the next 3 updates tomorrow. Chapter 1, 17, Suicide Gun. After a while, seeing that no higher price appeared, the person selling the upgrade set sold it directly. As a level 9 person, he had an upgraded suit, so he must have killed a survivor above level 10. Ding. The private chat avatar frame suddenly lights up. Yihua. Boss, the gun you asked me to repair has been repaired. Lin Feng, you could do this too? Yihua. Well, it's unlikely to be repaired, but the function of this gun repair kit plus workbench is somewhat unscientific. Lin Feng. Well, then you can list it on the exchange. This gun was a scrap gun he had asked for from China before. It had been so long that Lin Feng almost forgot about it. After getting the gun back from the exchange, Lin Feng disassembled it and took a look. There really isn't anything wrong. Was it possible that crafting things on a workbench wasn't as complicated as he'd imagined? Lin Feng came to the workbench and checked the non-system items. On the gun interface, a very simple bolt-action rifle, which was even fixed with a cloth strip, appeared in front of him. The required manufacturing materials surprised Lin Feng even more. Wood, stone, 5 to 8 millimeters iron pipe, cloth. And then it was gone. Before, he really hadn't studied anything other than the items rewarded by the system. After all, Lin Feng has everything he needs. However, now Lin Feng suddenly became interested. He wanted to know how this workbench can make a gun with just a few starting materials. After purchasing a stone from the exchange, Lin Feng placed all the items on the workbench and began the operation according to the above steps. Unlike the items rewarded by the crafting system, Lin Feng needs to do it himself. The production process is very simple. First, cut the wood into the shape of the gun body, then fix the iron pipe on it, and finally grind a groove in the stone to place the iron pipe, and use cloth strips to fix the gun barrel and stone. The production was completed immediately. Lin Feng saw a simple rifle appear on the workbench in front of his eyes. It was similar to the shape he had just made, but this time there were a lot more details. For example, the bolt, magazine, trigger, etc., but there is no safety or rear sight. The front is still very heavy because of the stones. Very simple rifle. 15% chance of barrel explosion and 30% chance of disintegration each time fired. Range 100 meters. Lin Feng. This is a gun, right? It doesn't even have a rear sight. A musket is better than this, right? But none of this matters. What matters is that Lin Feng discovered the true way to use the workbench. Although it requires a certain manual work, it is not as strict as he imagined. Otherwise, how could he create a gun out of thin air? The production of the bullets for this gun is also outrageous. Iron pellets plus black powder, with a 5% chance of barrel explosion and a 10% chance of jamming each time a gun is fired. The suicide gun was there, but Lin Feng believed that someone must have used this gun. Looking down again, Lin Feng discovered that the better the gun, the higher the requirements for the materials used in its production. The initial materials could no longer be used to make it, and some accessories were needed. The same goes for repairs, which require a gun repair kit or corresponding accessories. Lin Feng looked at his gun rack. Well, there shouldn't be a shortage of guns. The workbench can also be used to make simple medicines, but they also require basic raw materials. However, the effects are very poor, otherwise so many people would not be sure of medicine. No wonder there have been some strange little pills appearing on the exchange recently. After putting the suicide gun he made on the exchange and selling it at a random price, Lin Feng checked his personal panel. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 31. Speed, 19. Agility, 24. Intelligence, 30. Luck, 6. Sanity, 1/10 of intelligence 3, plus 9. Skills: danger sense, cold-blooded creatures, bounty hunter, god-level driving, fishing in troubled waters, instant invisibility, self-healing, cold weapon master, intermediate firearms mastery, elementary combat, wilderness survival expert, eagle eye. After checking the panel, Lin Feng stewed a large pot of meat and ate it all with the little velociraptor. After checking the time, Lin Feng yawned and lay down on the bed. A few hours later, Lin Feng, who was sleeping, suddenly felt his heart beating faster, as if something scary was staring at him. I saw a poisonous snake staring at Lin Feng fiercely. The snake was nearly 2 meters long and had already climbed onto Lin Feng's bed. Just as it was about to attack Lin Feng woke up instantly, grabbed the snake's head with one hand, and threw it under the bed. Grass! The little velociraptor was also awakened, and when it saw the poisonous snake on the ground, it ran over with its teeth bared. Bang! With a gunshot, the poisonous snake was shot in the head by Lin Feng. After putting the desert eagle back under the pillow, Lin Feng yawned. So, where did this venomous snake come from? Lin Feng turned his head to look at the pool, and sure enough, a gap was opened in the iron plate. Is this so much strength? Lin Feng rubbed his eyes, then picked up the snake's body and threw it directly into the exchange. After dealing with the little incident, Lin Feng was just about to go back to sleep when he heard the low growl of the little velociraptor. Seeing the little velociraptor staring at the pool, Lin Feng decisively picked up a shotgun and slowly approached. After using the gun barrel to push the iron plate slightly away, Lin Feng's pupils shrank slightly. Snakes, the whole pool is full of snakes, densely packed. Bang! 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 After the magazine was emptied, the pool had turned bright red, but Lin Feng was still worried. After emptying 2 more magazines, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, there were a lot of gold coins piled on the ground. Lin Feng simply counted them and found that there were more than 30 of them. You can imagine how many poisonous snakes there were just now. Damn, this is really a little surprise. After hanging the shotgun back on the gun rack, Lin Feng sat back on the bed. It seems like I was just saved by my danger perception. Lin Feng recalled the feeling just now. Just now, his heart beat very fast, and he felt like he was going to die. When he opened his eyes, he saw a snake head spitting out its tongue at him. Lin Feng lay down again and closed his eyes, but couldn't fall asleep. The fishy smell in the air was very unpleasant, and it was very hot. In order to reduce the fishy smell, Lin Feng fished out all the poisonous snake corpses in the pool and hung them in the exchange. There's nothing we can do with the remaining blood. After all, no one wants it. We can only wait for the pool to refresh. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Lin Feng went to the treadmill and started jogging. After a while, the system prompt sounded. Ding! The floor the host is about to enter is a cat and mouse game. After entering the floor, you can choose to become the hunter or the prey. 500 survivors will enter this floor, with a maximum of 200 hunters and 300 prey. Hunter's mission: hunt down the prey and prevent them from escaping. The strongest prey will be selected and marked on the hunter's tracker. The hunter will receive 200 gold coins after killing it. The prey's mission: avoid the hunter and evacuate safely within the specified time. The prey must not fight each other. Hunter reward: 2 gold coins for each prey killed. Prey reward: potion gift pack, 5 bottles each of strength potion, speed potion, repair potion, agility potion, and intelligence potion. Note: no items can be brought into this floor. The equipment allocated to hunters will be better. If the number of prey that escape exceeds 75%, the hunter fails, all rewards will be deducted, and the hunter will be sent back to the elevator. Chapter 118: Cat and Mouse Game. Ding! The challenge mission has been triggered. Host, please join the prey camp and successfully escape. Reward: perfect, lowest attribute plus 10. Originally, Lin Feng was planning not to enter this floor, but unexpectedly, the system suddenly issued a task, and the reward seemed to be quite good. System, does this reward include all attributes? Ding, yes, host. The system quickly answered Lin Feng's question. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His lowest attribute right now was luck, which was only 6 points. Even with this, Lin Feng felt very lucky. If it increased to 16 points, Lin Feng immediately showed a Dragon King smile. Luck is a mysterious thing, but the higher the better. However, if I enter the prey camp with my own strength, I will probably become a hot commodity in the eyes of the hunters. I don't know how much better the hunter's equipment is than that of the prey. Just as Lin Feng was thinking, the elevator announcement sounded. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. The announcement ended and the elevator began to descend rapidly. A minute later, it slowly stopped and Lin Feng opened the door and walked out. There was a desert outside, and soon many survivors appeared on this floor. There was a string of words floating in the air. 358/500. Good guy. Matching players, huh? When Lin Feng saw the number above, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Soon, the elevator was full and the announcement sounded again. Describes the game content and rules. After the 3-second countdown, start choosing your camp. Unsurprisingly, the hunter's side was snatched up instantly. After all, the hunters on this floor would not die even if they failed, which was a huge advantage. However, Lin Feng was not going to be a hunter, so he chose his prey slowly. The survivors who failed to grab, the hunter began to sigh. After all, no matter how you look at it, the prey is the one who gets beaten. Even if the reward for the prey looks better, not everyone is willing to joke with their own life. Ding dong. The prey is moving. You need to run to the extraction point within 24 hours. In 10 minutes, the hunters will move. Ding dong. The strongest among the prey is survivor Lin Feng. After the announcement, everyone had an electronic map in their hands. There was nothing on it except a mark for an evacuation point. Fuck, 50 kilometers? That's a joke. Stop talking nonsense and run away. Is there anyone who wants to form a team? Let's escape together. It's safer. I'll do it. Everyone deliberately avoided Lin Feng. After all, he was now a hot commodity in the eyes of hunters, and his position was always exposed. Following Lin Feng would be tantamount to suicide. However, Lin Feng didn't care. He liked lone wolves in the first place. What made him a little suspicious was that the purpose of this floor was to eliminate survivors with higher combat power. Otherwise, why would there be such an outrageous rule? But Lin Feng has 2 resurrection coins and various skills. How could he be killed so easily? While running, Lin Feng looked at the equipment given to him. An AK-74, a pack of emergency water, a pack of compressed biscuits, a magazine, 3 magazines, 2 grenades, and that was it. That sucks. Lin Feng was too tired to complain. Forget it. The most important thing now was to run for his life. On the other side, the hunter camp was still checking their weapons and equipment. Their weapons could be said to be very luxurious. 4 armored personnel carriers, more than 50 off-road vehicles, 20 trucks, various light weapons, individual equipment to choose from, even thermal imaging, drones, and plenty of food and water. It can be said that they crushed Lin Feng and the others in all aspects. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng ran alone to a pile of rocks. He is already far ahead of other survivors. After all, his physical fitness is there. The hunters also started to act, and with the help of vehicles, they quickly caught up with the fleeing prey. All the prey that were caught died without exception. Just when Lin Feng thought he was relatively safe, his heartbeat suddenly quickened and he felt a sharp pain in his back. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly dodged to the side. The moment he dodged, a cloud of dust rose from the ground and a bullet hole appeared there. Lin Feng was shocked. He activated his eagle eyes and looked back, only to find that there was an off-road vehicle parked in the distance, and the shot just now was fired by the sniper on the off-road vehicle. The sniper was surprised to see Lin Feng dodge his bullet, and immediately raised the scope again to prepare for shooting. Lin Feng estimated the distance while running, about 1,600 meters. To be honest, it has far exceeded the effective killing range of AK-74. However, the maximum range of the AK-74 is more than 3,000 meters, so there is still a chance of counterattack. Coupled with Lin Feng's understanding of firearms and eagle-eye skills, Lin Feng said he wanted to give it a try. After switching the gun to semi-automatic mode, all you have to do now is wait for the other party to shoot. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air was heard. Lin Feng's heartbeat accelerated again, and a tingling sensation came from his back. Lin Feng quickly rolled to the side. A second later, a bullet hole appeared on the ground. Lin Feng once again avoided the fatal blow. This skill is really useful. Lin Feng chuckled and quickly lay on the ground to start aiming. He bet that the other party would not fire a second shot within 10 seconds. Lin Feng quickly calculated the wind speed through the dead grass next to him. After adjusting the muzzle of the gun, Lin Feng decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet flew in a parabolic trajectory. It took Lin Feng exactly 10 seconds from lying down to firing. Although the sniper lying on the off-road vehicle saw Lin Feng shooting, he didn't care. He had already seen the weapon in Lin Feng's hand. How could he hit him at such a long distance? Unless the lock is broken. However, just as he was about to shoot, he suddenly heard a crisp sound. Immediately afterwards, he felt a severe pain in his head, and then he lost consciousness and died tragically. Fortunately, this guy didn't bring his bulletproof helmet because he thought it was in the way, otherwise he might not have died. The teammate who was driving was very confused when he saw that the sniper had stopped moving. When he saw the blood on the glass, he suddenly felt unwell. He quickly turned the steering wheel and tried to escape. Lin Feng didn't have a good solution for this. After all, firearms were subject to too many restrictions. At the same time, almost half of the hunters were moving towards Lin Feng. In contrast, the situation of other survivors is better. Lin Feng also knew that his current situation was very dangerous, so he didn't dare to stop for even a minute and ran towards the evacuation location. Soon, two speeding off-road vehicles appeared behind Lin Feng again. Chapter 119, Chase. Just when Lin Feng thought he was going to be killed, the two groups of hunters suddenly started fighting among themselves. Although hunters cannot fight each other, it does not mean they cannot crash into each other. In order to compete for Lin Feng's 200 fragrant gold coins, the two cars collided continuously, creating a good opportunity for Lin Feng to escape. Brother, stop it. If we don't take action, the others will catch up. How about this? Give me Lin Feng's head, and I'll give you half of the bounty after I get out. Do you take me for an idiot? But we'll know who after we get out. Bang! The two SUVs collided again. Because of the interests among hunters, they basically act alone, one person per car, and rarely act in a team. Soon, Lin Feng figured it out. He looked back carefully and found that there was only one person in each car. Lin Feng's eyes rolled around, and then he slid and climbed behind a big rock. After briefly leaving their sight, Lin Feng quickly entered a stationary invisible state, and now he was waiting for the two off-road vehicles behind him to come find him. At that time, Lin Feng will have the opportunity to fight back and get a vehicle by the way. With a car, just 50 kilometers is like a piece of cake. The two cars chasing Lin Feng from behind quickly turned from collision to shooting. Their goal was to attack each other's wheels or engines. Soon, a bearded man stood out and rushed towards Lin Feng with excitement on his face. When he saw Lin Feng standing there motionless, he thought Lin Feng had given up resistance and immediately burst into laughter. Laugh! The sound of brakes rang out beside Lin Feng. The bearded man got out of the car and looked around. As a result, not to mention Lin Feng, there was not even a moving thing. Could it be that this thing was broken? The bearded man looked at the tracker in confusion. Hello. Lin Feng's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Before the bearded man could turn around, a bullet hit his temple and went out from the other side. The scumbag would never have guessed until his death why Lin Feng suddenly appeared in front of him. After searching the bearded man's body, Lin Feng curled his lips. Damn, their equipment is so good. Bulletproof vests, thermal imaging sights, FAL assault rifles, submachine guns, and a large bag of supplies in the car. Lin Feng, who was very unhappy, kicked the bearded man's body several times and drove away quickly. Now, he is only about 45 kilometers away from the evacuation point. With Lin Feng's driving skills, it won't even take an hour. Boss Lin, it's Boss Lin. Take me with you. There's room in the car. Take me with you. Fuck. Where did you get this off-road vehicle? Stop it, and let me get on. Let me go first. I'll give you gold coins when we get back. Lin Feng naturally ignored the shouting outside the car. He turned up the music volume to the maximum, gave the middle finger to the back, and drove away. At this time, more than a dozen off-road vehicles following Lin Feng also rushed over. Those survivors died on the spot. To be honest, Lin Feng didn't intentionally lure the hunter here. It was purely a coincidence. Lin Feng was also deeply distressed about this. After a second of silence, he accelerated again, and the speed directly soared to 120 per hour. On such a bumpy road, the car could even fly. Shoot quickly. Lin Feng is right in front. Dense bullets hit Lin Feng, but only a few hit the car. At this moment, Lin Feng's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Lin Feng knew very well that a bullet was about to hit him, but he could only turn the steering wheel slightly. After all, at such a fast speed, if he turned the steering wheel too hard, the car would flip over. Puff! However, Lin Feng still couldn't dodge it. A bullet penetrated the seat and aimed directly at Lin Feng's heart. At this moment, there was a loud bang, and a yellow doll appeared behind Lin Feng, directly blocking the fatal blow for Lin Feng. What the hell? Wasn't this stand-in doll cleaned up when it left the elevator? Lin Feng was full of surprise, but there was no time to think about it. Now, he could only run for his life. We were getting closer and closer to the evacuation area. Looking at the sudden bulge in the road ahead, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and did not slow down. Instead, he stepped on the accelerator. Buzz! The off-road vehicle took off into the air in an instant. After landing, Lin Feng was almost shocked to death. Fortunately, Lin Feng took advantage of this road and successfully escaped from the hunter's sight behind him. At this time, there are only 20 kilometers left to the evacuation point. The hunter chasing behind has not appeared yet, but Lin Feng is not careless. At this moment, an off-road vehicle appeared in front, and a hunter with a machine gun was lying on the roof. Hee, Lin Feng, I finally waited for you. He just smiled crookedly and then started shooting at the speeding SUV. Although Lin Feng sensed danger, he couldn't jump out of the car now, so he could only rush forward. Da-da-da-da-da. Countless bullets hit the hood. Relying on his experience, Lin Feng decisively lowered his body, which could effectively prevent being shot in the head. But this off-road vehicle is not a bulletproof car after all. Soon, the water tank began to leak and the engine oil began to leak out. Thick black smoke billowed from the hood. Fuck, I'm going to fight. Lin Feng stomped his foot on the gas again and rushed out desperately. A few minutes later, Lin Feng was lucky and managed to escape the strafing. Although he was hit in the shoulder, it was not fatal. However, the car was scrapped. After climbing down from the cab filled with billowing black smoke, Lin Feng put on the thermal imaging sight, threw away everything else, and continued to run towards the evacuation point. At this time, it was only 3 kilometers away from the evacuation point. With Lin Feng's physical strength, running in one breath was not a problem at all. However, the hunters chasing him were still crazy. In their eyes, Lin Feng is no longer just 200 gold coins. Lin Feng is too powerful. If I don't take this opportunity to get rid of him, I'm afraid I'll be the one to die if we meet again next time. Although the probability is very low, everyone is still unwilling to give up this opportunity. Of course, it can also be said that they are jealous of Lin Feng. More than 20 minutes later, Lin Feng finally ran to the evacuation point after hiding continuously. The evacuation point was an oasis. Lin Feng disappeared on the spot as soon as he rushed in. The only sounds in his ears were the elevator announcement and the system prompt sound. Chapter 120 Unexpected Fortune. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. The system's voice sounded in Lin Feng's ears, and the next moment, Lin Feng appeared in the elevator. Fuck, I finally made it back. I'm so tired. Lin Feng lay directly on the ground, gasping for breath. After resting for a while, Lin Feng quickly stood up and checked his personal panel. After seeing the lucky attribute clearly showing 16 points, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was luck that was improved, so this trip was not in vain. Then comes the floor rewards. A big gift pack of potions, 5 bottles each of strength, speed, repair, agility, and intelligence. After drinking all the attribute potions, Lin Feng's attribute points increased by 5 points each. After putting away the remaining 5 bottles of repair potion, Lin Feng came to the pool to check it. After experiencing the poisonous snake incident last time, Lin Feng said that this pool was a bit dangerous and it would be better to check it before going to bed every day. After pushing the iron sheet away with the gun barrel, Lin Feng took a look through the shining light. Phew, I'm safe. Seeing that there were no living creatures, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, then pushed the entire iron plate away, wanting to fill it with some water to cook. But the scene before him frightened Lin Feng to death. WDNMD. I saw that the bottom of the pool was covered with gold coins. Lin Feng pinched his cheek. It hurt. Could it be that my lucky attribute took effect so quickly? I reached out and took out a gold coin and looked at it. Well, there was really no problem. Lin Feng was overjoyed and quickly collected all the gold coins. After a final count, there were a total of 150 gold coins. Now the funds he can embezzle have reached 855 gold coins. Lin Feng, who had obtained an unexpected fortune, suddenly felt that the hot air became sweet. The pot is on fire, but he is going to eat himself to death today. After dinner, Lin Feng lay on the bed, eating grapes boredly, while a short movie was playing on TV. The little velociraptor on the side is working hard to generate electricity. This amount of exercise is nothing for it. It's almost the same as digesting food after a meal. The little velociraptor said, "For me, long, not a single bite of meat is eaten in vain." Soon, Lin Feng fell asleep unknowingly. After the little velociraptor was tired from running, it also lay down next to the fan and fell asleep. Beep. The floor you are about to enter is the trading floor. This floor is a peace floor. The elevator will be parked for 8 hours. You could trade with others on this floor. If a violent conflict occurs on the peace floor, guards will be stationed to control it. Please pay attention, host. Ding dong. The elevator is going up. Please hold on to it. After the elevator stopped, Lin Feng stretched and walked out with the little velociraptor. Looking at the familiar scene outside, Lin Feng followed his memory and came to the stall selling guns. After chatting with the boss for a while, Lin Feng replenished his stock with another 500 rounds of bullets. This time, being wealthy enough, he directly purchased armor-piercing bullets. After buying the bullets, Lin Feng walked around and stopped to check the stalls around him. Because most of the stalls were not fixed, the owners of these stalls would change every time he entered the trading floor. Soon, Lin Feng found a stall with a banner hanging next to it. Power pill. It is not difficult to tell from the occasional medicinal fragrance coming from this stall that they should be selling some elixirs. Little brother, do you want to come over and take a look? These are freshly made powerful pills. One pill can triple your strength. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. When he saw Lin Feng stopping in front of his stall, he began to ask. When Lin Feng heard that the powerful pill was so powerful, he walked over out of curiosity. What kind of powerful pill is this? It's so awesome. This powerful pill was made by me using dozens of rare medicinal herbs. It can instantly boost your strength. It only costs 20 gold coins. The boss looked at Lin Feng and quoted a price. Damn, it's so expensive. You're robbing me. Lin Feng immediately made a gesture to leave. Hey, little brother, don't go yet, don't go yet. The price is negotiable. 20 is too expensive. How about 15? The boss quickly called Lin Feng over. The reason was that his business had been slow recently, barely enough to cover his stall fees. As for why business was so bad, it was because all the pills he sold had positive effects but also had a few negative buffs. Seeing this, Lin Feng curled up his lips into a smile and then turned around. Hey, these 15 gold coins are a bit expensive. How about 10 gold coins? Hey, brother, you cut too hard. Never mind, I'm leaving. Hey, don't go. 10 gold coins, just 10 gold coins, but you have to buy more so that I can make my money back. The stall owner said quickly. Boss, is this pill of yours fake? Or does it have some negative effects? Why would you lower the price so easily? Lin Feng's words made the boss scratch his head in embarrassment, because when selling things here, he couldn't hide the information of the product from the customers, so the boss had no choice but to tell the truth. Actually, the pills I have here all have some side effects. For example, this Dolly pill causes hair loss, and this Qigong pill causes diarrhea for 3 days and 3 nights. The boss briefly introduced the side effects of his pills, and Lin Feng was greatly surprised after listening. However, the negative effects of the Dolly pill don't seem to be very serious. It just causes hair loss, but it can increase strength by 3 times, which is worth it. In the end, Lin Feng argued and successfully bought 10 with 8 gold coins. Then there are the fasting pills. Lin Feng also bought 5 of them with 8 gold coins. This thing might be useful. After all, after taking it, you can go without food for a week. Boss, what is the effect of this pill? Lin Feng asked as he picked up a bottle of blue pills, which looked quite appetizing. This is a detoxification pill. It can cure all poisons in the world. The side effect is kidney deficiency. Lin Feng. Damn, what are these side effects? Fortunately, I didn't buy it and eat it directly, damn it. However, if you don't eat it yourself, you can sell it to others, and you can definitely get a good price at the exchange. Thinking of this, Lin Feng chuckled and then directly bought a whole bottle of 20 pills. Because this side effect is really too outrageous, Lin Feng directly cut the price to 5 gold coins per piece and will sell it for 10 gold coins at the exchange later, ha ha ha. At this time, Lin Feng's attention was attracted by a golden pill again. According to his experience, the gold in this pill is very powerful, so he picked up the pill bottle again and asked, what kind of pill is this? Chapter 121, Repairing Armor. What kind of pill is this? This is awesome. This is the yang-breaking pill, which can permanently increase your strength 5-fold. But it can't be taken repeatedly, and it can only be taken by men. What about the side effects? When Lin Feng heard about the effects of this pill, his eyes lit up. His attributes have now increased 5-fold. Wouldn't that mean he can just propel himself off on the spot? By then, I might be able to kill a cow with 1 punch. Side effects. By the way, little brother, do you like girls? Nonsense. I have a normal sexual orientation. Then this pill is perfect for you. The stall owner coughed. The side effect of this pill, is turning into a girl. Lin Feng. I thought kidney deficiency was already a terrible side effect, but what the hell is even more terrible? Just confiscate the tools used in the crime, right? Lin Feng quickly put down the pill. He couldn't eat it no matter how good the effect was. I say, don't you have any normal pills? Lin Feng felt a bit of a headache looking at the wide variety of pills on the stall. He was afraid that he would hear about some incredible side effects again, so he didn't ask any more questions. There are some with milder side effects, but the effect isn't as good. However, I remember that pill still exists. As the boss spoke, he took out a bottle of medicine from a box. Ah, there's only one left. The boss opened the bottle and looked at the medicine inside, then poured out a white pill. After taking this pill, you can extend your life by 10 years. The side effect is that you will fart continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. The price is 15 gold coins. I want 10 gold coins. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It can prolong life. What good thing? Well, considering you bought so many pills, 10 gold coins is 10 gold coins. After packing all the pills, Lin Feng took out gold coins from his cowhide backpack and paid for them. A total of 230 gold coins. Damn, these gold coins are really worth spending. Lin Feng thought with a painful look on his face. Then he left the medicine stall and staggered to a weapons store. Looking at this shop, Lin Feng was secretly astonished. Most of the merchants trading here had stalls, and the better ones had a shed, but there was actually a shop right here. As expected of a high-tech civilization, they make a lot of money. Lin Feng immediately thought of the laser gun he had seen last time. It cost more than 400 gold coins, which was too damn expensive. However, the main reason Lin Feng came here this time was to find tools to repair his armor. After walking in, Lin Feng was immediately attracted by the various weapons hanging on the walls around the store. The clerk inside was a girl with long, straight black hair. After seeing Lin Feng, she showed a very sweet smile. Hello, how can I help you? Can you repair the armor here? Lin Feng looked at the surrounding walls, which were hung with various high-tech weapons, and he did not find anything related to armor. What armor do you want repaired? Can you tell me the model number? Type 01 armor. Lin Feng recalled the name of the armor and said, Please wait. After the girl with long black hair finished speaking, her eyes turned blue, and then a virtual screen appeared in front of Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was shocked. This girl is actually a robot? How can I not even notice it? Sir, did you bring your armor? I have some repair parts here. Okay, I'll get it. Lin Feng nodded, then happily returned to the elevator. Now that the armor can be repaired, won't he be able to walk sideways on regular floors in the future? The regular floors that Lin Feng mentioned are those floors without mysterious creatures. If there are mysterious creatures, no matter how strong your physical output is, it may be useless. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng put on his armor and ran all the way back to the store. At this time, the robot girl with long black hair had already prepared the maintenance equipment, a scanner, and a robotic arm. Sir, leave it to me from now on. I need to inspect the damage to the armor before charging you. There will be no additional charge for the inspection. After He Changji finished speaking, he took Lin Feng's armor backpack, then placed it on the platform and scanned it with the scanner. Soon, the extent of damage to each part of the armor appeared, along with the amount of repair required for each part. When he saw that the weapon system of the suit of armor was completely destroyed, He Changji frowned. I don't have the raw materials to repair the weapon system, so I can only repair other damaged areas. I'm very sorry. It's okay, just take a look at how much it costs. The abdominal armor is less than 20% intact. The energy core is slightly damaged, and the shoulder armor is less than 50% intact. A total of 80 gold coins. Can you give me a discount? I'm very sorry, this is already the lowest price. I don't have the authority to apply for any further discounts for you. Looking at the serious look of the robot with long black hair, Lin Feng suddenly felt like he was a moron. He actually wanted to bargain with the robot. Then please repair it for me. In fact, this price is acceptable, but Lin Feng is used to bargaining. Soon, the armor was successfully repaired after a burst of blue laser scanning, and the whole process took only 2 minutes. After paying the gold coins, Lin Feng was about to leave when he was suddenly stopped by the clerk. Sir, this is a gift for you. This is the energy core for the Type 01 battle armor. It can supply the battle armor with 10 to 15 days of energy. It's so good. Is this thing still available for sale? Lin Feng took the energy core and asked if there are any left for sale. Lin Feng wouldn't mind buying more. Sorry, sir, Gifts are not for sale. All right. Lin Feng shrugged and said indifferently, then left the store carrying his armor. Lin Feng also asked about the prices of the laser guns in the store. The lowest one was 388, which was a small pistol. Although he could afford it, it was not necessary. The rechargeable pistol is so useful. Humming a little tune, Lin Feng leisurely returned to the elevator. After opening the door and putting down the armor, Lin Feng began to look for things he could trade. Things that are too ordinary are definitely not valuable. After searching for a while, Lin Feng set his sights on the universal medicine box and the resurrection coin. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng decided to forget it. These two things were life-saving gadgets, so it would be better to keep them for himself. I counted the remaining gold coins, and there were 545 gold coins. Now that I've finally made it to the trading floor, let's go out for a walk. Chapter 122, a huge loss of 100 million. Lin Feng, who was about to leave the elevator, glanced at the weapons on the gun rack. It doesn't seem like a big deal to have so many hanging around, so I'll take a few out and deal with them. Lin Feng thought about it, picked out a few brand new submachine guns and matching bullets, and walked out of the elevator. When he arrived at the weapons stall, Lin Feng found that the owner was entertaining customers, so he did not disturb him and stood aside, quietly listening to their conversation. "Boss, can't this gun be any cheaper? I can buy more," a young man in cloth asked. Judging by his attire, he must be from a certain dynasty. 10 gold coins is already the lowest price. If it's any cheaper, I'll really lose money. The boss spread his hands helplessly, and the weapon they traded was an ordinary little pistol. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng immediately shouted, "Oh my God! Such a small pistol is so expensive? This brother is going to be tricked to death," Lin Feng thought to himself. However, he was not going to meddle in other people's business. After all, cutting off someone's financial resources was like killing their parents, and Lin Feng didn't want to get into trouble. The young man in cloth hesitated for a while, then took out the gold coins from his pocket. "Here are 100 pieces. Bring me 5 of these pistols, and the rest of the money can be used to buy bullets." "Haha, okay." The boss immediately smiled and prepared the items for him. The reason why he was so happy was that this pistol could normally only be sold for 2 gold coins. However, there's an unspoken rule here. The price is determined by the technological level of your world. For example, if Lin Feng came to buy this pistol, it would only cost 2 gold coins, but the young man would need 10 gold coins, and the vendors who lived here also had their own way of distinguishing, judged by conversation, way of speaking, and dress. Low-level civilizations are so miserable on this trading floor that being ripped off has become a norm. After the young man left, Lin Feng appeared in front of the stall. When a scar boss saw that it was an old customer, he smiled and asked what he needed. "Will you put away your guns?" Lin Feng placed the prepared submachine gun on the wooden box and asked, Sorry, no. But if you have time, you can sell it to me. You just saw how profitable it is to sell these guns to lower-level civilizations." The boss smiled and said that he had always liked Lin Feng, and since Lin Feng had spent a lot of money with him, he was willing to lend him the stall. When Lin Feng heard about this good thing, he expressed his gratitude and returned to the elevator to get some weapons and place them all here. In addition to weapons, there are also some extra medicines. For example, anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicines, and antipyretic drugs may not sell for as much money in the elevator exchange as they do here. 2 hours later, with the help of the boss, Lin Feng successfully earned 130 gold coins. "Thanks, boss. Here's the booth fee." After leaving 10 gold coins, Lin Feng took the remaining gold coins and left the gun stall. I'll give you a discount next time." Seeing that Lin Feng was so understanding, he liked Lin Feng even more. Afterwards, Lin Feng took a walk around this huge trading floor. "I bought whatever I saw useful along the way." In the end, Lin Feng bought some medicinal herbs from some merchants from low-level civilizations. They are all aged medicinal herbs, enough to make several sets of health-enhancing pills. Seeing that time was almost up, Lin Feng returned to the elevator. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng checked the gunshot wound he had suffered on the cat-and-mouse game floor. With the recovery of his self-healing ability, Lin Feng almost does not need bandaging. When he came back, the wound was almost healed, and later Lin Feng took out the bullet. Now when I opened the clothes, I saw that everything had healed. After confirming that the wound was fine, Lin Feng sorted out the items he bought on this trip. 20 detoxification pills, 10 strength pills, 5 fasting pills, 1 longevity pill, 5 portions of materials for refining health-enhancing pills. Based on last experience, I should be able to refine about 20 pills. A Warframe's power core. There were 620 gold coins left, and Lin Feng recovered some money by selling weapons. Otherwise, his balance would soon fall below 500. Then Lin Feng took 10 detoxification pills and put them on the exchange to test the waters. Lin Feng is very conscientious in terms of the price, only 20 gold coins. No one can guarantee that they will not be poisoned, so even if it costs 20 gold coins per pill, after knowing the efficacy, there will definitely be people who buy one as a spare. Before putting on the shelf, Lin Feng made a special search and found that not only was he selling it, but there were also several trading orders, and the price was higher than Lin Feng's, 30 gold coins per piece, and there were only 5 pieces for sale in the entire exchange. He was killed as soon as he came out. Lin Feng thought about it and directly raised the price to 35 gold coins. With a profit of 7 times, Lin Feng said he was making a lot of money. The detoxification pills were sold out within 10 minutes of being put on the shelves. Lin Feng put 8 more pills on the shelves and only kept 2 for himself as spares. He sold 18 of them at the price of 35 gold coins, making a huge profit of 630 gold coins. Lin Feng suddenly regretted not buying more. This wave directly resulted in a loss of 100 million. And as time goes by, more and more people will buy the detoxification pills through the trading floor, and then they will be worthless. Chew. Bloody loss. Looking at the gold coins that appeared on the table, Lin Feng picked his nose with a painful look on his face. There's a reason why detoxification pills are so expensive. One reason is that people don't know the side effects of the detoxification pills. Another reason is that the detoxification pills can save lives. If it were a pill like the Big O pill, it might not sell so well. Then he spent some time refining the bodybuilding pill. In the end, only 18 pills were refined, 2 less than Lin Feng expected, but it was acceptable. Lin Feng didn't plan to sell this fitness pill, so he decided to keep it for himself. 18 fitness pills can add 18 points to each of your 3 main attributes. Although the taste is a bit hard to accept, Lin Feng said, "I don't want to be a human being anymore." After opening his personal panel and checking his current attributes, Lin Feng took a deep breath and stuffed 5 pills into his mouth at once. After chewing for a while, Lin Feng swallowed it with water with difficulty. Then he didn't dare to stop and put 5 more into his mouth. The little velociraptor next to him was also shocked when he saw Lin Feng eating shit again. That's right, in its perception, this pill tastes like poop. Look at your ass, open your mouth, and eat 3. Ouch! The little velociraptor had a look of rejection on its face, but still succumbed to Lin Feng's tyranny. He ate 3 fitness pills in one breath. After more than 20 minutes, Lin Feng's 3 main attributes had arrived. Strength, 51, speed, 39, agility, 44. 5 times the strength of an ordinary person, and 4 times the speed and agility of an ordinary person. Lin Feng looked at his current attributes, and a smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 123, Killing Zone. The attributes of speed and agility cannot be tested in an elevator, but strength can be tested. Lin Feng quickly found a large piece of iron from the pile of materials. The weight is about 200 kilograms. The final result was that Lin Feng easily lifted the 200 kilograms of iron block with both hands. There is absolutely no pressure at all. This is definitely not his limit, but Lin Feng has a rough idea in his mind. After stuffing the iron block back into the material pile area, Lin Feng took out the longevity pill. I thought to myself, I have to eat it sooner or later anyway, so I might as well eat it now. It's just 3 days of farting, what's the big deal? Lin Feng thought to himself, and then swallowed the longevity pill. Sweet and sour, not bad. 1 minute after eating it, Lin Feng felt a surge of wild power appearing in his dantian. This is what it feels like. Lin Feng immediately showed an expression of disbelief and then ran to the toilet. Puff, 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 puff. The moment Lin Feng ran into the toilet, he heard a crackling fart sound. The good news is that after farting continuously for half an hour, Lin Feng's stomach finally calmed down. The bad news is this elevator smells like farts. Lin Feng was almost forced to wear a gas mask. Look at you, you look like a bear. It's just the smell of fart. Go run a few steps to distract yourself. Looking at the little velociraptor shivering in the corner, Lin Feng laughed and scolded. Then I turned on the air conditioner in an attempt to blow away the mysterious fragrance in the air. In the next few hours, Lin Feng also summed up the pattern of farting. He would accumulate energy for 2 hours and then release it for half an hour. Moreover, Because Lin Feng had eaten a lot of meat recently, the smell of his farts was particularly mysterious. But after getting used to it, I can accept it. After all, there is such a big vent at the top of the elevator. After dinner, Lin Feng lay on the bed and fell asleep soon. I fart constantly during my sleep, but luckily the side effect of this pill is that farting is just farting and it won't carry any hidden dangers like some snacks popping out. Ding! The floor the host is about to enter is Killing Zone. This floor will teleport 10,000 survivors to the same area. In this area, the survivors can fight each other or unite to survive this floor together. After 5 days, the floor will end. After the end, you will receive the elevator supplies of the survivors you killed. Note, you can bring any items to this floor. This floor has a ranking system based on combat power and quality of life. The top 10 will have a chance to trade with the floor merchant. The first place winner will also receive a designated elevator upgrade material in a random quantity. Ding! Trigger the selection task. Option 1. Survival Expert. Enter the floor without carrying any items and become the first one. Reward title. Arrogant. After wearing, strength, speed, agility each increase by 10, sanity decreases by 5. Option 2. Plan carefully, bring the best equipment to this floor, and be the first to place first. Reward. Think twice after wearing, intelligence plus 5, sanity plus 2. Choice 3. Do not enter the floor. Reward. Cowardly. After wearing it, speed and agility plus 1. After listening to this, Lin Feng thought for a moment and decisively chose the second option. The title of narcissist does indeed greatly improve the 3 main attributes, but Lin Feng is no longer lacking in main attributes. On the contrary, it would be better to choose option 2 and think twice before acting. After making his choice, Lin Feng quickly packed up his equipment. After putting on the cowhide backpack and armor backpack, Lin Feng stuffed some instant food and some medicine into the cowhide backpack. In terms of weapons, Lin Feng chose the old 3, the technological rhino horn bow, the rechargeable pistol, and the HK assault rifle. Do you want to go out? Lin Feng looked at the little velociraptor and asked. Ouch! The little velociraptor shouted happily, and Lin Feng felt that it was time to train the little velociraptor's combat capabilities. This is a good opportunity. With my current strength, this kind of floor is as easy as a game. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Ding dong. This floor. After a moment, the elevator stopped and the door opened, revealing a white light outside. Lin Feng and the little velociraptor stepped directly into the white light. After a dizzy feeling, the man and the dragon were teleported to a burning gas station. The gas station was surrounded by a green area, and there was a road opposite the gas station. After looking around, Lin Feng didn't find anything. This time, the elevator did not provide any auxiliary props such as maps, but only a ranking query tool, which could only be used to check one's own ranking. Lin Feng was now undoubtedly the number 1. Next, Lin Feng didn't even have to do anything. He just had to find a place to stay for 5 days. However, the most important thing on this trip is to train the little velociraptor's fighting ability. Dahe, can you scan for any nearby life forms? Lin Feng asked after putting on his armor. Yes, sir. Scanning in progress. Dahe said respectfully, and then a progress bar appeared on Lin Feng's screen. After more than 10 seconds, Dahe spoke again. Sir, we have completed a scan of all living organisms within a 500-meter radius. We will scan them every 60 seconds, and each scan consumes very little energy. A very small radar map appeared on the screen of Lin Feng's helmet, with all the movable life forms nearby marked with dots, with animals in white and humans in red. Holy crap, this armor is so awesome. Lin Feng was shocked again. He had just said it casually, but he didn't expect it to actually come true. There were not many survivors within 500 meters of Lin Feng, only 3. It seems that this floor is quite large. There are only 3 people near me among 10,000 people. Xiao Long Long, wait here. I'll go find some opponents for you. Ouch. The little velociraptor looked like a good baby and called out to Lin Feng. So good. After rubbing the velociraptor's head, Lin Feng turned on the quick sprint function and rushed out directly. A few seconds later, a man holding a submachine gun appeared in Lin Feng's sight. It's you. Lin Feng chuckled and then flew past like a ghost. The survivor who was walking cautiously through the green area felt a dark shadow running past him. The next second, he was lifted up and the gun in his hand was shot away. He was even shaken up and down like a toy, and all the weapons and other things hidden on his body were shaken off. Chapter 124, The Combat Power of the Little Velociraptor. Only then did the survivor see the armor in front of him clearly. Mecha, big brother, don't do it. Shut up. Lin Feng's process machine sound came out, which immediately scared this guy. He nodded quickly and then fell silent. What's your name? Andrew. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng picked him up with one hand and quickly returned to the little velociraptor's location. Fight it, and if you win, I'll let you go. No, it's a dinosaur. Andrew said with horror that although the velociraptor was not big, it was still a prehistoric ferocious beast. If he had a weapon, he might dare to fight, but now he is unarmed. So what's the difference between that and giving it away for free? This is your weapon. Fight it or die now. Lin Feng threw him a folding knife and said, Yes. Andrew took the folding knife and approached the little velociraptor tremblingly. The little velociraptor also understood Lin Feng's intention. After getting up, it showed its sharp teeth at Andrew. She no longer had the obedient look she had when facing Lin Feng. Roar! A dragon's roar frightened Andrew so much that he stood still. When he came to his senses, the little velociraptor had already approached him. I'm going all out. Fuck! Andrew came to his senses and yelled, then slid forward and was instantly killed by the little velociraptor. With a throat-locking move, Andrew's neck was bitten off by the little velociraptor. Good. Lin Feng nodded. He was worried that the little velociraptor's fighting ability would be greatly reduced under his care. Now it seems that he was overthinking it. Now let's increase the difficulty a little bit. After letting the little velociraptor wait there, Lin Feng flashed and captured two more people a few minutes later. One is called Zhang San and the other is called Li Si. After throwing the two men to the ground, Lin Feng threw a small knife to each of them and said the same words as before. The two men were also brave and rushed forward with daggers and fierce looks on their faces. Facing two knife-wielding enemies, the little velociraptor still had a hard time. After all, its only weapon is a set of sharp teeth. But don't forget, this guy took 4 bodybuilding pills. The explosive power can be said to be extremely strong. After knocking Zhang San down with a headbutt, Li Si stabbed him with his knife. However, it was blocked by the leather armor of the little velociraptor. Although it pierced through, it did not hurt its body. The little velociraptor swung violently, and Li Si was thrown out. Roar! Snap! With a crisp sound, Li Si was thrown out and had his throat bitten by the little velociraptor that followed closely. The other person was still holding his chest and coughing continuously, which showed that he was in great pain from the collision. Seeing the little velociraptor coming towards him, he retreated repeatedly, but in the end he could not escape. Yes, very fierce. Lin Feng stroked the little velociraptor's head and smiled. It seems that no special training is needed. Lin Feng was very satisfied to be able to fight 2 people alone. As for what happens next, just let it go and see which unlucky guy you will run into. Lin Feng thought about it in his heart, and then prepared to leave the green area. Suddenly Lin Feng stumbled and almost fell. He looked down and found a metal protrusion. Does it look like a box? P.S. I wish you all a happy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 125 Hardbox. An unexpected surprise? A question flashed through Lin Feng's mind, because this thing looked a bit like a treasure chest. Forget it, start digging. Lin Feng muttered as he took out a machete and started digging the soil. Fortunately, the soil here was relatively soft, and Lin Feng soon dug out the thing that almost tripped him. It looked like an iron box. Lin Feng looked around and found a button. After pressing it, a screen suddenly lit up on the box, indicating that fingerprint or face verification was required to open it. Well, this thing is a treasure chest, and it's quite heavy. I wonder what good things are inside. Lin Feng thought about it in his mind, then took out the charged pistol and prepared to violently unlock it. Worried about damaging the things inside, Lin Feng only accumulated strength for 1 second before firing. Bang! There was a crisp sound, and to Lin Feng's surprise, the thing was completely unharmed. You're quite strong. I'm going to blast you into ashes today. Lin Feng charged the rechargeable pistol in his hand again, this time in 3 seconds, but the treasure chest was still intact. Chua, if I don't get you out of here today, I'll say my name backwards. A minute later, Feng Lin fell into deep thought as he looked at the intact treasure chest in the deep pit. What the hell is this? He blew a big hole of 5 or 6 meters in the ground, but it still didn't cause any damage. Could there be something good inside? This idea flashed through Lin Feng's mind, and then it became unstoppable. Even if there's nothing good inside, it's worth taking such a sturdy box back with you. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly stuffed the box into his cowhide backpack and then left the green area. Next, find a place to stay for a few days and then leave. Lin Feng doesn't even need to work hard. The things in the cowhide backpack are enough for him to live for a long time. There were quite a lot of cars on the road, and Lin Feng soon found an off-road vehicle that could be driven. The gas was full and the key was on it. After putting the armor back into his backpack, Lin Feng chose to drive on the road. Driving along the road, he soon found a sign with a welcome message. You could see many tall buildings beyond the signboard. Lin Feng thought about it and drove directly into the city. Just as he passed the signboard, a faint gunshot rang out in the distance, and Lin Feng's heart began to beat wildly. Realizing that someone was ambushing, Lin Feng slammed on the brakes, opened the door, and jumped out, and quickly put on his armor. A bullet hole was left on the driver's seat glass. Fortunately, the little velociraptor was lying in the back seat and would not be in any danger. Lin Feng, who was wearing armor, frowned because the side effects of the longevity pill came again. Phew! Puff, 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 puff. Mr. Lin, do you need to turn on the powerful ventilation function for you? Lin Feng, a farm worker who was lying on the rooftop and watching all this was stunned. What a generous gift. Fuck. The farm tool watched Lin Feng transform into a mecha with disbelief on its face, and even fired another shot in disbelief. Bite. Phew. There was a loud, crisp sound and a fart, and Lin Feng slowly lowered his palm, inside which was a flattened bullet. Dahe, scan the surrounding life forms. Yes, sir. Scan complete. Phew. Suddenly, multiple life forms appeared on Lin Feng's screen, but there was only one human being 400 meters away. Seeing this, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and directly started the sprint mode. 10 seconds later, he appeared downstairs where the black man was. The black man who attacked Lin Feng suddenly felt panic when he saw Lin Feng suddenly disappear from his sight. Just as he picked up the sniper rifle and was about to run away, he looked back and bumped into Lin Feng. Shit! The black man quickly took out a submachine gun and pulled the trigger at Lin Feng. However, it only created a spark when it hit the armor, and even Lin Feng's screen did not show any damage to the armor. The black man who had just run out of bullets suddenly felt dizzy, and the next moment Lin Feng grabbed his calf and dragged him away like garbage. A minute later, Lin Feng threw the black man covered in blood in front of his car. Poof! Damn! You! Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long fart and suddenly cursed in his heart. In order to hide his embarrassment, Lin Feng took out a machete and threw it at the black man in front of him. Fight with my pet, and I'll let you go if you win. Although the black man was a little dazed at this time, he still subconsciously took the machete. However, when he saw the little velociraptor with its fangs and claws bared, he was knocked to the ground by the little velociraptor before he could even say fuck. The hand holding the machete was bitten off, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The next second, his throat was bitten through, and he turned into a corpse, looking at Lin Feng with his eyes wide open. Lin Feng drove back on the road and entered the city, then wandered around here wearing armor. Dahe continued to search for information about living beings for him. What surprised Lin Feng was that there were quite a few survivors in this city. 5 days later, Lin Feng had accidentally met more than a dozen survivors. Xiaolong's leg was unfortunately cut, but it was also because this guy was careless. A little injury can teach him a lesson. Fortunately, no bones were injured, and Lin Feng also disinfected and bandaged it. It should be back to normal in a few days. At this moment, Lin Feng was lying on the sofa, drinking a drink, and leisurely reading a martial arts novel. Without the negative buff of farting, he felt comfortable. He now lives in a villa. Although the exterior looks like it has been gnawed by a dog, the interior is still relatively intact. At the same time, Lin Feng found a lot of useful things and some old newspapers. Based on the information in the newspapers, he was able to conclude that this floor that looked like a city on Blue Star was definitely not Blue Star. Also, Lin Feng has tried various ways to open the metal box in the past few days, but no matter whether he used a bomb or a charged pistol to blow it open, he couldn't open it. Even the ultimate form of the technological rhino horn, Bao couldn't break it. Seeing that he really couldn't open it, Lin Feng didn't care anymore. He had a master key anyway, so he would use the master key to open it after returning to the elevator. He wanted to know what kind of treasures were hidden in such a hard metal box. After drinking the happy water in his hand in one gulp, Lin Feng lay down on the sofa in satisfaction. After a few hours, the system prompt sound suddenly rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. Please check it. Ding dong. The floor has ended. Rewards are being calculated. Survivor Lin Feng ranks first. The reward has been placed in the elevator. Chapter 1, 26 Mermaid's Blessing, Energy Ball. The next moment, a white light appeared, and Lin Feng and the little velociraptor opened their eyes again and found themselves back in the elevator. The elevator screen displays the elevator supplies of all the survivors killed by Lin Feng, and you can choose anyone you like. After looking through it for a while, Lin Feng finally collected all the elevator upgrade materials, as well as various foods, medicines, guns, and ammunition. What surprised Lin Feng was that he actually found an upgrade set in it. After opening the panel, there are only 2 upgrade sets left to upgrade, and there are more than 2,000 gold coins that could be appropriated. The other most common upgrade materials are wood, which is more than 5,000 kilograms, and iron, which is close to 5,000 kilograms. There aren't many items like copper, aluminum, obsidian, and gold, but with the inventory of more than 10 people, there's no need to worry about future upgrades. The next step is to designate elevator upgrade supplies. Lin Feng looked at the black box in the middle of the elevator. There was an electronic screen on it that allowed him to choose any upgrade material at the current stage. Lin Feng naturally chose to upgrade the suit. After all, this was what he lacked the most. The number of upgrade sets displayed above is random between 1 and 5, but Lin Feng still believes in his luck. After opening the black box, there were 5 upgrade sets inside. Lin Feng chuckled and put them all in his pocket. The chance of trading with floor merchants is that you will 100% meet floor merchants on the next floor. Just when Lin Feng was about to upgrade, a strange noise suddenly came from the pool. Could it be some weird thing again? Lin Feng was confused, but he still approached cautiously with his gun. After pushing the iron plate open with the gun barrel, Lin Feng couldn't help rubbing his eyes at the creature inside. Me mermaid? What the hell? Lin Feng was a little confused looking at the mermaid in front of him who was only 50 centimeters tall. Reference picture, just look at it. This is a real mermaid with a human body and a fish tail, and she is very beautiful. The only difference is that her body is a little small, which is different from the one in the movie. Seeing Lin Feng, the little mermaid seemed a little shy. She dived into the water, swam around, and then jumped out. At the same time, he opened his mouth and hummed an unknown melody. The little velociraptor was stunned when it heard the melody. Although Lin Feng thought it sounded nice, he was not confused by it. After all, he was still very rational. But this melody is really nice and makes people unable to help but indulge in it. Looking at the situation of the little velociraptor, Lin Feng immediately became alert. Just when Lin Feng was about to catch the little mermaid, her singing suddenly stopped. The little velociraptor also returned to normal. In the blink of an eye, the little mermaid disappeared. Lin Feng scratched his head and stirred the water in the pool with the barrel of his gun. There was indeed nothing in it. Were you dazzled just now? As soon as doubts arose in my mind, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mermaid's blessing, permanent affinity with ocean and freshwater creatures, underwater breathing. What the hell? Lin Feng looked at the little velociraptor in confusion, and the little velociraptor also tilted its head. Is there such a thing as a free gift? This is really a free benefit. I didn't do anything, just listen to some songs for a while, and I got such an awesome buff. Lin Feng dived into the pool and tried to breathe deeply. What shocked him was that he could actually do it. That's right. Doesn't that mean that the little velociraptor can also do it? If that song was a way of spreading blessings, then the little velociraptor also heard it. Zai Long Long, come here. Oh, put your head in there. Lin Feng patted the little velociraptor's head and pointed at the pool. The little velociraptor immediately understood and happily put its head into the pool and gurgled. After all, it has not been played like this for a long time, huh? 5 minutes later, seeing that the little velociraptor was still gurgling and spitting bubbles, Lin Feng slapped his forehead and thought, well, this wave of profit is huge. Unfortunately, there is no recording, and I don't know if the recording would have any effect. After the luck attribute of this pool was improved, it seemed that the things it gave out were getting better and better. Lin Feng was now looking forward to what good things it would give him next time. I just don't know if danger and opportunity coexist. After suppressing the doubts in his heart, Lin Feng clicked to upgrade the elevator. There are still no significant changes in this elevator upgrade. The space has been expanded a bit, and the battery capacity has also increased. The expanded part of the elevator has become a planting area, and fertile soil has been placed in it. However, it is not too big, probably only about 3 or 4 square meters. According to the above tips, plants planted here will grow 3 times faster than normal. And it doesn't require anything, just water it. Lin Feng scratched his head. He still had a lot of fruits. He could buy watermelons and other things in the future. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot about this thing. Lin Feng took out the metal box from his cowhide backpack. Then he found a master key he had placed there in the elevator storage box. Such a sturdy box. I hope the things inside won't disappoint me. Lin Feng thought about it, and then placed the master key on the fingerprint verification area. Drop. A pleasant sound was heard, and the metal box opened with a click. There was a metal ball quietly placed inside, and next to the ball was a rice dumpling. That's right, it was zongzi. Lin Feng took it out in confusion. I smelled it, and it smelled pretty good. It didn't look like it had gone bad. Damn it, I put so much effort into it, and all I got was a rice dumpling and an iron ball. Lin Feng grumbled in dissatisfaction as he unwrapped the rice dumpling and started eating. At this time, he noticed that there were smart watches placed next to the metal sphere. After touching it, the screen of the watch suddenly lit up, and the shape of the iron ball appeared on the screen. The function of the iron ball was also marked. After reading it, Lin Feng's eyes widened. The thing in front of me is not an ordinary iron ball. It's from Wang Wei's poem. Ugh, I went to the wrong set. The iron ball in front of him was actually an energy ball. The most terrifying thing was that the energy in this iron ball was infinite. That's right, it's infinite, and the watch can change its shape to fit any object. Lin Feng excitedly picked up the iron ball and then inserted it into the battery. Instantly, the battery is fully charged. Holy crap, now I don't have to pay the electricity bill. The little velociraptor said, "What does the electricity bill have to do with you? It was all earned by me running hard." However, the most amazing thing about this energy ball is that it can fit into all objects. If you put in the armor, you don't have to worry about the armor's endurance. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt that his body seemed to have become much lighter and his strength had increased. This feeling only appeared when his attribute points increased dramatically. Could it be that? Chapter 127 Universalamer. Lin Feng felt the changes in his body and quickly opened the attribute panel to check. Sure enough, this zongzi is not an ordinary zongzi. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 56. Speed, 44. Agility, 49. Intelligence, 40. Luck, 16. Sanity, 1/10 of intelligence 4, plus 11. Skills, cold-blooded creature, bounty hunter, god-level driving skills, fishing in troubled waters, instant invisibility, cold weapon master, intermediate firearms mastery, elementary combat, wilderness survival expert, eagle eye. It seems that my first 3 main attributes have all increased by 5 points. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. I told you. How could such an awesome box contain just an ordinary zongzi? At this moment, the long-lost voice of the system sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the upgrade task. The reward has been issued. Beep! Triggering the upgrade task. Host, please upgrade the elevator to level 16. Reward: a piece of super cowhide and a piece of memory metal. Clang! A small black hammer hit Lin Feng's feet. Is this the universal hammer? Lin Feng picked up the hammer that looked like a toy on the ground and said, "Is this hammer the universal hammer that can be used to hit whatever is broken?" Lin Feng weighed it in his hand. Perhaps it was because his strength attribute was too high, the hammer did not feel any weight in his hand. In order to verify the function of this thing, Lin Feng found a piece of iron plate and punched a hole in it. Then he took out a universal hammer and knocked on the hole. After a while, the iron plate was restored. Good boy, what a bullshit. Lin Feng was amazed at this scene that violated the law of conservation of energy. He set his sights on the Type 01 armor, wondering if this hammer could restore the armor's weapon system. Thinking of this, Lin Feng put on the Type 01 armor, took out a hammer, and hit the armor's weapon system again and again. The weapons of this armor are located on the arms and back, but Lin Feng is not quite sure what they are. Holy crap, it really works. Lin Feng was excited as he looked at the progress of weapon system maintenance displayed on the screen. A few minutes later, the weapon system was repaired, and Lin Feng got a brief understanding of the weapon system of this armor through the information on the screen. The inside of the left arm can emit explosive lasers. The inside of the right arm is an electromagnetic pulse device. The back can launch a tracking missile, and the pupils can be used to control the direction of the missile's flight. All 3 of these uses require the consumption of energy from a mecha. After each launch of the tracking missile, a period of waiting is required. But Lin Feng is not short of energy now. When I go out to explore the elevator, I use the energy ball to power the armor directly. I won't even bring it down when I fly into the sky. However, I don't know if this hammer can heal injuries. Lin Feng scratched his head, then made up his mind and cut a big hole in his arm. For the sake of the experiment, I'm going to give it my all. However, after taking out the hammer and knocking it for a long time, Lin Feng found that it was useless, and finally he had to rely on his self-healing ability to recover. Hey, I originally thought I had obtained another rule artifact, but being able to repair items out of thin air is indeed awesome. Next, Lin Feng looked at the supplies needed to upgrade the elevator. With the supply support of more than 10 survivors, Lin Feng only needed 4 upgrade sets this time. He then spent another half an hour planting watermelons in the new planting area. According to the knowledge in my mind, it should take about 90 days for early maturing watermelon varieties to mature from sowing. I don't know what variety of watermelon he ate, but the growth rate in the planting area is 3 times that of the original watermelon, so I think it should be harvested soon. Lin Feng also specifically instructed the little velociraptor not to play in the planting area. Otherwise, given the dragon's personality, it would probably dig a hole in it. After planting the melons and watering them, Lin Feng lay down on the bed yawning. With the energy ball, he replaced the ice water in the air conditioning fan with ice cubes. So Lin Feng slept very comfortably that night, unlike before when he was woken up by the heat. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng got up, rubbing his head. It might be because he had been using the air conditioner fan all night yesterday, which caused him to have a headache, but it shouldn't have a big impact. It was still early, and Lin Feng was frying steaks leisurely. He also took a look at the chat room to get some information about other survivors. Maybe he could get some information about Blue Star. Most people have already woken up, and the messages in the chat room are refreshing very quickly. Brothers, I'm finally back to Blue Star. Can you see me talking? Yes, besides, what good would it do if you returned to Blue Star? If you were listed as a missing person, you wouldn't even have money to buy food. Haha, the last time I went back, I was dragged away by several soldiers. This elevator world on Blue Star should be no longer a secret, right? I don't know when we'll be rescued. Rescued? I think this is pretty good. Although it's dangerous, it can make me stronger. It's much better than going back to work. The content of the chat room unconsciously began to deviate from the topic. Just when Lin Feng was about to close it, the person who had just returned to Blue Star spoke again. Brothers, I discovered something incredible. The sun in the Blue Star sky suddenly flickered a moment ago. Most importantly, the pedestrians on the road haven't noticed anything wrong yet. Huh, the sun flickered? Do you think this is your light bulb, and you can control it? No, you think the blue planet we returned to might not be a blue planet at all? Impossible. I went back and found my parents, and they didn't disown me as their son. I also think it's unlikely. And since you're only saying one side of the story, who knows if you're just making it up? I didn't feel anything was wrong when I returned to Blue Star. Brother, that should be blackouts, right? It's normal. Plus, the imbalanced nutrition you experienced while in the elevator made it very easy for blackouts to occur. Your eyes suddenly go black, then slowly recover after a while. Blackouts can occur when you stand up after squatting for a long time. I think you might be hallucinating, Dot. Could it be that I really saw it wrong? Lin Feng rubbed his chin subconsciously as he watched the man's words. He had already returned to Blue Star twice, but he didn't find anything wrong. The only thing wrong was probably that some of the floors he had experienced would appear in reality. Chapter 128 War Floor. However, it seems unlikely that he is the only one who encountered something wrong when so many people returned to Blue Star. I must have just seen it wrong. Lin Feng thought to himself. Fuck, I almost lost it. Lin Feng quickly turned the steak over and sprinkled seasoning on it. It was ready to eat in a short while. Just after finishing the meal, the system prompt sounded. Beep, the floor the host is about to enter is a war floor. Please survive here for 48 hours. After the end, rewards will be issued based on your survival status. Tip, you can choose to enter or not enter this floor, but you must stay there for 48 hours before leaving. You can bring any items into this floor. Tick, triggering the mission. Host, please kill 500 hostile targets. Reward, free attribute points 5. Why not go into the floor where you can bring any items in? With Lin Feng's current combat capability, after putting on the armor, as long as it doesn't encounter any cannons or something, he can easily fight against 100 enemies at once. But don't bring the little velociraptor in. After all, bullets have no eyes. Xiao Long, I'm going to be out for 2 days. You stay in the elevator. If any monster appears in the pool, you lead it to the elevator door. Got it. Ouch. The little velociraptor barked as a response to Lin Feng. It seemed that it understood. After putting some water, guns, ammunition, and medical supplies into the backpack, the elevator announcement sounded. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. The elevator began to move downwards and soon stopped. A white light curtain appeared in front of Lin Feng. After saying goodbye to the little velociraptor, Lin Feng walked out directly. After a moment of dizziness, Lin Feng opened his eyes again. What caught my eye was a deserted farmland and some dead trees that had lost their leaves. Lin Feng was confused. After all, the start of this war floor was somewhat different from the last time he entered. To be on the safe side, Lin Feng put on his armor directly, then turned on the safety of HK, ready to fight at any time. Dahe, search for life forms around here. Yes, sir. Search completed. No living organisms nearby. No life. Lin Feng was confused, and at this moment, he suddenly noticed the black smoke rising in the distance. It didn't seem to be very far away, so he should be able to find some information there. Half a minute later, Lin Feng sprinted over. Anyway, his armor had been replaced with energy balls, so he didn't have to worry about running out of energy. Lin Feng looked at the deserted village in front of him in disbelief. After taking off his mask, the smell of gunpowder mixed with blood entered Lin Feng's nose, making him frown. When he saw the village, he already had some guesses in his mind. In order to verify his guess, Lin Feng hurried into the village to collect useful information. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Feng came to a large thatched house. This should be a place where a landlord stored food, but it had been burned into ruins at this time. But this was not the most important thing. Most importantly, there are a lot of charred corpses here. They were stacked one on top of another, more than 1 meter high, and there were some small plaster flags on the ground. Lin Feng took a deep breath when he saw the plaster flag. It seems he guessed right. This war floor is indeed from the anti-Japanese war period. Lin Feng felt that the architectural styles of the villages were very similar from the very beginning, and now that he saw the plaster flags on the ground, he no longer had to guess. This village must have been the site of the Three Alls policy. It seems that the locusts have not been away for long, and there are some neat footprints on the ground, which must have been left by them. Dahe, keep scanning for life forms. Okay, Mr. Lin. Although Lin Feng didn't know whether this was the history of Blue Star, since he had encountered it, these locusts had no chance of survival. In order to find these Japanese devils who looted the village, Lin Feng directly turned on the flight mode and flew in the direction of the footprints. A moment later, a group of red dots appeared on Lin Feng's screen. There were about 30 people in total, 300 meters away from Lin Feng. It must be them, Lin Feng said in his heart, then sped up again and rushed forward. Soon, he saw a shit yellow color in the distance. Each of them had something in their hands. Some even had more than 10 carts of food. Seeing those people so happy, Lin Feng smiled and then silently took out the high-tech rhino horn bow. Now I'm only 100 meters away from them. This group of devils are in a very happy moment and have no idea that there is a devil who is taking their lives behind them. After adjusting the rhino horn bow to continuous shooting mode, Lin Feng shot directly into the sky. Swish, swish, swish. A sound of breaking through the air was heard. A sergeant in the team, carrying a plaster flag, looked up curiously. What is this? The sergeant looked at the blue laser arrows flying in the air in confusion, but soon realized that these blue things were heading towards them, so he shouted, "Enemy attack!" However, just as it finished its words, it was pierced from head to tail by a laser arrow like a skewer of meat. Before the other devils could react, they were killed one by one. What surprised Lin Feng was that there was actually a Japanese soldier dressed in an officer's uniform who survived. At this time, the Japanese soldier was scared silly. He was hunched over with a pistol in his hand, looking around with an uneasy expression. Lin Feng, who had originally thought of killing it directly, suddenly felt that this seemed too easy for the beast, so he flew over directly. The Japanese soldier naturally also discovered Lin Feng flying towards him. What is this? It was shocked. Someone flying in the sky? Could it be a manifestation of the gods of Xia country? After all, the island country has always been a bootlicker of the Xia country, so it is naturally very familiar with the myths of the Xia country. Baga, long live his majesty, the heavenly locust. The Japanese soldier suddenly looked ferocious, shouted loudly, and kept shooting at Lin Feng. The result was naturally that Lin Feng was out of trouble. Bang! It fired a few shots before being slapped away by Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng used less force in this slap, Otherwise, the pig's head would have been smashed to pieces. The little Japanese soldier who was blown away subconsciously said, "What? What the hell?" Bang. Another slap. "Where is your military camp?" Baka. Bang. Baka. Bang. "Where is your military camp?" Baga. "Long live the sky locust." Bang. Lin Feng slapped him again, this time using more force, and directly knocked out several broken teeth. The Japanese soldier's face was swelling up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The military camp is 3,000 meters to the east. Bang. Lin Feng slapped him again. Baga. "I already told you. Why did you hit me?" Bang. "If I want to slap you, I'll slap you. You're such a tight-lipped person." After throwing the Japanese soldier with blood all over his face to the ground, Lin Feng found a steel pipe from his cowhide backpack. What are you going to do?" "What to do?" "Ha!" Lin Feng sneered and then waved the steel pipe in his hand. A few minutes later, the Japanese soldier, whose limbs were all broken and who had fainted from the pain, was tied up by Lin Feng and tied to the grain cart. At the same time, Lin Feng did not forget to load all the guns and ammunition on the ground into the truck. Now we have to consider what to do with so much food. Chapter 129, County Town. If he kept it for himself, Lin Feng would definitely not keep it. After all, he was not short of food. It would be great if I could meet our ancestors and hand over these food and weapons to them. At this moment, Dahe suddenly gave a prompt. "Mr. Lin, there are 28 life forms moving towards you from your left front. Please check the radar." "Front left?" "There is a yellowed corn stalk in the front left. Could it be? No matter whether it is the enemy or our army, I have to hide first." Lin Feng left here in an instant. A moment later, several figures appeared in the cornfield, including several soldiers wearing civilian clothes and carrying Hanyang-made rifles. There were also a few militiamen wearing khaki military uniforms, and they were holding submachine guns. Seeing how these people were dressed, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Now he had a source of food. Although Lin Feng really wanted to take out some of the guns in his cowhide backpack and give them to these ancestors, the issues of bullets and maintenance were very important. Also, if it is unfortunately captured by the enemy and successfully researched and copied by their scientific research institutions, the consequences will be very terrible. Although he could not provide assistance with weapons, Lin Feng could still provide some assistance in other aspects. "Isn't there a Japanese military camp nearby?" Lin Feng chuckled and then quickly left. On the other side, the 28th 8th Route Army soldiers had already arrived at the dirt road. Looking at the neatly parked carriages, Wang Dazhu was a little confused. They received news that Shaowang village had been raided, so they hurried here to intercept the Japanese soldiers who were evacuating. But how come all these devils have been killed now? Platoon leader. Type 38 rifle. Type 38 rifle. Ha ha ha. Your Type 38 rifle is as big as a ball. Look what I have in my hand. I saw a skinny soldier excitedly holding up the Taisho 11-year type light machine gun in his hand. This is the gun commonly known as the crossed-handle gun. "Hey, you bastard, where did you get this from? Let me play with it." "All right, hurry up and pack up your equipment. This mopping up force hasn't returned to report, so the Japanese reinforcements should be arriving soon. We need to get out of here quickly. As for the food, go back and distribute it to the folks." "Yes, platoon leader." More than a dozen soldiers quickly began to strip the Japanese soldier of his clothes and helmet, and in the end, only his underwear was left. There is no way around it. After all, they are so poor. Can't you see that they don't even have a decent military uniform? "Platoon leader, there's a Japanese soldier still tied to the carriage. He seems to be still breathing." "What?" Wang Dazhu hurried over and saw a Japanese soldier tied up on a grain cart. However, at this time, the devil had fallen into a coma. "Take it back. Doesn't the instructor speak Japanese language? Let him interrogate it." "Okay." At this time, Lin Feng had already approached the military camp that the Japanese mentioned. It's actually a county town, and it looks quite big from a distance. The entire county town was surrounded by city walls, with only 2 of the 4 gates open. Civilians entering and leaving need to queue up for inspection, but now there is not a single civilian outside the city gate. The soldiers at the city gates were basically traitors. There was only 1 soldier at each gate, and the rest were relaxing and having fun on the city walls or in the barracks. After all, the people active in this area are the 8th Route Army, and it is impossible for them to attack the town. "You idiot, do you have any cigarettes? It's so hot in this damn weather. Here you go. Isn't it almost time for dinner?" "Let me see." The puppet soldier took out a pocket watch from his arms as if it were a treasure. He had robbed it from a landlord's house and had kept it as a treasure for a long time. The fool next to him was also looking at the pocket watch in his hand with great envy. Such a foreign watch must be worth a lot of money. Yeah, it's almost there. Li Daniu took a deep puff of cigarette and said, then quickly put the pocket watch into his pocket. Baga, stand guard. At this time, the Japanese soldier standing in the guard post saw the two men smoking and immediately scolded them. Daikun, Bullshit, this little devil can't understand Xiagwa language. Watch out. Li Daniu put out the cigarette and put it between his ears, then took another cigarette and walked over. At this moment, he had the standard expression and tone of a traitor facing the Japanese devils, with a flattering face and nodding and fawning. Kamita, you little devil, smoke, smoke. If you smoke this, your whole family will die. Li Daniu smiled and handed the cigarette to Kamita's mouth. Hey, you big one. Kamita took the cigarette that had killed his entire family and gave Li Daniu a thumbs up. Ha, madam, you're a fairy, you're bow-legged, like a turtle, you little bastard. Li Daniu said this while giving a thumbs up. Hey, go stand guard. Oh, all right, madam. I wish your whole family will die after smoking this cigarette. After Li Daniu finished cursing the Japanese with a nod and a bow, he returned to the sandbags with a proud look on his face. At this time, Li Daniu's actions had scared Erlangzi silly. When he saw that the Japanese soldier really couldn't understand, he almost burst out laughing, but fortunately he held it back in the end. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain later. Well, I'll tell you what I mean. These little devils just keep saying the same few words over and over again. Just scold them, and that's it. Brother Nyo, you are really this. Erlangzi quickly gave a thumbs up and then lit a cigarette for Li Daniu. By the way, Brother Nyo, if you hate the Japs so much, why are you still wearing this skin? To make money. If the 8th Route Army gave me more military pay, I would join them. Li Daniu took another puff of his cigarette and said while leaning against the sandbag, What about you? What are you doing being a traitor? Hey, I heard I could have a full meal, so I came here. Look at your little achievements. Okay, follow me in the future, and I guarantee you will have a good life. Erlangzi touched the back of his head and smiled stupidly. He had never had a high IQ since he was a child. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been called this name. At this time, Lin Feng also circled the town from a distance. The area of this town was about 2 square kilometers. In a small county town like this, there aren't usually too many Japanese soldiers stationed there, and most of them are traitors. Dahe, can you expand the scope of your testing? Yes, sir, but it will also increase energy consumption. Expand it to cover the entire county. Sir, if you need to search for information about this county, you can use nanoflies to collect information from the air. How do I use it? Nanoflies have been dispatched for you, sir. You can use pupil control. Soon, the screen of the armor helmet changed to another perspective, which was the perspective of the nanoflies. Lin Feng was immediately overjoyed. Why didn't you tell me about this good thing earlier? Chapter 130, the passive skill of the puppet army fence-sitter, is activated. At this time, the screen displays the nanofly's flight speed, altitude, and remaining power. The size of the nanoflies is only slightly larger than a fly. I don't know how they were researched, but the picture is very clear. After a while, Lin Feng controlled the nano-flying insects and came to the air above the county town. Half an hour later, Lin Feng had memorized the layout of the entire county. The Japanese military camp was located in the central area of the county town, and there were also 2 arsenals and several granaries. Judging from the size of this military camp, it doesn't seem to be very large. It's probably only home to a squadron. The Japanese military camp was quite large, with 2 camps in the east and 2 in the west. But Lin Feng really doesn't take the combat effectiveness of the Japanese devils seriously. Hey, today I'll show you what it means to be a god descending to Earth. Lin Feng squatted behind a rock, then clicked and fired the rocket on his back. After the rocket was launched, Lin Feng realized that this was not a rocket at all, but an energy cannon. I saw a white light flying quickly into the air, and Lin Feng quickly used his pupils to control the direction of the rocket. With the experience of controlling the nanoflies just now, controlling this rocket is not difficult. Soon, the rocket flew right over the military camp in the county town. Lin Feng sneered and blew up directly. With a burst of snow screen, the rocket exploded. Boom! Most of the military camp was razed to the ground in an instant, but the arsenal and granary were not destroyed. The sudden explosion stirred up the entire county. Civilians quickly fled back to their homes. Almost all the Japanese soldiers in the military camp were killed. Only those patrolling in the county town and those stationed on the city walls were left, and their number was no more than 40 or 50 people. Woo! Woo! Assemble! Assemble! Deafening whistles sounded in the two Japanese military camps, and soon the crooked formations were assembled one by one. The Japanese soldiers on the city wall also hurriedly used the phone to contact the military camp, but received no response. At this time, a squad leader in charge of stationing on the city wall quickly took over the command. Baga, that was definitely a howitzer. It must have been the main force of the 8th Route Army. Hurry, call for help. The team leader shouted while scouting the distance with a telescope. The signalman on the side quickly operated the telegram on the table. At the same time, the huge explosion was heard by the guerrillas operating nearby. Soon, the news spread to the 8th Route Army's base. Captain, Wuda County was attacked by an unknown unit. I heard that quite a few Japanese soldiers were killed. Several nearby counties have begun gathering troops to support them. Should we do something? What kind of troops are so bold and have artillery? The nearby Gwa army troops haven't moved either. Forget it. With everything going on at this pace, Oldley has to go help out. Gather the troops. You take 2 battalions to block the reinforcements, and I'll go see which unit is attacking the county town. But, Commander, we haven't received any orders from above. If the political commissar finds out and we rashly send troops out, wouldn't that be bad? Fuck you, gather the troops for me. Yes. On the other hand, the entire Wuda County was already in a panic because some of those who had served in the army mistakenly believed that it was a howitzer explosion. After these people's exaggerated scientific popularization, the Japanese soldiers who had not taken it seriously were so scared that they couldn't hold their guns steadily. At this moment, a blue ball of light suddenly flew over. Boom! A section of the city wall was blown off. All the Japanese soldiers standing on the city wall were smashed to death. Quit. I won't fight anymore. At this time, a Japanese soldier threw away his gun and jumped off the city wall, rolling and crawling. Seeing this, the other Japanese soldiers were also tempted. After all, most of them were forcibly captured to become Japanese soldiers just to make a living. Of course, there are also many extremely vicious and pure traitors. Bang! Baga! Everyone, go back to the city wall. After the Japanese squad leader shot and killed the second Japanese soldier who ran down the city wall, he shouted, and dozens of Japanese soldiers under the city wall also raised their weapons. But they overestimated themselves a little. After all, the puppet army has several times more troops than theirs. However, since these puppet troops have been oppressed for a long time, they did not dare to resist without someone taking the lead. At this moment, the rockets of Lin Feng's armor had been recharged. Whoosh! A few seconds later, the top of the city wall was blown down. The dozen or so Japanese soldiers standing on it were also blown into mincemeat. Several Japanese soldiers who tried to escape from the city wall were again shot dead by the Japanese soldiers below. Captain, we can't just let our brothers die in vain. That's right, Captain. If this continues, how many of our brothers will die? These little Japanese devils are such bastards. They left us brothers to die on the city wall while they lay low below, because they have not seen the enemy yet, and with the sudden bombardment, the entire puppet army is in a panic. Baga, you bunch of untouchables, all of you are dead. If anyone dares to run away again, this will be the end. The team leader below shouted again, and it was these few words that directly angered the puppet army battalion commander. Fuck the Japs, brothers. Fight them. At worst, we can join the 8th Route Army. Bang, 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 bang. Damn you little Japs. I've been fed up with you for a long time. You really think we don't have tempers, don't you? It was obvious that this group of puppet soldiers were often bullied, and they stabbed the enemy in the back without hesitation. This is also a routine operation of the puppet army. There are even people who can mix in all 3 camps. After all, there will always be someone who wants a gun. Lin Feng was a little confused when he heard the gunshots from the city wall. What's going on? Did they start fighting among themselves? After releasing the flying insects, Lin Feng burst into laughter. My goodness, this is a dog-eat-dog situation, right? Of course, if he had not destroyed the Japanese military camp and bombed it twice afterwards, these traitors probably would not have turned against him so decisively. Now Lin Feng didn't have to worry about it. After a while, the gunshots stopped. All the Japanese soldiers in the county town were killed. Some of them were even shot more than a dozen times, and several conspicuous white flags were raised on the county town walls. Sir, There's a lot of life activity behind you. Hmm? Could it be the devil's reinforcements? Lin Feng glanced at the radar, which was still more than 300 meters away from him. Activate the nanoflies. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he controlled the nanofly to fly over. I see. Then I won't be in charge of anything else. Lin Feng looked at the picture on the screen and smiled. The troops that arrived were not the Japanese reinforcements, but the 8th Route Army wearing gray or khaki uniforms. Now, all the puppet troops in this county have surrendered. The supplies inside can be considered as Lin Feng's gift to these ancestors. Chapter 131, The Floor Merchant, is here. In a blink of an eye, it was evening. The 8th Route Army troops that rushed to the county town also inexplicably accepted the surrender of the puppet army and the supplies of the entire county town. Because of the special geographical location of this county town, there are a lot of supplies stored in it. There are as many as 8 horse-drawn carriages just for various medicines. There were countless guns and ammunition, and they had to rely on the arsenal that was emptied by hundreds of puppet soldiers. Otherwise, they would have had to be blown up. As for food, the 8th Route Army only took away a small portion and distributed the rest to local civilians. Civilians who were willing to go to the base with the 8th Route Army also went back. By the time the Japanese reinforcements arrived at the county town, it was basically no different from an empty city. Baga, in the garrison headquarters of a nearby city, a Japanese colonel angrily smashed everything on the table. Although Wuda is only a small county town, its geographical location is very special, and the supplies stored in it are also related to the large-scale mopping up plan they're going to carry out. Now all the supplies were looted. The large-scale cleanup plan that was about to be implemented, I don't know when it will be postponed. And I heard that the biggest credit for the county being captured so quickly this time was actually due to the puppet army they raised. The colonel became more and more angry as he thought about it. So he kicked the table in front of him over, grabbed the soldier next to him, and slapped him in the face. Baka! The soldier who was slapped in the face quickly lowered his head. What a bunch of fence-sitters. If they weren't still of some use, I'd make them pay. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Kumein. As soon as he finished speaking, a trembling officer, bent over, walked in. Colonel Takeo, I am absolutely loyal to the Locust Army. What happened in Wuda County is also related to me. When I return, I will definitely educate the other soldiers. I also asked Colonel Takeo to punish me. Wang Hong looked at the chaotic office and was scared to death. Such a big mistake had happened in the puppet army he managed. He probably couldn't even save his life. Wang sang, don't be nervous. I've already understood this matter clearly. It has nothing to do with you. It's all caused by those soldiers who have been bullying the Imperial Army for a long time. I've already severely criticized the officers in other counties. Besides, you're my right-hand man. How could I punish you? Okay, Wang sang, go back. Hey, thanks, Colonel Takeo. Wang Hong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know what was wrong with this little Japanese, as long as he didn't blame him, it would be fine. Wu Xiong looked at Wang Hong, who was leaving, and showed an inexplicable smile. On the other side, Lin Feng came to a dilapidated temple. He's staying here tonight. Anyway, it wasn't particularly cold at night. Just after Lin Feng took off his armor, a voice was heard. Hey, village hero, want to trade? A dwarf suddenly ran out from the darkness. At this time, Lin Feng remembered that he would definitely meet floor merchants on this floor, but he didn't expect that they would all come to the war floor. Fortunately, I had some gold coins in my cowhide backpack. What do you have here? Lin Feng looked at the dwarf in the cloak in front of him and was very curious about what kind of creatures these floor merchants were. Hold on. The floor merchant quickly took out everything from his backpack. Chapter 132, Very delicious canned luncheon meat. The floor merchants brought quite a lot of things this time. The ground was soon filled with many objects, and the merchant on the floor took out a lamp from somewhere and illuminated the goods on the ground. Boss, do you think you need anything? The merchant on the floor rubbed his hands and said that he could sense that Lin Feng had traded with them many times. So it's not an exaggeration to call him the boss. There were 3 bottles of strength potions, 2 bottles of intelligence potions, a universal detoxification pill, 2 boxes of very delicious canned luncheon meat, and a gold digger's backpack on the ground. Lin Feng waved his hand and bought everything except the canned luncheon meat. Boss, are you sure you don't want this kind of luncheon meat? It's not just any food. Oh, what other magical effects does it have? Yes, it can slightly increase your strength after eating it. Really? I bought it. All right, That's 82 gold coins in total. What the hell? What's so expensive? Lin Feng was confused. This gold digger's backpack costs 30 gold coins after the discount. It's definitely worth the price. After all, it can hold 4 compartments and 200 kilograms of items. 4? Why do I remember it was 2? The one you saw was probably the castrated version. I didn't bring it this time. A castrated version, damn, wasn't Sheen and completely wiped out last time? Lin Feng vaguely remembered that Sheen and seemed to have spent 70 or 80 gold coins to buy it. I see. 70 gold coins, I guess. I bought things from you so many times, but this is my first time bargaining. Give me some face, please. Seeing Lin Feng's sincere attitude, the businessman on the floor was silent for a while and then nodded slightly. The nod was very small, and it was obvious that this guy was very unhappy. Hey, here's some money. Lin Feng chuckled and handed over the gold coins. Thank you for your patronage. I'm leaving now. This world seems a little dangerous. The businessman on the floor looked around, packed up his backpack, and ran away. You can't believe how fast he moved with his short legs. Lin Feng sat on the thatch pile again and opened a can of luncheon meat. A burst of fragrance burst out the moment the can was opened. Fuck, it's not even starchy meat. Lin Feng picked up a piece of braised meat, swallowed his saliva, and then swallowed it in one gulp. The aroma of the marinade instantly fills your mouth. It is chewy and not too salty. It is the kind that becomes more delicious the more you eat it. In a short while, Lin Feng finished the whole can. He also didn't expect that the food sold by the merchants on the floor was unexpectedly delicious and had special bonuses. But Lin Feng couldn't feel anything now, so it should be very little. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps on the grass outside. Lin Feng's ears moved. Then he hid in a dark corner and turned on the static invisibility. Soon, a thin figure walked in. Lin Feng thought it was the businessman from the floor who came back, but when he looked carefully, he found that it was a little girl with disheveled hair and dirty face. Judging from the way she seemed familiar with the place, she must have lived here before. Just then, the little girl saw the can of food left by Lin Feng on the ground, so she picked it up curiously. The remaining meat aroma in the can immediately made her stomach growl. Then he didn't care where it came from and opened his mouth to eat what was inside. I've already eaten that one. Have this one. Lin Feng opened another can of luncheon meat and said, Bang! Lin Feng's sudden appearance scared the little girl so much that the can in her hand fell to the ground and all the soup spilled out. You don't come over here. The little girl took out a knife in her hand at some point and looked at Lin Feng nervously. Haha, okay, I won't come over. I'll put it here and you can eat it. Lin Feng smiled and then placed the can closer to the little girl. Little devil, even if I starve to death or smash my head against the wall here today, I will not eat a single bite of your food. Huh? How do you think I look like a devil? Lin Feng laughed immediately. It turned out that he was just like those animals. But looking at my neat and tidy clothes, it did seem a bit out of place. The girl still looked at Lin Feng fiercely, as if she was going to rush over and fight him to the death the next moment. Seeing this, Lin Feng could only make up an identity for himself that he had just returned from abroad to fight against the Japanese. Then he said a few words in dialect, and the little girl let down her guard. After all, he is just a child of 10 years old and is easy to deceive. At this moment, he is eating luncheon meat with big mouthfuls. In a short while, the whole can of food, including the soup and meat, was eaten up. Are you full? I'm full. The little girl nodded embarrassedly. After all, she had just said that she would never eat it even if she was beaten to death. Goo. Suddenly, an inopportune sound came from the little girl's belly. Haha, uncle, there's still food here. Eat as much as you can. Lin Feng smiled and took out 2 self-heating hot pots and 2 self-heating rice from his cowhide backpack. After a night, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. The little girl Lin Feng also figured out why she was in this dilapidated temple. It turned out that she had fled from somewhere else, and her parents were killed by the Japanese on the way. She is the only one left. She also happened to know the approximate scope of the 8th Route Army's base, and was ready to go find the 8th Route Army. Lin Feng acted like a good guy and sent her over, but he didn't show up in the end, otherwise he would have to explain himself later. After agreeing with the little girl to keep his identity secret, Lin Feng left, and the little girl carefully memorized Lin Feng's appearance. Since he can leave today, Lin Feng naturally won't stay here quietly, otherwise wouldn't it be a waste of such a good opportunity? Later, Lin Feng directly pulled down more than 30 large and small artillery towers nearby. The Japanese thought that the 8th Route Army was about to launch a full-scale counterattack, and they frantically sent reinforcements to several nearby counties. But not only the Japanese were confused, the 8th Route Army was even more confused. Because every time they received the news and rushed over, all that was left was the spoils on the ground. Later they got used to it and would go to where the gunshots were heard to pick up equipment. After analysis, it was finally concluded that this army was the same one that robbed the grain carts and attacked the county town. Therefore, the only breakthrough was the Japanese soldier with all his limbs broken. The puppet soldiers in the county had never seen him before, and after questioning, they only knew that this army had heavy artillery. At this time, the little Japanese soldier had woken up, but he seemed a little dazed and seemed to be in a bad mental state. Instructor, you can speak Japanese language, right? Why don't you ask what that army looks like? Well, I'll try my best. The instructor nodded solemnly. End of chapter 133, SSS level score, pass card. Thanks to Seijin Wanzi Shioer. You little devil, do you know what the army that attacks you looks like? The instructor looked at the weird-looking Japanese soldier in front of him and asked in a strange tone. At percent devil, demon, god of death. Instructor, are you sure you're speaking Japanese language? How come I can understand it? Nonsense. I've studied it. The instructor waved his hand and then asked again. Do you know what color uniform that army wears? However, what I got in return was still a bunch of crazy talk. This devil is useless. Take him out and bury him. Huh? Oh, devil. The scene changed, and it was already more than 10 hours later. Lin Feng was about to return to the elevator. Not long ago, he used the missiles on his armor to blow up a Japanese headquarters. Conservative estimates show that a regiment commander and several colonels and majors were killed. It feels so good. Lin Feng stretched lazily. This floor was probably the most enjoyable one he had ever experienced, except for the one with the little succubus. Hee. Ding dong, the floor is completed and is being rated. Survivor Lin Feng, floor rating, SSS, received SSS level special rewards. 1 chance to draw an elevator item. 1 chance to buy from a floor merchant for free. Please view on your personal screen. Ding, congratulations to the host. The mission has been completed. The reward is 5 free attribute points. These attribute points can increase all attributes. Boom. The elevator appeared in front of Lin Feng. After the door opened, there was a white light curtain. Lin Feng took a last look at the world and then stepped into the elevator. As soon as he entered the elevator, a familiar smell came into Lin Feng's nose. At this time, the little velociraptor was puffing and generating electricity on the treadmill, and the air conditioning fan was also running. Okay, stop running. Lin Feng took the energy ball off the mecha and put it back on the battery. Ouch! The little velociraptor shouted happily when it saw Lin Feng coming back, then bit Lin Feng's trouser leg and dragged Lin Feng to the side of the pool. What's wrong? Ouch! I saw the little velociraptor digging out a few gold coins from the back of the pool. Lin Feng leaned over to take a look and found that the ground was covered with gold coins. Excited, Lin Feng hugged the little velociraptor and gave a kiss. Zai Long, that's great. I'll give you a snack tonight. The little velociraptor was also discovered when checking the pool yesterday. Thinking of how happy Mom was when she saw the gold coins last time, the little velociraptor took out the gold coins one by one and hid them behind the pool on purpose, wanting to give Lin Feng a surprise. Finally, Lin Feng counted them and found a total of 200 gold coins. This is not a pool. This is a wishing well. In order to reward the little velociraptor in the evening, Lin Feng directly prepared 8 dishes, all of which were meat dishes, and finally opened a watermelon for the little velociraptor. After the man and the dragon had eaten and drunk their fill, Lin Feng remembered to check the rewards given by the elevator. As for the free attribute points, Lin Feng added all of them to luck without thinking. These 5 attribute points might not mean much when added to other things, but adding them to the luck attribute would make a huge difference. After all, if you are lucky enough, you can avoid all dangers indiscriminately. When he came to the screen, 2 rewards were displayed next to Lin Feng's name. After clicking on the first elevator prop lottery, the screen turned into a roulette wheel with question marks all over it. After clicking on the lottery, the roulette wheel lit up and soon stopped on a golden question mark. The next moment, the question mark turned around, and a card appeared in Lin Feng's hand with an introduction written on it. Level pass card. Ignore all rules and can be brought into any floor. After tearing it up, you can directly complete the mission on the current floor and receive rewards. Each level pass card can only be used once. Holy crap! Lin Feng looked at the card's introduction in amazement. So perverted? My luck is so incredible. After the lucky draw wheel interface disappeared, Lin Feng looked at some floor merchants' 0 yuan purchase opportunities. Lin Feng could understand the literal meaning, but could this 0 yuan purchase mean robbing the merchants on the floor without punishment? Lin Feng scratched his head and then nodded. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his hand, and a special gold coin appeared in Lin Feng's hand. A line of words also appeared on the screen. Give this gold coin to the floor merchant, and you can get all the items they carry for free. It can only be used once. I see. Lin Feng nodded, which means that the later you use it, the better. After all, the things offered by the merchants on the later floors are getting better and better, and the prices are getting higher and higher. After putting away the gold coins, Lin Feng didn't plan to use them for the time being. After drinking the strength potion and intelligence potion, Lin Feng checked his personal panel. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 60. Speed, 44. Agility, 49. Intelligence, 42. Lucky, high mo. Sanity, 1/10 of intelligence 4, plus 11. Skills, cold-blooded creature, bounty hunter, god-level driving skills, fishing in troubled waters, instant invisibility, cold weapon master, intermediate firearms mastery, elementary combat, wilderness survival expert, eagle eye. That kind of luncheon meat I ate before had a little extra strength? Lin Feng took out his notebook and compared it with the attributes recorded on it. He found that in addition to the 3 attributes added by the strength potion, there was one more. It seems that the increase was caused by the can of luncheon meat. After closing his personal panel, Lin Feng checked the upgrade sets at the exchange and found that he still needed 4 upgrade sets to upgrade the elevator. The super leather and memory metal obtained after upgrading the elevator are still very important to me, especially the memory metal used to make master keys. After waiting at the exchange for a while, Lin Feng still didn't see any transactions for the upgrade set, so he simply gave up. In fact, there are already many survivors who can pick up upgrade sets. However, such important things are generally not sold by anyone unless they are in urgent need of money. Go to sleep. With my luck, I might find an upgrade suit on the next floor. Lin Feng stretched and lay on the bed. The little velociraptor was also very sensible and turned on the turning function of the air conditioning fan. The man and the dragon fell asleep in their own nests. At this moment, the necklace on Lin Feng's neck suddenly flashed. The little velociraptor was attracted by the light and looked at it curiously. When it found out that it came from Lin Feng, it ignored it. A few hours later, the system prompt sounded, successfully waking Lin Feng up. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is a hide-and-seek floor. The host and another survivor will play the role of hunters. There are 5 hiders in total. You need to find them within 15 minutes. The reward is the elevator supplies of the killed hider. Ding! Trigger the selection task. Option 1. Enter the floor and find all the hiders. Reward: dog nose. After opening, you will gain the sense of smell of canine animals. Option 2. Do not enter the floor. Reward: a golden apple. After eating, you will gain a 10-minute bonus to strength, speed, and agility. Chapter 134. Cheating, thanks to the great certification from Power Bank Eat Full. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng chose 1. After all, choosing 1 was a permanent skill, and he had resurrection coins to back him up, so he was not afraid at all. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Soon, the elevator started to descend. It seemed that anything could be brought into this floor. After recalling the system prompts, it did not say that items were not allowed to be brought into this floor. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he didn't know whether the armor's life scan would be useful inside. Lin Feng, who had experienced the hide-and-seek floor once, knew very well that the hiders would become random objects. But they are still human beings in essence, so the armor should still be able to be scanned, right? Before Lin Feng could think about it, the elevator stopped. Lin Feng quickly took his gun, put on his armor and cowhide backpack, and walked out. The little velociraptor also wanted to follow out, but was bounced back. It must be because there's a limit on the number of people on this floor. After walking out of the elevator, Lin Feng appeared in a museum, and suddenly another elevator appeared in front of him. This should be his teammate. I don't know what kind of person he is. Lin Feng thought to himself, I hope he is not a stupid teammate. After the elevator door opened, Lin Feng's eyes showed surprise, and he saw a familiar face appear in front of him. This person is his adopted son, Qinan. On the other side, Qinan walked out of the elevator and saw a mecha standing in front of him. He thought it was an enemy on this floor, and he was so scared that he wanted to run into the elevator. Ansi. After hearing the familiar voice, Qin turned around in confusion. What the hell? Fengzi? It's actually you? Qin looked at Lin Feng in shock. He really couldn't understand where his good brother got such a cool armor. We are still struggling to survive, and you're already working on technology in life, right? Lin Feng smiled slightly, then put away all the armor. Haha, what's the matter? Seeing your father's handsome outfit, you are so shocked that you can't speak. Go away then, change back and give it to me. Let me touch it. Qin looked at Lin Feng with burning eyes. For some reason, Lin Feng suddenly felt his anus tighten. Is this guy okay? Why is the way he looks at me exactly the same as the way he looks at his schoolmate? First, take away that look of yours that looks like you're in heat. Lin Feng put his armor back on helplessly. Oh my god, so cool, so cool. Qin quickly looked around. Just then, the elevator announcement sounded. Ding dong. Hunters now have 10 minutes to familiarize themselves with the scene. The countdown begins now. 10 minutes of familiarity. Lin Feng looked around and found that the museum seemed quite large. So he spoke. Anzi, let's split up. You go over there, and I'll go over here. If we walk together, it might take more than 10 minutes to walk through such a large museum. Well, hurry up then. Qin also put away his funny image and became more serious. The two of them went to the east and the west and began to familiarize themselves with the museum separately. To be honest, it is really ridiculous to want to remember all the exhibits in the museum in 10 minutes. But they had no choice but to take a quick look. 10 minutes later, the two reunited. The two were also teleported to another area, a place similar to a small dark room. The walls and even the floor were all black, and there was only one fluorescent light in the room. There was a string of red numbers on the wall right in front of them. This was the time the hider had to hide, a total of 5 minutes. By the way, Fengzi, did you buy this mecha from the trading floor? Qin said doubtfully. He remembered that he had seen this kind of armor on the trading floor, but he did not ask the price. After all, it looked very expensive at first glance. Of course not. This set of armor would probably cost thousands of gold coins if I bought it. Where would I get so much money? I picked it up. Oh, I found it. Qin nodded. It's good that it wasn't bought, which means that my good brother is living a similar life to me. Etc. Picked it up. Qin reacted suddenly. Picked it up. Seeing Qin's big reaction, Lin Feng nodded a little confusedly. He really picked it up. There was nothing wrong with it. And he took it off from the white-haired queen. Fengzi, be careful when exploring the floors recently. I heard that European emperors generally have a short lifespan. Qin patted Lin Feng's shoulder sadly, as if Lin Feng was going to die. Ding dong. Hiding time is up. Hunters can set out. The search time is 15 minutes. After the time is up, you must find all the hiders, otherwise they will be eliminated. Current number of hiders, 5. It's time, let's go. Shit, only 15 minutes. We're almost there. Qin's face changed when he heard the elevator announcement, and he quickly ran out. Lin Feng didn't say any more words and put on his armor as he walked. The two began to act separately and headed to the place they had just familiarized themselves with. Dahe, start the life form scan. Okay, Mr. Lin. After Dahe finished speaking, a radar appeared in front of Lin Feng. Looking at the red dot on the radar, Lin Feng smiled slightly. It really works. In this case, I won't act anymore and we'll just start. There were exactly 6 red dots on the radar at this time, including Qin. The red dot closest to Lin Feng is 50 meters in front of the left. With a sprint, Lin Feng instantly ran in front of the hider. With precise positioning, Lin Feng aimed the gun at the antique vase in front of him. I have to say, this guy was really lucky. He actually found an empty glass display case. And this vase does not feel out of place at all when placed inside. If Lin Feng did not have the help of armor, he might not have noticed it. Bang, 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 bang. Ding dong. 1 prey has been eliminated, leaving 4. Looking at the corpse in the glass display case, Lin Feng walked towards the next survivor's hiding place with an expressionless face. 5 minutes later, the game ended. Qin found 1 and Lin Feng found 4. The elevator descended the moment the game ended, and the two said goodbye before returning to their respective elevators. Lin Feng's supplies of the 4 people he eliminated also appeared on the screen in the elevator. As before, everything that can be put into the stockpiling area will be put into the stockpiling area. For those that cannot be put in, pick out some of the better ones and keep them. The rest that are suitable for listing on the exchange will be listed on the exchange, and if they are not suitable, they will be discarded. After all, there's still a lot of useless junk. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that he actually found 2 upgrade sets in someone's storage box. This person's level has just reached 10, and he is not yet eligible for an upgrade set. In other words, his upgrade set was snatched from survivors of a higher level. Chapter 135 Upgrade, Mysterious Creature in the Pool. But this is not his business. Now Lin Feng only needs 2 upgrade sets to increase his level again. At this time, the private chat prompt lights up. Qin and Fengzi, I'm rich. This guy has so much supplies. Qinan, there are 2 things you can use here. Do you need an upgrade kit to upgrade the elevator? Lin Feng, yes, I do need it. Could it be that your guy has an upgrade kit in his elevator? Qinan, yes, and there are 2 more. I think they're quite expensive at the exchange. I can't use them right now, so you can use them to upgrade the elevator. Qinan has just reached level 11, so he really can't use it for the time being. However, it's not appropriate for Lin Feng to get such an important thing for free. Qinan, I put it on the exchange. Call me Godfather, and I'll give it to you for free. If you want to exchange it for gold coins or something, I won't exchange it. Lin Feng, damn, this kid. Lin Feng looked at the elevator that he was only 2 upgrade sets away from upgrading. After upgrading the elevator, he would be able to obtain memory metal and super cowhide. Forget it. Anyway, I used to ask this guy to bring me food and called him Godfather many times. Lin Feng, Godfather, Qinan, ha ha ha, give me a watermelon. I'm a little greedy. And some ice cubes. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't hesitate. It was just a watermelon, and he had plenty of them. After turning on the ice maker, Lin Feng picked out the best watermelon from his cowhide backpack, the kind that is absolutely cooked. Then it was traded along with the ice. On the other side, Qinan found Lin Feng's order after filtering out a large number of high-priced orders, and then clicked to confirm the transaction. 2 upgrade sets suddenly appeared in the stockpile area. Ha! I can finally upgrade. Lin Feng rubbed his hands. For Qinan's help, Lin Feng could only repay him in the future. He would definitely not accept anything given to him now. He would refine some health-enhancing pills for him in the future. Or next time I go to the trading floor and buy him some pills with less serious side effects. After clicking on Upgrade, the upgrade set is reset and the elevator begins to change. The range wasn't expanded this time. Only the workbench and batteries were upgraded. The workbench now has some tools that appear to be high-tech, as well as some recipes for medicines and weapons. It is now even possible to synthesize painkillers, anti-inflammatories, tourniquets, and antibiotics. However, Lin Feng did not have the materials needed to synthesize them. I don't need it either. He still has a lot of medicines. As for the battery, the capacity has doubled, but other than that, there are no other changes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. Please check it. Ding! Triggering the upgrade task. Host, please upgrade the elevator to level 17. New reward, daily evaluation. This function will evaluate your status every day and grant you different temporary attribute gains on that day. The next day, you will be re-evaluated and your attributes will be changed. Daily status can be viewed in personal attributes. What's new? After listening to the introduction, Lin Feng immediately felt that this function seemed interesting. Although the added attributes were not permanent, they would be refreshed every day, which was equivalent to semi-permanent. I just don't know if the increase is much. After taking the super cowhide and memory metal to the workbench, Lin Feng began to operate. Soon a master key and an extra-large cowhide backpack were completed. Next, you can put on another bag. Originally, Lin Feng thought that these cowhide backpacks could be stacked, but it turned out that nothing could be stuffed in. Each grid can only hold 1 cowhide backpack. But it's also good. Now the real space of Lin Feng's cowhide backpack has reached 21 grids, plus the 4 grids of the 200-kilogram gold digger backpack, a total of 25 grids. This time, Lin Feng put the master key into the gold digger's backpack. If there's a box that cannot be opened next time, you'll have a way to open it. After all, not all boxes can be moved. If he encounters one that cannot be moved and there are good things inside, Lin Feng will be really upset. Just when Lin Feng had put on the bag, the little velociraptor suddenly screamed. When Lin Feng heard the little velociraptor scream, he realized something was wrong. Normally, when a young velociraptor wants to eat, it calls out with 2 tones, but just now it called out with 4 tones. It will only call out like this when it encounters danger or feels uneasy, or emit bursts of low growls. At this time, Lin Feng thought of the infinity pool. Could it be that something new has been added inside? Just as Lin Feng was about to get closer, he suddenly felt a nauseous feeling. In his danger perception skill, told him that the creature that gave him this feeling was in the pool. At this time, there seemed to be something terrifying in the pool, and Lin Feng felt that this thing was not a simple creature. It is very likely a mysterious creature. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly took the HK assault rifle in his hand. The magazine has also been replaced with a magazine for consecrated bullets. I hope it will be useful. As Lin Feng approached the pool, a tingling sensation on his scalp spread throughout his body. This feeling became stronger and stronger as Lin Feng got closer. Although it made Lin Feng feel a little uncomfortable, for some reason Lin Feng still wanted to get closer. Holy shit, what the hell is this? Lin Feng shouted in his heart. At this time, the little velociraptor suddenly walked over. Return, Lin Feng shouted when he saw the little velociraptor walking towards the pool, but it ignored Lin Feng's command and continued to move forward, as if it was fascinated. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly threw the little velociraptor to the ground. At this time, the little velociraptor's pupils had turned into a vortex shape, and it was obvious that it had entered some mysterious state. It wasn't until he tied up the little velociraptor that it became a little quieter. No one knew what would happen if this guy just walked over, so Lin Feng could only tie it up temporarily. Then, Lin Feng picked up the gun again and approached the pool. Maybe it was because his sanity value was relatively high. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, Lin Feng was still conscious at the moment. Arriving in front of the pool, Lin Feng looked at the iron plate in front of him and seemed to have seen what was under the iron plate, an ancient and mysterious creature. Gulp. Lin Feng swallowed hard, then slowly pushed the iron plate away with the muzzle of his gun. After pushing open a gap, what comes into view is a green, slimy octopus tentacle. Lin Feng quickly fired several shots at the tentacles. Seeing the tentacles retract, Lin Feng kicked the iron plate halfway open. The scene that appeared in front of him made Lin Feng's breathing stop instantly. I saw a huge octopus lying at the bottom of the pool. Its entire green head occupied the entire area of the pool, and there were mysterious patterns on its head that made people feel uncomfortable. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a muffled sound, and Lin Feng's expression became a little dazed. When he looked again, the green octopus with countless tentacles was gone. The illustration may cause discomfort to some people, so I will not put in the main text. I will post it in the comments section of this paragraph here. Chapter 136 Human. Do you want to be my servant? Just when Lin Feng was puzzled, he suddenly felt something wet on his head. When he reached out to touch it, it was sticky. Looking up, I saw that the green octopus had run to the top of the elevator at some point. Dense tentacles instantly covered the top of the elevator. A few drops of green mucus also dripped down from time to time. Lin Feng didn't care about anything and just started shooting at the ceiling. Green slime was scattered everywhere by bullets. Bang! Suddenly, a tentacle fell to the ground and kept wriggling like a long snake. When Lin Feng tried to look for the octopus on the ceiling, it was gone. That's right, it disappeared directly, leaving only the slime on the wall and the broken tentacles on the ground to prove that a terrible creature had just visited here. Really left. Lin Feng looked around, but there were no decorations in the elevator, so there was almost no place to hide. The pool is also clean. The uncomfortable feeling in Lin Feng's heart was slowly disappearing. Looking at the little velociraptor again, he found that this guy had returned to normal at some point. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Feng eagerly, as if saying, "Why did you tie me up?" After seeing the little velociraptor's pupils return to normal, Lin Feng laughed and went over to untie the rope of the little velociraptor. At this time, the tentacles on the ground were still wriggling. The little velociraptor's attention was quickly attracted by the broken tentacle, and it gradually became dazed. Fuck, can this be controlled? Lin Feng directly slapped it in the face with a big nosebag. Ouch! The little velociraptor was a little confused after being awakened by a slap. Then his eyes were drawn to the tentacles again, and the cycle repeated. Lin Feng, this dragon is useless. Let's deal with this tentacle first. Lin Feng found a piece of torn clothes and wanted to pick up the tentacle and throw it into the exchange for the time being. As soon as he picked it up, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the armor. Maybe the Type 01 armor has the ability to analyze. After all, it is a high-tech product. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly put on his armor. Dahe, can the Type 01 armor analyze what substance this tentacle contains? Analysis in progress. Mr. Lin, please keep your eyes on the object being analyzed. Holy crap, it actually works. Soon, the progress bar on the mask disappeared, and a line of small words appeared instead. protein, fat, carbohydrates, calcium, taurine. Analysis completed. According to the analysis, it is non-toxic, edible, and has a high nutritional value. It is recommended to cook it for consumption. Huh? That's it. Yes, Mr. Lin. The Type 01 armor is a combat armor, so its main functions are related to combat. The analysis system exists to allow soldiers to distinguish between poisonous and non-toxic food in unfamiliar environments. All right, Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed a bit difficult to let a battle armor designed for combat be used as a biological analyzer. However, the data finally retrieved showed that it was non-toxic and edible, which really surprised Lin Feng. This strange octopus reminded Lin Feng of another cultural field he had once explored: the resistant creatures. Among them is one that looks similar to an octopus and is also green, but is very large. So the octopus just now must not be it. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have died long ago. Or maybe it has something to do with the creatures of the Kel's clan? Lin Feng sighed, unable to figure out, and then looked at the wall of the elevator again. Oh, this broken thing, it shoots slime everywhere. I'm really fed up with it. Lin Feng sighed again, then picked up the rag and began to clean the mucus on the wall. Fortunately, it did not get on the bed. As for the broken tentacle, Lin Feng directly hung it on the exchange. Anyway, Dahe also said that this thing is edible, so I am not harming anyone. If Lin Feng were asked to eat it, he would definitely not eat it. It's too disgusting. After a few hours, Lin Feng finally cleaned up the slime in the elevator. I almost fell down while cleaning the top. It's all this damn thing's fault. Looking at the rags wrapped together, Lin Feng frowned in disgust, then threw them directly into the exchange. He would put them aside for the time being and throw them away when he went to the next floor. Maybe someone will be interested in buying them. Exchange. Do you really think I'm a trash can? At this moment, in another elevator, a fat man was browsing the food in the exchange. Because of his weight, he eats a lot. Occasionally, you need to buy some food at the exchange to cope with hunger. Oh, they're all the same old canned goods. The fat man looked at the exchange with some disappointment. After eating canned food for such a long time, he really felt like vomiting. At this moment, a green octopus leg suddenly caught his attention. The exchange still labels octopus feet as edible seafood. I looked at the selling price, upgraded the supplies at will, and automatically agreed to the transaction. Seeing this, the fat man was immediately overjoyed. Seeing that no one was trading yet, he bought it directly. Although the color is green, there are all kinds of wonders in this world, and green octopus feet are nothing special. Besides, aren't all the foods on the exchange labeled as edible? The fat man was so cunning that he used a fist-sized wooden lump to exchange the octopus's feet and thought he had made a profit. I'll suck your mother. It's so fresh. Looking at the octopus legs wriggling on the ground, the fat man was overjoyed. After all, the fresher the seafood, the better. But what's with all this mucus? Although he was confused, the fat man didn't think much about it. Wash the octopus feet thoroughly in water, then cut them into 3 sections and steam them directly. This piece of octopus foot is about 30 to 40 centimeters long and as wide as a wrist. An hour later, the fat man took out the steamed octopus feet, and the color had returned to normal. The fat man smelled it and started eating. After he finished eating all the octopus feet, he suddenly froze for a moment. His pupils flashed green and then quickly returned to normal. This octopus foot is quite fresh. The fat man licked his lips, feeling a little unsatisfied. He could feel the octopus legs moving when he put them in his mouth just now. He had never eaten such chewy octopus legs before. At this moment, a demonic whisper appeared in his mind. Human, do you want to be my servant? Chapter 137. Extremely cold island. Gold coins all over the ground. Burp shit, I'm so stuffed to death. Lin Feng rubbed his round belly. As his physical condition improved, Lin Feng's appetite also became larger and larger. Now he could eat more than the little velociraptor. After eating and drinking, the next natural thing is to have a good sleep. Because of that octopus, I don't have much time to sleep anymore. Lin Feng fell asleep not long after lying down. The little velociraptor added some ice cubes to the air conditioning fan and then lay down beside it and fell asleep. Beep! The floor the host is about to enter is the Polar Island floor. There are a lot of snow monsters on this floor. There is a treasure chest underwater 100 meters east of the initial position. The host can choose whether to pick it up. Ding dong. The elevator is going up. Please hold on to it. Uplink? Lin Feng suddenly became confused. It was obvious that there was danger on this floor, so why did the elevator announcement say it was going up? After all, the experience summarized before is that going down is dangerous and going up is safe. Feeling that the elevator was about to stop, Lin Feng immediately prepared himself. After the elevator door opened, Lin Feng and the little velociraptor walked out together. Compared to the stuffy temperature in the elevator, walking outside felt like winter had suddenly arrived. Lin Feng asked the little velociraptor to wait there while he controlled the flying insects to fly out. As the altitude increased, the entire island appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. The island doesn't look very big, about 20 square kilometers. From the high place, Lin Feng did not see any living creatures. But the system also said that there were a large number of snow monsters on this floor. Although the elevator announcement said it was going up, Lin Feng still chose to believe the system. Dahe, start the life form scan and expand a range to the maximum. Okay, sir, we've scanned for life forms within a 2-kilometer radius. After a moment, a few scattered red dots appeared on Lin Feng's screen. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled slightly. This elevator was starting to play tricks. If nothing unexpected happens, these red dots are the snow monsters. However, now these snow monsters are all motionless and no one knows what they're doing. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng decided to deal with these snow monsters first. It should be very easy to deal with this group of snow monsters with the weapons in his hands. This group of snow monsters should be the ones I saw last time I entered the extremely cold floor. Lin Feng thought about it in his mind, then activated his armor and flew to the island. As for the little velociraptor, Lin Feng scanned it and found that the area around it was safe, so he let it play there by itself. Soon, Lin Feng saw 5 snow monsters sleeping together. He was also not polite and fired it directly after charging the rechargeable pistol. Boom! After a loud bang, a big hole appeared on the snow. Fortunately, Lin Feng was flying in the sky, otherwise he would be splashed with green blood. Beep! It's detected that the host is not convenient to pick up the gold coins. The gold coins obtained by the bounty hunter have been automatically stored in the host's cowhide backpack. Wow! System, you can actually say other things. Not bad. Not bad. This function is very user-friendly. Lin Feng chuckled and opened the cowhide backpack. He saw that there were 5 gold coins inside. Isn't the probability 50%? How did it become 100%? Next, Lin Feng spent another hour clearing out the remaining snow monsters. In the end, a total of 355 gold coins were obtained. Although the probability of obtaining this title was 50%, through Lin Feng's practice, he found that there was at least an 80% probability of dropping gold coins when killing enemies. There is no need to think about this. It is definitely affected by luck. So luck is still very good. Excluding the gold coins needed for upgrades, Lin Feng now has a total of 1,999. After clearing all the snow monsters, Lin Feng walked onto the ice and stomped his feet. Very strong. The ice surface is comparable to the one on the floor where he found the infinity pool, or even thicker. When he arrived in front of the elevator, Lin Feng looked up at the sun, identified the direction, and then walked about 100 meters to the east. It should be around here. Lin Feng took out a charged pistol, flew into the sky, and then fired a shot. After being hit by the bombardment, the ice layer did not move at all, but a round pit more than 10 meters deep appeared. Fuck, this ice is ridiculously thick. Lin Feng jumped down and took a look, then he just stood there in a daze. How thick is this ice? You have to force me to go big, right? Lin Feng took out the high-tech rhino horn bow on his back, and then adjusted it to its ultimate form. Then he shouted in a very childish way, "Dragon, devour my enemies." A dazzling blue light condensed on the bowstring in his hand. After letting go of his hand, the light was instantly magnified countless times. A blue beam of light was seen shooting out from the technological rhino horn bow, pointing directly at the ice layer. Laugh! The sound of the melting ice rang in Lin Feng's ears. After a few seconds, the beam of light disappeared. Lin Feng slowly put down the high-tech rhino horn bow and looked at the big pit. Hi-ants! Looking at the sea water appearing in the pit, Lin Feng smiled disdainfully. Dahe, is this armor waterproof? Please rest assured, Mr. Lin, the Type 01 armor can dive to a depth of 1,000 meters, but is not equipped with an underwater breathing apparatus. Haha, that's okay. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Now with the mermaid's blessing, he could breathe freely underwater. Without waiting for careful thinking, Lin Feng dived into the water and dived quickly. Fortunately, The sea here is not very deep, and Lin Feng saw the black box lying quietly on the seabed at a glance. After seeing the box, Lin Feng was overjoyed and swam down quickly to pick it up. Nothing unexpected happened along the way, and Lin Feng quickly returned to the ice. I don't know when the little velociraptor returned to the elevator. Maybe it was a little cold outside for it. After putting the treasure chest back into the elevator, Lin Feng walked around the island again, but still found nothing. The entire island was blocked by ice. Apart from the snow monster, there's not even a single animal or plant to be found. Just as Lin Feng was about to return to the elevator, he suddenly slapped his head. I almost missed all these gold coins on the ground. The gold coins all over the ground that Lin Feng was talking about were naturally these ice cubes. The average temperature of the elevator is still around 35 degrees. Therefore, cooling items are very popular. And these ice cubes are gold coins. It can be said that there are almost no people who can make ice nowadays, right? However, how to cut out these ice cubes became the biggest problem. Both the charged pistol and the technological rhino horn bow will melt the ice directly, and all you'll end up with is some water vapor. Just when Lin Feng was in distress, a familiar voice interrupted him. Chapter 138, Promise with Cora. Hey bro, nice to see you again. Lin Feng looked back and found that a floor businessman was standing behind him. Who are you? Hey, it's me, Cora. We traded before at Brother Park Chang's house. Cora was not angry that Lin Feng failed to recognize her. After all, they were dressed the same, and if it weren't for the slightly different voices, she would not be able to tell them apart. I brought a lot of goodies today. Would you like to see them? Do you have anything that can break these ice blocks? This one, I actually brought it. Cora thought for a moment, and then said in a surprised tone. And he took out a black pickaxe from his backpack. A miner's pickaxe from the dark mine. Very useful. Only 25 gold coins, originally 50. Ah, this. Lin Feng was speechless as he looked at the pitch-black pickaxe. If we dig it bit by bit, how much can we dig in the remaining time? It seemed that he saw the contempt in Lin Feng's eyes. The floor businessman was immediately dissatisfied. He walked with his short legs and arrived in front of a high ice layer. This pickaxe is specially made for those dark miners. It is very useful. Watch it carefully. I saw the businessman on the floor holding a pickaxe in both hands and smashing hard on the ice. Boom! After a loud bang, a large square hole appeared on the ice, and countless ice cubes fell down. The merchants on the floor clapped their hands in satisfaction. How about this pickaxe? Does it meet your requirements? Lin Feng's jaw almost dropped when he saw the ordinary black pickaxe in the hands of the floor merchant. What kind of heaven-defying tool is this? I bought it. By the way, what is that dark mine you mentioned? Lin Feng asked curiously. You don't need to know this. Cheng Wei, 25 gold coins. Cora decisively avoided Lin Feng's question, then stretched out her little hand wrapped in cloth strips. If the human in front of me knew that this pickaxe was a mass-produced product, he would probably cut the price in half. No, not even a little bit of information can be revealed. What else do you have here? Let me see. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Cora quickly began to take things out of her backpack. A black and purple book, an extinguished torch, a bottle of strength potion, and a silver wine cup. These are the better ones I picked out. There are also some ordinary ones, such as iron swords, food, and medicine. Do you want to take a look? Oh, there's no need for that. Can you explain to me what these things are for? Lin Feng waved his hand and said that there were so many new things appearing at once, but Lin Feng was still more interested in these. This book is called the Book of Enchanted Magic. It can be enchanted on a cold weapon, giving it the special effect of fire. Once this torch is lit, it will not go out unless it is thrown into water. This wine glass is suitable for alcoholics. No matter what liquid is poured into it, it will turn into fine wine. The taste depends on the liquid poured in. I see. Then I'll take everything except the torch. The torch sounds awesome, but it's actually pretty useless, and Lin Feng has something better than the torch, a nuclear lighter. Not only will it not burn out, it's also waterproof. Okay, the enchanted book is 29 gold coins. The strength potion is 3 gold coins. The Amma's goblet is 15 gold coins, and the dark miner's pickaxe is 25 gold coins. That's 72 gold coins in total. Just give me 70 gold coins. Cora also learned to be smart. She lowered the price before Lin Feng bargained. This way he would definitely feel embarrassed to bargain. Huh? I'll give you 200 gold coins if you do me a favor. Cora looked confused. Help me collect some valuable treasures. The more expensive the better. And then next time you trade with me, I'll buy them all. I have plenty of gold coins here. Well, Although I really want to make this money, every time we make a transaction, it is random, and those precious treasures are not easy to get, so I'm not willing to accept the transaction method you mentioned. Cora said it very tactfully. After all, Lin Feng was considered a big customer. Treat wealthy guests like your elders. This is their business creed. Okay, forget it. I'll give you 80 gold coins to make it an even number. Lin Feng shrugged and then handed the gold coins to Cora. This seems like too much. Cora was very surprised when he saw the extra gold coins in his hand. Although there were only 8 more gold coins, it was the first time that a customer had paid more for him in all his long years in business. In the past, every customer would have to bargain with them, and some would even rob them. Thinking of this, Cora suddenly felt touched. I'll do my best to discuss the deal you mentioned. I hope you can prepare enough gold coins for the next meeting. After Cora finished speaking, she quickly left the place. Looking at Cora leaving, Lin Feng curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile. It's so easy to use the CPU? Huh, why is this torch here? Lin Feng looked at the torch that fell to the ground with some confusion. Isn't this the torch that Cora wanted to sell to herself just now? I didn't want it either. Could it be that he forgot to take it back? Never mind. It's not bad to get it for free. I can sell it for a high price when I go back. A torch that never goes out shouldn't be too much for 100 gold coins, right? After putting away the torch, Lin Feng picked up the pickaxe and began to dig the ice. After more than half an hour, the backpack was filled with the crushed ice. Then Lin Feng ran back to the elevator and hung all the crushed ice in his backpack at the exchange. After clearing the space, return again. After 4 hours of going back and forth, Lin Feng was still not satisfied and used up all the remaining overtime cards. Another 2 hours delay. Looking at the flattened ice in front of him, Lin Feng suddenly felt a little proud. Then a wave of evil taste arose. I used the remaining 20 minutes to carve a few words on a large block of ice. The fire god Lin Feng has been here. Ha, that's so impressive. Looking at the words he had carved, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, then controlled the armor to fly back to the elevator. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng opened the exchange immediately. He priced the ice at 1 gold coin per 5 kilograms. He thought that this price was very low, and nowadays most survivors have dozens or even hundreds of gold coins in their hands, so they're willing to spend a few gold coins to buy an ice cube. Now more than half of Lin Feng's ice cubes have been sold. I guess it will be gone in 10 minutes or so. After selling all these ice cubes, Lin Feng would be able to get about 700 gold coins. It's just hard-earned money. After closing the exchange, Lin Feng took out the enchantment book he bought from the merchant on the floor. This book can be opened. But Lin Feng couldn't understand any of the runes inside. Even with a human language translator, he couldn't understand it, and he didn't know what language it was. Now it's time to think about what to enchant. Lin Feng picked up the high-tech rhino horn bow and took a look at it. This thing should still be considered a cold weapon. Lin Feng was just about to enchant the technological rhino horn bow when he suddenly remembered that the laser arrows shot out from this bow would have a very high temperature. In fact, it is no different from adding flame. Thinking of this, Lin Feng put down the rhino horn bow and searched for weapons such as swords in his elevator. However, Lin Feng doesn't need cold weapons very often, so most of his knives are machetes, daggers, etc. You still have to go to the exchange to buy it. After opening the exchange, Lin Feng clicked on the category of cold weapons. Knives, guns, sticks, clubs, etc. are all available. Hey, why is there Master Guan's Crescent Moon Blade here? However, Lin Feng did not consider such a long weapon. It's so inconvenient. Dozens of minutes later, Lin Feng finally found a weapon that he liked, a black and gold tang sword. The most important thing is that there is a note behind this tang sword, made of meteorite iron from outer space. And the workmanship is so fine, Lin Feng thinks it is very likely that this survivor bought it on the trading floor. The price is not cheap, 10 gold coins or equivalent medicine. Now that Lin Feng has more than 2,000 gold coins in his hand, this is not a big deal. After trading for gold coins, the tang sword fell from the air and Lin Feng caught it steadily. The blade of this tang sword is narrow and straight, with a small hilt and a long handle, and can be held with both hands. After playing with it in his hands for a while, Lin Feng felt very satisfied. The blade is also very sharp, reaching the level of being able to cut hair. The workmanship is also very fine, and the handle and scabbard are decorated with gold and silver ornaments and several gems. Generally speaking, the decorative significance of this knife is greater than its combat significance. Perhaps the original owner made this knife just for decoration, but now that it is in Lin Feng's hands, this knife is bound to see blood. He opened the enchantment book and placed it on the ground, then placed the Tang sword on it. A moment later, the enchanted book suddenly combusted and burned to ashes in just a few seconds. Is that all right? Seeing this, Lin Feng picked up the Tang sword. It seemed that there was no change, but when Lin Feng pulled out of the scabbard, he found that there was a layer of flame attached to the blade. Put the knife back into the sheath, and the flame will disappear. Regardless of how powerful this thing is, it's pretty cool anyway. It is not difficult for Lin Feng, a master of cold weapons, to wield a Tang sword. Although they're all basic moves, each one is fatal. In addition, Lin Feng also discovered that this thing can also be used as a lighter. Besides going out if you plunge it into water, it won't go out no matter how you wave it. If you put it in water and extinguish it, it will burn again if you pull it out. This is a bit like the torch. After hanging the Tang sword on the wall, Lin Feng opened the exchange and put up the extinguished torch. The exchange also automatically noted the torch's capabilities. Lin Feng sold it for 100 gold coins. Because the price was a bit high, no one bought it after more than an hour. However, many people privately messaged Lin Feng to ask for a lower price. Lin Feng didn't even read these private messages and rejected them all. Such a cool torch, and I only charge you 100 gold coins. Where can you find such a good thing? And you still want to bargain? After drinking the strength potion, Lin Feng's strength attribute reached 61. Then Lin Feng took out the last prop, a silver wine glass. This silver wine glass is about 20 centimeters high. If any liquid can be turned into fine wine, then simply adding water should also work, right? Lin Feng picked up the wine glass and poured a glass of water directly into the pool. After a while, the water in the glass began to emit a faint aroma of wine. This, so spicy. After taking a sip, Lin Feng immediately cried out that he couldn't stand it. The taste was a bit like strong liquor. He didn't drink much, so naturally he couldn't stand it. And after Lin Feng lit it with a lighter, the wine glass actually caught fire. Oh my god, this must be over 40 degrees, right? Lin Feng was shocked, and then his mind began to become active. There are definitely quite a few alcoholics in this world. If I get more and sell them on the exchange, I will definitely make a lot of money. Isn't this more profitable than selling water? Thinking of this, Lin Feng placed all the wooden barrels, filled them with water, and threw the wine glass in. Shouldn't it be possible to turn it into a bar directly like this? Lin Feng scratched his head as he looked at the wooden barrel in front of him. He did not throw the wine glass into the infinite pool. After all, he still needed water. If it all turned into wine, how would he make ice cubes? Without ice cubes, there would be no cold drinks, so cold drinks were more important. As for the ice cubes dug from the extremely cold island, Lin Feng said, "It's not clean, I won't eat it, just sell it directly." After waiting for 20 minutes, the aroma of wine began to emanate from the first barrel. Seeing this, Lin Feng took a bite and was immediately overjoyed. Done. Then he quickly fished out the wine glass and put it into another wooden barrel. Chapter 140 Leisure and Entertainment Floor. After more than an hour, the remaining buckets of water had all turned into fine wine, and the alcohol content was very high. By the way, Anzi seems to like drinking a lot, so send him some. Lin Feng thought about it, and then directly placed a barrel of wine at the exchange. Lin Feng, Anzi, I got some white wine. Do you want some? It's pretty strong. On the other side, Qin was grilling meat for himself. After seeing the message sent by Lin Feng, he put down the skewers and started replying. Qin, okay, since you don't like drinking, what do you want? Lin Feng, this is a free gift for you. I don't like drinking it, so I've already put it on the exchange. There's a whole barrel. Remember to return the barrel to me after you finish it. Qin, okay, then I won't argue with you anymore. Qin turned the skewers over, sprinkled some seasoning on them, and then opened the exchange to trade the wine that Lin Feng had sold. The item being traded was 10 beef skewers, which he had just grilled and hadn't had time to eat yet. Now I have some wine, drink some wine, eat some skewers, and relax. On the other side, after Lin Feng confirmed the transaction, he had a bunch of skewers in his hand. I have to say, this guy's craftsmanship is really good. Smelling the fragrant skewers, Lin Feng took a bite. Almost something. Lin Feng smacked his lips, then started eating again. Lin Feng packed all the remaining wine into small bottles and sold them. Before selling it, he looked at the average price of alcohol on the exchange. If converted, Lin Feng's bottle of wine should be sold for 1 gold coin. Oh shit, huge profit. Although the gold coin transaction was a bit slow, Lin Feng made a lot of money anyway. After listing all the liquor on the exchange and setting it to automatically approve transactions, Lin Feng no longer cared about it. Instead, he took out a watermelon, got some watermelon juice, and poured into the wine glass. A moment later, a glass of bright red wine appeared. There is a fresh scent of watermelon. After taking a sip, Lin Feng's eyes widened slightly. This little thing tastes pretty good. The alcohol content of the wine, made from watermelon juice, is not high, and it is not very spicy when you drink it. Instead, it tastes a bit like fruit juice. Before he knew it, Lin Feng had drunk more than a dozen cups. It tastes good, burp. Lin Feng rubbed his slightly red face. It's okay, not drunk. This wine glass is indeed a good thing. However, since it was traded from the merchants on the floor, it is very likely that everyone will have one in the future. Make as much money as you can now. At this time, an idea suddenly arose in Lin Feng's mind. If you pee in it, you know what? Lin Feng really has the urge to give it a try. However, considering that he would need it in the future, Lin Feng still suppressed the impulse. After grilling some meat and drinking a few glasses of cantaloupe-flavored fruit wine, Lin Feng staggered onto the bed. He also burped from time to time. Qin, on the other side, was relatively normal. Although the alcohol content of the wine was very high, he could drink quite a lot. After drinking about 2 kilograms, he stopped. Where did Fengzi get this wine? Damn, it's so damn delicious. Qin thought he had drunk countless glasses of wine, but after drinking 2 kilograms of the wine Lin Feng gave him, he couldn't even tell what it was, and he didn't even know what it was brewed with. After a while, Lin Feng was woken up by the system prompt in his sleep. Beep, the floor the host is about to enter is the recreational hall. This is a peaceful floor. Survivors are prohibited from harming each other. Otherwise, they will be punished by the guards. Tip, you can stay on this floor by paying a fee. 10 gold coins per day, no upper limit. Oh, is this floor similar to a trading floor? Ding dong. The elevator is going up. Please hold on to it. Ding dong. This floor is a peaceful floor. You can stay here for a long time by paying gold coins. After the elevator door opened, a magnificently decorated game room appeared in front of Lin Feng. There are mahjong, chess and card rooms, billiards, karaoke rooms, dance floors, gambling tables, game machines, and even restaurants and medical clinics. After Lin Feng walked in, he found that there were quite a lot of survivors on this floor. When he came to the conspicuous bar, the girl standing behind the bar immediately smiled sweetly. Hello, sir. All the games in the arcade require game coins to play. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 10 game coins. Then give me 10 first. Lin Feng took out a gold coin and said, Okay. The little sister immediately took out 10 game coins from the coin machine next to her. The game coin is silver with a red apple printed on it. There are indeed a lot of gaming facilities inside, but the prices are a bit expensive. For example, for billiards, 1 game coin can only be used for 10 minutes. Just then, a man in a white suit came over. Hello, you look like a new survivor here, right? The man in the suit said with a kind smile. Who are you? Oh, I'm the owner of the Royal Club. I've been posting advertisements in the chat room before. I don't know if you've seen them. Royal Club? Lin Feng seemed to have some impression. Judging from the appearance of this person, could it be that they have settled here? It's not impossible. After all, the flesh trade is very profitable. Want to come and relax? It only costs 2 gold coins, and you can choose from a variety of beauties. Of course, if you want to do something special, I have those too, but you have to pay extra. Never mind. Not interested. Lin Feng shook his head and declined the invitation. He didn't want to catch any disease because of a momentary pleasure. Oh, that's a pity. The man in the suit looked at Lin Feng with regret. Is this your pet? Your pet is actually a dinosaur? That's amazing. By the way, does it have any special needs? I can satisfy them here. Lin Feng. This guy is so stupid. Even Zilongwang's plan was included. After rejecting the suit man's solicitation again, Lin Feng took the little velociraptor to another place. The man in the suit was not angry after being rejected by Lin Feng, and he found another survivor again. The two of them didn't talk for a few words before they revealed a smile that all men understand. After asking around on this floor, Lin Feng finally understood that except for the guards, everyone in this place was a survivor, including the receptionist who had just greeted Lin Feng. Survivors working here can get a certain basic salary, and then get more gold coins based on their performance. And they also have to spend money to buy their own food. Although this place is not big and even looks a bit like a cage, many survivors still choose to live here after coming here. Those who cannot afford the living fees will be forced to return to the elevator and it is uncertain when they will be able to return to this floor next time. Chapter 141 New Rules. Thanks to Zheng Jun for the explosive update. Although this place is very safe, Lin Feng feels a bit cramped. And after he got to know more about the secrets of the elevator world, he felt more and more that this elevator world was not as simple as he had imagined. So whether it is for freedom or to find out the final truth, Lin Feng will not stay in this place. However, it's still okay to have some fun for a while. The price of the game console is 1 game coin for 30 minutes. It is relatively cheap among these game projects. The games inside were all arcade games or racing games. After playing for a while, Lin Feng lost interest in them. We went to a restaurant in this place and ordered some food, including braised pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, pickled fish, shredded potatoes, braised pork elbow, mouth-watering chicken, and rice. The restaurant chef is also a survivor. It is said that he was once the head chef of a 5-star hotel, which is a good match for his profession. As soon as the dishes were served, Lin Feng smelled the fragrance. As expected of the chef, he really has some skills. A mouthful of rice, a mouthful of vegetables, and soon Lin Feng had eaten 5 big bowls of rice. Burp Xiang. He also didn't forget about the little velociraptor and had already ordered several meat dishes with light seasoning for it. This guy eats even better than Lin Feng. After paying the bill, Lin Feng did not stay on this floor any longer. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to pack some food and drinks to take away, but it turned out that this place did not allow takeout of anything. Helpless, Lin Feng had to take the little velociraptor and leave. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng opened the exchange. The ice and torches have all been sold. Bottled wine is also selling well, and now Lin Feng is going to start making wine again. I can sell about 5 or 6 barrels a day. After all, Lin Feng only accepts gold coins, so it is normal that the sales are slow. After preparing the wine, Lin Feng crossed his legs and watched TV. Holding a glass of iced watermelon juice in his hand, he was enjoying life to the fullest. Nothing strange or weird appeared in the pool today, nor did anything good come out. A few hours later, Lin Feng yawned. There was a soap opera playing on TV, which was a bit boring. Even the usually lively and active little velociraptor was dozing off by the pool. No need to look at it. Let's go for a run. Lin Feng stood up and said, I haven't worked out for 2 days, mainly because my attribute points are so high now that it doesn't make much difference whether I work out or not. After running until he was sweating all over, Lin Feng also felt a little sleepy. Before going to bed, Lin Feng wiped his body and checked the remaining materials for the upgrade. Then he lay down and fell asleep in less than a minute. Yes, this is the legendary falling asleep in seconds, a skill that everyone envies. Now Lin Feng only needs 8 upgrade sets to upgrade. There is still a long way to go. Upgrade sets occasionally appear on the exchange, but the prices are ridiculously high. It was even sold for 500 gold coins at one point. It was naturally impossible for Lin Feng to be the big grudge. You have to spend all your money to buy 5 upgrade sets. Even if you have money, it's not made this way. The next day, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Then he quickly sat up, not because his danger sense took effect. But Lin Feng had a dream last night. He dreamed that he cut the upgrade suit into 2 halves and then repaired it with a universal hammer, and it directly became 2. Fuck, I think this operation is really feasible. Lin Feng did it right away and directly extracted an upgrade set from the material pile area. Lin Feng didn't take this small broken suitcase seriously. He picked up the Tang sword and chopped it down. Bang! A muffled sound. Lin Feng felt the pain coming from his tiger's mouth and looked confused. Even if I didn't use my full strength just now, I at least used 60% to 70%. Add to that this knife that can cut through iron like mud. How come this upgraded suit has no effect at all? Not even a scratch. This surprised Lin Feng very much. After touching the leather on the suitcase and finding it still soft, Lin Feng, who didn't believe in evil, changed to a sledgehammer and smashed it down with all his strength this time. However, the wooden sticks on the hammer broke, but the box was still intact. In the end, Lin Feng had to give up temporarily. It seems that it is not so easy to find a bub by yourself. However, Lin Feng still has 2 powerful weapons that he has not used, a charged pistol and a technological rhino horn bow. It's not convenient to perform in the elevator. I'll get out later. If I don't blow you in half today, my name will be... Huh, why does this word sound so familiar? I think I just said that a while ago, didn't I? Lin Feng scratched his head and decided not to set any goals casually. I looked at the time, and it was already 10:30 in the morning. I was about to go to the next floor. Lin Feng had packed all his equipment in advance, and also brought an upgraded set. When entering the next floor, Lin Feng must let this ignorant upgrade suit know why the flowers are so red. Then continue your work of fixing bugs. Ding dong. The difficulty of survival has changed. In the next survival, floors with selectable levels will appear randomly. The lower the level, the higher the difficulty and the richer the rewards. After the elevator announcement was completed, a row of buttons for selecting floors appeared at the bottom of the elevator screen. But at this point, everything is a question mark. The meaning of the elevator announcement is also relatively easy to understand. In the future, you'll be asked to choose which floor to go to on certain floors, and the reward will be linked to your choice. But this is relatively reasonable. Otherwise, you will always go to a random floor, and the difficulty level depends entirely on luck, which is really unfair to some weaker survivors. Overall, this news can be considered good news. The style of the chat room conversation quickly changed from bragging to discussing new elevator functions. What new tricks has this bird elevator come up with? Brothers, is there an elevator button under your elevator screen? It appears, but I don't see any numbers. Holy shit, why do I have numbers here? I guess if there's a number, you can choose the floor to enter, right? Oh my. The first batch of mice have appeared. Selling guns. Selling guns. Besides guns, there are also various mysterious little pills. Nantung DD. Royal Club fully upgraded. High price for upgrade set. Damn, they're even asking for an upgrade set at a very high price. If this isn't stupid, what is this? They've been sold for 500 gold coins each, but people are still buying them at high prices. Lin Feng was also speechless. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Chapter 142, Ghost Village. Beep. The floor you're about to enter is the Ghost Village. There are a lot of evil spirits on this floor, so please be prepared. In the main house of the village chief's compound, you can find a peachwood sword that can ward off evil spirits and kill ghosts. In the dry well of Wang Dahua's house, you can find a female corpse with a jade bracelet on her wrist. The merchants on this floor may be interested. There are 2 upgrade sets in the land temple. Tip. This floor is quite difficult. Please choose carefully. Ding. Quest triggered. Host, please liberate the wronged souls and evil spirits in this village. Reward. Sanity plus 10. There seems to be a lot of good stuff on this floor. Lin Feng thought after listening to the information told by the system. A peachwood sword, a jade bracelet that the floor merchant is interested in, and 2 upgrade sets. In addition to the tasks issued by the system, it would be a loss if Lin Feng didn't go in this time. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Just as Lin Feng was packing up his things to fight against the evil spirit, the elevator announcement sounded. Lin Feng immediately quickened his movements. All the magazines of the HK assault rifle were replaced with magazines for activated bullets. Lin Feng also put on the soul-killing talisman. After putting on his armor and carrying his cowhide backpack, Lin Feng waited quietly for the elevator door to open. Soon, the elevator door opened, and when Lin Feng walked out, he felt a chill, so he did not let the little velociraptor follow him out. In a place full of evil spirits, a little velociraptor will be of no use and may even be a hindrance. It was still evening when Lin Feng entered the village, and the sun had not yet set, so it did not seem very strange. Lin Feng was now at the entrance of the village, where a quiet path led directly to the center of the village. There is also a wooden sign on the side of the road. Beiji Azwang. However, there were several bloody handprints on the wooden sign. Lin Feng walked past the wooden sign and onto the country dirt road. There are flowers and plants on both sides of the road, and occasionally the chirping of crickets can be heard. From here, the village looks perfectly normal. However, Lin Feng discovered one thing. That is, there was no living creature in this village, not even a bird. Forget it. Let's go to the village first. Lin Feng activated the sprint function in his armor and arrived at the village in a few seconds. The village was very quiet, but there was white paper pasted on every house. Some doors still had yellow paper seals on them. So, now where should I go to find the village chief's house, Wang Dahua's house, and the land temple? Forget it. Let's just walk around the village first. Lin Feng thought to himself, and then walked along the stone road in the village. At the same time, observe the differences between each household. The village chief's courtyard should be easy to identify. You can tell from a name that it is a compound. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly saw a figure walking past in front of him. Dahe, start the life form scan. Okay, Mr. Lin. Looking at the radar on the screen, Lin Feng fell into thought. At this time, The radar was empty and did not show any living organisms moving around nearby. So that was probably a ghost? Never mind, I can just ask for directions. Thinking of this, Lin Feng pulled the bolt of the gun and ran over quickly. Wait, wait! Lin Feng shouted a few times at the figure. The figure was also stopped by Lin Feng and slowly turned around. What turned around was not a ghost face, but a pretty girl. However, when Lin Feng focused his attention and observed, he found that this so-called girl was just a few bones. It seemed like a trick. Strange? Could it be the result of my rational attribute? Lin Feng was a little confused about why he could see through the illusion in front of him, but it should be related to his rational attribute. Hello, do you know how to get to Wang Dahua's house, the village chief's compound, and the land temple? Lin Feng didn't bother to care what the thing in front of him was, so he decided to ask for directions first. The land temple is at the north end of the village. The village chief's house is over there. Wang Dahua's house is also in the north. The one with the red roof is her house, but she's not at home. The girl in front of him spoke in a stiff tone. Her facial expression was extremely dull. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is not normal. It's obvious that the person who controls this optical illusion is not skilled enough. Thank you. Lin Feng smiled brightly at the girl, then pointed the gun at it. What's this? Big baby. Bang. A bullet emitting golden light shot out from the muzzle and directly pierced the girl's head. The next moment, the illusion in front of him turned into 3 white bones. Now Lin Feng decided to go to Wang Dahua's house first, which was closer, then go to the land temple, and finally to the village chief's house. He didn't encounter any strange things along the way because Lin Feng flew directly over. In the air, he soon saw the conspicuous red roof. The roofs of other houses are all black, but his is red, which is really unique. The house is a simple brick house. There's also a yard surrounded by a fence. There's a stone well in the middle of the yard, and next to the stone, well, there's a peach tree and a willow tree. After observing for a while, Lin Feng fell down. He went straight to the dry well. Looking down, it was pitch black and I couldn't see anything. But there is a hemp rope next to the dry well. After Lin Feng pulled it, he found that the hemp rope seemed to be pulling something. With a little force, he pulled it out. After taking a closer look, Lin Feng was overjoyed because what he pulled out was actually a female corpse. No one knew how this female corpse had been preserved. Apart from being very pale, there was not a single corroded part on her body. There's not even the stench of corpse. It's this face. Why does Lin Feng feel that it looks familiar? Aren't these the 3 bones from before? Lin Feng looked carefully at the female corpse in front of him and was shocked. At the same time, he felt a chill on his back. Lin Feng flew directly into the sky and then fired several shots at the place where he had just stood. However, nothing appeared. The danger perception tip is definitely correct. That evil spirit must have run away and hidden somewhere. Lin Feng muttered as he lowered his altitude. It was obvious that the evil ghost already knew the power of the gun in Lin Feng's hand. Otherwise, he would not have played it so dirty. Never mind. Let's quickly take the jade bracelet off the corpse. Lin Feng had already discovered the jade bracelet when he examined the corpse just now. After grabbing the cold little hand of the female corpse, Lin Feng grabbed the bracelet with his other hand and pulled it hard, but it got stuck. Maybe it was because of the stiffness of the body. Lin Feng couldn't pull it off no matter how hard he tried. I'm sorry. After speaking in a low voice, Lin Feng pulled out the Tang sword. The evil ghost, standing on a willow tree and watching him, was suddenly frightened when he saw Lin Feng wanted to take off the jade bracelet. Chapter 143, Cause and Effect. The reason why it was terrified was that once the bracelet left the female corpse, the corpse would rot quickly, and its soul would also be destroyed. Stop! A voice containing mental control came into Lin Feng's ears, but it had no effect on Lin Feng. After frowning slightly, the Tang sword in his hand fell down. Click! With a crisp sound, the female corpse's arm was cut off directly. What's calling? Lin Feng held the gun and looked back, only to see a fierce ghost in white clothes staring at him fiercely. Haha, you finally show up, little mouse? Lin Feng sneered when he saw the evil ghost. Then he calmly raised his gun and aimed. The reason why he was not in a hurry was because Lin Feng already knew that the evil ghost in front of him could not hurt him. Otherwise, why didn't he control himself directly just now? The evil spirit was in a state of bewilderment at this moment. The attack he had just launched was completely useless. After all, he is not a professional evil spirit and does not know many ways of attack. They can also control a person, set up a ghost wall, and perform sleight of hand tricks. However, with Lin Feng's rationality as high as 15 points, these little tricks could not hurt him at all. After a burst of gunfire, several bullets shining with golden light penetrated the body of the evil spirit. With a shrill cry, the evil spirit turned into a wisp of mud and sand and floated away into the distance. Turning around, Lin Feng was surprised to find that the female corpse had turned into a rotten corpse. The severed wrist had not rotted. Is this jade bracelet anti-corrosion? Lin Feng scratched his head, wondering why the floor merchants would be interested in this thing. Never mind, just pack it up. I don't know how many gold coins I can sell it for. After Lin Feng put the jade bracelet into the cowhide backpack, he flew towards the land temple. The village's land temple was built on a piece of wasteland and surrounded by dense bamboo. Lin Feng walked around the land temple, but didn't see any sign of upgrading his suit, let alone upgrading his suit. It's not in this little temple, is it? Lin Feng looked at the small temple in front of him, which was more than 1 meter high, and asked in confusion. I don't know if this is taboo or not, but never mind, just take it out. The space inside this small temple is not very large. When Lin Feng moved closer, he saw 2 upgraded sets at a glance. After carefully observing the temple and making sure there was nothing unclean, Lin Feng reached out and took it out. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. Mr. Lin, the visual range has been reduced. Would you like to activate night mode or thermal imaging mode? Turn on night mode. Okay, Mr. Lin. Swish. The helmet's screen lit up for a moment, and then the sky, which had just darkened, became bright again. This night mode isn't all green? Great. Lin Feng chuckled and then flew towards the village chief's house. The sun had already set completely by this time. The village, which had been eerily quiet, suddenly became bustling with people. No, it should be said that ghosts come and go. Although many villagers suddenly appeared in the village, no living creatures were shown on the armor's scanning radar. In other words, these villagers are actually ghosts. 100 Demons Night Parade? Lin Feng said doubtfully. At a glance, there should be hundreds of ghosts in this ghost village, but Lin Feng has a weapon to exorcise ghosts, so he is not very worried. After arriving at the village chief's courtyard, Lin Feng went straight to the main house. The main house is easy to identify. Generally speaking, the main house is directly opposite the main door and is also larger. So many happy characters? Lin Feng looked at the white wedding characters posted everywhere in the village chief's courtyard with some confusion. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and hurried into the main house. Looking at the traces of burning in the house, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It's true. This is probably the ghost marriage floor that Lin Feng entered a long time ago. After arriving at the bridal chamber, Lin Feng looked at the familiar layout and became more certain of his guess. The difference is that this bridal chamber is now covered with yellow paper everywhere. At this moment, Lin Feng already had a rough guess in his mind. After the village chief's family was killed by himself, they turned into evil spirits. When the villagers saw the fire in the village chief's courtyard, they thought that it was the woman in the ghost marriage who turned into an evil spirit and killed the village chief's family. After putting out the fire, they were worried that the village would be implicated, so they invited a Taoist priest to exorcise the evil spirits. However, the Taoist priest was either deceiving people or his skills were not good enough, so he failed to seal the evil spirit transformed by the village head and his wife. This resulted in the entire village becoming a ghost village. Lin Feng has not yet guessed what Wang Dahua's identity has to do with this, but she is definitely involved. I didn't expect that my actions would have a sequel. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill on his back. Out of instinct, Lin Feng quickly dodged to the side. Relying on the armor's sprinting speed, Lin Feng actually knocked down the wall of the house. When I looked back, I saw a man and a woman floating in the air, staring at me. The male ghost sneered, his voice low and hoarse like the muttering of an evil ghost in hell. I recognized you. Boom! A powerful gust of air appeared out of nowhere and directly destroyed the entire house. Lin Feng was not affected at all because of the protection of the armor. I was just a little shocked by the evil ghost attack method. This seems to be the first evil spirit he has ever seen that can use physical attacks. This guy's strength should not be underestimated. Lin Feng's expression gradually became serious, and his previous careless look was completely gone. Suddenly, a sharp roar came from the female ghost. All the resentful ghosts in the village were attracted by the sound, and then they staggered towards the village chief's courtyard. Looking at the resentful ghost appearing at the door, Lin Feng sneered. It's a good opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. After quickly emptying a magazine, most of the resentful ghosts at the door disappeared. What kind of magical weapon is this? The village chief looked at the gun in Lin Feng's hand with a surprised expression. Ha! No matter how powerful your magic weapon is, you'll have to be buried with our family. After the village chief finished speaking, his hair suddenly grew dozens of meters long and rushed straight towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's sense of danger once again saved his life. Feeling the danger coming from behind, Lin Feng quickly rose into the air, then turned in the air and pulled the trigger at the hair flying towards him. Several bullets, gleaming with golden light, easily penetrated the dense black hair. The pierced black hair exploded in the air and fell to the ground like flowers scattered by a fairy. After blowing the black hair apart, Lin Feng did not hesitate and turned the gun around and fired several shots at the village chief and his wife. Chapter 144, The Broken Peach Wood Sword. After feeling the threat from the enlightened bullet, the village chief and his wife quickly dodged, but unfortunately the enlightened bullet had no tracking function. The two of them just dodged it. Lin Feng was also shocked by their speed. They could actually dodge bullets at such a short distance. At this time, a large number of resentful ghosts appeared at the door again. These villagers who turned into ghosts were not as powerful as the village head and his wife. They were more like some zombies. After easily dealing with these resentful ghosts, Lin Feng quickly replaced the magazine and threw the empty magazine directly into the cowhide backpack. Now it's just the two of you. Lin Feng still has a lot of magic bullets, and he doesn't believe that he can't control these two evil spirits today. At this moment, the village chief and his wife looked at each other, and a black wind and sand appeared from behind Lin Feng and rushed towards Lin Feng at a rapid speed. The scope even directly covers the entire village chief's compound. Let's see where you can hide now. Buzz. Although the mecha took less than 3 seconds to sprint 100 meters, Lin Feng was still blown by the wind and sand and was immediately knocked into a pile of broken bricks and tiles. However, this armor is still very strong. Lin Feng only felt some vibrations, but no other discomfort. Lin Feng, lying on the brick and tile ruins, quickly activated the 3 skills of static invisibility, fish in troubled waters, and cold-blooded creature. As mentioned before, static invisibility will also make the clothes you wear invisible, so the armor will disappear with it. 2 seconds later, the village chief watched Lin Feng's figure disappear from the bricks and tiles and float directly over. After feeling it carefully, the village chief found that he could no longer sense Lin Feng's breath. How strange! The village chief murmured, completely unaware that there was an old man named Lao Lu watching it at this moment. If you can still dodge at such a close distance, I don't need this gun anymore. Lin Feng sneered in his heart as he looked at the village chief who was so close to him. Then he fired several shots at the village chief's body. Bang 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 bang. It was obvious that village chief Lin Feng was not mentally prepared for his sudden appearance. He was directly hit by the oncoming bullet. Suddenly, more than a dozen bullet holes appeared on his body. And then, wisps of golden light appeared on these bullet holes. Although the village chief's body tried to solidify, the wound grew larger and larger due to the effect of the Kaiwang bullet. Soon the village chief lost most of his body. He looked at his wife with his remaining head. Then it turned into a handful of sand and disappeared from this world. I want you to die. The village chief's wife's voice was so sharp that it even made Lin Feng feel a little uncomfortable. Sir, we've detected that the current decibel level is hazardous to your health. Would you like to block external information? There's this function. It must be blocked. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the harsh sound disappeared. Although the village head's wife was still yelling. In Lin Feng's eyes, she looked as ridiculous as a monkey. The village chief's wife's method of attack seemed to be just shouting. Seeing this, Lin Feng calmly raised his gun and pointed it at the roaring village chief's wife. Then he gently pressed the trigger. The village chief's wife was obviously aiming to die together with Lin Feng. Seeing the incoming bullets, he showed no intention of dodging, but instead roared even louder, and even some tiles and broken bricks around him were blown away. Although Lin Feng blocked out external interference, he still felt a force pushing him. If it weren't for the shielding function of his suit of armor, Lin Feng would have probably died with blood coming out of all his orifices. The enlightened bullet also left behind bursts of golden light after penetrating the village chief's wife. After a while, The village chief's wife also turned into a handful of mud and sand and fell to the ground. At this moment, a breeze blew the mud and sand that the village chief and his wife had turned into the air. The village, which was originally very depressing, now became a little normal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. His rationality increased by 10 points at once, and Lin Feng suddenly felt that his mind was much clearer, and he became more energetic. If I remember correctly, my sanity attribute should have reached 25 points now, right? That's right. The Peachwood Sword. Lin Feng slapped his forehead and then hurriedly ran towards the ruins. I just hope that this Peachwood Sword has not been destroyed. However, it should not be a treasure. After all, it can't even suppress these two evil spirits. Having said that, it is at least a thing that can ward off evil spirits. If I don't need it myself, I can give it to my older son. It seems that he still doesn't have anything to resist evil spirits. It's all thanks to my strong horoscope that I haven't encountered any ghosts for such a long time. After searching in the ruins for a while, Lin Feng saw the handle of a wooden sword and was immediately overjoyed. However, after pulling it out, he was stunned. Just a handle? After searching again, Lin Feng found the blade of the Peachwood Sword, but it looked a little black, as if it had been burned by fire. This thing should still be usable after gluing it together, right? The original material was used to ward off evil spirits anyway. After stuffing the broken Peachwood Sword into the cowhide backpack, Lin Feng took out an upgrade set. He hasn't forgotten his mission of fixing bugs yet. After all, no matter what happens, it can't stop his determination to fix bugs. D. Upgrade your suit. Lin Feng solemnly placed the upgrade suit on the ground and then bowed. I don't know when the HK assault rifle in his hand turned into a rechargeable pistol. Seedle, bang! A dazzling light came and disappeared after a moment. Lin Feng looked into the big pit with surprise, trying to find the fragments of the upgrade suit. However, ideals are beautiful and reality is cruel. No fragments of the upgraded suit were seen in the big pit, because the upgraded suit was completely fine. Looking at the black suitcase, Lin Feng felt that it was mocking him. Looks like we'll have to bring out the high-tech rhino horn bow. Lin Feng's voice sounded a little vicissitudes of life, and then he silently pulled out the rhino horn bow from his back. A thick blue beam of light rushed towards the upgraded suit in the pit, and the entire village became as bright as day. After a few seconds, the sea calmed down. The upgraded suit, however, was still lying intact in a larger pit. You're awesome. Lin Feng landed silently and put the upgraded suit into his cowhide backpack. Fortunately, no weird flags were set this time. There is nothing useful left in the village. After flying around, Lin Feng only found some wood and iron tools. There was plenty of space in the cowhide backpack, so I just put everything in it. Fly legs are meat too. Moreover, every household has quite a few large wooden doors, beams, farm tools, etc. Chapter 145, Bug Failure. After returning to the elevator and putting everything back into the material storage area, Lin Feng placed the broken Peachwood Sword on the ground. Then he took out the universal hammer. Are you kidding me? There's no way he could actually glue this thing together. But what he wanted to know was whether this Peachwood Sword could be smashed into two using the universal hammer. In order to verify this idea, Lin Feng threw the handle of the Peachwood Sword aside and then smashed it down with the universal hammer. After a few knocks, the Peachwood Sword returned to its original shape. Just when Lin Feng wanted to take out the handle to repeat the same trick, he found that the handle had disappeared. He was very sure that he had placed the handle of the Peachwood Sword in that position just now. When I turned around, it was gone. Was it built directly on top? Ding. Host, please don't try to find loopholes. Lin Feng. Damn system. I knew it was you. The system has spoken, so what else can Lin Feng say? After all, the hammer was given by the system. Forget it. If you can't copy it, then you can't copy it. This is fine too. After listing the Peachwood Sword on the exchange, Lin Feng contacted Chinan, but this guy might still be on the floor because there was no reply after half an hour. After leaving the message, Lin Feng glanced at the exchange again. At this time, the price of the Peachwood Sword he was selling had been raised to 30 gold coins. Obviously, this kind of evil-repelling thing is still very attractive to survivors. Looking at the constantly refreshing transaction information of the exchange, Lin Feng waited for a while, wanting to see if he could get the upgrade set. Unfortunately, after more than an hour, there was no transaction information for the upgrade set. Sure enough, this thing still has to be picked up. Sighing, Lin Feng got up and went to the kitchen to start cooking. The little velociraptor he raised became more and more fond of eating half-cooked barbecued meat. So every time Lin Feng cooked, he would give it a whole portion of barbecued meat. Of course, the staple food was still raw meat, and the barbecued meat was like a snack. Eat, eat. Lin Feng came over with 2 iron plates. These iron plates were given to him by Yi Hua. They were made of iron plates and were quite useful. Not only did they not break, they also repaired iron. However, they were prone to rust. He would ask Yi Hua to make a few of them out of stainless steel someday. After dinner, Qinan also replied to Lin Feng. When Qinan learned that Lin Feng had given him a peachwood sword to ward off evil spirits, he was overjoyed. Just as Lin Feng guessed, he still had nothing to fight against ghosts. Having a peachwood sword means you have some defensive ability. However, Lin Feng also reminded him that the power of this peachwood sword was not as great as he imagined, and told him not to think that he could dance in front of evil spirits just because he had a peachwood sword. This peachwood sword should have been left by the Taoist priest. If it was really useful, the village would not have been massacred by the village chief and his wife. After instructing Qinan, Lin Feng exited the chat room and changed the style of the walls around the elevator. This time we went to the underwater world. You know what? Looking at the fish swimming around, it really looks like that. People with thalassophobia may not be able to bear it. Let's see how many Kaiwang bullets are left. Lin Feng muttered as he took out all the consecrated bullets from his cowhide backpack. After counting, I found that there were still 4.5 magazines of bullets left, which is 135 rounds. I really knocked. The floor of the ghost village just now actually consumed so many bullets of Lin Feng. Now Lin Feng just hopes that the production of these consecrated bullets on the workbench will not be complicated. Coming to the workbench, Lin Feng searched for the consecrated bullets. How to make a consecrated bullet? Bullet plus exorcism ink, or find a Taoist priest to consecrate it for you. Lin Feng, are you serious about finding a Taoist priest to consecrate your statue? Lin Feng didn't know what the exorcism ink was, so he had to use the consecration bullets sparingly. Then Lin Feng studied the method of making a universal medicine box, which also only requires 2 items. Universal medicine box. Any medicine box plus medical core. Forget it. There will always be something if you take your time. Lying on the bed, Lin Feng fell asleep in a short while. As the time spent on the floor increases, the amount of sleep time is getting less and less. A few hours later, the system prompt sounded. Ding! It's detected that the host is about to enter the optional floor. Hint. Floor 114, treasure chest floor, which contains 5 undead creatures and 2 stone treasure chests. Floor 111, doomsday survival floor. There are a large number of zombies on this floor, including some mutated zombies and mutated animals. Medicine supply boxes, food supply boxes, and weapon supply boxes can be found on this floor. Floor 88, an exploration floor. The host needs to find an exit to escape. The more exits found, the better the reward. This floor is quite dangerous. I ran into this. Lin Feng got up from the bed and looked at the buttons under the elevator screen. Sure enough, 3 buttons with numbers appeared. They are 114, 111, and 88 respectively. After analyzing the 3 floors, Lin Feng felt that the most advantageous one for him was the 114th floor. Let's talk about the 111th floor first. Lin Feng basically cannot use the 3 types of supply boxes that can be found on this floor. As for the 88th floor, it was easy to guess that this must be the yellow room floor he had been to before. Lin Feng didn't want to go back and look for the exit. However, the treasure chest on the 114th floor is very attractive to lucky people like Lin Feng. My friend, such a high luck attribute is not just for show. Even though it is a stone treasure chest, once it is affected by my lucky attribute, maybe the things in the obsidian treasure chest will appear. At this moment, the elevator announcement sounded. Ding dong. Requesting the living to select the floor to enter. Failure to select within the time limit will be considered as not entering the floor. After hearing the voice, Lin Feng decisively pressed the button for the 114th floor. Ding dong. The elevator will go down in 10 minutes. Please be prepared. I looked at the time, and there were exactly 10 minutes left until 12 o'clock. So punctual. Deek, quest 3 gild. Host, please use cold weapons to eliminate the 5 creatures on this floor. Reward. Attribute enhancement item from the treasure chest. The enhancement effect is doubled. Jyoho. According to the system statement, doesn't it mean that these 2 stone treasure chests can produce things with attribute enhancements? Lin Feng quickly put on the Tang sword and rhino horn bow, put all the other weapons into the cowhide backpack, then put on his armor and waited quietly. I don't know if the technological rhino horn bow can be considered a cold weapon now. Forget it. I'll just use the Tang sword. The Tang Dao should be considered a cold weapon. You can't call it a hot weapon just because it can produce fire, although the temperature is quite high. Chapter 146, please select the floor. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Soon, the announcement of the elevator going down sounded. 10 seconds later, the elevator stopped steadily and Lin Feng walked out calmly. Just 5 undead creatures. There's nothing to be afraid of. If there is danger, you could just not do the mission. There is no punishment anyway. Lin Feng liked this very much. The system's tasks were always done by you if you wanted to, and forget about it if you didn't want to. After the elevator door opened, Lin Feng walked out decisively. Dahei, turn on night mode. Okay, Mr. Lin. After Lin Feng walked into this floor, he said that there were only 4 torches in this ghost place, and the walls on all 4 sides were black, so the visibility was very low. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, bursts of knocking sound were heard. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a wooden door not far away being hit hard by something. Just as Lin Feng was about to go over and take a look, 5 skeleton soldiers holding big swords broke through the wooden door and rushed in. After seeing Lin Feng, he picked up the big knife and swung towards Lin Feng without hesitation. However, to Lin Feng, that speed seemed like that of a 3-year-old child. Am I so awesome now? A hint of surprise flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He easily dodged the attack and then used a roundhouse kick to kick the skeleton soldier closest to him away. Lin Feng kicked his entire skeleton into pieces, but the bones put themselves back together. After learning the weight of these skeleton soldiers, Lin Feng took the initiative to launch an attack. He swung the Tang sword, and the scabbard flew out directly, and a flaming Tang sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng bent down slightly, holding the Tang sword in his hand horizontally in front of him, and then the armor sprint skill was activated. A white shadow flashed by, and the 5 skeletons all fell apart, leaving only white bones scattered on the ground. The flames burning on the bones seemed to be able to prevent them from reviving again. Soon, the bones on the ground stopped moving. At the same time, 4 more gold coins appeared in Lin Feng's backpack. 2 stone treasure chests suddenly appeared in the middle of the room. Ding! It has been detected that the host's mission has been completed and the reward has been issued. After hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng came to the 2 stone treasure chests and opened them directly. Lin Feng found 3 gold coins in the first stone treasure chest, which was even less than the gold coins dropped by monsters he killed himself. In the second stone treasure chest, Lin Feng found a golden apple and a ring. Ding! The reward has been used. The golden apple's buff attributes are changed to strength plus 10, speed plus 10, agility plus 10, and the duration is 20 minutes. The charm ring's bonus attribute has been changed to charm plus 2. A golden apple? Isn't this the reward for the other option when Lin Feng was choosing the task before? I didn't expect that it could be opened in this stone box. And the property seemed pretty good. The apple was golden all over, and Lin Feng even thought it was made of gold. However, it was not very heavy when he held it in his hand, and it had a fresh apple fragrance. After throwing it into the cowhide backpack, Lin Feng picked up the ring. I don't seem to have the charm attribute yet. While thinking about Lin Feng, he put the ring on his finger. Now he already has 3 rings on his finger. He wondered if he would wear all the rings in the future. Ding! The host has been detected to have triggered a new attribute. The attribute panel has been updated. Please check. The average charm attribute is 10. The charm attribute can increase the favorability of friendly and neutral creatures and may obtain greater discounts when trading with floor merchants. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 61. Speed, 44. Agility, 49. Intelligence, 42. Charisma, 35. Lucky, high moimot. Sanity, 1/10 of intelligence 4 plus 21. Skills, dog nose, cold-blooded creature, bounty hunter, god-level driving skills, fishing in troubled waters, instant stealth, cold weapon master, intermediate firearms mastery, elementary combat, wilderness survival expert, eagle eye. I'm so charming. Lin Feng touched his chin. He didn't know he was so handsome. Then he turned his head and looked at the broken wooden door, not knowing if he could get out. It seemed like there was a forest outside, and these undead creatures came from outside. If I could go out, wouldn't I be able to get a lot of gold coins directly? With his current luck attribute, the probability of the bounty hunter giving him gold coins is only 50%, but with the bonus of the luck attribute, This probability is at least 60%. So it's still very interesting. However, just as Lin Feng walked over, he was blocked by an air wall. Well, it seems his floor is only this big. Lin Feng, who was about to return to the elevator, turned around and saw a dwarf in a black robe. Floor merchant? Could it be Cora? Hello, village hero. Would you like to trade? I have a lot of good stuff here. Well, this voice didn't sound like Cora's voice. Cora's voice sounded slightly sharp, while the voice of the businessman on the floor in front of him sounded a little deep. Show me what you have here. Lin Feng took off his armor and sat down on the ground. The floor merchants also began to take out goods from their backpacks. The first thing that caught Lin Feng's eyes was 2 bottles of potion, one green and one fiery red. Then there was a golden second-order Rubik's Cube, a big bone, a bag of white powder, a miner's pickaxe, and an automatically retractable iron sword. This green potion can detoxify most poisons. It can also detoxify most poisons. There will be no side effects if you drink it without detoxifying it. After drinking this red potion, you will be immune to fire for 10 minutes. You will be immune to normal fire. This Rubik's Cube is useless, just a decoration, but it's quite stylish. This bone is for pets. I see you have a pet. Chewing on it for 10 minutes a day can provide a lot of nutrients. This bone can last for about a year. After the floor merchant finished speaking, he threw the bone directly to the little velociraptor. The little velociraptor caught it steadily and then started grinding in his mouth like grinding his teeth. You're not a dog. Oh, forget it. Just keep talking. Lin Feng stroked the little velociraptor's head and said, This is a miner's pickaxe. It's very useful for digging things quickly. This powder can speed up the growth of plants. This iron sword is just an ordinary iron sword, except that it can be quickly extended and retracted by pressing this button. As he spoke, the floor businessman gave Lin Feng a demonstration. But the picture was very wrong, and Lin Feng always thought of some strange toys. Except for the pickaxe and the gold cube, I want everything else. Lin Feng waved his hand and said proudly, P.S. My friends came to play with me these days, so this is 2 updates. I will continue with 3 updates tomorrow. Chapter 147 History Today. Lin Feng definitely didn't take this automatically retractable dagger for any reason. Instead, I plan to upgrade this dagger with cold weapons. Although it is not available now, it may be available in the future. It can be directly transformed into a retractable laser sword, and when hidden in the sleeve, it can be an assassination weapon. By the way, do you want this jade bracelet? Lin Feng took out the jade bracelet he got from the ghost village floor and asked, Okay, 15 gold coins. Only 15 gold coins? Lin Feng looked at the jade bracelet in his hand. Is this guy trying to trick me? Never mind. I'd better keep it and sell it to Cora. Forget it. I won't sell for now. How much are these things in total? Well, okay. Chung Hui is 17 gold coins in total. The antidote potion is 3 gold coins. The fire resistance potion is 5 gold coins. The pet bones are 3 gold coins. The bone meal is 4 gold coins. And the retractable dagger is 2 gold coins. This price is already the lowest. After the floor merchant finished stating the price, he added a sentence at the end to emphasize that this price was already the lowest. What he meant was that Lin Feng should stop bargaining. He didn't know if the businessman on the floor had gotten any inside information. No matter what Lin Feng said, he was unwilling to give up even a gold coin. In the end, Lin Feng could only buy it for 17 gold coins. Okay, see you next time. After the merchant handed all the things to Lin Feng, he bowed slightly, then packed up his things and ran out of the wooden door with his backpack. The air wall did not restrict him. Let's go, little dragon. Lin Feng shouted at the little velociraptor that was grinding bones. Woo! Xiaolong responded vaguely, then followed Lin Feng, staggering with a bone in his mouth, looking like he had won a lottery ticket worth 10 million. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng opened the bag of white powder. After opening, it has a slightly fishy smell mixed with a faint bone fragrance. This bag weighs about 1 kilogram. Originally, Lin Feng was not quite sure how to use it, but it turned out that there was an instruction manual inside the bag. Bone meal, plant growth catalyst powder. Only 1 scoop is needed for each plant, except for extra large plants. There's also a small plastic spoon next to the instruction manual. How thoughtful. Lin Feng sighed, then dug out a spoonful from it. I have to say, this thing looks a lot like ashes. It looks a lot like milk powder, but I don't know how effective it will be. Before arriving at the planting area, Lin Feng sprinkled a spoonful on a watermelon seedling. A few seconds later, a huge watermelon appeared in front of Lin Feng. So awesome? Lin Feng picked up the big round watermelon in front of him and knocked it with his hand, which immediately made a dong 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 sound. Make sure it is cooked. I didn't expect this bone meal to be so unreasonable. I'm not short of food now, so I'd better save it for later. Lin Feng thought about it, and then put the bone meal into the storage box of the elevator. He watered the watermelon patch, and then came to the table carrying the freshly grown watermelons. With a crack, the watermelon was split into two, and Lin Feng and the little velociraptor each took half and began to eat happily. You can chew this bone tomorrow. I told you to only chew it for 10 minutes a day. If you want to grind your teeth, I'll give you another bone. Seeing Lin Feng taking away his beloved big bone, the little velociraptor cried softly, then accepted his fate and turned around to continue dealing with the watermelon in front of him. After hanging up the big bone, Lin Feng sat in front of the screen and continued to watch the exchange. Suddenly, transaction information for 2 upgrade sets appeared. Almost instantly, the price of these 2 upgraded sets was raised to 100 gold coins. After Lin Feng listed a price of 150 gold coins, he no longer cared about it. 150 gold coins for an upgrade set was the highest price Lin Feng could offer at the moment. Soon a strange face appeared. Shi Jin directly raised the price to 300 gold coins. Level 15. Lin Feng looked at Shi Jin's level in surprise. Judging from the avatar, he was a fat man, as if this person suddenly appeared. His level was even higher than Yang Li, who had been surpassing him. I'm only level 16 now. Although the elevator level cannot directly improve your strength, it also represents your current strength. Moreover, as the elevator level increases, the rewards obtained on each floor will also be better. This is something Lin Feng figured out himself. He also discovered that the rewards on the floors gradually became more diverse from the initial food and supplies. More than 10 minutes later, the price of the upgraded set had reached 650 gold coins, and Shi Jin made the highest bid. In the end, he bought it. Although Lin Feng didn't buy it, he was still quite happy to see a big grudge spend 650 gold coins to buy an upgrade set. Alas, I don't know when the price of this upgrade set will be lowered. After sighing, Lin Feng drank all the remaining watermelon juice and threw the rind to the little velociraptor. This dragon is not picky about food and even likes to eat watermelon rind. On the other side, Qin was walking nervously in a yellow room. He had been walking around this place for almost 2 hours. At this time, Qin held a peachwood sword in his left hand and a submachine gun in his right hand, looking around nervously. When he saw the mark he left in front of him, he was stunned. He's back again for the 10th time. Damn it! How can I break through this ghost wall? Qin waved the peachwood sword in his hand, looking confused. That's right, he thought he had hit a wall. Fortunately, he was allowed to bring some things when he entered this floor, and he put some water and food in his backpack. Regardless of the dampness of the ground, Qin sat down on the ground, then took out a bottle of water and drank it in big gulps. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a series of low roars were heard, which scared Qin. He picked up the peachwood sword and stood up. Hey, what the hell is that? Come out here! Qin's voice echoed throughout the entire floor, and at this moment, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. Toot 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 tee-oo. When Qin saw the black shadow, he didn't care about anything else and raised his submachine gun and fired a volley of bullets. The black shadow seemed to have been shot several times. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Qin quickly chased after him with a gun. This was the first creature he had seen on this strange floor, so he definitely couldn't let it go. Maybe I can take this opportunity to find a way to leave here. But after Qin caught up, the black shadow had already disappeared. Strangeness. Helpless, Qin had to continue walking in one direction. Chapter 148 Lobster. A few minutes later, a unique room appeared in front of Qin. Unlike the monotonous yellow surrounding room, this room was covered with manila-colored wallpaper on all 4 sides, and the pattern on the wallpaper was a series of diamond patterns. Looking at the unique room in front of him, Qin bravely opened the door and walked in. There was an orange fluorescent lamp, a table, a large bed, a few scattered chairs in the room, and some food and water on the table. Apart from this, Qin didn't find anything else. Qin picked up the green bottle of drink on the table, opened it and smelled it, and a faint almond aroma came from it. The food on the table was some small cakes, which didn't look bad. However, Qin didn't dare to eat these things. After all, it is something of unknown origin. Although he didn't dare to eat it, Qin still put it all into his backpack and planned to study it after returning to the elevator. After taking a short rest in the room, Qin prepared to go out. The orange light in the room made him feel very uncomfortable. Just as Qin pushed open the door, he suddenly stepped on empty air and felt a sense of weightlessness. Am I going to die? Cheenan thought in his mind. The next moment, there was a bang sound. Cheenan rubbed his head and looked around. He seemed to have come to a new area. The decoration style was somewhat like an underground parking lot, but many shells could be seen in the distance. Just when Cheenan was confused, the elevator suddenly appeared. Holy crap, I can finally get back to the elevator. Looking at the elevator door open, Cheenan didn't care about anything else and rushed in. On the other side, Lin Feng had just put the ice water up for sale on the exchange when he saw the message from Cheenan. Cheen and Fengzi, my buddy almost died just now, damn it. Lin Feng, what's wrong? Did you encounter a ghost? Cheenan, that's about right. The floor I entered was a yellow room, and no matter how I walked, I kept going in circles like I was stuck in a maze. Lin Feng, this floor sounds so familiar to me. I think I've been there before. Did you follow the sign on the wall to get out? Cheenan, huh? What brand? I was walking and came across a room with different wallpaper. I walked in and out, and then I was on another floor. Then the elevator appeared. Lin Feng, I see. I've been to the floor you mentioned before and encountered the same situation as you. I followed the signs and got out. Cheenan, by the way, that's not the point. The point is the rewards I received. 2 blue apples and 3 bottles of red potions. Are these edible? Lin Feng, why don't you post it on the exchange? Exchanges usually give you a label. Post it, and I'll take a look. I think I've taken the things you mentioned. After Lin Feng finished typing, he brought up the exchanges panel. Click on Cheenan's profile picture and open his transaction information. Sure enough, there were fruits that increased intelligence and potions of strength, in addition to which there were 2 bottles of a drink called almond water. Returning to Cheenan's chat interface, Lin Feng explained. Lin Feng, the red potion increases strength, and the blue fruit increases intelligence. Intelligence affects your sanity. The higher your intelligence, the higher your sanity. A higher sanity can help you resist some mental attacks. Because only Lin Feng had the attribute panel, he was very clear about these things and explained them to Cheenan. Cheenan, is that so? Then I'll eat it all. After all items are unsold, Cheenan took all the wisdom fruit and strength potion. Then he opened the almond water and swallowed it. This water is quite refreshing. Cheenan smacked his lips and said, is this a refreshing drink? The effect was so quick. If Cheenan had a personal panel, he would find that his rationality attribute increased by 2 points after taking the almond water. This is my first time drinking an almond-flavored energy drink. The scene changed, and Lin Feng was running hard on the treadmill. He was very happy that his good brother was able to escape from that strange floor. This pussy is really hard. Exhaling, Lin Feng slowly stopped. Today's exercise amount has reached the target. Just then, a strange noise came from the pool. Seeing this, Lin Feng suddenly became nervous and picked up the shotgun and moved over. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. There were no strange creatures in the pool, but rather large lobsters as long as 3 arms. Hey, isn't this a treat today? After wiping his saliva, Lin Feng found 2 wooden sticks to pick up the lobsters and then used a machete to separate their heads and bodies. Otherwise, they would be too long to fit in the pot. This has to be steamed 3 times. Looking at the big lobster in the pot, Lin Feng's mouth watered. He had never eaten such a big lobster before and had only seen it in food videos. 2 hours later, Lin Feng finished eating all 3 big lobsters. He didn't know what kind they were, but the meat was firm and juicy when he bit it. It was very fragrant. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt his stomach churning. Knock. Toilet. An hour later, Lin Feng came out rubbing his stomach. Too much lobster? That shouldn't be the case. Just when Lin Feng was wondering, he suddenly felt that his body seemed to have become lighter again. Lin Feng, who was very familiar with this feeling, directly opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 64. Speed, 47. Agility, 52. Intelligence, 42. Charisma, 35. Lucky, high moimot. Sanity, 1/10 of intelligence 4, plus 21. Skills, dog-nose, cold-blooded creature, bounty hunter, god-level driving skills, fishing in troubled waters, instant stealth, cold weapon master, intermediate firearms mastery, elementary combat, wilderness survival expert, eagle eye. Lin Feng took out his notebook and compared them. The 3 main attributes of strength, speed, and agility are increased by 3 points each. Oh my god, this lobster is really something special. It can even increase its attributes. Lin Feng was shocked. No wonder it tasted so good. Thinking of the taste just now, Lin Feng licked his lips. He didn't eat enough. After updating the data on the notebook, Lin Feng went to rest. It must be that he has a strong physique, otherwise the continuous diarrhea for the past hour could have really cost him his life. Soon, snoring sounds were heard, and the little velociraptor skillfully buried its head in several pieces of clothes and then fell asleep. Chapter 149. Damn. Armor Hero. Veep, the floor you are about to enter is a challenge floor. Please use sword-type weapons to kill the monsters that appear on this floor. Reward. Hardness enhancement can increase the durability of any sword-type weapon so that it will not break easily. Ting. Reminder. It is recommended that the host conceal his identity. The reward for this floor is 1 upgraded suit for each monster killed. Lin Feng, who had regained consciousness, recalled the system's prompts. This floor sounds pretty good. The most important thing is that it comes with an upgrade set, and it seems there's no upper limit. This must be done. As for the hidden identity prompted by the system, this was easy to deal with. Lin Feng went to the exchange, bought a pig head mask, and put on his face. After entering the floor and seeing the monster, just put on the armor. He will be able to recognize who he is then. After organizing his weapons, Lin Feng held the Tang sword and waited quietly for the elevator announcement. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Buzz. There was the sound of the elevator descending, and this time it stopped quickly. After opening the door, it looked like a snack street outside, and there were many pedestrians. In this case, don't let the little velociraptor go out with you. Otherwise, it may cause some unnecessary trouble. Xiao Long Long, just stay here and chew your bones. I'll be back soon. Lin Feng threw the bone hanging on the wall to the little velociraptor and said, Ah! After I walked out of the elevator, the door closed, but it could still be opened by pressing a button. If the situation is not right, Lin Feng can also escape back to the elevator. After Lin Feng walked out, time began to flow. Octopus balls, 10 yuan a piece, 10 yuan a piece. Sizzling squid, $5 a skewer. Roasted gluten, gluten. The promotional sound from the surrounding snack stalls reached Lin Feng's ears. Then came the various aromas. This immediately aroused the greed in Lin Feng's stomach. Knocked. There's no money. Touching his pocket, Lin Feng said helplessly, Forget it. Let's just take a walk first. I don't know when the monster will appear. Walking among the endless stream of people, Lin Feng's heart suddenly calmed down. But the pig head mask on his face really attracted some attention. Almost everyone along the way would look at Lin Feng. But luckily we are thick-skinned. Suddenly, a sharp cry for help came from the noodle stall in front. Murder! Murder! The crowd who heard the shouting suddenly became agitated. Some wanted to join the fun, while others wanted to leave quickly to avoid being dragged into it. Call the police. I'm holding him down. At this time, the 2 young men rushed forward and pressed the man who killed the noodle stall owner to the ground. The proprietress quickly helped her husband up, but unfortunately, he had been stabbed in the throat twice in a row, and there was no way to save him. The people around also quickly called the police and an ambulance. At this moment, something strange happened. The body of the man who was being held down suddenly began to tremble, and then his muscles began to bulge until his clothes were torn. Then his head turned into a wolf's head and even grew fangs. The 2 people who were holding him down were also scared to death by this scene. Just as they were about to escape, they were caught by the werewolf and thrown into the big pot of cooking noodles, one in each hand. Run, run. When Lin Feng arrived, his eyes lit up when he saw the werewolf causing trouble. He was so happy that he finally came out. Look, I'm transforming right on the spot. Lin Feng just pressed the button and started putting on the armor. Fuck, Armor Hero! Someone shouted, and all eyes around were focused on Lin Feng. Chapter 150 Walking Upgrade Set. When everyone saw Lin Feng's outfit, they all consciously made way. Most people had witnessed the werewolf's bloodthirsty scene just now, so there was no onlookers at this time. Passers-by in the snack street ran as far as they could, and there was an inexplicable admiration in their eyes when they looked at Lin Feng. There were even many people who took out their mobile phones and started recording while running. These guys don't really think I'm an armored warrior or something, do they? Lin Feng felt the gazes of those around him and said to himself, but now is not the time to think about it. Lin Feng drew out his Tang sword and rushed forward in one step. The speed was so fast that only a shadow was left in the eyes of everyone. Puff! A hairy arm flew out. It was the werewolf's. Although the werewolf reacted quickly and tried his best to avoid Lin Feng's sudden attack, he was still slightly inferior, and the price was an arm. At this time, The flames on the wound of the broken arm also began to spread, and the werewolf immediately let out a series of painful growls. After a moment, the flames burned along the fur and spread to the whole body. The flame attached to this enchanted book does not seem to be an ordinary flame. It burns faster and at a higher temperature. Looking at the werewolf that had turned into a fireball, Lin Feng sneered and then slowly walked over. Another blow of the knife, and the werewolf's head rolled to the ground. Go and get those two out, otherwise they'll be cooked. After Lin Feng dealt with the werewolf, a man ran and shouted, and soon several people ran into the noodle stall and worked together to pull out the two people stuck in the pot. However, the two of them had already fainted at this time. The body was also red and swollen. At this moment, Lin Feng's sense of danger suddenly took effect. I saw a tiny poisonous stinger in the air in the distance, shooting towards Lin Feng. It happened so quickly that Lin Feng dodged it easily by just turning slightly to the side. What's that dirty stuff? Looking at the poisonous stinger stuck in the concrete ground, Lin Feng turned his head to look in the direction where the stinger came from. I saw a charming woman standing on the balcony on the second floor of the massage parlor in the distance. When he saw Lin Feng looking at him, he pretended as if nothing had happened. Dahe, start the life form scan. Okay, Mr. Lin. Soon, a scanning radar appeared on the helmet screen, and the charming woman appeared in white on the radar. In other words, she is not human. Hey, another upgrade set. Make a fortune. Lin Feng chuckled, then turned on the flying function of the armor and flew directly towards the woman. When the woman saw that her identity was exposed, she cursed inwardly and no longer concealed it. She flipped over and jumped from the second floor, then quickly walked through the complicated alleys, trying to get rid of Lin Feng. Lin Feng followed closely behind. Not long after Lin Feng left, police cars and ambulances arrived at the snack street. Several armed police officers got out of the car and began to understand the situation from the people at the scene. Those who recorded the entire process also took out the video directly. All the injured were taken away by ambulance. Soon the entire snack street was blocked. On the other side, Lin Feng was still flying in the air chasing the fleeing woman. Fortunately, the scope of this floor was large enough. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have missed this living upgrade suit. Fuck, you run pretty fast. Lin Feng put away the Tang sword and took out the high-tech rhino horn bow from his cowhide backpack. He flew in the air and pulled the bowstring towards the woman who was constantly moving. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 laser arrows were shot out in succession. With the bonus of hitting the target from 100 paces away, these 3 laser arrows hit the woman very accurately. Some even nailed it directly to the concrete floor. The woman who was shot turned directly into her original appearance, a black poisonous snake more than 3 meters long. Relying on this trick of escaping, he easily got rid of the restraints. But at this time, Lin Feng also caught up, holding the Tang sword, and chopped it down decisively. The poisonous snake was directly split into 2 halves, and a deep mark was left on the ground. Fuck, I accidentally used too much force. Luckily, the knife is fine. Lin Feng looked at the blade and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that it was fine. This Tang sword was indeed made of meteorite iron from outer space. It was so strong. Looking at the venomous snake that was cut in half but was still twisting its body, Lin Feng took out a bottle of water from his cowhide backpack and poured it on her. The burning flames were immediately extinguished. Answer me 3 questions and I'll let you go, Lin Feng said as he looked at the poisonous snake on the ground. Then he asked the first question without waiting for her response. Where are you from? In fact, Lin Feng also had some guesses in his mind that this group of monsters who could disguise themselves as humans should have entered the human world from the monster world, but he still had to confirm it. You must answer honestly, if you dare to lie to me. As he spoke, Lin Feng drew out the Tang sword again, and the orange-red flames roasted the snake's skin, causing it to explode slightly. We accidentally entered the human world from the monster world. The monster world and the human world are not in the same time and space, and humans also have ways to enter the monster world. Well, second question, do you have a headquarters or something? Lin Feng nodded slightly. It was similar to what he guessed. Well, no, I'm not lying to you. I really haven't heard of it. Seeing that Lin Feng's eyes were not right, the venomous snake quickly explained. Okay, I'll trust you for now. One last question. Have you eaten? Eat. Well, that's enough. You can go now. Lin Feng smiled kindly at the poisonous snake, then stood up, as if he was really ready to let her go. However, The venomous snake that had lost half of its body was not crawling very fast, and its direction was also crooked. Why are you climbing so slowly? Never mind. Let me help you. I just love helping others. Lin Feng shook his head and stabbed the snake's twisting upper body with a knife. Then he flew into the air and threw it out, and soon the poisonous snake disappeared. A moment later, a gold coin appeared in Lin Feng's cowhide backpack. Okay, another upgrade set is available. Lin Feng, who originally wanted to continue walking further away to see if he could encounter any new monsters, was suddenly blocked by an air wall. The attempt failed, so Lin Feng had to return the same way. He also took off his armor on the way, otherwise it would be too conspicuous. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward has been distributed to the cowhide backpack. Lin Feng, who was observing whether there were any suspicious humans around, suddenly heard the voice of the system. Well, it seems that there are no monsters on this floor anymore, so let's go back to the elevator. When passing by the snack street, Lin Feng discovered that a yellow cordon had been set up here. All the vendors had run away, so my plan to pack some delicious food to take home was ruined. How come these cops are so fast? Lin Feng said this with a tone full of regret, not noticing that he had already said the note. Although there were a few shops nearby, they were all closed at this time. Forget it, let's go back. Lin Feng thought about it, and then returned to the elevator. As for whether there was any surveillance camera that captured the moment he disappeared in an instant, Lin Feng was not at all panicked about this, and he also observed that there was only one surveillance camera nearby, which could only record Lin Feng's back. Inside the elevator, Lin Feng opened the material storage area and took a look. We still need 4 more upgrade sets to upgrade. Lin Feng muttered and put the armor backpack aside. On the floor, just now, not long after Lin Feng left, a black business car stopped outside the snack street, and then several people wearing gloves and masks got out of the car. These people came to the noodle stall and deftly put the werewolf's body into a body bag. They're the emergency department that handles various special events in society. After the werewolf appeared in the snack street, the nearby surveillance was suspended so that they can carry out their work better. Another piece of research material. Hurry and bag it. Remember to clean up all the blood here. Okay, team leader. They also watched the video recorded by the onlookers. They don't have to worry about who the armor that appeared in the video is, as there will be a special agency to investigate. Anyway, no matter what kind of existence he is, as long as he doesn't harm society, it's fine. On the other side, Lin Feng, who was watering the melon field, had no idea what had happened on the floor just now. After watering the melon field, Lin Feng took out a large piece of beef from his cowhide backpack and started cooking. He wanted to change his taste today, so Lin Feng just bought 10 potatoes at the exchange. He left 5 potatoes to sprout and plant them later, and Lin Feng planned to use the remaining 5 potatoes to stew beef. It will definitely be delicious when paired with rice. As for rice, conditions were limited and there was only self-heating rice. Lin Feng had a lot of it, which he had picked up before, but he had never eaten it. This time he took out 5 bags, which was almost the amount of 4 bowls. Adding 2 kilograms of beef, this was almost the amount Lin Feng ate in one meal. The amazing thing is that even though Lin Feng eats so much every day, he doesn't gain weight. Instead, his figure is getting better and better. With Lin Feng's current figure, wearing a vest to the gym would attract not only the opposite sex, but even the same sex. After all, it is well known that moderate fitness can attract the opposite sex, while excessive fitness will only attract the same sex. Soon, the ingredients were ready. Due to limited conditions, Lin Feng only prepared ginger slices, peppercorns, and star anise. The other seasonings are basically all there. What should I do first? Lin Feng scratched his head as he looked at the pot in front of him. Forget it. Just do what you want in your mind. Anyway, if something goes wrong, there is still the gluttonous dragon to cover it. Lin Feng, who had become more open-minded, started to follow the steps of making beef stewed with potatoes as he imagined. For some reason, the little velociraptor next to him suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on his back. Nearly 2 hours later, Chef Lin slowly lifted the lid of the pot. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma came to my nose. Haha, I really am talented. I didn't even fail. Now there's only one last step left. Taste it to see how salty it is. Lin Feng scooped out a spoonful, blew it cool, and tasted it. Baji. It's too bland. Add some salt. After adding salt, Lin Feng tasted it again. Damn, it's too salty. Adding some water and stewing it should be the same. Drink more soup. it tastes better. After comforting himself, Lin Feng poured 2 bottles of water into the pot. The beef stew with potatoes, which originally had only half a pot of soup, suddenly became half a pot of soup. I stirred it, tasted it, and it was bland again. After another cycle, Lin Feng looked at the half-filled pot of soup and tasted again. This time it was finally just right. But this soup has become much clearer. Never mind, the soup is delicious too, right? Zai. Oh, after cooking the self-heating rice, Lin Feng poured soup on the rice, scooped out a few pieces of beef and potatoes, and began to enjoy the hard-earned beef stew with potatoes. Although the result was a little different for what he expected, it still tasted very good. Even baby velociraptors love to eat them. After the man and the dragon finished all the beef and potato soup, they found a comfortable position to lean back. After eating and drinking, let's start a mess around. Lin Feng skillfully lit a cigarette for himself. I don't have many cigarettes left, only 1.5 packs left. Cigarettes, like alcohol, are also popular in the exchange, but not many people sell them. After finishing his cigarette, Lin Feng threw the cigarette but into the exchange. I just posted a random item exchange and left it alone and saw if there were any smokers willing to smoke cigarette butts. Keep going, buddy, and start your brewing business. After filling several wooden barrels with water, Lin Feng took out a silver wine glass and started brewing wine. The wine sold by Lin Feng has now become famous in the exchange. Although it can only be traded with gold coins, there are still many people willing to buy a bottle to taste it carefully. So Lin Feng can't give up such a huge opportunity. At least 6 barrels of wine are sold every day, earning 30 gold coins for free per barrel. Where else can you find such a good thing? And this can be developed in the long term. During this period, he asked Ihua to make some more wooden barrels to store wine. Lin Feng could make a fortune just by selling wine. Now he has a total of 3,212 gold coins. If this trend continues, Lin Feng will be able to buy a laser gun to play with next time he goes to the trading floor. By the way, there are also rewards given by the system. Lin Feng slapped his head and almost forgot the reward given by the system. Then he took out the upgraded equipment with enhanced hardness from the cowhide backpack. Just like the upgraded gun that upgraded the cold weapon, this hardness enhancement is also a gun. To use it, just press the trigger on the weapon you want to upgrade. Lin Feng's target was naturally the Tang Dao. Although this Tang sword is very hard, Lin Feng is still worried that the sword will break every time he chops it. After all, you know your own strength, so you will feel more at ease if you upgrade it. After pressing the trigger, a beam of light shot out and directly wrapped around the Tang sword. After a moment, the beam of light disappeared, and the upgraded gun in his hand also disappeared, leaving only the Tang sword that looked unchanged. But if you look at the blade against the light, you will find that the color of the blade is not only black, but also has a hint of gold. Other than that, the weight and sharpness remain unchanged. Chapter 152, Put Your Destiny in the Hands of Others. After fiddling with the Tang sword for a while, Lin Feng put it away and went to the treadmill to start exercising. 2 hours later, Lin Feng got off the treadmill and simply wiped his body in front of the pool. At least this way you can sleep more comfortably. I feel like the temperature inside the elevator seems to have returned to normal. Lin Feng came to the screen and checked the current temperature. 27 degrees Celsius. I don't know when the temperature dropped below 30. No wonder Lin Feng felt a little cold after wiping his body and turning on the air conditioning fan. He yawned, then covered himself with a quilt and went to sleep. Beep! The floor the host is about to enter is a cooperative floor. Please cooperate with another survivor to clear this floor. This floor is a space 2 kilometers long and 30 meters wide. All equipment the host obtains and the hostile creatures encountered will be determined by the other survivor by rolling a random dice. On the contrary, the equipment obtained by the other survivor and the hostile creatures encountered will be determined by the random dice rolled by the host. Ding! After completing a floor, you will receive all the items obtained on that floor. The dice can be rolled once every 5 minutes. Beep! Attention! This floor cannot be refused, and no items can be brought in. Water method? Lin Feng had a face full of question marks. What's this new twist? Does it mean my fate is in the hands of someone else? But with my high luck attribute, this kind of chance-based floor should be easy, right? Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Because this floor could not be refused, Lin Feng had no choice but to go in honestly. But even if he encountered something scary, Lin Feng was not worried. In addition to the pass card, he also had an emergency escape that came with the elevator upgrade, but he didn't use it. Emergency avoidance. After use, all rules will be ignored and a user will be teleported back to the elevator. It can be obtained after the elevator is upgraded and can be accumulated. Soon, the elevator door opened and Lin Feng was pushed out by a mysterious force. Outside is a long white corridor that stretches as far as the eye can see. After Lin Feng left the elevator disappeared. Ding dong. This floor is... The elevator announcement once again described the rules for playing on this floor, but Lin Feng already knew it, so there was nothing to gain from listening to it again. Ding dong. Survivor. Yang Li rolls the dice. Ding dong. Survivor Lin Feng obtains a short iron sword that can move forward 500 meters. Lin Feng's hand sank, and an iron dagger that was not even as long as his brother's appeared in his hand. At the same time, the entire corridor opened up a 500-meter range of activities for Lin Feng, with a total length of 2 kilometers. He could pass through it as long as he walked to the end. Next, it was Lin Feng's turn to roll the dice. A virtual dice appeared in front of Lin Feng, and it had 20 sides. After clicking, the dice started to roll and soon stopped. Ding dong. Survivor. Lin Feng rolls the dice. Ding dong. A 3-day starved wolf appears near Survivor Yang Li. Survivor Yang Li can move forward 500 meters. Lin Feng. I am sorry, bro. On the other side, Yang Li's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the throwing result. Soon, a wolf with green eyes appeared in front of him. Chapter 153, Moving Shit. Roar. The hungry wolf's eyes glowed green, and he pounced directly at Yang Li. Yang Li did not dodge or evade. He grabbed the wolf with both hands and threw it over his shoulder to the ground. Then he stood up and pressed on the hungry wolf, making it unable to resist. Fuck you. He cursed angrily, then raised his fist and hit the wolf. After only 5 or 6 punches, the hungry wolf under him gradually lost its vitality. After taking a few deep breaths, Yang Li wiped the blood off his face, stood up, and ran forward. On the other side, Lin Feng was already waiting 500 meters away. After he rolled the dice, a screen appeared in front of him, showing the situation on Yang Li's side. This guy still has some tricks up his sleeve. Lin Feng sighed in his heart. Just looking at those few moves just now, no ordinary person could do it. It can be seen that Yang Li is very confident in his own strength. This is how the scene of knocking a wolf to the ground with bare hands and then killing it with a few punches came about. After running forward 500 meters, Yang Li saw the prompt to roll the dice again. Ding dong. Survivor Yang Li rolls the dice. Ding dong. A common zombie appeared near the survivor Lin Feng and moved forward 200 meters. When the elevator announcement sounded, Lin Feng's eyes blurred, and a zombie covered in black blood plasma appeared in front of him. After seeing Lin Feng, a living person, the zombie's expressions changed significantly. He roared and approached Lin Feng, but the speed is a bit too fast to watch. Thump! There was a dull thud, and Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed as he watched the zombie suddenly fall to the ground in front of him. You call this a zombie? You tripped with your left foot and fell flat on your right foot, right? On the other side, Yang Li was also stunned when he saw the zombies falling to the ground. There's definitely something fishy going on. Why did he encounter a wolf that had been hungry for 3 days right at the start, while Lin Feng only encountered a zombie in the second round, and it was so stupid that it fell to the ground while walking? Lin Feng was speechless as he looked at the zombie in front of him who was trying to get up but couldn't. Forget it. I'll help you get rid of it. So he walked up and stabbed it in the head. After the entire blade of the knife was inserted, Lin Feng stirred it again, and then he killed it completely. However, at this moment, Lin Feng's system suddenly rang. Beep, pay attention. There is a blue crystal in the brain of the zombie in front of the host. It can be sold to the merchants on the floor. Blue crystals? Damn, can I eat them? An inexplicable light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He is familiar with this routine. He will gain superpowers directly after eating it, right? However, just when Lin Feng was happy, the system poured cold water on him. Ding! The blue crystals contain a large amount of zombie virus. If a human takes it, they will turn into a zombie within a minute. If the host is immune to the zombie virus, you can try taking it. It may improve some attribute values. Forehead. Lin Feng had been injected with a shot of zombie virus serum, but he didn't know if it was the serum for the virus in front of him. So it's better not to try it recklessly. Although Lin Feng has various first aid methods, it is obviously not cost-effective for some attribute values. After pulling out the dagger, Lin Feng stabbed it into the back of the zombie's already rotten head, then stepped on the neck with one foot and cut it horizontally. Suddenly, The entire back of the zombie's head appeared in front of Lin Feng. With an expressionless face, he pushed away the maggots covering the brain and picked out a black ball of flesh from it. This is the only thing in my mind, and some black blood. What the hell? What is this guy going to do? On the other side, Yang Li was confused by Lin Feng's confusing operation. Lin Feng picked out the meatball and cut it open directly. A blue transparent crystal slipped out of the meatball. The crystal was covered with a lot of zombie blood, and Lin Feng could only tear a piece of cloth from his clothes, wrap it up, and put it in his pocket. The crystal was not very big, even smaller than Lin Feng's fist. Is this something good? Yang Li said with a puzzled look on his face. I've already made up my mind that next time I encounter a zombie, I must crack open its brain and take a look. On the other side, it was Lin Feng's turn to roll the dice. After running forward 200 meters, Lin Feng clicked to roll the dice. Ding dong. Survivor Yang Li obtains a wooden spear and moves forward 200 meters. Yang Li did not encounter any danger in this round, so after reaching the position, he clicked to roll the dice. Ding dong. Survivor Lin Feng has obtained a treasure bag from floor merchant. Opening the bag will randomly grant you an item from the merchant on that floor. The bag has been placed in the elevator. You can open it after returning to move forward 300 meters. What the hell? Yang Li looked at his hands in disbelief. Could it be that he was a lucky guy? But why does it work on others? Lin Feng on the other side chuckled. There was actually such a good thing. Yang Li is really awesome. Next it was Lin Feng's turn to throw the dice. Ding dong. 2 slimes appear around Survivor Yang Li and move forward 300 meters. Yang Li. Although the slime's combat effectiveness was average, it still took Yang Li more than 10 minutes. After shaking off the slime on the wooden spear, Yang Li spat. Is it true that he is always the one who gets hurt? Seeing that Yang Li had finally dealt with all the slimes, Lin Feng slowly stood up. There was only 1 kilometer left to pass the level. Ding dong. Survivor Yang Li rolls the dice. Ding dong. Survivor Lin Feng obtains a chainsaw and moves forward 500 meters. Lin Feng's hand sank, and a yellow electric saw appeared in his hand. Just press the button and the chainsaw will start working, and the battery display screen above will show that it is fully charged. Oh my god, who wants this little broken knife? Throwing away the knife, which was not even as long as his brother's, Lin Feng walked forward happily, holding the chainsaw in both hands. What the hell? Yang Li looked at Lin Feng with a devastated look on his face. Could it be that his luck was so good that he could always throw out good things? But the beneficiary of this floor is someone else, not him. But now it seems that Lin Feng's luck must be very bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to throw out even a single good thing. Well, that must be the case. Yang Li thought to himself that this was the only way he could comfort himself now. Soon, Lin Feng threw the dice. Yang Li looked around expectantly, hoping that there would be some surprises for him. Ding dong. Survivor Yang Li. 3 piles of dog shit appeared around him. Yang Li. Wait, why is this shit moving? Could it be? What good stuff is inside? Yang Li looked at the moving piece of dog shit among the 3 pieces, and hope rekindled in his eyes. Of course, there has to be something good in this pile of shit. Chapter 154 Nightmare Wood. Oh my god, this guy has such a special hobby. His taste is so strong. Seeing that Yang Li had a special liking for a piece of dog shit, Lin Feng couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hands. But I could still see clearly through the gaps between my fingers. That's right, Lin Feng thought that Yang Li was going to eat dog shit. This was the first time Lin Feng saw someone eating shit, so naturally he couldn't miss it. On the other side, Yang Li was carefully poking the pile of dog shit with a wooden spear. I saw the dog shit suddenly move. Yang Li's eyebrows suddenly became beaming with joy. There must be something in here. Hee. Maybe it's something good. In order to find out the truth, Yang Li slowly approached the squirming poop and poked it with a wooden stick. Poof! With a muffled sound, the poop in front of Yang Li suddenly exploded. A yellow, unknown sticky substance directly smeared on his face, and other parts of his body were not spared either. All of them were covered in some yellow-brown sticky stuff, but most of it was on the face. Vomit! Yang Li felt something strange on his face, and he retched and then vomited. And he finally saw clearly what was in the pile of shit, an unusually fat worm. I just poked it, and all the poop in its stomach came out. Huh. Lin Feng frowned, and he could smell a strong stench through the screen. However, I still have to respect other people's hobbies. If I meet them in the future, I'd better pretend that nothing happened. Lin Feng, I'm fucking you. Yang Li tore off his clothes and wiped the mucus off his face, then started cursing. Yang Li ran forward 500 meters, took a deep breath, and pressed the dice button hard. Ding dong. Survivor Lin Feng received an upgrade set 1 and moved forward 500 meters. After hearing the announcement, Yang Li felt his eyes go dark and a trickle of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Thanks to my brother Yang for the upgrade suit. Lin Feng said, please give him more floors like this that rely purely on luck. As many as you can. I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to show my cards. I'm the king of Europe. After walking another 500 meters, Lin Feng reached the end. After rolling the dice, he could choose to stay on this floor for a while or go directly back to the elevator. Ding dong. Survivor Lin Feng rolls the dice. Ding dong. A skeleton soldier appears around the survivor Yang Li and moves forward 500 meters. Suddenly, a pile of bones appeared on the ground not far in front of Yang Li. Throw it to a dog, the kind of bone that even the dog would hate. With a crackling sound, the pile of bones was reassembled and a brand new skeleton soldier emerged. Without any weapon in his hand, he directly removed one of his own ribs. Then he rushed towards Yang Li with a bang. Yang Li, I'm too tired to complain anymore. But fortunately, the combat effectiveness of this skeleton soldier is average. A kick will break it into pieces. Although the skeleton soldier can be reassembled, the method to deal with it is also very simple. Just take away its most important bones and throw them far away or smash them directly. Yang Li was seen walking towards the final destination with a look of despair on his face, holding his 2 thigh bones. Lin Feng also returned to the elevator. This welfare floor has come to an end, and even Lin Feng still feels a little unsatisfied. After all, from the beginning to the end, he only encountered danger once. No, it wasn't really a danger. After all, it was just a stupid zombie that would fall over when walking. He also contributed a crystal block to himself, hoping to sell it for a good price. But where did the floor merchant's treasure bag go? Lin Feng looked around and suddenly found a small, colorful cloth bag under the little velociraptor. Zilong Long, lift your butt and give me that cloth bag. Woo! The little velociraptor snorted, then quickly got up from the ground, picked up the cloth bag under it, and brought it to Lin Feng. Good boy, Long Long. After rubbing the faucet, Lin Feng opened the cloth bag directly. A cloth bag is just an ordinary bag, not a space storage device. Inside was something that fell hard. It seems to be in stick shape. Lin Feng took it out and found that it was a wooden stick with some patterns carved on it. It's about 30 centimeters long. Lin Feng, with a confused look on his face, rummaged through the cloth bag again and found a note. Nightmare wood, the main material for making nightmare fruit. Just gone. What is the nightmare fruit? Lin Feng was very confused. Forget it. I'll just put it aside for now. I'll study it if I have the chance in the future. I have no idea at all now. On the other side, after Yang Li returned to the elevator, he quickly wiped the shit off his body. He had blamed all the bad luck he had encountered on that floor on Lin Feng. Yang Li's heart bleeds when he thinks about how he shook out so many good things for Lin Feng. On the other hand, what kind of crap did Lin Feng shake out for himself? Don't let me catch you, or you'll be in big trouble. Yang Li muttered, then smelled the scent on his body. Vomit. Little dragon. Time to eat watermelon. After sending Qin and an iced watermelon, Lin Feng also cut one for himself. The watermelon is chilled in an infinity pool. The water in the pool is always very cold. It doesn't take long for the watermelon to be chilled after being put in. After a gust of wind, a big watermelon was solved by a man and a dragon. Thinking that I hadn't watched TV for a long time, I spent a gold coin to watch some TV programs. Oh my, a zombie movie? It's great. Lin Feng became interested when he saw the zombies running on the screen. He took out a bag of dried meat he had roasted and started eating it. More than an hour later, the movie ended and the next show was Animal World, Xiaolong's favorite. Lin Feng was not very interested, so he got up and went to the kitchen to start cooking. After the incident with stewed beef with potatoes, Lin Feng decided that he needed to improve his cooking skills. Unfortunately, there are not many vegetables for sale in the exchange. Most of the survivors who found green food ate it themselves, and almost no one put it up for sale. Forget it. Let's continue eating meat. After searching for a while, Lin Feng gave up and decided to grill some meat. The 5 potatoes left over from yesterday are now sprouting. After they sprout, you can bury them in the soil and sprinkle them with bone meal, and you'll have a big harvest. On the other side, Qin ran back to the elevator from the trading floor and sent a message to Lin Feng. Qin, Dad, lend me 100 gold coins. I'll return them to you later. Chapter 155. Taoist Baozong, Taoist Baoshu? After grilling the steak, Lin Feng also saw the message sent by Qinan. Lin Feng, you can just post something on the exchange. Qinan, okay, I'm hanging up. After Lin Feng clicked on Qin An's avatar, he found his transaction information and then directly traded 100 gold coins. Qinan, thanks, I'll definitely return it to you in due time. Lin Feng, it's okay. By the way, you can sell guns and modern medicines at a high price to those who are behind the times at the exchange. Selling a gun for 30 or 40 gold coins is not a problem. Qinan, holy crap, there's such a good deal. Then when I sold that submachine gun for 5 gold coins, wouldn't that mean I was selling it at wholesale price? After Qinan replied, he hurried out with the gold coins. Lin Feng smiled when he saw the message from Qinan. If I hadn't been lucky enough to see the gun shop owner trading with an ancient person, I would probably have sold the extra guns directly to the merchant at a low price like Qinan, right? On the other side, Qinan collected 200 gold coins and ran all the way to his stall. Boss, I have the gold coins. Is the stuff still there? Hey, little brother, take a look at which one you want. The boss is an old man with a white beard. The things he sells are all things that can drive away ghosts and evil spirits. He looks like a charlatan. What Qinan liked was a large box of bullets shining with golden light. In fact, there were some other things on this stall, such as ghost-chasing talismans, compasses, money swords, and evil-repelling talismans, but Qinan fell in love with this box of consecrated bullets at first sight. And most importantly, the caliber of the bullet is exactly the same as the gun he uses. If Qinan hadn't just upgraded and didn't have many gold coins, he wouldn't have to borrow money from Lin Feng. There are a total of 150 bullets in this box of consecrated bullets. 200 gold coins and 150 bullets. This price is indeed a bit expensive. However, this Taoist priest claimed that the power was extremely great and ordinary evil creatures could not resist the power of this blessed bullet. Considering that this is the trading floor, the old Taoist priest would not dare to cheat. So Qinan bought them all. After buying it, Qinan found several guns and matching bullets from the elevator. Holding these things, Qinan strolled around the trading floor. When I see people wearing ancient costumes, I go up to them and try to sell them things. You know what? He actually made a profit. After more than an hour, he finally sold all the guns. Including the bullets, the total amount sold was 127 gold coins. Oh my god, if I had known selling guns was so profitable, I wouldn't have borrowed from Fengzi. Just as Qinan was about to return to the elevator to return the gold coins to Lin Feng, several soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor walked over with guns. Hello. After being reported, you have violated the rules of the trading space. Now, please pay a fine of 10 gold coins. Huh? Qinan was confused. Damn, what rules did I violate? What are the regulations for this? Perhaps seeing that Qinan was a little confused, the leading soldier also told him the rules that Qinan had violated. Your trading method is illegal. You need to pay rent to sell things here to become a merchant. Oh, okay. Qinan looked at the location of his elevator and estimated it was about 400 or 500 meters away. He was afraid he couldn't escape. Besides, 10 gold coins were not a lot. So Qinan handed them over after pointing out the 10 gold coins. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. The leading soldier said this and led the team away. Fortunately, Qinan chose to pay the fine this time. Otherwise, the trading floor would be directly locked next time he comes to it, and he would have to pay a fine of 100 gold coins before he could trade here. After returning to the elevator, Qinan opened Lin Feng's chat box. Qinan, Fengzi, I've returned your gold coins. I noticed you're selling wine on the exchange, so I'd like to buy a bottle. Is that okay with you? Lin Feng. Okay, by the way, what do you want to buy with so many gold coins? Qinan, hey, I sold a box of blessed bullets, a total of 150 rounds. Do you know what blessed bullets are? Let me tell you. Lin Feng, blessed bullets? The kind blessed by Taoist priests. Qinan, hey. Right, you bought it too. Lin Feng. Damn, you can guess it just by the name. I found some on one floor before, but I didn't expect they were still for sale on the trading floor. Qinan. Oh my god, you can even pick up something this expensive? Lin Feng, huh? How much did you spend on the consecrated bullets? Qinan. 200 gold coins, 150 rounds. Lin Feng. Qinan, hey. There's something engraved on this bullet box. The person who consecrated it is Taoist Baozong. Taoist Baozong? Why does this name look so familiar? Lin Feng scratched his head, then took out the bullet box that contained his consecrated bullets. Taoist Baoshu. Why? Taoist Baozong, Taoist Baoshu. If you say there is no connection between these two, I don't believe it. Qinan. By the way, Fengzi, you can't just sell things on the trading floor or you'll be fined. You have to pay rent before you can sell anything. Lin Feng, there's such a thing? Luckily, I had it on consignment from another vendor stall. Chinan, damn, I was fined 10 gold coins. If it weren't for the distance from the elevator, I would have just run away. Lin Feng, haha, you're not afraid of being blacklisted. After chatting with Qin and about some trivial matters, the two of them went about their own business. Lin Feng's steak has also been grilled. After throwing the portion without seasoning to the little velociraptor, Lin Feng cut the steak and started eating. What he is best at now is grilling and frying meat. After all, he has been doing it for so long. After eating and drinking, Lin Feng slumped in the chair. The TV was not turned off yet, so the man and the dragon started watching it. At this time, the temperature in the elevator has reached normal temperature, 19 degrees Celsius. It is very comfortable compared to before. A doomsday movie was playing on TV. The movie was about to end. Just as Lin Feng was admiring the authenticity of the film's shooting techniques, a familiar figure appeared on the screen. Special mutant. Lin Feng was shocked. Just as he was about to move closer to take a closer look to see if he was dazzled, the movie ended there and turned into an animation. It can't be such a coincidence, right? No, that's not right. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. Lin Feng frowned and began to think, this TV is definitely not just a leisure item. Chapter 156, The Floor Merchant Emerging from the Pool. It's just that the TV shows I watched before were basically just cursory, and I didn't care about the plot at all. It seems I need to pay more attention to this in the future. By the way, let Chinan pay attention to it as well, so that we can make a comparison later. Thinking of this, Lin Feng stood up and sent a message to Chinan. After returning to the bed and tidying up the messy sheets, Lin Feng laid down directly, making a comfortable sound. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard from the other side of the pool, and a gap was created in the iron plate covering the pool. Seeing this, Lin Feng picked up the desert eagle that he had been placing beside the bed and moved over. Fuck! What the hell is going on again? After checking the bullets in the gun, Lin Feng leaned over. It was difficult to see what was in the pool through the gap that was pushed open, but the creature that could make such a big noise just now must be big. Suddenly, a short figure climbed out of the pool. After Lin Feng saw the figure clearly, he was stunned where he was. How the hell did a floor merchant appear here? Strange? How did I end up in this place? After the businessman climbed out of the pool, he looked around and then at the stunned Lin Feng, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Hello, boss. Would you like to buy something? Floor merchant. I didn't expect that I could still find customers even though I accidentally came to the wrong place. That's great. It was also the first time that Lin Feng saw a floor merchant appear in this way, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Imagine that when you're getting ready to go to bed at home, a businessman suddenly appears by your bed and tries to sell you something. How would that feel? However, Lin Feng reacted quickly. Since he had come across it, he might as well see if there were any good things to sell. At this moment, the businessman on the floor took out a spray and sprayed it on himself a few times. His clothes that were originally wet became dry again. What kind of black technology is this? Lin Feng was confused and then pointed at the spray in the hands of the businessman on the floor. Is this for sale? Drying spray? Sell it. I only have half a bottle left. Give me 2 gold coins. The floor merchant put the spray on the ground after he finished speaking. Then he found some things from his backpack. An iron sword, 3 cans of luncheon meat, a lively frog, a bag of plant seeds, a bag of bone meal, and a bottle of green potion. After the introduction by the floor merchant, Lin Feng understood the functions of these things. The iron sword is just an ordinary sword without any special functions. The canned luncheon meat increases the strength attribute after eating. The lively frog is placed in the field to ensure that there are no insects in the field. The seeds in that bag of plant seeds are random, and they contain a lot of vegetables and fruits. It depends on luck what you grow. Bone meal is used for ripening, and Lin Feng still has some left. The key is this bottle of green potion, which can cause incredible changes when dropped on a fruit. It's a pity that it can only be used once. Except the iron sword, take them all. Lin Feng said after thinking for a moment. It doesn't really matter whether I want the frog or not. After all, how could there be any bugs in this little piece of land of mine? He bought the frog with the intention of reselling it on the trading floor. By the way, do you want to accept this? Seeing that the merchant on the floor was about to settle the bill, Lin Feng quickly took out the blue transparent crystal. Virus crystal, depending on the quality, I can only give you 3 gold coins at most, but since you're a regular customer, I can increase it to 5 gold coins. Is that so? Then sell it. As for the jade bracelet, Lin Feng still didn't plan to sell it. He had a feeling that the jade bracelet might be quite valuable. Hey, okay, then I'll deduct 5 gold coins from you, so you can give me a total of 18 gold coins. Okay, here you go. He pointed out 18 gold coins and handed them to the merchant on the floor. Now, for orders worth less than 100 gold coins, I am too lazy to bargain. Anyway, I have the cash cow of wine and drinks, so I have no shortage of money. After buying all the things, Lin Feng looked at the merchants on the floor and suddenly became curious. How did this guy leave the elevator? How are you leaving? Why don't you wait until the next elevator door opens? Huh? No thanks. Thanks for shopping. I wish you a happy day. The businessman on the floor bowed and then actually climbed back into the infinity pool. When Lin Feng leaned over to take a look, the pool was empty. Fuck, why is it gone? Lin Feng was still thinking that if the merchants on this floor couldn't leave, they could stay in the elevator so that he could improve his friendship with this group and gain some favorability. He didn't expect that they could actually teleport directly. Forget it, just leave. After placing the frog in the planning area, Lin Feng opened all 3 cans of luncheon meat and placed them in front of the little velociraptor. The aroma of luncheon meat immediately made the little velociraptor drool. He looked up at Lin Feng as if asking for instructions. Eat it, it's for you. Ouch. Even though the little velociraptor has already eaten, as an excellent glutton, no delicious food can escape from it. In a short while, the 3 cans of luncheon meat were completely eaten up. The body of the little velociraptor has become visibly larger, and some muscle outlines have appeared. Taking into account the few health-enhancing pills it had taken before, the little velociraptor can no longer be described as an ordinary dragon. Don't eat the frog. Seeing that the little velociraptor set its sights on the frog again, Lin Feng hurriedly said that this frog would definitely fetch a good price when it was sold to those backward civilizations on the trading floor. Maybe the little velociraptor will take more than 100 gold coins in one bite. Lin Feng observed the frog and found that it was actually very honest. It only jumped around in the planning area. Every time it was about to leave the planning area, it would change direction and continue jumping. Lin Feng felt more at ease now. Otherwise, he would be really afraid that the frog would jump onto his face while he was sleeping. And then there's this bottle of potion. What's it for? Lin Feng held the green potion in his hand and began to search in his cowhide backpack. He had quite a lot of fruits, but Lin Feng was stumped as to which ones to use. After all, the effects of each fruit are definitely different. Just then, Lin Feng discovered the golden apple lying in the corner. I'll give it to you. Surely a golden apple is a fruit. After taking out the golden apple, Lin Feng opened the mouth of the potion and then smelled it. The smell of this potion is a sweet aroma. It actually smells a bit refreshing. Chapter 157. Cabin in the Forest. This should be poured directly up, right? Lin Feng muttered to himself, then poured all the potion inside onto the golden apple. The green potion disappeared quickly after attaching to the golden apple, and it was still very sticky and did not drip directly onto the ground. After all the potions were poured out, the golden apple also underwent some changes. It became more golden and seemed to be heavier. As for the effect, Lin Feng really didn't know, but it was definitely better than before. Otherwise, wouldn't the upgrade be in vain? If you want to know what has been improved, you can only eat it now. However, there is no emergency now, so it will be a huge loss if you eat it directly. Putting the golden apple back into his backpack, Lin Feng lay back down on the bed. Just when he finally felt a little sleepy, he was disturbed by the sudden appearance of the floor merchant. Lin Feng, lying on the bed, began to sleep again and fell asleep soon. For hours later, the system prompt sounded. Beep. The floor you are about to enter is a dense forest. There are some aggressive creatures and a large number of wild animals in the forest. In a wooden house deep in the forest, you can find some valuable treasures. Ding! There are no restrictions on this floor. The host can choose to enter or not at will. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to the first part of the system prompt until the system said the last sentence. Then Lin Feng became interested. Besides, this floor doesn't sound particularly dangerous. It would be so pleasant to go in and kill some meat and look for treasure. You can also take your little velociraptor for a stroll. Lin Feng, who had already decided to enter the floor, quickly put on his equipment. Although this floor doesn't sound dangerous, Lin Feng's habit is to be fully prepared. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. The elevator announcement sounded and soon began to descend at a steady speed. Zia Long Long, do you want to go out with me later? Oh. The little velociraptor had a surprised expression, as if saying, You finally decided to take me out to play? Haha, look at you, you look like a bear. Lin Feng rubbed the faucet hard. After the elevator stopped, a man and a dragon walked out. As soon as he got out of the elevator, the melodious sound of birds came into Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng walked forward and then took a deep breath. The air here is so comfortable. So where to go next? There are trees all around, so the only way to find the direction is to fly high. Xiaolong, wait for me here. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he flew directly to a height of dozens of meters and looked down at the entire forest. Only then did he realize that the forest was almost endless. Even when Lin Feng used the 16-fold magnification of Eagle Eye, he still couldn't see the boundary. But soon Lin Feng discovered that there was an empty area 1 kilometer away. In a forest with such a dense density, how could a clearing suddenly appear? Dahe, launch the nanoflies. Okowo. The nanoflies inside the armor were ejected from the compartment, and the captured images appeared on the screen of the helmet. Through the nano-flying insects, Lin Feng quickly saw the situation of the open space. He saw a 2-story wooden house standing on the open space with some plants planted around it. That's the cabin the system mentioned, right? After taking back the nano-flying insects, Lin Feng returned to the ground. Oh, what's wrong? After hearing the sound, Lin Feng turned his head and found that the little velociraptor had caught a fat mole from somewhere. Eat it yourself, don't give it to me. Looking at the little velociraptor presenting a treasure, Lin Feng smiled helplessly. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't want it, the little velociraptor was not polite at all. He closed his mouth and the hamster died on the spot. Then he ate the hamster in just a few bites. After licking the blood on its lips, the little velociraptor raised its head and jumped behind Lin Feng. From time to time, it would dive into a small bush and pick out a rabbit or a pheasant from it. When seeing unfamiliar wild fruits, he would eat them without hesitation, without any fear of poisoning. Ah, what happened again? Lin Feng turned around and saw the little velociraptor with its mouth wide open, so he moved closer. Only then did I realize that there were several thorns on this guy's tongue. It is probably because they eat wild fruits. After all, some wild fruits have many sharp thorns on their branches to prevent themselves from being eaten. This dragon is really stubborn. After pulling out the spikes, Lin Feng patted the little velociraptor's head lightly and asked it to follow him obediently. The little velociraptor, having learned its lesson, became much more obedient. At least it no longer ate the wild fruits in the grass. Soon, Lin Feng strolled to the location of the cabin. Just as Lin Feng was about to walk over, a sound breaking through the air was heard. Bang! There was a sound of metal collision, and Lin Feng felt as if he was patted lightly by someone. When he turned around, he found that there was a skeleton soldier holding a bow and shooting at him quietly not far away. But isn't the power a bit weak? No wonder even my danger perception skill didn't trigger. Seeing that his attack was of no use to Lin Feng, the skeleton soldier shot another arrow in disbelief, completely unaware that the little velociraptor was already lying in the dense grass and slowly approaching. Looking at the flying arrow, Lin Feng subconsciously focused his eyes on the arrow. Suddenly, he found that the arrow was shot in slow motion. So slow, Lin Feng murmured, then reached out and easily grabbed the arrow. After coming back to his senses, Lin Feng immediately called out national quintessence. My reaction is so fast. Roar! At this moment, the old 6th dragon touched the side of the skeleton soldier and rushed out with a roar. The skeleton soldier had no time to react and was directly pinned down by the little velociraptor. The little velociraptor also gnawed off the bones in its body one by one. The skeleton soldiers were torn apart in a short while. Xiaolong picked up the skull, put it in his mouth, ground his teeth for a while, and then spat it out with a look of disgust. This crap has no taste at all. After this little episode, Lin Feng came to the wooden house and pushed the door open. He had already scanned the cabin with a life detector and found no living organisms inside. After entering the wooden house, there was nothing on the first floor, but there were a few red flowers planted. There is a ladder attached to the wall on the left that leads to the 2nd floor. This means that the good things must be on the 2nd floor. Climb up the ladder, and you will find that the space on the 2nd floor is larger than that on the 1st floor. There was a bed, a wooden box, a large table with many bottles and jars on it, and something that looked like a chemical instrument. Chapter 158 Alchemist. What the hell is this? Lin Feng walked to the table and started fiddling with the chemical instrument. There were 3 glass bottles underneath, and the color looked more and more familiar to Lin Feng. Alchemy table. Lin Feng came to the table and looked at the name engraved on the back of the chemical instrument and said. Only then did he realize that there were labels on these glass bottles. These 3 bottles of red potions are all strength potions. Fuck, is this the pharmacist's house? Lin Feng was overjoyed. There must be a lot of good things in that box, right? The wooden box was not locked, and Lin Feng opened it easily. Inside were some potions, a large bag of golden powder, and a book. The text on the book cover was also automatically translated by Lin Feng's language translator. Beginner Alchemist Guide. Damn, this is great stuff. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly opened the book and checked the contents. Although this book is very thick, it only has 3 pages dedicated to this matter, and the 4th page only has a title. I guess the alchemist hasn't had time to write it yet. After opening it, the first page was the strength potion that Lin Feng was most familiar with. Strength potion, netherwort plus blaze powder. There are pictures for reference. This hell wart looks like the things planted on the first floor, and the blaze powder is the big bag of powder in the box. Now we have all the raw materials. The second page is the speed potion, which also requires netherwort, and the other ingredient is powdered sugar. The third page is the recovery potion, which requires shimmering watermelon and hellwort. The 4th page just has an invisibility potion written on it, and that's it. It seems that the hellwort planted on the first floor is quite important. Maybe the potions later on will need this thing to be refined. This wave directly made a fortune. Lin Feng said excitedly, and then put all the things in the box and the alchemy table on the table into the cowhide backpack. The bottles of potions that had been refined on the table were all strength potions, a total of 6 bottles. Lin Feng also accepted them all. Then he climbed down to the next floor and stuffed all the hellworts into the cowhide backpack. When he saw the gray-black soil on the ground, he stuffed it in directly. Maybe hellwort can only be planted on this. You have to understand sustainable development and go back to plant the entire place directly. After searching the wooden house for a while and confirming that there was nothing useful, Lin Feng prepared to leave. Lin Feng also looked at the plants planted around the wooden house. They were all ordinary plants. At this moment, the little velociraptor at the door suddenly let out a warning howl. Lin Feng hurried out and found that a large number of skeleton soldiers and some strange green creatures had gathered outside at some point in time. Swish, swish, swish. There was a sound of breaking air, and dozens of arrows flew towards Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng grabbed the little velociraptor and threw it into the wooden house. Then he endured this wave of arrow rain. Naturally, these ordinary arrows could not cause any harm to him, not even a tickle. It would be a laughing stock if this armor could be penetrated by an ordinary iron arrow. After adjusting the rhino horn bow to continuous shooting mode, Lin Feng aimed at the skeleton soldiers and the green creatures that wanted to approach him and fired laser arrows. In just 2 seconds, the laser arrows wiped out all the monsters. There were also 25 more gold coins in Lin Feng's cowhide backpack. After going to the pile of monster corpses and checking to make sure there was no loot, Lin Feng called out the little velociraptor. By the way, he also took the thigh bone of a skeleton soldier. This thing is quite sturdy. I'll take it back and let my little velociraptor sharpen its teeth with it. It'll probably like it. The pet bones I bought from the merchant on the floor are specially used to supplement the nutrition of the little velociraptor. You can't let it chew all the time. After all, too much nutrition is not good for you. Zai Long, let's go, Lin Feng shouted, and the little velociraptor immediately swallowed the wild fruit in its mouth, and then followed him happily. If he didn't leave the crime scene quickly, Lin Feng was really afraid that the owner of the cabin would come back. He really didn't know how to explain it, nor did he know how strong the other party was. However, since he was able to refine such a magical potion, it meant that he was definitely not too weak. Maybe I can't control it yet, and I've already taken everything I should take, so there's no need to argue with him anymore. After the little velociraptor ran over, Lin Feng picked it up directly, then flew into the sky and flew towards the elevator. When Lin Feng arrived at the elevator door, he was about to carry the little velociraptor back to the elevator, but the little velociraptor suddenly screamed and began to struggle in Lin Feng's arms. What's wrong? Seeing the little velociraptor's distorted face, Lin Feng thought that it had been poisoned by eating wild fruits, so he quickly put it down. As a result, the little velociraptor ran directly to the grass beside it and took a big dump, and it was crackling. Lin Feng, you're tired of eating so many wild fruits, right? However, it seems that my toilet has not been cleaned for a long time. Although it has a large capacity, It is not a big deal if it is not cleaned all the time. I've only cleaned it once so far. After carrying out the toilet while wearing armor, Lin Feng opened the lid and kicked it over. Suddenly, a foul smell came. Even the little velociraptor that was trying to poop nearby made a retching sound. Mr. Lin, we have detected a high level of air pollution in the surrounding area. Would you like to activate the air purification device on the Type 01 battle armor? Lin Feng, is it that smelly? Open, open. Lin Feng took 2 breaths through his nose and said quickly. It was only because he was wearing the helmet of his armor that his eyes would be stung by the mysterious smell. Okay, it's turned on. After the air purification device was turned on, the stench immediately dissipated. On the other side, a girl in a cloak and carrying a backpack skipped back to the cabin. When she saw the monster corpses all over the ground, she felt something was wrong. She strode back to the wooden house, looked at the mess in the room, and shouted out in an earth-shaking voice. Who did this? The sound was so loud that even many birds in the forest were startled. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched slightly when he heard the voice. Damn, you're back so soon? But I shouldn't find it here, right? After all, the distance is still quite far. At this time, the little velociraptor had just finished pooping. After Lin Feng lifted the toilet, he ran back to the elevator with the little velociraptor. Damn it, you're back so soon. Luckily, I slipped away quickly, Chapter 159, Trying to Make Medicine. Exhaling, Lin Feng quickly took off his armor. I just moved around for a while and sweated a lot. The little velociraptor looked a little listless after being strung together, but it shouldn't be a big problem. After taking out 6 bottles of potion, Lin Feng looked at his personal panel and thought about it, and decided to drink them all himself. My strength attribute is now 64. If I drink all 6 bottles, it will reach 70. According to Lin Feng's understanding, every time a 10-point increase in each attribute occurs, a qualitative change will occur. After drinking all 6 bottles of strength potion in one breath, Lin Feng's muscles began to move rapidly. After a while, Lin Feng's figure became more perfect. Although he didn't look very muscular, his explosive power was very strong. Moreover, Lin Feng now has an illusion that he can punch through the iron plate with one punch. In order to experiment, Lin Feng directly found a 1 centimeter thick iron plate from the pile area. After wrapping his fist with a cloth to prevent injury, Lin Feng punched forward. Accompanied by waves of pain coming from his bones, Lin Feng punched through the 1 centimeter thick iron plate in front of him with almost no hindrance. Holy crap, this can definitely kill a cow with one punch. Looking at the iron plate with a big hole in it in front of him, Lin Feng's brows immediately lit up with joy. No, next time I must find a cow to test how powerful my fists are. Ux. But I have to say this punch really hurt. Lin Feng rubbed his fist. Fortunately, he had the ability to heal himself. After more than 10 seconds, the stinging sensation disappeared. Ouch! At this moment, the little velociraptor suddenly shouted and rushed to the toilet. Following a crackling sound, the little velociraptor slowly crawled out of the toilet. Oh, hungry? Lin Feng asked curiously after listening to the voice of the little velociraptor. Ouch! Yeah, I'm really hungry. Lin Feng took out the pet bone and threw it to the little velociraptor, letting this guy chew it first. The little velociraptor perked up when he saw the pet bones. He picked up the bone and started chewing it. Well, it looks like you're all right. Woo-woo. The little velociraptor shook its tail to indicate that it was fine. Then he continued to gnaw on the bone. Seeing how deliciously the little velociraptor was chewing the food, Lin Feng wanted to take a few bites too. Forget it, let's give it something to eat first. Lin Feng took out some beef from his cowhide backpack, fried it briefly, and threw it to it. Just chew on the bone for a while, and then eat. You can't eat that thing. Ouch! The little velociraptor looked up and cried out, then continued to gnaw. Lin Feng was fiddling with his alchemy table, so he didn't know how to use this thing. It's not mentioned in the Junior Alchemist Guide either. There should be a certain order for placing the ingredients in this thing, right? After thinking about it for a while, Lin Feng thought that since there were so many raw materials, he might as well try it himself. I still had quite a few small glass bottles left from my previous potions. Luckily, I didn't throw them away. After filling 3 bottles of water, Lin Feng placed the 3 bottles of water in the corresponding positions on the medicine table. Then he took out the hellwort, tore it apart, and stuffed it into the opening where the materials were placed. When the netherwort fell, the water in the bottle suddenly began to boil. Oh my god, it won't explode, right? Lin Feng quickly took the iron plate he had punched through and used it to block in front of him. The hole he had punched could be used as an observation port. P.S. Sorry for the late update. Chapter 160 Floor Merchants equals Black Market Merchants. The water in the 3 bottles stopped boiling after a while, and the color of the water became darker. Then I should be able to sprinkle this powder in. Picking up the blaze powder found in the box, Lin Feng thought for a while, then scooped a small spoonful and poured it in. The book doesn't say exactly how many there are, of course. Maybe I haven't had time to write it yet. After the powder was sprinkled in, the 3 bottles of water began to boil again. This time, it took a full minute for the water in the bottles to calm down. The color also changed at the same time. Is this done? Lin Feng was very surprised when he saw the red strength potion in front of him. Looking at the remaining materials, Lin Feng estimated that if he used all of them to make strength potions, he should be able to make about 20 bottles. But I have to keep some of these red flowers for myself to plant. Therefore, a maximum of 10 more bottles of strength potion can be refined. Thinking of this, Lin Feng opened his personal panel to check. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 70. Speed, 47. Agility, 52. Intelligence, 42. Charisma, 35. Lucky, 21. Sanity, 1/10 of intelligence 4 plus 21. Skills, dog-nosed, cold-blooded creature, bounty hunter, god-level driving skills, fishing in troubled waters, instant stealth, cold weapon master, intermediate firearms mastery, elementary combat, wilderness survival expert, eagle eye. Among the 3 main attributes, speed is the slowest, so I should improve my weaknesses first. I reached out to test the temperature of the water bottle and found that the water that was boiling just now become room temperature to the touch. It cools down so quickly. After taking out the 3 bottles of strength potion, Lin Feng replaced them with 3 clean water bottles. Then he found sugar from his seasoning jar. As for why sugar can be used to make speed potions, Lin Feng has no idea. With the successful case just now, Lin Feng seemed very experienced this time. After a while, 3 bottles of speed potions were freshly produced, exactly the same as the ones he bought from the merchant on the floor. After refining 9 bottles of speed potion, Lin Feng stopped. The raw materials placed on the alchemy table can be used to refine 3 bottles of potion, so it is obviously not cost-effective to refine 1 bottle alone. It would be better to plant 1 more of this red flower. After taking all 9 bottles of speed potion, Lin Feng's speed attribute finally broke through 50 and reached 56 points. That's 5 times the speed of a normal adult. If you sprint at full speed, it should be easy to outrun the car. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately felt the horror of this speed attribute. I didn't care much about it before, but now when I think about it, it's really outrageous. As for the agility attribute, with only 52 points, it can achieve an effect comparable to the bullet time in the game. If there is no upper limit for these 3 main attributes, wouldn't Lin Feng be able to continue improving? By then, traveling 1,000 miles in a single breath and shattering mountains and rivers with a single punch will not be a dream at all. Of course, this is just Lin Feng's fantasy. Even if he really possesses that kind of power, his body may not be able to withstand it. Haven't you seen that when you punch an iron plate, your hand bones hurt? Ending the fantasy, Lin Feng fed all 3 bottles of strength potions to the little velociraptor. The strength potion tasted pretty good, so the little velociraptor wasn't that resistant to it. If it were a fitness pill, Lin Feng would probably have to use physical assistance to take the medicine. By the way, Zai-Long Long, if you want to grind your teeth, just chew on this bone. It should be pretty strong. Lin Feng threw the skeleton soldier's thigh bone in front of the little velociraptor and said, "Ah." The little velociraptor sniffed the thigh bone and then arched its nose in disgust. This thing has no taste at all. It won't even chew it, even if you give it to it for free. But since it was given by my mother, I should give her some face. The little velociraptor thought for a while, then took the thigh bone in its mouth and began to chew it happily. What is the sophistication of the world? This is the sophistication of the world. Lin Feng was very happy to see that the little velociraptor loved to chew on it so much. If I had known you loved to chew on it so much, I would have given you more. But it's okay. I'll definitely give you more next time we meet. Ah, I know. You're welcome. Ah, haha. Good boy Long Long, you're welcome. Seeing the anxious look on the little velociraptor's face, Lin Feng immediately smiled with relief. Little did it know that it was so anxious that it almost opened its mouth to speak. These broken bones can be chewed by any dragon that wants. They are hollow and don't even have any bone marrow. There is also a fishy smell. However, Lin Feng had completely misinterpreted the little velociraptor's meaning. Seeing that Lin Feng was ready to find more bones for him next time, the little velociraptor suddenly felt sad. He became more and more angry about the bone in his mouth. Along with the creaking sound, the little velociraptor became more and more excited as it rubbed. There was also some white powder scattered on the ground. Lin Feng looked at the white powder and suddenly felt that it looked familiar. Why does this look so much like the bone meal I bought from the merchant on the floor? I picked it up a little with my hands and compared it carefully. Lin Feng found that this could no longer be described as similar. It was exactly the same. The next step is to test whether this bone meal can accelerate the growth of plants. Lin Feng snatched the skeleton soldier's thigh bone from Zai Longlong's mouth, and then found a hammer to smash some of the debris. After grinding it into powder as much as possible, Lin Feng found the potatoes that had been left to sprout and discovered that several of them had successfully sprouted, so he buried all of them in the vegetable garden. Then sprinkled the ground bone powder on it. The potato seedlings began to grow rapidly, and soon they bloomed with small white flowers and matured quickly. This took only a dozen seconds. Fuck, isn't this floor businessman too shady? That's right, this was Lin Feng's first reaction. He remembered that the last time the merchant sold him bone meal, the price seemed to be 3 gold coins or 2 gold coins. And it's just such a small package. At most, it is only the amount of half a skeleton soldier's bones. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he had killed a lot of skeleton soldiers on the previous floor. Including the ones I killed before, I lost a lot this time. I lost so much that I lost all my bitter tea seeds. Lin Feng felt uncomfortable when he thought of so many gold coins passing through his hands. If I sell this at a high price in the exchange, how much gold coins will I get? There are 10 spoons in a pack, so it's not too much to charge you 1 gold coin, right? Sighing, Lin Feng dug the newly grown potatoes out of the soil. Lin Feng has measured the soil depth of the planting area shown by the elevator, which is about 1 meter. So there's no need to worry about the potato plant not being able to grow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11. How come there are so many potatoes? Chapter 161 Golden Koi. Lin Feng really didn't expect that the profit from potatoes would be so huge. The 2 plants yielded more than 20 potatoes in total. Let's just eat potatoes for dinner today. It's a good time to change the taste. It's not a big deal to eat meat every day. 2 hours later, Lin Feng was finally full. Can you believe that he ate 13 potatoes in this meal? Shredded potatoes, French fries, mashed potatoes, stewed potatoes. It can be said that Lin Feng tried all possible cooking methods. He even prepared a potato set meal for Chinan. After sitting and digesting for a while, Lin Feng went to the treadmill and started exercising. With Lin Feng's current physical condition, he can run continuously for 3 or 4 hours without feeling any fatigue. After running for nearly 2 hours, Lin Feng stopped. Today's exercise volume was considered to have met the standard. Taking a towel, Lin Feng quickly walked to the pool to wipe his body. Suddenly, there was a sound of splashing water in the pool. Something else? Lin Feng thought to himself, and then quickly picked up the sprayer placed beside the pool. After pushing the iron plate away, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be some golden koi fish. By the way, I don't know what ornamental fish like koi tastes like. How about a midnight snack? Lin Feng looked at the 4 fat golden koi in the pond and drooled. Just do it. It doesn't matter if you have a few bites of fish. Lin Feng directly fished out all 4 koi and cleaned them thoroughly inside and out. Then light the fireplace and grill the fish directly. The temperature in the elevator is now 26 degrees Celsius, and with the cooling of the air conditioning fan, it won't be too hot even if the fireplace is lit. Soon, 4 servings of secret roasted koi were ready. With the addition of seasoning, it smells pretty good. But the taste is just so. The meat is loose and rotten. Damn, such a beautiful fish is so unpalatable. Forget it, I'd better put on the exchange and sell it to someone else. Lin Feng said after swallowing the fish in his mouth. Just when he was about to post it on the exchange, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding, reminder to the host. You will increase your luck attribute by 4 points after eating the 4 golden koi in front of you. What? Lin Feng immediately stopped what he was doing. This fish adds lucky attribute? What's the principle? Lin Feng scratched his head as he looked at the koi fish in front of him. Who cares? I'll just start eating it. Although the texture and taste are a little worse, it is still the same if you sprinkle more seasoning on it. Soon, Lin Feng had eaten all 4 koi fish until only the bones were left. When I opened my personal panel, I saw that my luck attribute had indeed increased by 4 points, and now it was 25 points of luck. Lin Feng was much happier with the unexpected gain. He hummed a little song and turned on the TV. He hasn't forgotten to study whether there is any connection between the program playing on TV and the floors he has experienced. However, what was playing on TV at that time was a soap opera, which made Lin Feng feel physically uncomfortable. Not long after, Lin Feng's snoring could be heard in the elevator. Seeing that Lin Feng fell asleep, Xiao Longlong pushed the air conditioning fan aside so that it would not blow directly on Lin Feng. A few hours later, Lin Feng woke up. The program was still playing on TV, and it was Animal World. The little velociraptor had also woken up a long time ago and was lying by the pool, watching the TV intently. Lin Feng also noticed the air conditioning fan that was pushed aside. Although his current physique would not allow him to get sick even if he was blown all night, Lin Feng was still very touched by the little velociraptor's kindness. After getting out of bed and rubbing the faucet, Lin Feng took down the bone hanging on the wall. "You chew it first, I'll check the time." Lin Feng yawned and came to the screen. It was a little after 9 a.m. Did I only sleep for a short time last night? Although Lin Feng didn't remember what time he went to bed last night, it was definitely after midnight. After all, the infinite pool had been refreshed, and combined with the time he spent grilling fish, the earliest he went to bed was 3 or 4 in the morning. In other words, I only slept for 5 hours at most, but now I don't feel sleepy at all. It's the feeling of sleeping until you wake up naturally. It was still early, and Lin Feng made breakfast for a rare occasion. The world of elevator survival not only disrupted his biological clock, but also his eating habits. It was okay at the beginning. I could still distinguish between breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Lin Feng doesn't care about this now. After exploring the floors, come back for dinner. There are at most 2 meals a day, and the time is irregular. Opening the exchange, Lin Feng screened some food categories. Looking at the various canned foods, Lin Feng found it difficult to muster any interest. He's already tired of these things. After searching for a while, Lin Feng finally bought 5 raw eggs. It cost him 2 gold coins. Although it is a bit expensive, if it weren't so expensive, it would have been sold out long ago. There are only 5 eggs in total, so let's just make egg custard. Not only is it simple, it tastes great too. 5 eggs make just enough for 1 large bowl. As for hatching the eggs, Lin Feng felt that these eggs could not be hatched. Even if they were fertilized eggs, they would have died after such a long time. 15 minutes later, 2 servings of self-heating hot pot with egg custard were ready. This amount of food was definitely not enough to fill him up, so Lin Feng fried another large piece of steak. Only then did I feel about 60% full. Not long after eating and drinking, the system prompt sounded. Beep. The floor you're about to enter is the trading floor. This floor is a peace floor. The elevator will be parked for 5 hours. You could trade with others on this floor. If a violent conflict occurs on a peace floor, guards will be stationed to control it. Please pay attention, host. Trading floor? Now I can go in and spend some money. The trading floor at this time is the most advantageous floor for Lin Feng, who has a deep pocket. Excluding the 300 gold coins needed for upgrading, Lin Feng now has a total of 3,399 usable gold coins. Lin Feng has made a lot of money by selling wine during this period. He hopes to come across some good things when he comes to the trading floor this time. Ding dong. The elevator is going up. Please hold on to it. Soon, the elevator door opened and Lin Feng walked out with the little velociraptor. This time, it feels a little different. Lin Feng looked at the layout in front of him with some confusion. It seems that there's indeed something different. After walking around the trading floor, Lin Feng still couldn't find the owner of the weapon stall where he had been trading before. Chapter 162, Buying Medicinal Herbs. Not only could he not find the owner of the weapons dealer, Lin Feng couldn't even find the shop of the advanced civilization where he had repaired his armor before. The entire trading floor is filled with vendors trading in stalls. Is it possible that this trading floor is divided into different levels? But none of this matters. Since I can't buy a laser gun, let's see if I can buy something else. Hey, little brother, would you like some of the best medicinal herbs? Suddenly, a man in a long robe came up to Lin Feng and whispered, "What medicinal herbs?" Lin Feng looked at the mysterious businessman in front of him and guessed that the businessman was trying to escape the stall fee or transaction tax. "Hey, whatever you want, I have it right here, as long as you can call the name." The vendor chuckled and pulled Lin Feng to the side of the road. At this time, a team of patrolling soldiers happened to come over. Seeing this, the merchant quickly stopped what he was about to say and started chatting with Lin Feng. After the patrolling soldiers left, the vendor opened his robe, only to find that it was filled with various Chinese medicinal herbs. "How about it? My strength is still okay, right? These herbs are all worth it, and none of them are less than 100 years old. Lin Feng found the 100-year-old ginseng and red Ganoderma lucidum he needed at a glance. If the prices of these medicinal herbs were not too expensive, Lin Feng would buy them all. After all, he had plenty of gold coins, and he never knew when he would need a few of them to make something. However, Lin Feng still planned to give the boss a warning first, so that it would be easier to bargain later. Boss, I'm not saying your herbs are bad, but after all, there's no official guarantee here. I definitely won't buy less. If I buy something bad or defective, who can I go to? You were probably hiding from the patrolling soldiers, weren't you? You didn't want to be caught and fined, did you? Lin Feng laughed as he looked at the boss in front of him, whose expression gradually froze. Haha, brother, what are you talking about? How can my herbs be fake? They're all top-quality herbs. If you don't believe me, you can check the goods first. Besides, I've been doing business here for a long time. If I didn't have some way to avoid these soldiers, how could I have survived until now? Okay, let me check the goods first. Give me one of your century-old ginseng plants to look at. Lin Feng saw that the boss was not afraid of his threat and did not care. After all, these old hands who had been hanging around on the trading floor for many years knew the rules here much better than he did. I didn't realize that I just found out that the trading floor is also divided into different levels. For you. The boss put his hand into his robe and fumbled for a while, then pinched off a piece of ginseng root and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally does not have the ability to identify medicinal herbs, so he has to borrow some power of technology. After putting on the armor, Lin Feng directly asked Dahe to scan the ginseng. Testing completed. The item is called ginseng. The main ingredients are ginseng saponins, glucose, fructose, sucrose, multiple vitamins, multiple amino acids. Stop. Can the age of this thing be analyzed? Mr. Lin, based on my current information, I can estimate the year to be approximately 130. Well, that'll do. Lin Feng nodded, then took back the helmet and said to the boss, Do you have Ganzhong Huang? Ganzhong Huang? I don't have that kind of low-end medicinal material. After all, I don't have a stall here. I can only bring so many medicinal materials, so naturally I have to bring some high-value ones. After the boss finished speaking, he looked at Lin Feng's high-tech equipment and thought that there would be no harm in making a good relationship with such a person from an advanced civilization. So he took the initiative to show Lin Feng the way. Brother, walk forward from here, turn right at the first intersection, and walk about 300 meters until you see a stall selling medicinal herbs. They have a wide variety. Of course, the quality is definitely not as high as mine. I see. How many herbs do you have on you? 100-year-old ginseng roots, 5 red Ganoderma lucidum mushrooms, 500-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, a pound of Cordyceps sinensis, and 300-year-old snow lotus flowers. These are all I have for now. Boss, do you want them all? Well, give it all to me. Lin Feng nodded lightly. Okay, then I'll give you a discount. A total of 75 gold coins. I'll give you 70 gold coins at most. Do you want it? This little bit I would have taken away from you if you hadn't told me. The boss said with a smile, then looked around and took the gold coins handed over by Lin Feng. After shaking in his hand, he put it directly into his pocket. You won't count. Hey, you're obviously not short of money. Honesty is the key to doing business. Lin Feng smiled when he heard this. These businessmen always speak in a very unique way. I was too lazy to argue with him anymore, so I waved goodbye and left, then went to the herbal medicine shop he pointed to. The owner of this herbal medicine shop is a thin old man who looks to be in his 60s or 70s. However, there are not many customers outside the shop. At this moment, the old man is lying on a chair, squinting his eyes and drinking tea, looking very leisurely. Buy medicine? When Lin Feng walked forward, the old man opened his eyes slightly, but still did not put down the purple clay teapot in his hand. He did not look like he was going to receive a guest at all. Right. Lin Feng nodded slightly. You're late. Let's do it another day. All the herbs I brought are sold out. Is there any Ganzhong Huang? Lin Feng frowned when he heard this. It couldn't be that even Ganzhong Huang was gone, right? Ganzhong Huang, it seems, there's still some left. How much do you want? The old man sat up, still holding the purple clay teapot in his hand. As many as you can get. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the old man finally put down the teapot, stood up, staggered to the rows of cabinets at the back, and finally opened a small drawer. That's all I have. Just give me a gold coin. The old man shook in his hand and then threw it directly to Lin Feng. So cheap. Lin Feng took the Ganzhong Huang thrown to him, which should weigh about 2 or 3 pounds. I didn't expect that he would only be asked for 1 gold coin. After paying the money, Lin Feng did not stay here. It was still early, so he might as well continue to wander around here. At this moment, a rich fragrance came into Lin Feng's nose. Even the little velociraptor was attracted by the fragrance and walked forward while biting Lin Feng's trouser leg. After a while, Lin Feng saw a noodle stall. Dolly beef noodles. Ah, want to eat? Lin Feng looked at the little velociraptor drooling in front of him and suddenly wanted to laugh. Well, it seems like you've never had ramen before, so I'll take you to try it. Chapter 163, Magical Beef Noodles. Ah, the little velociraptor wagged its tail happily, then rushed into the noodle stall first. It was obvious that the people here had never seen a creature like a dinosaur, and they were still shocked when they saw such a ferocious-looking beast rushing in. However, thinking of the specialness of this place, they continued to eat noodles while chatting and laughing. There were also a few brave people who started teasing the little velociraptor. However, at this time, the little velociraptor's attention was all focused on the beef noodles, and it automatically blocked out all external interference. Why are you running so fast? Lin Feng walked forward and rubbed the faucet, then said, Boss, 2 bowls of beef noodles. All right, sir. Let's make it clear in advance that a bowl of beef noodles here costs 10 gold coins. What? 10 gold coins? Is this side of yours made of gold? Haha. Sir, eating our noodles can strengthen your body and prolong your life. Minor health ailments can be cured with just a few bowls of noodles. Really? Give me 2 bowls. I want to see if it's true or not. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out 20 gold coins. Hey, wait a minute, sir. We have a promotion here. If you can beat this cow to death with your bare hand within 5 minutes, you can eat as much beef noodles as you want until you're full. Do you want to try it? The boss pointed to a black bison tied to the side and said that the 2 horns of the bison had been dyed red, and it was obvious that many people had failed in the challenge. However, Lin Feng was very interested. He had just said that he would find a cow to test his strength next time, but he didn't expect that the opportunity would come now. Okay, I hope you don't regret it. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the boss laughed and then took Lin Feng into a white circle, forbidding him to leave the white circle. Seeing that there was another fearless person coming to fight the bison, the diners at the stall turned around and watched. This seems to be their special program. The bison was soon enraged and charged towards Lin Feng with its head lowered. The area of the white circle was not large, so it was really difficult to dodge when the bison charged. However, Lin Feng managed to dodge it safely, then turned sideways and punched the bison on the neck. Suddenly, the flesh on the bison's neck sank in, and its 2 eyes, as big as copper bells, bulged out. After standing there for a few seconds, he fell to the ground with a bang. Dead. Fuck. Killed with 1 punch. Are you kidding? How is that possible? There's definitely a knife between the fingers. Boss, take a quick look. The boss had obviously seen big scenes before and was not very surprised. He walked over, squatted down, sniffed the air, and then bowed to Lin Feng with admiration. Please come in. I'll take care of how much you eat today. Well, that's what you said. Lin Feng chuckled and ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles. Soon, 2 bowls of delicious beef noodles were served. The beef inside was in large chunks, covering the entire bowl, and it also has a special aroma. After adding some chili and vinegar, Lin Feng took a sip of the soup. After drinking it, Lin Feng suddenly felt warm all over. It seemed that it really had some effect. The little velociraptor couldn't eat it for a while because it was too hot, so he could only stare at the beef noodles in front of him with drooling eyes. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Feng ate a big bowl of noodles with soup. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new attribute, Constitution. The host's basic Constitution value is being calculated. Ding! Calculation completed. Host, please check the new attributes in your personal panel. What the hell? Unlocked new attributes? Lin Feng quickly put down his chopsticks and opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 70. Speed, 56. Agility, 52. Constitution, 20. Average for ordinary people is 10 points. Intelligence, 42. Charisma, 35. Luck, 25. Sanity, 1/10 of intelligence 4 plus 21. I won't write about the skills. It's not water. A physical fitness of 20? I don't know how much was added to this bowl of beef noodles, but Lin Feng was very satisfied to be able to unlock a new attribute. This noodle stall was not in vain. If Lin Feng knew that he could unlock a new attribute, let alone 10 gold coins, he would have been willing to spend even 1,000 gold coins, not to mention that he didn't spend a single gold coin. All this is thanks to Zai Longlong. If he wasn't so greedy, I might not have come here. Boss, another bowl. Okay. An hour later, there were 6 empty bowls in front of Lin Feng. The people around were also shocked by Lin Feng's appetite. However, the noodle stall owner didn't look like he was at a loss at all. Instead, he looked very happy. Are you still eating, sir? Burp, I don't want to eat anymore. Lin Feng waved his hand and then drank the last mouthful of soup. Now his physical attribute has reached 30 points, which means that 5 bowls of noodles added 10 points to his physical attribute, and each bowl can add 2 points. Holy crap, that's awesome. Lin Feng immediately wanted to pack some into his cowhide backpack and continue eating it when he got back. Boss, your noodles are really delicious. Haha, thank you for the compliment. I'm glad you like it. Can I take some home? I'll take some home to eat. Take away? You can, but if the beef noodles are out of the pot for more than an hour, they will lose their benefits. That's fine. Make as many copies as you can for me. I'll buy them at the original price. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out a large stack of gold coins from his cowhide backpack. It doesn't matter if it loses its effects after an hour. It won't degrade if you put in a cowhide backpack. Sir, I should be able to make another 20 bowls. If you're not in a hurry, just wait a minute. Yes, sure. Lin Feng nodded, then waited. After nearly 2 hours, 20 bowls of noodles were finally ready. Lin Feng stuffed each bowl into his cowhide backpack as soon as he finished, so he didn't have to worry about exceeding the time limit. After paying the money, Lin Feng left. It was almost time for the elevator to close. After turning around again, Lin Feng prepared to go back. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly saw a very familiar stall. It was the stall where Lin Feng bought the elixir before. Oh my god, what a coincidence. Last time, Lin Feng made more than 700 gold coins by selling detoxification pills at this stall. The boss is the same boss I met last time. When he saw Lin Feng, he greeted him enthusiastically. Time was running out, so Lin Feng didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "How many pills do you have left?" Little brother, you came at a bad time. I'm almost sold out of all the pills. These are the only ones left. Lin Feng took a quick look and saw that there were still 8 bottles of pills. Pack it all up for me. You want them all? Right. Lin Feng looked at the time and said, not noticing that the boss had also stuffed in a bottle of Duan Yongdan. Chapter 164. Are there also levels in the trading floor? Here, little brother, the name of the pill, its effects and side effects are all on the bottom of the bottle. You can go back and look at it yourself. These are small bottles, each containing only 10 pills. You have to pay me a total of 550 gold coins. I'll set it based on the price I sold it to you last time. Hearing this terrifying number, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched slightly, but thinking that the price of his last transaction should be about the same. I have to say that selling pills is really profitable, but if I go back and list them on the exchange, I can make several times the profit. After paying the money, the elevator was about to close, so Lin Feng did not stay here any longer and returned to the elevator with the little velociraptor. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng took out the pill and looked at it. 3 bottles of detoxification pills, 150 gold coins. 1 bottle of broken yang pills, 80 gold coins. 3 bottles of fasting pills, 240 gold coins. 1 bottle of strength pills, 80 gold coins. Damn, why is there still a bottle of Duan Yongdan? Forget it. Let's list them together on the exchange later. After sorting out all the pills, 3 bottles of detoxification pills, 1 bottle of yang-breaking pills, and 3 bottles of fasting pills were all put on the exchange. Only the strength pills were not sold by Lin Feng. After all, the side effects of this thing were not too outrageous, and he could indeed use it. The selling price was not as high as last time, because Lin Feng opened the exchange and found that there were already many orders for selling this kind of medicine. Damn, could it be that all the boss's pills have been bought by other survivors? Lin Feng complained for a while, and then he could only lower the selling price. If he could monopolize this, he would make a fortune. The final price is detoxification pill for 15 gold coins, yang cutting pill for 50 gold coins, and fasting pill for 10 gold coins. And then just leave it alone. This exchange is really cunning. They only marked the benefits of these pills and did not explain the side effects. Otherwise, these pills probably would not be so popular. In particular, after Lin Feng discovered that no one was selling the Duan Yang pill, he directly priced it at 50 gold coins per pill. No one could refuse the temptation of permanently increasing their strength 5-fold. Even 50 gold coins were quickly sold out. TSK, 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 you guys bought this yourselves? Don't blame me. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he closed the exchange. Just selling the Duan Yang pills will almost make back his money. Huge profits, really huge profits. I rubbed my stomach and still felt a little bloated, so I'll save the beef noodles for tomorrow. But you can give Qin a few bowls. After all, it can improve his physical fitness. After opening the exchange, Lin Feng put 2 bowls of beef noodles on the shelves. If he gave Qin and too many, he wouldn't be able to finish them, and the effect of the medicine would be gone by then. Lin Feng, my dear son, I brought you 2 bowls of beef noodles from the trading floor. They're incredibly effective, not only curing illnesses, but also improving your physique. I left them at the exchange. Take them. Remember to eat them within an hour, otherwise they won't work. On the other side, Qin was just about to cook, but when he saw the message from Lin Feng, he put down the self-heating rice in his hand. He first flattered Lin Feng, and then felt at ease to get the 2 bowls of beef noodles for free. Although there was no seasoning, Qin still ate with tears in his eyes. Wow, it smells so damn good. On the other side, Lin Feng was lying on the bed recalling the trading floor he had just entered. The merchants and pedestrians on that trading floor seemed very different, completely different from any trading floor he had been to before, and most of them are dressed like ancient people. So this further proves that trading floors are also divided into levels. Chapter 165, Drug Resistance. The pills listed on the exchange were quickly sold out. Lin Feng also earned another 750 gold coins. If there weren't so many people selling these pills, he could even make more profit. Next, let's refine some bodybuilding pills. Lin Feng took out all the materials and placed them on the workbench, then clicked to make the fitness pill. Then the hands began to operate automatically. As the materials decreased, health-enhancing pills appeared on the workbench one by one. Half an hour later, Ganzhong Huang was used up. The amount of Ganzhong Huang consumed in making this pill was not small, but Ganzhong Huang was the least among the medicinal materials Lin Feng bought. I checked at the exchange, but didn't find any Ganzhong Huang for sale. So Lin Feng had to stop temporarily. There was still a lot of 100-year-old ginseng and red Ganoderma lucidum. He would wait until he got more Ganzhong Huang. Anyway, this kind of medicinal material is not very precious. I counted the pills I had refined, and there were 15 in total. Give 5 to the little velociraptor and eat 10 for yourself. Because the little velociraptor extremely hated the taste of the fitness pill, Lin Feng came up with a new strategy. That is to put the fitness pill into the food that the little velociraptor likes to eat. Lin Feng fried a piece of meat, dug a hole in the middle with a knife, and then stuffed 5 fitness pills into it. The little velociraptor almost swallows its food whole, sometimes chewing it twice and then swallowing it directly. So it shouldn't be eaten. Xiaolonglong, do you want to eat barbecue? Oh, seeing the barbecue in Lin Feng's hand, the little velociraptor immediately rushed over and grabbed the meat that Lin Feng fed it. As Lin Feng guessed, the little velociraptor chewed it for a few bites and swallowed it directly. However, the little velociraptor's expression was a little strange, probably because it tasted the fitness pill. But it's not a big problem, just swallow it. Next was Lin Feng. After eating so many fitness pills, Lin Feng had become immune to the taste of this stuff. After eating it all in one breath, Lin Feng couldn't wait to look at the 3 main attributes of his personal panel. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 75. Speed, 61. Agility, 57. When he took out his own little notebook and compared them, he was stunned. System, doesn't the fitness pill give +1 to all 3 main attributes? Ding. The more bodybuilding pills you take, the weaker the game becomes. Currently, the host has taken 1 bodybuilding pill, which gives +0.5 to the 3 main attributes. Oh my god. Won't it become useless in the future? Ding. No. Host, the attribute value gain will only decrease, but will not return to 0. I see. Lin Feng nodded slightly. To put it bluntly, it's drug resistance. Since taking bodybuilding pills will cause drug resistance, the same should be true for taking potions with other enhanced properties. This way, it seems that it will be difficult for me to become invincible by taking drugs. After all, how many health-enhancing pills have I taken? It seems that there are no more than 30 of them. Lin Feng didn't remember the exact number, but it was definitely not many. Next, Lin Feng tidied up his cowhide backpack. Although it was not full, there were still a lot of messes. For example, the soil that Lin Feng took away from the wooden house. After taking a look in the elevator, Lin Feng decided to spread all the soil next to the planting area. It should just be able to fill the gap over there. After working for an hour, Lin Feng finally managed to level all the black and gray soil. The main reason is that I have no experience in doing this, Otherwise, it would not have lasted so long even with the help of a cowhide backpack. Then he picked some small hellwarts and inserted them into black-gray soil and ordinary soil respectively, and conducted experiments using bone meal. Finally, he confirmed that only these black-gray soils can grow hellwarts. The hellwort on ordinary soil dies directly and turns into powder after catalysis. Quack! At this time, the frogs in the planting area suddenly jumped onto the black and gray soil. Damn, forget about this. Lin Feng scratched his head. He had originally thought of selling this magical frog on the trading floor, but something happened that caused Lin Feng to forget about it. At this moment, Lin Feng discovered that the frog that jumped onto the soil seemed to be stuck, and half of its body sank into the soil. Realizing that there was some danger here, the frog immediately turned around and slowly crawled towards the planting area. Finally, he escaped successfully. Seeing this, Lin Feng slowly inserted his finger. Suddenly, a suction force came, and the soil seemed to have many tentacles that wrapped around Lin Feng's fingers. However, it is still easy to break free with a little effort. Wow, this thing is pretty magical. Lin Feng chuckled and planted all the hellwarts on this magical soil. Just take it out when you need it, and it won't take up space in your backpack. Oh my God, it's already 7 in the morning. Forget it, there's no point in getting some sleep. Lin Feng yawned while looking at the time. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at the time, but as soon as he looked at the time, he felt a little sleepy. I rinsed my head with cold water and washed my face, and the sleepiness I had just felt disappeared instantly. Lin Feng was not idle for the rest of the time. He went to the treadmill to continue exercising. For hours later, Lin Feng stopped panting and took out the weight ring tied to his leg. He made this thing himself, and it works pretty well. Finally, I'm a little hungry. Lin Feng rubbed his stomach, then took out beef noodles from his cowhide backpack and started eating them in big mouthfuls. In a short while, Lin Feng finished both bowls of beef noodles. Physical fitness also increased by 4 points. Zai come and have some noodles. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the little velociraptor immediately ran over with its tongue wagging. Hey, there's something delicious again. I fed the little velociraptor a bowl of noodles, and including the 2 bowls I ate, there are still 15 bowls left. I don't know how much of this noodles I need to eat to reduce the gain effect. Beep, the floor the host is about to enter is a death race, divided into prey and hunter camps. The prey have no weapons, and they can leave the floor by dodging attacks and climbing over obstacles. Hunters hold high-precision marksman rifles and snipe prey from a distance to prevent them from reaching the finish line. Once a prey successfully reaches the finish line, all hunters die and the level ends. The reward for successfully leaving the floor is the elevator upgrade materials you currently need the most in random quantities and 100 gold coins. The number of people in both the prey and hunter camps is 8. Tip: players in the prey camp will receive a temporary 10-point speed bonus, and players in the hunter camp will receive temporary unlimited ammunition, eliminating the need to change magazines. No items may be brought onto this floor. Ding! The mission is triggered. Option 1. Join the hunter camp and successfully leave the floor. Reward: Intermediate Sniper Rifle Mastery. Option 2. Join the prey camp and be the first to reach the finish line. Reward: Master Level Parkour Skills. Chapter 166, Where did the big black rat come from? In fact, whether it is a hunter or a prey, Lin Feng is fully confident that he can complete the task. In addition, Lin Feng's shooting skills as a hunter are not bad, and with the benefit of not having to change magazines, it is not difficult to kill the prey. With Lin Feng's speed, he could easily kill this group of people in seconds after joining the prey camp. Lin Feng's current speed is 61 points, plus the temporary increase of 10 points in speed attribute. It directly breaks through 70. With a speed 7 times faster than that of an ordinary person, I would probably just flash by in hunter scopes, right? If it's difficult to even lock onto it, how can we talk about killing it? So the most important thing is to choose based on the rewards. The rewards for elevators are the same, and they are mainly system rewards. The reward for Option 1, Sniper Rifle Proficiency, is actually similar to Firearms Proficiency, but it may provide a deeper understanding of sniper rifles. For Lin Feng, it does not improve his strength much. The reward for Option 2 is the Master Level Parkour skill. Lin Feng believes that this skill is still very useful. After all, he only has speed, but lacks the skills to overcome obstacles, and a Master Level Parkour skill perfectly fills Lin Feng's shortcomings. Pick 2. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the elevator announcement sounded. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. This time the descent took a full minute. After the door opened, two options appeared in front of Lin Feng. Ding dong. This floor is a death race. Please select your camp, prey camp, hunter camp. The reward for leaving the floor is the elevator upgrade you need most in a random quantity, plus 100 gold coins. The hunter camp in front of Lin Feng was instantly full of people, and only 2 people had joined the prey camp so far. Lin Feng chose the prey camp without hesitation. After the choice was made, a white light appeared, and the next moment, Lin Feng was teleported to an abandoned, unfinished building. Ding dong. The unfinished building has 4 floors, and the final destination is the rooftop. Once there are enough prey, that floor will start running. After a few seconds, the number of prey was complete. After all, they're always brave ones. Those who can join the prey camp generally run very fast and are not too big in size. Lin Feng looked around and found that it was indeed the case. Etc. Why is there a fat guy here? Looking at the fat man Lin Feng standing on the far left, he was a little surprised. This guy has such a huge tonnage. Are you sure it can run? At this time, the fat man seemed to feel Lin Feng's gaze. He turned his head in confusion and looked at Lin Feng. Cough. Seeing that he was discovered, Lin Feng coughed dryly and turned his head back. He didn't know why, but the fat man always gave Lin Feng a familiar feeling. Ding dong. Floor starts. After the broadcast ended, the transparent wall in front of Lin Feng and others disappeared. Everyone rushed out and tried to bend over as much as possible while running so that most of their bodies could be blocked by the wall. Holy crap, I actually feel like I'm running a lot faster than usual. Is this bonus really that awesome? At this time, a survivor who was running at full speed said in surprise. Whoosh! Suddenly a dark shadow passed by him. Where did this big black rat come from? When he saw Lin Feng running dozens of meters away in an instant, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Look, that fat guy, damn, he's running so fast. Is this the legendary agile fat guy? Bang, 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 bang. Just then, gunshots were heard from a distance. Everyone turned their heads and saw a high platform suspended in the air hundreds of meters away from the unfinished building. And standing on the platform was the hunter who was hunting them. 2 survivors were immediately riddled with bullets. Haha, this floor is such a blessing. Look at them running around in panic. The survivor who was speaking kept pulling the trigger while talking. There was no need to change the magazine anyway, just do it. What the hell? What the hell is that? Second floor, quickly kill the survivors on the second floor. What? Someone's already upstairs so soon. After the other hunters moved their scopes to the second floor, they saw 2 rapidly moving black shadows. These 2 people are Lin Feng and Shijin. No, he's running too fast. How can I lock onto him? Hurry up and stop them, otherwise we will be ruined. Bang, 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 bang. All 8 hunters turned their guns and aimed at Lin Feng and Shijin, who ran to the second floor. Suddenly, dense bullets flew past Lin Feng's ears. The surrounding concrete walls were riddled with holes. Oh my god, I didn't expect this fat guy to be so fast. Lin Feng heard footsteps behind him and looked back, only to find that the person following him was the fat man. Just as Lin Feng looked back, a bullet accurately predicted the location he was about to reach. The danger perception was activated instantly, and Lin Feng only felt waves of pain on his right cheek. After learning that this was a warning from his danger perception, Lin Feng rushed forward. He narrowly avoided the vital position. However, the bullet still grazed his thigh. The blood slowly soaked his pants, but Lin Feng did not feel any pain at the moment. I hit him. I shot the fastest runner in the leg. Holy crap, man. That guy was like a rat. I couldn't even get him through the scope. How did you do that? Simple. Just lower the magnification. The man chuckled, then predicted Lin Feng's movements again, ready to kill him. In his opinion, Lin Feng's leg was shot, so how could he possibly run? Lin Feng, who had already reached the 3rd floor, suddenly felt that his legs seemed a little wet. He touched his hand and felt blood. Then he realized that he had been hit by a bullet. However, with the ability of self-healing, Lin Feng's wounds were recovering rapidly, but at the same time, because Lin Feng was running fast, the wounds were constantly affected. This causes the wound to tear again just as it heals a little, which is much more painful than bleeding all the time. After Lin Feng felt the wound, the pain spread throughout his body. So Lin Feng planned to find a blind spot on the stairs on the 3rd floor to rest and let his wound heal. We can't stop here now. If we stop, we will die. Brothers, Focus your fire on that guy on the third floor. He's injured and won't be able to hold on for much longer. The 8 hunters quickly turned their guns and started shooting at Lin Feng. But not everyone is a good shooter. Otherwise, there would be no game to play with. Although they were using semi-automatic marksman rifles, some people could not suppress the rising muzzles of their guns. Under continuous shooting, many bullets even flew to the 4th floor. Chapitre 167 Danger. Boom! Suddenly, a heat wave came from Lin Feng's side and blew him away. Oh my god, does it hurt so much? Lin Feng touched his left arm covered in blood. It seemed that a gasoline barrel had exploded just now. These guys were really dogs. Knowing that they couldn't hit Lin Feng, they set their sights on the oil barrels that Lin Feng had to pass by. Lin Feng, who was blown away, happened to hit the back of a load-bearing pillar, so he didn't have to worry about being shot through. However, at this time, there were already 4 or 5 guns locked on him, and it was really difficult to get out. I touched my thigh and found that the wound had begun to heal, so I decided to recover here. Go out when your injury is healed, Lin Feng thought to himself. At this moment, a large shadow passed by Lin Feng. Fuck, this fat guy runs so fast. Lin Feng exclaimed in his heart as he watched the fat man flash by. Then he touched the wound again and found that the bleeding had stopped. He decided to set off quickly because he must be the first one to reach the finish line. The 8 hunters on the platform also noticed the fat man at this time and opened fire at him to stop him from rushing to the 4th floor. Although this fat man is very fast, he is still much slower than Lin Feng. Under the concentrated fire of 8 people, the fat man was quickly shot with 2 bullets in the arm and shoulder. A normal person would have fallen to the ground and wailed by now, but this fat man didn't react at all and continued to sprint forward quickly. On the other side, Lin Feng's injuries had also recovered. He stuck his head out and fired a feint to confirm it was safe, then rushed out in one step. It was also thanks to the fat guy who attracted all the firepower. Otherwise, Lin Feng would really have to gamble his life. Although he could be resurrected with resurrection coins, the pain of dying once was real. Lin Feng was not a self-harming monster and did not have that kind of habit. The remaining survivors also felt relieved because Lin Feng and Shi Jin attracted all the firepower. I'm so tired, so tired. I won't run anymore. Let's find a place to stay. Anyway, we have 2 big guys to lead us. At this time, a survivor at the end of the 2nd floor waved his hand and said, "This unfinished building is quite long, with each floor being more than 1 kilometer long." That's true. Does the fastest runner look familiar to you? Huh? Who is he? Damn it. You didn't even know about Lin Feng, who was leading the team a while ago. I thought he was dead because he hadn't shown up for so long. I didn't expect him to be so strong. It seems that Lin Feng should still be in the lead. Lin Feng, I do remember this name. I don't know what kind of luck he had to become so awesome. A burly man wiped the sweat from his forehead with disdain, then sat down on the ground. Apart from Lin Feng and Shi Jin, there were only 3 of them left alive. At this time, the 3 of them also decided to just let the boss lead the way. There was no need to work hard anymore. Actually, we're really lucky to be able to team up with Lin Feng this time. We can get rewards without any effort. What you said makes sense. By the way, who's that fat guy? He seems quite capable, but why have I never seen him in the chat room? I'm not sure about that. I've never seen that fat man before. I think that guy weighs almost 200 pounds. He runs like a meatball. It makes me laugh to death, ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at? No matter what, he can run much faster than us. Forget it, forget it. We just met by chance, so it's fate. How about getting to know each other? That's fine. I hope you can show some mercy next time when we're on opposite sides. Haha, I'll go first. My name is Guan Long. The burly man from before spoke first. I am Zhang Yun. Thank you for letting me. A thin young man smiled slightly. Lu Ping, you could just call me Lao Lu. Before I came here, I was contracting a project at a construction site, but the project payment wasn't settled. A bunch of workers came to me asking for money, and people on the internet said I was a black-hearted boss and that my whole family deserved to die. This guy forced me to sell my house and car, and in the end my wife and kids ran away. After paying the workers their wages, I jumped off the building. I didn't expect to be teleported to this hellhole. To be honest, after staying here for so long, I don't really want to go back. Sorry, I said too much, haha. The middle-aged man who was speaking was very emotional. He touched his trouser pocket and wanted to light a cigarette, but suddenly remembered that he was not allowed to bring anything to this floor. So he put his hand in his pocket. Old Lou, I don't know whether to say your luck is good or bad, alas. Actually, I think it's pretty good. This world is full of amazing things. My years of cervical spondylosis and stomach problems were cured here. My body is even better now than when I was young. Don't you think this is a good thing? Old Lu leaned against the wall and spoke slowly. On the other side, Shurjin had already reached the 4th floor. He now had 4 gun muzzles on his body, 1 on his calf, 2 on his arms, and 1 on his shoulder. Even though blood was flowing, he seemed to feel no pain at all. This really confused the hunters. Can you please be more accurate? That damn pig is already halfway up the 4th floor. I have to say this, did this guy smoke some white powder before he came in? He's so powerful, he didn't even slow down after being shot 4 times. Should there be some way to block out the pain? After all, anything could happen in this world. Forget it, just keep fighting. Hit the body and headshots. At this time, Lin Feng, who caught up later, finally ran behind Shurjin. Lin Feng's pace became faster again, and even after images of his 2 legs appeared. With this charge, he successfully surpassed Shurjin. Suddenly, dense bullets attacked him, but Lin Feng was lucky and all the bullets just flew past his scalp. If the opponent makes even the slightest mistake, he will suffer a setback. Finally, I saw the ladder. When Lin Feng saw the ladder leading to the rooftop in front of him, he was immediately overjoyed, but this position seemed a bit passive. There is no protection around the ladder, and climbing it is impossible to be as fast as running. In other words, after going up, Lin Feng would be no different from a sitting duck. But having come this far, how could Lin Feng give up? He made up his mind and climbed up the ladder, directly relying on his resurrection coins. Quick, that idiot is climbing the ladder. Hit him. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, dozens of bullets hit Lin Feng's side, and the crackling sound made Lin Feng's ears hurt. Chapter 168, the explosion rate, is really high. The bullet hit the wall, and the splash cement blocks hurt Lin Feng, but he couldn't care less at this time. He lowered his head and only wanted to climb up. Suddenly, Lin Feng's heart began to beat wildly, and the next moment, a bullet hit his back. The impact force almost knocked Lin Feng off the ladder. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and grabbed the ladder tightly with both hands. After his body stabilized, Lin Feng climbed up again. The height of the ladder is not very high, only about 6 or 7 meters. So this time Lin Feng endured the pain and climbed up directly. Thanks to his high physical strength of 34 points, the bullet did not penetrate his body but remained inside. Combined with its self-healing ability, the wound heals quickly. Lin Feng felt extremely fucked up at this moment. After all, every step he took now caused severe pain in his body. Lin Feng felt even more anxious when he thought about going back to get the bullets. Fortunately, he successfully climbed to the roof. There are a lot of construction materials and some air conditioning outdoor units placed on the roof, which should be the last ones to be installed. At this time, it just happened to become Lin Feng's cover. He's on a rooftop, only 200 meters to the finish line. It's over. I didn't expect the hunter to lose despite having such a huge advantage. Shoot him. He's running again. Haha. With his speed, he'll be there in 5 or 6 seconds. Plus with the cover, there's no way he can hit me. I've given up anyway. One of them spread his hands and then laid down on the platform with a calm expression. Death seemed to him to be a trivial matter not worth mentioning. Damn it, I've had enough. This is such a shitty place. I might as well die. Maybe I can even go back to Blue Planet. The other man also threw his gun away and lay down on the roof with him as if he was ready to die. As Lin Feng got closer and closer to the finish line, fewer and fewer people persisted, and in the end only one person was still holding on. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I haven't found my child yet. I don't want to die. Brother, don't insist. That guy is a monster. If it were you, I'd just give up. The young man crossed his legs, enjoying his last moments. Many survivors who died at his hands flashed through his mind, and he suddenly became curious about how he would die in the end. Shut up. You all want to die, right? Then go die. As he spoke, he raised his gun, turned around, and pulled the trigger at the group of people who had given up. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere, and the other 7 people fell in a pool of blood. The man wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and then watched Lin Feng run to the finish line. Ding dong. The prey has reached the finish line. The game is over. The hunter has failed. After reaching the destination, Lin Feng was teleported back to the elevator, so he was not very clear about what would happen next. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. Please check it. When the system's voice sounded, a large amount of theoretical knowledge related to parkour suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind, and his body coordination also improved a lot. It's a pity that this skill did not improve Lin Feng's attribute values. Soon the floor reward issued by the elevator arrived. 100 more gold coins appeared in the material storage area, and a black box appeared in front of Lin Feng. The upgrade material that Lin Feng lacks most now is the upgrade set. So after opening it, Lin Feng will be able to obtain a random number of upgrade sets. It just says that you can get at least 1, and at most 10. Hey, with my luck, giving me 10 isn't too much, right? Lin Feng rubbed his hands and then opened the box directly. After opening it, the black box disappeared instantly, leaving only the upgrade set on the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, huh? Why is there still 1? Lin Feng picked up the 11th upgrade set and rubbed his eyes in confusion. Did he count wrong? Then Lin Feng counted again, but there were still 11. Oh my god, this explosion rate. This drop rate is even higher than the official one. So touching. After calming down, Lin Feng put all the 11 upgrade sets into the material storage area and then clicked upgrade. The elevator still hasn't been expanded this time, and it seems like it hasn't been expanded for a long time. What surprised Lin Feng was that the infinite pool that had not moved for thousands of years had actually changed. Its area became 2 square meters, and the height was still 50 centimeters. In addition, there are more opportunities to use emergency hedging, and now Lin Feng has 2 opportunities. And then, it seemed to be gone? No, that's not right. After careful investigation, Lin Feng discovered that there was an extra button for adjusting the temperature in the elevator. Elevator Temperature Controller can control the temperature inside the elevator with a minimum of 1 degree Celsius and a maximum of 50 degrees Celsius. Maintenance cost, 1 gold coin per day. It's really air-conditioned, 1 gold coin a day, this price. Lin Feng scratched his head. It didn't seem very expensive. It was much better than an air conditioner fan. After all, the air conditioning fan will always become a little damp when used. Now the air conditioning fan can be eliminated directly. Lin Feng adjusted the temperature to 16 degrees Celsius. Suddenly, a cool breeze came over me. Great. Are you feeling cooler too? Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the little dragon with its head raised and smiled. The little velociraptor shook its head and then patted its belly with great difficulty using its short front paws. Well, this guy is hungry again. Lin Feng held his forehead helplessly, then threw the pet bone hanging on the wall to Zilong Long and let him chew it for a while. Lin Feng came to the pool and took a look. He didn't find anything in it and sighed with regret. He misses the golden koi very much now. Not to mention the golden koi, there is not even a salted fish to be found in the exchange. I don't know if eating all koi can increase luck. Lin Feng thought as he took out the ingredients from his cowhide backpack. Just then, the systems task came. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The daily evaluation reward has been issued. Please check it in the personal panel. Ding! Triggering the upgrade task. Host, please upgrade the elevator to level 18. Reward: upgraded cowhide backpack. Merge all grids. Any items can be stacked, provided that the total weight limit after fusion is not exceeded. Here comes the mission. When Lin Feng heard the reward for the mission, he was immediately excited. Doesn't this just turn the cowhide backpack into a storage space? The cowhide backpack has a total of 8 compartments, with a maximum capacity of 500 kilograms per compartment, which together means a total of 4,000 kilograms. A cowhide backpack can hold 4 tons of stuff, and it can be stacked at will. Really good. By the way, let's see what the daily review says. Lin Feng vaguely remembered that this thing could increase attributes. Chapter 169, Select Floor, Giant Warehouse. After opening the personal panel, all of Lin Feng's data appeared in front of him. In addition to the normal data, there is a new option below the skills. Name: Lin Feng. Gender: male. Strength: 75. Speed: 61. Agility: 57. Constitution: 34. Intelligence: 42. Charisma: 35. Luck: 25. Sanity: 1/10 of intelligence 4 plus 21. Skill: daily evaluation, good condition, balanced development. The 3 lowest attributes gain temporary gains. Luck plus 10, sanity plus 10, constitution plus 10. Note: the attribute gains generated by daily evaluation can only be maintained for 24 hours and will be automatically refreshed after 24 hours. This new daily review seems pretty good. Lin Feng was very surprised when he saw the enhanced attributes above. Although they are all temporary, the advantage is that they will be refreshed every day. I just don't know if there will be any negative buffs. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a piercing pain in his body. Only then did he remember that there was still a bullet in his body. Damn, how do I pick out the bullet? Lin Feng reached out and touched the painful spot on his back, speechless. He couldn't reach his back, and he couldn't dig a hole from the front to take out the bullet, right? It would be better to just use the resurrection coins to refresh the status. No, it seems that my universal medicine box is not yet used up. It seems that the only thing I can do now is to use the universal medicine box to get the bullet. Although it is a bit wasteful, it is better than letting the bullet continue to torture myself. After using the universal medicine box, Lin Feng's body began to operate automatically. I don't know how they did it, but they took only a few minutes to remove the bullet from the back without leaving any wound. After use, the universal medicine box disappeared directly from the spot. After moving my body around, the piercing pain has disappeared. This thing really works. After taking out a piece of beef from the cowhide backpack and feeding it to the little velociraptor, Lin Feng came to the material storage area to check the supplies he needed for the current upgrade. I believe the upgrade set should be enough, right? The elevator is only one upgrade set and 10 pieces of ice crystals away from reaching level 18. The wood, iron, obsidian, copper, and aluminum mentioned above are all enough. Looking at the newly appeared upgrade materials in front of him, Lin Feng was speechless because this was something he had never heard of. After searching the exchange for a while, he still couldn't find it. So Lin Feng guessed that this thing should be the same type of item as the upgrade set. It can only be accessed after reaching a certain level. I don't know if this thing is easy to obtain. Lin Feng sighed, then took out 2 bowls of beef noodles from his cowhide backpack and started eating, and his physical fitness increased by 4 again. After dinner, Lin Feng ran on the treadmill for a while and then went to rest. I fell asleep quickly. At this moment, the lucky necklace on his chest flickered and then quickly dimmed. There were also some cracks on the surface of the necklace. If Lin Feng opens his attribute panel now, he will find that his luck has been reduced by 2 points. After waking up, Lin Feng stretched lazily. He has adjusted the temperature in the elevator to the most suitable level, which is very conducive to sleep. I looked at the time. It was 10:30 p.m. It's another day of waking up naturally. I haven't been woken up by the system twice recently. It's really good. In fact, every time the system prompted him, Lin Feng was awakened by the shock, and that feeling was really unpleasant. Continue eating noodles. He took the beef noodles out of the cowhide backpack, blew on them to heat them up, and then started eating them in big mouthfuls. Knock it, it's not fun without garlic. After taking a big sip of beef noodles, Lin Feng smacked his lips. No matter how delicious something is, you will get tired of it if you eat too much. Not to mention that Lin Feng has eaten so many bowls in a row. However, Lin Feng is willing to keep eating it as long as it can improve his physical condition. After eating the whole thing, your body will ascend to heaven. Zai you eat too, come on. After eating the various attribute-enhancing foods fed by Lin Feng, the little velociraptor's size has changed a lot. It is estimated to be larger than an adult velociraptor now. He is about 1.7 meters tall, 3 meters long, and weighs 50 kilograms. Not to mention anything else, its weight alone is unmatched by other velociraptors of this age. Fortunately, there is no fat on this greedy dragon's body. This should be related to the health-enhancing pills it took. After pinching the little velociraptor's muscles, Lin Feng expressed his envy. After all, this guy eats and sleeps and eats every day, and he is too lazy to even take a few steps. Even with this, he can still grow a body full of muscles. Why is this necklace cracked? Just as Lin Feng was stroking the little velociraptor, he suddenly discovered that the lucky necklace hanging around his neck was cracked. He remembered that this seemed to be given to him by the succubus. It had a +2 luck attribute, and it was indeed very useful. Wait, if it breaks, does that mean those 2 points of luck are gone too? Lin Feng quickly opened his attribute panel to check. Sure enough, the lucky attribute dropped from 35 points to 33 points. After the daily evaluation gain is refreshed tomorrow, Lin Feng's lucky attribute will become 23 points. Fuck, how come my constitution only increased by 0.5 points? Is the gain effect on this side starting to fade so quickly? Lin Feng probably wouldn't be able to earn much from the remaining beef noodles, so it would be better to give it to Qinan. After listing 2 bowls on the exchange, Lin Feng contacted Qin and through the private chat interface, and then relisted 5 bowls, priced at 30 gold coins per bowl. You can earn 20 gold coins per bowl, but since it can improve your physical fitness, There will definitely be rich people who will buy it. Lin Feng put so many items on the shelves just to test the waters. If the sales are good, he will put the rest on the shelves as well. Beep! The host has triggered the floor selection. Please select the floor you want to enter. 252nd floor. Rich in food resources, extremely low risk. 185th floor. Scrap recycling plant with a large amount of iron, copper, aluminum, steel, and other materials with a low risk factor. 99th floor. A giant warehouse with abundant supplies and a moderate level of danger. This floor is a continuous challenge floor, and the rewards will become richer as you progress. Lin Feng looked at the 3 floors to choose from and finally focused his attention on the 99th floor. Why does it look familiar? Lin Feng suddenly remembered the yellow room. However, his rational attributes are no longer what they used to be, so Lin Feng would not be afraid even if he entered that floor again. After selecting the 99th floor on the button below the elevator screen, the system voice sounded again. Chapter 170, The Host. Ding! The floor you're about to enter contains a large amount of supplies and a small number of threatening creatures. Upon entering, you'll need to find an exit. Once you find one, you can choose to continue exploring or return to the elevator. Rewards will be awarded based on the extent of your exploration. Note, no items are allowed on this floor. Ting! The mission has been triggered. Turning the tables, please host, kill 2 or more entities. Reward. Permanently increase your sanity attribute by 5 points. Mission item. M249, which does not require reloading. It will be collected after the floor is completed. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Soon, the elevator stopped and the door opened. Lin Feng walked into the space in front of him without hesitation. Buzz. After Lin Feng left, the elevator disappeared here, and Lin Feng's hands sank, and an M249 light machine gun appeared in Lin Feng's arms. Oh my god, that's awesome. Lin Feng stroked the gun body, then pulled the bolt. An extremely pleasant sound came, and Lin Feng felt a lot more at ease. The system gave him this weapon, which means that guns can kill the monsters here. Then what are you afraid of? Holding the light machine gun, Lin Feng looked around. He saw concrete walls and floors, exposed steel bars, and a thin layer of mist floating on the ground. White fluorescent lights were neatly arranged on the top, and Lin Feng immediately saw several wooden boxes placed in the distance. This seems to be where I left last time. Lin Feng muttered to himself, then walked towards the boxes. Rummaging through treasure chests is one of his great pleasures. This lousy place must be leaking. There are so many puddles. Lin Feng complained while avoiding the puddles of various sizes on the ground. Let me see what good stuff is in here. Lin Feng walked up to the wooden boxes and kicked them. Seeing that there was no unusual sound coming from inside, he reached out and opened the wooden box. The first wooden box contained a few cans of food and a few bottles of water, and that was it. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng took a can of food and water. After all, he didn't bring any food in. It's always a good idea to bring some precautions. There were 3 boxes in total. The second box contained 3 bottles of water and a backpack. There were no labels on the water bottles. After opening them, a unique but faint smell of vanilla and rose water came into Lin Feng's nose. Is this a drink? Lin Feng really didn't dare to drink it. What if something happened after drinking it? However, he still put the 3 bottles of unknown drinks in his backpack and also put the remaining cans and water in it. After pushing open the 3rd box, Lin Feng was a little disappointed because it was empty. However, the system said that there are a lot of supplies here, so Lin Feng is still quite looking forward to it. Putting on his backpack, Lin Feng continued walking forward in one direction. This place is not like the yellow room. Everything is so monotonous, and Lin Feng did not encounter the situation of returning to the starting point. After walking for about 10 minutes, Lin Feng found an elevator. It seemed to be still working properly. Lin Feng pressed the elevator door and walked in directly. This elevator does not have buttons for selecting floors, only 3 buttons: close door, open door, and start. After starting, the old motor made a humming sound. The elevator rose very slowly and only stopped slowly after more than 20 seconds. After leaving the elevator, Lin Feng was still faced with concrete walls and floors. It seems like he hasn't left, but it also seems like he has left. So where's the exit? Even if there is no outlet, it would be fine to give him something to cheer him up. In this crappy place, I can hear the echo when I take a breath. In a trance, a black shadow flashed past Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly chased after him. However, the black shadow disappeared at a corner. You run really fast. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a sound like a heartbeat was heard. Lin Feng suddenly felt a palpitation. He looked up and saw a weird smiling face staring at him. The smiling face was glowing with a frightening red light. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva and raised the big pineapple in his hand. Toot 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 tee-oo. Toot toot toot. The cement block on the top was hit by Lin Feng and flew down, hitting his face. And the strange smile just now disappeared after a burst of gunfire. Haha, what rubbish. Lin Feng sneered in his heart and put down the big pineapple. The momentum was so strong just now that Lin Feng thought he had encountered something terrifying, but it turned out to be just a little punk. Suddenly, a yellow note fell from the sky. I opened the note and saw a line of words written on it. Walking down any extended corridor will usually lead you to the next area, while finding and entering a hole in the wall will lead you to a dangerous area. This symbol again. Lin Feng remembered that the last time he was able to leave successfully was because of the words left by this person. So this time, Lin Feng still chose to believe him. The corridor is easy to find. An hour later, Lin Feng found several boxes and obtained some unknown fragrant drinks, a nail gun, and 3 pieces of paper torn from a notebook. Lin Feng didn't quite understand the above content, but it seemed to be related to the creatures living in this space. The artist lives in my heart, and the artist dies in my heart. Aren't you staying for the party? Smiley face. They are everywhere. This is the content of the notebook. Finally, 2 hours later, Lin Feng found a very long corridor. According to the information on the note, he could leave this area by simply continuing walking along this corridor. Is that human? Lin Feng looked at the humanoid creature in front of him with some confusion, but still picked up his gun and walked over. For some reason, the humanoid creature suddenly burst into laughter after seeing Lin Feng, and also made some strange noises. Ha 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 ha. Guggy guggy guggu. Hello. Ding 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 ding. Feeling something strange, Lin Feng thought for a moment and finally pulled the trigger. After a burst of gunfire, the humanoid creature fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Feng quickly moved over and fired a few more shots at the corpse. Judging from his appearance, he is a foreigner, but the blood flowing out of him is translucent. It's not human after all. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, his eyes went dark and he felt a sense of weightlessness. It was unknown how many minutes passed before this feeling disappeared. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a pipe room, and the elevator was parked steadily in front of him. However, before Lin Feng could react, something strange happened and the entire space began to vibrate. As the vibration became stronger and stronger, Lin Feng had no choice but to give up exploring and ran back to the elevator. Chapter 171, Blue Planet Full of Crisis. After Lin Feng returned to the elevator door did not close immediately. He saw that the pipe room, where he was just now, was gradually falling apart. Ding dong. Floor completed. Reward. Ice Crystal Stone 5. At this moment, the elevator announcement sounded and the elevator door closed. Lin Feng was not sure what happened next. However, Lin Feng did not expect that he could obtain the Ice Crystal Stone just by finding an exit. I originally thought that this Ice Crystal Stone would be difficult to obtain. After taking out the Ice Crystal Stone from the pile area, Lin Feng looked at it. The color is white and transparent. The size and shape are all the same, and it feels a little cold when you touch it. Other than that, there's nothing special. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. After taking a look at his attributes and updating his notebook, Lin Feng took out the food and unknown drinks he found on the previous floor from his backpack. The food seems to be fine. As for the drinks, you can check it on the exchange. After a bottle of unknown beverage was listed on the exchange, Lin Feng also learned about its function. Almond water quenches thirst, restores mental trauma, improves sanity, and cures some diseases. Damn, such a good thing. Lin Feng quickly took the bottle of almond water off the shelf and then counted the drinks he brought out. There are 12 bottles in total. Although he knew the efficacy, Lin Feng did not drink it immediately. After all, according to the nature of this exchange, there might be negative effects that have not been disclosed. You have to find a guinea pig yourself. Lin Feng touched his chin and focused his attention on the frogs in the planning area. Hee, isn't this already available? Seeing Lin Feng walking towards him, the frog jumped away uneasily, but it still couldn't escape Lin Feng's clutches. Sorry, little frog, Lin Feng used his index finger and thumb to force open the frog's mouth and poured some almond water into it. At first the frog struggled a little, but later it started drinking desperately. When Lin Feng put it back on the ground, its belly had already bulged out. Is it really that delicious? Lin Feng shook the half-full bottle of almond water and took a sip. It seemed that the frog was fine at the moment. It starts out with a very faint hint of vanilla and rose water, but on the palate it transforms into a light almond butter flavor. I have to say it's very strange. Moreover, after taking this thing, Lin Feng suddenly felt that he became more energetic and his attention was more focused. After drinking it all, Lin Feng checked his personal panel and found no improvement in his rationality or intelligence. However, Lin Feng definitely felt the benefit, but he didn't know how long it would last. At the moment, it seems that this thing is very suitable for places where sanity is easily lost. But my sanity is already so high, so it doesn't matter whether I have these bonuses or not. They may come in handy when facing ghosts in the future, so I'd better keep them for now. At this time, Qinan suddenly sent a message, which happened to be seen by Lin Feng, who was browsing the chat room. Qinan, Fengzi, are you here? Did you leave any weapons behind when you returned to Blue Star last time? Lin Feng, I prepared a long time ago. I buried a gun and some cash behind the house. I marked it so you should be able to find it. Qinan, holy crap, there's a gun. You really understand me. Lin Feng, nonsense. How can a father not understand his son? Oh, by the way, what happened on Blue Star? You're still looking for weapons. Qinan, I was just about to tell you, there's been a virus outbreak in a city in Lighthouse Country, but it's currently under control and showing no signs of spreading. Strange creatures have been appearing in Xia Country lately. I was just shopping when I saw a rat man, a creature with a rat's head and human body, and it killed several people on the spot. Qinan, he was later shot and killed by the SWAT police who arrived. I then ran home to ask if you had any weapons left behind, so I could protect myself. Lin Feng, is Blue Star so dangerous now? I suggest using the money to buy some food and then stay home. Qinan, that makes sense. I'll stop talking and go find the things you left behind. After finishing the chat, Lin Feng rubbed his chin habitually. Returning to Blue Star now is clearly no longer a vacation. It might even be life-threatening. Fortunately, I can't go back for a while. If I remember correctly, the last time I returned to Blue Star was level 14. Normally, it would take around level 20 to return to Blue Star. Now, let's think about what to eat. He was already tired of eating beef noodles, and a bowl of it only increased his physical fitness by 0.5, so the cost-effectiveness was too low. Lin Feng rummaged through his cowhide backpack and found a bag of random seeds. I might as well grow some vegetables. After ripening a few watermelons to make room, Lin Feng buried the seeds in the soil and sprinkled bone meal on them. In an instant, a field of green vegetables appeared in front of Lin Feng, including peppers, eggplants, tomatoes, and cabbage. Hey, now dinner's taken care of. Looking at the 4 kinds of vegetables in front of him, Lin Feng smiled. Before arriving at the exchange, I bought some eggs and self-heating rice and put the remaining beef noodles on the shelf. The 5 bowls of beef noodles that were previously put on sale have been sold out. Lin Feng has also thought about the dinner dishes: stir-fried pork with chili peppers, braised eggplant, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and mixed cabbage. Although Lin Feng's cooking skills are limited, fortunately the food he makes is edible. After his efforts, dinner was finally solved. After putting the brewed wine on the shelf, Lin Feng went to rest. Currently, selling wine is his most stable source of gold coin income, so if he is not delayed by something, Lin Feng will not forget it. Lin Feng fell asleep quickly while lying on the bed. Seeing that Lin Feng had fallen asleep, the little velociraptor came to the infinity pool and lifted the iron plate to check. Oh! Xiao Longlong looked at the golden koi in the pond and called out. Then with a splash, he plunged his head into the water and bit the golden koi. Soon the pool was filled with blood. The golden koi was also eaten up by a bite. After confirming that there was nothing dangerous in the pool, Xia Longlong returned to his foam board to rest. Beep! The floor you're about to enter is the Doomsday floor. You need to survive on this floor for 24 hours. The reward for this floor is 1 trading opportunity with the floor merchant. You'll definitely encounter the floor merchant on the next floor you enter, and all items he sells will be sold at a 10% discount. Chapter 172, Extreme Survival. Attention, no items can be refused on this floor, and no items can be brought in. Beep, mission issued. After entering the floor, special mutants will chase the host. Please hide. Mission reward: talent skill, narrow escape. When facing the threat of death, overall strength increases fivefold, can be maintained for 60 minutes, cool down time 24 hours. You're not allowed to bring anything in? Lin Feng had already guessed what floor this was, but if they didn't allow people to bring anything in, that would be a bit unreasonable. Given the abnormal strength of that special mutant, if I go in like this, I'm afraid I can only escape for my life, right? However, Lin Feng was very curious whether this special mutant was the one he had slapped before. If I remember correctly, I fried it into minced meat after slapping it last time. He's not still alive, is he? Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. The elevator announcement sounded, and feeling the elevator continuously descending, Lin Feng took a few deep breaths and walked out after the door opened. This floor is irresistible. Even if he doesn't go out, there will be a force to send him out. As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, waves of heat hit me. Immediately afterwards, an unpleasant smell entered Lin Feng's nose. Helplessly, Lin Feng had to hold his breath. If he remembered correctly, the air was poisonous. Fortunately, there were many bodies of soldiers nearby, all wearing gas masks. Lin Feng quickly ran over and took off a set of equipment and put it on himself. There was also an M4A1 assault rifle in his hand. There were not many bullets. Lin Feng searched the bodies of these soldiers and only found 5 magazines, 3 fragmentation grenades, several packs of individual rations, and emergency water. I don't even have a rocket launcher. How can I fight that special mutant now? Just when Lin Feng was worried about this, bursts of dog barking suddenly came from the distance. I saw a gray wolfhound running towards Lin Feng, with a dozen mutated zombie dogs chasing behind it. Come over. Seeing this wolf dog, Lin Feng suddenly remembered the wolf dog that saved his life in the Battle Royale floor. What's even more amazing is that they look quite similar. For various reasons, Lin Feng decided to save it, but even if Lin Feng didn't save it, he had to get rid of these zombie dogs. Because the zombie dog that was originally chasing the wolf dog has changed its target to Lin Feng. Obviously, Lin Feng's meat is more attractive to them. There were only a dozen zombie dogs. Lin Feng could easily deal with them with his bare hands, but because he was worried about being infected, Lin Feng decided to use a gun to solve the problem. These soldiers' guns are equipped with top-notch silencers, which are also very suitable for fighting in the Doomsday City. After all, zombies are very sensitive to sound. Puff, 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 puff. A few seconds later, all the zombie dogs were killed by Lin Feng's precise shooting. At the same time, it did not attract more zombies. The wolf dog also knew that the human in front of it was its savior, so it wagged its tail and circled around Lin Feng. He gently brushed the dust off the wolfhound's head, knowing that he couldn't let it follow him. After all, according to the system, that special mutant will hunt him down, and it would be very dangerous to let the dog continue to follow him. Lin Feng sighed, then tore open a pack of individual soldier rations, which contained a piece of luncheon meat. After feeding it to the wolf dog, Lin Feng patted it. Go on your own and find a safe place. It's too dangerous to follow me. Woo, woof woof. The wolfhound swallowed the luncheon meat in one gulp and wagged its tail. It didn't understand what Lin Feng said. Instead, it thought that Lin Feng had taken it in and started spinning around happily. Seeing this, Lin Feng had no choice but to use some threatening means. He fired several shots at the ground and finally scared the wolfhound away. Not long after the wolfhound left, he suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by something. Even cold sweat broke out on my back. I turned around suddenly and saw a skinless, blood-red monster falling from the sky. Seeing this, Lin Feng's pupils shrank slightly, and he dodged away. He had seen this monster before. He encountered it when he first entered the Doomsday City floor. At that time, he was still a soldier. The name of this monster in front of me seems to be Fighter? Roar. It happened in a flash. After Lin Feng dodged the fighter's attack from the sky, the fighter immediately turned around and slapped Lin Feng in the face. Lin Feng had seen this monster dent a tank's armor with one punch. So it is impossible to withstand this palm strike no matter what. Maybe I will be able to take this slap only when my physical fitness exceeds 100. Fortunately, Lin Feng reacted quickly. After dodging again, he used his parkour skills to climb over several obstacles and climbed onto a 2-story building and shoot at the fighter from above. The bullets used by these soldiers should be specially modified and extremely powerful. They can even create bloody pits on the fighter's body. At this time, on top of a skyscraper, several buildings away, a hooded man watched Lin Feng's operations quietly. Interesting, Could this be the latest research findings of those guys? That's right. He was the one who let this fighter go. Now it seems like he has to personally take action to kill the guy who slapped him so many times. On the other side, Lin Feng didn't know that danger was coming towards him, and he was still suppressing the fighter with firepower. Soon a magazine was emptied. Although Lin Feng changed the bullets quickly, the fighter still seized the opportunity and jumped up by climbing the wall. Fuck you. Lin Feng pulled the grenade and threw it accurately into the fighter's open mouth. Then he turned and ran. A few seconds later, an explosion was heard. The fighter was shot in the head, blood gushed out like a fountain, and he lay on the ground dead. This thing is quite difficult to kill. After changing the bullets, Lin Feng was about to go downstairs when he suddenly saw a figure flying in the air in the distance. Using the eagle eye skill, Lin Feng saw the man's appearance very clearly. Special mutant. Damn, you're here so soon? Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly activated the 3 skills of static invisibility, fishing in troubled waters, and cold-blooded creature. 2 seconds later, Lin Feng disappeared out of thin air. The special mutant flying in the air did not notice this scene. When he came over, he looked at the empty rooftop with some confusion. He then closed his eyes, and a wave of energy was released from his body, only to return to his body after a moment. Strange. Where are the people? This was the first time he had lost his prey and couldn't even find his biological pulse. Chapter 173. Heading to the base, thanks to Ain's Ulgown for the character summon. The special mutant did not stay here for too long. After no longer sensing Lin Feng's breath, it left. However, Lin Feng still did not cancel his invisibility. Now it can be confirmed that the special mutant must have some special skills to lock him. If the invisibility is lifted, it will probably be discovered soon. Let's wait until he goes far away. More than half an hour later, several armed helicopters flew in the air, probably to hunt down the special mutant. Seeing this, Lin Feng also lifted his stealth mode. These planes should be able to buy him some time. It's really tiring to stand on the rooftop and bask in the sun. I should find another place. After nimbly climbing down the 2nd floor of the small building, Lin Feng walked towards where the helicopter had just flown from. I am now wearing the same clothes as those soldiers, so there is no problem even if I hide in a military base. Lin Feng was moving very fast along the way, and he killed as many zombies as possible when he saw them. After all, they were all gold coins. I don't know how cool it would be if I could bring a rechargeable pistol to this floor. By the end, there will be at least 1,000 gold coins in the backpack. Fuck, there's only 1 magazine left. After replacing the last magazine, Lin Feng looked at the sky above his head, which was still blood red. The virus concentration detection chart on the wrist has turned yellow at this time. If it turns green, Lin Feng can take off his gas mask. This watch was also found from those corpses. I have to say, the equipment is really sophisticated. At this moment, bursts of gunfire suddenly came from the distance. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurried over. I saw several soldiers wearing urban camouflage combat uniforms, killing several zombies in front of them. They were not equipped with full-face protective masks like Lin Feng, but only wore air-filtering breathing masks. Sir, are you in trouble? The 2nd lieutenant with a bar on his shoulder, epaulets, saluted Lin Feng and asked. Although Lin Feng didn't know how to read these epaulets, it seemed that his level was higher than theirs. I'm back from a heavily infected area. Take me to the base quickly. I have important information about special mutants. Yes. The lieutenant in front of him did not doubt Lin Feng's words at all. If Lin Feng took off his mask and revealed an Asian face at this time, he would probably be scared. After saluting Lin Feng, the 2nd lieutenant shouted to the soldiers to pack up, and then all the soldiers returned to the Hummer, and Lin Feng was also invited on. But at this moment, Lin Feng didn't feel safe at all. After all, even if this Hummer is bulletproof, it is unlikely to withstand a slap from that special mutant. Now he only wants to run to the base as quickly as possible. He believes that no matter how powerful the special mutant is, it will not dare to break into the military base and beat him up, right? More than 20 minutes later, the virus detector on Lin Feng's wrist had turned green, which meant that there was no virus in the area. What made Lin Feng curious was that there were actually many civilians living here. They seemed to be unaware of what was happening in the other district, and were even talking and laughing while strolling down the street. Most of the shops on both sides of the road are open, and patrol police can be seen on the streets maintaining law and order. Such a mysterious scene really made Lin Feng a little confused. Sir, this is a safe area. Would you like to take off your gas mask? The 2nd lieutenant, sitting next to Lin Feng, kindly reminded him. Lin Feng also wanted to take it off. After all, the mask was still a bit stuffy. But once I take off the mask, my identity will probably be exposed. So the mask definitely cannot be taken off. No, I'm still used to wearing it. It makes me feel safer. After all, you know the situation in the heavily infected areas. Indeed, the strength of the zombies active in heavily infected areas has increased significantly. The lieutenant nodded. He had never been to the severely infected area, and he had only heard about the situation there from hearsay. Because of their different levels, the two of them didn't have much communication along the way. After walking and stopping in the bustling city for more than an hour, Lin Feng finally saw the base. The base is surrounded by high walls and has 4 entrance gates. Each gate is guarded by armored vehicles and soldiers. There are also many large virus detectors at the gates and inside the base. Maybe it is used to measure the concentration of viruses in the surrounding area. Sir, I'll leave you here. We still have a mission to carry out. Well, that's troublesome. Lin Feng returned the greeting and then got out of the Hummer. The soldiers at the gate of the base saluted when they saw Lin Feng, and in this way, Lin Feng successfully walked in. Should it be safe now? Calculating the time, it has been about 3 hours since I entered this floor. This mask is really not easy to take off. I can't even drink some water. Looking at the soldiers coming and going around, Lin Feng thought to himself. After studying the mask for a while, Lin Feng suddenly realized that the mask did not need to be completely removed. The nose and mouth parts could be retracted with one click, and, after eating, he could put it back with another click. I have to say, this is very humane. I found a corner, opened my mask, drank 2 bags of emergency water, and then ate 2 energy bars to replenish my energy. This won't work. Why don't you just go out? After eating the energy bar, Lin Feng thought to himself that his original plan was to stay in this military base for 24 hours, but now it seems that it is not that simple. After all, he is in danger of exposing his identity at this moment. It would be better to go out and pretend to be a civilian. Anyway, this is a safe area with strong armed forces, so that special mutants shouldn't dare to mess around. After making up his mind, Lin Feng walked out openly with a gun. After a while, he came to an area of shanties. People who live here are usually homeless or drug addicts. The reason Lin Feng came here was naturally to make money. Homeless people don't have much money, but drug addicts usually carry a lot of cash with them because they need to buy flour. Soon, Lin Feng locked onto a target. You, come here for a routine check. When the drug addict saw the uniform Lin Feng was wearing, he stood up, although he was a little reluctant. Didn't we just get tested for the virus yesterday? Shut up. Lin Feng pushed the drug addict in front of him, and with such powerful force, he pushed him directly into a small shed. Then, without any nonsense, he twisted his neck and took out the cash from him. After counting, there were a total of $1,000, which was quite a lot. He was also carrying a backpack, which was probably used to trade for flour, and there happened to be a large bag of flour in it. Chapter 174 Fighting. Thanks to Ryasueha for sending the character summon. Now this backpack is just enough for Lin Feng to carry all his equipment and gun. The gun was so long that it definitely couldn't be stuffed directly in, so Lin Feng simply disassembled it and removed the silencer and buttstock. This shortens the length significantly. It fits perfectly into a backpack and can be taken out and used directly when needed without reassembly. Perfect! After putting on the backpack, Lin Feng has become an ordinary and casual young man. Touching the US dollars in his pocket, Lin Feng decided to find a place to eat something first. There are many food trucks on the roadside. They have hamburgers, hot dogs, fried chicken, and the prices are not too expensive. After coming to a food truck and eating 8 beef burgers, 3 fried chicken legs, and a glass of ice cola, Lin Feng stopped. The owner of the restaurant was stunned. Brother, you really should participate in the competitive eating contest. I feel you can definitely make it to the top 10. To be honest, I'm a retired athlete. How much is it in total? $13.06. Okay, here you go. After taking the change, Lin Feng walked on the street again. Move aside, sorry, I'm in a hurry. At this time, a young man in a suit and tie ran through the crowd with a handbag. It looks like he is an office worker in a hurry. Just when Lin Feng was lamenting that there were still office workers in this doomsday city, the other party suddenly pounced on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's sense of danger also took effect instantly. All the hairs on Lin Feng's body stood up. Damn, who the hell is this? Lin Feng dared to swear that he had never come into contact with this person. After dodging by rolling over, Lin Feng kicked out with a whip kick. However, the opponent actually blocked Lin Feng's whip kick with one hand. You have to know that with Lin Feng's strength, a normal person would definitely be kicked to death. After sensing the strangeness of this person, Lin Feng took several steps back. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that a red light seemed to flash in the eyes of the young man in front of him. Wait, could this be that special mutant? Lin Feng was shocked. Before Lin Feng could react, the young man approached again, and the two started fighting back and forth on the street. Some curious people around gathered around when they saw someone fighting. The special mutant was amazed at how difficult Lin Feng was to deal with as he saw more and more people around him. However, if he unleashes all his strength, he should be able to resolve the battle quickly. But the problem is that this is a safe zone with many well-equipped troops stationed here. If his identity is exposed here, even he will be in trouble. After a few minutes, Lin Feng began to become serious from being at ease, because he found that the strength of the young man in front of him was gradually improving. Although the opponent's fighting skills were not as good as his strength was superior to his. Lin Feng is now relying solely on his fighting skills to hold on. There's no way my strength is weaker than others. Lin Feng felt that the strength of the young man in front of him should be around 90 points. Just then, a patrolling Hummer noticed the situation here. Several soldiers armed with live ammunition also came over. After seeing the soldiers, the special mutant directly withdrew from the battle with Lin Feng and quickly disappeared into the crowd. After a while, he disappeared without a trace. Scatter away, what are you doing? The Marines shouted loudly and the crowd was gradually dispersed. Lin Feng followed the crowd and left. That person just now was definitely a special mutant. Lin Feng rubbed the sore parts of his body and said, he was hit several times during the fight just now, but fortunately, none of the punches hit vital parts. In addition, with the recovery of his self-healing ability, Lin Feng is now much better. It really lingers. Lin Feng sighed in his heart, but since the other party did not dare to reveal his true identity, it meant that he was still afraid of the armed forces here. If it had turned into a whip or claws to fight me, I would have been torn to pieces in 2 rounds. The other party will definitely come again, so Lin Feng has to find a comfortable place to lie down and hide. The comfortable place was naturally a hotel, and Lin Feng soon found a convenient hotel. After renting a room, Lin Feng walked in, turned on the air conditioner, and lay down on the bed, and activated the 3 exclusive skills of Lao Lu. Now he only needs to lie here for 20 hours to complete his mission and leave. The only drawback is that it can't move. The invisibility will be lifted when it is activated. An hour later, Lin Feng felt a little sleepy. Although he couldn't move, the lying position was the most comfortable and relaxing, so he didn't feel very tired at this time. Just a little sleepy. Your body will definitely move around after you fall asleep, so you must not sleep. Another 7 or 8 hours passed like this. Lin Feng looked at the clock on the wall, and 1,000 horses were running through his mind. Time flies so long. No, I can't hold it anymore. Lin Feng shouted in his heart, then got up and went to the bathroom to relieve himself. If you hold it in any longer, my little brother will get sick. After freeing himself, Lin Feng moved around in the room, opened the curtains, and looked at the people walking around outside. After more than 10 minutes, the special mutant did not show up. Did he finally give up? Lin Feng was surprised. It's best to give up so that I can return to the elevator safely. Next time I can bring weapons in and fight you properly. Ding dong. Hello, room service. Sorry, no need. Lin Feng shouted towards the door, and then continued to look at the scenery outside. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt something was wrong. He had clearly asked the front desk not to disturb him before checking in. Why am I asking myself if I need room service now? Feeling something was wrong, Lin Feng quickly took out the M4 from his backpack and installed a silencer. At this moment, the gate of the gate was broken open and a man in a white shirt walked in. Puff, puff, puff. After 3 gunshots, the man was fine. It seemed as if the bullets hitting him were blocked by something inexplicable. It's you, Lin Feng said lightly, then threw the gun away. Watching the special mutant slowly clench his fists. Seeing how brave Lin Feng was, the special mutant became interested. Just as he was about to have a good fight with Lin Feng, he suddenly saw the other party throw a bag of white powder at him and then jump out of the window. Only an idiot would fight you. Lin Feng jumped from the 3rd floor and landed on a pile of garbage bags, saying as he ran, "The bag of white powder is naturally the flour in the backpack." At this moment in the room, the special mutant smelled the powder on his face and sneezed. Fuck. Chapter 175 Confrontation. Lin Feng, who was running for his life, did not forget to take the time to look back to see if the special mutant had caught up with him. Seeing that the other party did not come to him, Lin Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, this mutant has probably developed a dog's nose. How come he can always find me? Lin Feng cursed while looking around to find a suitable place to hide. Soon he set his sights on an internet cafe on the side of the road. After entering the internet cafe, Lin Feng found a seat in a corner and sat down, and activated the 3 skills of stillness and invisibility. Phew, now I should be able to live in peace for a while. Watching his body disappear, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, the special mutant who wanted to lock onto Lin Feng again was once again in doubt. He even began to wonder if his skills were broken. Why could he sometimes find it, but sometimes not? However, he had just seen the place where Lin Feng escaped, so he followed the smell all the way. Eventually, the special mutant also came to this internet cafe. Holy crap, how did this idiot find this place? Lin Feng held his breath as he watched the special mutant walk into the internet cafe. The special mutant who couldn't find any trace of Lin Feng was obviously a little irritable, with flashes of red light in his eyes. Just then, a patrol team came on the street outside. There were 6 soldiers in total, but strangely, there was something similar to a drone following behind them. We just received a notification that a special mutant is suspected to have appeared nearby. Let's all search carefully. The patrol leader said as he looked at the crowd, trying to find the one person who was different. Beep, 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 beep. Suddenly, a short and sharp alarm sounded from the drone, and several soldiers quickly raised their weapons, because the drone was equipped with a virus detection device, and an alarm would sound as long as a virus was detected. There's only one reason why the virus can be detected here. That particular variant is nearby. Block off this street. Check, everyone. I'm going to request assistance. After the captain finished speaking, he picked up the walkie-talkie and started contacting the base. The remaining soldiers controlled all the intersections on the street and stopped the passing crowds and vehicles. After a while, a formation of helicopters appeared in the sky, and several armored vehicles loaded with soldiers drove over in the distance. Soon, the place became airtight. The special mutant standing in the internet cafe looked outside speechlessly. He really didn't know how his whereabouts were exposed. And now, there is no way to run away, because several soldiers have already walked into the internet cafe with detectors. After entering the internet cafe, the frequency of the detector alarms became faster and faster. Right here. Laugh. As soon as the soldier holding the detector finished speaking, he saw a black shadow passing by him. The next moment, the perspective flipped and the soldier was cut in half. Da 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 da. Suddenly, dense gunfire rang out in the internet cafe, and the surrounding soldiers began to move towards this side. There were not many civilians in the internet cafe, and they all hid in the bathroom at this time. Only Lin Feng was still sitting in the chair as steady as an old dog, watching all this. Boom! Suddenly, a shell hit the internet cafe and landed not far from Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng was not hurt, he was really scared and his body shook. The skill of static invisibility is also directly cancelled. Oh my god, do you dare to hit the target? Fortunately, the special mutant did not notice Lin Feng at this time. After taking advantage of the situation to reduce his presence, he tiptoed to the back door. On the other side, the special mutant was no longer hiding. 2 whips flew out and directly pierced and killed several soldiers. He's coming out. Fire, fire. Bang, 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 bang. Dense gunfire rang out, and the Vulcan cannon on the helicopter also began to attack the internet cafe. In an instant, the internet cafe turned into a ruin. But Lin Feng had already escaped. The rest of the matter has nothing to do with him. It would be best if these troops could kill the special mutant. If not, it would be okay to buy him some time. Lin Feng ran to another street and hailed a taxi to a nearby hotel. There should be 17 hours left, so let's continue to find a hotel to hide in. After getting off the bus, Lin Feng saw a knife shop nearby, so he bought a long dagger, ate something, and then checked into the hotel. When he came to the room, Lin Feng still turned on the air conditioner and lay on the bed, looking for the most comfortable position. There's a large screen TV in the room, which is just right to relieve boredom. Occasionally, the sound of gunfire could be heard in the distance. As long as the gunfire continued, Lin Feng would not worry about the special mutants coming to him. 5 hours passed like this, and Lin Feng felt a little sleepy. The gunfire over there had stopped long ago. As for what the result was, Lin Feng didn't know, but he believed that with the combat effectiveness of the special mutant, those troops would probably not be able to do anything to him. It was already getting dark outside. Looking at the clock on the wall, Lin Feng would be able to leave this shabby place around 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now I only need to lie down for 10 hours. This motionless posture was really tormenting for Lin Feng. He had to hold it in even when he wanted to go to the toilet. The next day, Lin Feng was exhausted after staying up all night. Both eyes were bloodshot. He didn't dare move the whole night, and even though the air conditioner was a bit cold, he just endured it. Finally, with the final countdown, the time came to 7 o'clock. Lin Feng twisted his stiff neck and looked at the sunlight outside. We should be able to leave in a few minutes. Suddenly, there was a sound of glass breaking, and Lin Feng quickly stood up with a dagger in his hand. Fuck, you really are haunting me. Looking at the mutant breaking into the window in front of him, Lin Feng was speechless. I'm leaving soon, so I just need to delay a little. However, the other party didn't seem to be in the mood to chat with Lin Feng. His hands slowly turned into a pair of steel claws, followed by a flash of cold light. Fuck, don't be so quick to fight, brother. Sit down and talk. What's your mother's last name? Lin Feng spoke as he dodged the claw attacks. Although the opponent's strength in all aspects is superior to his own, his agility attribute seems to be inferior to his own. After several rounds of fighting, there was nothing left intact in the room, and the special mutants seemed to be becoming more and more violent. The hands changed shape again, this time turning directly into a pair of fists. Chapter 176, Golden Coffin. I'm throwing Lei's mother away. Lin Feng looked at the iron fist coming down in front of him and decisively jumped out of the window and left the room. The next moment, the entire floor of the room shattered. A young couple who lived below Lin Feng were crushed to death on the spot by the rocks. Lin Feng's room is on the 3rd floor, at least 10 meters high. If you jump down like this, you will be crippled if not dead. But it's better than being smashed into a meat patty. However, just as Lin Feng was about to land, the elevator door appeared below him. After passing through the white light of the elevator door, he fell directly into the elevator. Touching the cold ground, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Ouch! Seeing Lin Feng suddenly appear, the little velociraptor quickly came up and started to stick close to him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. Please check the personal panel. Ding dong! Congratulations to Survivor Lin Feng for completing the previous floor. The reward has been distributed. You will definitely encounter a floor merchant on your next floor, and his items are 10% off. This is the first time I've felt the elevator announcement sound so familiar. Lin Feng stretched his aching body and murmured. Soon, I felt the urge to urinate. After finishing his work, Lin Feng prepared some meat to feed the little velociraptor and then made some food for himself. I looked at the time, and it was just past 12 o'clock. I should go and have a rest first. After all, I haven't closed my eyes all day. After lying down, Lin Feng began to snore soon after. When he woke up again, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Ah, what's wrong? After hearing Xilonglong's cry, Lin Feng turned his head and looked over. Fuck, this giant crab was scavenged from the pond. I saw that the little velociraptor was holding a crab bigger than his head in his mouth. The crab was not dead at this time, and its 2 claws were tightly clamping the little velociraptor's mouth. Seeing Xilonglong's grinning expression, Lin Feng walked forward with a smile and cut off the 2 crab claws before taking the crab off. Steaming a crab this big is absolutely delicious. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, Lin Feng chuckled. The crab that has lost its 2 claws is obviously no longer a threat. Put in the steamer and start steaming it directly. By the way, let's see what the daily valuation is for today. After steaming the crabs, Lin Feng opened his personal panel. And directly to the bottom, daily evaluation, poor mental state, sanity -1, strength +2. Lin Feng. Damn, I really have negative attributes. But fortunately, the reduction is not too much, just a little bit of rationality. Soon, the elevator was filled with the smell of crabs. When the crabs were opened, they were full of crab paste and crab roe, which made Lin Feng drool. Xilonglong, do you want to eat? Ouch. Oh, you don't want to eat it, right? Then I'll give you a bone, pet, chew it. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he took down the pet bone hanging on the wall and threw it to the velociraptor. Xiaolong. Lin Feng took out a spoon and took a big bite of the crab roe and immediately made a sound of enjoyment. Of course, there must be a portion for the little velociraptor, but it's too hot now and it can't eat it. After eating most of it, Lin Feng took out all the remaining meat. Here, you can't eat this, just try it. Woo! The little velociraptor, who had been extremely hungry and thirsty, quickly put down the bone in his mouth and ran over to eat it, but the crab meat was only enough for 2 bites. It disappeared after a few smacks in my mouth. The little velociraptor, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, looked at Lin Feng eagerly. Damn, a crab makes you so greedy? Looking at the little velociraptor with a look of helplessness, Lin Feng scolded him with a smile, then took out a piece of beef from his backpack and threw it to him, and fried some beef for himself. However, just when he was halfway through his meal, the system's voice rang. Beep. The floor you're about to enter is the grassland floor. There are a lot of wild animals on this floor. After leaving the elevator, walk 150 meters north. You'll find a treasure chest 10 meters underground. There's no danger on this floor. After listening to the introduction of the floor, Lin Feng continued to eat his meal leisurely, thinking that he could take the little velociraptor out to play later. Let it experience the joy of hunting. As for replenishing food, Lin Feng didn't care because there was still nearly a ton of beef and dinosaur meat in the cowhide backpack. It would be enough to go in and kill a few cows to replenish the supplies. The most important thing was the treasure chest. It seemed that this was the first time that Lin Feng encountered a treasure chest on a floor without any threat. The floor with the infinity pool does not count. After all, diving there is somewhat dangerous. Ding dong. The elevator is going up. Please hold on to it. After eating the last bite of meat, Lin Feng put on his armor and picked up weapons such as the technological rhino horn bow. Soon, the elevator stopped. Xia Long Long, go out and play. After getting Lin Feng's permission, the little velociraptor ran out with a cheerful pace. After a while, Xiao Long Long encountered a herd of deer. Ouch! The little velociraptor seemed very happy to see the savanna deer that he had only seen in the animal world and hurried over to make friends with them. These grassland deer seemed a little confused after seeing the unknown creature, the little velociraptor. However, the entire herd of deer stayed away from the lake. Roar! The little velociraptor roared and then pounced on the savanna deer closest to him. On the other side, Lin Feng arrived at the target location according to the system's prompts. Then he took out the energy pistol and began a charge. 10 seconds later, the trigger was released, and with a loud bang, a big hole appeared on the ground. Dahe, check the depth of this pit for me. Lin Feng, who was flying in the air, said to Dahe. Okay, Mr. Lin, please wait. Soon, an analytical diagram of the big pit appeared in front of Lin Feng. The depth is 4 meters. 1.5 more will be enough. Lin Feng counted with his fingers, then gathered his strength again. Boom! There was another loud noise and another scan. This time the depth was as high as 9 meters. I have to be careful now. After the third bombing, Lin Feng successfully saw the treasure chest that the system mentioned. But the shape is a bit weird. After taking out all the treasure chest, Lin Feng frowned. System, you call this a treasure chest? Lin Feng was speechless as he looked at the coffin in front of him. Seeing that the system did not respond, Lin Feng did not ask any further questions. The coffin seemed to be made of gold. After searching for a long time, Lin Feng still couldn't find how to open the coffin lid. There's not even a gap in the middle. After this thing was buried, it wasn't sealed off immediately, was it? After touching the golden coffin, Lin Feng decided to break it open by force. Chapter 177, The Tomb Robber. If this coffin is made of gold, it should not be difficult to open it, but I am afraid that there are some strange things mixed in it. In order not to destroy the things inside, Lin Feng did not choose to use the rechargeable pistol. After all, the power of a rechargeable pistol is difficult to control. What if you're not careful and the things inside are blown to pieces? Lin Feng also has some ideas about this coffin. I'll see if I can fit it into the material storage area later. After all, it's an upgrade material. You have to be careful when using this thing, Lin Feng thought as he searched in the elevator. Soon he left the elevator with a tang sword and a chainsaw. Lin Feng planned to use a knife to look for a gap first, and then use an electric saw to cut it open. If he couldn't find it, he would just use an electric saw to cut it open. When the tang sword was pulled out, a blazing flame suddenly ignited on the blade. When the tang sword approached the golden coffin, something magical happened. I saw that the coffin, which was very flat just now had a groove. When Lin Feng drew a circle on the coffin with the tang sword, a gap finally appeared between the coffin lid and the coffin body. What kind of mechanism is this? Lin Feng touched the gap that suddenly appeared and said with surprise, I couldn't touch it no matter how hard I tried just now. Now that there's a gap, the rest is easy. Lin Feng inserted the tang sword into the gap, then walked around the coffin, and bursts of air leaking sounds came from the coffin. After a while, Lin Feng used both hands to lift up the coffin lid with the help of his armor. There were only 2 bodies in the coffin. One was just bones, and the other was still wearing clothes, nothing else. Huh, wait, why does this clothed corpse look so familiar? Holy shit, isn't this a floor trader? How'd he die here? Lin Feng put away his Tang sword, found a wooden stick, and poked the corpse of the merchant on the floor. Dead. Not dead. Damn, alive again. I'm sorry if I scared you. First of all, thank you very much for saving my life. I accidentally fell into this trap 3 days ago and couldn't get out. The businessman on the floor pushed away the wooden stick that Lin Feng was poking at him, stood up, and said. But his height was not even as tall as the coffin, so he looked very funny. This seemed to be the shortest of all the floor merchants Lin Feng had ever seen. I see. Lin Feng nodded doubtfully. In fact, what he wanted to say was, what kind of good person would use a golden coffin as a trap? And there was also an owner in the coffin. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly thought of a key thing. Could it be that this damn businessman was locked in this coffin because of tomb robbery? Anyone who can cast a coffin with gold must be of high status. How could there be no burial treasures in the coffin? Could it all be on the merchants on this floor? Ahem, to thank you for saving my life, I'm selling you everything I have at a 90% discount. Is there anything you'd like? The merchants on the floor rubbed their hands together and then took out their standard small backpacks. A shovel was pulled out from inside. I got the wrong one, wait. The businessman on the floor just chuckled and quickly put the shovel back. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng became even more certain that this guy definitely failed to rob the tomb and was locked in a coffin instead. He should have taken away everything in the coffin, right? This is a water repellent bead. Wearing allows you to move freely underwater. This is a lucky necklace. And this sword can cut through iron like mud. And these potions, you should be familiar with them, so I won't introduce them in detail. Is this all there is in this coffin? Of course, in what coffin? The businessman on the floor quickly avoided the question. Forget it. Just tell me how much it is in total. Lin Feng waved his hand. In fact, apart from the lucky ring and attribute potion, the rest were useless to him. The water repellent beads were actually similar to the mermaid's blessing, and his Tang sword was definitely better than that sword. It was just that he had come across an opportunity to get it at a 10% discount, so Lin Feng naturally accepted them all. As for attribute potions, there are 5 bottles of strength potions, 3 bottles of agility potions, and 3 bottles of intelligence potions. You don't have anything else besides these? Lin Feng frowned, thinking that this shopping opportunity at a discount was a bit of a loss. Yes, that's all. Give me 10 gold coins in total. Wow, such a small thing originally cost 100 gold coins. Lin Feng thought to himself that he was a profiteer and then took out 10 gold coins. By the way, do you know what nightmare fruit is? Lin Feng asked curiously. He had won a nightmare wood through a lottery before. It was said to be the main material for making nightmare fruit. However, Lin Feng really had no idea what the nightmare fruit was used for. But judging by the name, it might be related to dreaming. Nightmare fruit. That thing is used to suppress nightmares, but I don't think you have encountered a nightmare. So why are you asking this? Then do you know what the nightmare fruit is made of? Grind the nightmare wood into small pieces and sprinkle them on the golden apple to turn it into nightmare fruit. Oh, and a friendly reminder, don't eat that stuff if you don't have anything to worry about. It's bad for your health. After the merchant finished speaking, he put the gold coins in his pocket and ran away. Looking at the back of the businessman leaving the floor, Lin Feng touched his chin thoughtfully. This floor merchant must have gotten something good in the coffin. Damn, he really doesn't know how to do business. Now it's time to throw this golden coffin into the stockpile area. With the help of the armor, Lin Feng could easily lift the golden coffin, carry it all the way back to the elevator, and then throw it directly into the material storage area. Phew. Next, let's see if we can catch some other animals. I'm getting tired of eating beef all the time. After changing into the high-tech rhino horn bow, Lin Feng controlled the armor and flew into the sky. The little velociraptor has been busy at this time. 3 prairie deer have been killed. After seeing the death of their companions, the deer herd seemed extremely united, and several strong male deer even stood up to fight against the little velociraptor. But the little velociraptor is not a vegetarian. After all, it can't eat the bodybuilding pills and those attribute-enhancing things for free. Plus, it's inherently very flexible. So every time he faced an attack from a male deer, he could easily dodge it, then rush into the herd and kill a random stag. It wasn't long before the deer began to scatter. Could Lin Feng let them escape? He treated his rhino horn bow as a mere decoration. After calling back the little velociraptor, Lin Feng pulled the bowstring and then saw dozens of translucent laser arrows flying into the air, shooting towards the fleeing deer like tracking bullets. Under Lin Feng's control, the number of bows and arrows was just right, enough to kill all the grassland deer. Chapter 178 Random Duel. Who is the Luck King? Including the 3 killed by the little velociraptor, there were a total of 14 savanna deer. Each one weighs about 400 to 600 kilograms. There is still plenty of time, and Lin Feng is not in a hurry. He can just deal with these grassland deer. The sword bought from the merchant also came in handy. Apart from anything else, the sword was quite sharp and could directly cut open the victim's belly with one strike. The little velociraptor worked very hard to carry the body of the prairie deer to Lin Feng. A few hours later, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Even though I was dissecting corpses while wearing battle armor, it was still quite tiring. In the end, the cowhide backpack was filled with 8 compartments of venison and ribs. Lin Feng sold all the remaining internal organs, deer heads, and other parts at the exchange. It will take a while to sell out, so today we'll just have some simple offal. The little velociraptor is probably full. Just now, when Lin Feng was cutting up the venison, this thing ate like crazy. It could accurately catch anything Lin Feng threw and eat in one bite, except for poop. So the little velociraptor won't have any share of the venison later. An hour later, the little velociraptor looked eagerly at Lin Feng, who was gnawing on the ribs. "Look at your bloated belly. You still want to eat?" "Ah!" The little velociraptor cried out, then picked up the bone and came to the treadmill. Lin Feng, 6. In order to get something to eat, the dragon tried its best. Seeing this, Lin Feng had no choice but to leave a few ribs for the little dragon. After wiping his greasy fingers, Lin Feng placed several bottles of attribute potions. These potions are 5 bottles of strength potions, 3 bottles of speed potions, and 3 bottles of intelligence potions. Lin Feng also spun it away without hesitation. Opening the personal panel, I found that my strength attribute had reached 80 points. With the bonus of today's evaluation, I had a total of 82 points of strength attribute. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 80. Speed, 64. Agility, 57. Constitution, 38.5. Intelligence, 45. Charisma, 35. Luck, 25. Sanity, 1/10 of intelligence, 4.5, plus 26. Skills, narrow escape, dog nose, cold-blooded creature, bounty hunter, god-level driving skills, fishing in troubled waters, static invisibility. Daily evaluation, poor spirit, sanity -1, strength +2. These 80 points of power are indeed a little different. Lin Feng clenched his fists, looking forward to seeing how he would perform when his strength reached 100 points. The effect of the lucky necklace was the same as the one the succubus gave to Lin Feng, both adding 2 points of luck, which just replenished Lin Feng's strength. At this time, the little velociraptor was still running. After Lin Feng put the ribs behind it, he went to watch TV. It's a good opportunity to verify whether this thing has anything to do with the floors he has experienced. When the TV was turned on, a science fiction movie was playing. Obviously, it has nothing to do with Lin Feng, because Lin Feng has not yet been to any floors with advanced technology. The film tells the story of a future world where a robot revolution and meteorological apocalypse break out, putting human civilization in imminent danger. Although it has nothing to do with Lin Feng, it doesn't stop him from watching it with great interest. Before long, I had been watching for a full 2 hours. Feeling a little sleepy, Lin Feng didn't watch the next plot anymore. He had guessed it anyway. After the little velociraptor finished eating the ribs, it also lay on its foam board and yawned. A few hours later, beep. The floor you're about to enter is a random duel. There are 4 survivors on this floor. Each has a track where you can find random weapons and equipment. Please use the weapons and equipment you find to kill all the survivors at the final point. No items may be brought to this floor, and access to this floor may be denied. Ding. Issuing a task. I am the king of luck. Please host to be the final winner. Reward. Luck +1. Random again? Lin Feng must enter. It would be a waste if he doesn't enter this floor with his lucky attribute of 25 points. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Since he couldn't bring anything with him, Lin Feng didn't make any preparations. After the elevator door opened, he walked out directly. There's a transparent glass room outside, and glass passages in front connect the rooms one after another. Ding dong. Welcome to this floor. There are 4 survivors on this floor. Each of you has a track in front of you. There are 15 rooms in total. In each room, you can find some useful or useless items. In the end, you will duel at the end. The winner will obtain the elevator supplies of the others. The survivor who is killed will not die, but will lose all items, and the elevator level will be reduced to level 1. Oh, this time, the floors won't actually die. Lin Feng raised his eyelids slightly, but this punishment was really severe, and it was no different from starting over again. Ding dong. The game begins. After the elevator announcement sounded, the air wall in front of Lin Feng disappeared, and the other 3 people hurriedly ran into the first room. Because each room was transparent, everyone could see the situation of the person next to them. Lin Feng was just caught in the middle between the 2 people. When you come to the first room, there's only one box in the room. After opening it, Lin Feng got a dart and a piece of bread from it, and then nothing else. That's right, such a big box is used to hold these 2 things. After sighing, Lin Feng quickly walked to the next room. There were 2 boxes in the second room. Lin Feng successfully obtained a bottle of potion that temporarily increased strength. It said that after taking it, the strength attribute would be increased by 10 within 10 minutes. In another box was an iron sword that still felt sharp. The third room was blocked by a wooden door. Although Lin Feng could not see what was behind the door, he could smell a faint stench of decay. Zombies. For safety reasons, Lin Feng did not open the door in the conventional way, but took a step back and kicked it open directly with his foot. A zombie blocking the door was kicked out on the spot, knocking down several other zombies in the process. It really is a zombie. There were more than a dozen zombies crammed into such a small room of more than 10 square meters. Lin Feng couldn't move his hands and feet in this place, so he had to fight and retreat at the same time. After a while, all the zombies were cleared out by him. A Glock pistol and 2 magazines also appeared in the middle of the room. This should be the reward for him. But I only got a small pistol after killing more than a dozen zombies. Never mind, it's better than nothing. Looking at the 2 people around him, it seemed that he was the only one who encountered a hostile creature. After checking the insurance, Lin Feng continued to move forward. Chapter 179, Flame Sword, Super Potion. In the 4th room, there is a huge stone with a flaming sword stuck in it. The Great Sword of Flame can only be drawn by someone strong enough. Whoever obtains this sword gains the power of fire. This is what the wooden sign on the boulder reads. Putting the pistol into his trouser pocket, Lin Feng walked forward and grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands. I don't know if my strength of 80 points can pull it out. The power of fire sounds awesome. Oh! Lin Feng exerted force with both hands, and veins on his arms bulged. The half-inserted sword body began to loosen slowly, and with Lin Feng's muffled groan, the giant sword was slowly pulled out. The giant sword is 1 meter and 2 meters long, and almost 1 meter and 5 meters including the hilt. There are no fancy patterns on the sword, because the burning flames are its best decoration. Feeling the heat wave in front of him, Lin Feng felt that the sword looked somewhat familiar. Isn't this similar to his enchanted Tang sword? However, this sword needs to be held with both hands. After waving it a few times, Lin Feng became more certain that this was just an enchanted sword. But the flames on it seemed to be more powerful than his sword. Maybe the enchantment is of a higher level? Lin Feng thought that this sword could directly launch fireballs or something, but after all this time, it turned out to be just like this. Is this the whole process of drawing the sword? But it's really good on this floor. I can sell it later or give it to Cheenan, and then ask him if he needs weapons. This broken sword doesn't even have a scabbard. I'm really impressed. It's really inconvenient to carry a big sword like this. Forget it. Let's go to the next room quickly. Dragging the giant sword, Lin Feng passed through the glass corridor and came to the 5th room. There is a well in the 5th room, and there is also a wooden sign above the well. Wishing well. Throw any object into the well to obtain treasure. Anything? There was nothing else in this room. Lin Feng looked at the items he had obtained. A dart, a pistol, a magazine, and a giant sword. It seems that darts are the most useless. After throwing the dart in casually, Lin Feng leaned forward to take a look. When the darts fell into the water, there was a splash, followed by the sound of fireworks, and the 2 darts were suspended at the mouth of the well. One is gold, and the other is silver. Ding dong. Congratulations to the survivor for obtaining a gold dart and a silver dart. Gold darts automatically lock onto enemies. Extremely hard and sharp, their power depends on the force with which they are thrown. Silver dart unable to automatically lock onto, highly toxic, extremely hard, extremely sharp. Its power depends on the force used to throw it. After the elevator announcement ended, 2 darts flew into Lin Feng's hands. Damn, it's like a stronger version of giving away whatever you throw in there, right? Lin Feng stared at the wishing well in front of him in amazement. If you had told me this earlier, I would have thrown this giant sword in. Maybe it can even turn into a sword that shoots magic balls. Ding dong. The wishing well will automatically destroy in 10 seconds. Please proceed to the next room as soon as possible to avoid early elimination. Hearing the elevator announcement, Lin Feng gave up the idea of trying again and hurried to the next room. The 6th room was an empty room. After searching carefully in the room, Lin Feng continued to the 7th room. To his surprise, the 7th room was also empty. No way. My luck attribute is not working. 2 empty rooms in a row. Damn, how bad is this? I looked at the 2 people next to me. The 2 survivors were still on the 6th floor. It seemed that they had encountered hostile creatures. One was a zombie and the other was a skeleton soldier. When we arrived at the 8th room, it was finally not empty this time. There was a huge dice in the room with a total of 20 sides. Roll the dice and get rewards based on the number of points. After reading the words on the wooden sign, Lin Feng threw the giant sword to the ground, picked up the dice with both hands, and then threw it out with force. Dang, 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 dang. With a collision, the dice was about to stop at 1, when suddenly a strange wind came from nowhere and blew the dice directly to 20. After the dice stabilized, a white light appeared, and a bottle of rainbow-colored potion appeared in the white light. There's a label on the bottom of the potion. Super Potion. After taking, gain attribute gains for 3 minutes. Speed plus 20, Strength plus 20, Agility plus 20, Sanity plus 20, Constitution plus 20, top-level healing ability. The attributes are really awesome, but it's a pity that it only lasts 3 minutes. I'm not an instant killer. Although he said this, Lin Feng quickly put the potion into his pocket. With this thing, next time I meet that special mutant, I can even fight it head-on after putting on the armor. The rewards on this floor are indeed rich. After obtaining such a powerful potion, Lin Feng's bad mood, caused by encountering 2 empty rooms in a row, was swept away. Soon he came to the 8th room. There are 5 skeleton soldiers using bone knives and a green upright creature. This creature has no arms and is the same width at the top and bottom. It walks by crawling continuously on the 4 legs of its lower body. The 5 skeleton soldiers had no combat power, and Lin Feng killed them easily. Just as he was about to kill the green creature, it suddenly swelled up. Lin Feng seemed to smell some gunpowder vaguely. What the hell? Looking at the green creature in front of him that was about to explode, Lin Feng quickly stepped back and held the giant sword across his body. Boom! The range of the green creature's self-detonation was very wide, directly covering the entire room. Just when Lin Feng was about to take emergency shelter and return to the elevator, the giant sword that Lin Feng held in front of him suddenly formed a fiery red shield and successfully blocked the horrific explosion for Lin Feng. After the threat ended, the shield also disappeared. Lin Feng looked at the giant sword in his hand in shock. He saw 2 shocking cracks on the sword body, and the originally burning flame was extinguished. I touched it with my hand and felt it was cold. Thanks, man. I'll definitely fix you when I get back. Lin Feng touched the cold sword and spoke slowly. He admitted that he had indeed underestimated this ordinary giant sword. I didn't expect that it would save my life at the critical moment. Shouldn't it be able to be restored to its original state using the universal hammer? After tying the giant sword behind him with his coat, Lin Feng continued on his journey. Lin Feng reaped a lot of rewards from the remaining 7 rooms, only to encounter an empty room. The rest of the items were a rifle with 10 bullets, a teardrop that can heal mental trauma after being taken, a copper coin that can be sold to a floor merchant for 50 gold coins, and a bulletproof vest that is very thin and can probably only block pistol bullets. A lucky ring and a styptic. Chapter 180 The End. Apart from these things, there's nothing else. To be honest, Lin Feng didn't get many offensive weapons, just a Glock, a rifle, a pair of gold and silver darts, and the broadsword was broken. He even felt that it would be better if he could fight directly in close combat. After leaving the last door, Lin Feng arrived at the place of the final battle. He is the first to arrive, and when all the survivors arrive, the final battle will begin. The room where the final battle took place was a glass room of more than 1,000 square meters. Everything above, below, left, and right is transparent, and there is endless void under your feet. People who are afraid of heights will probably be scared to death when they come here. Soon, a fat man came out. Lin Feng looked closely and found that it was the fat man he met in the death race before. That very flexible fat guy. After Shi Jin came out, he also saw Lin Feng. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from his mind. Kill him and use my power. Yes, my lord. Shi Jin looked at Lin Feng with a dull look. Lin Feng, who was some distance away from Shi Jin, didn't hear what he was saying, otherwise he would have suspected that this guy also had a system. Seeing that Shi Jin was always looking at him, Lin Feng was a little confused. It seemed that he and he had nothing in common, right? They had only met on the death race floor, and the two hadn't exchanged words. The other party kept staring at him, so Lin Feng naturally would not show weakness and stare back. In an instant, two invisible spiritual forces clashed in the air, but Lin Feng was definitely better. His mental strength has become stronger again. The voice in Shi Jin's body sounded again. Seeing that the other party turned his head away, Lin Feng laughed and said, "You rubbish. You dare to glare at me." Soon, the third person came out, but his appearance was a bit outrageous. He was wearing a full set of armor and a big sword, just like a medieval heavy infantryman. What's even more outrageous is that this guy has a double-barreled hunting rifle on his waist. Is this the combination of ancient and modern? Ding dong. Countdown. 3 seconds later, the final battle begins. After hearing the elevator announcement, everyone was stunned. Aren't there only 3 people? What about the 4th person? Could it be that he was eliminated in there? Before anyone could react, the countdown ended. The 3 of them looked at each other. Then they rushed towards the person who posed the greatest threat to them. Shi Jin's target was naturally Lin Feng. When the other person saw Shi Jin rushing towards Lin Feng, a sinister expression appeared on his face under the helmet. He then silently pulled out a shotgun and followed behind him. While running, Shi Jin continued to take the potions he had obtained. Seeing the fat man rushing towards him, Lin Feng quickly raised his rifle and shot at him. However, facing the flying bullets, Shi Jin actually dodged them all. Is the agility attribute so high? Shocked, Lin Feng threw the rifle in his hand and hid the silver dart in his sleeve. As a master of cold weapons, he naturally knew this simple way of ambush people. Shi Jin's equipment was very simple, a dagger and a bulletproof vest, but he had a lot of potions, more than a dozen bottles. Seeing Lin Feng clenching his fists, ready to fight him, Shi Jin immediately showed a playful expression. Soon, the 2 men clashed, and while they were clashing, the armored Lao Lu was slowly approaching, ready to give them a fatal blow with the shotgun in his hand. Suddenly, his figure suddenly stopped. Then, his body fell backwards as if hit by something heavy. On the other side, Lin Feng and Shi Jin fought back and forth. With the support of various potions, Shi Jin's attributes were surprisingly not much different from Lin Feng's. At this moment, a green vortex suddenly flashed in Shi Jin's eyes, and then his strength suddenly increased. He punched Lin Feng, causing pain in his arm. Green. Although the green vortex in Shi Jin's eyes disappeared quickly, it was still captured by Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought that the green vortex looked very similar to the pattern on the head of the mysterious creature he had encountered. I seem to have sold that piece of octopus foot at that time. Is there any connection between them? Before Lin Feng could think about it, Shi Jin's fist attacked again. This time, Lin Feng finally found an opportunity to use a hidden weapon. He swung out his left fist and collided with Shi Jin's fist, and his right hand took the silver dart hidden in his sleeve. Laugh! With a dull thud, the silver dart in Lin Feng's hand accurately pierced Shi Jin's waist. Immediately, streams of green blood flowed out, and soon, Shi Jin fell to the ground with his eyes rolled back. Shaking his numb left arm, Lin Feng stepped over Shi Jin's body. The green vortex that flashed in Shi Jin's eyes was still on my mind. Just when Lin Feng was curious about why the survivor in armor didn't come over to attack them, he suddenly saw a corpse lying in a pool of blood not far away. It was the survivor in armor. At this moment, his helmet actually flattened. What's going on? At this moment, Lin Feng's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and his back felt cold. He quickly dodged to the side. This act of dodging attacks had almost become Lin Feng's muscle memory. Whoosh! A strong wind appeared where Lin Feng was just now. Invisiblement. I was wondering where the 4th survivor had gone, but I didn't expect that he had actually gotten the invisibility item. The danger perception was triggered again. Lin Feng took a step back to avoid the attack, and then activated the skill dog nose. To be honest, Lin Feng really has no energy to complain about this name. Can it be called enhanced sense of smell? After opening it, a smell that was incompatible with the air came into my nose. The man's invisibility became a decoration, because with his powerful sense of smell, Lin Feng had already imagined the man's general outline in his mind when the third attack came. The golden dart in Lin Feng's hand flew out directly. Puff! A muffled sound was heard, and the golden dart floated in the air and fell to the ground after a moment. As waves of blood flowed out, the figure of the last survivor appeared. After pulling out the golden dart stuck in his brain, Lin Feng rubbed it on his clothes. Sneak attack on me? Young. After turning off the dog, nose skill, Lin Feng waited for the elevator announcement. Ding dong. The winner of this floor is survivor Lin Feng. The supplies in the other 3 people's elevators have been transferred to the winner's elevator. The items obtained by the other 3 people on this floor will be collected, and the items obtained by the winner will remain. After the announcement, everything the other 3 people had obtained in the previous room disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. Boom! With a loud bang, the elevator appeared in front of Lin Feng. After the door opened, a beam of white light shone towards Lin Feng. Chapter 181, Is there still a mission on Blue Star? After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng looked at a small hill in the elevator and felt worried, because there were many things in it that he could not use at all. If he upgraded the supplies, they would all be automatically put into the material storage area. What surprised Lin Feng was that these 3 people actually contributed 7 upgrade sets and more than 2,000 gold coins to him. It's a pity that there is not a single ice crystal stone. Now the upgrade materials are enough to upgrade the set, and only 5 ice crystal stones are missing. Sighing, he stood up and walked over to the pile of junk and took a quick look through it. More than 2 hours later, Lin Feng put all the useless things on the exchange for sale, and not many things were left. 3 bottles of strength potion, a golden apple, a laser dagger, 3 detoxification pills, 3 packets of cold medicine, 4 packets of anti-inflammatory medicine, a bottle of painkillers, 2 bottles of vitamins, a bottle of night vision potion, and finally a Gatling gun. It's a pity that there is no bullet. Lin Feng left it behind simply because it looks cool. In terms of practicality, it is definitely not as good as Lin Feng's other weapons, but it is still very good as a decoration in the elevator. How do I open this thing? Lin Feng looked at the handle of the laser dagger in his hand, then pressed a button. The next moment, a laser knife only a dozen centimeters long stretched out from the handle. So short? Lin Feng looked at the short blade in his hand speechlessly. Forget it, it's pretty good as a hidden weapon. After turning off the laser dagger, Lin Feng put it in his pocket. The length of the handle is only about as long as a ballpoint pen. Very small. After packing up everything, Lin Feng put the big sword tied to his back on the ground, picked up the universal hammer in his right hand, and started hammering. Looking at the sword body that was gradually repairing, Lin Feng suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. However, when the sword was completely repaired, the flames that had been burning disappeared. The enchantment attribute cannot be repaired. Lin Feng, who didn't believe it, took out a nuclear lighter and lit it. Knock it. This universal hammer can only be used for physical repairs? Or is this greatsword so special that it can only be repaired like this? Anyway, this greatsword is now just an ordinary greatsword. If I get a fire enchantment book in the future, I should be able to completely repair it. Blue Star. This was Qin En's last day in Blue Star, and his illegal household registration problem was successfully resolved. As more and more people returned to Blue Planet, governments gradually learned where these missing humans had gone and what had happened to them. When they learned that they would occasionally return, the statistics on missing people came to an end, and all those who were previously listed as unregistered have had their status removed. In addition, the survivors who once worked in government departments were also given a task to explore the technology of advanced civilizations, as well as the production methods of attribute potions and various elixirs. Although you can't bring back items when you return a Blue Star, you can bring back memories, so as long as you know the formula, it shouldn't be difficult to replicate it. At this time, it was already dark in Xia Kingdom. Qin leaned on the guardrail of the bridge, enjoying the evening breeze and looking at the bustling city with bright lights in the distance. In another 20 hours, these images will disappear from his sight. For some reason, Qin no longer wanted to stay in Blue Star. He felt that the elevator world seemed more suitable for him. Just as Qin was about to find an internet cafe to play for a day and then return to the elevator, a familiar announcement voice suddenly sounded. Ding dong. Survivor Qin, and has received a floor mission. Please go to the 2 Yuan grocery store on Chingsong Road and slap the owner. Now you can choose an item placed in the elevator to use. Reward. Elevator goes up 1 level. After the announcement ended, a virtual screen appeared in front of Qin and listing all his belongings. After thinking for a moment, Qin chose a weapon. A very small pistol, just the size of Qin An's palm, named Little Cricket. He bought this for 300 gold coins on the trading floor. The merchant also gave him an energy battery. Don't be fooled by the small size of this pistol. It is incredibly powerful, even more powerful than an RPG. Putting the cricket pistol into his shirt pocket, Qin took out his cell phone and called a Didi. The 2 Yuan grocery store on Chingsong Road was not far from him. After getting in the car, it took more than 10 minutes to drive there. So this should be it. Qin looked up at the grocery store with its sign on. He didn't expect that it was still open at 11 o'clock in the evening. After pushing the door and walking in, the cold air from the air conditioner blew towards me. The owner of the grocery store was a woman wearing a short black silk skirt. He is about 30 years old. Hello, what would you like to order? This is the 2 Yuan section, and that is the 10 Yuan section. Oh, I'm just taking a look. Qin glanced at the woman for a few seconds and started to pick items from the shelves in the 10 Yuan section. Damn, this stupid elevator announcement. Why would they release such a stupid task? The young woman is working so hard and is still working late at night. Why do you want to slap her? If the reward wasn't so generous, Qin really wouldn't do such a stupid task. After randomly picking out a pair of sunglasses and a baseball cap, Qin came to the counter, thinking about giving her some compensation after slapping her. 20 in total, I'll sweep it for you. After saying that, Qin paid the money, then put on a baseball cap and sunglasses. He slapped the young woman in the face while she looked at him in bewilderment. Because Qin's strength attribute is quite high now, he couldn't control the strength for a moment and directly blew her away. Hiss! Damn, I used too much force. Just when Qin was about to leave, the boss who was slapped away stood up straight. The face also began to distort continuously. Human, how did you see through my disguise? As he spoke, strands of spider silk appeared around Qin. The young woman, just now, also turned into a huge spider. War de F.A.? Qin was shocked and pulled out the cricket, then pulled the trigger. Boom! The powerful recoil directly knocked Qin away. The counter was directly destroyed, and a big hole was blown out in the wall behind it. Several corpses wrapped in spider silk appeared in front of Qin. Under the spider silk, there were dozens of small spiders as big as fists looking for food. And what these spiders eat is human corpses. The explosion just now caused all the vehicles parked nearby to sound their sirens. Residents living nearby were also awakened. When they saw smoke coming out of the grocery store, they thought it was on fire and quickly helped call the police. Chapter 182, Giant Worm. Thanks to Uncle Crab from Bailey Yunsu for the character summon. Qin slowly approached with the cricket pistol in his hand. When he saw the big spider blown into pieces, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now he had to deal with the small spiders. When the dozen or so little spiders saw Qin, they quickly crawled towards him, but it only took one shot to kill them. Just then, sirens sounded outside. After hearing the sound, Qin looked around and jumped out of the window next to him. Ding dong. Survivor Qin complete the mission. Fuck, how come this guy is here so quickly? Qin rubbed his arm. In his haste, he didn't clean up the broken glass near the window, and his arm was cut. But mission accomplished. After simply wrapping the wound on his arm with clothes, Qin took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Lin Feng. In the elevator world, Lin Feng was preparing ingredients for lunch. After browsing the exchange for a while, he picked out some food he hadn't eaten in a long time. At this time, Qin's message just came. Qin and Fengzi, Blue Star now has floor missions. Lin Feng, what mission? Qin, let me kill a spider spirit, and the reward is an elevator level upgrade. Lin Feng, what the hell? The elevator level is directly upgraded by 1 level. That's not right. You can kill the spider demon with just the little pistol I left for you? That spider demon is too weak. Qin, no. After receiving the task announced in the elevator announcement, you can choose an item in the elevator space to take out. Qin, I bought a powerful pistol on the trading floor a while ago. With one shot, that young woman in black stockings, no, that little spider was killed instantly by me. Qin, okay, let's stop talking for now. The cops seem to be coming. I'm gonna run away first. Judging from the time, Qin's vacation seems to be over soon. I'll talk about it in detail when he comes back. After all, the speed of time flow on Blue Planet and in the elevator world is different. However, it is not very different from what Lin Feng guessed. Returning to Blue Star in the future will be far more than just a vacation and relaxation. Lin Feng even thought that the Blue Star itself could be regarded as a huge floor. Interesting. He flipped the venison on the frying pan, cut off a piece with a knife, and put it in his mouth. It was tender, lean but not dry, and had a powdery feel after chewing for a long time. However, the smell of blood was too strong, which made Lin Feng, who had always eaten beef, feel a little uncomfortable. But the texture and taste are pretty good. The little velociraptor also got a big deer leg and was happily chewing it. The man and the dragon unknowingly ate more than 20 kilograms of meat. After wiping his body, Lin Feng lay on the bed and watched TV. The little velociraptor also leaned on the bed and watched with its tail swaying. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng woke up from his dream. At this time, Qin had returned to the elevator. He also told Lin Feng in detail about the current situation of Blue Star. In general, Blue Star is very dangerous now. Just take the Xia Kingdom as an example. A special department was set up to deal with various emergencies, and more bizarre things happened. For example, a passerby walking on the street may be laughing and joking in the last second and turn into a man-eating monster in the next second. Qin saw this with his own eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Lin Feng for a gun. After reading what Qin said, Lin Feng discussed it with him. Then the two of them prepared to enter the next floor. At this time, the system prompt also sounded. Beep! The floor you are about to enter is the desert floor. On this floor, you will find a temple where you can obtain some items. Please be careful. There is a giant worm lurking in the temple, so be careful when approaching. Ding! This floor is optional to enter, and you can bring any items to this floor. Lin Feng did not take the threat of the giant worm seriously. It could be said that most of the floors he had experienced so far were very easy for him as long as they allowed people to bring in items. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. The announcement ended and the elevator began to slowly descend. It soon stopped. At this time, Lin Feng had also put on his armor, and the weapons he carried were a charged pistol and a technological rhino horn bow. Seeing that the wind and sand outside were quite strong and it seemed like a sandstorm was brewing, Lin Feng did not let the little velociraptor go out. After all, it has little protection and is light in weight, so once you get in, you might not be able to walk. After leaving the elevator alone, Lin Feng flew into the air. Sir, we had detected that you are in bad weather. Would you like to activate the flight balance system? Open. Yes, sir. It's no wonder that after it was turned on, Lin Feng became much more stable. Soon, Lin Feng saw a temple built of sand and stone in the sky. Entering the temple, it was already in a dilapidated state, and even the surrounding walls had holes. There were still a few skeletons on the ground. The environment inside the temple can also be seen clearly at a glance. That's all. What could there be? Lin Feng was confused. However, just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden violent vibration under his feet. The next moment, the ground in the middle of the temple began to collapse. A huge bug crawled out from it. Its head alone is as big as 6 or 7 Lin Fengs. Boom! The giant worm jumped out of the ground and smashed down hard, raising the entire temple to the ground in an instant. No matter how fast Lin Feng reacted, he couldn't dodge and was hit hard. Fortunately, with the protection of the armor, Lin Feng did not suffer any harm. Woji, after pushing the giant worm's body, Lin Feng suddenly despaired. Damn it, he couldn't move it at all. I don't know how big this bug is. Now there's only one way. Lin Feng pulled the trigger of the rechargeable pistol with his finger. This might hurt him, but this was the only way at the moment. He only brought 2 weapons, a technological rhino horn bow and a charged pistol. In Lin Feng's current state, he was unable to draw the bowstring of the high-tech rhino horn bow. Although he could give up this floor and use the emergency escape method to return directly to the elevator, he wanted to give it a try. 10 seconds later, feeling the vibration of the charging pistol, Lin Feng quickly released the trigger. Boom! There was a loud bang, and Lin Feng's eyes turned white. The armor's alarm also sounded. The current temperature also appeared on Lin Feng's screen, which was almost reaching the limit temperature that the armor could withstand. Fortunately, the next moment, streams of white-red liquid poured onto Lin Feng's armor, and the temperature dropped instantly. The giant worm was also blown into 2 pieces by the charged pistol. Sir, your armor is currently engulfed in a strong, acidic liquid. To avoid damage to your armor, please leave this area as soon as possible. Grass. Chapter 183: The Basement of the Temple. Chenin? The giant worm that was blown into two pieces did not die, and its head and tail still had normal vitality. After hearing the warning from Dahe, Lin Feng quickly controlled the mecha to fly into the air to get rid of the slime. However, these mucus stuck tightly to the armor like a dogskin plaster, and no matter how fast Lin Feng flew, he couldn't get rid of them. There was no other way. Lin Feng had to control the armor to roll in the sand. After a while, the mucus attached to the armor was covered and absorbed by the sand. At the same time, the glaring red warning sound on the screen disappeared. It's just that this armor has a new skin, so I need to find a place to clean it properly. Now it's time to deal with this can of worms. The worm that was blown into two pieces was now recovering rapidly from its wounds. Even the back half of the body had grown granulation tissue on its head. If left alone, the entire head might have grown out in 10 minutes. Even Lin Feng was shocked by the giant worm's recovery ability. However, no matter how strong its recovery ability is, without strong defense and attack skills, it will just be a sitting duck with such a large body. Soon, under the service of Lin Feng's rechargeable pistol, the giant worm could no longer find a whole piece of meat. The area within a radius of hundreds of meters was filled with highly acidic liquid left behind by the giant worm. After confirming the death of the giant worm, Lin Feng flew back to the temple built with sand and stone. At this time, the temple had completely collapsed due to the destruction of the giant worm. When he came to the ruins of the temple, Lin Feng, who had thought that the temple was only as big as its surface, suddenly discovered that there was another world underground. If the giant worm had not crawled out from under the temple, Lin Feng might not have discovered this secret passage leading underground. Walk through the passage. Lin Feng came to a very dark place. Dahe also applied to turn on the night mode, and the entire basement appeared very clearly in front of Lin Feng. There were many torches for lighting stuck on the walls around the basement. Isn't this the torch the floor merchant wanted to sell me? Lin Feng curiously took the torch off the wall and looked at it in his hand. It couldn't be said that it was very similar to the torch that Korra wanted to sell him at that time, but it could be said that they were exactly the same. And after Lin Feng lit it, he couldn't extinguish it no matter how he waved it. This further confirmed that the torch Korra sold to him was from this place. And I think I sold one for 100 gold coins at that time. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly turned into the shape of gold coins. After a rough count, I found that there were more than 20 such torches in this basement. I got rich. I got 2,000 gold coins directly. No matter how you look at it, this floor has made a lot of money. After being shocked, Lin Feng discovered that the walls of this basement were painted with various animal patterns. The pattern mentioned here is not one of those cute cartoon patterns, but a mural that makes people feel creepy when they see it. All the creatures drawn are carnivores, and only the heads are shown. When Lin Feng reached out to touch it, he suddenly felt that the pattern on the wall seemed to come alive, and sucking the blood from his body. What the hell is this? Why do I feel this way through my armor? Just when Lin Feng was confused, a black shadow suddenly flashed from behind him. Feeling something strange coming from behind, Lin Feng suddenly turned around to look. Hello, do you want to trade? I saw a floor businessman standing behind Lin Feng at some point. Oh my god, are all the merchants on your floor so elusive? Lin Feng's vigilance gradually relaxed, and he then walked over to trade with the merchant on the floor. What do you have here? Oh, wait a minute. The businessman on the floor was stunned for a moment, then quickly took out various items from his backpack. But Lin Feng's hand was quietly placed on the charging pistol. Something was wrong. The merchants he had met before never needed him to take the initiative to ask what items they were selling. Each one is very active in introducing their products. But the floor merchants in front of him seemed very negative about this matter. Lin Feng, who noticed something was wrong, did not expose it immediately, but continued to observe. After all, he was not 100% sure. If he made a mistake, he would be the one in trouble. After all, I have been cultivating the favorability of the merchants on this floor for so long. If the floor merchant is killed by mistake, all previous efforts will be in vain. After a while, the merchant on the floor displayed all his goods. This is a strength potion. This is a pill that improves physical attributes. This is a repair potion. This is an invisibility cloak. And this is an all-purpose pill. These things are worth 10 gold coins in total. After hearing the selling price, Lin Feng frowned. Not because it was too expensive, but because these things were too cheap. These potions or pills don't just come in one bottle or one pill. There are 4 bottles of strength potions alone. So it is impossible that the total amount is only 10 gold coins. Even if he had the halo of discounts, he couldn't do it. This was very inconsistent with the floor merchant's image as a black marketeer. Now Lin Feng had a way to detect whether the floor merchant in front of him was real or fake. Give me a discount. I want all 5 gold coins. Can. Seeing that the floor merchant agreed without any hesitation, Lin Feng became even more certain that the floor merchant in front of him was fake. So he raised the charging pistol without hesitation. After charging, it was launched. Boom! The energy bomb passed through the body of the floor merchant, and the merchant who was hit, along with the things he had just sold, all turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared. It's fake. But why do I have hallucinations? Just when Lin Feng was confused, Qin An's voice suddenly appeared beside Lin Feng. Fuck, Fengzi, why are you here? Qin, why are you here? Faced with the sudden appearance of Qin, Lin Feng did not approach rashly. Maybe the Qin in front of me is also fake. Don't come over here yet. I just encountered some problems. Please answer a few questions to prove your identity. No way. Fengzi, with the relationship between us, do we really need to do this? Forget it. Just ask, and see how I'll deal with you later. Qin clenched his fists, looking threatening. Seeing Qin like this, Lin Feng's doubts were dispelled a little. When is your birthday? August 9th. What's your bank card password? 112138. Where were you yesterday? On Blue Star. I just came back. Did you forget? Didn't I tell you? Is the test done? Qin looked at Lin Feng with a helpless expression. One last question. Call me Daddy. Dad. Chapter 184 Totem. Seeing Qin calling him Dad without hesitation, Lin Feng shot him. According to Qin An's personality, he was probably already choked when he asked this question. Sure enough, after the energy bomb passed through Qin An's body, he also turned into a wisp of black smoke. Another hallucination. How could I, with such a high level of rationality, encounter an illusion? But why am I like this? Lin Feng thought about it while looking at the mural he had touched. Could it be because of that thing? At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a severe headache. The next moment, his eyes went dark. When he opened his eyes again, a short figure wearing a hood appeared in front of Lin Feng. Well, it looks like everything is fine. The businessman on the floor reached out and touched Lin Feng's head and said, What's going on? You must have been controlled by the totems on the wall. Don't underestimate these totems. No matter how strong your spiritual power is, you can still be controlled by them. Lin Feng looked at the businessman on the floor in front of him and did not let his guard down. After all, who knew if it was fake this time? Don't worry, I'm serious. Do you want to buy something? Oh, and the sobering potion I just gave you cost 10 gold coins. Please pay for it. Fuck, so expensive. Although Lin Feng said this, he still took out 10 gold coins. After seeing the merchant on the floor accept the gold coins, Lin Feng's doubts were somewhat dispelled. At the very least, the gold coins he gave out were real items. If the merchant on the floor in front of him was an illusion, then these gold coins would not be accepted. Of course, it is also possible that an illusion controlled Lin Feng, making Lin Feng think that these gold coins were taken away by the merchants on the floor. Desert Totem. Tattooing it grants you the ability to adapt to high temperatures, allowing you to withstand temperatures up to 500 degrees Celsius. Originally priced at $299, now only 199 gold coins. There are 3 bottles of Speed Potion. Each bottle is 2 gold coins, and there are 3 bottles of Agility Potion. Each bottle is 2 gold coins. By the way, do you want that giant worm you killed outside? What's the meaning? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. How many gold coins? I bought it. The floor businessman rubbed his hands. How do you get such a big body back? Hey, this backpack of mine is enough. The businessman on the floor patted his backpack and said, then held up 5 fingers. How about 50 gold coins and giving me the body of that giant worm outside? 50 gold coins? Take it if you want it. Lin Feng shrugged. The dead bodies of insects outside? There were still dead bodies of insects outside? Hadn't they all been blown to pieces by him? Hey, okay, then you want all of these. Give it all to me. The potion and the desert totem are both very useful to Lin Feng. Now it seems that the businessman on the floor in front of me should also be real. Okay, just give me another 171 gold coins. After paying the gold coins, the floor merchant left the basement, and Lin Feng followed him. When I got outside, I saw the merchant on the floor opening his backpack and then aiming it at the highly acidic liquid left by the giant worm. The next moment, something happened that shocked Lin Feng. The floor merchant's backpack actually absorbed all the liquid. P.S. The floor merchant's backpack only has spatial ability when it is in his own hands. If it is taken away by someone else, this feature will disappear. What's the use of this liquid? Lin Feng asked curiously, but he believed that the floor merchant would not be willing to tell him. Well, no comment, After saying that, the businessman on the floor quickly ran away and disappeared in a short while. It was indeed a good idea to have a good relationship with the floor merchants, otherwise I might not be sober today. Looking at the direction the businessman left, Lin Feng packed up his things and returned to the elevator. Just as Lin Feng was leaving this floor, the basement of the desert temple suddenly lit up. The totem that Lin Feng first touched flashed with a strange red light. Back to the elevator. Lin Feng first played with the little velociraptor for a while, then took out the desert totem he had bought. The totem is a black scorpion. The instructions for use are also marked. It is similar to applying a tattoo sticker. Just tear off the protective film and stick it directly where you want to stick it. After tearing off the protective film, Lin Feng thought about it and stuck it on his left arm. After massaging it for a while and tearing it open again, the totem appeared on the left arm. Is that all? Lin Feng rubbed the totem and didn't feel anything different about his body. However, the dealers on the floor said that this thing can withstand a high temperature of 500 degrees, so it should be fine to heat it with a lighter, right? Bang! After putting the lighter on his arm to warm it, Lin Feng only felt bursts of warmth, as if someone was licking his arm. There was no burning sensation at all, and no burns occurred. This totem is worth buying, but it is not very useful. After all, the temperature of the burning match alone reaches over 1,000 degrees. Whoa. Hungry. Lin Feng drank a few bottles of potion and asked while looking at the little velociraptor. Okay. Wait until I finish these bottles of potion. Lin Feng rubbed the little velociraptor's head and said, Ouch! What happened today? Why are you so anxious? Just when Lin Feng was wondering, the little velociraptor dived into the pool. At this time, Lin Feng discovered that the iron plate covering the infinity pool had been opened by the little velociraptor. After struggling in the water for a while, the little velociraptor pulled out a golden koi. Only then did Lin Feng realize that he had misunderstood Xiao Long. Okay, I misunderstood you. Looking at Xiao Long with a proud look on his face, Lin Feng said with a helpless smile. After putting the empty bottle away, he took the golden koi. This thing can bring you luck, so I'll eat it tonight. I wonder what would happen if Lin Feng knew that the dragon ate a golden koi while he was sleeping. The reason why Long didn't eat the golden koi this time was because the taste and texture of the golden koi were really bad. Even the foodie dragon doesn't like it, so you can imagine. But this golden koi is so big. The one in Lin Feng's hand is about 60 or 70 centimeters long. After simply processing the internal organs, Lin Feng applied a large amount of seasoning on the fish so that it would taste better. After lighting the fireplace and heating the charcoal, the fish was marinated. Put on the homemade grill, brush oil on both sides, and the aroma will come out in a short while. After Long smelled the fragrance, he hurried to Lin Feng. Chapter 185, Bounty on Lin Feng's Head. When he saw that what Lin Feng was roasting was the golden koi, he curled his lips and left with his tail wagging. That's strange. This foodie dragon isn't greedy anymore. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Otherwise, according to Long's personality, he would have started begging for food by now. There are only two kinds of things that a little velociraptor won't eat. One is poisonous, and the other is really unpalatable. Golden koi is definitely not poisonous, but the taste is really just average. Could it be that Long has already tasted it? Lin Feng turned his gaze and locked onto the dragon in question. The little velociraptor who was watching TV noticed that Lin Feng was staring at it and turned around curiously. Long, have you ever eaten this? Ouch! Seeing the little velociraptor nod directly, Lin Feng showed an expression that said, as expected. It would be enough to find out why the little velociraptor suddenly stopped being greedy. It was impossible for Lin Feng to be angry with the little dragon because of golden koi. After roasting the golden koi, Lin Feng began to eat it in big mouthfuls. After eating, his lucky attribute reached 27 points. While looking at the lucky attributes, Lin Feng also took a look at the daily evaluation. Today's evaluation is, life is unpredictable. The attribute gain is intelligence +2. Nothing. I thought this new feature would be awesome, but I didn't expect the enhanced attributes to become worse and worse. At this moment, a piece of important news appeared in the chat room. A man named Lin Feng issued a bounty mission. Lin Feng, 1,000 gold coins in exchange for the head of Lin Feng, the survivor with the highest elevator level. What? Holy crap, Lin Feng's head is so valuable. Brother, you're only level 10. How can you come up with so many gold coins? Who is Lin Feng? Lin Feng seemed to have appeared in the chat channel a long time ago. At that time, his level was already 15. I'm afraid he must be even higher now. Brothers, all the trading information listed by Lin Feng on the exchange can show his level. Holy crap, level 17. Level 17? So awesome. The information in the trading channel was refreshed very quickly, and Lin Feng was constantly sending his bounty information. Soon, all the survivors who were active in the chat room knew about it. One of Qin An's daily entertainment activities is to play tricks on people in the chat room. Naturally, he discovered this message, so he hurriedly asked Lin Feng to go to the chat room to take a look. At this time, Lin Feng was selling the torch he obtained from the desert temple. When he saw Qin An's message, he opened the chat room to take a look. Based on the fragmentary information, Lin Feng roughly understood. But where did this Lin Feng come from? Level 10? I don't think I've ever offended such a person. However, in order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, Lin Feng felt that it was necessary for him to speak out and intimidate these people. Otherwise, I would be surrounded no matter which floor I went to, and I wouldn't be able to bear it. Lin Feng, if you think you can withstand the laser cannon, you can come and try it. Oh my god, the real boss got blown out. Ha, 1,000 gold coins. I can't wait to kill you. Isn't it just a laser weapon? You're talking about it, as if everyone has one. I just spent a little money and bought a laser pistol on the trading floor. Why is this kid named Lin Feng so arrogant? He's just a few levels higher than us. Even if he has some powerful weapons, we're still the same once we reach the equality floor. The equality floor is a floor where no items can be brought in. This kind of floor is called equality for all. Those who wanted to kill Lin Feng in exchange for commission also wanted to kill Lin Feng on this kind of floor. Lin Feng looked at the survivors who were constantly shouting in the chat room and sneered his heart. He admitted that his strength would be greatly weakened after losing the bonus of weapons and equipment. But the power of killing a cow with one punch was not for show. If they want to come and die, Lin Feng welcomes them. At this time, in another elevator, Shijin looked at the chat room and smiled. Yes, it was him who spoke in the chat room. He also stole this elevator, and the original owner's body might not have been cold yet. It just so happened that the original owner of this elevator had hoarded a large amount of gold coins. So Shijin posted a reward message. It seems that the effect is quite good now. He just didn't believe that Lin Feng could remain safe and sound despite being hunted by so many people. Lin Feng, who was at the center of the vortex, was not panicked at all. He was lying on the bed eating snacks and watching TV. Zai Long Long, help me throw away the garbage. Ouch! The little velociraptor squatting by the pool quickly ran to the bed, picked up the garbage bag, and threw it into the trash can. So good. After touching the little velociraptor, Lin Feng lay down on the bed to rest. Beep! The floor the host is about to enter is the Doomsday floor. You will encounter a small number of mutant creatures on this floor. You can also find a badly damaged basic exoskeleton mecha on this floor. Basic exoskeleton mecha? Is it the same as my Type 01 armor? Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. This time the elevator only went down one floor before reaching the target floor. When the door opened, a sewer with a faint green light was visible outside. Thinking of the unbearable smell in the sewer, Lin Feng quickly turned on the air filtration function of the armor. Then he walked out. The little velociraptor followed out without fear. The unpleasant smell in the sewer seemed to be non-existent to it. Dahe, turn on night mode and activate life detection. Okay, sir. The function has been activated. After the night mode was turned on, Lin Feng had a general understanding of the terrain here. Then he looked at the life detection radar. There are actually humans? Could it be another survivor? Looking at the two humans less than 100 meters away from him, Lin Feng thought in his heart. In addition to humans, there are 5 non-human indicator signs. These 5 should be mutant creatures, but they are quite far away from Lin Feng. Let's go and see what's happening with those 2 humans first. After walking in the winding sewer for a while, Lin Feng saw a figure not far away, but because the light in the sewer was dim, the other person did not notice Lin Feng. At the same time, Lin Feng also saw the elevator parked not far away. He is indeed a survivor. At this time, the little velociraptor gently bumped into Lin Feng's leg. Leave it to you? The little velociraptor nodded quickly. Then you go ahead. The visual distance is so low and the opponent doesn't have a flashlight, so as long as the little velociraptor hides well, nothing will happen. And Lin Feng is watching from behind. Chapter 186. Yaolong is injured. Soon, the little dragon stepped forward with its body bent, and it mostly walked in shaded areas, so the other party did not notice the approaching little velociraptor. The little velociraptor slowly stopped after reaching the ambush position, lying in the shadows, staring at the survivor. At this moment, there was a muffled sound, and the survivor felt a flash before his eyes, and then his body was knocked down by something heavy. Before he could react, his throat was bitten by the little velociraptor. Before the little velociraptor could be happy, a dazzling light suddenly hit it. The armor, which was in night mode, instantly turned on the protection mode after sensing the strong light to prevent Lin Feng from being dazzled by the strong light. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out, and dozens of bullets were fired at the little velociraptor, and 3 of them hit it immediately. However, the man was quickly shot to death by Lin Feng using a high-tech rhino horn bow. The little velociraptor that was shot is in good condition, and the bullet didn't hit any critical parts of the body, but we still have to remove the bullet from it. Lin Feng, who was just about to treat the little velociraptor's wound, heard a dull sound of footsteps coming from a distance. The radar showed that 5 other mutant creatures were moving quickly towards Lin Feng. Now he needed to treat the little velociraptor's wound, so Lin Feng didn't hesitate. After looking at the distance between himself and the 5 mutant creatures, he drew his bow and shot 5 laser arrows. The laser arrows were like twinkling stars in the dark sewer. After turning a few corners, they successfully hit their respective targets. At this time, Lin Feng had returned to the elevator. He took out a dagger and skillfully removed the bullet from the little velociraptor, then fed it a bottle of recovery potion. Seeing that the wound was recovering, Lin Feng patted it. Just stay still. Ouch! Looking at the dragon face that had been twisted into a knot, Lin Feng laughed out loud in an unkind way. He admitted that he was a little rough when he took out the bullet just now. Lin Feng thought that since he had the recovery potion, he could just take out the bullet. However, this made Yaolong suffer. Having never experienced such pain before, it screamed especially loudly. However, it is worth praising that no matter how painful it was, she did not resist and cooperated throughout the whole process. After leaving the elevator, the life detection radar showed 2 life features again. Not completely dead, looking at the 2 life forms on the radar, Lin Feng was surprised. At this time, 2 black shadows passed by Lin Feng. Tyrant? Lin Feng, whose agility attribute was as high as 60 points, quickly captured the appearance of the 2 black shadows. It is the Tyrant. No wonder the laser arrows didn't kill them. With that big grid, as long as you don't get shot in the head, you probably won't die even if you get shot through the heart. Okay, so brave, huh? Seeing that the 2 tyrants still had the intention to attack him, he slowly adjusted the attack mode of the technological rhino horn bow to continuous shooting mode. Swish, swish, swish. A few seconds later, more than 20 tiny laser arrows were shot out. Blue spots of light kept jumping in the dark sewer, shooting towards the 2 mutant chimpanzees like needles from a rainstorm. In the end, each tyrant got 10 laser arrows as they wished. He was shot directly into a sieve. He fell to the ground and gradually lost his vitality. After dealing with the 2 tyrants, Lin Feng continued to explore along the sewer. I don't know where the damaged exoskeleton is. Fortunately, there are no forks in the road in this sewer. As long as you keep moving forward, you will see it sooner or later. However, before Lin Feng could be happy for long, 2 roads appeared in front of him. Fuck you. I just said there's no fork in the road, and now it's happening to me. Dahe, release the nanoflies. Okay, sir, the nanoflies have been deployed. After connecting with the nanofly's line of sight, Lin Feng controlled it to fly towards the intersection on the right. However, the road ended in just over 10 minutes. I didn't find anything along the way, so it should be on the left. After taking back the nanoflies, Lin Feng walked towards the road on the left. He didn't walk very fast because he was worried about missing the exoskeleton armor. So, it took Lin Feng half an hour to discover the exoskeleton mecha mentioned by the system. It turned out that the person wearing this exoskeleton armor had turned into a pile of rotten flesh. Judging from the claw marks on the armor, he must have been attacked by mutant creatures in the sewer. This exoskeleton armor is very different from Lin Feng's. There is no intelligence system, no comprehensive protection or built-in weapon system. It's just a mecha that increases strength and speed, and may have some protective capabilities. However, the good thing is that this exoskeleton mecha does not consume much electricity, and its structure is not difficult, so it can be used after being repaired. Although it is far inferior to the armor worn by Lin Feng, it is also a rare equipment for survivors. Take it back and knock it out for Qin to use. Lin Feng grabbed the mecha with both hands, then shook it hard to get rid of the rotten flesh on it. Although there are still some bloodstains and minced meat, it won't matter if you just wash it off. Now that the exoskeleton has been found, it's time to go home. After washing the mecha at the elevator door and hammering it with a universal hammer, the exoskeleton mecha was successfully repaired. Lin Feng also tried it on and found that it could probably increase its strength and speed by 2 to 3 times. There's also a lighting system, so you don't have to walk in the dark, even in dark places. Opening the personal chat box, Lin Feng sent a message to Qin. Lin Feng, "Hey big boy, I just found an exoskeleton suit. I'll sell it to you for a bargain. Only 10 gold coins." After a moment, Qin finally replied, "Qin and mecha? The same one you're wearing." Lin Feng, "How is that possible? It's just an ordinary exoskeleton. Wearing it can increase your strength and speed by 2 or 3 times. It's also very flexible and quite useful." Qin, "That's fine too, I'm not picky. I'll buy it. Just give me your consent." Lin Feng, "Okay." After the exchange agreed to Qin's transaction application, Lin Feng slapped his head. "Damn, I almost forgot to collect the spoils." Fortunately, the elevator still had more than 3 hours before closing, so time was not tight. After arriving at the elevator where the 2 survivors were, Lin Feng searched briefly. Both of them are level 12, which is considered a high level. There are also many upgrade materials in the material storage area. In addition to the regular upgrade materials, there are a total of 800 gold coins and 3 upgrade sets. After moving all the things to his own stacking area, Lin Feng looked at the things placed outside. Although I don't like them all, they can still be sold for a few hundred gold coins in the exchange. It can't be wasted. Chapter 187 Comprehensive Strength Ranking. After putting all the recycled items on the exchange, the survivors who had been following him immediately posted Lin Feng's latest news in the chat channel. After a period of discussion, it was finally concluded that 2 survivors who were seeking the bounty had died at the hands of Lin Feng. However, there are many desperate criminals, so the pursuit of Lin Feng will only become more dangerous. At this moment, the elevator announcement suddenly sounded. Ding dong. The first stage of survival has ended. The overall ranking of survivors is now available. The difficulty of exploring the next floor will increase. Please be prepared, lucky ones. After the announcement ended, a new partition appeared on the elevator screen. This division is a ranking of comprehensive strength. There are more than 200 million pages of names in total, which should include all the surviving survivors. The ranking displayed on everyone's screen is their own ranking, so there's no need to look for it specifically. Lin Feng sits firmly in first place. Second place, Song Su. Third place, Adrian. Fourth place, Qin. Fifth place, Li Feng. These are the top 5. There's no need to say more about the rest. With the emergence of a ranking system, there will naturally be rewards. Soon the elevator announcement sounded again. Ding dong. The second stage of survival begins. After it ends, mysterious rewards will be distributed based on the overall ranking. In the chat room, so when does Phase 2 end? What I'm more concerned about is how difficult the second stage will be. I feel like the levels are pretty difficult now. I haven't encountered a peaceful level in ages. But the good news is that the elevator temperature doesn't seem to have changed this time. My temperature is normal. What about you? Same, it's 22 degrees Celsius now. Damn, Lin Feng is indeed number 1. I wonder how many good things he has on him. The sudden change caused many people to lose sleep, and they were all thinking about how to deal with the increasingly difficult floors that followed. But Lin Feng didn't care about that. He just ate and slept without any pressure. Soon, the first floor after entering the second stage came. Lin Feng was also awakened by the system's prompt. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is called Voyage. This floor is a huge cruise ship with 5 survivors on board. The condition for leaving is the cruise ship arrives safely at the port. Note, in addition to the survivors, there are many indigenous people on the cruise ship, including some cultists whose mission is to blow up the cruise ship. Access to this floor cannot be denied and no items may be brought in. After listening to the introduction of the system, Lin Feng made a brief analysis. From a big picture perspective, the survivors entering this floor should be in a cooperative relationship. After all, They all have a common mission, which is to stop the cultists from blowing up the cruise ship and ensure that it arrives safely at the port. Only after completing this task can they leave. However, the system did not say that the survivors on this floor could not harm each other, so Lin Feng felt that he still needed to guard against other survivors. It was probably no secret by now that his head was worth 1,000 gold coins. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. After the elevator stopped, the iron door opened. Looking at the light screen in front of him, Lin Feng walked out without hesitation. After passing through the light curtain, he appeared in a narrow room. The room has a desk, a single bed, and a chair. At this time, Lin Feng's clothes also changed. He wore a white long-sleeve shirt and a black vest, with a black apron in front of him. It was obviously a waiter's uniform. Sure enough, the name tag on Lin Feng's chest read, Waiter number 56. Knock, this identity is too rubbish. At this time, the elevator announcement sounded. Ding dong. All survivors, please work hard at your jobs and protect the cruise ship until it reaches the destination. Once the cruise ship reaches the destination, you can leave that floor and receive rewards based on your performance. It was similar to what the system prompted, except that there was no indication of the presence of cultists on the cruise ship. Let's go take a look outside first. This small room is really cramped and can only accommodate one sleeping. After pushing open the door, Lin Feng looked around. At the same time, the other 4 survivors also pushed the door open and walked out. There are 2 cooks, a bartender, and a waiter like Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Several survivors recognized Lin Feng's identity at a glance. Thinking that Lin Feng's head was now worth 1,000 gold coins, the desire in their hearts began to spread. But they didn't do anything in the end. After all, they hadn't figured out the rules here. This place doesn't look like a lawless place at all. If they can kill Lin Feng, their days ahead will probably not be easy. Just then, the bartender stepped forward. We have no conflict of interest on this floor, and we all have a common mission. Why don't we cooperate? Cooperation? I don't think it's necessary. There's no danger on this floor anyway. Isn't it all about waiting for the cruise ship to reach its destination? One of the chefs shrugged. Don't forget, this elevator is going down, and going down means there is danger. You believe this kind of word-of-mouth stuff? He sneered at the other waiter's words. Forget it. Since there's no need to cooperate, I hope we can get along peacefully from now on. After all, we all come from the same place. By the way, my name is Paul. What's yours? That's fine. My name is Roth. The chef replied. The other chef is from Xia country, named Huang Honglin. The waiter was also from Xia. His name was Song So. Yes, he was the one ranked second in comprehensive combat power. He is not tall, about 1.7 meters. As for me, there's no need to introduce myself, right? Lin Feng looked at the other people and smiled. I know, Lin Feng, your head is worth 1,000 gold coins, so you better be careful. Bartender Paul said, not knowing whether his words were a friendly reminder or a threat to Lin Feng. Except for Song Su, the others looked at Lin Feng with a slightly unfriendly look. Just then, a man in casual clothes came over. You are the new employees, right? Come with me. I will show you where to work. Along the way, the man told them about the overall distribution of cruise ships. The cruise ship is 360 meters long and has a total tonnage of 220,000 tons. The amusement facilities on it are also quite complete, including a children's water park, a full-size basketball court, an ice rink, a 10-story zip line, a 1,400-seat theater, an outdoor water theater, 213M climbing walls, a park with more than 20,000 kinds of tropical plants, and many other entertainment facilities. Chapitre 188 Voyage. In addition, the cruise ship can accommodate a total of 8,000 tourists and 2,000 staff members. There are also many supermarkets and 22 restaurants with different flavors on the ship. After bringing Lin Feng and others to the work area, the man in casual clothes gave them some living expenses, $800 each. This is money in addition to the salary. Food and accommodation are provided here. This money is given just to allow employees to buy some of their favorite things in the supermarket. In the end, this money will return to their pockets. Lin Feng's job is to push a cart around with drinks, food, and napkins on it. During the day, Lin Feng stayed in places where there were many tourists. If someone needed something, they would come to him to get it. While looking at the scenery outside the cruise ship, he could also look at the scenery on the cruise ship. Overall, it's very easy. He also has 2 days of vacation at his disposal. According to the man, the voyage lasted a total of 13 days. At this time, Lin Feng was leaning against the fence and looking at the ocean in the distance. Occasionally, a few seagulls fly to the fence to rest for a while. Brother, give me a whiskey on the rocks. Hold on. After saying that, Lin Feng put an ice ball in a glass and then filled it with whiskey. Give. Thanks. Could you buy me a pack of cigarettes? The rest is your tip. Certainly. Lin Feng took the money and nodded slightly. He also wanted to buy a pack of cigarettes. The man didn't say that smoking is not allowed during work. The supermarket was not far away. After parking the car at the door, Lin Feng walked in and bought 2 packs of cigarettes. There was still $67 left from the money the man gave him. After sending him away, Lin Feng lit a cigarette and continued to look at the scenery outside. Soon, the afternoon passed. When it was time for lunch, Lin Feng just went to the staff restaurant and did not eat. It was not that he did not want to eat, but that Lin Feng was already full. Can Lin Feng resist the various desserts, steaks, and French fries on that cart? You would be sorry to see these delicacies if you don't eat a few bites. So before he knew it, Lin Feng was full. At night, he had no work and could wander around the deck. You can also experience the entertainment activities on the cruise ship. Just then, a sneaky figure caught Lin Feng's attention. I saw that he was holding something square and wrapped in black cloth in his hand. Because of the lighting at night, the object in the man's hand was not very obvious. But the way he wrapped it, it was obvious that it was not something good. Thinking of the cultist mentioned in the system prompt, Lin Feng wondered, could this person be the so-called cultist? Thinking of this, Lin Feng followed silently. After all, this is related to his mission. The man staggered to the corner of the deck, looked around, pushed a wooden board open with his foot, and put something wrapped in black cloth inside. After recovering to his original state, he left whistling. Lin Feng, who had been following the man, also silently opened his nose and memorized the smell on his body. Then he ran to where he had just put the things, kicked the wooden board away, and took out the things in the black cloth. What the hell? C4? Looking at the C4 bomb that was flashing red light, Lin Feng's eyelids jumped. That person was definitely a cultist. After putting the bomb into his pocket, Lin Feng used his dog nose skill to search for the location of the cultist. Although the smell in the air was a bit complicated, fortunately the cultist did not go far. He was now chatting with a girl with dyed white hair while holding a glass of wine. Seeing this, Lin Feng picked up a glass of wine and leaned over, then accidentally bumped into him. Excuse me, sir, my foot slipped. Can I take you to get it dry cleaned? Haha, it's okay. Beautiful girl. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Maybe because there was a beautiful woman next to him, he didn't get angry directly, but left with Lin Feng with a smile. Hey, where's the dry cleaning? Damn it, this suit of mine cost thousands of dollars. You better clean it for me. Haha, don't worry, it's absolutely clean. Lin Feng smiled, then stopped and arrived at the place. He observed that there was no surveillance here, so after dealing with the cultist, he just threw him into the sea. Arrive. The cultist asked doubtfully. Arrive. Bang. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he punched him. After a dull thud, the cultist's head collapsed. This is because Lin Feng held back his strength. If he hadn't, his brain would probably have come out. But this is enough. This cultist is dead and cannot be deader. After touching the things on his body, Lin Feng actually found a very small pistol. It is only as long as Lin Feng's index finger. It should be specially made. There are 2 magazines, each with 7 bullets. I just don't know how powerful it is. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly noticed the tattoo on the cultist's wrist. A ram. Demon. Pursing his lips, Lin Feng picked up the cultist's body and came to the guardrail at the edge of the cruise ship. From a distance, he looked like he was drunk, and it was normal for Lin Feng, a waiter, to help him rest. Go! After throwing the man off the boat, Lin Feng brushed off the non-existent dust on his hands. With a splash, the cultist merged with the ocean. Ew, are you going to kill someone so soon? At this time, a voice appeared behind Lin Feng. This voice really scared Lin Feng. When he turned around, he found that the person was also a survivor. Your name is Song Si, right? Yes, so why did you kill him? Haha, if you knew what this guy just did, you would probably kill him too. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out the C4 bomb from his pocket. The reason why he didn't throw away the bomb was that he was worried that he would be discovered while killing the cultists, and he would not be able to explain himself. Sure enough, Song Si's eyes changed when he saw C4 again. What's going on? Ah, they must be a group of cultists. They have goat heads tattooed on their wrists. I feel like there should be many more on the cruise ship. I knew this floor wouldn't be that simple. After throwing away the C4 bomb, the 2 chatted casually and soon returned to the dance floor. Looking at the dancer who was working hard to earn tips, Lin Feng also threw a few dollars to her. After enjoying the dance for a while, Lin Feng went to wash up and rest. The first day passed like this, and I don't know how many cultists there are. After waking up, Lin Feng went to the restaurant to have some free breakfast and then continued to work pushing the cart. Chapter 189 Song Su's Intelligence. Song Su also told the other 3 survivors about the cultists yesterday. They also agreed to keep a close eye on it in the coming period. At this time, Lin Feng, who was pushing a cart to the edge of the swimming pool, was looking at the female tourist playing in the water with a smile on his face. Without exception, every one of these female tourists is wearing a sexy bikini. Have a steak, hey? At this time, a tourist came over smoking a cigarette. Here, he casually handed the steak prepared in advance to the other party. Just as Lin Feng was about to continue enjoying the scenery, he suddenly noticed that the tattoo on the man's arm was exactly the same as the one he saw yesterday. Another cultist? A doubt flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Most likely. The situation was urgent yesterday, and Lin Feng didn't have time to interrogate the man, so he killed him directly. But for the person he met today, Lin Feng wanted to try to interrogate him to see if he could find out his other accomplices. Thinking of this, Lin Feng pushed the cart, whistled, and silently followed the man who was suspected to be a cultist. Soon, Lin Feng found an opportunity to tie him up. Watching the man enter the toilet, Lin Feng put down the cart and followed him in. After finding the cultist who was relieving himself, he slapped him in the face. He was directly beaten into a compartment with an open door. Wardfa? The cultist, stunned by the slap, quickly pulled up his pants and tried to fight back. However, with his strength, how could he be a match for Lin Feng? He was subdued by Lin Feng in no time. Tell me, where are the other cultists? Seeing that Lin Feng had seen through his identity, the man's eyes showed obvious avoidance, and then he shook his head. What cultist? What are you talking about? Let me go. I'm a tourist here. Believe it or not, I'm going to complain to you. Since you're not a cultist, please explain what this is. As he spoke, Lin Feng pulled open the other person's sleeve, revealing the tattoo inside. Seeing that his identity had been exposed, he muttered a few words that made no sense, closed his eyes, and died in Lin Feng's hands. Feeling the man's life force gradually disappearing, Lin Feng was stunned. Are all the cultists these days so courageous? If you want to commit suicide, then commit suicide, right? But how'd he manage to die instantly? While thinking, Lin Feng knocked the other person's mouth open. The only way to die instantly is to take poison. Sure enough, Lin Feng found a capsule that had not been bitten into pieces on the man's back molars. It must contain venom. I don't know how this guy eats on a daily basis. Will it really not be accidentally crushed? Lin Feng did not throw away this capsule. Such a toxic thing might come in handy in the days to come. Afterwards, Lin Feng searched the cultist's belongings. A butterfly knife, a packet of powder with ZZZ on it, which should be sleeping pills, and then a cell phone, a wallet, a passport, and other things. After taking the money from the wallet, Lin Feng began to think of ways to deal with the body of this cultist. But now there are so many people outside, and it's not easy to deal with. After waiting in the toilet cubicle for a while, Lin Feng found that the usage rate of this toilet did not seem to be high. Then I might as well throw the body in this compartment, lock the door, and deal with it at night. After adjusting the cultist's position and securing him to the toilet, Lin Feng flipped out directly from the top of the cubicle. He straightened the wrinkles on his clothes and left the bathroom slowly. After pushing the cart to the bar, Lin Feng ordered some drinks. The survivor, who is a bartender, is working here and seems to be quite skilled. Want a drink? Seeing that Lin Feng was still looking at him, Paul poured him a cocktail he had just prepared. Long Island iced tea, very good. Thank you. After Lin Feng thanked him, he started drinking it sip by sip. After the two of them had a brief exchange, Lin Feng left. He didn't find anyone with a ram tattoo on his wrist. Lin Feng also discovered that only his and Song Su's identities could allow them to reach more tourists. Therefore, the responsibility of finding all the cultists still lies with them. In this way, Lin Feng wandered around on the deck for another afternoon, and soon it was night. At around 9 o'clock, there were few people on the deck. Lin Feng took this opportunity to go to the toilet and drag out the body of the cultist. Fortunately, no one found the body. Afterwards, Lin Feng used the same trick again, supporting the corpse to the edge of the fence, then loosened his grip and threw it down to feed the sharks. Just as Lin Feng was about to return to the dormitory, 5 people wearing hoods and holding knives walked over. Without saying a word, they surrounded Lin Feng. Cultist. Looking at the 5 people who surrounded him, Lin Feng was not panicked at all. He was just curious as to why these cultists knew his location. Could it be that they are carrying locators? It seems that this is the only possibility. It is possible that the body hidden in the compartment had been discovered long ago, and these cultists had ambushed him here in advance. Just wait for me to deal with the body. Soon, 5 people swung their knives and sticks at him. Lin Feng found the right moment and kicked one of them away. He successfully broke out of the encirclement and picked up the baseball bat that fell on the ground. With weapons, dealing with these scum is easy. 10 seconds later, 5 more bodies appeared on the ground. After throwing away the bent baseball bat, Lin Feng checked the identities of these bodies one by one. Sure enough, they all had ram tattoos on their wrists. Unfortunately, Lin Feng did not find any locators on them. It's hidden really deeply. After throwing all the bodies into the sea, Lin Feng cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground before leaving. Returned to the staff dormitory. Several other survivors were chatting. In addition to Lin Feng, the other people also gained something. For example, Song-Su successfully got some useful information from a cultist. This group of cultists wanted to blow up the cruise ship after it sailed into the open sea to increase the difficulty of search and rescue. Their plan was to detonate the bomb in 5 days. We don't know exactly how many bombs they had installed or where the rest of the cultists are. They only have their own independent missions and are in single-line communication. How did you ask that? Lin Feng looked at Song-Su curiously. He had committed suicide by taking poison before he could even ask him anything. It's a secret. We just need to know the information. Chapter 190 Sniper. Thanks to the sky-blasting gang Su Tiendi for the explosive flowers. Seeing that Song-Su was unwilling to reveal anything, Lin Feng did not continue to ask. After all, everyone has their own little secrets. They chatted for a while and then returned to their dormitories. Seeing that the other 3 had returned to their dormitories, the 2 survivors, who were chefs, walked away mysteriously. Roth, I prepared the poison. Now it's up to you. Don't forget our agreement. Don't worry, if we get rid of Lin Feng, we'll split the supplies and gold coins 50-50. Okowo. Huang Honglin handed a packet of medicine powder to Roth and left, stretching his body. Lin Feng, who was sorting out information about the cultists in the room at this time, had no idea that 2 survivors had already plotted against him. After all, in his opinion, there's still more than 10 days left on this floor. Even if someone wants to kill him and collect the bounty, it won't be now. No words were spoken that night. The 3rd day arrived. After Lin Feng woke up, he still pushed the cart out. The rest of the people also went to work. With so many cultists dead, it was inevitable that they would attract attention. So, when Lin Feng was walking around on the deck during the day, he clearly felt that he was being stared at by several pairs of eyes. In the captain's room, the captain, who has grown a white beard, still has a good body. After climbing down from the girl, he drove her away and pressed a button. A moment later, a burly man in a suit walked in. What is the identity of this person? The captain called up a surveillance screen and pointed at Lin Feng on the screen and asked, "It should be just an ordinary waiter, right?" Haha, can ordinary waiter kill 7 specially trained assassins? What? The burly man looked at the captain in shock. Arrange someone to kill him. Our plan cannot be ruined by this person. You're allowed to use guns. Yes, captain. By the way, is a lifeboat ready? It's ready, and we can go to sea at any time. Well, go down and get rid of this waiter as soon as possible. That's right, the captain of this cruise ship is the leader of this group of cultists. Their goal is very simple, which is to sink all the tourists on the cruise ship to the bottom of the sea. You have to know that the tourists who can board this ship are people who have a say in their respective industries. If everyone died, the consequences can be imagined. Lin Feng, who was about to go to the restaurant for dinner, suddenly found 3 strong men approaching him. Another cultist? Lin Feng was confused and walked to the edge of the deck, where there were usually no tourists. When the 3 cultists saw Lin Feng seeking his own death, they all smiled. Puff, puff, puff. 3 dull gunshots rang out. Lin Feng's pupils shrank slightly, and his sense of danger was instantly activated. Looking at the fast-flying bullets, Lin Feng grabbed the fence behind him and flipped over. He just managed to dodge the 3 bullets, and with a push of his arms, he turned over again. He didn't want to fall into the sea and feed the fish. I didn't expect that this group of people would dare to use guns directly. However, before Lin Feng could pull out his pocket pistol to fight back, more bullets flew towards him. With a series of crackling sounds, Lin Feng escaped without any danger. With my current agility, dodging a few bullets is not a problem. Taking advantage of the gap when they were dodging, Lin Feng successfully took out the pocket pistol and then fired several shots in succession until the magazine was emptied before he killed the 3 people. After looting the silenced pistols and bullets they dropped, he skillfully threw the bodies of the 3 people into the sea. At this moment, the danger perception was activated again, and Lin Feng's body subconsciously rolled to the side. When he came to his senses, he found a bullet hole where he had just stopped. Sniper? So arrogant. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect that this group of cultists even had sniper rifles. Could it be that the owner of this cruise ship is also a cultist? In any case, some of the crew members on the cruise ship should have an inseparable relationship with these cultists. After all, there was a security check before boarding the ship. It's fine if you manage to sneak in some small pistols, but how could you even sneak in a sniper rifle? After taking a look at the sniper's position, Lin Feng hurriedly left. The two were only about 200 meters apart, but if Lin Feng went over rashly, he would likely be ambushed. After escaping danger, Lin Feng ran back to the dormitory and locked the door. Now it seems that I have been targeted by cultists. The situation is very unfavorable. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lin Feng's nerves immediately tensed up, and he picked up the gun and asked, "Who?" "I, Roth." Hearing that it was other survivors, Lin Feng did not let down his guard and asked after opening the door, "Off duty? What's up?" "Oh, it's okay. Huang, and I got some lobster from the kitchen. Want to try some?" As he spoke, Roth opened the lid on the plate, and inside was a whole Boston lobster. "It's already cooked. It's delicious. Want a bite?" "Thank you." Lin Feng took the plate, but he still had doubts in his mind. Is this guy so easy to talk to? Something is wrong. It's absolutely wrong. Slowly peel off the shell to reveal the tender shrimp meat inside. "Would you like a bite first?" Looking at Roth, who had not left yet, Lin Feng picked up the shrimp and asked, No, I've already eaten. I ate 2 lobsters. I'm leaving now." Having said that, Roth wanted to leave here. Etc. "What's wrong?" Seeing Lin Feng calling him, Roth turned around and asked without any panic. Haha, something is wrong." Fiddling with the shrimp in his hand, Lin Feng looked at Roth. If nothing unexpected happened, the shrimp should be poisonous, right? "Eat it." Lin Feng raised the shrimp meat and smiled. No, I'm full." "You're not cooperating, are you?" Lin Feng sneered, then clamped Roth's mouth with one hand like a pair of pliers. After prying open its mouth, Lin Feng directly stuffed the shrimp meat in. Woo, woo, cough, 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 cough. Asshole fuck. After letting Roth go, Lin Feng looked at him with a playful look as he tried hard to clear his throat, trying to spit out the shrimp meat he had just eaten. However, the drug took effect quickly, and after a dozen seconds, he foamed at the mouth and died on the spot. With this acting skill, you still want to poison me? After checking Roth's breath and confirming his death, Lin Feng once again took on the job of a scavenger. "Leave it to me. This guy also gave me lobster. Luckily, I didn't eat it." At this time, Song Su came over from somewhere, holding half a piece of lobster meat in his hand. "Yeah." Tilting his head to look at Song Su, Lin Feng loosened his hands and the body fell to the ground. "Then I'll leave it to you." Chapter 191, Critical Moment. In the dormitory, Huang Honglin, who was waiting anxiously, looked out the window with some uneasiness. Why hasn't Roth finished it yet? I hope there won't be any accidents. The more Huang Honglin thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. It was just a matter of giving the medicine, and if everything went well, the whole process would take less than 3 minutes. The fact that he hasn't come back for so long can only mean one thing. Roth messed up. Huang Honglin broke out in cold sweat on his back. He was worried that Lin Feng would associate this matter with him. After walking around the dormitory anxiously for a few times, Huang Honglin began to think about what to say. He and Roth are both chefs, and Lin Feng will definitely suspect him soon. However, Lin Feng had no direct evidence to prove that he was the one who drugged the woman, so as long as he could come up with a good excuse, he could get away with it perfectly. If he escapes now, it will directly confirm his identity as the person who drugged him. So you can't run away, you have to fight head-on. If he knew what Roth said at the time, he probably wouldn't be so calm. On the other side, after Lin Feng returned to the dormitory, he recalled what Roth said at the beginning. "Huang, and I got some lobster from the kitchen. Want to try some?" "Huang? That should be Huang Honglin, right?" This matter is definitely related to him. Lin Feng thought to himself. Then he pushed the door open and left, heading to Huang Honglin's dormitory. When he arrived outside, Lin Feng knocked on the door. "Ooh, I, Lin Feng." Crunch. The iron gate was opened, and looking at Huang Honglin's slightly uneasy expression, Lin Feng became more certain. "What's wrong?" "Hee hee. Come here and thank you for the lobster I made. It's delicious." What lobster? Huang Honglin said as he stepped back. Just when he was about to close the door, Lin Feng kicked it out. The iron gate suddenly deformed, and Huang Honglin, who was hiding behind the gate, was pushed against the wall by the powerful impact. Next, Lin Feng didn't waste any words and killed him with one punch. Then he put the body into a bag and prepared to dispose of it. When he reached the edge of the deck, he suddenly saw a sneaky figure. The bartender? Lin Feng looked at the figure's clothes and immediately recognized his identity. It was the bartender Paul. At this moment, he was squatting in front of a huge flower bed and burying something. A few minutes later, Paul stood up, looked around, and then quickly left. After he left, Lin Feng put down the body and ran forward to search. Just as Lin Feng was searching the flower bed, a black gun muzzle in the distance was quietly pointed at him. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air was heard, and Lin Feng's danger perception was activated instantly. His body also responded quickly. Even before Lin Feng's brain could react, he dodged the bullet. What the hell? You're trying to snipe me in the middle of the night? Because it was too dark, Lin Feng did not find the sniper and was forced to flee. After hiding for a while, Lin Feng successfully returned to the dormitory. The sniper found that he had missed again and had to retreat. Oh no, the body hasn't been dealt with yet. Just when Lin Feng was about to take the risk to deal with the corpse, Song Su came over from somewhere. I've already taken care of Huang Honglin's body for you. How did you know it was there? I saw it when I came back. Song Su shrugged and returned to his dormitory. At this moment, there was suddenly lightning and thunder outside. The night sky, which was clear just now, was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Soon, raindrops as big as soybeans began to pour down. The rain hit the deck with a crackling sound, but it was okay for tourists staying in the luxury rooms as those rooms had good sound insulation. But the employees living in the staff dormitories suffered. The loud noise made it difficult for people to fall asleep, including Lin Feng. After tossing and turning on the narrow single bed, Lin Feng sat up. The noise outside was so loud that Lin Feng couldn't even hear himself speak. Who the hell can fall asleep with this kind of noise? Don't even talk about falling asleep, soundly listening to the sound of rain. That's only when the sound insulation is good. A few hours later, just as Lin Feng was leaning against the wall in a daze, 5 people in diving suits appeared outside. However, because the noise was so loud, Lin Feng could not hear the footsteps outside at all. At this time, he was still thinking about what bartender Paul had buried in the flower bed. Let's go and have a look tomorrow. Lin Feng yawned and narrowed his eyes slightly. Finally, I felt a little sleepy. Click. What's that sound? Lin Feng's eyes, which had just been closed, opened immediately. It seems to be coming from the door. At this moment, the iron door that he had locked was suddenly pushed open a crack, and then a cylindrical object was thrown in. Looking closely, it turned out to be a grenade. Looking at the grenade that kept emitting white smoke, Lin Feng was shocked. He quickly picked up the grenade, opened the door, and threw it out. Boom! The moment Lin Feng threw the grenade, it exploded. However, before he could pick up the pistol beside the bed, countless bullets hit the iron door. This iron door is not thick to begin with and cannot stop bullets at all. Moreover, in such a narrow space, Lin Feng was unable to effectively dodge the bullets, and several bullets hit Lin Feng's body. Fortunately, the bullet was not as powerful after penetrating the iron gate and did not cause any fatal injuries to Lin Feng. But this is not a solution, Lin Feng thought anxiously as he looked at the pistol beside the bed. After the 5 men in diving suits outside the door emptied their magazines, the leader waved his hand. The others all put on gas masks. Then the captain pulled out a tear gas grenade from his waist, pushed the door open, and threw it in. Laugh! What the hell? Lin Feng looked at the exploding tear gas and knew that he would surely die if he continued to hide like this. So he had no choice but to fight for his life, picked up the gun, and broke out of the door. The iron gate, which had been hit so hard and was not very strong, flew out directly after being kicked by Lin Feng. He slapped the 2 men away on the spot. When the other 3 saw that Lin Feng dared to come out, they immediately raised their guns and shot. The weapons they used were all silent submachine guns with a very fast firing rate, but Lin Feng could not tell the specific model. Even if Lin Feng's reaction was fast, he could not do anything under such dense trajectory. He had just dodged a wave of bullets when his legs were hit by several bullets, his arms were also hit by several bullets, and his pistol fell to the ground. On the other side, the captain who was watching the surveillance video, after seeing Lin Feng's powerful skills, also had the idea of recruiting him. Seeing that Lin Feng had no ability to resist, he spoke. Catch him alive. Yes, Captain. The captain replied on the intercom. Captain, Lin Feng was shocked. The captain of this ship was really a cultist. Okay, let's play it this way, okay? Lin Feng quickly made a plan in his mind. As long as he could seize a submachine gun, he would still have a chance to kill his way through with his own abilities. Chapter 192, Absurd Difficulty. He actually had a chance just now, but he didn't expect that this group of people were quite smart. They were very far away from the Iron Gate, and after Lin Feng went out, they instantly formed crossfire. Under that kind of firepower, Lin Feng was unable to fight back at all. After receiving the captain's order, the captain walked forward and picked up the pistol next to Lin Feng. Then he waved his hand, and the other two immediately understood and ran over to support Lin Feng. At this time, it was still raining heavily outside, and Lin Feng's blood was flowing along with the water. However, thanks to his self-healing ability, his wounds recovered quickly. The bleeding has stopped. Although the bullet is still in the body, it will be fine as long as the bleeding stops. Lin Feng, who was being held and moved, felt his wounds carefully. There were at least 5 bullets in his body, on the legs and arms. There are only 3 people left who are capable of fighting. The other 2 fainted after being knocked away by the Iron Gate. I have to find a way to get out quickly, otherwise once I get to their base camp, it will be difficult for me to escape. Since the captain is a cultist, it means that there are definitely quite a few cultists on this ship. At this moment, a bolt of lightning struck the captain walking in front of him, killing him to death. Team leader, the man who was driving Lin Feng, quickly let go of Lin Feng and ran forward to check. Good opportunity. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He exerted force with both hands and broke free from the man's control. Under his shocked gaze, he punched him in the head. The other man heard the noise behind him and wanted to raise his gun to shoot, but it was too late. He was kicked by Lin Feng and flew 4 or 5 meters away, holding his chest and dying on the spot. After collecting all the guns, ammunition, and gas masks from them, Lin Feng looked around and then ran to the toilet nearby to treat his wounds. Now Lin Feng doesn't care whether to disinfect or not. He picked up the dagger and stabbed it directly into the place where he was shot. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and rotated the tip of the knife in the flesh. Soon, a bullet was picked out. In other words, Lin Feng has the ability to heal himself. A normal person would have fainted by now. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng took out a total of 5 bullets with violent methods. The toilet seemed to have turned into a crime scene, with blood everywhere. New granulations grew on the flesh cut by the dagger. It should be healed in about 10 minutes. After standing up against the wall, Lin Feng checked the weapons he had collected. 1 grenade for magazines and 2 drum magazines. The magazine capacity is 30 rounds, and the drum magazine capacity is 50 rounds. The gun is a SIG MPX submachine gun. It's a pity that there is no bulletproof vest. I stayed in the bathroom for a while and left only after the wound stopped bleeding. He knew the location of the captain's cabin, and he would destroy his lair tonight. Walking under a surveillance camera, Lin Feng slowly extended his middle finger. Looking at the middle finger on the monitor, the captain showed a shocked expression. Monster! Wasn't he shot so many times? Why is he still okay now? Tell me, why? The angry captain grabbed the collar of a subordinate next to him and shouted angrily. Let the White Wolf team go. This time, we don't want any of them alive. We'll kill them straight away. Yes. On the other side, Lin Feng was already starving at this time. This was the sequelae of self-healing. The energy in the body was consumed quickly, and now the supermarkets on the ship were closed, but fortunately, there were many vending machines. Soon, Lin Feng found one next to the supermarket. After breaking the glass, he took out snacks from inside, tore open the packaging, and started eating them in big mouthfuls. While eating, Lin Feng was also alert to his surroundings. After simply eating a few packets of high-calorie snacks to fill his stomach, Lin Feng packed some chocolate bars and a few packets of chicken legs. On the other side, a well-equipped team of 10 people appeared. They are none other than the White Wolf Squad. The target appeared near the southern supermarket. He's a bit special. Don't disperse your actions. Yes, Captain. Several people dispersed immediately, but the distance between team members was not far, only 1 or 2 meters. Make sure you could take care of each other. On the other side, Lin Feng found a place to shelter from the rain, tore open the package, and started eating the chicken leg. I have to say that this floor is indeed quite difficult. The main thing is that you can't bring any items. The enemy's weapons and equipment are too outrageous. If it weren't for Lin Feng's high attributes and a little bit of luck, he would have died long ago. After finishing the snacks, Lin Feng took a short rest against the wall, then stood up and continued to the captain's room. At this moment, several figures appeared at the stairs not far away. Lin Feng, who was about to go up the stairs, quickly hid behind the wall. "You're here so soon?" Lin Feng took a quick glance just now and saw that there were quite a few people. In this thunderstorm weather, the sound of footsteps was completely covered up, so Lin Feng could not tell their location by hearing. "I had to stick my head out to take a look from time to time." Soon, the White Wolf team walked down the stairs and was now only about 20 meters away from Lin Feng. After checking the status of the safety, Lin Feng pulled the ring of the only grenade and threw it out. Because the light was dim, the people did not see the grenade rolling on the ground. By the time they found out, it was too late. With a loud shout, the grenade exploded, and 4 members of the White Wolf team were killed on the spot. However, Lin Feng has not shown up yet. We are outnumbered, so I'd better be the 6th. The 3 skills of static invisibility, fishing in troubled waters, and cold-blooded creature are activated instantly. Lin Feng also successfully disappeared from the spot. The survivors quickly moved closer to the captain. "It should be nearby. Start searching." After a while, a member of the White Wolf team appeared beside Lin Feng. Looking at the gradually protruding gun muzzle, Lin Feng, who was hiding behind the wall, pressed down the gun body and then punched it. He didn't hold back with this punch, and his skull was shattered to pieces. Although there was no bursting, the entire head was limp and flattened like a balloon filled with water. "Shit, the enemy is here." At this time, a team member following behind saw his teammate lying on the ground and shouted. Hearing the sound, Lin Feng moved sideways and shot the man to death, then quickly changed his position and continued to remain invisible. "Come closer to me." Seeing that there were only 2 of his men left, Bai Lang shouted hurriedly. At the same time, they began to apply to the captain for evacuation. "Assholes, are the tens of millions of dollars we give you every year just wasted? Your combat capabilities are even worse than those of the thugs on the street." "Fuck. Sorry, Captain. Retreat. His target should be the captain's cabin. I'll give you one more chance. Take your men to the captain's cabin and wait for him. If you still can't kill him this time, jump into the sea and feed the fish." Yes. Chapter 193, The Destruction of the Cultists. After giving the instructions, the captain packed up and went to the cockpit. Soon, the armed men hidden on the cruise ship quickly moved towards the captain's room. In a short while, more than 60 armed men were hiding in various corners. These are all the cultists on the cruise ship. The escape of the remaining enemies also made Lin Feng change his next plan. If he rashly went to the captain's lounge now, he would definitely be ambushed. Lin Feng felt that since he was alone, it would be better to take a long-term view. If he was stubborn, there's a 90% chance that he would waste a resurrection coin. After all, I'm not Superman, and if a bullet hits my body, it will really bleed. Need a teammate? At this moment, an emotionless voice sounded behind Lin Feng. Looking back, it was Song Su. Because the sound of the rain was too loud, Lin Feng did not hear the footsteps. He has become accustomed to this man's sudden appearances and disappearances. As he spoke, Song Su came to a corpse and looted a set of equipment. After checking the magazine, he looked at Lin Feng. "We all have a common mission. Why not collaborate for once? You really are not afraid of death. There's been such a big commotion tonight. If we don't quickly deal with those cultists, their plan to blow up the cruise ship might be carried out prematurely." "Yeah, that makes sense. It's a pleasure working with you. By the way, where's the bartender?" "You're probably still sleeping. I knocked on the door, but you didn't wake up." "All right." Lin Feng nodded and didn't care. Then he discussed the future plans with Song Su. In the end, the two decided to take control of the cockpit first. At present, there must be the most cultists in the captain's lounge. There might not even be anyone in the cockpit. "Do you know where the cockpit is?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "I don't know, but I have a map." As he spoke, Song Su took out a sealed waterproof bag, which contained the floor plan of the cruise ship. After the 2 men determined their position, they looked in the direction of the cockpit before continuing on their journey. 20 minutes later, the 2 men groped their way under the cockpit under the cover of darkness. "Climb up the stairs, and you will reach the cockpit." At this moment in the cockpit, the captain waved while looking at the surveillance footage on his mobile phone. 2 bodyguards protecting him stood on either side of the cabin door. These 2 people are quite smart. On the other side, Lin Feng and Song Su walked carefully along the slippery stairs to the outside of the cockpit. Just as Song Su was about to open the door, Lin Feng grabbed him. There might be an ambush. Upon hearing this, Song Su took out a tear gas bomb. After Lin Feng pushed open the cabin door, he threw the tear gas directly in. Hiss! The tear gas bomb exploded in the cockpit, and soon the tear gas filled the entire cockpit. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Feng kicked the door open and fired at the figure in the cockpit. Song-Su also rushed in at the first moment and controlled the captain. There were only 3 people in the cockpit, the captain and his 2 bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards were shot to death by Lin Feng. The captain was the only one left. Is this the captain? Lin Feng grabbed his hair and took a look. I think so. I'm not sure. Forget it. How could the captain be here? Just kill him. As he said that, Lin Feng was about to pull the trigger. Stop. Stop. I'm a captain. I'm a captain. My name is Mess-Skinned. Ah, are you so afraid of death? Looking at the panicked old man in front of him, Lin Feng smiled. After searching him, tie him up. He'll be useful later. At this time in the captain's room, Bai Lang became suspicious when he saw that Lin Feng had not come for such a long time. He asked, picking up the intercom, Captain, I haven't found any trace of that guy here. On the other side, Lin Feng laughed after hearing the sound coming from the intercom. Tell him there are 2 people, and their target is the cockpit. Ask him to bring people over quickly. After saying that, Lin Feng handed over the walkie-talkie and then put the gun to the captain's head. White Wolf, there are 2 of them, and they are now moving toward the cockpit. Bring some of them over. Yes, Captain. Very good. Lin Feng nodded slightly and glanced at Song-Su. The other party immediately understood, picked up a gun, and came outside to ambush. After tying up the captain and knocking him unconscious, Lin Feng also came outside. Soon, Lin Feng saw a black shadow moving in the distance. It looked like there were about 20 people. The 2 men were in a dominant position and had the initiative, so they were not in a hurry to shoot. Lin Feng pulled the trigger only when the cultists were more than 60 meters away. There were faint gunshots, which were barely audible in this thunderstorm. The cultists who came to support also fell in a pool of blood. Seeing this, Bai Lang quickly hid behind the cover, but he was the only one left at this time. The people he brought with him were either dead or injured. After shooting a few more people who were not dead yet, Lin Feng said to Song-Su, You go and take care of the remaining one. I'll cover you from up there. Okay, then you have to be more accurate. Song-Su nodded and ran over quickly. At this time, Bai Lang also knew that he was doomed to die in this wave, so he took out a grenade and prepared to exchange 1 for 1 with the opponent. The moment Song-Su appeared, Bai Lang suddenly pulled the fuse and pounced out. Seeing this, Lin Feng, who was at the commanding heights, fired several shots. The White Wolf was successfully killed, and the grenade slid to the ground. Boom! After the explosion, Song-Su was not hurt, as most of the grenade fragments were blocked by Bai Lang's body. He just has some tinnitus now. After giving Lin Feng a thumbs up, he sat on the ground and gasped. Back in the cockpit, Lin Feng patted the captain's face and successfully woke him up. Awake? Thank you for your cooperation. Now you can ascend. The captain, who was awakened, had not yet figured out what was happening when he was punched to death by Lin Feng the next second. After throwing the body into the sea, Lin Feng reunited with Song-Su, and the 2 continued to head towards the captain's room. At this time, there were still about 40 cultists hiding near the captain's room, but they were leaderless and their fighting ability was greatly reduced. After more than an hour of gunfight, the captain's room was successfully occupied by Lin Feng and Song-Su. Through Song-Su's interrogation, the 2 also confirmed that all the cultists were here. At this time, the thunderstorm gradually stopped and the sun gradually rose. There was no time to deal with the body. I'll just explain it to the tourists later. Cruise ship operations will not be affected. Not all crew members are cultists. Just let them continue to control it. Chapter 194, The Last 6, Generous Rewards. Lin Feng was still very curious about Song-Su's interrogation methods. He wanted to watch just now, but the other party used an exclusive secret method to lock Lin Feng outside. Lin Feng was really curious about such an awesome skill. Could it be hypnosis or something? After asking, the other party still didn't tell him, so Lin Feng had to give up. In this way, the 2 waited until dawn. After dawn, Lin Feng sat in the cockpit and turned on the cruise ship's horn. After telling what happened last night, many people didn't believe that the captain was a cultist at first, but after seeing the uniform tattoos on their wrists and the video recorded by Song-Su during the interrogation last night, even if people don't believe it, they will have to believe it. Many wealthy people even claimed that they would reward Song-Su and Lin Feng with a large sum of money after returning to the shore. But these things are of no use to either of them. Now Lin Feng just wants to spend the remaining days leisurely. Just treat it as a vacation. 7 days later, the cruise ship was still a day's journey from the nearest port. Because of the incident on the cruise ship, the original route was also changed. The tourists on the cruise ship now only want to get ashore as soon as possible, including Lin Feng and others. It's finally almost over. Lin Feng was lying under the parasol, drinking a cold drink, looking very comfortable. The same was true for Song, standing by. By the way, where's that bartender survivor? It seems I haven't seen him in 2 days. Have no idea. Song shook his head. Maybe because of their different nationalities, the bartender had almost no communication with the two of them. But it doesn't matter anymore. This floor will be completed successfully at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Boom! At this moment, a violent explosion sounded from a distance. Lin Feng and Song quickly sat up. Looking at the thick smoke at the stern, the two men hurried back to their rooms and picked up their guns. Aren't all the bombs cleared away? Lin Feng was confused. Boom! There was another loud bang, this time an explosion from the bottom of the ship. A large amount of seawater poured into the cruise ship, causing the hull to gradually tilt. At this time, a figure appeared in front of Lin Feng. It was Paul the bartender. Looking at the remote control in his hand, Lin Feng quickly raised his gun. Don't shoot. If you dare to shoot, I will detonate all the bombs. Give me the keys to the lifeboat. Paul held the remote control in his hand with a grim smile on his face. That's right. His mission is different from that of the other 4 survivors. The task of the other 4 survivors is to protect the cruise ship to safely dock. His mission is to sink the cruise ship to the bottom of the sea. If the lifeboat was not in the hands of Lin Feng and Song Su, he should have been driving the lifeboat away from the cruise ship and then completely blowing up the cruise ship. There's no need to threaten them like this. At this time, the tourists on the boat were already in chaos, thinking that the cultists had not been killed yet. The bottom of the ship that was pierced by the bomb is also undergoing emergency repairs and should be repaired soon. See? Each button represents 5 bombs. There are 10 buttons here in total. I just pressed 2. How about that? Do you want to see more fireworks? Looking at Paul's smug face, Lin Feng didn't dare to act rashly at this time. Hurry, give me the keys to the escape craft. Paul spoke again, urging, and the strength in his hands increased. Lin Feng looked at Song Su and saw that he also had a helpless look on his face, so he had to take out the key to the lifeboat. I'll give you the key and you give me the remote. How about that? Sure, I'll give you the remote control as long as I'm on the lifeboat. Paul chuckled and agreed. Are you kidding me? There's no way he would hand over the remote control. But if he didn't say that, Lin Feng probably wouldn't hand over the key to the lifeboat. Okay, let's go to the lifeboat now. Lin Feng nodded, then held the key and walked ahead. Song Su still pointed his gun at Paul to prevent him from attacking from behind. At this moment, the ship suddenly tilted violently, and Paul lost his balance and slipped to the ground. Song Su took advantage of this opportunity and fired several shots, successfully killing the other party. Then he picked up the remote control. Phew, I was scared to death. Looking at Paul, lying in a pool of blood, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the boat tilted slightly due to the leak, otherwise it would be difficult for him to deal with it. After picking up the remote control, Lin Feng found that it also showed the specific location of each bomb. If nothing unexpected happens, these bombs were secretly installed by Paul in the past 2 days. For safety reasons, Lin Feng and Song Su organized security guards to dismantle the bombs. The next afternoon, the cruise ship, tilted and emitting black smoke, finally arrived at the port safely. The tourists on the ship also left the cruise ship in a panic. Ding dong. The survivor has completed the mission. The 2 remaining survivors are being evaluated. Ding dong. Survivor Lin Feng, S level. Survivor Song Su, S level. Ding dong. Rewards. 1 complete elevator upgrade kit. Contains all the upgrades currently available to the survivor. Random quantity. 1 Rulagnosing card and 1 all-around attribute boosting card. After the elevator announcement ended, the 2 were teleported into their respective elevators. All the rewards Lin Feng received were presented in front of him. 1 supply box, 1 rule ignoring card, and 1 all-around attribute gain card. Ignoring the rule card, he read the introduction. It means literally, you can ignore the rules of any floor. For example, you're forced to enter this floor, but after using it, you can choose not to go in. Or maybe you're not allowed to bring anything into this floor, but after you use it, you can take whatever you want. For example, after entering this floor, you must complete a certain task before leaving. After using the Ignore Rules card, you can leave at any time. The function can be said to be extremely abnormal, comparable to a level pass. By the way, Lin Feng's pass card and 0 yuan silver coins have not been used yet. I don't know when I'll be able to meet Korra again. Lin Feng felt excited when he thought that he would be able to get many top-level props for free when he met Korra in the future. The all-around attribute gain card increases all your attribute values. You will only know how much it increases after using it. After use, Lin Feng opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 90. Speed, 77. Agility, 70. Constitution, 48.5. Intelligence, 55. Charisma, 45. Luck, 31. Sanity, 1/10 of intelligence 5, plus 31. After comparing it with his own notes, Lin Feng found that his rationality and luck attributes had increased by 5 points respectively. All other attributes were increased by 10 points. Oh my god, so fierce. Chapter 195 Dark Mind. After being slightly shocked by the comprehensive attribute gain card, Lin Feng immediately opened a full set of elevator upgrade material supply boxes. Swish! A golden light flashed, and then a virtual screen appeared in front of Lin Feng. Kwood plus 1000 kilogramów, iron plus 1000 kilogramów, gold plus 500 kilogramów, obsidian plus 600 kilogramów, copper plus 100 kilogramów, aluminum plus 400 kilogramów, upgrade set plus 3, cryolite plus 4. All the upgrade materials opened were automatically put into the stockpile area. Lin Feng quickly checked whether he could upgrade now, and it should be almost time. You know, the reward for upgrading the elevator to level 18 is to combine all the items in the cowhide backpack together. Lin Feng is still looking forward to it. However, when Lin Feng opened it, he fell into deep thought as he looked at the ice crystal stone that was only missing one piece. Good, classic so classic. Although Lin Feng cursed in his heart, he had no choice but to accept it in the end. Overall, the reward for this floor are quite generous, the most important of which are attribute bonus cards and rule-ignoring cards. Moreover, Lin Feng looked at the time and found that not 7 days had passed in the elevator, but only 2 days. The little velociraptor next to him saw that Lin Feng had finally finished his work, so he came over and rubbed his legs. After stroking the dragon's head, Lin Feng took out fresh venison and began to prepare a midnight snack. The time now is 12:20 midnight. Most people went out to explore the floor, and the chat room seemed rather deserted. Lin Feng watched for a while and then concentrated on grilling. Soon, 2 servings of roasted venison came out of the oven, one without seasoning and one with spicy flavor. After the man and the dragon had eaten and drunk their fill, they leaned together and watched TV programs to kill time. Because I was in a relaxed state on the cruise ship for the next few days and got enough sleep. So Lin Feng didn't feel sleepy at this time. The little velociraptor eats and sleeps every day, so it's okay for him to sleep less for a few hours. So they watched like this all night long. It was not until 7 o'clock in the morning that Lin Feng lay down on the bed with his eyes closed and rested for a while. The attribute gain given by today's evaluation is not negative, but good spirits, adding 5 points of charm and 2 points of sanity. Beep! The floor the host is about to enter is the Dark Mine. There are a lot of dangerous creatures on this floor. Please be careful. Note, this floor is optional, and you can bring any items with you. Beep, issuing a mission. Host, please find the treasure hidden in the Dark Mine. Reward, Treasure Hunter. Automatically sense when there is treasure within a 50-meter radius. Dark Mine? This name sounds familiar. Lin Feng frowned and thought about it. The miner's pickaxe I bought seemed to come from the Dark Mine. After putting on his armor and carrying his leather backpack, Lin Feng quietly waited for the elevator announcement. The Tang sword, the charged pistol, and the high-tech rhino horn bow were all put into the cowhide backpack. Anyway, there is enough space. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. Soon, the elevator announcement sounded, and then the elevator began to descend. Looking at the eager little velociraptor, Lin Feng thought of letting it go out for a walk as well. It must be very depressing for long to be stuck in the elevator for such a long time. After the elevator door opened, there was a pitch-black mine tunnel outside, about 3 or 4 meters wide. Fortunately, the Dahe has a night mode, and after turning it on, there is no difference from daytime. There were torches stuck on both sides of the wall, and there was a mechanical pull rod on Lin Feng's left side, which seemed to be some kind of mechanism. After taking a look, Lin Feng pulled it down with force. The next moment, torches on both sides lit up, and the armor's night mode automatically exited. The straight mine tunnel in front of him seemed to have not been used for a long time. In some corners, There were even spider webs that were bigger than Lin Feng. There's no telling how big the spiders that weave these webs are. As Lin Feng walked forward, he pulled out his Tang sword to clear the spider webs. The Tang sword with flame attached could easily clear these spider webs. The spider webs were burned to ashes before they even touched them. Just as Lin Feng was exploring forward, a sound like a woodpecker working was heard. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. The little velociraptor seemed to sense something, and its sharp fangs slowly emerged. Seeing that the little velociraptor had entered combat mode, Lin Feng slowly held the Tang sword across his body. The next moment, a huge spider lay on the wall and crawled towards Lin Feng quickly. The sound of a woodpecker pecking at wood is made by it. This spider is about 1 meter long and 50 centimeters high. No wonder it can weave such a large web. Xiaolong, don't go up. After calling the little velociraptor, Lin Feng took a step forward and swung the Tang sword at a slight tilt. Laugh! With the sound of quenching, the huge spider was directly cut into 2 halves by Lin Feng, and the green juice evaporated instantly after it got close to the blade. The rest dripped onto the ground and emitted bursts of white smoke. Looking at the ground corroded with small holes, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that this thing was not a non-venomous creature. Fortunately, the little velociraptor was not allowed to fight. Otherwise, the dragon's mouth would probably have become a funnel. See? From now on, if you're not sure if something is poisonous or not, don't just pounce on it and bite it. Got it? After educating the little velociraptor, just as Lin Feng was about to continue exploring, an even more violent rattling sound was heard, and this time the number seemed to be greater. Lin Feng cursed in his heart, then quickly took out the high-tech rhino horn bow from his backpack and adjusted it to continuous shooting mode. The power of the rechargeable pistol was too great, and Lin Feng was worried that one shot would collapse the entire mine tunnel. So I can only use the technological rhino horn bow. Looking at the dense red dots on the life detection radar, Lin Feng decisively pulled the bowstring and shot. Countless tiny laser arrows flew rapidly in the mine tunnel, and soon the red dots on the life detection radar disappeared. After waiting for a while and confirming that it was safe, Lin Feng continued to move forward. There is an intersection ahead. Thinking that all the big spiders just now came from the right, Lin Feng also walked toward the mine tunnel on the right. But I never expected that the mine tunnels here would become increasingly complicated. Intersections appeared one after another. Helplessly, Lin Feng could only stop and release the nano flying insects. The nano flying insects flew very fast, so Lin Feng completed the exploration of most of the forks in the road in a short while. It was finally discovered that the end points of these forks in the road were the same, a huge circular mine. After figuring out the route, Lin Feng took the nearest fork in the road and arrived at the circular mine. Chapter 196 Treasure. The mine was bottomless, and there were no torches to illuminate it. However, there were many ropes hanging around the mine, but they looked like they had been gnawed by something, and some were broken and torn, making it look very unsafe. Dahei, turn on the life detector. Okay, Mr. Lin. Dahei's voice was heard, and after Dahei's scan, there were no living creatures in the mine. The maximum scanning range of this life detector is 1 kilometer. It seems that there are no living creatures in this big pit, unless it is 1,000 meters deep. Although Lin Feng felt that this pit was unlikely to be more than 1,000 meters deep, he still kept the life detector turned on. Anyway, with the support of infinite energy balls, there is no need to worry about the armor running out of energy. Xiaolong, wait for me up there. If there's any danger, run back to the elevator. Got it. Yeah, that's good. Rubbing the dragon's head, Lin Feng turned on the flight mode of the armor and slowly descended. Dahei, turn on night mode. Okay, Mr. Lin. With the night mode turned on, the view in front of Lin Feng became brighter, but it was still pitch black in the deeper areas. As we descended, there seemed to be bursts of crying sounds coming from us. At this moment, a large number of red dots suddenly appeared on the life detection radar. Holy crap, it's so deep. Looking at the life form that suddenly appeared, Lin Feng was shocked. There are no huge machines here. If the excavation is done solely by manpower, how long will it take? A minute later, Lin Feng finally saw the creature below. Spiders, swarms of spiders, and those crawling creatures that can explode. Fortunately, Lin Feng was not in any danger in the air. He used a high-tech rhino horn bow to clear the ground and successfully found a place to land. However, the energy of the technological rhino horn bow is almost exhausted. 5% remains. After the energy tank was used up, the spiders were also cleared out. He felt that the treasure the system mentioned should be here. Sir, a large amount of corrosive liquid has been detected on the armor. We recommend leaving this area to avoid damage to the aircraft. After hearing Dahei's reminder, Lin Feng realized that the ground under his feet was covered with juice left after the spider exploded. After flying into the air, Lin Feng looked around. There were still some spiders around approaching Lin Feng, but he quickly killed them one by one. While cleaning up the spiders, Lin Feng also saw some extinguished fires and small huts. It is obvious that people once lived here. Maybe it's the miners who work here. Living and working in such an environment is really abnormal. Soon, Lin Feng found a large number of bones and miners' hats, which further confirmed his thoughts. At this time, a piece of parchment covering a pile of bones attracted Lin Feng's attention. There were crooked lines drawn on it, and at the end of the lines was a huge X. It looks very much like the legendary treasure map, with a few lines of blurry words on the back. I finally found the legendary treasure. To achieve this, I risked all my wealth to buy a large number of slave miners. However, when we were about to dig up the treasure, those creatures from the darkness suddenly appeared. The rest of the text was obscured by brown bloodstains. I turned over the parchment. Based on the small squares drawn on the parchment, Lin Feng guessed that this should represent these huts. After finding his position, Lin Feng quickly found the direction of the treasure. After flying over quickly, Lin Feng saw a black pickaxe stuck in the stone, exactly the same as the one he bought from the merchant on the floor. So the treasure is down here. After pulling out the miner's pick, Lin Feng flew upwards for a distance, and then aimed the charged pistol at the location of the treasure. Boom! After the violent explosion, a 2-meter-deep pit appeared. A touch of blue appeared in front of Lin Feng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The substance in front of the host is cryolite, or, after special purification, it can be obtained into cryolite. It can be exchanged for cryolite with merchants on certain floors and in shops on the trading floor. One piece can be exchanged for every 100 kilograms. Lin Feng was stunned on the spot. Is this treasure so cruel? And from the scale of this mine, it can be seen that the role of ice crystal stone is not as simple as it seems. It is very likely to be a currency, and a high-level currency at that. Otherwise, why would such a large project be undertaken to mine cryolite? These guys are really pitiful. After working for so long, they were only 2 meters away from digging out the ice crystal stone, but in the end, they all died here. However, what makes Lin Feng curious is that the only entrance and exit of this huge mine is the passage above. So where did those strange creatures come from? The spider can understand it, because the other person might have crawled down. But those creatures that can explode are very strange. Obviously, they cannot climb walls and run on rooftops like spiders. Jumping from a height of more than 1,000 meters would also guarantee death. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly remembered the words on the back of the parchment. Those creatures from the darkness suddenly appeared. Creatures from the darkness. Just as Lin Feng was thinking, Dahei's reminder came. Sir, a small number of life forms have been detected. Please check the radar. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard Dahei's voice. Does creatures from darkness mean that these monsters will appear in dark places? Fortunately, there weren't many, only about a dozen spiders. After killing the enemy easily, Lin Feng quickly picked up the dark miner's pickaxe and started mining. Lin Feng remembers the function of this thing clearly. A few hits are enough to break up a large piece of ice, and it should be the same for digging stones. In this way, Lin Feng worked in the mine for more than 2 hours and successfully mined all the ice crystal stone ore. Because he had to clean up the spiders from time to time, he wasted a lot of time. That's all. At this time, only 5 slots of Lin Feng's empty cowhide backpack were occupied. Each grid is 500 kilograms, and 5 grids are 2,500 kilograms, which can be exchanged for 25 ice crystals. Although the income does not seem much, it also proves the preciousness of cryolite. After mining, there was nothing left on this floor worth collecting for Lin Feng. After flying upwards for a while, returned to the top. The little velociraptor did not leave. After seeing Lin Feng appear, it immediately followed him. Let's go back to the elevator. P.S. I went out to escape the secret room tonight and forgot to set the timer to post. Saw the Chapter 197. My buddy's head is so valuable. Back in the elevator, Lin Feng tried to stuff the cryolite or into the pile area. Maybe this could also be used to identify it as cryolite. However, it was spat out by the pile of materials area with a look of disgust. Well, then I can only wait until the next time I go to the trading floor or meet a merchant there to find a way to exchange these ores for ice crystals. For now, just store in your backpack. After opening the exchange, Lin Feng searched for ice crystal stone in it, but the search results were still empty. The price of the upgrade set is not that outrageous anymore. Although the number sold is still small, it is not as rare as before. The current price is relatively stable, basically ranging from 300 to 400. After browsing the exchange, Lin Feng withdrew. The items sold in the exchange are basically survival supplies and basic equipment. There are basically no potions to enhance strength. After all, after obtaining the attribute-enhancing potion, most survivors will drink it directly to improve their own strength. Who would sell it to others? Wouldn't that be equivalent to strengthening the enemy? Next, Lin Feng fiddled with the potatoes in the planting area and planted 2 random seeds. After using bone meal to ripen the fruits, Lin Feng harvested a dozen tomatoes and a cabbage. Today's dishes are settled. Looking at the time, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. After washing the tomatoes, Lin Feng found a piece of beef brisket from his cowhide backpack and then bought some other auxiliary ingredients at the exchange. Everything is ready. Turn on the fire. When the little velociraptor saw Lin Feng started cooking, he hurried over, with saliva flowing from the corners of his mouth. This has almost become a conditioned reflex for the gluttonous dragon. As soon as Lin Feng started cooking, this guy would watch with his mouth watering. After pushing aside the faucet that was secretly extended, Lin Feng cut a few pieces of beef brisket, put them in the pot, and stir-fried them briefly, then poured them directly into Lon Long's rice bowl. Let's go eat over there. Ouch! The little dragon got the food and left happily with the bowl in his mouth. After dinner, Lin Feng sat in front of the screen, watching the contents of the chat room to kill time. At this time, news about Lin Feng appeared. Lin Feng looked closely and found that there was another bounty on his head. The price was also increased to 2,000 gold coins and 2 upgrade sets. Oh my god, my buddy's head is so valuable. Lin Feng scratched his head. Because the price of the bounty issued by Lin Feng was increased, the momentum for hunting Lin Feng picked up again, and they were all plotting loudly in the chat channel. Lin Feng was even more upset when he saw this. In just the past few minutes, he had seen 100 ways of dying. Okay, let's play it this way, right? Lin Feng, you really like putting bounties on your buddies' heads, right? Then I'll post one too. I'm putting a bounty on Lin Feng's head. The price is 3,000 gold coins. Fuck, 3,000 gold coins. As expected of the Lord Lin, to be able to take out 3,000 gold coins, the remaining balance must be at least 5 or 6,000, right? Damn it, I'm only level 13, and I haven't even collected the 500 plus gold coins needed to level up yet. No matter what, I've switched sides. From now on, my target will be Lin Feng. One upstairs, God Lin has so many gold coins, he probably already bought an exoskeleton mecha on the trading floor. If we go up there and fight him head-on, he'll probably just give away resources. After Lin Feng posted the bounty, the tone of the chat room suddenly changed. Of course, some people doubted whether Lin Feng could come up with so many gold coins. In response to this doubt, Lin Feng directly listed 3,000 gold coins on the exchange. That's right, gold coins can also be put on the shelves. After Lin Feng's financial resources were confirmed, it was Lin Feng's turn. However, everyone waited for a long time, but received no news from Lin Feng, and finally ended the topic with a burst of ridicule. In another elevator, Shijin looked at the words mocking him on the screen and didn't care at all. He really didn't have that many gold coins, but facing the pursuit of everyone, he was not panicked at all. After all, the avatar of this elevator is not yourself, but the avatar of Lin Feng. But the original Lin Feng had already been killed by me, so even if this group of people searched everywhere, they would not be able to find me. Looking at the changing direction of the chat room, Lin Feng chuckled. In this way, you won't have to worry about being hunted down by a group on some special floors in the future. Lin Feng lay on the bed and thought to himself, looking at the time, it was time to go to bed. Beep! The floor you're about to enter is the trading floor. This floor is a peace floor. The elevator will be parked for 5 hours. You could trade with others on this floor. If a violent conflict occurs on a peace floor, guards will be stationed to control it. Please pay attention, host. The system's announcements were as loud as ever. It felt like someone was playing DJ in my head. Lin Feng, who was woken up, rubbed his eyes. Trading floor? Isn't this just the right way to process these cryolite ores? After putting on his cowhide backpack and taking out some gold coins, Lin Feng silently waited for the elevator door to open. Ding dong. The elevator is going up. Please hold on to it. Buzz. After a moment, the elevator stopped steadily. Looking at the scene outside, Lin Feng found that he seemed to have arrived in an unfamiliar trading floor again, and there were some shops that he had never seen before. For example, the first stall that caught his eye was the potion stall, which Lin Feng had never seen before. Although there were a lot of people at the potion stall, it was not a problem for Lin Feng. He put on his armor and flew directly into the air, and the store information was clearly visible. Attribute potion sale includes strength potion, speed potion, constitution potion, agility potion, each for only 4 gold coins. Buy 10, get 1 free. Limit 10 bottles of each potion per person. For gold coins. That's still a promotion? Lin Feng remembered that the potions sold to him by the merchant on the floor seemed to be only 2 gold coins per bottle. However, the price of 2 gold coins per bottle was obtained through various discounts. The potions sold by the merchants on the floor seemed to be priced at 10 gold coins at the beginning, which was really unfair when you think about it. In this way, 4 gold coins can be considered promotion. But Lin Feng is not short of these gold coins, so there's no need to nitpick on the details. Lin Feng now has a total of 6,700 gold coins. After watching in the air for a while, Lin Feng entered the crowd and pushed away all the people in front of him with his powerful strength. Give me 10 bottles of each potion. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out a large stack of gold coins from his cowhide backpack, probably about 200 coins. Okay, please wait. The person selling potions was a woman wearing a black cloak and veil. If it weren't for her height, Lin Feng would have thought she was a floor merchant. Chapter 198, The Magical Bookstore. After a few minutes, all the potions were packed, and the boss counted the gold coins. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to spend more money to buy a few more bottles, but unfortunately, the boss was a little stubborn and refused to sell more no matter what he said. Each person could only get 10 bottles. Even when Lin Feng took off his armor and went to buy another one, she still recognized him. I don't know how this was done. After his idea of spending money to improve his strength failed, Lin Feng continued to move forward. The stalls on both sides sell a lot of things: weapons, medicines, tools, raw materials. It's a pity that Lin Feng can't use these things. After walking for a distance, Lin Feng suddenly found an antique wooden house with a sign outside. Bookstore, bookseller? As I walked through the door, a cool breeze hit me in the face. It was like the air conditioner was on, but Lin Feng looked up and down and didn't find any air vents. What do you need? Here's a catalog you can take a look at. Once you've made your choice, I'll help you find it. The speaker was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with messy hair. Taking the catalog handed to him by the man, Lin Feng opened the first page with curiosity. Level 1 Zone. Flame Edition. Sharp. Durable. Frost. Tortoise Shell. Fuck. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. What the hell are they selling? All of them are enchanted books. This place is pretty awesome. Looking at the prices at the back, it's even more amazing. All the prices in the first level range are 500 gold coins. Flipping forward, the second level section costs 2,000 gold coins. The third level section costs 5,000 gold coins. And beyond that, Lin Feng didn't want to look at it anymore because he couldn't afford it anyway. Well, I want to ask, is this price serious? Yes. Gold. That's right. Lin Feng. Seeing the man answering his questions seriously, Lin Feng finally understood why there were so few people here. So this place is one of those places that closes for a year but makes a living for 3 years after opening? However, having said that, Lin Feng still plans to buy some. Anyway, I must get a copy of the flame add-on. I'll go back and add it to the greatsword to see if it can be completely repaired. Give me a level 1 flame attachment, and then, give me a level 2 tortoise shell. The catalog explains the effects of each enchantment book, and this tortoise shell enchantment book can enhance the defensive capabilities of any item, and it also has the ability to self-repair after being damaged. Of course, the premise is that the degree of damage is not too outrageous. Lin Feng bought this to try whether it could be installed on the armor. Okay, the total cost is 2,500 gold coins. After the man finished speaking, he just looked at Lin Feng. It seems like I have to pay first, right? After pouring out a pile of gold coins from the cowhide backpack, Lin Feng pointed to the pile of gold coins. See if it's enough. The man nodded and placed the gold coins on a platform. Soon, the number of gold coins appeared on the screen. This thing is a gold coin calculator. You can buy it from the guards on the trading floor. Each one costs 500 gold coins. Generally, no businessmen buy this stuff. Here are the extra 328 gold coins. Please keep them. I'll get the book for you. After returning the gold coins to Lin Feng, The man turned and walked into the small room at the back. Half an hour later, Lin Feng was getting a little anxious when the man finally came out. He was holding 2 purple books in his hands, exactly the same as the ones he had seen before. By the way, can this tortoiseshell be fitted on my suit of armor? Yes, you could try it now. If it doesn't work or is damaged, I will refund you a full refund. The man smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng decisively took off his armor, then opened the enchantment book and slapped it on the armor backpack. The next moment, the enchanted book gradually dissipated, but the armor backpack did not seem to have changed. After putting it on again, Lin Feng took out a laser dagger from his backpack and slashed at the armor. When the laser dagger was about to touch the armor, a thin golden light appeared out of thin air and attached to the armor. All the heat energy generated by the laser dagger was absorbed by this thin film, and the armor was not damaged. It's okay, the money is well spent. In order to test how strong this thing's endurance is, Lin Feng directly pushed the laser dagger against it this time. Under the continuous output of the laser dagger, the golden light disappeared after more than 30 seconds. According to the boss's explanation, the film would reappear after a few hours. Not bad, it's okay. Lin Feng nodded to the boss and then left this magical bookstore. Next, let's find a place to process the cryolite ore. This trading floor is quite large. After wandering around for more than an hour, Lin Feng finally found a mineral recycling shop. This should be a place where we can process cryolite ore, right? It seems that this store was not on the trading floor I entered several times before. I am lucky. I have a place to process the cryolite ore I just obtained. The shop looked very messy, with colorful minerals everywhere. What surprised Lin Feng was that there was only one person in such a huge shop. What mines are you selling? Seeing a customer coming, the boss quickly put down the work in his hands and walked forward to ask, "Would you like to buy the raw cryolite or raw cryolite? How much do you have?" At this time, the boss had not realized the seriousness of the matter and thought that Lin Feng could only take out dozens or hundreds of kilograms of raw, or at most 2,500 kilograms. Oh. When the boss heard the quantity Lin Feng said, he almost bit his tongue. Seeing that the boss was a little unconvinced, Lin Feng took out all the raw or without hesitation. The boss calmed down and thought that the last time he made such a big deal was the last time. After confirming that everything was correct, the boss spoke again. 8,000 gold coins or 25 pieces of refined ice crystals. Which one do you want? Cryolite. Okay, wait a moment. The boss didn't hesitate at all and returned with a wooden box a few minutes later. You check it out. If there's no problem, we'll do the deal. After opening the box and making sure there were no problems, the two of them hit it off and completed the transaction immediately. Now I can finally upgrade, maybe even upgrade 2 elevator levels. The cryolite ore was sold successfully, and Lin Feng felt relieved. Thinking that Zai Longlong hadn't played for a long time, I took it for a walk here. The gluttonous dragon's attribute was successfully activated. However, this dragon might be a little socially anxious, and it was completely different from the way it was when it was alone with Lin Feng. Even if I see food I've never seen before, I'll just walk past it without looking back. It was only his nose that turned up from time to time, and his throat that kept swallowing that betrayed him. Chapter 199 Repair Station, Repair Warehouse, thanks to the expert certification from Screw Special Hard. Although Xiaolong thought he had hidden it well, Lin Feng still easily saw through his little tricks. So when I see something it can eat, I will buy 2 to try it. After strolling around for nearly 2 hours, Lin Feng finally took Xiaolong back to the elevator. In addition to taking Xiaolong to eat some delicious food, Lin Feng also bought a dozen golden apples. Lin Feng has almost figured out the overall style of this trading floor. The trading floor he first entered should be a comprehensive trading floor, with trading floors from all eras. The trading floor he entered now was more like a medieval floor with a slightly magical style. After putting all the ice crystal stones into the stockpile area, Lin Feng pressed the upgrade button. After a roar, the elevator successfully rose to the 18th level. After this upgrade, 2 new devices were added to the elevator. The first one is a repair platform, which is a metal platform plus a robotic arm. Repair station can repair most items, requires gold coins. This thing may be useful for other survivors, but it is useless to Lin Feng. After all, he has a free universal hammer. In addition to the repair table, there is also a coffin-like thing. The name marked above is the repair warehouse. It is said that as long as you are still breathing, you can be saved, and even if you are missing limbs, you can recover. Similarly, This also requires a fee, and the fee is in the form of ice crystal stone. The starting price is one piece of ice crystal stone, depending on the degree of physical injury. After researching these two new devices, the system's rewards were finally distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward has been issued. The cowhide backpack has been upgraded, and the item slot limit has been removed. Beep! Issuing an upgrade task. Host, please upgrade the elevator to level 19. Reward: 1,000 rounds of any type of consecrated bullets. After the rewards were distributed, the system became silent. My current supplies should be able to be upgraded to another level, right? Lin Feng thought about it in his mind, and then opened the material storage area to check. He needed 8 ice crystals, which was enough for him, but he was short of 5 to upgrade the suit. But this is not a big deal. You should be able to get the money by waiting at the exchange for a while. In addition to supplies, if Lin Feng wants to upgrade the elevator to level 19, he also needs to complete an upgrade task. This damn elevator doesn't give any clues about what this task is and how to trigger it. Forget it, take your time. Sighing, Lin Feng left the material storage area and drank all the potions he had bought on the trading floor. Strength, speed, physique, and agility, a total of 44 bottles. After drinking it all, Lin Feng even felt a little nauseous. No, I won't dare drink like this next time. Rubbing his stomach, Lin Feng said with a look of discomfort. Fortunately, there was no other discomfort. His 4 attributes also came respectively. Strength, 95. Speed, 82. Agility, 75. Constitution, 53.5. The strength attribute is finally about to break 100. Now, if Lin Feng eats something that temporarily increases his attributes, his strength attribute can easily exceed 100. Of course, strength alone is not enough, and Lin Feng's physical attributes are too low now. Cannot match the strength attribute. It would be funny if I broke my own bone with one punch. But after putting on the armor, these are no longer a problem. Roar! What's wrong, Xiaolong? Lin Feng, who was rubbing his stomach to relieve the side effects, asked casually after hearing Xiaolong's vigilant cry. At the same time, his eyes looked towards the infinity pool. The only danger this elevator poses is the pool. Looking at the time, the pool has been refreshed a long time ago. Could something really happen? Lin Feng's heart tightened, and he picked up the high-tech rhino horn bow and slowly approached. This pool is good, but Lin Feng can always come up with some new tricks every time. It really gave him a headache. Just as Lin Feng approached, the iron plate covering the infinite pool suddenly trembled. With a loud bang, the iron plate was directly bounced away and attacked Lin Feng. Fortunately, Lin Feng reacted quickly and shot the iron plate in half with one arrow. At the same time, bursts of steam rose from the pool. After a while, all the water in the pool was evaporated, and the creatures in the pool crawled out. A lizard, very large and protected by thick scales. In addition, it also releases extremely high temperatures. After a while, the temperature in the elevator reached 40 degrees Celsius. However, it had no effect on Lin Feng. After all, the desert totem on his arm was not just for decoration. It can withstand temperatures as high as 500 degrees Celsius. Lin Feng was not quite sure what kind of creature this was, but it didn't seem to have any special attack abilities. After observing for a while, Lin Feng pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow. The imagined scene of the lizard being pierced did not appear, but instead there was a sound of metal collision. This lizard's scales are so strong, they even blocked laser arrows. Just as Lin Feng was shocked, a lizard emitting high temperature suddenly crawled towards him. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly adjusted the attack mode of the rhino horn bow to continuous shooting mode. This is only happening in their elevator. If it were outside, Lin Feng would definitely let the lizard know why the flowers are so red. Swish, swish, swish. The rhino horn bow, in continuous shooting mode, instantly shot out 5 or 6 laser arrows, although the damage was weakened a little in continuous shooting mode. But the quantity is too large. The lizard that was so arrogant just now couldn't hold out for more than 3 seconds in the continuous shooting mode and was shot through on the spot. Streams of green liquid flowed out from the nails. It dripped onto the floor and emitted a foul smell. After the lizard died, the temperature of the elevator gradually returned to the 16 degrees Celsius set by Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng was about to put the body into the cowhide backpack, the lizard's body and the green blood suddenly disappeared. Only a translucent scale was left. What the hell is this? Picking up the scales on the ground, Lin Feng looked up and down, but didn't find any clues. Beep! remind the host, when forging weapons and equipment, incorporate this scale into it to increase the hardness of the equipment. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Feng let out a cry. It also has to be a system that is considerate enough. After throwing the scales into the storage box, Lin Feng placed the fire enchanted book and the flame greatsword together. Lin Feng opened the enchantment book and looked at the greatsword that had been used to strike him. He took a deep breath and put the enchantment book on it. After a while, the enchanted book turned into ashes, and the blade of the greatsword was rekindled with flames, but it was not as dazzling as before. Chapter 200 Survival on the Grassland. That's it. Looking at the flames burning on the sword, Lin Feng nodded. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was a small, not very obvious bulge at the bottom of the hilt of the sword. With a press of his hand, the flames on the sword disappeared instantly. Press it again, and it comes back. Huh, is that how you play it? Scratching his head, Lin Feng turned off the flame and hung it on the wall. After a nap, Lin Feng slowly woke up. I looked at the time. It was 11 o'clock in the morning. This time he woke up earlier than the system, which was not bad. After I finished eating some fast food, the system prompt sounded. Beep. The floor you're about to enter is the survival floor. Your destination is the grassland. Please survive here for 7 days without any belongings. After 7 days, you can leave the floor. After that, you'll get a 7-day vacation. Beep. There are some dangerous creatures on this floor. Please be careful, host. Tip. You're not allowed to bring any items into this floor. You cannot refuse entry. Another holiday? And this time, Lin Feng was also required to complete a survival floor. Although Lin Feng can use the Ignore Rules card to take his equipment on vacation, he wants to try whether he can use this Ignore Rules card when he returns to Blue Star. After all, the Blue Star is very dangerous now, so it would be great to bring some life-saving gadgets. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on to it. After the door opened, Lin Feng was slowly pushed out by a force. This time it was more humane. At least they didn't strip him of his clothes. You know, I left a bitter tea seed for Lin Feng last time. In fact, with Lin Feng's current attributes, survival is no longer difficult for him. He has a speed more than 7 times that of a normal person and the power to kill a cow with 1 punch. You're still trying to survive? I'm just going to eat. The terrain of the grassland is relatively flat, and you can see far away at a glance. In addition to large areas of grassland, there are also a few trees growing sporadically. In addition, there are many animals on the grassland. For example, there is a rabbit hole not far in front of Lin Feng. However, it is not so easy to catch the rabbits inside. If there's fire, Lin Feng can find all the holes and then use smoke to drive the rabbits out. It's just that the air here is a little humid, probably because it just rained heavily. It's a little difficult to make a fire under such conditions. So this matter can only be put aside for now. First, collect some dry grass, wait for the sun to come out and dry it, and it should be able to be used as tinder. There are many rabbit holes on the grassland, so this one is not a big deal. After giving up this rabbit hole, Lin Feng continued to move forward. While walking, he was also collecting useful things. The coat he was wearing became a shoulder bag, which had good storage capacity when tied to his body. After walking for about 2 hours, the sun finally came out and the air gradually became humid and hot. Soon, Lin Feng began to sweat a lot. The clothes on my body were stuck to my skin. It was so uncomfortable. Looking at the big sun above his head, Lin Feng weaved the collected dry grass into a simple hat and put on his head so that he could dry the dry grass while walking. The most urgent task now is to find a stable source of fresh water.